When I was 10 years old, my mother died on the street, and the Qin family treated us like trash, driving us out of Jiangxing. That year, I slept under bridges, rummaged through garbage cans, and almost starved to death on a winter night. But they didn't know that the bastard they trampled into the mud was later rescued by a cultivator and spent 8 years in arduous cultivation. 8 years later, I changed my surname to MOK and returned to this city. Everyone thought I was just a country bumpkin. The eldest daughter of the Lin family thought I was dirty. My classmates mocked me for not being worthy of her, and the underworld boss even surrounded me with a dozen or so henchmen, wanting me to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But they didn't know that I had now become the person they dared not offend. 8 years ago, my mother knelt at the Qin family's door, begging them to spare our lives. But they showed no mercy, forcibly driving us out of Jiangxing and crushing the last vestige of family affection I had. From that day on, I changed my surname to MOK, taking my mother's surname. This name was like a thorn, stuck in my heart for 8 years, reminding me that the blood debt owed by the Qin family would have to be repaid sooner or later. I was only 10 years old that year. My mother died of grief, and I slept alone under a bridge and ate leftovers. When I was about to die, a cultivator saved me and pulled me out of hell. 8 years later, my master passed away, and I returned to Jiangxing with all my skills. This city holds my most painful childhood memories and the Qin family's darkest secrets. This time, I haven't returned to live. I've returned to take my life. Following my memory, I found Lin Wenming's house. He used to have feelings for my mother, and he's the only person I can stay with for now. Standing at the door, I suppressed the chill in my heart and whispered, "Uncle Lin." When Lin Wenming opened the door and saw me, he paused for a moment, then recognized me and immediately welcomed me inside. His warmth eased my cold heart a little, but when he asked about my mother, I simply remained silent and said that she had passed away. Just then, Lin Wenming's wife, Li Mei, and daughter, Lin Shuhan, returned. Li Mei exuded an air of nobility, and Lin Shuhan was young and beautiful, but the first thing she did when she looked at me was to show only disdain. Lin Wenming said I used to play with Lin Shuhan when I was little, but she coldly replied that she didn't remember and turned to go back to her room. At that moment, I realized that in her eyes, I was just a nuisance who had suddenly barged in. During the meal, Lin Wenming said that I would be in the same class as Lin Shuhan from now on and asked her to take care of me. Lin Shuhan looked resistant, and Li Mei's words implied that she didn't want me to stay either, as if my presence would dirty her house. I could tell they were disgusted, so I offered to live on campus. Li Mei immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and Lin Shuhan whispered that the school was pretty good, her expression like she'd finally gotten rid of a piece of trash. After dinner, Lin Wenming asked Lin Shuhan to take me out for a walk. She didn't want to accompany me at all, casually tossed me into an internet cafe, turned on a computer, and left without looking back. I sat alone in the internet cafe until evening, until she messaged me to go to the restaurant by myself. When I arrived at the Jinjiang Hotel, the private room was already bustling with activity, and Lin Shuhan was telling others that I was just a country bumpkin. I pushed open the door and calmly said, "Hello everyone, I'm Mo Quebec." The private room fell silent instantly. The air seemed to freeze, and Lin Shuhan's face turned pale. At the dinner table, I kept my head down and ate, while the others began to whisper among themselves. Someone deliberately asked me if I liked Lin Shuhan, and she immediately sneered, saying that I wasn't even worthy of pursuing her. To curry favor with her, Lu Xiong immediately stood up and mocked me, saying that I was living in someone else's house and didn't know any manners. He forced me to bow my head and apologize, trying to humiliate me in front of everyone. I only glanced at him once before continuing to eat. Lu Xiong's face darkened, and he said that with just one word from him, he could kick me out of Jiangxing. I swallowed the last bite of my food, stood up calmly, and said, "Have you finished? I'm going to the restroom." These words were like a slap in the face, leaving him utterly humiliated. Not long after, Bai Lu suddenly screamed at the door. Everyone rushed out and saw a man with a buzz cut crouching on the ground, clutching his stomach. Bai Lu was trembling with anger, saying that he had just touched her inappropriately. To save face, Lu Xiong verbally told the crew-cut man not to cause trouble, but the man refused to back down. Soon after, He stormed into the private room with 5 burly men, pointing at Bai Lu and declaring that they had to take her away today. The bald-headed Chang, who was leading the group, glanced at everyone and asked in a cold voice how to resolve the situation. 2 burly men stepped forward and grabbed Bai Lu. All the students were terrified and turned pale. In the end, they could only place their hopes on Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong steeled himself and stepped forward, hoping that Brother Chang would give him some face. But Brother Chang just sneered and said who he was, slapped him across the face, and kicked him to the ground. Lu Xiong brought up his father, Luan, but Chang Gu was even more disdainful, saying that even his father would have to call him Chang Gu. Lu Xiong was completely dumbfounded, covering his face and not daring to say another word. Bai Lu was being dragged out of the private room, and no one dared to move. Just then, my voice rang out from behind, cold as a knife. Let her go. Everyone turned to look at me. Brother Chang impatiently asked who I was. I looked at him calmly and repeated only once, "Who I am is not important. I'm telling you to let her go." Chang sneered and kicked me. Lu Xiong had been kicked over by that same kick earlier, and everyone thought I would be sent flying as well. But the next second, I threw a punch, and with a crack, Brother Chang's leg deformed instantly. He screamed and fell to the ground. The private room was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. Several thugs reacted and immediately rushed towards me. But they didn't even touch the hem of my clothes before falling to the ground one after another, not even having time to let out a complete scream. Chang Gu lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and threatening me, saying that I had ruined Dao Ji's plans and I would definitely not live. When Lu Xiong heard the words Dao Gu, his face turned deathly pale, and he almost collapsed to the ground. I told them to take Bai Lu away first, and I'd leave this to me. Lu Xiong was already terrified and hurriedly urged everyone to escape from the restaurant. Lin Shahan hesitated and asked me if I wanted to come with her. I shook my head slightly and said that I was the one who hit him, so I would naturally handle the matter. Bai Lu looked worried and urged me to leave with her, but I only told them to leave first. Soon, 2 black vans pulled up in front of the restaurant, and a dozen burly men rushed in. Bai Lu, standing outside, turned pale. She wanted to call the police, but her hands were trembling. Inside the private room, I leisurely sipped my tea. Bald Chang's face was deathly pale. The excruciating pain in his leg caused him to break out in a cold sweat. He finally realized that I was no ordinary student at all. The footsteps outside the door grew closer and closer. I looked up at the doorway, and a cold smile crept across my lips. They finally arrived. The door to the private room was pushed open, and a sharp-looking man in his 40s led his men in. His eyes were sharp, and his aura was so imposing that everyone felt breathless. Dao Gu, the underworld boss of Jiangcheng, had arrived. Bald Chang lowered his head, his face full of shame, and said he was ashamed. Dao Gu didn't look at him, but fixed his gaze on me, asking in a low voice, "Did you hit my man?" A henchman stormed up to me, yelling that I was asking for trouble. I put down my teacup and said coldly, "I've already been very lenient by not killing him." Dao Ji's face darkened completely, and his henchmen behind him drew their guns and pointed them at me. He threatened coldly that if I didn't give him an explanation, I wouldn't be leaving here alive. I looked at him indifferently. "Confess? You're not worthy." The next second, I was standing in front of him, the small knife in my hand pressed against his throat, blood seeping from the cut. I whispered to him that no matter how powerful he was, killing him would be as easy as turning my hand. The entire room fell silent. Everyone froze, not daring to pull the trigger. Dao Ji's pupils contracted sharply, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. He finally understood that I wasn't just playing the hero. I could truly take his life in an instant. The next second, the most ruthless underworld boss in Jiangcheng actually knelt before me, begging for mercy in a trembling voice. All the underlings were stunned on the spot, and Bald Chang turned pale. I coldly told Dao Gu to stay and everyone else to leave. Dao Gu immediately waved his hand, dismissing all his men. The private room, which had been filled with murderous intent just moments before, was now empty except for him and me. I looked at Dao Gu kneeling on the ground and said calmly, "You were smart enough just now. That's why you saved your life." Dao Ji's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded repeatedly, no longer daring to treat me as an ordinary student. I asked Brother Dao to arrange accommodation for me. The Jiangxing bigwig who was so menacing just moments ago didn't even dare to raise his head and immediately nodded, saying he would prepare the best villa for me. Outside the restaurant, Bai Lu and Lin Shuhan were still waiting anxiously. They thought I would be dragged out or even beaten to a pulp, but the next second, what they saw completely stunned them. I wasn't escorted out. Dao Gu personally escorted me out. He bent down to open the car door for me, his attitude as humble as a subordinate's, showing none of the imposing aura of an underworld boss. Bai Lu stood there dumbfounded, while Lin Shuhan was also full of doubt. She couldn't understand how she, who had just been regarded as a country bumpkin by everyone, could suddenly have Dao Gu bow his head in the blink of an eye. At 10 p.m., Lin Shuhan returned home. Lin Wenming asked her where she had been, and she simply replied that she had left on her own, but her tone held a complex meaning. She sneered inwardly, thinking I didn't need anyone's concern. I was practically a grown man. Who could bully me now? But little did she know, my true revenge had only just begun. Half an hour later, I returned to the Lin family home to pack my luggage. Lin Wenming tried to persuade me to stay, but I only whispered, "Thank you, Uncle Lin," and then turned and left. The villa that Brother Dao arranged was huge, 3 stories high, with a swimming pool and a garden, all for me alone. Under the cover of night, after swimming, I began my cultivation. 8 years of arduous training allowed me to continue my ascent from the 3rd level of the innate realm. The next morning, I washed up and went out, taking the bus to Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School like any other student. No one knew that this transfer student in his practice clothes had just made the Jiangxing underworld boss kneel before him and beg for mercy the night before. As soon as I entered the classroom, the beautiful teacher, Qin Huimin, introduced me to the whole class. Applause rang out, and I looked at my new desk mate, thinking it was a bit of a coincidence, when he suddenly stood up. Han Shuyi looked disgusted and said in front of everyone that she didn't want to sit next to me, saying that I was dirty and filthy. The whole class burst into laughter, and everyone's eyes fell on my practice clothes and milk stains. Qin Huimin frowned and stopped her, but the seats were still assigned. After the classroom quieted down, Han Shuyi gritted her teeth and sat down, her eyes full of resentment, as if my sitting next to her was an insult. Lu Xiong was completely dumbfounded when he saw me enter the classroom unharmed. Last night, I crippled Dao Ji's men, and yet I was able to attend school peacefully today. This was beyond his comprehension. I ignored the whispers around me, sat down, and opened my textbook. High school material was like a foreign language to me, but now that I was back in school, I was determined to make up for what I had missed, bit by bit. Han Shuyi was trembling with anger. She nudged me with her elbow and whispered a threat to make me change seats. I looked up at her and coldly said, "You're affecting my studies." This made her even angrier. After class, she asked someone to go out and discuss the matter. Soon, they brought back a fat boy named Li Hao, made him sit next to me, and then smugly changed her seat. Li Hao was the worst student in the class, loved to sleep, and loved to eat snacks. Han Shuyi's intentions were clear. She wanted to drag me down with this method, and also take the opportunity to humiliate Li Hao. Although reluctant, Li Hao still greeted me first. I responded indifferently, having already seen through everything. Han Shuyi raised her chin defiantly, but I simply ignored her with a cold smile. Her face stiffened, and she suddenly raised her voice to mock me, saying that I, a country bumpkin, dared to sit with her, and told me to look in the mirror and see myself. I frowned and walked up to her, coldly telling her that the seat was assigned by the teacher, not something I had begged for. She was indeed beautiful, but not worthy of the word swan. Han Shuyi's face flushed with anger, and she roared at me to say it again. But what she said next touched the most painful spot in my heart, and it also touched the only bottom line that I could not bear to be humiliated. My mother's early death is the deepest wound in my life. In that instant, my eyes turned completely cold, and I grabbed Han Shuyi by the neck. The whole classroom seemed to be frozen by the cold air. Everyone was terrified. Bai Lu was the first to rush forward, grabbing my arm tightly and yelling at me to let go of her, saying that I really would kill someone. Her voice pulled me back from my murderous intent. I slowly released her, and Han Shuyi collapsed to the ground, tears welling up instantly, her whole being filled with fear and hatred. I composed myself and returned to my seat. Li Hao stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly gave me a thumbs up, saying he was impressed. I just smiled. I had already held back just now. Han Shuyi cried for a while, then, feeling humiliated, went to seek revenge on the older students. The whole class knew she wouldn't let it go so easily. Li Hao whispered a reminder that it would be best to leave through the back door after school, as she would definitely send someone to ambush me. I shook my head and calmly told him that this wasn't something that would scare me. Soon, the class monitor came over and said that Teacher Qin wanted to see me in the office. Whispers immediately filled the classroom. Everyone was waiting to see me get a beating from the teacher. When Lin Shahan was asked about me, she coldly said that I was the child of her father's friend and had nothing to do with her, and that people should not ask about me again. I walked into the office and respectfully asked the teacher what she wanted to see me about. Qin Huiman, with a stern face, questioned me about why I had hit someone. I lowered my head and pretended to be remorseful, saying that I acted impulsively and knew I was wrong. Qin Huiman's anger subsided slightly, but she punished me by making me clean the classroom for a month. I obediently accepted the punishment, showing no dissatisfaction on my face, but inwardly I cursed the punishment as too harsh. But the next second, Qin Huiman's expression suddenly changed, and she clutched her stomach. I could tell immediately that something was wrong with her, and asked if she was experiencing menstrual cramps. Qin Huiman was taken aback and asked how I knew. I told her that I knew a little about medicine and could help relieve her pain. She nodded, half believing. I placed my hand on her lower abdomen, and a warm current slowly flowed in, causing her tightly furrowed brows to relax. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Teacher Jiang walked in, his face instantly darkening. I stepped aside to block his view, to prevent the situation from becoming even more awkward. Qin Huiman coldly reminded him that he should knock before entering someone else's office. Teacher Jiang was so angry she couldn't speak and could only leave with a dark expression. Once the door closed, Qin Huiman realized how awkward her posture had been. She turned to look at me, and I froze, my face burning. She spit out a light snort, saying that I was too young to be learning good things, and warned me not to act recklessly in the future. Finally, she waved her hand and kicked me out of the office. I walked out of the office, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. I shook off the jumbled thoughts in my mind, leaving only one thought: to catch up on my studies first. But as soon as I returned to the classroom, the previously noisy class fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at me as if I had just walked back alive from the execution ground. I ignored them and went straight back to my seat. Li Hao immediately came over and asked in a low voice if I had been scolded to death by Teacher Qin. I smiled and said that I wasn't being scolded, but I should control my emotions and also do some housework for a month. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, as if he had escaped a disaster. The others, however, looked utterly disappointed. They had been expecting Qin Huiman to give me a thorough dressing down, but I returned unscathed, which they found outrageous. I closed my book, got up, and walked to the back of the classroom. Since I was already being punished and couldn't escape it, I might as well finish it properly. In the corner were only 2 broken brooms and a nearly falling down trash can. I picked them up and tried them out, but could only sigh helplessly. No matter how bad the tools are, the work still has to be done. I rolled up my sleeves and started cleaning. The whole class was stunned, because when they were punished to clean, they always just did a sloppy job. None of them had ever seen me so serious. Even more outrageous, the broom seemed to come alive in my hands. With a gentle sweep, all the trash hidden in the corners of the table was swept out. Even the hardest to clean corners were swept clean in just a few strokes. All the trash went into the bin, and not a speck of dust was stirred up on the floor. The whole process was clean and efficient. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "What kind of move is this? Did I learn it by sweeping floors since I was a child?" The others were completely stunned, because they had actually guessed half of it correctly. When I was a child, I lived with my master, and I did almost all the chores around the house. Fetching water, sweeping, washing clothes, cooking. I was used to it all and never complained. My master saved me, took me in, and taught me martial arts. I remember this kindness in my heart, so I try my best to do everything well, even if it's just sweeping the floor. Over time, I discovered that cleaning can also train your control. Every swing of the broom is a workout for your wrists, your strength, and your mindset. It's more demanding than regular training. My master once said, "If you can't sweep a room, how can you sweep the world?" I've always kept this in mind, and it's become my reason for enduring and becoming stronger. But as I swept, I thought of the Chin family again. Back then, my mother and I were treated like the lowest of people, forced to do the dirtiest and hardest work, without any dignity whatsoever. Those arrogant Chin family members exploit and humiliate us at the same time. I gripped the broom tightly, my gaze slowly darkening. I would settle these scores with my own hands sooner or later. After sweeping the classroom, I found a dirty mop and bucket. The mop smelled pungent, so I frowned and washed it clean. Then I started mopping the floor, moving incredibly fast as ever. In less than 10 minutes, the entire classroom was transformed. The desks and chairs were neatly arranged, the floor gleamed, and even the corners were impeccably clean, leaving the students speechless with astonishment. Just then, the school bell rang. Chin Huimin walked into the classroom, her face cold, clearly having just heard some unpleasant rumors. Everyone in the class instantly held their breath. Everyone thought someone else was going to be in trouble. But as soon as Chin Huimin stepped into the classroom, the coldness on her face froze, and a clear look of surprise flashed in her eyes. The classroom was much cleaner than usual. There were even signs that it had just been mopped. She turned around and saw me returning from washing my hands outside, and her lips twitched involuntarily. When I saw the slight smile on her lips, my heart skipped a beat. This was definitely not a compliment, but a harbinger of impending trouble. The classmates also showed their sympathy. In the past, some people tried to curry favor with Chin Huimin by offering to do chores for her, but they collapsed from exhaustion after less than 3 days. I lowered my head and quickly walked around Chin Huimin back to my seat. Li Hao patted my shoulder, handed me a bag of potato chips, and whispered for me to take care of myself. The words had barely left his mouth when a piece of chalk flew precisely into Li Hao's mouth. He froze, then gagged violently, spitting out the chalk. The entire class was stunned. My gaze also darkened. Chin Huimin flicked her wrist casually, yet the angle, force, and accuracy were all outrageous. This woman was definitely not an ordinary teacher. Chin Huimin coldly swept her gaze across the entire class and uttered only 2 words, "Class begins." Her voice wasn't loud, but it felt like a knife pressing down, and all the students instantly fell silent. I forced myself to stay calm and listen to the lecture. The content was a bit difficult for me, but I didn't give up. I immediately wrote down what I understood and marked everything I didn't understand. When the class ended, the whole class collapsed in their seats as if they had escaped a disaster. Only I was still tidying up my notes, trying to take the opportunity to ask about anything I didn't understand. I looked up and saw Chin Huimin looking at me with a half smile. My heart sank. Sure enough, trouble was brewing the next second. She asked me to come to her office, saying she needed my help with something. The whole class erupted in an uproar, everyone wearing expressions of anticipation, as if I had already been sentenced. Li Hao patted my shoulder with a sorrowful expression and whispered, "Brother, come back alive." My lips twitched, and I could only follow him, clutching my laptop. Once inside the office, I handed her my notebook and explained that I hadn't understood some parts and wanted her to take a look and also check if there were any errors in my own notes. Chin Huimin initially just flipped through it casually, but the more she looked, the more serious she became. She didn't expect that although my foundation was weak, my thinking was very clear, and I would even take the initiative to summarize the key points. She began to explain in detail. I listened attentively, asking questions whenever I didn't understand, and even applying her ideas to other situations. Chin Huimin's gaze towards me gradually changed. Neither of us noticed that as we talked, we got closer and closer. Teacher Jiang, who was outside the window, happened to see this scene, and her face instantly turned ashen. She gritted her teeth in anger. He abruptly pulled the curtains shut, already harboring resentment towards me. A new student dared to get so close to Chin Huimin. He would never let me off easily. After the explanation, Chin Huimin put down her book and looked at me with a smile. My heart immediately tightened, because her smile didn't look safe at all. Sure enough, she said she had called me over today because she needed to do me a small favor. As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed to the pile of books next to her. It wasn't just a stack of books. It was a mountain of books. There were at least 400 or 500 books laid out there, and my eyelids twitched as I looked at them. I finally understood why I had been called into the office. Qin Huimin urged me to hurry up, saying that if I had the energy to talk, it meant I didn't have enough work to do. Her tone was light and casual, but it was clearly teasing. I could only grit my teeth and pick up a huge stack of books. An ordinary student would have collapsed after carrying it 2 or 3 times, but I carried it 6 times without even losing my breath. Qin Huimin watched this, a hint of doubt creeping into her eyes. She didn't press further, but silently drew a conclusion in her mind. I have good physical strength, high efficiency, and a willingness to learn. Since I'm so useful, I should definitely use me more in the future. I might have been internally complaining, but I didn't dare say a word. After all, this teacher really knew how to use his hands. That piece of chalk just now said it all. Finally, only a few books remained, and Qin Huimin took pity on me and helped me carry them. I casually flipped through them and found the contents quite interesting, so I wrote down the titles. She patted my head and smiled, saying I'd worked hard today and was a reliable helper. I breathed a sigh of relief, finally finishing the last trip. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly frowned and whispered to her, "Teacher, it seems like someone is following you. Don't stray too far from me. I'll take you back to your office." Qin Huimin was taken aback at first, then laughed and asked if I had learned some dating tricks. I was about to explain when she waved her hand and told me to go home quickly. She said the person who dared to follow her hadn't been born yet. But I knew in my heart that danger was indeed present, because I could already sense a hidden presence lurking in the shadows. With my cultivation at the 3rd level of the innate realm, this feeling is absolutely correct. The newcomer's cultivation is not low, and his aura is also very deep, but I just need an opportunity to hone myself. I pretended to tie my shoelaces and secretly picked up a few pebbles. The next second, I flicked my wrist, and the pebbles shot towards the grove of trees on the left at an extremely fast speed. The leaves rustled, followed by several muffled groans. Qin Huimin's expression changed. She realized she hadn't lied to her. There really was someone lying in ambush in the woods. Several thugs jumped out of the woods, the last one's aura noticeably stronger. I could tell at a glance that he was only at the 2nd level of the acquired realm, nothing to me. I quickly regained my composure. Although these people in front of me were not strong, they were a good opportunity for me to test my skills and solidify my newly acquired strength. Several thugs stared at me with lewd eyes, brandishing fruit knives and baseball bats. The blonde-haired guy was in the lead, arrogantly telling me to kneel down and beg for mercy, and even demanding that I hand over Qin Huimin. I gave a cold laugh, my tone calm. "If you want to make a move, then hurry up. You're dreaming if you think I'll hand over the teacher to you." Enraged by my outburst, the thugs charged at me, weapons in hand. I told Qin Huimin to crouch down and stay still, and then I met them head-on with my bare hands. Qin Huimin was so nervous that her face turned pale, but she could see a hint of calm in my eyes. She could only grit her teeth and stand there, praying that nothing would happen to me. I deliberately lowered my strength, pretending to be hit on the back with a baseball bat, staggered into the arms of a thug, and then knocked him unconscious with a punch. Then, with seemingly coincidental movements, I took down the remaining people one by one. Some suffered broken bones, some were unconscious, and some didn't even have time to finish their screams. Soon, only the cultivator at the 2nd level of the acquired realm and I remained at the scene. I picked up the stick from the ground, looked at him calmly, and my eyes were full of provocation. That man was very confident, thinking he could easily suppress an ordinary teenager. But he didn't know that I had already seen through his true nature and was just using him as practice. I deliberately suppressed my cultivation level, letting him attack with all his might. In the instant our fists and feet collided, I felt the force of each strike and also looked for flaws in my own movements. The more he fought, the more flustered he became. He realized that although I wasn't fast, every step I took perfectly disrupted his rhythm, and every block seemed to be pre-planned. A few minutes later, I suddenly increased my speed. Before he could react, I had his neck in my hand, and he froze on the spot, his eyes filled with terror. When the thugs saw this, they were so frightened that they didn't even dare to say anything. They dragged their injured companion and ran away. I actually felt a sense of satisfaction. Although this battle wasn't particularly difficult, it revealed many problems to me and made me even more eager to face a truly formidable opponent. Qin Huimin looked at me quietly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She couldn't help but ask me if I was a martial arts practitioner, having started training from a young age. My heart tightened, but I didn't show any sign of it. Seeing my silence, Qin Huimin explained that she was just a member of a branch of the Qin family and had seen a master scaling walls and roofs when she was a child. The moment I heard the name Qin family, my heart sank. Images of my mother being humiliated and the cold faces of the Qin family members flashed through my mind. I forcibly suppressed my hatred and simply nodded perfunctorily, telling her to go home early as it was getting late. Although Qin Huimin wanted to ask more questions, she ultimately suppressed her doubts and left. I hailed a taxi and returned to the place Li Daoqi had arranged for me. But as soon as I arrived at the entrance of the luxury apartment, I saw that it was surrounded by men in black, and my alertness instantly rose. When I got upstairs, Dao Gu was already waiting anxiously. As soon as he saw me enter, he immediately got up to hand me water, his expression so tense that he even held his breath. He said something happened at the Houting Hotel. The men he sent were seriously injured, and the attackers were well-trained and clearly not ordinary thugs. My face remained expressionless, but my mind was already racing. The fact that Dao Gu was so nervous meant that the person behind him was definitely not simple. Dao Gu didn't dare to urge me, so he could only stand aside and wait. After a while, I said calmly, "I'm not free today, let's meet tomorrow night." I told him that after Friday, we'd go to the Grand Hotel to see just how tough it really is. As long as you're loyal to me, you won't suffer any losses. Excitement flashed in Dao Ji's eyes. I patted him on the shoulder, urging him to continue investigating Brother Shanji's background, and also reminded him that only cautious people live long. After seeing Brother Dao off, I sat down cross-legged to cultivate. My master once said that cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. Having just broken through, this is the crucial time to consolidate my third level of cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Lin family study, Lin Wenming frowned deeply. After hearing Lin Shuhan say that I had gotten into trouble with Han Shui, he immediately started making phone calls to pull strings. He's not my father, yet he cares for me more than many relatives. I didn't know that, but I'll remember this kindness sooner or later. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. I finished washing up, changed into my school uniform, and rushed out the door, arriving at the classroom just 2 minutes before the end of the day. But as soon as I stepped inside, I froze. Qin Huimin was sitting in my seat, with a lavish breakfast laid out on the table. The class was eerily quiet. I looked at the breakfast, then at Qin Huimin, and a thought popped into my head. Could she have brought it for me on purpose? Qin Huimin's eyes darted around, and the fierce, tigress-like aura she had displayed yesterday had diminished considerably. She pushed the breakfast towards me, her tone indifferent, urging me to eat quickly. I paused for a moment, then sat down and started eating. Since it was served to me, I figured I might as well eat it. I was definitely hungry anyway. A hushed murmur instantly filled the classroom. Some said I was too daring to eat Qin Huimin's food without fear of being poisoned. But Qin Huimin wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at me with gentle eyes. After I finished eating, she turned and left with satisfaction, leaving the whole class looking bewildered. I threw the trash in the bin and opened my textbook as if nothing had happened. The more curious others were, the less I bothered to explain. After school, I returned to my lodgings, where Brother Dao was already waiting downstairs with his men. There were over 100 of them, armed with knives and sticks, and their imposing presence made passers-by give way. Brother Dao had laid an ambush in advance and also arranged an escape route and emergency manpower. I was very satisfied after hearing this. At least he hadn't let his enthusiasm cloud his judgment. In the conference room on the second floor, Dao Gu and I analyzed the action plan. Several of my confidants, who had initially harbored doubts about me, changed their expressions after hearing the details. This time, the target is the Grand Hotel. Not only are there many people there, But there are also real martial arts masters guarding it. Ordinary thugs would only be killed if they went there. Someone cautiously mentioned the thugs, their tone clearly hesitant. I simply said, "Leave it to me." That one sentence silenced the meeting room. Everyone's gaze towards me changed, because they could tell I wasn't just putting on a brave face. At 7 p.m., Dao Ji's men had already arrived at the entrance of the Houting Hotel. Passers-by quickly moved away, while others watched the spectacle from a distance. 40 or 50 people quickly poured out of the hotel, their demeanor noticeably different. They walked with steady steps and had fierce eyes. They were clearly not ordinary street thugs. Dao Gu whispered a reminder to me that these people came from the Black Tiger sect, which was a small sect. Each of them had some martial arts skills and would not be easy to deal with. The door was pushed open, and a greasy fat man led a few people out, mocking Brother Dao with a disdainful look, saying that this place was not under his jurisdiction. Behind the fat man stood more than a dozen experts, their auras oppressive. The air instantly tensed, as if a full-blown fight was about to break out at any moment. Dao didn't speak, but turned to look at me. I took a step forward and stood in front of the fat man, my tone direct. "I'm not here to talk to you. I'm here to talk to the men behind you." My gaze fell upon a man in black robes. The man's face was covered, but his aura was heavy, like a knife hidden beneath a black cloth. I immediately deduced that he was at least at the first level of the innate realm, and that he had a lot of blood on his hands. But the more I thought about it, the more excited I became. Those thugs were too weak. They weren't even good enough for me to practice on. This man in black robes is the kind of opponent who can truly get my blood pumping. The fat man cautiously sized me up and asked who I was. I smiled faintly and said that I was just an ordinary person and that Brother Dao had asked me to come and help him. I told them that the Black Tiger sect was being suppressed by other sects, which is why they hid here to seize territory. If I'm not mistaken, what they lack most right now isn't territory, but a way to survive. I gave them two choices. First, join me, and I'll give them what they want and help them get revenge. Second, continue to hold out and wait for the Heavenly Pavilion's 500,000 bounty to fall on their heads. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man's aura suddenly erupted, pressing down on me like a whirlwind. But that force was blocked by an invisible barrier just 10 feet away. The man in black robe's expression changed slightly. He finally realized that the young man before him was no ordinary person. His cultivation might not be below his own, and could even be stronger. I didn't give him much time, and casually tossed him a piece of paper. It showed the distribution of the Black Tiger sect and Dao Ji's forces, as well as the direction after integration. More importantly, it even clearly detailed the internal conflicts within the Heavenly Pavilion. The man in black robes stared at the paper, his eyes flashing. He had to admit that the terms I offered were too tempting. But he was the leader of dozens of men, and he couldn't just hand over his brothers based on a few words. He looked up at me and said in a deep voice that he was tempted by the offer, but to know if I had the ability, it was simple: fight me. He said that as long as I won, everyone in the Black Tiger clan would listen to me. I nodded without hesitation, because this was exactly what I had expected. Dao Gu stood to the side, his eyes burning with fervor. If the cooperation succeeded, he could not only take revenge, but also seize the Black Tiger sect's manpower and resources. The man in black glanced around and suggested they move to another location. I readily agreed, and the fat man immediately led his men to the basement, pleading that they wouldn't demolish the hotel on the spot. The basement was spacious. The man in the black robe removed his mask, revealing a pale, thin face with obvious hidden injuries. I stepped back 2 paces, standing facing him. We both clasped our hands in greeting and said, "Please." The moment the words left our mouths, his aura exploded. The oppressive force of the first level of the innate realm surged in like a tidal wave. I also released my aura and forcefully resisted it. The two forces collided in the air, making my chest feel stuffy. This man in black robes was named Ouyang Tieshua, the leader of the Black Tiger sect. The second level of the acquired realm and the first level of the innate realm are not even comparable. He finally made me take this seriously. But I have confidence. I am now at the third level of the innate realm, far stronger than him, and besides, he still has old injuries and is not at his peak. The atmosphere in the basement exploded the moment the fight began. Our movements were so fast that bystanders couldn't see us clearly. They could only see afterimages flashing by, and the force of our punches kept everyone at bay. My fighting style was cunning, combining orthodox boxing techniques with insidious moves, each strike aimed straight for vital points. Ouyang Tieshue had initially intended to hold back, but seeing how ruthless I was, he was completely roused to his fighting spirit. Ouyang Tieshue truly lived up to his reputation as the leader of the Black Tiger sect. His combat experience was extremely rich. His reactions and the coordination of his attacks far surpassed those of ordinary martial artists, forcing me to take him seriously several times. As I fought, I observed his rhythm. My master once mentioned a kind of wave-like technique that relies on intuition and prediction to disrupt the enemy's power, rendering them unable to exert their strength. I tried to incorporate the wave flow into the battle, but it didn't go smoothly at first. My predictions were wrong, my body couldn't keep up with the rhythm, and I almost messed myself up several times. But the longer we fought, the better I got into the rhythm. My movements became more natural, and the rhythm became increasingly unpredictable. Just as Ouyang Tieshue was about to unleash his power, I would interrupt him before he could. Ouyang Tieshue quickly saw through my intentions. I didn't simply want to win. I was using him to practice my moves, even deliberately suppressing my strength to test new fighting techniques. Instead of continuing the direct confrontation, he took the opportunity to do me a favor and volunteered to be my sparring partner. His moves were guided by instruction, and he would occasionally deliberately expose weaknesses. I noticed his change, and the pace of our fight slowed down. The people around us finally saw our movements clearly, their eyes widening as if they were watching a real-life martial arts movie. Half an hour later, Ouyang Tieshue voluntarily stepped back, panting and clasping his hands in surrender. He said that he was inferior in skill, and from now on, the Black Tiger sect would obey his orders. But he also set a condition. The Black Tiger clan's banner must not be broken, and these brothers must continue to stay together. Although I was also exhausted, my eyes were full of excitement. This battle allowed me to initially grasp the wave flow technique. Ouyang Tieshue was not only an opponent, but also helped me truly hone my new fighting style. I had already made arrangements to deal with his conditions. I nodded in agreement and had a private room prepared because it was time to discuss the real plan. After the battle, everyone from Black Tiger Gate and the Grand Hotel breathed a sigh of relief. From that moment on, they had the same leader, and that was me. Soon, the private room was ready. I sat at the head of the round table, with Brother Dao, Ouyang Tieshue, and several underlings on either side. No one dared to treat me like an ordinary teenager anymore. I know very well that to keep these Jianghu people in check, fighting skills alone are not enough. I must show them the bigger picture, the benefits, and my ability to control the overall situation. I told them straight to the point that from now on, the first thing we need to do when we work together is to establish rules. Without rules, no matter how many people there are, they'll just be a disorganized mess. Everyone nodded, and no one interrupted. The battle just now had proven my strength, and now they were more curious about what this young man was up to. I hereby announce that from this moment forward, our forces will be divided into two branches. Dao Ji's branch will be responsible for worldly affairs and intelligence gathering, and will be renamed the Heavenly Path branch. The Black Tiger sect retained its core members, focusing on cultivating high-end combat power, and renamed itself the Black Tiger Hall. Going forward, the Black Tiger Hall would handle offensive operations, while the Heavenly Dao Hall would provide support, complementing each other's strengths. Finally, I named the entire force Golden Court. Upon hearing this name, everyone instinctively sat up straight, and the air seemed to thicken. I continued with the plan. Ginting would first establish a foothold in the area around the Houting Hotel, cultivate its own people, and then open martial arts schools to attract talent and increase revenue. I put Dao in charge of liaising with surrounding forces. We'll take over smaller forces if we can, and for now, we'll be on good terms with the larger ones. What we need now is a solid foundation, not blind expansion. The crowd listened more and more attentively. They had initially thought I would be vying for power, but my clear arrangements, which took into account the interests of all parties, made them even more convinced. Because I'm not here to steal their jobs. I'm here to transform this disorganized group into a force capable of rising to the top. Finally, I solemnly instructed Ginting to keep a low profile and not to reveal my identity. The dispute at the Houting Hotel was, on the surface, resolved peacefully by both sides backing down. The Golden Court has been officially established. To me, this is not just the name of an ordinary force, but the starting point of revenge. One day, I will trample the Qin family over to make the Golden Court truly rise. Afterwards, the two groups began to merge. The Grand Hotel became the core base of the Black Tiger Hall, secretly teaching cultivation methods and nurturing the promising talents sent by Brother Dao. Tiandao Hall is responsible for intelligence and decision-making. Although I am the true controller of Ginting, I rarely show myself. I attend school during the day and participate in operations as an advisor at night. Seemingly low-key, Ginting's every move is actually under my control. No one knows that a high school student is secretly rebuilding Jiangqing's underground forces. At school, my grades quickly caught up. With my abnormal learning ability, I gradually made up for the knowledge I had missed. What's even more outrageous is that I became Qin Huimin's personal class representative. I had to go to her office several times a day, and the whole class tacitly agreed that she was giving me special treatment. That's why no one dared to cause me trouble anymore. As for Han Shui, she would grit her teeth in hatred every time she saw me, but she never dared to lay a hand on me again. As the days went by, my cultivation level approached the edge of a breakthrough. I often sparred with Ouyang Tieshue, and under my guidance, he also reached the threshold of the second level of the innate realm. This greatly excited Ouyang Tieshue. He was originally the leader of the Black Tiger sect, but after being suppressed by a group of people, he fled to Hanqing. He never expected to meet me here. Now that he's the head coach of Ginting, he actually prefers nurturing young people to fighting and killing. Seeing Ginting grow stronger, his hopes for revenge have been rekindled. It was another early morning. I finished my cultivation and stood by the window watching the traffic on the street. As I slowly blended into the city, I suddenly remembered someone I hadn't seen in a long time, Lin Wenming. I know very well the complicated relationship between my mother and Lin Wenming. It's not that she didn't care about him, but she had suffered too much misfortune and felt that she was not good enough for him, so she broke off contact. With that in mind, I decided to visit Lin Wenming after school that afternoon. It would be both a visit and to inquire about his recent situation, since he was someone who genuinely cared for me. The day's classes ended quickly. After the school bell rang, I tidied up my books and realized I didn't have Lin Wenming's phone number, so I had to walk up to Lin Shahan. I asked her in a low voice if I could have Uncle Lin's phone number. I wanted to visit him. Lin Shahan was clearly taken aback, then frowned and said no, her father wasn't home today. I wasn't surprised. She'd never had a good impression of me, and I couldn't be bothered to explain. I just shrugged, turned, and left the classroom, intending to figure out how to get there myself. Just as I reached the school gate and was about to flag down a car, my phone suddenly rang. It was the phone Dao Gu had given me. He usually didn't make random calls unless something serious happened. As soon as the call connected, Dao Ji's anxious voice came through. Ginting's recent collaborations had suddenly run into problems. Many business partners had cut off contact, and losses were already widening. What's even more troublesome is that Dao Gu discovered that the Wang family is suspected of secretly manipulating these things. Upon hearing the name Wang family, my eyes instantly turned cold. The Wang family was once a vassal of the Qin family, and brother Shanji, whom I taught a lesson before, was also related to the Wang family. Now that they've reached out to me, they've just walked right into my clutches. I'm not flustered. I recently broke through to the 4th level and am very confident in my abilities. More importantly, the Golden Court has taken shape, and it's time to truly unleash its power. After comforting Brother Dao for a few moments and hanging up the phone, I temporarily put aside my plan to visit Lin Wenming and hailed a car to rush back to the villa. As soon as I entered the conference room on the 2nd floor, I saw that Ginting and his group of junior leaders had already gathered. Everyone looked grave, clearly caught off guard by this sudden crisis. They were previously very confident in Ginting's development, but the Wang family's move was tantamount to directly seizing control of the industry's lifeline. Now, they desperately need a leader. The meeting began quickly, and everyone reported their findings one by one. It turned out that the Wang family, in alliance with several smaller sects, was preparing to take over Ginting's businesses, with the Houting Hotel as their first target. After my redesign and renovation, the Houting Hotel was priced affordably yet maintained a 3-star standard. The surge in guests not only boosted business, but also stimulated surrounding industries, making it Ginting's most stable cash cow. It's precisely because this piece of meat is so lucrative that it has attracted countless envious eyes. Previously, some smaller forces wanted a share of the pie, but I turned them down with rules and benefits. But the Wang family clearly had no intention of following the rules. This time, they joined forces with external powers to launch a challenge, not to discuss business, but to take advantage of Ginting's unstable foundation and devour this lucrative prize. I sat in the main seat, picked up my teacup, and calmly surveyed everyone. My composure acted like a shot of adrenaline, gradually calming the previously tense junior leaders down. I know this crisis isn't a bad thing, but a test. If Ginting wants to truly establish itself, it must win this battle. Otherwise, even the grandest plans will only become a joke. In the spacious main hall, I sat alone in the main seat, legs crossed. All the junior managers in black suits stood around me, none daring to speak, waiting for me to speak. But I didn't rush to speak. I knew very well that any grand words now would be useless. What truly commands people's hearts is how to act next. I still trust Brother Dao. The development of Tiandao Hall is evident to all. Its intelligence, industry, and external relationships are all expanding. The rise of Houting Hotel also owes some credit to him. Soon after, hurried footsteps approached. Dao Gu rushed into the hall, saying that he had been delayed on the way and asked me not to mind. 2 unfamiliar young men followed behind him, who looked like newly recruited subordinates. I stood up, smiled faintly, and said that we didn't need to be so polite. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, we sat down again. My gaze lingered on Dao Ji's face, as if trying to see through every subtle expression. I need to know just how deep this crisis truly is. Because the Golden Court has only just been established, we absolutely cannot afford to lose this first major battle. Dao Gu didn't beat around the bush. He said directly that the Wang family had their eyes on Ginting and had already taken a hard bite. If we don't fight back, they'll pounce on us next time. A cold smile played on my lips, but my tone remained calm. Who said we were going to admit defeat? I'm never one to suffer losses, especially not from the Wang family. Seeing my expression, Dao Gu immediately understood. He asked if I had already come up with a plan, but I didn't explain, I just waved my hand. The underlings on the second floor immediately filed down and stood neatly in the lobby. Brother Dao sat silently to the side, watching without saying a word. I coldly swept my gaze across the crowd and asked them, now that Ginting has become meat in someone else's mouth, can you swallow this insult? The crowd roared in unison, unable to tolerate it. The atmosphere was instantly ignited, but I smiled, my tone laced with sarcasm. I asked them, if you can't stand it, does that mean you have to bite back? Dogs biting people is common, but who has ever heard of a person biting a dog? Everyone was stunned, and no one dared to speak. Dao Gu also frowned. The Wang family had gone too far to bully them. Were they really going to tolerate it? I said calmly, if you get bitten by a dog, of course you should settle the score with its owner. There's no point in arguing with a dog. Dao Gu suddenly realized. The real power behind the Wang family was the Qin family. The Wang family was merely a dog raised by the Qin family. A chill flashed in my eyes. My feud with the Qin family would be settled sooner or later. Since the Wang family had taken the initiative to step forward, I would use this dog to teach the Qin family a lesson first. I looked at Dao Gu and asked him if he had a good relationship with Jiang Tianlong of Longding Group. He was the most suitable person to handle this matter. Dao Gu was taken aback, completely out of sync with my train of thought. We were clearly talking about dealing with the Wang family, so why did I suddenly bring up Jiang Tianlong? I didn't explain much. I just told him to go and catch up with Jiang Tianlong and give him a big gift. Dao Gu asked instinctively, what kind of gift? I casually uttered 3 words, golden horn. Upon hearing this, Dao Ji's expression instantly changed. Golden Corner was a prime location in Jiangcheng, extremely valuable. Whoever acquired it would essentially be holding a money tree. I told him that the Golden Corner auction was this Friday, but someone had already gotten an insider price. Jiang Tianlong only needed to offer that amount to secure it. As I spoke, I held up a 6. Dao Ge gasped, because the number wasn't 600 million, but 60 million. This price is ridiculously low. The annual revenue from Golden Corner is far more than this. Whoever gets it will make a fortune. Dao Ge wanted to speak again, but I shut him up with just one look. I calmly told him to trust me. The golden horn would definitely belong to Jiang Tianlong. My tone wasn't harsh, but it carried an air of absolute control. Dao Ge was silent for a moment, then finally nodded, saying he would contact Jiang Tianlong right away. After Dao Ge left, I looked at the brothers in the hall and softened my tone. I told them that Dao Ge and I would handle this matter, and by Friday at the latest, we would make sure they got their revenge. The brothers nodded in unison, their eyes full of trust. I glanced at their matching black suits and couldn't help but laugh. I said, "You guys look like you're filming a gangster movie." A minor leader scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It was Brother Dao's request. Wearing black makes you look more imposing." I waved my hand, signaling them to change back into their own clothes. Ginting doesn't rely on such superficial things. His true aura comes from making his opponents afraid to raise their heads. After the meeting, I checked the time and estimated I could still make it to the last class at school. And that class happened to be Qin Huimin's. Thinking of her, my steps inexplicably slowed. This homeroom teacher appears fierce like a tiger, but sometimes she's more soft-hearted than anyone else. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Qin Huimin was taking attendance. Noticing I wasn't there, she frowned slightly, adjusted her glasses, and walked directly to the back row. She called Li Hao outside. Li Hao trembled with fright and quickly said that he had handed in his homework and obediently ate one less bowl of rice. Qin Huimin chuckled at his words, her tone softening slightly. She said that wasn't her question, she just wanted to know where I had gone. Li Hao looked bewildered and said, "I never tell him where I go." Qin Huimin stood by the railing of the teaching building, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the school gate. She knew Li Hao was honest and wouldn't lie. Now, there was only one person she was truly waiting for, and that was me. Just then, my voice came from behind me. I asked her, "Teacher, were you waiting for me?" Qin Huimin was slightly taken aback. A faint blush flashed across her face, and she quickly pushed up her glasses to hide her panic. She asked me with a stern face what the punishment should be for skipping class. Her tone sounded like a reprimand, but it was so soft it sounded like she was being coquettish. I put my hands in my pockets, laughed, and said that I had asked for leave in advance, so how could it be considered skipping class? She coughed lightly, telling me to stop joking and go back quickly. She even threatened me, saying that if I continued like this, I'd have to do housework for a month. After saying that, she hurriedly left with her lesson plans, and my smile deepened. Back in the classroom, Li Hao immediately approached the teacher and asked what she wanted to see him about and where he had been. I lazily opened my textbook and said I went home to get something. Then I casually tossed him a box of desserts. When Li Hao opened it, he saw neatly arranged and exquisite pastries inside. He was so moved that he almost hugged me and said that I was his own brother. He frowned and teased me. "A grown man buying something like this, it must have been a gift from some girl, right?" I flicked his forehead and told him to eat it and stop talking nonsense. Qin Huimin had just sat down in her office when she saw a note. It read, "Teacher, I need to go home for 2 hours. There are some of your favorite pastries in my drawer, don't be angry." She paused for a moment, opened the drawer, and sure enough, saw a box of pink macarons. Her girlish heart was instantly captivated, and she wasn't even as angry about skipping class anymore. Ku Donghai from the next class came over and asked if she was free. Qin Huimin casually replied that she had a meeting later and probably wouldn't have time. Ku Donghai persisted, offering to take her home after get off work. Qin Huimin coldly refused, saying it wasn't necessary and her boyfriend would pick her up. The male teachers in the office were all stunned, especially Ku Donghai, whose face instantly fell and his eyes turned ugly. Just then, I received a message on my phone. The Golden Corner auction was scheduled for Friday, and Jiang Tianlong had confirmed his participation. A cold smile crept across my face. I immediately dialed Brother Tong's number and told him to keep a close eye on Jiang Tianlong. Jiang Tianlong had to take down the Golden Horn, Once this step was secured, the Wang family would naturally show up. Dao Gu agreed, but then reminded me that things hadn't been peaceful lately, and it seemed like someone was watching me. I told him not to send anyone to follow me, but to keep a close eye on Jiang Tianlong first. At 11 p.m., I walked out of the school gate, and Dao Gu was already waiting there. He was still worried and asked me if I wanted someone to protect me. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "What could possibly happen to me at school? The real problem is with Jiang Tianlong. We need to make sure the Wang family doesn't make any moves beforehand." Dao Gu nodded and left, but I knew he was still nervous. Because this time, the Wang family wouldn't just use business tactics. As soon as I got out of the car near the bar, I sensed a fluctuation of internal energy. I frowned slightly and looked around, but found nothing unusual. I walked effortlessly into the bar as if I hadn't noticed anything. Across the street in the convenience store, a man wearing a baseball cap was talking quietly on the phone, saying that the target had already gone inside. The order came through the headset, "Keep observing." But they didn't know that from the moment I got out of the car, I had already sensed something was wrong. Inside the bar, I found a sofa and sat down. The bartender brought over my drink, deliberately provoking me by saying that coming to a bar without drinking was really pathetic. A few people around me joined in the commotion. I ignored them and just closed my eyes to rest, because the real show hadn't even started yet. In the corner, a man wearing a baseball cap finished his drink and left with his head down, secretly watching my movements. I got up and headed to the restroom. The bartender followed me in, locked the door, and hung up a "under repair" sign. His arrogant demeanor vanished instantly. He whispered to me that the investigation had been completed and that Wang Dong, the only grandson of the Wang family, was in the VIP room. My gaze turned slightly cold as I asked him if he was 100% sure. The bartender nodded, and I patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Well done." I casually reminded him not to make fun of people next time, or he might actually get beaten up. The bartender gave an awkward smile and immediately lowered his head and backed away. Meanwhile, in the convenience store, the man in the baseball cap stared at me as I came out of the bar and whispered, "Can we make our move now?" He gestured to the camera across the street, his whole body trembling slightly, clearly indicating that the plan had been launched. I stood by the roadside, gave a cold laugh, and said calmly, "Come out. Stop hiding. I've already spotted you." From the southwest, a tall man slowly appeared. He had a scar on his face, a body like an iron tower, and eyes as fierce as a wild beast. I chuckled. I thought it would be a child, but it turned out to be a big guy. The scarred man roared and said that today was my death day, and then charged at me like a wild bull. I glanced down at my red short-sleeved shirt and shook my head helplessly. Wearing red made me a target for a bull. My luck is truly outrageous. I looked up at him and casually reminded him that acting impulsively was not a good idea, and he should bear the consequences. The scarred man ignored me and swung his huge fist at me. The punch looked fierce, but to me it was full of flaws. I sneered, sidestepped, grabbed his arm with my other hand, and pressed him against his chest. I said calmly, "This move is called turning the tables." The scarred man's expression changed drastically, and he clutched his chest, staggering back several steps. But I didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. My figure flashed, and my fist moved so fast it was almost invisible. After a few punches, the scarred man was completely stunned. In his 20 years of martial arts training, this was the first time he had ever seen someone suppress speed and power to such an extent. I stopped what I was doing, a hint of mockery in my eyes, and looked at the scarred man, asking him if he wanted me to teach him a few more moves. The scarred man's expression was complicated as he slowly removed his baseball cap. A furious roar immediately came through the earpiece. "Kill me. Do it now." But then he ripped off his headset and knelt down on one knee in front of me. The action was so sudden that even I was stunned. He lowered his head, his voice deep, and said he wanted to become my disciple. He had practiced martial arts for 20 years, and only today did he realize just how weak he really was. I almost laughed out of anger. Just a moment ago, he was an assassin coming to kill me, and now he wants to become my apprentice. This change of heart is too fast. The scarred man was very serious. He said he had already repaid that person's debt long ago, having taken a knife for him before, and from that moment on, they owed each other nothing. Now all he wants is to train with me in martial arts and truly become stronger. I remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded. I told him that if he followed me from now on, I would make him truly strong. But here, laziness is useless. If he dares to slack off, I'll be the first to expel him from the sect. The scarred man burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He solemnly declared that he would train relentlessly and would not let me down. Then I realized I didn't know his name. He scratched his head awkwardly and said he had no parents and didn't even have a name. Hearing this, my heart sank slightly. After thinking for a moment, I gave him a name, Yangzi. Yoko's eyes lit up instantly, as if she were truly possessing something for the first time. She thanked him repeatedly and said that from now on she would be called Yoko. I patted him on the shoulder and told him to come with me to the Golden Hotel to broaden his horizons. After saying that, I hailed a taxi and took my newly accepted apprentice straight to Golden Corner. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the entrance of the Golden Hotel. But as soon as I got out of the car, the smile on my face vanished. I glanced around, my brow furrowing slightly. Something felt off. There was a sense of oppression, as if someone had laid out a net beforehand. Yangzi asked me quietly why I was suddenly so serious. He looked around but didn't see anything, and thought I was just imagining things. I shook my head. My intuition is never wrong. The more unseen the danger, the more deeply the other party is hiding. Stepping into the hotel, the lobby was resplendent with gold and bustling with people, yet the atmosphere was eerie. A quick glance around revealed several pairs of eyes fixed on us. Those men were dressed in suits and looked ordinary, but their eyes were as cold as knives. Yangzi also sensed something was wrong and asked in a low voice why they were staring at them. I reminded him not to panic and to be careful. No sooner had I spoken than the group of men in suits began to approach, their steps synchronized, clearly heading straight for us. Soon, they surrounded me and Yangzi. Yangzi's throat tightened, and she asked me if we should retreat first. I stood firmly, coldly sweeping my gaze over the crowd. Don't rush, I thought. Let's see what they're up to. These men in suits were all wearing headsets, and their movements were highly trained. I glanced at them, then suddenly pulled Yangzi aside and asked him if these headsets looked familiar. Yangzi looked in that direction, and his expression instantly changed. Indeed, these headsets were exactly the same as those worn by the group that had been chasing him before. His eyes became complicated, his heart filled with bitterness. It turned out that all these years, those people had never truly trusted him. I could tell from his expression that he was nervous. I smiled faintly and told him not to be nervous. I knew he hadn't called them, because these people were also pointing their knives at him. Yangzi was about to explain when I grabbed him. My voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable pressure, telling him not to act impulsively. Now is not the time to make a move. They won't dare to act recklessly. Yoko just needs to stay by my side. Yangzi nodded immediately and stood behind me. At that moment, he had made up his mind that since he had become my disciple, he would never betray me. He asked me in a low voice what we should do now, whether we should just wait for them to make their move. I smiled slightly and told him that the show was about to begin. How could the audience leave early at such a crucial moment? Yangzi was completely confused, and before she could ask any further questions, a familiar voice rang out in the hall. Daoga called out to me in a nonchalant manner, saying he didn't expect me to arrive so early, and that he was even going to send someone to pick me up. A smile finally appeared on my face. I patted Yangzi on the shoulder to reassure him that everyone who came was one of our own. Yangzi then realized that I had arranged everything all along, and his earlier tension was completely unnecessary. As Dao Gu approached, his gaze fell on Yangzi, his face full of suspicion. He leaned close to me and whispered, asking if it would cause any trouble if I casually accepted disciples at this time. Upon hearing this, Yangzi froze, lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. I patted Dao Gu on the shoulder, my tone steady. Don't you trust the person I've chosen? Dao Gu, having been silenced by me, could only nod. He said Jiang Tianlong had already reserved a private room upstairs and told us to go up first. I turned around and gestured for Yangzi to follow. Yangzi was still worried that the men in suits might suddenly attack, so I just told him to follow orders and not to move. When he turned around again, the men in suits who had been eyeing him menacingly were gone. Yangzi asked in surprise if they had left. I scoffed and said, "A bunch of brainless idiots, thinking they can get things done like this." Dao Gu asked me suspiciously what I meant, and I gave him a casual, perfunctory answer. The three of them walked through the magnificent lobby and headed straight for the private room on the 16th floor. Dao Gu insisted that I sit in the head seat, but I felt it wasn't appropriate since this was his territory. Yangzi couldn't help but interject, saying that Daoj and I shouldn't refuse, we could just sit side by side. We exchanged a glance, and finally decided to sit side by side. After the atmosphere eased, Jiang Tianlong finally appeared. As soon as he entered, his gaze was fixed on me, with a strange look as if he were appraising some rare person. Dao Gu teased him, saying that if he didn't know Dao Gu was a straight man, he would have suspected that Dao Gu had feelings for him. Jiang Tianlong laughed and introduced himself, saying that his name was Jiang Tianlong and that I could just call him Brother Long. I went along with it and told him to call me Mo Quebec. But Jiang Tianlong insisted that I was his great benefactor and that he should call me Brother Mo from now on. After a few pleasantries, Jiang Tianlong was filled with gratitude. He said that Golden Horn owed everything to me this time. Otherwise, he would never have had the chance to acquire this prime territory. I waved my hand dismissively, saying it was just a small favor. Jiang Tianlong, however, repeatedly denied it, saying that with so many people watching Golden Horn, taking it down would be no small matter. Dao Gu interrupted with a smile, saying that today was a gathering to get to know each other, not a contest of flattery. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Throughout the conversation, I remained calm. No matter what complex issues Jiang Tianlong and Dao Gu raised, I was able to pinpoint the key points in a single sentence. Jiang Tianlong listened with growing admiration. He finally understood why Brother Dao was so polite to him, and why Golden Horn had been so successful. After a few drinks, Jiang Tianlong's generous nature came to the fore. He patted my shoulder and laughed, saying that if I ever needed anything, I should just ask, and he would never hesitate to help. Just as they were having a great time chatting, Dao's phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, his face darkened, and he said he had to leave urgently. Not long after, Dao Gu left, and Jiang Tianlong was also picked up by someone. Only Yangzi and I were left in the private room. We looked at each other silently, and neither of us spoke for a moment. I looked at Yangzi and said that everything was settled and he could go home. But Yangzi's face fell, and he said in a low voice that he had no home. I was taken aback for a moment and asked him where he usually lived. He said he used to live at the Lynn family's house, but he couldn't go back now, so he would just find a place to stay. I frowned and made a decision immediately. Since he has become my disciple, he is mine, and I will arrange accommodation for him. Yangzi's eyes glistened, and he said he would never betray my trust. I nodded and told him to come with me to Ginting. The car drove along a deserted side road and finally stopped in front of a gate. The security guard greeted me warmly, calling me boss, and asking why I was here so late. I casually said I had something to attend to. Yangzi looked at Ginting in front of her, and her expression slowly changed, because when the people here looked at me, they all had genuine respect for me. I patted Yoko on the shoulder and told him to stay here tonight. He asked me if I wasn't staying tonight, but before he could finish speaking, a muscular man approached. The muscular man patted his chest and assured me that I could go back without worry, and that they would take good care of this young man. Facing a group of curious and enthusiastic gazes, Yangzi felt a strange warmth welling up in her heart for the first time. Back in the Lin family, no one cared when he was injured, and he was used to healing alone. But now, for the first time, he felt truly treated as a companion. He secretly vowed in his heart that he must not betray my trust, nor could he betray this newly acquired name. The next day, the school bell rang, and the students noisily ran back to their seats. Qin Huimin strode into the classroom, carrying her books, her face frighteningly gloomy. As soon as the class monitor called for everyone to stand up, the whole class immediately stood at attention. Qin Huimin slammed her book down on the podium and sneered, saying that with homework like this, it was no wonder she was in a bad mood. The entire class held their breath. She made everyone stand up straight, and anyone who dared to move would have to stand there all day. I sat in the back row and sighed inwardly. This homeroom teacher was clearly in a bad mood today. It was best if no one stepped in to get in her way. But when I turned to look at Li Hao, I found him staring blankly into space. He, who was usually terrified of Qin Huimin, seemed lost in thought, as if he'd lost his soul. I frowned, reached out and patted his shoulder, and whispered, "Li Hao." Li Hao suddenly covered his head, curling up like a frightened animal, repeatedly shouting that it wasn't intentional and that he shouldn't be hit. The whole class froze instantly, all eyes turning to him. Some were curious, some were surprised, and some were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Qin Huimin's face turned cold, and she immediately stopped the entire class. She told everyone to look away and leave if they didn't want to continue the class. She then looked at me and asked me to take Li Hao outside to calm down and come back when he had recovered. I nodded and helped Li Hao out of the classroom. In the stairwell, Li Hao was crouching on the floor, trembling, as if he were being crushed by some nightmare. I crouched down in front of him, trying to keep my voice down. I told him not to be afraid, that this was a school and no one would bully him. But as soon as I finished speaking, he suddenly pounced on me and pinned me to the ground. He cried uncontrollably, as if he was releasing all the pent-up grievances he had held back for years. I didn't push him away, I just waited quietly for him to calm down. After a while, Li Hao stood up, wiped away his tears, and whispered that he was fine and told me to go back to class, otherwise Teacher Qin would get angry again. As I looked at him, my heart sank deeper and deeper. A chubby man who was usually cheerful and loved to eat, suddenly becoming like this, couldn't possibly be just in a bad mood. Back in the classroom, we stood at the door and reported. Qin Huimin glanced at Li Hao to make sure he was calm before nodding and letting us return to our seats. After Li Hao sat down, he appeared to return to normal, but he would occasionally drift off into thought. I gently reminded him, and he would snap out of it as if waking from a nightmare. The bell rang, and I breathed a sigh of relief. But Li Hao remained silent, burying himself in his desk, completely unlike the chubby, talkative boy he usually was. I took a small bag out of the drawer and handed it to him, saying it was a new product from the dessert shop that I had specially snatched for him, and that he shouldn't be upset. Li Hao took the dessert and whispered thank you, but only managed a forced smile. I stared at him and told him to tell me if anything happened. We're friends, and I won't pretend I didn't see it if I can help. Li Hao lowered his head and said he was really fine. Then he slumped back onto the table, silent as a stone. During the last class, he behaved even more strangely. Before get out of class was over, he started packing his bag, his eyes glued to the clock, and he seemed very anxious. As soon as the bell rang, he grabbed his school bag and rushed out of the classroom, leaving behind only the words that he had an urgent matter to attend to and had to leave first. The teacher waved helplessly and announced the end of get out of class. But as I watched his retreating figure, my brows slowly furrowed. I didn't call out to him immediately, but quietly followed him. Li Hao kept his head down the whole way, and the path he took became increasingly secluded, clearly trying to avoid crowds. Finally, he arrived at the abandoned factory behind the school. It was overgrown with weeds, the walls were peeling, and the air was thick with the smell of rust and dampness. Hidden in the shadows, my doubts deepened. What was this fat man up to? Why was he alone in a place like this? Li Hao stood motionless in the center of the factory, as if waiting for someone. His shoulders were tense, and even his breathing was unsteady. I muttered to myself, could he be possessed? But the next second, a tall, burly figure emerged from the shadows. The man was muscular and exuded a menacing aura. His face was so dark it looked like he might strike at any moment. I narrowed my eyes slightly, immediately realizing this man was not someone to be trifled with. Strangely, he had no cultivation level and no real fighting aura. Logically speaking, such an ordinary person shouldn't have made me wary at all. But the moment Li Hao saw him, he froze completely. His legs trembled, his face turned deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. I watched this scene from the shadows, my doubts growing stronger. How could an ordinary, burly man with no cultivation level scare Li Hao like this? Soon, I understood something from Li Hao's reaction. It wasn't fear of power, but a shadow etched into his bones. In Li Hao's mind, it seemed as if he had returned to his childhood. His older brother, Li Qing, had always bullied him with his fists and feet, treating him like a free servant. Pouring water, washing clothes, cooking. If you're even a little slow, you'll get a beating. Even if the pickled vegetables don't suit your taste, you can get a slap. This nightmare lasted for more than a decade. Li Hao's childhood was almost devoid of warmth, filled only with fear, commands, and oppression. Li Hao only had a few years of peace after Li Qing came of age and left home. But now, Li Qing is back. He stood before Li Hao again, like someone caught in a nightmare from which he had never woken up. Li Hao kept his head down, not even having the courage to look at him. I stood in the shadows, my gaze slowly turning cold. What was Li Hao so afraid of? Li Qing was clearly just an ordinary person, yet he was driven to this state of collapse. Chapter 31: Understanding the Situation. Looking around, there was no one else in the place except for its dilapidated state and unpleasant smell. When Mok saw this, he was filled with questions and anger. Why was Li Hao so afraid of this ordinary person with no cultivation? Was he being threatened? But there was no one around. That meant someone had caught him red-handed. At this moment, Mok did not step forward to stop him, wanting to see why Li Hao would do this and what was involved behind the scenes. Because everyone's situation is different. The man took out a bucket of water and splashed it on Li Hao's face. Li Hao was jolted awake, and the fear on his face became even more obvious. Because of the fear and despair, he looked miserable and then cried and begged the man for mercy. Li Hao, do you know why I called you here? Do you know? The stranger smiled wickedly. Li Hao lowered his head tremblingly, not daring to speak. He didn't know what his brother would do to him, and he knew that his brother was no longer the same as when he was a child. The man said calmly, "Don't play dumb with me. Look up at me. You're such a loser. Ha! Brother, don't hit me, don't hit me." As she spoke, she frantically reached into her clothes, turning over all her pockets, big and small, and handed all her money to the man. "This is all my pocket money. Please don't hit me. I'll give you all the money I have in the future." Mok never expected that this seemingly burly and incredibly brave man was actually his older brother. This brother isn't his biological son, is he? One is a kind and cute chubby boy, and the other is a big, burly man who's unapproachable. They don't seem like brothers at all. Mok muttered to himself. Since he's his older brother, why is he so terrified? He even gives him all his pocket money. Could it be that he's been bullied by his older brother since childhood? His status in the family is questionable. Thinking of this, Mok had a general idea of what was going on. Li Hao's older brother must have been beating and kicking him since he was a child, often abusing him and always taking away his pocket money. This time, he probably ran out of money again and came to Li Hao. Just as Mok was about to go out and stand up for justice, he vaguely noticed a unique pattern on the man's arm. Normally, tattoos wouldn't have that kind of shape. Could he be someone from some organization? Since Mok wasn't sure, he decided to keep watching. If it was really as he suspected, then things might not be so simple. Ha ha ha. You coward. You've always been like this since you were little, always crying and begging for mercy. I really don't know how our family produced such a useless person like you. Since you're useless, you don't deserve to spend our family's money. It's a waste to take it. Judging from your behavior, you seem to agree with my point of view. Do you also think that you, a useless person, don't deserve to live in this world? But I won't kill you. You have to remember that you have to give me your allowance regularly from now on, otherwise. As the man spoke, he pretended to crack his knuckles, making a cracking sound. Okay, brother, don't worry. From now on as long as I have money, I'll send it to you, please. Please don't hit me. Li Hao stammered, not forgetting to lower his head, not daring to look the man in the eye. I almost forgot, you didn't mention it. I don't think I've been working out today. Perfect, I'll have to practice my punches with you. A disdainful and mocking expression appeared on her face as she walked towards him, rolling up her sleeves as she did so. Mok examined it closely and realized that it was the pattern of an organization. Li Hao's brother must be connected with some organization. Even though he had no cultivation and was just an ordinary person, Li Hao did not dare to fight back and was even so afraid. Mok thought for a moment and realized that he had no impression of this organization. What kind of organization was it? Brother, I've already lied to you. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. I'll do whatever you say. Li Hao said with a pleading expression. Pa, you think you're worthy to call me brother? I don't acknowledge having such a useless younger brother. I feel disgusted even if someone like you calls me brother. If it weren't for the fact that you have some pocket money, I would have killed you long ago. The man ignored his pleas and even tried to hit him harder. I really don't know what good you are. All you do is cry and beg. Do you think that will make us let you go? A piece of trash is a piece of trash. But it's actually quite easy to beat you up, huh? It seemed that the more he heard him begging for mercy, the more vigorously he beat him. His brother's beating reminded him of his past at home, where he would be severely beaten if he did anything to displease his brother. Whenever his brother was bullied or in a bad mood, his brother would take it out on him. Once, when his brother was out drinking, he was surrounded by a group of thugs and inexplicably beaten up. His brother suffered 3 fractures that time and spent more than a month in the hospital. When his brother returned home, his brother looked at him like he was an enemy. He still remembers that fierce look in his eyes. He even suspected that his brother had hired someone to beat him up. His anger this time was unimaginable. His brother's beating was even more severe than that of the thugs. At that time, he always thought, how can there be such a brother in the world? Are we really brothers? What does that blood relationship mean? From then on, he only felt fear and anger towards his brother, and he felt no warmth from him. Thinking of this intensified his desire to resist, yet it was suppressed by fear, and his eyes were filled with despair. Seeing that something was wrong, Mok quickly took out his phone and took a picture of the pattern on Li Hao's arm. Stop! I'm your own brother. How can you be so heartless? Don't you care about brotherly affection at all? Who do you think you are, daring to stop me? I'm beating you up because I'm being lenient. If you dare say another word, I won't be polite. Brotherhood? You don't deserve it. I feel disgusted to have a brother like you. The man became even angrier when he saw Li Hao refute him. Mok sent the photos from his phone to Dao Gu. Investigate this man. The more details the better, as soon as possible. Mok sent the text message, and now Li Hao was sobbing uncontrollably. He looked at the man, his eyes filled with tears. I've been so good to you, but all you do is bully me. I would be satisfied if you were even a little bit nicer to me. Li Hao's voice sounded strained, and Mok knew it was because Li Hao was too heartbroken. However, Mok felt it wasn't the right time to stand up for Li Hao. He needed to wait for Dao Ji's message and investigate everything before taking action. In these turbulent times, making a move casually is not Mok's style. Chapter 32 Kick out of Ginting. The sounds of cursing and beating continued to come from not far away. Mok frowned as he watched, still hiding behind the pillar and not showing himself. He occasionally looked at his phone, waiting for Dao Ji's message. You good for nothing. How could I have a brother like you? The man grew angrier as he looked at Li Hao's timid appearance. Just as he raised his hand, Li Hao subconsciously closed his eyes. The man didn't hit him, but kicked him instead, saying, Get lost, you're in my way. He then spat out a curse. Li Hao felt like he had been granted a pardon and tried to slip away from him. But before he could take a few steps, the man suddenly changed his mind, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him back. Wait, is this all the money you have? I saw that the old man gave you quite a lot, and this is all you have left. The man looked at the few scattered banknotes in his hand, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his eyes filled with hostility. Li Hao's body involuntarily trembled. His fat figure and jiggling flesh made the man feel nauseous again. Can you fucking stop shaking? What's wrong? Scared? You dare to be scared. The man grabbed Li Hao by the back of the neck and pressed his hand down hard. Li Hao, suppressing his fear, struggled to break free from the restraints. No, I really have no money left. I need to buy other things, and this is all I have left. After saying that, he seemed a little aggrieved and muttered softly, I didn't know you would want so much this time, and I don't have much left. But the other party heard it clearly and immediately shouted, What? You're blaming me for this? You should be more considerate every time, instead of making me come to you every time. Mok saw Li Hao's mouth move, as if he wanted to refute something, but he dared not speak out because of the other party's pressure. The two of them were standing a little further in, and it was not clear from the pillar, but they could still see some of them. He wanted to go out and get a better look, but as soon as he took a step, his phone received a message from Dao Gu. This man is called Li Qing. He has a younger brother named Li Hao. He used to work for Ginting, but he got into some trouble and was kicked out. Now he works for Fading Group. Although he's a bit of a scoundrel, he's still capable. Dao Gu sent over some information about Li Qing. Below was some basic information about Li Qing, including that of his younger brother Li Hao, meaning Li Qing was Li Hao's older brother. Mok stroked his chin, watching the people who kept bullying Li Hao. It seemed the two brothers didn't have a very good relationship. Moreover, judging from Li Hao's skillful technique, he must have bullied Li Hao quite a bit in the past. That chubby boy had no chance to fight back, so who knows how long he had been bullied. However, the two have only been bickering so far, and there has been no bloodshed. Mok felt that he didn't need to get involved yet, and it was not appropriate for him to interfere in the affairs between the two brothers. Mok didn't dare leave either. Li Qing was definitely not a kind person and might do something outrageous. It was better for him to stay here and keep an eye on things, and he might even be able to help Li Hao a little. But this Li Qing is quite interesting. He doesn't seem to be bad at fighting. Apart from being kicked out by Ginting, if he's really as decent as Brother Dao said, we might need him in the future, Mok said in a low voice. He was making plans in his mind, shifting his attention more towards Li Qing. While he was reading the message, Li Qing started yelling and shouting again for some reason. The muscles in Li Qing's arms bulged, and his eyes were wide open, making him look particularly frightening. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. Brother, please let me go. Li Hao waved his hands and kept backing away, but he didn't dare to turn around and run away. If he ran away and was caught, he would be beaten even more badly. It's been like this since he was a child. His older brother dislikes him, thinks he's weak, and doesn't even want to admit that he has such a cowardly younger brother. He bullies him a lot. His older brother is tall and has trained for several years, so he can only endure being beaten. However, in the past 2 years, his brother has needed money more and more, and most of his pocket money has been taken by his brother. If it is not enough or does not meet his brother's expectations, he will inevitably get beaten up again. He usually manages to make ends meet, but last week he spent a little more money at a classmate gathering, leaving him with very little. Ever since Li Qing called him out, he's been living in fear, and what he feared still happened. Brother, I promise, I'll have lots of money next week. Please let me go this time, okay? Li Hao stepped forward, grabbing Li Qing's sleeve and begging for mercy. In a few more days, he would have pocket money again, and he would give it all to Li Qing. He just hoped to escape being beaten today. But Li Qing sneered. Little brother, I don't have a little brother like you. You've been like this since you were little, always crying. Do you know how much face you've embarrassed me in public? He pinched Li Hao's chubby face, kneading it into various shapes at will. Li Hao was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes, but he dared not let them fall, otherwise his brother would be even more furious. I'm ashamed to even talk about you looking like this. If it weren't for the money I could get from you, I wouldn't even want to come here. After saying that, Li Qing patted his face again, and Li Hao's fair face had already turned blue from being pinched. His already pale face turned deathly white in an instant. Even though he had heard this many times since he was a child, he still couldn't bear it, and tears welled up in his eyes. Li Qing had already suffered a lot outside today. After being kicked out by Ginting, he thought he could make something of himself at Fading Group. However, he didn't expect that Fading Group was just a real estate company. He was just a henchman there. In the eyes of outsiders, he was nothing more than a dog kept by Fading Group. Looking at Li Hao was like seeing herself bowing and scraping in front of others, which fueled her anger even more. She kicked Li Hao in the waist, and Li Hao fell to the ground, clutching his waist and screaming in pain. Tears, which she had been holding back for so long, still streamed down her face. She lay on the ground, sobbing and begging for mercy. Brother, please let me go, don't hit me. I'll give you the money tomorrow, okay? Please don't hit me. He kept backing away, trying to get away from Li Qing's fists. If he got beaten up, his injuries wouldn't heal for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. What else can you do besides beg for mercy? Li Qing cracked his knuckles, making a sickeningly loud sound, and grabbed Li Hao in one swift motion. Li Hao stared wide-eyed in disbelief, struggling with all his might to no avail, as Li Qing held him tightly in her hand. Li Hao was not light, but Li Qing easily grabbed him and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Hao screamed and lay on the ground, too afraid to move, his whole body aching so much that he couldn't even cry out. Chapter 33 Arrogance. Just then, Mok made his move. Before Li Qing could even react, Mok had already arrived in front of him and then quickly unleashed more than a dozen palm strikes, each one imbued with hidden force. Puff! Li Qing spat out several mouthfuls of saliva in a short time. He didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. When he looked at Mok, he seemed to be standing still, without having moved at all. Mok's speed was so fast that it was impossible to see, yet it felt like he was moving. It was this speed that left Li Qing still disoriented and unable to recover. Did you move just now? He couldn't understand it at all, so he asked Mok in confusion. Although he didn't believe that the person in front of him had such speed, he didn't believe that he was beaten for no reason. There was no one around, just the two of them fighting. How could he be beaten for no reason? No, I didn't move. I can't beat you at all. Please let me go, Mok said calmly. If you say he's not faking it, no fool would believe you. Li Qing gritted his teeth, furious. He felt that Mok was toying with him. Mok was a complete stranger, yet he had made him suffer such a loss. He was unwilling to accept it. Take this. With a loud shout, Li Qing clenched his fist and charged towards Mok. This punch would usually knock most people down, and they would probably have to stay in the hospital for several weeks. Li Qing's confident punch actually landed. He thought his opponent would dodge it, but he didn't expect his opponent to be so brave as to take such a fierce blow. Is this already going all out? Just then, Mok spoke silently. Hearing the voice, Li Qing realized something was wrong. He looked up and saw that Mok was standing there motionless. His fist had been grabbed by Mok. Li Qing was extremely surprised. He never imagined that someone as strong as himself could be no match for someone a year younger than him. Damn it, I won't accept this. He stopped and continued to strike Mok with all his might, but he saw that Mok did not dodge and even used his hand to block. He actually blocked it. He grabbed it with his hand again. Li Qing refused to believe it. How could this be? He clearly attacked with all his might, yet the other party easily neutralized it and stood still in the same spot, without even moving his toes. Have you taken some kind of performance-enhancing drugs? After thinking it over and over, Li Qing still couldn't figure out where he got his strength, so he came to the conclusion that it was from stimulants. You're overthinking it. Even if it's a performance-enhancing drug, what can you do to me? You just can't beat me. Mok kept his voice very low because he was holding Li Qing's fist and was quite close to him. He wanted to make his voice just loud enough for Li Qing to hear, so that it would sound imposing and make it seem like Li Qing had to listen carefully to what he was saying. The effect was indeed good. After hearing this, Li Qing felt a chill run down his spine, but he was still unwilling to give up. In this school, what powerful people didn't he know? He had never seen this person before. Suddenly, a formidable figure appeared at the school, and he was completely unaware of it, especially since the person was so arrogant. He just couldn't accept it. Don't be so arrogant. I was just letting you win. Li Qing stared fiercely into Mok's eyes, trying to boost his own morale, but no matter how he compared them, he couldn't beat Mok. Mok looked at Li Qing with eyes that seemed to be hiding ice, and at that moment, Li Qing felt a chill run through his body. Li Qing withdrew his fist, took a few steps back, and gasped for breath, even more heavily than someone who had just climbed a mountain and then run down. What? Are you still going to fight? Mok slowly approached Li Qing, looking at his angry expression. He was sure Li Qing was still unconvinced. Since he was unconvinced, he would beat him until he did. There was no one he couldn't handle. He was that domineering and arrogant. Fight. Of course I'll fight. Don't think I'm really afraid of you. Anyone could tell from Li Qing's words that he was afraid, but he couldn't bring himself to admit it. Seeing him panting heavily, Mok felt disdainful of fighting him. He couldn't win, but still insisted on fighting, and continuing to fight wasn't a solution. What if he killed him and still wouldn't accept it? That would be troublesome. Li Qing said he wanted to fight, but I didn't see him stand up to fight. He must have run out of strength. He was having trouble even breathing. What was the point of fighting? He was recovering his strength, leaving Mok to the side. He had been waiting for him for quite some time, but Mok hadn't come to fight. It would be a bit unfair for him to make the first move. Hateful. At this moment, Li Qing hated himself intensely. He hated that he wasn't strong enough, and that Mok was too arrogant. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. Making others wait for so long, and not even fighting back was too humiliating. Take this. Li Qing roared, mustered his courage, and used his last remaining strength to attack Mok. Brother, stop it. He's my classmate. At this crucial moment, Li Qing heard his younger brother Li Hao's voice and hurriedly stopped, thus saving face. This gave him a reason not to fight Mok. He knew that his punch would be useless. Every time he used his full strength, he could never hit a hair on Mok's head. Why are you here? You said he's your classmate? What's your relationship like? If it's not good, then don't plead for him. Has he ever bullied you? Li Qing was also surprised. This person was actually his younger brother's classmate. Such an arrogant person must not have a good relationship with his younger brother. He might even bully his younger brother. You must have misunderstood. He is my classmate and my friend. We are very close, and he has never bullied me. Li Hao spoke quickly because he was very anxious when he saw his brother about to fight Mok. He didn't know Mok's strength, only that he was like him and didn't have much ability. That's good, but you should stay away from someone as arrogant as him. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling very grateful to have such a good younger brother who allowed him to save face. If Li Hao knew what his brother was thinking right now, who knows how he would react. So he's your brother. You should have said so earlier. Mok resumed his usual tone when speaking to the fat man. He didn't want the fat man to know his strength yet. Are you all right? You scared me half to death. My brother is really tough. If I hadn't stopped him, he could have sent you to the hospital with one punch. The fat man had witnessed how amazing his brother was, and he casually boasted about his brother to his friends. But he didn't know that Li Qing's face was stiff when he said that. Li Qing realized that her younger brother was unaware of Mok's prowess and wanted to tell him, but Mok's gaze stopped her. Chapter 34 Li Hao thanks Mok. Seeing Mok's calm and composed demeanor, Li Qing was furious. Then look at Li Hao, who went up and kicked him twice more. Li Qing pointed at Mok's nose and said aggressively, "Let me tell you, I'm an employee of the Fading Group. You? Don't you even know who I am? Do you know the consequences of meddling in other people's business?" Mok looked at Li Qing's arrogant demeanor, smiled contemptuously, and calmly clapped his hands. Seeing his calm demeanor, Li Qing panicked and suspected something was amiss. Seeing that he didn't move, Mok quickly made his move. Li Qing panicked even more and began to frantically try to block Mok's attacks. Mok swiftly pulled him down to the ground, calmly pinned him down, and said, "Still dare to be arrogant in front of me, you brat." Li Qing said indignantly, "Let go of me. Let go of me." Mok suddenly tightened his grip on Li Qing's shoulder, causing Li Qing to howl in pain, his shoulder tilting downwards to one side. He defiantly roared at Mok, "Let me go if you dare." Mok suddenly leaned close to his ear and sneered. Li Qing felt goosebumps all over his body. He started to feel scared, and his legs trembled involuntarily. Seeing this, Mok laughed and said, "What? Are you scared?" Li Qing retorted, No, why would I be afraid of you? You brat." He began to resist, but Mok grabbed him and threw him heavily to the ground. Then he stepped on his shoulders, grabbed his arm, and pulled hard. Li Qing quickly begged for mercy. "Young master, I was wrong. Please let me go." Li Qing humbly prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing to Mok with all his might, accompanied by the sound of bang 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 as blood flowed from the ground. Mok turned around and looked at his deskmate, the chubby Li Hao, and asked, "Are you all right?" Li Hao said fearfully, "Let him go, he's my older brother." Then Mok waved his hand, and Li Qing slunk away like a stray dog. Mok smiled and said to Li Hao, "Let's go back to school together." The chubby boy followed Mok, then timidly asked, "How are you so amazing?" Mok smiled mysteriously. As the two were talking, Mok suddenly spotted Yang Zi waiting for him under the shade of a tree. "Li Hao, you go back first. I have some things to take care of here. I'll go back as soon as I'm done." Li Hao glanced at Mok, then at the people waiting for Mok under the tree, and obediently nodded. He knew that Mok was a very mysterious person, and this mystery made him a little scared, so at this moment, it was better for him to leave obediently. "Yang Zi, what brings you here?" Seeing that Li Hao and Li Jing had left, Mok went directly to Yang Zi's side. "Master, I have nowhere to go. Please find me a place. Mok glanced at Yangzi, a sense of unease swirling in his heart, but he still nodded. Mok brought Yangzi to Dao Ji's place and said to Dao Gu word by word, "From now on, Yangzi will be under your care. You must take good care of him and teach him some things. If anything happens, report to me in time." After listening, Dao Gu nodded and said, "Brother Mo, don't worry, I will do everything you've entrusted to me to do well, and I will definitely not let you down." Mok nodded after listening, then looked at Yangzi and said, "Stay here and learn from him. If you need anything, you can come find me." Yangzi nodded after that, then looked at him and replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely try my best." After settling her in, Mok left. The weather was perfect today, and the sunshine felt warm on him. As he was admiring the scenery along the road, a very small and thin girl ran towards him from the opposite direction. He looked flustered, his forehead was covered in sweat, and he was carrying an old woman on his back. He ran towards me with his head down. Did Mok turn around after walking towards him, deliberately avoiding him to prevent him from bumping into him? To my surprise, the girl didn't head towards the main road. Instead, she ran in the direction I had told her to go, bumping into both of us. The little girl was knocked to the ground, and the old lady slipped off his back and lay down beside him. Mok rubbed his aching shoulder, then immediately walked over, squatted down, looked at the little girl, and asked with great concern, "Are you all right?" After hearing this, the girl glanced at him and said, "I'm so sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going and bumped into you. I'm fine, but how are you? Did you get hurt?" The little girl didn't care about herself at all, but instead asked Mok what he would do if he accidentally hurt someone. Mok smiled kindly, patted his head, and said, "I'm fine. It must be hard for you, a young lady, to carry this old woman on your back. Do you want me to help you carry her?" After saying that, Mok hurriedly went over to help the old man. When he went over to help him, he felt that the old man's pulse was weak and his face was getting paler and paler. He was probably sick. The reason why the young girl ran so fast was that she wanted to take the old man to see a doctor. Upon hearing this, the young girl immediately came over, helped her mother-in-law up, and then shook her head behind her back, saying, "It's all right. I can manage on my own. If you're all right, then I'll be going now. I have urgent business to attend to." After saying that, he continued carrying the old woman on his back and immediately walked forward. He didn't even notice Mok behind him. After running a few steps, he was already panting heavily. Mok, a girl, was carrying an old man on his back, and it seemed quite difficult for him, so I went over to help him. After seeing him approach, the girl showed no intention of stopping and continued carrying the old man on her back, persisting in walking forward. Mok quickly caught up with him, then grabbed him and explained, "Don't worry, little girl, I don't mean any harm. I just want to help you. You can tell me if you have any difficulties." The young girl looked at him with some skepticism and hesitated for a moment. After thinking it over, she decided not to tell him. So she smiled politely and continued to refuse Mok. Chapter 35 Meddling. "It's all right. I'm fine. Thank you for your kindness. I don't need any help." After saying that, he continued running forward. Just then, several burly men came running from not far away. When these men saw the little girl, they rubbed their hands together and then revealed an evil smile. The little girl panicked when she saw the burly men. She took a few steps back, trembling, while the men pressed closer. The burly men glanced at her and said, "Little girl, stop running. You can't escape from here. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, we'll chase after you and bring you back." After hearing this, the little girl looked at them with great fear and said, "You lot, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call for help." The burly man laughed a few times after hearing this, and then replied, "No matter how much you shout, we won't be afraid. Keep shouting. Who do you think will come to save you?" Upon seeing this, Mok immediately stepped forward, grabbed the little girl's hand, pulled her grandmother from her back, carried her on his own back, and then quickly ran away. Seeing that things were going badly, the burly men looked at their buddies and pointed at the two men in front, saying, "Brothers, someone dared to meddle. Hurry up and catch them, then beat that guy half to death." He pulled the little girl along, and she quickly ran forward, leaving the burly men far behind. The little girl looked at Mok with great concern and said, "You'd better not meddle in this. If they find out, you'll suffer a terrible fate." Mok then looked at him and replied, "Don't worry, they definitely won't find us." The little girl looked at him strangely and asked, "Why do you say that? Are you so confident?" After hearing this, Mok replied, "Seeing that they haven't caught up, it proves they definitely won't find us, so you can rest assured." The girl looked around and saw no one. They arrived at an empty apartment. Luckily, the men didn't catch up, or she wouldn't know what to do. The little girl looked the man up and down, then looked at him and replied, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I think I would have been caught by those guys." Mok smiled after hearing this and replied, "It's all I should do, so don't take it too seriously. Besides, it's a small matter for me, so why are you being so polite?" Mok noticed that the little girl's clothes were not so simple. On the contrary, she looked like she came from a wealthy family. "May I ask why you were being hunted down? And why did you end up in this place?" Mok looked at the little girl, which made him feel that things were not so simple. "It's a long story. My grandmother and I were framed. We fled here to find an old friend." The little girl sounded somewhat helpless, indicating that what they had gone through was quite complicated. "An old friend? Can you tell me? I've lived here for quite a while now. If you tell me, I might know something too." "The old friend I'm looking for is Qin. Qin." Mok paused in surprise, then looked at the little girl in disbelief. Upon hearing the familiar name Qin, Mok realized that the girl was looking for his grandfather. But why would this girl be looking for his grandfather? Moreover, he didn't know much about this woman and was afraid that she would cause him some trouble, so Mok concealed the truth from Zhao Yuxing. Even after learning that Qin was her grandfather, Zhao Yuxing kept asking Mok if he knew Qin, and if so, if he could introduce her to him. "Because I desperately need to find Qin right now. If I can't find Qin, then I won't be able to take refuge. I came here to seek refuge in the first place." Upon hearing this, Mok shook his head. "No, I don't know this person. You've probably come to the wrong place. But you can stay here and train for a while. Those people who caught up with you today, I think they all came with ill intentions, so you should stay here and cultivate properly for a while and not think about these feelings." She didn't want to think about it too much, but how much longer would she have to live a life where others had caught up with her? She wondered if he would feel the same way. Thinking of this, a faint sadness appeared on Zhao Yuxing's face. "I don't want to live this life of constant fear anymore, but you know what? Those people just won't let me go. If I can't find Qin, I might die here any time." Mok thought this was a bit of an exaggeration, and besides, wasn't he here too? He had already found him a relatively safe place to stay, so nothing else should happen next, right? Mok glanced at Zhao Yuxing. "I've found you a very safe place now, haven't I? Don't worry, no one will come here while you're here." Zhao Yuxing was extremely grateful to Mok. "Thank you so much for taking me in. You're such a kind person." Mok shook his head. "No, it's what I should do. Even if it were someone else, I would still go to save him." Mok cooked a meal for Zhao Yuxing because going out to eat would attract too much attention, so for safety reasons, Mok had to cook for himself. Then he gave her a meal. Zhao Yuxing was surprised that Mok could cook, and she looked at him with great gratitude. "You said you saved me and then cooked for me. I really don't know how to thank you enough. I'll thank you properly when I find Qin." Mok was curious about the relationship between this woman and his grandfather, and why she kept saying she wanted to find him. Judging from his tone, it seemed that he didn't have a close relationship with his grandfather. Mok asked him questions while cooking. "What is your relationship with this Qin? Why are you seeking refuge with him?" Chapter 36, I Don't Want to Go Home. Zhao Yuxing seemed very sensitive to this topic, and it seemed that she was intentionally hiding something. Zhao Yuxing glanced at Mok in front of her. He said apologetically, "I may not be able to tell you this, because it is my own secret and my personal privacy, so I may not be able to tell you." Mok slowly nodded. "It's all right, this is your right. If you want to tell me, then just say so. If you don't want to tell me, then it's fine too." Mok smiled faintly. Soon, he had finished cooking the food and placed it on the table for Zhao Yuxing to eat. Zhao Yuxing had been running very fast with me when we were being chased by this group of people, so the run took a long time, and she was quite hungry. Zhao Yuxing touched her stomach. "I have to say, I'm really starving right now, thank you." After Mok rescued Zhao Yuxing, he didn't know how many times Zhao Yuxing would have to thank him. Even if Zhao Yuxing didn't say it, Mok's ears were already tired of it. Mok shook his head. Okay, from now on, please stop saying thank you to me. Even if you don't say it, it's still annoying, but I'm already tired of hearing it. Zhao Yuxing was still a little shy. After all, the other person had saved her, and she didn't have the ability to express her gratitude right now, so all she could do was keep saying thank you. Seeing how impatient he was, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She said apologetically, "If you're bothered by this, then I won't talk to you anymore. Thank you. I'll thank you again after I find the person I'm looking for." Mok shook his head when he heard that he had to thank him again. "All right, then you should go find the person you're looking for first, and then thank me properly. But right now, your situation is still very dangerous. So I've been thinking about it. Why don't you stay here for now?" Zhao Yuxing looked around. The apartment looked very nice, and the decoration was simple and elegant. However, this place was absolutely safe, because she had already seen the security guards in the community when she came in. But was this a little inappropriate? After thinking about this, the person in front of him said with a smile, "Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for me to stay here like this?" Mok didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. He could stay here quietly, and he would handle everything else himself. Besides, staying here meant at least there wouldn't be any problems. Mok gave Zhao Yuxing a reassuring smile. "Just stay here quietly. No one will bother you. The security here is extremely strong, so you don't need to worry about anything." Zhao Yuxing slowly nodded, accepting Mok's kindness. After all, for Zhao Yuxing, there was no other way to go now. Even if Mok wanted to do something to her, she could only be at his mercy. After all, she didn't have that much ability yet, so for now, she could only choose to stay here. After Zhao Yuxing finished eating the meal Mok had prepared, the two of them sat on the sofa. Mok looked around the apartment, which was practically empty. The room was very clean, without even a few everyday items. Mok glanced at Zhao Yuxing and slowly spoke. "Just stay here and relax. I'll have someone send you some things tomorrow." Mok could only do so much right now. He couldn't help with anything else. So he focused on doing what he could and did it all. Mok glanced at Zhao Yuxing and said, "It's all right. If it were anyone else in this situation, I would definitely help them too. I wouldn't let this go unpunished. And I certainly won't just stand by and watch you girls like this. Although I don't know your background or what you want with Qin Jiyu, you can stay here for now. It's safe here until you find him." Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. "Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you enough." Mok glanced at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. If he didn't do it now, he would definitely be late for school tomorrow. Mok shook his head. "By the way, I have some things to do, so I'll go first. I'll come and bring you the things tomorrow." After saying that, Mok walked out. Zhao Yuxing stood at the door and saw Mok off for a long time before turning around and going inside. Zhao Yuxing felt that she was very, very lucky. After all, she had just come out and had no experience. After being overtaken by others, she was able to meet such a good person who came here to help her. Could I be lucky? In any case, if it's safe for me to stay here for a while, I'll just stay here for now. Anyway, I don't have anywhere else to go. Since Mok wants to help me, I'll accept his kindness. Zhao Yuxing was thinking that if she had the ability in the future, she would repay Mok properly. It was already past midnight when she left Zhao Yuxing's place. If Mok were to go back now, he would definitely have to go back. Oh, to his grandmother's good friend's house, Li Wunming's house. Mok really didn't want to go back there because Li Wunming had a wife, Li Mei, who was extremely annoying. Every day, she would say some useless things to him, basically saying that she thought he was a burden and that his grandmother had sent him to live with her. So Mok didn't plan to go back today, especially since it was already past midnight. When I get back, they'll definitely interrogate me. Compared to my parents, they seem to be more annoying. After making up his mind, Mok turned and went to Ginting, where his new apprentice was being trained. As soon as Yangzi saw Mok arrive, he rushed over. "What's wrong? What happened? Why are you here in the middle of the night?" Chapter 37 Random Thoughts. Mok glanced at Yangzi and briefly inquired about the past 2 days, but didn't tell him about what had happened today. He figured if he did, Yangzi would probably start overthinking things. So, to avoid making him overthink things, Mok didn't tell him what happened today. He just said that he didn't want to go home today, and Yangzi thought about it and realized that made sense. And there really is no place left to go back to in that home, Yoko said slowly. Master, why don't you come here from now on? I'm all alone here anyway. It would be great if you came. We could keep each other company. Mok hasn't thought this through yet, but he'll make a decision when he goes back, since he doesn't want to go back to that home at all. Mok slowly nodded. I will consider your suggestion, but now is not the time, because my wings are not strong enough yet. Yoko naturally knew this, and she nodded. I understand, but please don't come out so late in the future. I'm still a little worried when I see you coming out so late. Mok frowned. What are you worried about? Are you worried that I'll be kidnapped? Or are you worried about something else? Yangzi didn't know what to say, but wandering around so late at night was indeed not a good idea. She should come back as soon as possible. Yangzi pointed to herself and said, Master, I am your disciple, so if you have any problems, you can tell me. Or if you encounter any danger outside, you can tell me. In the pitch-black night, to suddenly have someone care about him felt wonderful to Mok, but he quickly snapped back to reality. Forget it. Why would I ask you to worry about me? Besides, I didn't do anything. I just wandered around outside and saved someone. Upon hearing that someone needed to be rescued, Yangzi immediately perked up. What? Master, you saved someone outside? Is that true? Of course Mok said it was true. How could I possibly say it was false? Mok nodded. Yes, I didn't originally intend to tell you about this, but after you heard about it, you must have all sorts of curiosity. See, now you're curious again, aren't you? I rescued a girl outside, and then took care of her. Yangzi was particularly interested in this. She wondered what kind of woman Mok had saved. It was not common for a hero to save a damsel in distress. But why did Mok always seem to encounter this? After thinking about this, Yangzi said with a grin. Otherwise, take me with you to see that woman. Where did you settle that girl? Mok glared at Yangzi, then went back to his studies without saying anything. Back in his room, Mok couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Mok thought about it and realized this wouldn't do. If he couldn't fall asleep like this, and then couldn't get up tomorrow, he'd definitely get a scolding. So, he decided to go to sleep as soon as possible, no matter what. But Mok couldn't cultivate no matter what he did with his eyes closed, and he couldn't fall asleep no matter what he did. Mok tossed and turned, so he picked up his phone and browsed the trending topics for a while. When Mok finally got up again, it was already past 9 o'clock. Oh no, he was definitely going to be late again. He was just thinking that he definitely couldn't be late this time, but he was late again. It was as if God was deliberately working against him. Mok shook his head. Yangzi, why didn't you call me? Do you know I still have to go to school the next day? Yangzi did this on purpose, because he wanted Mok to sleep here a little longer, Yangzi said with a smile. Master, I just wanted you to sleep here a little longer, that's all. I didn't mean anything else. Mok glanced at Yangzi. Do you know I'm still in school? If I'm late, I'll get scolded. Yangzi was very unhappy after hearing this. What do you mean you'll be scolded? Who's going to scold you? If they're going to scold you, then you might as well not go now. Besides, why would they scold you? Mok glanced at the person in front of him. Why do you think they have the right to scold me? Of course, it's because they're my teachers. I'm still in school, so you're just meddling in my affairs. Yangzi didn't think too much about it, and immediately came out. Master, I'll take you there. Anyway, you're already late. Why don't you just not go today? Yangzi originally wanted to say that she would go to see Mok off, but then she thought that since she was already late, she might as well not go, because if she went, she would definitely get scolded. Rather than going to school where I might get scolded by the teacher, I might as well stay here quietly and enjoy this wonderful morning. Mok was not happy about it. Besides, he thought of himself as Yangzi. Mok glanced at Yangzi. What are you thinking? What do you mean by just hanging around here? Do you think I'm like you? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him said somewhat embarrassedly, Don't be so angry. I just wanted you to play here for a while. But I'll take you to school. Yangzi had already prepared her little motorcycle to take Mok to school. Mok nodded and went out with Yangzi. The road was very quiet because everyone who was supposed to go to school had already gone, so there were no students on the road. Upon seeing this scene, Mok thought to himself, I'm doomed. I'm definitely going to be late again. My homeroom teacher is probably catching me at the door right now. Mok knew his homeroom teacher's character well enough to glance at Yangzi. Yoko, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be late now. Yangzi nodded. All right, master, please stop complaining about me and blaming me. Even if you blame me now, we're already late. Mok finally understood. He had been doing this on purpose, wanting Mok to sleep in. But Mok and Mok were not the same kind of people at all. It seemed that Mok had misunderstood him. Mok was so angry that he couldn't vent it. When Mok arrived at the school, I am indeed late. The first class has already started. Chapter 38 Overslept. Class teacher Qin Huimin was standing at the door with a book in her hand, waiting for Mok to arrive. Qin Huimin quickly came to greet him. Hey, who's this? You actually know how to come to school now? I think you're not suited for school at all. Why don't you leave? This place isn't really suitable for you anyway. Mok glanced at Qin Huimin and decided he didn't want to argue with her. She always insisted on arguing with him and spoke to him in a sarcastic tone. Couldn't they just talk things out properly? To be honest, Mok was extremely disgusted by her behavior. Mok slowly nodded. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm late today. I overslept. Upon hearing this, Qin Huimin smiled and said, Really? You overslept? When have you ever overslept? Every time you're late, it's because you overslept or there was traffic. Is today past the morning rush hour, so you didn't oversleep and there was no traffic? And now you're late again, right? Mok was telling the truth. He had indeed overslept. He had set an alarm last night, but for some reason, the damn alarm hadn't gone off. Mok was also very curious and wanted to know why he was speaking so sarcastically. Mok shook his head. Teacher, I really did get up late this morning. I'm so sorry. Qin Huimin threw the book directly to the ground. I'm sorry. When you encounter something like this, all you do is say sorry. Who are you sorry to? Do you think I'm the one who's sorry? Tell me who you're actually sorry to. The person in front of you slowly pointed to their teacher. Aren't I the one who's actually sorry? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded in satisfaction. You know you're sorry. That's all that matters. You never went. So what's there to apologize to your teachers for? If you're sorry, then you're definitely sorry, right? Do you understand? Mok has no reason to say anything else now, since he did make a mistake and has been apologizing the whole time. Teacher, I was wrong. I will study harder in the days to come, and I will definitely not let you down. Seeing him like this, Qin Huimin became even angrier. He was such a smart child, so why did he have to put his mind on other things and end up like this? Just thinking about it made her extremely angry. You keep promising me every day that I'll be honest and study hard. Do you really think that what you're promising me now is about studying? Do you think everything you've learned is for me? Anyway, I don't care if you don't get into a good university or don't have a good future. Don't blame your teacher then. That's fine. Mok rolled his eyes. Actually, Mok really wanted to ask him if his current diligence and wearing such thick glasses was because he was studying too hard. If this was the price he paid for studying, then he would rather not study so hard. After Qin Huimin finished reprimanding Mok, she allowed him to go inside. Li Hao, who was sitting to the side, watched this scene and kept chuckling to himself. Mok had actually seen Li Hao long ago. He chuckled to himself, but Mok didn't pay any attention to it. Let him laugh if he wants to. After all, he was late today and didn't want to come. It was all Yangzi's fault for being so late. However, Yangzi was only doing it for her own good. She had been too tired lately. Originally, there wouldn't have been so much trouble after Mok sat down, and they were preparing to have a second class. Today's class was quite intense. If it weren't for this, Mok wouldn't have come to class. Unexpectedly, Li Hao wasn't satisfied with just mocking Mok. After seeing Mok sitting in the chair, he started mocking him again. Hey, did I go out chasing girls last night? Why are you coming to class so late? If you're like this, you don't need to come to class anymore. Why don't you just spend every day with women? Seeing Li Hao's gloating expression and his excessive words, the student sitting next to him couldn't help but want to stand up for Mok. Li Hao, what are you saying? Watch your mouth. If Mok doesn't want to stay here, he can just leave. But you shouldn't interfere so much. Besides, is this something you can control? Li Hao glared fiercely at the person in front of him. This isn't my business, is it yours? I wanted to talk to you about what I was saying, but how did it bother you? Mok slowly took out his books, completely ignoring the two people. As for his desk mate who had spoken up for him, he figured Li Hao would come after him again later. Mok held a grudge against him, and despite not taking Li Hao seriously, Li Hao actually got angry. Hey, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? You. Mok glared back fiercely. What did you say? I'm telling you, I don't want to argue with you. You'd better keep your mouth shut, or you know what will happen. At this moment, many students turned their attention to them. They had heard the two talking and wanted to know what was going on. They wondered if the two were arguing, as students love to watch a good show. Seeing this, Li Hao felt a little embarrassed, so he smiled and said something. Actually, we already know about all the things you've done, Mo Quebec. How could we not know about what you did? Mok pointed to himself. He was also very curious to know what he had done that made them so gloating. Mok simply tossed the books aside. It seemed he had no desire to tidy up anymore. If someone wanted to challenge his limits today, Mok wanted to see what they were capable of that would make him turn his face away. Chapter 39 Mocking Li Hao. Li Hao, did you not brush your teeth this morning? Your breath smells terrible. Tell me, what did you do last night? It's as if you saw what I was doing last night. Tell me, what was I doing? The students around him were also very eager to know if Mok had really gone to the bar to pick up girls last night, so they all looked at him with burning eyes. After listening, Li Hao smiled and said, Don't you know what you did last night? I saw you in the alley last night, and you were with a girl. Are you trying to deny it? Mok shook his head. Could it be referring to him and Zhao Yuxing? He did walk through a small alley with Zhao Yuxing last night, but they simply walked together. As for anything else, don't even think about it. He and Mok had only just met, so what was there to say? As for Li Hao's nonsense, Mok was about to lose his temper. Seeing that Mok was unwilling to speak, Li Hao knew that he had hit the nail on the head, so he continued. So, did I hit the nail on the head? Now you feel really ashamed and don't know how to answer, right? If you're too embarrassed to say it, then I'll say it for you, okay? Mok glared fiercely at Li Hao. I'm telling you to watch your mouth. You should know what to say and what not to say. Li Hao immediately nodded, indicating that he knew what to say and what not to say. Of course I know, are you denying it? Mok clenched his fist and punched Li Hao directly, making Pao Zi wince in pain. Mok, how could you hit me so hard? We're still classmates. Did I hit the nail on the head, and now you're so angry that you want to hit me? Mok sneered. I'm not angry, nor do I want to hit you just because you hit the nail on the head. I just want you to recognize what the facts are and what needs to be said. Shut your mouth. As he spoke, Mok punched him on the other side. Seeing how hard Mok was hitting him, Li Hao could only keep clutching his lower abdomen and arm, because Mok's two punches, one to his abdomen and the other to his arm, were really painful this time. What else would you dare say this time? The classmates around Mok said after seeing his appearance. Good job. Li Hao was always cheeky and looked like he deserved to be beaten, so it was no big deal to beat him up. The people around Mok praised him. Mok thought he had done an excellent job, but Mok shook his head helplessly. Li Hao, did you see that? Even if I hit you right now, no one will stand up and talk to you, understand? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him said indignantly, I'm just telling the truth, and you're just denying it. When Mok heard him say that, he reached out to hit him, but was stopped by the people next to him. Mok shook his head helplessly. Mok remembered that Zhao Yuxing was alone in the apartment and probably had nothing, so Mok called Dao Go. He asked him to help prepare some daily necessities, and then Yangzi took them over. Sure too asked many people, including Mok, who this woman was and why he cared so much about her. Mok didn't know who this woman was, but when Mok said it, no one believed him. Everyone thought that uncle had something going on with this woman, but Mok really didn't know her. Given their disbelief and distrust, Mok decided not to explain at all. The explanations are getting more and more frantic and chaotic. It would be better not to explain at all. Not long after Zhao Yuxing arrived at the apartment, Yangzi delivered the items. Zhao Yuxing thanked Yangzi profusely. Thank you so much. You must be Mok's good friend. Yoko slowly nodded. Yes, he and I are good friends. But who are you? Zhao Yuxing didn't know what to say about this, and she looked embarrassed. By the way, don't misunderstand, he and I aren't in that kind of relationship. We just met by chance last night. Then I was bullied by someone, and MOK brought me here. MOK is a very, very good person. After hearing this, Yangzi roughly understood why MOK hadn't gone home so late last night and had gone straight to her place. As it turned out, this happened, and it was a hero saving the damsel in distress. Yangzi nodded. It's nothing, it's nothing. This is a small matter for our boss. By the way, I'll be going now. These are all daily necessities. The basic necessities are all here. If you need anything else, then just tell me. Zhao Yuxing thanked Yangzi, and then Yangzi quickly left because he had other matters to attend to and couldn't stay long. Seeing Zhao Yuxing, he already understood. No wonder MOK had gone there so late last night. So that's where he rescued a beauty. Zhao Yuxing is quite innocent looking, so Yangzi couldn't help but want to go in that direction. At this moment, MOK had just finished school. MOK was stopped by Li Hao right after school, and MOK picked up his books. What's wrong? Do you want to get beaten up again? If you do, just say so. Don't worry, I'll definitely grant your wish. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Who would be so bored as to enjoy getting beaten up? That's not what I meant. I meant, why don't you come to my house for dinner? My mom made a lot of delicious food today, and I'd like to invite you to my house for dinner. MOK frowned. What's wrong? Didn't you get enough of a beating today? Shouldn't you be holding a grudge against me after I beat you up? You want me to invite you to your house for dinner? That's practically a trap. Do you think I'd dare go? Li Hao chuckled and said that he wouldn't be that stupid. Chapter 40, A Panicked Explanation. Don't say that. I just invited you to my house for a meal. It's really just a meal. I have no other intentions. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. MOK glanced at Li Hao. Even if he really wanted to do something to him, he wouldn't dare. However, MOK had some other things to do right now. MOK glanced at Li Hao. Alright, I understand your feelings, but I have some other important things to attend to now, so I'll be going now. As he spoke, MOK picked up his things and walked outside. Li Hao looked confused, wondering why MOK was in such a hurry. I'm leaving now. As he spoke, MOK picked up his things and walked outside. Li Hao looked confused, wondering why MOK was in such a hurry. However, he knew that being rejected must have made him feel bad. MOK is such a mysterious person. What is he doing all day? I don't know where he went back. All the way, I was thinking that if Zhao Yuxing's grandmother was actually in a vegetative state, then I could go and save her. Although with the current medical conditions, it would be difficult to save a person in a vegetative state. It seems very possible, but those are just ordinary doctors. In their eyes, a person in a vegetative state is already dead, except that they are still breathing and their brains have stopped functioning. MOK wanted to give it a try. After thinking about it, MOK roughly came up with a treatment plan. However, it's uncertain whether Zhao Yuxing would agree, since that's his grandmother, MO Quebec. After thinking about it, he realized that this grape should have just become a vegetable, and it wouldn't be long before Zhao Yuxing was left all alone. If he could save his grandmother, he would have someone to rely on and someone to love him. MOK felt that what he was doing was a very meaningful thing. After making this decision, MOK hurriedly went to the apartment. On the way, they encountered Yangzi, who stopped MOK. Master, where are you going? Are you going to that apartment again? There's a very pretty little girl in there. MOK knew what she was talking about, and he slowly nodded. Yes, there is a woman there, so what? What do you want to do to that woman? You mustn't do anything to make me angry. Yangzi said this casually, and seeing his tense expression, she already knew what was going on. Yangzi chuckled and said, Look, don't be so nervous. Besides, I was just saying that casually. No wonder you've been so flustered these past 2 days, running around here and there. It turns out you really are keeping a mistress. MOK was very displeased when he heard these 4 words. What did he mean by keeping a mistress in a golden house? When had he ever done such a thing? He and MOK had only met by chance, and he had just reached out his pistol to save MO Quebec forget about what he meant by keeping a mistress in a golden house. It had absolutely nothing to do with him. MOK glanced at Yangzi. Yangzi, I've noticed that I haven't touched you lately. Do you feel itchy again? Yangzi felt that she had hit the nail on the head, so she quickly left, looking at MOK with a smile as she went. Is it really nothing? Actually, I can understand. You don't need to hide it like this. MOK rolled his eyes at him. He had never hidden anything from him before, So why should he? This kid actually thought of me in that way, even keeping a mistress in a golden house. Those 4 words are indeed quite vivid and descriptive. If it were someone else, they would definitely think they had no one to hide their love from. But in reality, they had no relationship with this woman at all. When Mok arrived at the apartment, he saw that a lot of daily necessities had indeed been delivered. I just don't know if Zhao Yuxing is getting used to living here. When Mok arrived, he left immediately and went inside to ask Zhao Yuxing a question. How are you finding it? Are you getting used to living here? Zhao Yuxing nodded. I'm still a little scared here, but I'm doing all right. Thank you in advance. When Mok heard him say thank you again, couldn't he say something else? He just kept saying thank you all the time. Mok was very unhappy when he heard this. Why are you thanking me again? Haven't I already told you not to say thank you? You keep saying thank you all day long. Aren't you tired of it? And even if you're already very used to it, I'm not. Zhao Yuxing smiled and said, You're such a nice person. By the way, I made some food. Didn't you just get out of school? I have some food here, or you can eat here. My cooking might not be as good as yours, but it's still okay. Mok thought for a moment and realized that he hadn't eaten yet. He touched his stomach. Haha, how did you know I hadn't eaten? Mok glanced at Zhao Yuxing and then walked over directly. Zhao Yuxing had prepared a lot of dishes, all of which were from the refrigerator, and some of them were probably delivered by Yangzi today. Mok slowly began to speak. I never expected you could cook. If I had known you could cook, I wouldn't have cooked for you last night. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxing immediately shook her head. I just found this online and learned how to make it, but I don't know if you'll like it. If you do, you can come here every day after school, and I'll cook for you. Mok smiled. He listened to Zhao Yuxing's words and wondered what he meant by cooking for him from now on. If he was going to cook for him from now on, would he have to live here permanently? Of course, Mok didn't mean he wanted to kick him out, but his grandmother's matter was urgent. Zhao Yuxing sat to the side, watching Mok eat in front of her. Zhao Yuxing always felt that this boy had many similarities with her, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Zhao Yuxing watched Mok eat. Chapter 41 is a little scary. Mok looked a little embarrassed. He touched his face and then said shyly, What are you doing? Don't look at me like that. You're making me feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately spoke. No, I just wanted to see if the food I made was really that delicious, but now that I see you wolfing it down and going to eat, I'm relieved. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. It's delicious, it's so good. How could your cooking be so good? You told me before that your grandma was in a vegetative state, right? Zhao Yuxing didn't know why she suddenly brought up this matter, which was a painful memory for her, but she still nodded. My grandmother is in a vegetative state. Because she is in a vegetative state, she couldn't take good care of me, and now I've ended up like this. So what? Are you trying to kick me out? Zhao Yuxing suddenly felt sad. Mok realized that he had misunderstood him and quickly shook his head. No, I don't want to drive you away. I just want to tell you that I can cure your grandmother's illness, so I want to ask if you are willing to cure your grandmother. Zhao Yuxing looked at Mok in disbelief. Mok said he could cure his grandmother's illness. It sounded like he was listening to gibberish, because his grandmother was in a vegetative state for a long time, and even the doctors couldn't save her. Could he really save his grandmother? Zhao Yuxing stared at Mok in disbelief. What did you say? You really can save my grandma? Are you sure you're not joking? Mok's expression was extremely serious, and he was absolutely not joking. Mok pointed to himself and then looked at Zhao Yuxing. I knew a little about this before, and then, when I have free time, I like to study medicine, so I have a general understanding of it. If possible, I would like to try to save your grandmother. Of course, I can't say for sure that I can save you, but I want to try. Zhao Yuxing looked at Mok and said, You are so kind. I really don't know how to thank you, but my grandmother has been in a vegetative state for a long time. If things continue like this, won't it take up too much of your time? I'm afraid that going back will take up too much of your time. Mok didn't take this to heart at all. Besides, he was already bored every day, so what was there to waste his time? Mok shook his head. No? Don't worry, I've managed my time perfectly well. What are you still worried about? Seeing his worried and troubled expression, Mok had some bad thoughts in his mind. Could it be that he hadn't told him something? Or perhaps he was hiding something? Looking at his expression, Mok began to have some bad thoughts. Zhao Yuxing glanced at Mok. All right then, since that's the case, I'll accept your kindness. However, I still need to thank you. Mok shook his head. Okay, let's go then. Oh, I need to finish this meal first. Your cooking is really delicious. Mok was preoccupied with what Zhao Yuxing's grandmother's condition might be, so he became somewhat engrossed in his meal. Zhao Yuxing, standing beside him, carefully reminded Mok. Hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, I'll take you to see my grandma. My grandma lives in a very secluded place. I put her in a very secluded place because I was afraid she would be framed again. Mok nodded to show that he understood, and after finishing his meal, he went with Zhao Yuxing to see Zhao Yuxing's grandmother lying in the hospital bed. Mok immediately went over to look at him, closed his eyes, and realized that a person in a vegetative state was just like a dead person. A person in a vegetative state can only breathe and cannot do anything else. Their eyes are also closed. If there is a person in a vegetative state in the family will try to wake them up through some means, but generally speaking, this method is not very effective. Of course, there are some miracles, but such miracles are extremely rare. Zhao Yuxing looked at her grandmother and couldn't help but let her tears fall down her cheeks. Is there any medicine available to cure my grandmother now? Can you save her? Mok smiled. You're in such a hurry? Tell me about your grandmother's condition first. Then I'll have a general idea of what's going on, and I can start to save her. If I don't know anything about her condition, it will indeed be difficult. Zhao Yuxing trusted Mok completely. Mok would do whatever he felt like and say whatever he wanted. So Zhao Yuxing talked to him for a long time, and after hearing this, Mok slowly nodded. Okay, I understand. Now go and get me a towel, because I need to take his pulse, but since he's in a vegetative state, I need to use a warm towel first if I want to take his pulse again. We need to open up all his various acupoints before we can take his pulse. Otherwise, it won't work. After listening, Zhao Yuxing quickly went out to find a towel and handed it to Mok. After bringing the towel over, she placed it on her hand and then began to take his pulse. After Mok finished pulling out the wheat, he smiled and said to Zhao Yuxing, Don't worry, it's not what you think. Some of them can still be saved. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxing was so moved that tears almost streamed down her face. Do you really mean it's possible to save her? The doctor has already said that my grandma can't be saved. Do you have any way to save her? Mok said with a smile. What's wrong? You're starting to distrust me again, aren't you? It's not that I don't believe it, but rather that I simply can't believe it. It all seems so unbelievable. How could I possibly believe it? Zhao Yuxing glanced at Mok. So what's going on now? Chapter 42, A Miracle Occurs. Mok shook his head. You can go out now. I'll continue to help your grandmother with her pulse. Mok discovered that Wu Shuihui had actually fallen into a coma because the poison had damaged her heart meridian. It was just a coma, not the vegetative state they had described. It seems even doctors can make mistakes in their judgments. Mok shook his head. I'll go and bring your grandma back right now. Mok asked Zhao Yuxing to leave Zhao Yuxing for the time being, and then glanced at Mok with some concern. You don't have to force yourself. If you really don't want to come back, then so be it. After all, I've gotten used to my grandma being like this. Besides, I've been taking care of her for a while now, and I'm used to it. Mok thought, how can this be? If he weren't here, then it wouldn't matter, but since he was already here, it was his responsibility. I have to go and save her. Mok shook his head. It's all right. This is my responsibility now. Now that I know, I can't just stand by and watch your grandmother become like this. Don't worry, leave everything to me. You should leave for a bit. After asking Zhao Yuxing to leave for a moment, Mok went to open Wu Shuihui's heart meridian. However, even now that it was open, it would still take some time for her to wake up, given her current state. Zhao Yuxing waited outside for a long time without going in. When he realized there was something sinister inside, he couldn't wait to come in. Mok glanced at Zhao Yuxing. How did you get here so quickly? Zhao Yuxing rushed in because she was getting too impatient. She glanced at Mok. I didn't bother you, did I? Mok smiled and said, Don't bother me. I've finished my operation. It's just that your grandmother will probably have to wait a while to wake up. Zhao Yuxing frowned. What does that mean? Does it mean my grandma can recover now? Mok nodded. Yes, your grandmother has recovered now, but if she really wants to return to a normal state, it will take some time. How about this? Let's wait here quietly for a while. Zhao Yuxing nodded and waited for her grandmother to wake up. Zhao Yuxing slowly spoke. You don't know how important my grandma is to me. She raised me since I was little. If it weren't for her, I really don't know what I would do now. Ever since she became a vegetable, I feel like my world has lost all its color and is extremely dark. Mok felt a pang of pain in his heart as he listened to his words, but now that he had saved him, there was no need for so much sorrow. Mok smiled faintly. You're lucky to have met me. I wouldn't normally help someone like that. Zhao Yuxing was extremely curious about Quebec. She didn't know what Mok's identity was, and why he was so kind as to save her and even treat her grandmother's illness. She wanted to find out who Mok was. However, given Mok's mysterious and noble identity, the best course of action is to refrain from interfering. Doing so will only bring more trouble upon oneself. At this moment, Zhao Yuxing clutched her stomach. Oh dear, I don't know what's wrong, my stomach hurts so much. Wait here for me for a bit. I'm going to the toilet. After saying that, Zhao Yuxing ran out. Mok shook his head helplessly. He checked the time. Logically speaking, she should have woken up by now, but what was going on? It was already this late, why wasn't she awake yet? If Zhao Yuxing were to return soon, a considerable amount of time would have already passed. Just as Mok was becoming extremely curious, Wu Xuehui slowly woke up. Wu Xuehui felt a headache coming on. She touched her head and was startled when she saw Mok sitting next to her. Who are you? Wu Xuehui's memories were still from before she fell into a coma, so she naturally didn't recognize Mok in his current state, nor did she know where he came from. Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. You're finally awake. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Wu Xuehui looked at Mok and asked curiously, Who are you? Why are you waiting here for me to wake up? Mok smiled. Don't be in such a hurry. I'm here to save you. Wu Xuehui felt that there was absolutely nothing wrong with her body, so she wondered what it meant to come and save her. After thinking about this, Wu Xuehui looked at Mok curiously. Wu Xuehui felt that this person was there to harm her, not to save her, so she took a wooden stick and gestured for Mok to leave. Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. What are you doing? I've already told you I'm here to save you. Why don't you believe me? Is trust between people really that thin? I never expected that after I saved you, you would treat me like this. If I had known that this was how you would treat me after I saved you, I would never have saved you, understand? Upon hearing this, Wu Xuehui noticed that Mok's expression remained unchanged, fearing that he might do something to her. So he never dared to lower his guard. Just then, Tao Zipping and Zhao Yuxing ran over from outside. Zhao Yuxing was extremely excited to see that her grandmother had woken up and immediately rushed over to her. Grandma, you're finally awake. You're finally awake. If you hadn't woken up, I wouldn't have been able to live anymore. Upon hearing this, Wu Xuehui immediately hugged her granddaughter. You've been waiting here for a long time, haven't you? Zhao Yuxing slowly nodded. Grandma, you're finally awake. If you hadn't woken up, everyone would have bullied me to death. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that someone bullied you while I was unconscious? Zhao Yuxing didn't know what to say, but she was so happy to see her grandmother wake up. Chapter 43, He Woke Up. I never expected that Mok could save my grandmother so easily. If I had known it would be like this, I should have tried to build a good relationship with Mok back then. Then, after Mok rescued his grandmother immediately, the person in front of him spoke excitedly. Grandma, do you know? You've been unconscious for a long time, but you've finally woken up. Wu Xuehui didn't care about this at all, but she felt a slight, tingling pain in her head. She didn't know why, but the pain felt somewhat confusing, and she didn't know what was going on. Wu Xuehui pointed to herself. Yuxing, what did you say? I've been unconscious for a long time. Can you tell me exactly how long I've been unconscious? Zhao Yuxing hadn't calculated the exact time frame, but she knew that her grandmother had indeed been unconscious for a long time, and it wasn't as simple as it seemed. That's why she's so heartbroken now. Seeing her granddaughter so sad, Wu Xuehui felt a pang of guilt. She had completely forgotten about Mok. They didn't pay any attention to Mok's sudden appearance. Just a moment ago, They were holding a wooden stick and saying they were going to take care of Mok, but now they had completely forgotten about him. Mok felt extremely embarrassed after seeing this scene. Hadn't he already said that he would go and rescue the person? Yet he was still so worried and had to think about so many things. Haven't they all been rescued? Mok stood aside and silently watched the two of them weeping bitterly. Standing to the side, he felt like he was invisible, but Mok didn't dare leave rashly. Wu Shuehui had just woken up, and there were bound to be some unexpected situations that could arise. So, for now, he could only leave it at that. Wu Shuehui helped Zhao Yuxing up. Then he looked intently at Zhao Yuxing's face. I feel like you've grown up, and you've become even more beautiful. Are you really my granddaughter? Zhao Yuxing couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Grandma, look at me. If I'm not your granddaughter, then who am I? Look how big I've grown up now. But you've been in a coma for so long. Don't you want to acknowledge me now? If you don't want to acknowledge me, then forget it. Wu Shuehui didn't mean it that way. She was just saying it casually, feeling that her granddaughter seemed to have changed a lot. She didn't say anything else. Seeing him say it like that made her quite amused. I didn't mean that at all. I never meant that. I just feel like you've suddenly become so big, and it's making me feel a little overwhelmed. Zhao Yuxing said with a smile. I guess I've met some benefactors. Spending so much time here has really made me feel very, very different. Wu Shuehui smiled and said, as long as you're all right, as long as my granddaughter is all right, I'm already an old woman, so it doesn't really matter to me. But I just hope nothing happens to you. Zhao Yuxing was deeply moved upon hearing this. This was truly her patriarch, always putting her first no matter what. And she always prioritized his comfort over her own safety. At that moment, Wu Shuehui seemed to remember something. By the way, why did I faint? Why did I end up like this? Tell me. Zhao Yuxing thought for a moment, then explained the gist of the matter to Wu Shuehui, who had already understood. Wu Shuehui nodded in sudden realization. Oh, so that's how it is. But why did I wake up? Didn't you all say I was in a vegetative state? How did I suddenly wake up again? Zhao Yuxing glanced at Mo. This is the person who saved you. If it weren't for this person, I don't know what I would have done. Wu Shuehui glanced at Mok. Wasn't this the same person I was just yelling about killing? How did he suddenly become my savior? Looking at this, she found it quite strange. Thinking of this, Wu Shuehui said with a smile. Granddaughter, you haven't been brainwashed by him, have you? Besides, how has he treated you? How has he turned you into this? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxing quickly said, no, he didn't do anything to me. In fact, he saved me several times. He was the one who saved me when I was being chased by others. He even put me in his apartment and gave me lots and lots of things. Just trust me, my judgment is definitely right. Mok looked at the two people with an indifferent expression. He felt extremely helpless when he heard them talking like that. What's more, didn't this woman just want to use this thing to kill him? If she wants to kill him, then so be it. Mok walked over with a smile. Didn't you just want to kill me? If you want to kill me, then come on, I'm standing right here waiting for you anyway. Zhao Yuxing felt like she was listening in a daze. What did it mean to go and beat him to death? Why would she go and beat him? Zhao Yuxing looked at Mok. What do you mean? What do you mean by, I'm going to beat you to death? I feel like I'm a little confused. Upon hearing this, Mok chuckled and said, isn't that right? Just now, your grandma even wanted me to beat her to death because she thought I didn't look like a good person. What's more, she woke up and saw me next to her, so she thought I was the one who harmed her. Zhao Yuxing knew this must be a misunderstanding, and she quickly smiled and said, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. And how could it be you who caused this? It's absolutely impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Chapter 44 Unable to Repay. Wu Shuehui glanced at Zhao Yuxing, wondering what misunderstanding was going on. Now that Mok seemed a bit like a bad person, Wu Shuehui angrily spoke up. Look at him now. He doesn't seem like a good person at all. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke with great helplessness. I don't even know how to explain this to you anymore, but it's definitely not what you think. He not only saved me, but he also saved you. You have no idea. At that time, the doctor had already said that you were in a vegetative state and that it would be extremely difficult to bring you back to health. But after I met him, He said he could rescue me, so I brought him here. Wu Xuehue glanced at Zhao Yuxing. Are you telling the truth now? Zhao Yuxing nodded like a chick pecking at rice. It's really true. It's really true. How could I possibly think I'm lying here? Besides, do you think I can't tell who's good to me and who's not? Wu Xuehue glanced at Zhao Yuxing. Zhao Yuxing didn't seem to be lying, and he had no reason to say anything and then deceive her. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. All right, since that's how it is, I'll reluctantly believe you this once. But just now, I was about to grab it and kill him. Zhao Yuxing had already seen Zhao Yuxing, and he found it both funny and exasperating. He hadn't expected these two to start fighting, especially since the other person had rescued him and now wanted to kill him to get something. After thinking about this, the person in front of her smiled and said, Grandma, look, they can't save you anymore. Instead of thanking them, you're going to beat them to death. Do you think that's acceptable? As Zhao Yuxing spoke, she looked at her grandmother. Upon hearing this, the grandmother nodded heavily. Wu Xuehue knew what Zhao Yuxing meant and immediately shook her head. Oh dear, look at me, I'm really getting senile. Just now, someone was going to save me, but now I'm going to play the farmer and the snake. Isn't that right? My fault, it's really my fault. Since that's the case, then I must thank this young man properly. What's his name? His name is Mok, right? Zhao Yuxing immediately nodded. Yes, his name is Zhao Yuxing, isn't it a nice name? I've been staying with him these past few days. He saved me and gave me so much help. I'm so grateful to him. You just come up here and want to beat someone up. Do you think you'd be happy if this happened to you? I only said this once. How could Wu Xuehue possibly beat someone up? Wu Xuehue looked at her granddaughter and said very embarrassedly, I was just saying that casually. If I really wanted to beat him up, that would be quite unlikely. Haha, don't take it to heart. By the way, your name is Mok, right? Then how should I thank you? Mok shook his head. No need to thank me. It was just a small favor for me. Besides, judging from your behavior just now, you didn't trust me at all. So even if you were to thank me, you probably wouldn't have anything to offer. How did you know I couldn't offer anything as thanks? Wu Xuehue was very unhappy after hearing this. He didn't trust her at all. She hadn't even thanked him yet, and not only did he reject her, but he also said that she had nothing good to offer. How could she possibly be happy? This brat is so careless with his words these days. Thinking this, Wu Xuehue looked at her granddaughter and asked, I don't know what's going on. By the way, what is the relationship between you two? Why do I feel that your relationship is not so simple? Upon hearing this, Wu Xuehue immediately shook her head. How could you think that way about the relationship between him and me? We have a perfectly normal relationship. Mok found this quite unbelievable, wondering if he had some improper relationship with him. Zhao Yuxing glanced at her grandmother, wondering what kind of relationship she could have with her. Although she did have some feelings for Mok, she didn't dare to be so open about it. Even if there were some feelings involved, Zhao Yuxing said shyly after thinking about this. Don't say that. How could you say that? What does it have to do with me and him? If we had any connection, we would have already said it. Oh really? You two aren't related? If you weren't related, things wouldn't be like this now. It's okay. I understand the things that happen to you young people. You young people, who doesn't understand relationships. Don't you think so? Mok shook his head. No. I think you've misunderstood. We have absolutely no relationship. As for the things you mentioned, I don't want to admit to any of them because they simply don't exist. Hearing this surprised Wu Xuehue. Did it mean that she had made a mistake in her judgment? Impossible. How could she possibly make a mistake in her judgment? That's exactly how it is, especially the way Zhao Yuxing looked at the boy. Wu Xuehue patted her granddaughter's shoulder. All right. Do you think I can't see through your little schemes? I've watched you grow up since you were a child. Do you think I still can't tell how you feel about others? I've seen through your feelings a long time ago, you know now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxing shook her head. They saved you. Shouldn't you hurry up and thank them? She had already mentioned this point, but the other party was very dismissive of her gratitude, which left her feeling quite helpless. Thinking of this, Wu Xuehue said with a smile. Chapter 45 has nothing to do with it. What do you want now? I need to thank you properly. Mok just said that he doesn't need to be thanked, so even if he were to say something to express his gratitude now, it wouldn't be of any use to him. After thinking about this, Mok immediately shook his head. It's all right. I don't need your thanks. Didn't I already say that you don't need to thank me and Zhao Yuxing? We just met by chance and learned about your illness by accident. So I just wanted to do my part, and that's why I did this. As for other things, I didn't take them to heart. Wu Huixue had never met anyone like this before. And now that she was going to thank him, he wouldn't let her thank Wu Xuehue either, making Mok seem extremely strange. Wu Xuehue glanced at Mok. You know what? You're very, very different from other people, and I think you're very strange. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. I know I'm very strange, but so what? Even if I'm strange, I still like doing it. That's just who I am. Zhao Yuxing turned to look at Wu Xuehue. No matter what, it's already very good that you're getting better. Put everything else aside for now. As long as you're doing well, that's enough. At first, I thought you would never wake up in your life. In fact, Wu Xuehue also thought she would never wake up in her life. But you woke up, and now you've woken up again. We really should thank him, Quebec. It's just that he disdains my gratitude and refuses to accept my feelings. What can I do about it? Thinking of this, the person in front of me said helplessly, I have already thanked the young man, but he simply doesn't want to. Mok said with a smile. It's not that I'm unwilling, but rather that I feel there's absolutely no need for it. We've already said all that. What's the point? It's really nothing. Zhao Yuxing said, gazing tenderly at Mok. I've never seen anyone like you before. You've already helped me so much and even saved my grandmother. But now that we're trying to say thank you, you're unwilling to agree in every way. I really don't know what's going on in your head. Mok simply didn't need some things, which is why he was saying this now. Otherwise, he would have already asked him for anything he needed. Mok thought for a moment. It seems like I don't need anything right now. Even if you want to thank me, what are you thanking me for? What is there for you to thank me for? So even if you want to thank me, there should be something I need, right? But I don't need any of those things, so I won't bother with them. Seeing Mok's refusal, Wu Xuehue was somewhat angry. She glanced at her granddaughter. Let me tell you, Zhao Yuxing, in all this time, whenever someone is kind to me, I will definitely pay them back. I have never owed anyone anything. So I was a little unhappy with what Mok said. Zhao Yuxing glanced at her grandmother, even though she wasn't happy. Anyway, they've already said they don't need it. If they don't need it, then there's no need to go through all this trouble. Zhao Yuxing shook her head. Forget it. Grandma already said he doesn't need it, so there's no need to thank him anymore. We can thank him properly later, right? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Wu Xuehue was immediately displeased. Why should I? Why should I not repay him after he rescued me? That won't do. Wu Xuehue has never liked doing this kind of thing, let alone owing someone this right now. She feels very awkward and uncomfortable. So I have to thank this person no matter what, otherwise I'll feel like I haven't accomplished something. Seeing her grandmother's expression, Zhao Yuxing already knew what was going on, so she slowly said, You know he's someone who really, really dislikes owing anyone anything. So now, if he were to lack something, he would feel very uncomfortable. Mok frowned helplessly. Zhao Yuxing looked at her grandmother and said, Grandma, your temper is so strange. He has already said that he doesn't need feelings. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be happy. No way, no way. But Grandma, why do you have to go and thank him? What's wrong with that? Zhao Yuxing had figured out Mok's character. He never expected anything in return for the good deeds he did. At this moment, Wu Xuehue slowly spoke up. Young man, you can't be like this. I'm not saying this to criticize you, but it's just not right. If you continue like this, people will take everything they get from you for granted. They all think, oh, these are the things I should have. So I hope you can be careful with your words and actions. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, What do you mean by being careful with your words and actions? I just want to do things that I like. Is it really that difficult? I just want to do things that make me feel comfortable. Mok shook his head, then looked at Zhao Yuxing and Wu Xuehue. If they could save his grandmother now, Zhao Yuxing would have someone to rely on in the future. Now that this was his goal, Mok glanced at Zhao Yuxing. I think Zhao Yuxing, you should thank me. Zhao Yuxing pointed to herself. Sure, no problem. As long as you ask me to thank you or do something for you, I will be absolutely happy to do so. I have no objection to it. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yuxing continued. The key now is how you need me to thank you. You need to think about this carefully yourself. Once you've thought it through, just tell me, and I'll agree. Chapter 46 is so strange. Upon hearing this, Mok laughed heartily. You really took this seriously, didn't you? I was just joking with you. Zhao Yuxing slowly lowered her face. It's okay, just say it. If I need you, or if you want me to thank you, just say it. I will absolutely do what you want in your heart. Mok was just joking with him, and he didn't really want them to give him anything. Wu Xuehue was very angry after seeing this, as if they were begging him. Wu Xuehue glanced at Mok. You're really strange. I offered you something, and you kept refusing. Now my granddaughter is here pleading with you, making it seem like she's begging you to save me. Here, take this. Wu Xuehue had a box in her hand without her noticing. Mok glanced at Zhao Yuxing, then at Wu Xuehue. What is this thing? The person in front of me smiled mysteriously and said, Don't worry about what it is, as long as it contains what you need. Mok didn't even know what he needed right now, but he showed this thing to Zhao Yuxing and Wu Xuehue. I've already said I don't want it. I don't want it, and that's final. If I say I don't want it, I can't take it anymore. If I say I don't want it, and then take your things here, wouldn't that make me two-faced? So I don't want to make this cold noodle dish now. If you say you don't want it, then you don't want it. After saying that, she returned the box and went back to check on Mok. I'm telling you, aren't you stubborn? People offer you things and you don't want them. This is a good thing, but you don't even know what it is, yet you don't need it right now. After thinking about this, Mok said with a smile, Well then, if you're so eager to thank me, I'll just come to you again if I ever need anything in the future. Mok said this very casually, but he knew that he would not need their help in the future. After all, his abilities had already reached a certain level. If he needed their help, he would probably die or encounter some other trouble. So, it was only now that he needed their help. Unless it's like this, I won't ask them for help with anything else. Wu Xuehue frowned. Young man, you can't be so certain about what you're saying, you know? If you're that certain, it's not a good thing for you at all, you know? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, What I said is true. How could I possibly go? If it's a lie, then take the things back. Mok guessed that there must be some money or other precious treasures inside, which were of utmost importance to women. How could I possibly want these things again? They'd be better off keeping them for themselves. I'm a grown man. I don't need these things now, Mok said with a smile. Grandma, you're getting old. You should leave these things to your grandson Zhao Yuxing. When Zhao Yuxing becomes a monk in Regao, you can use them to give to him. Wu Xuehue immediately realized he had misunderstood. She thought he must think that these were the things he had put in there, but those were definitely not the things he had put in there. Wu Xuehue looked at Mok. Do you think I put some rare treasures or anything like that in here for you? Don't worry, I don't have those things, and I won't put those things in here for you. I've put some other things in here for you. Mok frowned curiously, then looked at Zhao Yuxing again. He wondered what his grandmother had put in there, since she had accomplished everything she wanted to do. As her granddaughter, she had never been able to stop her grandmother. Seeing her grandmother's amazing appearance, the person in front of her spoke up. Really? Is it true? What exactly is in there? Wu Xuehue slowly opened the box. All right, here you go. Seeing how curious they all looked at her, Wu Xuehue decided not to hide anything from them and showed them Mok. Wu Xuehue has a lot to say now. I know you are a cultivator, so I put some pills in here. These pills can greatly increase your cultivation level. There's nothing else in here, so please accept them without worry. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, What do you mean by that? You really did put some of these things in here for me. How did you know I'm a cultivator? Is this matter really that difficult? Actually, it's very, very simple. After thinking about this, Wu Xuehue asked with a smile, Didn't you just say that you have a lot of backbone and that you're not going to ask for it back? If you don't want it, then give it back to me now. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Unexpectedly, Wu Xuehue said something else. Yes, I did it on purpose. If you don't want it, then give it back to me. I already said that I don't need to give it back to you now. If you don't want it, then just give it to me. Hearing this, Mok shook his head. No, don't take it so seriously. I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Okay, don't think about it like that. Mok was very curious. How could he tell that he was a cultivator? Moreover, he felt that he had never shown any flaws. Mok frowned. Where did you get the idea that I'm a cultivator? I can't even tell myself, yet you know I'm a cultivator? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, Is it difficult? For me, it's extremely simple and very easy to understand. Chapter 47 explains. Mok was very curious about how he knew, and he said with a smile, Then can you tell me how you know this? Even if you are very capable and smart and know what's going on, you should still explain it to me. Mok glanced at the two people and found them very strange. If it weren't for the fact that they had come to save him, he might have already taken action. So he was very curious about how they knew, since Zhao Yuxing was his grandmother. If she's that powerful, then her mental state must be incredibly strong too. Mok glanced at Zhao Yuxing and asked, Did you come prepared for all of this? Zhao Yuxing pointed to herself. How could I have come prepared? How could you think of me like that? What do you mean by coming prepared? If I had known you were this capable, I would have sent you to save my grandmother long ago. How could I possibly have any other thoughts? How could you misunderstand me like that? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him walked over directly and said, You don't need to ask him. If you have any questions, then ask me. Mok clenched his hands tightly, feeling that he was about to lose control and attack them, especially after they revealed his identity. He was even more curious, so he realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. Mok chuckled as he spoke. How come you're so amazing? But if you're so amazing, why have you suddenly become a vegetable? There must have been some kind of premeditation or some other reason behind all of this. Otherwise you wouldn't have become a vegetable. Upon hearing this, the person in front of her nodded heavily, and Wu Shuoi said with a smile, Young man, from the very beginning I felt that you were extraordinary, that you were different from others. The question you have raised is very good, and it is also the question I wanted to talk to you about. Upon hearing this, Mok frowned. If you want to talk to me about this, then tell me what you want to talk to me about. You are indeed hiding something from me, aren't you? Wu Shuoi didn't know how to answer this question, but she really liked Mok, especially after seeing him refuse her gift, which made her even more curious. No one had ever treated me like this before, because everyone else was eager to take my things. I never expected that there would be a young man like him, so different from everyone else. When I said I was going to give him something, not only was she harshly rejected, but she also received a long and rambling speech. Mok glanced at Zhao Yuxing, who shook her head, indicating that she was worthless. Wu Shuoi laughed and said, You don't need to ask him. If you don't understand anything or are curious about anything, just ask me directly. I can answer all your questions. Mok glanced at the person in front of him, and then quickly spoke. I wonder how you know I am a practitioner. I have never told anyone this, not even Apple. So how do you know? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, Do you think knowing this is an extremely difficult thing? For me, it's a very easy thing, because I can tell at a glance. Listening to what he said, Mok once again felt that he was very, very amazing. No one knew his identity, and even if they wanted to guess his identity, it would take them a long time to figure it out. Unexpectedly, he could recognize it at a glance, and even gave me such a precious treasure. You know, this single key is very difficult to obtain, but he just casually took it out and gave it to me as a gift. His identity must be extraordinary. Mok glanced at Wu Shuoi. Your identity must be quite extraordinary, since you're talking about me like that. Wu Shuoi nodded slowly. How should I tell you? Actually, my identity is the same as yours. I am also a practitioner. What? You're also a practitioner? Mok was utterly shocked. He glanced at Zhao Yuxing, who had never mentioned this to him before. Zhao Yuxing felt as if she had been kept in the dark about everything, as if she were a little fool looking at everything. Mok frowned. What exactly happened? Shouldn't you explain this to me? Zhao Yuxing shook her head, indicating that she did not know. Wu Shuoi pointed to herself and said, Didn't I tell you? If you have anything to say, you can talk to me. Or if you have any questions, you can ask me. You don't need to ask him. Now I can go and help you. I feel like I've been kept in the dark about everything. Mok frowned, feeling as if he were a fool trying to see everything. If you have any problems, you can talk to me. If you have any questions, just ask me. You don't need to ask him. I can solve all your problems for you now. Mok slowly nodded. All right, then I'll tell you. If you are a cultivator, then why have you become like this? And how could you possibly become a vegetable? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, if I were to tell you, I don't think you would believe me. Now that things have come to this point, Mok felt there was nothing left to believe or disbelieve. He had seen everything in this world, so what was there to doubt? Mok immediately shook his head. No, just tell me now, and I'll believe that such an incredible thing has already happened. What else is there to doubt? Wu Shuhui thought for a moment, then slowly said, actually, a few years ago when I was cultivating, I encountered some unexpected situations, and then, I became like this now. Chapter 48, Wu Shuihui's cultivation level. That period was really tough for me. I'm actually quite skilled, but I suddenly encountered this situation and had no choice but to stop. But we encountered this situation all of a sudden, and there was really no other way, so we had to stop. Wu Shuhui spoke with great sincerity, and Mok could feel the sincerity in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Mok nodded in sudden realization. So what you said was true. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuhui immediately became displeased. What are you saying? What do you mean by saying what I said is true? So it was true from the very beginning. It's just that you didn't take it to heart. If you had taken it to heart, you would have known. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. All right, it seems what you said is indeed true. Mok smiled and looked at Zhao Yuxing. I didn't expect it to be like this. And your cultivation level is definitely higher than mine. Wu Shuihui shook her head. You can't say that. You can't say that my cultivation is higher than yours. Besides, I think you are a very promising person. As long as you cultivate properly, you will definitely surpass me. Mok pointed to himself and said, really? How did you figure that out? I don't think I'm capable of cultivating to any level right now, but you can tell at a glance. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately said, of course I can see it. What else did you think? What's wrong? Don't you find all of this hard to believe? Or do you feel like he's lying to you? Mok did have this feeling in his heart, that he was being deceived, and that his grandmother, who was so powerful, was still pretending to be pitiful in front of him. Mok shook his head. No, I didn't think that way either. Zhao Yuxing said she was unaware of the situation and believed Zhao Yuxing, then glanced at Mok. Please believe me, I didn't know anything about this, and if I had known, things wouldn't be like this now. Mok nodded to show that he believed her very much, because looking at the person in front of him, it seemed that he hadn't told her about this. Mok glanced at Wu Shuihui. Wu Shuihui is probably hiding something, or perhaps she has another identity. Mok wondered to himself, but he didn't dare to make any hasty decisions or conclusions, because he didn't know what else was behind it all. He glanced at the person in front of him. Are you sure that's all there is to it? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, I'm sure that's all there is, nothing else. What's wrong? Don't you believe me? It's okay, you can tell me if I say you don't believe me. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, 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 I believe you. But isn't it a bit inappropriate to give me something so precious? Mok glanced at the box in his hand. Inside were pills, which were extremely precious, yet he had given them to him so easily. Mok felt a little embarrassed by the gift, but Wu Shuihui, who accepted it, shook her head, seemingly unfazed. Is this more important than my granddaughter's life? Since you saved my granddaughter's life, I should thank you properly. This is nothing to me. Please accept this. I have many more here. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, yes, just say so. Since I've already told you to accept it, just accept it. Mok felt a little embarrassed by what the two of them had done, but since they had already told him to accept it, he had no choice but to accept the pill. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, yes, just say so. Since I've already told you to accept it, just accept it. Mok felt quite embarrassed by what the two of them had done, but since they had already told him to accept the ammunition, he had no choice but to take it. He never expected his experience to be so tragic. He was originally a cultivator, but now he had been framed. He became a vegetable, and if it weren't for me, I don't know how long it would have taken him to recover. Looking at Wu Shuihui's puzzled expression, Mok felt as if Wu Shuehui had something she wanted to say to him, but she was holding back and didn't say it to him. After thinking about this, Mok glanced at Wu Shuehui. Zhao Yuxing was also there. Zhao Yuxing hadn't seen her grandmother for a long time, and seeing her grandmother recover so well made her feel quite different. So she clung to her grandmother and didn't seem to want to leave her. At this moment, Wu Shuehui touched her stomach and suddenly said, "Oh dear, I've been asleep for so long, and suddenly I'm hungry. How about you make me something to eat? I'd like to eat your braised pork." Zhao Yuxing pointed to her grandmother. "Do you want me to make you braised pork?" "That's what Wu Shuehui meant." Wu Shuehui nodded. "Yes, that's what I meant. What's wrong? You don't want to cook for grandma anymore, is that it?" Zhao Yuxing just wanted to stay with her grandmother a little longer. She didn't mean she didn't want to cook, nor did she feel that way, and she certainly didn't dare to. "If my grandmother wants to eat my cooking, I will do my best to cook for her." After thinking about this, the person in front of her immediately said, "Grandma, whatever you want to eat right now, I'll make it for you. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you, okay?" Wu Shuehui glanced at her granddaughter. "Sigh, my granddaughter is still the one who understands me the most. There aren't many people who understand me like my granddaughter these days." However, she had something to say to Mok. At a time like this, even if it was her own granddaughter, it was best not to get involved. Chapter 49, The Appearance of Not Leaving. Wu Shuehui said with a smile, "Then you should hurry up and go. Oh, and make a lot, and then let Mok eat here." As she spoke, Wu Shuehui looked at Mok meaningfully. Mok always had a creepy feeling in his heart, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. Mok smiled as he watched Zhao Yuxing slowly walk over. "Don't make too much, I don't like pork." After saying that, Mok told Zhao Yuxing to hurry up and do it. Zhao Yuxing glanced at the two people and felt that they were very, very strange, but there was something indescribable about them. She didn't know if they were conveying something. After seeing Zhao Yuxing being sent away, Mok quickly asked, "You should have told me now, right?" "What do you mean? I should tell you now." Hearing this, he looked on with curiosity. "What do you mean by that?" Wu Shuehui smiled. "The reason I'm sending him away now, don't you understand what I mean? My meaning is very clear. If you have anything to say, then hurry up and ask." Wu Shuehui thought his question was excellent, and she slowly nodded. "Yes, that's a very, very good question. How was I able to see that?" "Well, it's actually quite simple. There's a very important reason. My cultivation level is much, much higher than yours, which is why I can do this. The pill I just gave you represents the culmination of my life's cultivation, which can be said to have consumed most of my life. That's why I'm giving you something so precious." Mok glanced at the box in his hand. If that's how he thinks, then I'm hesitant to accept this item now, because it's just too valuable. Mok glanced at the box in his hand, then at Wu Shuehui. "Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing wrong with this. If I want to give it to him, then I'll let him have it." Wu Shuehui smiled. "I'm saying this to you seriously now, and I'm not like I was before. After all, I'm your elder, aren't I?" Mok naturally knew that this was indeed his elder, and he had always regarded him as his elder. Mok nodded immediately. "Yes, you are my elder now. From the very beginning, I have treated you as my elder and never as someone else. So, I can understand how you feel right now." "Really? You can understand? How could you possibly understand?" "Haha, I don't think you can understand me at all." "You can understand? What do you understand?" Mok could see that Wu Shuehui had a faint sadness on her face, as if she had some indescribable feeling. Seeing this, Mok asked curiously, "Is there something you want to say right now? If you have something to say, you might as well treat me as a trash can and tell me everything." Upon hearing this, Wu Shuehui couldn't help but praise Mok. "You seem to know everything, young man. I'm already quite old, but it seems like there's nothing I can hide from you." Mok felt that this was indeed true. It seemed that there was something he couldn't hide from him at all. Mok felt there was nothing to hide from him, right? Mok shook his head. "Hey, don't think like that. What do you mean by hiding it from me? It's because of Zhao Yuxing that we can sit here and have a proper talk. If it weren't for Zhao Yuxing, I probably wouldn't even know who you are." Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, you're right. It's because of Zhao Yuxing. Zhao Yuxing is my granddaughter, a very, very good girl. Mok understood what he meant when he heard him say that, but he didn't continue with that. Instead, he started talking about Wu Shuehui. Could you tell me what exactly happened to you? Or what kind of person you were before? Understanding you would be very beneficial for us in the future. That way, we'd have a lot to talk about. Wu Shuehui couldn't help but laugh and said, so you want to know these things? It seems you're very, very interested in my stuff. Mok didn't know what to say, nor should he say that he was very interested. On the contrary, it was because he had memorized all these things that he wanted to know why this woman could see through his cultivation level. Moreover, Mok had a gut feeling that this woman was not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Wu Shuehui smiled and said, all right, since you've already said it like that, I can only tell you the truth now. Actually, I used to be a very highly cultivated person, but I encountered some things later, so I became like this. Mok frowned. So what exactly happened that you mentioned? Could you explain it more clearly? That way, I can understand it better. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuehui's expression turned sour, as if she were lost in those memories. Moreover, those memories were the last thing he wanted to think about, so the thought of them made him feel uncomfortable. Seeing his appearance, the person in front of him shook his head. Sigh, if that's really the case, then you shouldn't say anything. Wu Shuehui, the expression on your face looks really bad, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Wu Shuehui looked at Mok, a strange glint in her eyes. Chapter 50, I don't want to remember. Yes, I don't want to recall this memory at all. If it weren't for you today, I might have sealed this matter in my mind forever and never said anything about it. Mok felt that what Wu Shuehui was saying to him might have caused some harm. Mok felt that he might be wrong. Since it was his son who did not want to think about it, he would not force him to think about it. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Yes, this whole thing has been a bad experience for me. But even though it's been a bad experience, I still have to say it because I think you're a really good guy, so if I tell you, you should be able to help me. Mok pointed to himself. What do you mean by that? I'll help you. How can you be so sure? What if I don't help you? If I don't help you, won't you be very angry right now? There's nothing to be angry about. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. What's there to be angry about? Everyone has their own choices. Actually, in the past, my cultivation level was extremely high, and I had many people who respected me. But you also know that if something happens, they'll be extremely jealous of me. That's how it is. Because they see that my cultivation level is very high, they'll want to frame me. So this is how I am now. In fact, I founded the Zhao group. Mok was very surprised when he heard this. I never expected Wu Shuehui to be so capable, and she even founded the Zhao group. Mok asked curiously, so you really were framed by someone? Do you know who framed you? Where is that person now? Wu Shuehui also felt a little dazed. Although I don't know who framed me, it should be close enough. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, so you mean you know who framed you, right? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Yes, I now have a pretty good idea of who it is, but I can't be sure, so this matter cannot be fully understood or explained yet. Mok felt sorry for him after hearing this, since he had been framed by someone. This is the thing Mok hates most, someone trying to frame him here. Mok glanced at Wu Shuehui. If you don't want to talk about this, then you don't have to. Besides, Mok knew that this matter was actually a big blow to Wu Shuehui, and if she didn't want to talk about it, Mok would never force her to. If he has something to say, then I am here to listen attentively. He had been waiting here for him to say what he wanted to say, so seeing how upset he looked, Mok didn't want to let him continue. Mok glanced at Wu Shuehui. If you really don't want to talk about it, then forget it. I'm not forcing you to. But Wu Shuehui waved her hand. No, you didn't force me to say it, but I want to say it now, so I have to say it now no matter what. Upon hearing this, Mok asked curiously, then just vent all the unhappiness in your heart. Since things are already like this, if you're really feeling bad right now, then just let out all the discomfort in your heart. Mok glanced at Wu Shuehui. When Wu Shuehui was framed, she must have felt terrible, which is why she is like this now. Mok slowly said, it's all right. If you really don't want to talk about it, or if you're feeling uncomfortable right now, I won't force you to. Wu Xuehui thought for a moment. Actually, I still remember what happened back then. They actually wanted to kill me, but they failed, which means I didn't die. So they probably still hold a grudge against me. Luckily, my granddaughter put me here, otherwise they would have succeeded. But if they knew I was alive, they would definitely still have tried to kill me. Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. This can't be that serious, can it? Things are already like this. How could they possibly want to hurt you again? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. I don't know if you believe this now, but even if you don't, this is how it is, and whether you believe it or not, this is still how it is. Mok slowly nodded. I believe it. How could I not believe it? Wu Xuehui slowly said, when I was young, my cultivation was extraordinary and I was very powerful. Not only did I establish the Zhao group, but many people would also show me deference after seeing me. Mok had already noticed this, and he slowly nodded. Yes, I can see that now. You are indeed very, very capable. Mok knew that Wu Xuehui had lost her cultivation, and it would definitely take a lot of time to restore it. Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. Have you ever thought about restoring your own cultivation level to him? How could Wu Xuehui not have thought about this? It was a very important matter for her. It would be impossible for her not to have thought about it. However, Wu Xuehui knew very well that if she wanted to restore her cultivation level, it would not be a simple matter at all. Moreover, it would waste a lot of time and require someone to help you. If no one helps you, it would be impossible to succeed by just thinking about it on your own. After thinking about this, Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. Now all you need to do is say whether you want to or not, and you don't need to think about anything else. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him smiled and said, right now, I'm just thinking about this for the time being. Chapter 51 is simply impossible. But as for what I really think, I feel this matter is quite difficult. It doesn't seem as simple as I imagined. Upon hearing this, Mok chuckled and said, you haven't even tried. How do you know you can't do it? If you give it a try, maybe you can. This isn't something you can just try and expect to succeed at. Having been unconscious for so long, there were many things she didn't know, including some events that had occurred and others that she was unaware of. Therefore, the idea of suddenly regaining her cultivation was something Wu Xuehui wouldn't even dare to dream of. After thinking about this, Wu Xuehui shook her head helplessly. You know about this, and if it were you, you would definitely think the same way I do, right? But even if I did think that way now, it would be impossible. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. All right, since you put it that way, I'm now at a loss for how to advise you. Mok felt it was such a pity. In fact, Wu Xuehui really wanted to restore her cultivation level, because her cultivation level was extremely low. She wanted to wait until she could restore her cultivation level so that she could help Mok. Of course, this is all predicated on Mok being willing to help. Wu Xuehui carefully observed Mok. This kid has been staring at me from the very beginning, and his expression is very bright. Judging from his appearance, he must be quite capable. Looking at Mok, Wu Xuehui said with a smile, actually, I think you are very talented. If you are willing to develop properly, you will definitely become a dragon among men in the future. Mok hadn't thought about this in detail, but he knew that he had to get what he wanted to do done. If you haven't even decided to do what you want to do yet, what's the point of being incredibly capable if you haven't even completed the task? It won't show your true abilities. After thinking about this, Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. Wu Xuehui, if you are willing to restore your cultivation now, then it is very possible. It mainly depends on whether you are willing or not. Upon hearing this, Wu Xuehui asked curiously, are you really willing to help me restore my cultivation? If so, I think it might not be a good thing for you. Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. Why is Wu Xuehui thinking about so many things now? If you say you'll help him recover, then you can help him recover. He doesn't need to think too much about what he's doing now. He just needs to do what he wants. Mok gave a faint smile. What's wrong? Why are you thinking so much about this? At this moment, Zhao Yuxing walked in and asked them if they wanted to eat something else. As soon as she entered, she saw the two of them chatting happily, so Zhao Yuxing slowly walked over. Why are you two having such a good time chatting here? I was just thinking of asking if you wanted to go get something else to eat. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Because I didn't want to see my granddaughter suffer anymore. My granddaughter has already prepared a lot of food for me here, and I don't want to see her busy there all by herself. Wu Shuehui immediately said, Zhao Yuxing, you don't need to do so much. Just do a little bit, and we can eat a little, right, MOK? Upon hearing this, MOK immediately nodded. Of course, we're not the masters, so you can just do whatever you want. Zhao Yuxing looked at the two of them with a somewhat uneasy feeling. Zhao Yuxing asked curiously, You two didn't have a fight here while I was away, did you? Mok pointed to himself, and then looked at Wu Shuehui. My God, how can you tell that we were arguing here? Let me tell you, we weren't arguing here, really, we weren't. Sigh. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. All right, I hope you two don't fight here. If you two do fight here, then I won't be so polite to you. Mok couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Yuxing's appearance, and shook his head helplessly. How could I dare to do anything to him now? If I really dared to do anything to him, I wouldn't have waited until now. Mok shook his head helplessly and looked at the person in front of him. Did you see that? This is your granddaughter. She's so domineering and so powerful. I don't even know what to say about her. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him laughed loudly and said, That's for sure. If you want to be with my granddaughter, you'll have to ask me if I agree. Mok listened, wondering why he was bringing this up again. When did he say he wanted to be with his granddaughter? I never said that myself, okay? Mok was somewhat speechless. Mok wants to talk to Wu Shuehui about serious matters now, but what's the point of talking about these things now that we haven't even gotten to those matters? Mok turned his face around and looked at the person in front of him seriously, saying, I'm talking to you about serious matters now. I hope you'll take me to heart now, understand? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. I know you're talking to me about serious matters right now, but I still feel like this is a bit unlikely. If it were me, I feel like it's a bit unlikely. Mok felt that nothing was impossible. The main problem is that he believes in himself and that I can help him achieve it right now, but he doesn't even believe in himself anymore, which makes things very difficult for me. If he believed in himself, he could try his best to make it happen, but he doesn't believe in himself at all, which leaves him at a loss. Mok was somewhat embarrassed. He glanced at the person in front of him. If you don't even trust me now, what am I supposed to do? If you trust me, then confidently put your hand in mine. Chapter 52, Let's get down to business first. I will make this happen. All I need is to believe. Wu Shuehui had been pondering this in her heart, but she still had no answer. Wu Shuehui was also thinking about this. If she really gave herself to him, would it really work? Is he a reliable person or not? After all, I don't know much about him yet. If I knew a little about him, it would be easier to trust him. But the key is that I don't know anything about him at all. What am I supposed to do now? Wu Shuehui could hardly believe it. Could such a young guy really help me achieve what I want in my heart? Is it really that simple? All of this seems a bit unbelievable to me. Wu Shuehui glanced at Mok. If I trust you, what kind of surprise can you bring me? You should at least tell me first. Mok laughed heartily and said, To be honest, you still don't quite believe me, and you think I have no way of completing this task, right? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. To be honest, that's how it is. Because I don't know what you're going to bring me. I should figure everything out first. Otherwise, you'll hurt me. Mok pointed to himself. I would hurt you? How could I possibly hurt you? If you want it, there's nothing you can't do. Wu Shuehui certainly wanted to, and it would be impossible for her not to. She wanted to restore her cultivation level more than anyone else. Only by restoring my cultivation can I do what I want to do and earn the respect of others. I want to go back now. Only when I go back will they respect me and stop treating me like this. Thinking about this made me feel a little sad. Sigh. You know I really want to be like you described, but it seems it's not that simple at all. Mok thought it was very simple. After thinking about it for a moment, Mok realized it was quite simple. I have a way to restore you to your previous state, but I have one condition. You must listen to me now. If you don't, then I can't do anything about it now. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Sure, as long as you say I can get back to my previous state, and you tell me what to do, I'll do it. These things are a piece of cake for me. Mok had a general idea in mind, a rough method to restore him to his previous state. However, it's probably difficult to get back to normal right now, but with some patience, it's still possible. I'm afraid he won't have much patience, which is why I said that to him. After thinking about this, Wu Shuehui became somewhat worried. Will you make me give up something? I have nothing left now. All I have is my granddaughter. If you want me to give up anything now, I guess I have nothing left. Mok knew that Zhao Yuxing was the only one he had, and he didn't intend to ask him for anything. Seeing how cautious Zhao Yuxing looked, Mok shook his head. When did I say I was going to ask you for anything? What? Is that what you think of me? Haha. Don't worry. No. I have no intention of asking you for anything, understand? Wu Shuehui's face still showed a hint of disbelief. Seeing the expression on his face, Mok could understand it. This is the first time the two of them have worked together. He has what he needs, and Mok has what he needs. It's impossible for Mok to have his cultivation restored directly. Wu Shuehui was also very curious. Why would Mok help him so much? If there wasn't something they wanted, why would they treat themselves like this? There must be something they want. After thinking about this, the person in front of him asked with great curiosity, Then tell me, what are you thinking right now? Wu Shuehui is a very smart person who knows that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Since Mok said he was willing to help me, he must have some purpose in doing so. He wouldn't just help me casually. Mok nodded slowly after hearing this. Yes, I do have a request. If I didn't have a request, I wouldn't be able to help you like this, and it would be very unlikely. I have a request, but I don't know if you will agree. Wu Shuehui frowned. Wu Shuehui knew there would be some kind of request, but she didn't expect it to be stated so bluntly. Now she could listen to it. If it's possible, I'll agree to it. Could it be that he wants his granddaughter? Thinking of this, Wu Shuehui asked curiously, Are you planning to do something with my granddaughter? Actually, my granddaughter is a very simple person. Haha, I haven't thought about these things at all. If you want to be together, then so be it. Besides, this is a matter for you young people. Mok's face turned bright red after hearing this. What do you mean? How did this get into his business? Mok didn't mention his matter at all here, so why is he suddenly being brought up again? Mok immediately shook his head. Wu Shuehui, what are you thinking? When did I mention this? No, it's not like what you imagine, absolutely not. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, Isn't that right? Then what do you want me to do? Besides wanting to have something happen with my granddaughter, what else do you want? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him smiled faintly. I'm just afraid that if I tell you this news, you will be very, very shocked, so you have to be mentally prepared. Wu Shuehui smiled. Right now, what could be more important than restoring my cultivation? Wu Shuehui glanced at Mok. Chapter 53 Zhao Group. Looking at the expression on Wu Shuehui's face, Mok was very satisfied. What he wanted was Wu Shuehui's eagerness to improve her cultivation level. Only in this way could Mok continue the conversation with her more effectively. Mok smiled and said, Yes, you know very well what you want now. It's like this. If I restore your cultivation, then you have to give me the Zhao Group. That's what I want. As expected, Wu Shuehui was extremely shocked upon hearing this. Wu Shuehui looked at Mok with an incredulous expression. So this is what you wanted? Mok nodded. Yes, what I want now is your Zhao Group. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. What do you need my Zhao Group for? You have absolutely no use for it. Mok laughed and said, How do you know I'm useless? Do I need to tell you what I need or what use I have? You'd better think it over carefully. Wu Shuehui glanced at Mok. You know perfectly well that I have no control over my Zhao Group right now. In fact, the Zhao Group is no longer mine. It has been taken over by someone else. Mok felt that these were all minor matters and could be completely ignored. Mok glanced at Wu Shuehui. So this is what you've been worried about all along. What if I told you that I could get what you want back? What do you think then? Wu Shuehui looked at Mok in disbelief. Mok seems to be quite capable. What methods will he use to take back the Zhao Group? When the Zhao Group was taken away, he was completely helpless. Now he wants to take it back, but it seems that things are not so simple. After thinking about this, Wu Shuehui looked at Mok with curiosity. Mok shook his head. No, don't look at me like that. All you need to know now is whether you believe me or not. After thinking for a while, Wu Shuehui was still somewhat hesitant. That's the Zhao Group, which I founded myself. If I just give it to him like this, then I'll have nothing left now. Wu Xuehui is now somewhat hesitant. Mok saw Wu Xuehui's state and thought there was nothing to hesitate about. Besides, this is a win-win situation for him. If it were Mok, he would have agreed immediately. But even now, he's still so hesitant. Mok smiled and said, "There's nothing to hesitate about. This matter is already laid out before you. Whatever it is, it will be beneficial to you, so you should think about it quickly. Because I really don't have time to stay here with you any longer. If you're still hesitating like this, then I should leave now, understand?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xuehui agreed and nodded. "Since that's how it is, then I'll trust you this once. Anyway, I'm already in this state. What can possibly defeat me? Since that's how it is, then I'll trust you." After hearing this, Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. "I know that someone framed you, and I understand very well what they want to do to you now." When Wu Xuehui brought up this matter, she was actually full of resentment. Because if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be in this state. Wu Xuehui trusted them too much at the time, which is why she was so careless with them. Otherwise, how could she have ended up in such a sorry state? Thinking about this made me feel extremely hateful, and I wished I could go and take care of them one by one right now. After thinking about this, Wu Xuehui glanced at Mok. "I'm now placing all my hopes on you, so I hope you won't let me down." Mok nodded. "Of course I won't let you down. Since you've entrusted everything to me, then I know what I'm doing." Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Okay, then it's settled." At this moment, Wu Xuehui slowly spoke up. "Don't you really have those kinds of feelings for my granddaughter?" Upon hearing this, Mok realized that the topic had been brought up again. What was going on? Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. "Do you think your granddaughter can't get married at all, so you keep pushing her onto me?" Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. "No, that's not true. My granddaughter is so beautiful. How could she not get married? It's just that I noticed she seems to have some feelings for you." "What do you mean by that? Your granddaughter has feelings for me? What feelings does your granddaughter have for me?" "Haha, you're just overthinking it. We're just friends, understand?" Mok needs to expand his strength now. If he wants to help Wu Xuehui restore her cultivation, it will not be a simple matter. He will definitely need to repay her accordingly. Wu Xuehui is very clear about this. Moreover, Mok saved Wu Xuehui and Zhao Yuxing unconditionally, which was already considered very kind, and Wu Xuehui understood this. Wu Xuehui was just joking when she spoke to Mok, to see how Mok really felt about her granddaughter. If he really doesn't feel anything at all, then so be it. After all, his granddaughter is so cute. Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. "All right. Now I feel like as soon as you regain your senses, you start spouting nonsense here. You don't even know what you're saying anymore, do you? Your granddaughter is still just a child, so I don't have any feelings for her." Wu Xuehui nodded. "I know. I was just joking with you." Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. "If you want to recover your cultivation level, you need to rest well. No matter what, the most important thing is to get your body rested and recovered. If your body doesn't get enough rest, then nothing will work." Mok spoke while looking at Wu Xuehui, hoping that Wu Xuehui would listen to his arrangements now. Chapter 54 Cultivation. Wu Xuehui is getting on in years now. Although she still looks very young, she needs a lot of rest. In addition, this place is very quiet, so it shouldn't be difficult to find a place to rest. Mok glanced at Wu Xuehui. "I know you really want revenge right now, and you have all sorts of things on your mind, but do you know what? You should put all these things on your mind right now so that it doesn't affect your rest. If you don't get proper rest, that won't do, understand?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xuehui slowly nodded. "I never imagined that someone as small as you could have such great abilities." Mok didn't think he was that capable. He shook his head. "I don't think I'm that capable. It's just that the situation is different now, you know?" Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Yes, it's possible that we're thinking about some things differently right now, you know?" Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Wu Xuehui is actually quite tired right now, and she can feel that her physical condition is completely different from before. "I feel extremely tired right now, probably because I slept for such a long time." Wu Xuehui glanced at Mok. "When will you finally start caring about my affairs?" Mok nodded. telling him not to worry so much, and that he would naturally keep his affairs in mind. But once I get back, I'll have to figure out how to take his company back, instead of ending up with nothing like this. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. Don't be in such a hurry right now. What I need to do now is to get your things back. If I can't even get back what belongs to you, then I'm really useless. So now I need to think about how to get your things back. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. You don't need to be so anxious now. After all, things are already like this, and I'm not hoping for anything anymore. So right now, I'm feeling pretty well, you know. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him smiled and said, You think you're the most capable, don't you? I haven't thought about it as much as you do. All right, I'll arrange this in a little while. Mok was currently preoccupied with how to resolve this matter, as it was not as easy or simple as he had imagined. Therefore, he needed to carefully consider how to begin. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded. If it doesn't work out, or if there are any other problems, you can contact me anytime. Although I'm no longer there, I still know the people there, so if you have any questions, please let me know. Mok, of course, knew and nodded. Don't worry, if any other problems arise, I will let you know in time, and I will definitely not let you have any worries. At this moment, Zhao Yuxing walked in. Zhao Yuxing watched as the two of them chatted quite happily. At first, Zhao Yuxing thought that the two of them would definitely be irreconcilable, but she didn't expect to see them chatting so happily here. Zhao Yuxing walked straight over. What are you two talking about here? I came in and saw you two chatting so happily. Hee, can you tell me? Wu Xuehue looked mysterious. Of course I can't tell you. What would I do with it? You silly little thing. Okay, don't think about it so much. By the way, have you finished what I asked you to do? Zhao Yuxing glanced at her grandmother. Grandma, how could I possibly forget what you asked me to do? Don't worry, I've already started preparing what you asked me to do. It just needs a little more time now. Don't be in such a hurry right now. Grandma, you've really suffered a lot these past few days. I know you must have a lot to say to me right now, don't you? Wu Xuehue looked at her granddaughter and smiled with great satisfaction. Sai, how should I put this? Actually, I didn't feel anything at all, so you don't need to worry too much. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, You didn't feel anything at all, did you? You scared me to death. I thought you could feel something, and that you would feel extremely uncomfortable. Mok stood aside and said with a smile, Since he's already unconscious and in a vegetative state, what feelings do you think he could possibly have? Of course, he wouldn't feel anything at all. Zhao Yuxing slowly nodded. That seems to be true. Oh, by the way, I'll have dinner ready in a bit. Why don't you eat here before you go? Seeing that Mok looked like he was about to leave, Zhao Yuxing quickly came up and stopped him, telling him to eat there. Mok shook his head. Forget it, you guys eat here. I'll skip it. I need to go back later. Mok spoke while glancing at Zhao Yuxing. Zhao Yuxing felt a little sad seeing Mok's unwillingness to eat there. Oh dear, why don't you want to eat here? Actually, the food I made today is really delicious. Haven't you ever tried my cooking before? Mok laughed and said, I've eaten. How could I not have eaten? You're overthinking it. I just don't want to eat. It's none of your business. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxing slowly lowered her face. I feel like this has something to do with me. You don't like the food I cook, do you? Wu Xuehue stood aside and, seeing the two of them like this, said, All right, Mok, they've already invited you. What? Are you going to refuse now? Okay, that's enough. Seeing him like this, Mok knew he would feel quite sad if he didn't eat there. Chapter 55 Feeling Sad. Thinking of this, Mok nodded in agreement. Okay then, what delicious food did you make? Zhao Yuxing was particularly happy to hear that Mok was eating here. Hee, I made lots and lots of delicious food. Wu Xuehue glanced at Zhao Yuxing. My dear granddaughter, I'm afraid I'll have to leave you here to take care of me for the time being. Thinking about it, I still feel a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuxing was very happy to agree, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Zhao Yuxing glanced at her grandmother. Grandma, how can you say that? Taking care of you now is something I do willingly, not something you forced me to do. Taking care of you is what I should do. Mok said the same thing, and then said with a smile, Of course, it's only right that they take care of you. What's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? Upon hearing this, The person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, no, I just feel like something's not quite right. Look, Grandma hasn't taken good care of you at all, and now you have to take care of me instead. Don't you think your grandma is incredibly useless? Zhao Yuxing had never thought that way. Grandma used to love me so much, so what if Grandma has a problem now? Would you really throw my grandma away or do anything like that? That's simply impossible. Upon realizing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. That's absolutely impossible. How could I possibly abandon you? You're my grandma. Don't worry, Grandma. From now on, you'll be focused on me. Just tell me what you want to do. Thinking of this, the person in front of him smiled and said, Have you cured my grandmother? You're really amazing. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Mok laughed heartily and said, well, now that he's been treated, all you have to do is take good care of him. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, indicating that he would take good care of him. But we can talk about other things later. Zhao Yuxing went straight in and brought up some freshly cooked food. It seems that the cured meat and other ingredients were prepared in advance. I didn't expect him to be so capable of cooking such delicious food. But how come he's such a good cook? What's going on here? Mok glanced at Zhao Yuxing. Zhao Yuxing, did you make all these dishes? At first, I thought you could cook, but I didn't expect you to be such a good cook, Zhao Yuxing. Hearing Mok say this was not surprising. Many people say they can't cook, and just by looking at themselves, they don't seem to know how to cook. But many things can't be judged by appearances alone. After thinking about this, Zhao Yuxing pointed to herself. Look at my face. It doesn't look like a face that would be used for cooking, does it? Mok means this, and Mok nodded. Yes, your face doesn't look like the face of someone who can cook at all, which is why I'm so surprised and curious. How come you're so good at cooking? Wu Xuehui stood to the side, just smiling, without saying a word. Zhao Yuxing said with a smile, Let me tell you, it's actually like this. Because I've been quite interested in food since I was little, and I've continued to study it as I grew up, and that's how it turned out. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Oh, I see. I think I understand what it means now. It basically means you're a food connoisseur, haha, right? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, I am a food connoisseur. Because I like it, I really enjoy eating this, so I made it myself, and that's how you see it now. Mok was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Because it was truly unexpected that a young lady from a wealthy family like her would now have to do everything herself, and even cook for herself. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. I really underestimated you. At first, I thought you were just an ordinary rich girl, but I really didn't expect it. Zhao Yuxing said smugly. There are many things you haven't thought of. Let me tell you, there are many things you haven't considered. Mok felt that this seemed to be true. There were many things he hadn't considered. Perhaps he was being too shallow, only seeing the surface of things, which was why he had ended up like this. Looking at the two of them, Wu Xuehui slowly said, Actually, my granddaughter is quite independent. People think that we spoil Zhao Yuxing so much that we don't let her do anything. But that's not true at all. Now we have to let her be independent. Mok slowly nodded. Yes, I really didn't expect it. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed it at all. It's all so amazing. Haha, Zhao Yuxing, I'm going to like your cooking. What should I do? If I like your cooking, you'll have to take responsibility. Zhao Yuxing readily agreed. Sure, don't worry. If you really like my cooking, I'll take responsibility and cook for you every day. Anyway, I'm living in your apartment now. This was the first time Wu Xuehui had heard about this. Curious, she asked, Where do you live? You live in his apartment, which means you two are actually living together now, right? Wu Xuehui spoke while looking at her granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxing immediately rejected the idea. No, Grandma, you're mistaken. We don't live in the same place. He just let me stay there, but he lives somewhere else. So it's not like what you're thinking. Zhao Yuxing quickly explained, afraid that her grandmother would misunderstand. Chapter 56, They didn't live together. Wu Xuehui nodded in sudden realization. Oh, I see. As long as you're not living together, it's fine. After all, you two are not the same person now. It would be a bit unreasonable for you two to live together, so you should be careful. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Don't worry, I know very well what they should and shouldn't do. Aren't you particularly worried about leaving your granddaughter here? If you are, then forget it. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. That's not what I meant. I was just asking casually. How did it cause such a problem? Haha. All right. Since it's your business, I won't ask you anymore. You can handle it yourselves. However, there are absolutely, positively negative things that you two must not do before number 1. I hope you understand that very clearly, do you hear me? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him lowered his face in embarrassment. Seeing his expression, MOK said, well then, I should go back now. You two can stay here. By the way, if you want to wait for your partner here, then go ahead. Otherwise, I'll head back first. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him said reluctantly, you're going back now? Isn't it a bit too early to go back now? MOK checked the time and realized he hadn't been back for 2 days. If he didn't go back soon, who knew what kind of problems might arise there? He had to hurry back, since the place he was in wasn't his home. MOK smiled. No, I really have to go back now, because the place I'm staying in isn't really my home, so I have to go back now. Why does what you're saying make me a little confused? What do you mean by saying that the place he's staying isn't his own home? But since MOK now says he wants to go back, Zhao Yuxing feels she can no longer stop him. Zhao Yuxing nodded. Zhao Yuxing told him that she would go back when the time came, and that MOK didn't need to worry so much. MOK nodded and then left. MOK knew that when he returned, his family would definitely be here, so he couldn't stay here for too long. MOK wanted to go back to Lin Wenming's house to see what was going on inside. They hadn't seen him for several days. Actually, Lin Wenming was a pretty good person, but his wife, Li Mei, was a different story. His wife, Li Mei, was a complete gossip and couldn't stand seeing him do anything. He would definitely make a big fuss if there was any disturbance on his side. So if I go back now, I'll definitely hear all sorts of noise from him again. It's so annoying. When MOK returned, Lin Wenming was indeed waiting for him there. When Lin Wenming saw MOK return, he quickly went up to him. What happened to you? Where have you been these past 2 days? MOK glanced at Lin Wenming. Where did I run off to? I can run off wherever I want. Is he still here to care about me? If he wanted to care about me, he would have done so long ago, instead of acting like this now. MOK glanced at Lin Wenming. Do you even care where I am going now, or what I want to do? You don't care about me at all, so why are you asking me so many questions now? Upon hearing this, Lin Wenming understood what MOK meant, and he slowly lowered his face. MOK felt that he was already an adult, so what did it mean that he was sneaking around and not coming back? This was quite different from what he had said. MOK glanced at Lin Wenming. I just want to stay at my classmate's house for a few days, so what? Is it wrong for me to stay at my classmate's house for a few days? Not to mention you. Even my own parents can't stop me. Hearing this, Li Mei finally couldn't hold back any longer and walked up directly. What are you saying here? What do you mean by your biological parents? Have your biological parents ever treated you like we have? Eating in our house, living in our house, what exactly do you want? MOK knew that he would be nagging endlessly in front of him again, and sure enough, he was nagging in front of him. He didn't know if he was annoyed or not, but he was already tired of listening to him. Lin Wenming slowly walked over. All right, honey, don't be angry anymore. He's just a kid. Don't take it to heart. Lin Wenming's wife, Li Mei, was absolutely relentless in her pursuit of the matter. They're living in our house now, eating our food, so what? Now you won't even let me say anything? Is that it? I can't even say anything now. What's wrong? If you don't want me to talk, then don't live here. If you don't want to live here, then I won't say anything. Go ahead and move out if you dare. MOK really wanted to move out. Listening to him talk and talk here every day was driving him crazy. I thought I wanted to live here now. If it weren't for my mother entrusting me to this place, I might have left long ago. Seeing his wife and MOK so angry, Lin Wenming quickly came out. You too, don't be angry, don't be angry. It's all my fault now, okay? No matter what, it's all my fault now. You too, please stop arguing, okay? Lin Wenming disliked seeing them arguing like this, so he became anxious as soon as he saw them arguing. MOK glanced at Lin Wenming. Lin Wenming is simply too cowardly, isn't he? Nothing's even happened yet. How come it's all his fault? If it's his fault, then that's fine. Thinking of this, the person in front of him immediately said, Stop arguing, don't worry. Chapter 57 Adults. Mok really didn't want to see Lin Wenming argue with Li Mei again because of him. I haven't done anything wrong, and I won't make you worry or be afraid. How could I do anything wrong? I'm almost an adult now. Hearing this, Li Mei coldly laughed and said, I wish you were an adult by now, because if you were an adult, you would have nothing to do with us. I don't know why your mother entrusted you to us. You've really caused us so much trouble. Lin Wenming felt that his wife had gone too far. After all, Mok is now an adult, so he can understand these words no matter what. Lin Wenming glanced at his wife. Honey, what are you saying here? Don't say it in front of the children. Li Mei didn't care about any of that. She always said whatever came to mind and never considered other people's feelings. Li Mei glanced at her husband. Lin Wenming, have you been brainwashed by this child? What exactly is your relationship with his mother? If you two have no relationship, why are you acting like this here? Lin Wenming pointed to himself. I have absolutely no relation to his mother, and we're just good friends, as you know. Mok listened to these words silently, then clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Li Mei smiled. Who knows what kind of relationship you two have? This is the relationship you see on the surface, but what it's really like, I have no idea. Mok particularly hates it when people talk badly about his mother. I can talk about myself, but I absolutely cannot talk about my mother. Although sometimes I do hate my mom, what right do they have to talk about me? They have absolutely no right. After thinking about this, Mok slowly said, You can talk about me, but you absolutely cannot talk about my mother. What gives you the right to talk about my mother? Do you even have the right to do so? Upon hearing this, Li Mei laughed and said, I don't have the right? I'm letting you live in my house and eat in my house now. So tell me, do I have the right or not? I'm finding you to be completely immature right now. Do you really not understand your current situation? If you don't understand your current situation, then I'll talk to you properly. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. I understand my situation very well now. After I graduate, I will definitely not live in your house anymore. You can live here by yourself. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Lin Wenming quickly pulled them away. All right, stop arguing. You two are actually the most important people to me. What's there to argue about? When I see you two arguing back and forth here, my heart aches for you both. Can you please stop fighting? Mok glanced at Lin Wenming. Lin Wenming directly pulled Mok in. After pulling Mok into the room, Lin Wenming began to brainwash him. All right. It's just that you haven't come back for the past 2 days. Your aunt was quite upset because you weren't back, and she didn't know how to resolve the situation or how to communicate with you, which is why she was yelling at you like that. Just ignore her. Mok glanced at Lin Wenming. What's wrong? Do you still think of yourself as a 3-year-old? What do you mean by because you're upset? What's there to be upset about? In Mok's opinion, it was probably because he had returned that Mok was upset. If Mok hadn't returned, Mok would definitely not have been bothered at all. Mok slowly nodded. Really? Is that really the case? I think it's because I came back that he's so upset. If I had left, he definitely wouldn't have been bothered at all. After listening, Lin Wenming immediately shook his head. How could you say that, child? We're all quite worried about you. After Mok was pulled in by Lin Wenming, Li Mei and Lin Shuhan got together. Lin Shuhan was extremely angry. Seeing her father so protective of Mok, she looked at her mother and said angrily, Mom, look at him. The two of them act like father and son, and they don't care about us at all. Don't you think so? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Yes, I've seen it. The two of them look like father and son. Lin Shuhan pointed to herself. Mom, I'm his biological daughter, and I don't even get this treatment. But look at them. Their relationship is just too good. No, if this continues, I really can't stand it anymore. Why is he treating me like this? Li Mei couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer any injustice here, so she looked at her daughter. Daughter, don't be so angry or sad. We'll teach this kid a lesson when we get back. Really, what's the big deal about him? Even if we get rid of him, let me tell you, it'll be a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuhan immediately perked up, but she didn't know what to do. It seems like there's something deeper behind what my mom is saying. After thinking about this, Lin Shuhan asked curiously, Mom, have you thought of any way to force him to leave? If you have, please tell me quickly. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. There is a little bit of a method, but I don't know how to put it. Daughter, I don't know if you're ready. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately nodded. I'm ready, of course I'm ready. Tell me, what exactly should I do? After thinking about this, Lynn Shuhan was filled with anticipation. If she could get him okay out of her house, that would be the best thing ever. So Lynn Shuhan wanted to know what her mother's plan was to get rid of this annoying person. Chapter 58, Standing Up for the Underdog. Lynn Shuhan gritted her teeth with hatred whenever she thought of Mok. It was because of Mok's existence that her father didn't care about her at all. My dad used to spoil me rotten, but now he doesn't give me any love at all. Limei couldn't bear to see her daughter being treated so badly here. Seeing her daughter like this, no longer receiving her father's love, made her feel quite sad. But I don't know what kind of curse this damn thing is under, that makes it so necessary to protect it. Thinking about this made Limei very angry. Limei wanted to stand up for her daughter and teach Mok a lesson. Limei glanced at Lynn Shuhan. All right, don't worry so much. I'll take care of this. Mok was unaware of all this, and he was still talking to Lin Wenming. Lin Wenming glanced at Mok. Sigh, all right, that's just how my family is. You've seen it all. Now that you've been here for so long, I'm sure you understand what to do. Mok had already seen it clearly, and he didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Unexpectedly, Lin Wenming said, since your mother has already entrusted you to this place, you should live well here instead of worrying so much, understand? Can I live a good life here and study well? If I could live a good life here, things wouldn't be like this. So I can't live a good life here at all. After thinking about this, Mok was speechless and didn't want to pay any attention to Lin Wenming. In reality, they are all the same kind of people. It's just that some show it on their faces while others don't. Mok nodded, indicating that he understood. Mok didn't eat dinner that night, but Limei felt particularly relieved. So what if we don't eat? It's not a big deal. Besides, not having eaten is just fine. It saves me a meal. Limei looked at Mok and saw that he wasn't eating and didn't seem to be trying to get him to eat at all. Lin Wenming didn't dare to say anything more. Lin Wenming was already henpecked. If he said anything else, his wife would beat him up, which would be a loss. Mok was hungry, and when he went to school the next morning, he discovered a very strange phenomenon. That means all my shoes are wet. These shoes are my everything. If they get wet, I won't be able to go to school today. Mok's first thought was about the good things Limei had done. Mok found Limei. Auntie, what happened to my shoes? Why are they all wet? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. I didn't know. Your shoes are wet, right? They're probably wet because I washed them this morning, so they're not clean yet. Limei picked up some of the flowers and plants she had grown and casually said these words. Hearing this really piqued my curiosity. Mok looked at his shoes, which were still covered in very obvious mud. How could it be that he had just brushed his shoes and they ended up like this? He is clearly lying. He said he cleaned his shoes, but that wasn't really what he meant. Did they just throw mud directly onto their shoes? Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this state now. It's just that he simply doesn't want to admit it. Since he's so unwilling to admit it, what use is there for me? I can only watch from the sidelines now. If he doesn't want to admit it, then forget it. Mok glanced at his shoes. Otherwise, he would just skip school today. What else could he do? Do I have any shoes right now? After thinking about this, Mok glanced at Limei. Auntie, thank you so much for cleaning my shoes so well. I don't know how to thank you enough. Limei hadn't yet grasped the meaning behind those words, and said with a smile. It's nothing at all. These are things I should be doing. You've already lost your mother, so these are things I should be doing now. No need to say anything more. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, indicating that he understood. Lynn Shuhan slowly walked over. Lynn Shuhan ate the loving breakfast that Limei had made for him, while seemingly chatting with his mother in a casual manner. But when Lynn Shuhan saw how dirty the shoes were, she immediately understood. She glanced at her mother, then at the shoes next to her, and instantly knew what it meant. This is what my mom meant when she said she was going to give him a good beating. If you really want to teach him a lesson, then that makes things easy. Limei looked at Lynn Shuhan and smiled faintly. Let's see how he's going to go to school today. Either he'll skip class, or he'll just go to school barefoot. Lynn Shuhan covered her mouth in surprise. Mom, Isn't it a bit inappropriate to let him go to school like this? What about his leg? That's beyond my control. Lime glanced at her daughter. Daughter, why are you worrying so much now? Besides, didn't we already tell you? This is none of our business. The two of them were simply curious to see how Mok would resolve this matter. Mok was also thinking to himself that he couldn't possibly skip school. My grades weren't very good to begin with, and I didn't want to skip class. If I just kept skipping class and not going to school, what would the teacher think of me? After struggling for a while, Mok decided to try going to school barefoot. She went to school without wearing any shoes. Seeing this scene did indeed surprise me quite a bit. I never expected this brat to do that. Wow, this is a bit too unbelievable for me, isn't it? Lynn Shahan also found it quite unbelievable, and she glanced at her mother. Chapter 59, A Feeling of Powerlessness. Mom, that was a really brilliant move of yours. You were absolutely amazing. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him said smugly, he's still too green to mess with me. Let's see if he continues to be so arrogant. If he dares to cause trouble in our family again, just wait and see if I don't make him pay. After listening to this, the person in front of him had a big smile on his face. Mom, what you did is really beautiful, so amazing. I admire you more and more. Hearing my daughter say these words really made me feel very comforted. Haha, what will happen this time? Mok, of course, was unaware of the scheme of the Lin family mother and daughter, and stood alone outside the Golden Court. Seeing that Mok was all there, Dao Gu was quite bored, so he went over to him. He seemed perfectly content, as if nothing was amiss. Why are you so relaxed here? You seem to have nothing to do, and are very comfortable. Mok nodded. Yeah, so what if I'm a little bored? Any instructions? After hearing this, Brother Dao snapped his fingers. That's exactly what I was thinking. Come with me to the second-hand market. The second-hand market? Then what are you doing? You're so rich. Why would you need to buy second-hand things? Mok sat in the rattan chair, looked up at Dao Gu, and said, Dao Gu went to the second-hand market. It's because I wanted to buy some used furniture. I bought these old pieces of furniture and then refurbished them at the stopover. In that case, there's no need to use any new ones at all. Using a new one would be a complete waste. I was bored by myself, and when I saw Mok there with nothing to do, I dragged Mok along. I never expected Mok to be so sarcastic and cynical here. Should I go or not? If not, then I'm leaving. Brother Dao is timing it perfectly. I don't have time to talk to him this much here. If I don't go, then I'll have to leave. Mok glanced at Dao Gu. Mok is quite bored here. It would be best if someone could take you out to play. Mok immediately stood up. Okay, I'll go with you to cheer you up, but you have to treat me to something to eat. This is nothing to Dao Gu. It's unbelievable that a grown man is so greedy. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Although that's what Brother Dao said. But when I go out, I have to buy things for Mok. What are you doing? You're really taking this seriously. I was just joking with you. Brother Dao wasn't joking. Dao Gu was a little angry when he heard him say that. Are you kidding me? I'm going to buy you something now, and you say you're just talking nonsense. It makes me think you really need to eat something. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. Why are you so nervous? Didn't I tell you? I'm just eating, not doing anything else. Let's go. I'll go buy some things with you first. Mok glanced at the time. Time is quite tight. Dao Gu then strode forward. Mok was surprised to find Dao Gu so adorable for the first time. And he'll do whatever you ask him to do. If he gets a girlfriend in the future, will he still be like this? His girlfriend would be driven crazy by him. Mok was somewhat curious. If you're this straight man type, won't you be driven crazy if you get a girlfriend in the future? Dao Gu hadn't considered this question. Dao Gu didn't know why he would say that. Besides, has Dao Gu ever thought about the so-called girlfriend thing? This so-called girlfriend was extremely distant for Dao Gu. Mok is nearsighted now, and although Dao Gu felt uncomfortable hearing these irrelevant remarks, he still held back. Because it was he who said it, not someone else. If it were someone else, he definitely wouldn't be happy about it. Dao Gu glanced at Mok. Don't talk to me like that. I'll feel embarrassed if you do. Mok didn't feel embarrassed at all. He smiled faintly. What's there to be embarrassed about? It would be ridiculous if there were anything embarrassing between the two of us. If you're still embarrassed here, then who are you going to be embarrassed with? Dao Gu was serious. I was genuinely embarrassed. Besides, I rarely talk about these kinds of issues. Dao Gu smiled faintly. I rarely talk about these kinds of issues now, whether you believe it or not. But I really rarely talk about them. Mok already understood, and he nodded silently. Mok glanced at Dao Ge. You're a weirdo. Dao Ge didn't realize he'd become an oddball. Dao Ge shook his head. I don't want to talk to you anymore. It feels like you're deliberately trying to annoy me whenever I talk to you. We haven't even done anything yet, and you're already saying these things to provoke me, aren't you? Who said something to provoke you? Mok stubbornly persisted in arguing. The two walked and talked. Mok felt this was much more enjoyable than playing alone. At least here I am, and there is someone to keep me company and talk to. But being alone, there was incredibly boring. Mok glanced at Dao Ge. You have to treat me to a meal. I don't know what happened to Dao Ge, but when he invited him to dinner, Dao Ge suddenly started pretending to be poor. You know how poor I am, so let me treat you to a meal. Mok thought he was quite rich, so why was he pretending to be poor? After thinking about this, the person in front of him shook his head. It's just asking you to treat me to a meal. There's no need to pretend to be poor like this. Besides, I didn't say I wanted to eat any delicacies. Are you just pretending to be poor? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner. I feel like you're clinging to me. If I don't treat you to dinner, I feel like this matter won't be over. Is everything all right? The two of them were chatting away, making quite a lively scene. Just as Mok was having a good time, someone suddenly appeared next to him. Mok's wallet was gone in an instant. Mok had never experienced anything like this before, so he was somewhat bewildered. Hey, what's going on? Why did you steal my wallet? Mok is adorable even when he speaks. Mok's appearance clearly indicated that he had never been robbed before. Dao Ge, standing next to him, was greatly surprised. How can someone do such a thing in broad daylight? How disgusting. As he spoke, Dao Ge quickly chased after him. Chapter 60 Catching the Petty Thief. Mok's wallet contained no money, only some identification documents. Making money directly. Extremely important. If it were stolen, I would definitely feel very embarrassed. Let me go and steal your wallet. After Dao Ge finished speaking, he strode forward. Mok ran behind. The group of people were having a lot of fun, chasing each other around. Mok never expected that he would be robbed. However, this was Mok's first time encountering such a thing, and he found it quite amusing, as he had never been robbed before. This petty thief ran up to the back and sat there, seemingly impossible to catch up with. However, Dao Ji's stamina is still quite good. Mok kept chasing after Dao Ge and the petty thief. This petty thief dared to steal my things. It seems he's doomed after meeting Brother Dao. Because Brother Dao is exceptionally powerful, almost no one can escape from him. So this petty thief is probably doomed. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Brother Dao to catch up with the petty thief. Brother Dao glanced at the petty thief. Are you people out of your minds? You have hands and feet. Why don't you work properly instead of thinking about petty theft? I really don't know what you're thinking. The petty thief was panting heavily, even after being caught. Looking at Brother Dao in front of him, the little thief quickly spoke up. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, it was all my fault. Please don't blame me anymore, okay? I was really wrong. Please let me go, okay? Upon hearing this, Dao Ge felt that this petty thief was simply delusional. He hadn't even done anything yet, and he was supposed to let him go? How could that be possible? Mok immediately shook his head. What are you thinking? Now you want me to release you? Heh, I think your brain is about to explode, isn't it? You want me to release you before anything's even happened? Do you know what you've done? The petty thief seemed to understand perfectly, and he nodded emphatically. I know. I may have done something that hurt you. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. It's not that you hurt me, it's that what you did was truly awful, you know? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, I am really awful. Say whatever you want. Please let me go. I really won't do it again. Mok despises petty thieves like this the most. Of all things to do, he has to do something like this. If he were to be dealt with now, it would be his own fault. Mok didn't want to look at this petty thief anymore. Mok glanced at Brother Dao. Or maybe we should just hand him over to someone else. Anyway, seeing him here is just annoyance for us. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded emphatically. Of course, it can get quite annoying to be here all the time. Dao Ge thought the same thing. Looking at Mok, Dao Gu slowly nodded as he reflected on this thought. Since that's how it is, then fine. Since it's already like this, how about I just send you away? The petty thief became anxious upon hearing this. No, please don't send me away, please. I promise I'll never do anything like this again. I know it was my fault, and I will never do it again. I'm so sorry. Upon hearing this, Mok glanced at Dao Gu. How about we let him go? He's already apologized here anyway. It would be quite bad to arrest him again, so let's just let him go. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked, What do you mean? I finally managed to get him back, and you're just going to say you'll release him? You're going to just release him? What's wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Mok touched his head, then chuckled, and said, It's because I feel that leaving him here now wouldn't be of any use, don't you think? Mok spoke while glancing at Dao Gu. Dao Gu was extremely angry. What do you mean by saying that leaving him here will be fine? How do you know nothing will happen? If you leave him here, I'll naturally teach him a lesson. If we let him go now, even if he can't come back, he'll definitely do it again, understand? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Brother Dao, I know you are very, very angry, but please don't be so angry anymore. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him looked at Mok. Mok, I've realized you've really been brainwashed by him, haven't you? Mok shook his head. I just felt sorry for him. Dao Gu pointed to himself. He's pitiful, but am I not? What are you saying? I'm not going to let you support me. Those people are pitiful too. They are all very, very pitiful now. Since you are all pitiful people, why make things difficult for them? Don't you think so? What he said does seem to make sense. People who are capable of doing business, are they now failing to consider things from their own perspective and instead strive to consider things from other people's perspectives? Thinking about this, Dao Gu was almost furious with himself. He also wanted to see Mok. Are you really going to stand on the same side as others? Fine, he can enjoy standing on the same side as others. I don't need to worry about it. What do you think? Dao Gu didn't think it was anything special. On the contrary, he thought it was extremely bad. We finally managed to catch this guy, and he did such disgusting things. We're already lucky we haven't sent him away yet. Now look what's happened. Someone's actually pleading for leniency again. It's infuriating. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. Are you ever going to stop? You haven't even done anything yet, and you're already running out to plead for him? I feel really hurt. Hazy glanced at the petty thief, then at Mok. Mok thought for a moment. It's good to be forgiving, right? Actually, I don't think it's that important at all. How about we have him come to our hotel to help us? Chapter 61, I'm on the pirate ship. Dao Gu perked up immediately upon hearing this. It sounded pretty good. Letting it go directly would definitely not work, but helping out at the hotel would be quite nice. Dao Gu slowly nodded. Mok had already said so much, so if he disagreed, it would be too disrespectful to Mok. Hazy had no choice but to agree. Okay, I promise you, all right. Let's go to the flea market first, finish our task there, and then we'll deal with this matter. What do you think? Dao Gu has already put things this far, so Mok should have pretty much agreed by now. As expected, Mok nodded slowly. Okay. That's what they decided. The three of them went to the flea market together. Dao Gu kept grumbling as they walked. What's going on here? It was just the two of us. And now that we're getting along so well, suddenly there's this extra person out of nowhere. I have no idea how this happened. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. All right. We've already brought them along. What's the point of saying all this now? What do you mean by on a pirate ship? Brother, would I betray you? Dao Gu said, I don't know about that. Because Dao Gu now seriously suspects that Mok is not with him, but with someone else. Dao Gu glanced at Mok. I now strongly suspect that you are not with me, but with someone else. Mok pointed to himself. What do you mean by that? I've been so good to you, and you still say things like that? It really hurts me. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head speechlessly. That's all I'll say to you. All you ever think about is how to help others, or what that is. But have you ever thought about what you're getting in return for helping others every day? Mok didn't know what he could gain, because he had never calculated it. Even if he were forced to calculate what he could gain, Mok was too lazy to do so. After thinking about this, Mok immediately shook his head. I don't know what I will get in the future, but I feel very happy doing what I am doing now. After hearing this, Dao Gu slowly nodded. What you're doing now is certainly very, very enjoyable. But what about me? Have you even considered me? You haven't even considered that, have you? Mok patted Dao Gu on the shoulder. All right, let's save his life. Besides, he didn't commit any fatal mistakes. It was just stealing something. Dao Gu is incredibly skilled to have managed to get this back, but Mok makes it sound so easy. What does it mean to steal something? What kind of crime is stealing? Mok smiled faintly, and the group walked together. At that moment, someone nearby spoke up. It turns out this person's name is Li Fei. He resorted to this kind of shady business because his family was poor. However, he is now extremely regretful, especially after seeing Mok rescue him. He is filled with remorse. But there's nothing we can do now. It's already come to this, and there's no point in regretting it now. So now that Mok has saved him, Li Fei is extremely grateful. Li Fei glanced at Mok. You're such a kind person. I don't know how to thank you enough. Mok pointed to himself. What do you mean? How did I end up saving you? Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. We're almost at the flea market. Mok glanced ahead and realized they were indeed almost at the flea market. Once at the flea market, Li Fei seemed to know a great deal about the business, looking at this and that for a while. Mok glanced at Li Fei. You seem to know a lot about this, don't you? Li Fei smiled there. Well, I wouldn't say I know it very well. I just had some prior knowledge of it. So I can tell what kind of material it is, how long it has been broken, and what I can and cannot buy just by looking at it. Upon hearing this, Dao Gu stared at the person in front of him in surprise. What did you say? You said you know about all these things? Is that true? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded solemnly. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can go and test it out now. And then, how about I put on a show for you? He nodded solemnly after hearing this. All right, give me a performance. I'd like to see just how you're going to perform. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, Then I'll go. Li Fei walked over and came to a stall. The stall owner knew business was coming as soon as he saw Li Fei arrive. The two men were arguing over a chair because Li Fei wanted the shop owner to give him a discount. However, the owner was unwilling to offer a discount and kept emphasizing the quality of the chair's refurbishment and how excellent it was. But Li Fei wouldn't listen to any of that. All he wanted right now was something. Li Fei glanced at the boss. Boss, this isn't my first time here. Why don't you remember me? The boss was a little confused. When did he come here? How come he had never seen him before? The boss glanced at the person in front of him. When have I ever seen you before? I don't think you've ever been here. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. How can you say I haven't been here? Think again. Have I actually been here or not? The boss seemed to suddenly remember when Li Fei called out to him, as if he had indeed been there before. The two of them kept haggling over the price. Mok, who was standing to the side, was very happy to see this scene. See? I made the right decision, didn't I? He can help us so much all at once, which saves you a lot of money. Dao Gu didn't expect things to turn out this way, and he was extremely happy. Dao Gu laughed heartily as he spoke. I never expected this to save me so much money. You're amazing. Chapter 62, Li Fei's Abilities. Mok, how come you have such good eyesight? How come I didn't see it, and kept it? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, If I were going to let you stay, why did you get into an argument with someone just now? The way you were acting just now, you looked like you wanted to devour someone. You know that. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him pointed to himself. I would eat him. It was all because of a misunderstanding. If it wasn't a misunderstanding, why would I eat him? It's his fault for not learning anything good at such a young age and doing such things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have treated him that way. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. Yes. Now you know that's true, isn't it? At this moment, Li Fei walked over. Li Fei looked at the two of them. I've already got that thing. But how do we get it back? Mok glanced at the person in front of him. What did you say? You've already got the item? That shop owner just refused to sell it to you no matter what. Li Fei knew that he had already said a lot to the boss. Mok nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that almost everything had been bought, the person in front of him spoke up. How about this? We'll leave first, and then we'll leave this to the shop owner. He said he'll deliver this to our door when he gets back. Upon hearing this, Mok asked curiously, "You even delivered this little bit of stuff to my door?" Li Fei nodded smugly. "Of course. How could he not deliver to our door? We've already bought so many things from him, and we've bought from him so many times already. If they don't deliver this time, they won't come next time either, right, Mok?" Mok noticed that Li Fei seemed to be saying this on purpose, and sure enough, the boss was watching them from behind. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Yes, yes, who can argue with that? If they don't deliver to us, then they won't come next time." The boss came over immediately. "No, please. I know you're in the hotel business, so you definitely need this right now. If you need anything else, just contact me anytime. I've already given my contact information to this young man. If there are any problems, you can just contact me directly." Upon hearing this, Mok slowly nodded. He hadn't expected him to be so capable, managing to do something like this so quickly. Mok glanced at Li Fei. "Li Fei, you seem to have become much more powerful again. I really didn't expect you to defeat me so easily in such a short time." "It's nothing to Li Fei," Li Fei said with a hearty laugh. "For me, I don't think it's a big deal at all." Daoge stood to the side and said with a smile, "Then let's go back first." Yangzi was puzzled to see that the two people had returned with another person. After thinking about this, Yoko looked at the person in front of her. What does this mean? Why did they bring another person back? Daoge didn't say anything, so Mok called Yangzi over. "In this situation, can you get this person to work with you? And then he can be your assistant. What do you think of him?" Yangzi didn't have anyone under her command to run errands for her, so now that someone was suddenly running errands for her, she was definitely thrilled. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Is he really going to run errands for me here? That's wonderful," Mok said. "If it's true, how can it be said to be false?" After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Of course it's true, otherwise what do you think?" Yangzi glanced at Mok and said, "Then tell me how this person came to be." Mok said with a smile, "Where do you think this person came from? Or where do you think he came from right now?" Hearing this, Yoko was completely dumbfounded. Yangzi was already confused when the two of them went out and brought back someone, but they didn't even tell her where this person came from. After thinking about this, Yoko asked curiously, "What exactly happened?" "I have no idea what happened." After thinking about this, the person in front of him smiled and said, "Then let him be my assistant. But I must say this first. When we get back, we'll have to make him work hard. I wonder if he can handle it." Mok believed that there was nothing he could not bear. If he couldn't bear it, then he wouldn't have come here. Mok felt that he could definitely handle it, and judging from his appearance today, Mok already knew that. Mok smiled faintly. "Sure. What? You still don't trust me? If you don't trust me, then forget it." Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. "It's not that I don't believe it. It's just that I find it so unbelievable. You understand?" Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. "What's so incredible about it? It's just that this person had some rather unpleasant experiences with us on the way. But they're all gone now. Anyway, we'll just stick together." Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently, and he probably understood what was going on. Something unpleasant happened. What exactly happened? Yangzi originally wanted to ask more questions, but then she thought that since Mok didn't want to tell her, she shouldn't ask anymore. If I were to ask again, it would definitely be very, very bad for me, so I definitely shouldn't ask anymore. After thinking about this, the person in front of him immediately nodded. "All right, then I'll go with you. Let him stay here." After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. "Since that's the case, then you can stay together." Yangzi brought Li Fei over and took him to find a place to stay. Then she took Li Fei to many places. Yangzi glanced at Li Fei. "Li Fei, where did you come from, and where did you appear? I've never seen you before." Li Fei nodded sheepishly. Chapter 63, Comfortable Living. "We just met on the road, and they said I was pitiful, so they brought me back." Yangzi thought it was unlikely. How could they have brought him back just because they felt sorry for him? That didn't seem like their usual practice. Thinking of this, the person in front of him frowned. "Impossible, right? How could they just take pity on you and bring you back? If that's the case, then I think all of this is too impossible." Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Whether you believe it or not, that's really how it is. Anyway, Something very unpleasant happened between us, but let's not talk about what it was, okay? Upon hearing this, Yoko nodded. Okay, I won't say any more, but I still feel a bit too awkward. Upon hearing this, Li Fei shook his head. No, 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 there's nothing particularly awkward about it. After Li Fei settled on a location, he finally had a place to stay. Mok watched the two men come out and asked Li Fei with great concern. How are you feeling now? I've found you a place, haven't I? Li Fei nodded happily. Yes, I found this place. It's very comfortable here, thank you so much. Mok waved his hand. There's nothing to thank me for. The main thing is that you feel comfortable staying here. After arranging everything, Mok was ready to leave. I haven't had time to stay here these past 2 days. After thinking about this, Mok slowly spoke. I might not have time to stay here for the next couple of days. How about I leave this place to you for the next 2 days? Then, I might have to leave for a couple of days, is that okay? After listening, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand. I know what to do next, so you can go about your business now. Mok returned to Lin Wenming's home. As soon as they got back to Lin Wenming's house, Lin Shuhan asked him to buy her some stationery. Brother, are you back? Could you go buy me a pencil case? I was just writing an article when my pencil case broke. Could you go and buy me a new one? Upon hearing these words, Mok frowned. Why don't you go yourself? Did you see me just come back and do it on purpose? Lin Shuhan chuckled. No. How could it be on purpose? It's just that something really broke. If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself. Mok was too lazy to look. If he was asked to buy it for him, he would buy it himself. Besides, it wasn't a big deal. And even if he did it on purpose, I can't quite put my finger on it. So what if he did it on purpose? I'm truly suffering in silence right now, like someone swallowing a bitter pill. Mok had no choice but to buy a pencil case and place it in front of Lin Shuhan. But to everyone's surprise, when Lin Shuhan saw the pencil case, she started crying and screaming nonstop. Mok had no idea what was going on. Hadn't they already bought him everything he wanted? Mok frowned curiously. What's wrong with you? Didn't we already buy you everything you wanted? Why are you crying and making a scene here again? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. Even so, you didn't have to buy me a broken one, did you? Look, the thing you bought me is broken. Mok was puzzled when he heard this. He had just bought a new one, and when did he get him a broken one? Mok was somewhat curious. He looked at the person in front of him. When did I buy you a broken one? You should watch your words. When did I buy you a broken one? Lin Shuhan simply threw the pencil case aside. Look, isn't this thing broken? And it's completely unusable. If you have a problem with me, just say so. You don't have to treat me like this, do you? Now you've bought me a broken one. What's the point of having this? If it's like this, I'd rather not have it at all, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Mok smiled. Anyway, I'm buying you a good one now. If you think I'm buying you a bad one, then there's nothing I can do. If you think it's bad, then it's bad. Anyway, I'm buying you a good one now. Mok didn't want to say so much to him. Didn't he know whether he had bought a good one or a bad one? Did he need him to remind him? Mok was a little angry. He really didn't expect that he would be so good to him and then be misunderstood like this. If I had known he would misunderstand me like this, I shouldn't have kindly made this for him in the first place. Now I'm suddenly filled with resentment. I might as well not have bought anything at all. I'm so angry with myself. After thinking about this, Mok slowly began to speak. If you say this thing is broken, then just give it back to me, okay? I need to get this from you now, because I feel it's really, it's too insulting to give this to me. Even after hearing this, the person in front of him remained relentless. You're doing this on purpose. You're doing this on purpose. You only feel happy when you see me looking bad, don't you? Mok pointed to himself. What do you mean by that? When have I ever asked you to do something wrong? You really have no conscience at all. I just got back and went through all this trouble to buy these things for you. And now you react like this the moment you see them. Since that's the case, then just give it back to me. I'm too lazy to give it back to you. Mok took the things over, and after looking at the person in front of him, he realized that he had no choice but to accept the person's words. And if he insists on making me admit that I did it, then I'm at my wit's end. It's driving me crazy. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. You did it on purpose. Chapter 64 Bullying. Mok was too lazy to talk to them. If they thought he did it on purpose, then he did. Thinking about this, Mok became extremely angry. I've kindly gotten him something, and when I turn around, he says I did it on purpose. You can say you did it on purpose, so be it, I don't really care anyway. Mok's nonchalant attitude annoyed the person in front of him, so he started shouting loudly again. Li Mei, who was standing nearby, was disturbed by the noise from the two people, so she quickly ran over. What's going on with you guys? Why are you making such a racket again? Mok, nothing happened when you weren't back, but why are there so many problems now that you're back? Mok pointed to himself. What do you mean by that? What does it have to do with me? Impossible. Mok knew that he did it on purpose after seeing this scene. Didn't he usually like to frame him? What else would he do besides this kind of thing? He acts like a little kid all day, always doing these kinds of things, and Mok is too lazy to talk to him anymore. If I hadn't seen that he was just a child, I would have already confronted him, but he still doesn't know what's good for him. When Li Mei heard the commotion, she knew things were in serious trouble. Because Li Mei wouldn't allow anyone to bully Lin Shuhan, who was her precious daughter. Mok just happened to run into this spearhead again. Thinking of this, Li Mei, who was standing next to her, immediately ran over. Mok, are you bullying him again? Mok pointed to himself. I didn't bully him. Don't say that. When did I bully him? He asked me to buy him a pencil case. When he came back, he started making a huge scene here. I had no idea what was going on. Now you're suddenly saying that I bullied him. I'm the one who's been wronged the most. Although Mok said that the mother and daughter wanted to bully him here, he didn't want to take the blame now. Why should I take the blame? I'm the one who's been wronged the most right now. Just thinking about it makes Mok extremely angry. Upon hearing this, Li Mei walked directly up to Mok. Really? If you hadn't bullied her, would your sister be crying here? I said you've been in our house since the beginning, and now you're bullying our child. What exactly do you want? If you don't want to stay here, then leave and stop bothering us. If you want to live here, then you'd better behave yourself and not cause so much trouble. Unexpectedly, Lin Shuhan started shouting and making a scene. Mom, he bullied me. He really bullied me. What? He really bullied you? Let me tell you, if this brat bullies you, you should tell Mom, and Mom will definitely beat him to death. Mok watched the mother and daughter's performance, which was really good, and they even wanted to beat him to death. Mok was quite curious about how they could possibly kill him. If you want to kill yourself in 3 rounds, then come on. He talks a big game, but if he really wanted to kill himself, would he have the ability? Mok glanced at Li Mei. Auntie, it's really not like what you imagine. The stationery I bought is the same quality as what they initially gave me. But I don't know why I brought it back. Lin Shuhan said it was broken. Li Mei glanced at the pencil case on the ground. It was obviously broken. Need I say more? Li Mei glanced at Mok. Look for yourself. That pencil case on the ground is clearly broken. What are you still trying to argue about? Did my daughter say something wrong? Mok glanced at Lin Shuhan, who was clearly smiling. Moreover, the expression on Lin Shuhan's face was truly terrifying. What on earth was going on? After thinking about this, Mok gave a cold laugh. If you don't believe me, then forget it. It's already like this, what can I do? Don't you think so? Mok was already used to them being like this anyway. So Mok had long since come to regard the mother and daughter's current state as a normal thing. He was too lazy to say anything more, so after hearing this, he walked over without saying a word. Mok, you've disliked our family from the very beginning. If you really dislike our family, then just say so. We won't welcome you to our home. So why do you keep bullying Lin Shuhan here? Although Lin Shuhan is not your biological sister, she is still your sister in name only. What you are doing is really too much. Upon hearing this, Mok wanted to ask him if he was really his sister on the surface. Haha, it's easy to talk when you're not the one suffering. And she even thinks he's her own sister. She's really trying to make herself look good. Mok slowly nodded. Say whatever you want. If you say it like that now, and if you think she's my sister, then so be it. Anyway, I don't care about anything anymore. At this moment, Lin Wenming walked in and was extremely annoyed to see them arguing. Honey, what are you doing here again? Are you arguing again? As soon as Li Mei saw her husband arrive, she felt incredibly wronged. Honey, look at him. He's bullying our daughter again, and he's too lazy to say anything. He says he's bullying her, so he's bullying her. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. I'm sorry, I didn't bully my sister. I just bought her a pencil case, and she made a huge fuss, saying that the pencil case was broken. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him sighed deeply. Can't you two just stay home and have some peace and quiet for a while? You're always arguing here, arguing all the time. Is that really necessary? You just can't stand him living in our house, can you? Li Mei was a little angry after Lin Wenming's lecture. What's wrong? You're not on my side, but on the side of an outsider. You're really something else. Let me ask you, who is your biological daughter, and who is your wife? Chapter 65 is difficult to explain. Lin Wenming had a bit of a headache with his wife. If I could, I would rather not have chosen a wife like this. Just thinking about her makes me feel extremely irritated. After thinking about this, Lin Wenming slowly began to speak. Since things have already come to this, let's not make things harder for the child. He's already pitiful enough. His mother wasn't living with him. She was staying with us because she wanted us to take good care of him. But if you keep making a fuss like this, how are we going to let this child live in our home? When Li Mei saw Lin Wenming say that, she instantly became extremely angry. What? He's the one who's in the wrong. Why is he blaming me? It's infuriating. What's wrong with you? Can't you figure out who's at fault right now? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. I can see it now. You're making a scene here. You don't care about anything. You can't do anything, and you don't even care about my feelings. Upon seeing this, Li Mei immediately shouted loudly. Fine. If that's how it is, then let's get a divorce. Since you like this child so much, why don't you take the child and the two of you live together? After saying that, Li Mei turned her face away and ignored the two people. Mok felt like he had gotten himself into trouble. He wants me to live with Lin Wenming, but he's not my father. What kind of talk is that? Seeing how agitated they were, Mok wanted to explain something, but unexpectedly, Lin Shuhan next to him also started crying. Dad, you don't want me and Mom anymore. You're so heartless. Hearing this, Mok felt that it was getting more and more outrageous. They are the family, and I am just a passerby, but now it seems like I've become part of their internal male-dominated war. After thinking about this, Lin Wenming looked at the two people. You two are absolutely unbelievable. Lin Shuhan, you're just like your mother. Your mother is unreasonable. You might as well be even more unreasonable than her. Since that's the case, I've seen the two of you together. I'm too lazy to deal with you anymore. Do whatever you want, that's all. After saying that, he rushed out the door, taking Mok with him. Mok glanced at Lin Wenming. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? We've just come out like this, but what about Annie and Lin Shuhan? Lin Wenming couldn't care less about anything else, because he was extremely angry. He sighed deeply. I can't care about anything else right now. I'm so angry. I've put up with someone like him who doesn't understand anything at all for so many years, but now I really can't take it anymore. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. I've already had enough of him. It's already like this. How do you think I could possibly continue to tolerate him? So it's simply impossible now, and I don't want to endure it anymore. It's just too painful. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Indeed, Mok could understand Lin Wenming very well. Lin Wenming had truly suffered a lot. Sigh, thinking about this makes me feel quite sorry for him. After saying this, Mok glanced at Lin Wenming. That's true. You need to think about changing your wife now. If you don't think about changing your wife, it won't work out in the end. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Mok doesn't know where he's going now, since he's been kicked out and can't even say he has a place to stay. Moreover, there is also Lin Wenming. If it were just him, he could easily find a place to stay, but now that he's here, Mok doesn't really want to find another place to live. After thinking about this, Mok looked at the person in front of him. Where are we going to stay now? Things are already like this. We have to find a place to stay. Lin Wenming glanced at Mok. That's right. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Mok didn't know where Lin Wenming was taking him, but Lin Wenming led Mok to a small courtyard. This little courtyard looks very dilapidated. It must have been uninhabited for a long time. Mok's face was full of confusion. He didn't know where he was. Seeing Mok's curious expression, Lin Wenming slowly spoke. Actually, I bought this place before. It was originally a gift for your mother. Upon hearing this, the person in front of them was stunned. What? It's for my mother? Really? When I heard that it was a gift for my mother, I was really surprised. He also mentioned that he had given it to his mother before, which suggests that their relationship is indeed quite special. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Oh, I see. Mok didn't want to care about so much, nor did he want to ask so many questions. He simply gave a curt reply. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. It's like this. It was meant for your mother before, but fate had other plans, so it wasn't given to her. And now it's just been put here. Got it. Upon hearing this, Mok slowly nodded. Mok finally understood. He looked at the person in front of him and realized that this was how it was. Mok glanced at Lin Wenming. So, we'll be living here from now on. Lin Wenming had no idea why Li Mei was making a fuss about divorcing him, and seeing it made him feel extremely annoyed. Since things have already come to this, it seems that we have no choice but to stay here. After thinking about this, Lin Wenming said to Mok, it's really too unfair to you to live here with me. Mok didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and he shook his head. It's all right. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just feel that you've been wronged, especially since you're living in a place like this. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenming smiled faintly. Thank you for understanding me. There aren't many people who can understand me like you do these days. Chapter 66 is already immune. Mok pointed to himself. Me? I'm just a child. There are many things that are your adult matters, and I don't understand them at all. But I think you should stop making a scene. What's the point of making a scene? Things are already like this. Besides, we're already an old married couple. There's no point in making a scene, don't you think? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Even a little kid like you can understand these principles, but someone his age doesn't. It's a pity that my daughter is just like him. Like daughter. Mok thought that made sense, and slowly nodded. Yes, that's true. It seems like the two of them are really exactly the same. Thinking about this made Mok feel extremely embarrassed. Could it be that this happened because of her own actions? Mok said with a smile. Could it be that you've become like this because of me? If that's really the case, then I have to apologize to you here. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, there's nothing to apologize for. Besides, if I felt it was your fault, then I wouldn't have brought you here, right? There's no need to apologize so much. Mok slowly nodded. Lin Wenming is actually a pretty good person, and he's completely different from his wife. Other women just don't compare. Thinking about this made Mok extremely irritable. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. It's okay. You don't need to worry about me anymore. I feel fine now. It's nothing. I'm immune to it anyway. They had already caused me a lot of harm, so now I'm relatively immune. Lin Wenming wasn't thinking about anything right now. All he wanted to do was stay here and keep Mok company. Li Mei went too far in the past. If she hadn't gone so far, I wouldn't be so angry now. After thinking about this, Lin Wenming turned his head and said, how about this? Let's tidy up this place first, since we'll be staying here. So let's clean up the place now, what do you think? Mok thought that made sense. No matter what, they had to get through this superficial situation first. And it really should be tidied up, because this place is just too messy, and it's definitely not okay to continue living here like this. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. All right, since that's how it is, let's tidy up here properly. Let me take a look. Actually, there's nothing here that needs cleaning up. It's just that no one has lived here for a long time, which is why it's in this state. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, that's why I'm feeling a bit irritated now that I see this. But then again, there are many things we don't have here. How about this? I'll go back and get your things for you. Aren't all your things there? Mok felt that he had nothing left to take, and after thinking about this, he shook his head. It's okay, I only have one backpack. My sneakers and stuff are all soaked, and I can't wear anything. Lin Wenming felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. I had asked Li Mei to give Mok money before, but I guess he didn't give it to me, and even secretly hid it away. As things stand, that's definitely how it is, Lin Wenming said, glancing at Mok. Did you receive the money I asked your aunt to give you? Mok pointed to himself. Me? I didn't receive this money, and I haven't seen a single penny of it. What Mok said was true. He really hadn't seen the money. If we had money, we wouldn't be living like this now. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenming slowly nodded. Lin Wenming should have already guessed it by now, and he was extremely disappointed. Lin Wenming really didn't expect it to be like this. He looked at the person in front of him. I'm so sorry for making you suffer here. I'm really sorry. Mok didn't think it was anything special. Perhaps he just had a lot of insights to share today. After thinking about this, Mok shook his head. It's okay. You don't need to apologize to me so much anymore. After all this time has passed. Is there anything else I should apologize for? It's all right. It's all right. I've already made it through. Mok had long been accustomed to this kind of life. Lin Wenming glanced at the person in front of him. Since that's how it is, then I'll stay here with you from now on, and we'll live here together, relying on each other. Mok felt that this was not quite right, and spoke up. Wouldn't this be a bit inappropriate? After all, if you also live here, what will happen to Annie? Mok voiced his concerns, but to his surprise, the person in front of him said, he can do whatever he wants. I don't care about all that. Let him do whatever he wants. I don't even want to think about what will happen to him. I was really angry inside. I didn't care about him. He was there and could do whatever he wanted. Mok slowly nodded. This is, after all, their personal relationship, and it doesn't seem to have much to do with me. And it seems like the two of them have always been like this. Thinking about this made me feel somewhat relieved. After Mok finished packing the things with Lin Wenming looked at Mok. Is there anything you need? If so, please tell me. I'll go and prepare some more things for you. But I can't just let you stay here without anything. Mok shook his head. He had already said that he didn't need anything anymore. If you have any needs, then say so. Even if you want to make it up to yourself now, this isn't the way to do it. Chapter 67 Having a Home. After thinking about this, the person in front of him smiled and said, I'm really fine now. I don't need anything anymore. If I need anything, I'll let you know as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, if you need anything, just tell me right away, don't keep it to yourself. After speaking with Mok, Lin Wenming went straight back to his room. Lin Wenming's mind was in turmoil. He kept thinking about various things. In fact, Mok also knew that it was because he saw this that he stopped saying anything. He must be feeling really bad right now, which is why he went there alone and didn't say a word. I can totally understand that. Mok walked over at this moment. Seeing Lin Wenming lying there silently, seemingly lost in thought, Mok quickly asked, What's wrong? Is something the matter? You look uncomfortable being here all alone. Lin Wenming pointed to himself. Me? What could I possibly be upset about? Nothing at all. Look at what you're saying. I'm perfectly fine right here, nothing's wrong with me. But Mok could tell that he was preoccupied. Since he didn't want to talk about it, then so be it. Since things have already come to this, what else can I say? I might as well just ignore it. They've already said they don't want me to manage it. It would be inappropriate for me to do so. After thinking about this, Mok nodded. Okay, if anything happens, just tell me right away. Don't keep it bottled up inside, or you'll feel really bad. Lin Wenming smiled. You are such an understanding person. Mok laughed heartily and shook his head. No, this is all right. Mok was also constantly thinking about Lin Wenming's matter. Lin Wenming is different from me. He has a family. If he were to stay here like this, he would likely end up sleeping on the streets. He's not like me. Thinking of this, Mok hurriedly spoke up. You'd better not stay here. If you stay here, I reckon you'll be sleeping on the streets by the time you get back, you know that? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. How could I possibly be sleeping on the streets? Besides, it's simply impossible. You're overestimating me. Mok wasn't thinking too much of him. Rather, what Mok was saying was the truth. He thought he wasn't taking this matter to heart, but actually, someone was going to get him. Seeing him putting on such a show, Mok spoke up. You'd better not stay here. I'm serious. If you stay here, it will definitely be very, very bad for you. So you should go back now. I'm perfectly fine here by myself. If anything happens to me, I will contact you immediately. Mok didn't want to see him doing this kind of thing for him, and he didn't want to be dragged into it. Moreover, this was originally his own business. After thinking about this, Mok spoke up. You should go back now. I can manage on my own here. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenming asked curiously, Really? Are you sure you can manage here all by yourself? I'm afraid you can't handle it. Sigh. I really have no idea what to do right now. On one hand, I can't go over there, and on the other hand, it's you. Mok felt as if he had tripped up his legs. Mok felt quite indifferent, and seeing how embarrassed he looked here, Mok shook his head. No, I'm completely fine right now. You don't need to worry about me anymore. If anything were to happen to me, I would have already told you, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. Upon hearing Mok's words, the person in front of him nodded immediately. Okay, all I can do now is apologize to you, Mok said with a smile. If you don't go back, Auntie is definitely going to explode tonight. Even though she's scolding you, she doesn't mean to treat you like that. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yeah, who can argue with that? Even though he says this won't work or that won't work, he still cares about me a lot. Mok thought so too, and he nodded heavily. Yes, that's how it is, so we can all see that now. You should go back. After thinking about this, Lin Wenming spoke up. How about this? I'll go buy you something. I'm really worried about you going back alone. I'd like to go with you to see if there's anything you might need, if there's anything you require. Then let's go buy some things you need, that way I'll feel at ease. Mok thought about it and decided that it was a good idea. Since he wanted him to buy something, he would go and buy something. If he said he didn't want anything, he would start to panic. Mok smiled faintly. I already told you not to be so polite, but you still insist on being so polite. Fine then, let's go buy some things together. Throughout his journey, Lin Wenming kept talking about how he had wronged Mok. Mok was so tired of hearing this that his ears were practically calloused. Mok didn't actually take this matter to heart at all. On the contrary, he kept feeling that he had wronged Mok in this way and that way. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. I don't really care what happens to me now, but it's different for you. You still have a family to support, so you absolutely can't let me ruin your family. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded. That's natural. Lin Wenming felt extremely helpless about this situation, as if he really had no other options. Chapter 68, The Sensible Mok. After thinking about this, Lin Wenming spoke up. I'm completely at a loss about this, and I'm really getting fed up with it. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. Actually, that little girl is quite cute. Lin Wenming couldn't see what was so cute about Mok. He suddenly felt that Mok was far too sensible. And this child was just a small child, but he had to endure so much. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. You are so sensible that I don't know what to say. Mok pointed to himself. Me? What do I know? I don't think I'm particularly sensible, and I feel that all of this is what I should do. That's why I did it, because you are my mother's best friend and have taken such good care of me, so I didn't want to put you in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. You're a really good kid. I don't even know what to say. Lin Wenming looked at Mok with great gratitude. You're so kind. Mok shook his head. All right, please stop praising me like that. To be honest, I'm not doing that well, but with all the praise you've given me, I'm practically a flower in bloom. Lin Wenming felt that what he said was true, and he smiled faintly. Everything I said is true. I won't give a nice look to bad people like that. But you are different. I also need to think about whether I really want to divorce him. Mok heard this and said, How can this be allowed? This was originally a small matter, but if I were to cause him to lose a family for my sake, it would be a loss that doesn't outweigh the gain. Mok shook his head. We need to be more careful about this kind of thing. It would definitely not be right to just get a divorce like this. Lin Wenming said he would think about it carefully. By the time Lin Wenming had almost finished getting everything ready, it was almost midnight. Lin Wenming thought he should probably not go today, and after thinking about it, he shook his head. I'm not going back today. Mok knew he would say that now, so he shook his head. No, we already agreed before. You said you wanted to go back. Since that's the case, you should go back now. Lin Wenming was somewhat helpless against Mok. He glanced at Mok. If I were to leave, I would really be worried about you being all alone here. Mok pointed to himself. Me? I'm a mature man now, not a child anymore, so don't worry. Mok glanced at Lin Wenming and said, Then let's hurry up and leave. It's already this late. By the time we get back, it will have been a long time. After hearing this, he nodded in agreement. What else could he do but listen to Mok's words? If someone else were to try to persuade him, he definitely wouldn't listen to them. Lin Wenming glanced at him and said, Mok, you've really suffered here. I feel so sorry for your deceased mother, that you've endured so much hardship. Mok shook his head. No, it's already like this. What else is there? Okay, you should go back now. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Since things have already come to this, it won't work if I don't go back now. It was already late at night when Lin Wenming returned home. Li Mei started cursing at him as soon as she saw him. What are you doing back here? You still have the nerve to come back? Weren't you going out with that brat? Now you're back, aren't you? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him smiled. What? How did I get back? Don't forget, this is my home, and this is the house I bought myself. This is our premarital property. Didn't you say you wanted a divorce? Sure, if you want a divorce, then we'll go and get the divorce papers done tomorrow. Since things have already come to this, I don't want to continue living with you anymore. Li Mei was surprised that things had changed so suddenly. Everything was fine before. What's going on? How did things suddenly turn out like this? Thinking of this, Li Mei looked at the person in front of her. You did this on purpose, didn't you? After hearing this, you looked outside and saw Li Mei. Since you got married, what have you done? You haven't done anything at all. And at home, you're always cursing or complaining about this or that. What good things have you actually done all day long? If you want a divorce, then go ahead and get a divorce. But Li Mei was completely stunned after hearing this. Li Mei said she wanted a divorce every day, but it was just talk. If she were actually asked to get a divorce, she would never do it. After thinking about this, Li Mei glanced at Lin Wenming. What did you say? Are you really going to get a divorce? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Didn't you say you wanted a divorce? If that's how it is, then let's get a divorce. It's already come to this, and I don't want to go now. I've been entangled with you for so long. Li Mei immediately chickened out upon hearing this. No divorce. We still have such a young daughter. If we divorce, it will be very bad for her. We can't get a divorce. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenming asked, What do you mean by cannot get a divorce? Weren't you the one who kept insisting on getting a divorce from the beginning? If that's the case, then let's get a divorce. I don't want to be with you anymore, because this kind of life is just too unbearable. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. If we get divorced, what will happen to our daughter? I haven't thought about what to do. Now I'm wondering what to do with her. Why didn't I think about this before? Now I'm thinking about what to do. I'll just do what I have to do. Since things are already like this, I might as well separate my daughter from her. Otherwise, what else do you want to do? Chapter 69 Not Worth Believing. Li Mei glanced at Lin Wenming and suddenly remembered Mok. By the way, where did Mok go? It's so late. Where could he have gone if he wasn't coming back? Upon hearing this, Mok suddenly sneezed inside the room. He wondered who was missing him so much. Mok really disliked this feeling, and surprisingly, he sneezed again right there. Lin Wenming glanced at Li Mei. You don't genuinely care about him, so why are you worrying so much? Even if I told you where he is right now, could you go and check on him? Stop being so hypocritical here. Li Mei became anxious immediately after hearing this. I'm not being hypocritical. I genuinely want to ask where the child is. Why don't you believe me? Lin Wenming glanced at Li Mei. It's not that I don't believe you, but the expression on your face right now makes you unbelievable. Don't think I'm a fool just because I'm not home. Where did all the money I asked you to give to that child go? I told you to let all the money you gave him go into your own pocket, didn't I? You're such a vicious woman. Now I realize that marrying you was a huge mistake. Unexpectedly, Lin Wenming was able to throw such a tantrum here. Li Mei really knew she had done something wrong. Li Mei looked at the person in front of her. Don't scold me anymore. I really know I was wrong. Mok asked curiously. You really know you did something wrong? I truly know that I made a mistake, and I know exactly where I went wrong. I see you here, quite carefree, and you've never even realized where you went wrong. Now come with me and tell me where you went wrong. Tell me where you went wrong. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately spoke up. I did everything wrong. I really did everything wrong. Please don't blame me, okay? Let's live a good life together. Lin Wenming glared angrily at Li Mei. Now she knows to live a proper life for herself. Why didn't she do this earlier? It's all Lin Wenming's fault. I was too excited about this woman at first, so I let him end up like this. If I had been a little harsher on him from the beginning, then things wouldn't be like this now. To be honest, it's my fault for having Lin Wenming. I'm a little angry and a little regretful now. Lin Wenming went straight to sleep. He didn't want to bother with this woman. Just seeing her made him angry, so he figured he might as well go back to sleep. Since Lin Wenming ignored him, he had no choice but to go back to sleep too. As long as he wasn't angry now, he was willing to say whatever he wanted. After Lin Wenming left, Mok was left all alone. Mok was quite comfortable staying here alone, because this small courtyard was very close to Ginting, which would make it much more convenient if Dao Gu and Yang Zi wanted to come and find him. So Mok went to Ginting. Yang Zi was surprised to see Mok coming to see him in the middle of the night. He wondered what had happened or what had come up with this time. Yang Zi quickly came over. What's wrong? Did something happen again? Mok shook his head. Nothing happened. I just wanted to let you know that I've moved. I'm not living in my old house anymore. Yang Zi was a little curious. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't live in the same place anymore? Did they kick you out? If they did, then you can stay in Ginting. Mok shook his head. No, I wasn't kicked out. I've moved to a different place now, a small courtyard, which I quite like. And it's close to here. If you want to find me, just go there. Mok mainly wanted to tell them this. Yang Zi and Daoj heard this. Sure, it will be very convenient for us to find you then, and we won't have to go through such a long detour anymore. And you won't have to deal with your mistress nagging you anymore. She's really incredibly annoying. Mok thought so too. Mok considered it briefly. That's what I think. Now that we've moved out, there won't be so many problems. Moreover, if anything happens, you can just come to the courtyard to find me. When Yang Zi heard this news, it really was good news. Yang Zi glanced at Mok. Did that family bully you again? If they did, tell us, and we'll help you get revenge. Mok felt that there was no need for this anymore, and they were already close to getting a divorce. If someone were to speak ill of them at this point, their family situation would likely not improve for much longer. Therefore, Mok no longer wants to do these evil things, nor does he want them to be separated from their wives and children. Mok felt there was absolutely no need for it. Mok shook his head. Forget it, there's no need for that. Actually, that person just really doesn't want me to live in his house. Moreover, the place I live in now is a house that Lin Wenming bought for my mother. But for some reason my mother couldn't stay here, so she gave this place to me now. Yang Zi heard all this. That sounds pretty good, at least we don't have to go anymore. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded. We can't be bullying the weak and fearing the strong like this now. If you are always weak to him, he will think that you are always easy to bully. This is an age-old truth. This principle is clear and understandable to everyone, and everyone agrees without hesitation. Don't worry. How could I let them bully me like this? I think you're underestimating me. Alright, it's already past midnight. I'll head back now. If you need anything, just come find me there anytime. After finishing his conversation with them, Mok quickly returned to his small courtyard. This little courtyard isn't very big, but it would be quite comfortable for me to live here all by myself. Moreover, I don't lack daily necessities anymore. It's convenient to live here because it's close to school and also close to Ginting. It's a win-win situation. Chapter 70, Unreasonable. Mok is very satisfied with his current life. Mok got up very early the next day. Because he was often late before, his homeroom teacher had given him a very harsh scolding. No matter what, I am still a student, and as a student, I have to do what I should do. So I got up very early this morning and rushed to school. I didn't expect Li Hao to have arrived even earlier than me. Li Hao was somewhat surprised to see Mok arrive so early. Hey, Mok, why are you here so early today? Don't you always love to sleep in? What's up with you coming so early today? Did Mok not realize that he might have made a mistake? What difference did it make if he arrived early? Mok frowned. What's wrong? Can't I come a little earlier? Li Hao, are you allowed to perform well in front of the teacher, but I'm not allowed to perform well in front of the teacher? That's not what Li Hao meant. He just felt a little unaccustomed to Mok suddenly arriving earlier than usual. Li Hao looked at Mok and seemed extremely happy, unlike his previous demeanor. Li Hao glanced at Mok. Let me guess. Something good must be happening to you, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be making that face. You don't usually have such a friendly expression on your face. So what's the good news? Mok does have good news, but there's no need to tell him. Mok said with a smile. I'm not going to tell you. Try to guess it yourself if you're so capable. If you can guess it, that's what's truly impressive. Li Hao doesn't have the ability to guess. If he could guess, he wouldn't be in such a hurry here. Li Hao glanced at Mok. Oh, we're such good friends, yet you're keeping things from me. If you're hiding something from me, you definitely won't share good things with me either. Fine. Then you'll treat me to dinner today, right? Mok nodded. That's fine. We've just moved into our own little courtyard, and everything is already prepared there. Li Hao can cook, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to arrest him and have him cook a meal for me. Mok nodded. I can treat you to a meal, provided you cook for yourself. I can take you out. Li Hao frowned. What kind of dinner invitation is this? Who invites guests to cook for themselves? This is just so unreasonable. Mok. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. Take it or leave it. Mok glanced at Li Hao. That's up to you. Go if you want, or don't. If you go, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. I'm not begging you to go. Li Hao couldn't do anything about Quebec. Mok had already spoken, so how could he say he was unwilling? Li Hao nodded. All right, go ahead. It's already like this whether you go or not. If you don't go, it's not really possible. Li Hao had been chasing after Mok ever since school ended. Okay, I'm out of school now. Let's hurry over to your house. Li Hao looked at Mok with some uncertainty, wondering if it was really okay to go to his house. Knowing about his family situation makes things seem a little awkward now. Mok didn't see anything wrong with it. Mok glanced at Li Hao. If you don't want to go, then forget it. Anyway, I'm taking you to a new place now. I've moved. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Li Hao glanced at Mok. No wonder you were so confident here, and you even invited me over for something. Turns out you've already moved to a new house. Now that you've moved to a new location, you should naturally go and take a look. See what great place you've moved to. Let's go. Mok led Li Hao into the small courtyard. Li Hao absolutely loved the courtyard. Because Li Hao lives in an apartment building, but he grew up with his grandparents when he was little, and that's where he grew up. Since I grew up, my parents have brought me back home, and I haven't had time to go back to that courtyard. Now I don't have the chance to go back at all. Seeing such a cute little face makes me so happy. Li Hao could hardly believe his eyes. Is this really your territory? Mok slowly nodded. That's my territory, of course. Otherwise, do you think I would take you to someone else's house? Then didn't they still dump me? Mok had no need to deceive himself here. Li Hao nodded. Wow, I love this place so much. I wish I could live here. I'd come here all the time, okay? Do you know how expensive this house is? Since you've been so nice to me lately, I'll allow you to come here more often from now on. Li Hao was overjoyed to hear this. You said it yourself. You have to allow me to come often from now on. Mok nodded. You said it yourself. You can't go back on your word. Mok has never regretted what he said. Now that I've already told him, what is there to regret? Do I really have no credibility whatsoever? Mok glanced at the person in front of him. How am I like you, switching between saying this and that, speaking human language and speaking ghost language? So I'm not like you. Li Hao knew this was a deliberate sarcastic remark, but he refused to admit who was switching between speaking human language and ghost language. I didn't. Mok was quite skeptical. Who said you didn't? You're 1 minute talking like a human and the next like a ghost. Go figure it out yourself. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke with great grievance. No. If you keep saying that to me, I'm not happy. If I leave then, there will be no one to cook for you. Mok glanced at Li Hao. Okay. You're so great, aren't you? Whatever you say goes. Okay, I won't say anything more. Since I just want you to cook me a meal here, I'll indulge you this once for now. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded, looking incredulous. You should have been as indulgent towards me as you are now a long time ago, instead of coming here and saying all sorts of bad things about me, you understand? Chapter 71, A Satisfactory Visit. Mok nodded silently. Okay, I understand. Mok spoke and laughed, saying that he was so happy to be cooking here. The two looked around and realized there wasn't much to eat. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. Well, you don't have much to eat at home, so why don't we go out and buy some groceries? We can go to the supermarket together, and you can pay, okay? Mok readily agreed. It's just going to the supermarket, right? It's just paying money, right? It's not like it's such a big deal. Mok nodded. Sure. If that's the case, then of course we should go to that supermarket. Let's go shopping. As Mok spoke, he looked at the person in front of him and told him to go to the supermarket. Since he had already said he would go, he should treat the person to a proper meal. The person in front of him looked at Mok with some disbelief. Wow, you've suddenly become so generous. By the way, where did you get this house from? I haven't heard you mention it yet. Mok doesn't want to talk to anyone about this. Because of his relationship with Lynn Main, which seemed to be somewhat complicated, and also because of his mother, Mok didn't want to talk about it anymore. Mok shook his head. Don't ask about these things anymore. I'll just give you what you want right now. Isn't that enough? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. I do know that. I'm just a little concerned about you. Mok felt he didn't need any concern and immediately refused. I don't need your concern, and I find this relationship very fake. Li Hao had no choice but to nod. Okay, you're always so aloof. Before people even say anything, you assume they have malicious intent, don't you? Mok asked curiously. Isn't that right? I don't need that kind of concern from others. Mok directly refused, and Li Hao realized he had said the wrong thing. Li Hao nodded. Okay, I know I said the wrong thing again. You seem very unhappy to see me right now. To make you feel better, I've decided it's better for me to keep my mouth shut and not say anything. Mok nodded in satisfaction. You know it yourself, so I won't have to lose my temper with you here. Li Hao thought so too. Li Hao nodded. Yes, that's what I was thinking too. I'm also afraid you'll get angry at me here, haha. The two walked to the supermarket while talking, and then bought some groceries. Although the presentation wasn't the best, the two of them still enjoyed the meal quite a bit. Li Hao really liked this atmosphere and this kind of life. After finishing his meal, Li Hao patted his stomach. I really love this life, and I feel like I'm loving you more and more. Mok pointed to himself. What do you mean by loving me more and more? Give me a break. Don't say that. What does loving me more and more have to do with me? You're talking as if we two men should be together. Li Hao touched his stomach. All right. It's been a really great experience being a guest here, and I'm already full. Mok looked at Li Hao with curiosity. Are you really full? If not, I can get you something else to eat. You absolutely mustn't hold back your appetite. If you do, I'm telling you, I won't take responsibility later. Li Hao is already about to burst. What responsibility does he need to take? Li Hao touched his stomach and then glanced at Mok. I'm about to burst from this. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Mok pointed to himself. I'll take responsibility? What responsibility do I have? I was just saying that. Don't look at me like that, okay? At this moment, Li Hao spoke up. Oh, right, I have something to tell you. I'm not leaving tonight. I'm going to stay here and keep you company. Mok pointed to himself. Why are you here with me? I'm perfectly fine here. I don't need you to keep me company. Mok waved his hand, telling Li Hao to hurry home. After all, that's not a good thing here, and not just anyone can be here. Mok glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao, you should go home. Not just anyone can stay here. Do you think you can just stay here because you want to? Li Hao's face showed some resentment and displeasure. What do you mean? I want to stay here, but you don't want me to. What's wrong with you? Upon hearing this, Mok chuckled and said, It's not about how it happened. It's just that there's only one bed here. So where can I stay? If you're going to live here, then you'll just have to make do and live with me. Li Hao had already seen it, and after hearing these words, he nodded heavily. Sure. As long as I can stay in this little courtyard, I'll sleep anywhere. Just don't let me sleep on the main street. Mok wasn't that heartless. How could he possibly let him sleep on the street? Mok immediately shook his head after that. Don't worry, I'm not that heartless yet, and our relationship hasn't reached that point. If it really came to that, I would have already sent you flying into the street. Li Hao laughed heartily as he spoke. You're all bark and no bite. All right, let's go rest. You can keep these. You can clean them up tomorrow. Mok looked at it and thought, how can this be? There's so much stuff here. Am I supposed to clean it all by myself? I don't want to tidy up, let alone wash dishes, which is a very difficult physical task that I simply don't want to do. Mok glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao, let me ask you this. Do you still want to stay here? Li Hao nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, of course I'm willing. Mok nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Since you're willing to stay here, then hurry up and show your appreciation by cleaning this place up. Chapter 72, Going Back on One's Promises. Mok spoke while glancing at Li Hao. Li Hao could only nod. Li Hao felt that Mok was now like the son of a landlord, while he himself was the one being oppressed. After thinking about this, Li Hao slowly spoke. I feel like I'm being oppressed. Mok pointed to himself. Am I oppressing you? Li Hao nodded immediately. Yes, it's because you're oppressing me. I have to do whatever you tell me to do. If I don't do anything, you'll give me a good scolding. Mok probably doesn't think he does. The two lay on the bed together, looking at the sky. It's so comfortable staying here. I wish I had a house as nice as yours. I really, really love this place. Mok also really likes this place. He feels free and unrestrained, and even breathing here is much easier than outside. Mok slowly nodded. I like this place even more than you do. Before, I always felt like I couldn't breathe there. It was so incredibly oppressive. Now it's completely different. Li Hao felt the same way. He nodded immediately. Yeah, how did you manage to say what was on my mind? I'm about to tell you how I feel right now. This is how I feel. Here, I feel like a little bird, free and unrestrained, doing whatever I want without any restrictions. But it's a different story in other places. Mok felt that he and Li Hao had so many similarities. Mok checked the time. What time is it already? Why don't you get some rest? If you don't rest now, you'll be late for school tomorrow. Li Hao was so engrossed in chatting with Mok that he didn't even notice the time, even though it was already 1 or 2 o'clock. Oh my God, Mok, it's all your fault. You brought me here and won't let me sleep. Look at you. How can you be like this? Mok knew he was saying this on purpose, but he hadn't led him to this state. After thinking about this, Mok immediately shook his head. Don't blame me. You're the one who insisted on stubbornly staying here. I want to get rid of you, but no matter what I do, I can't get rid of you. Have you noticed? Li Hao immediately denied it. It's clearly your fault, okay? The two of them chatted back and forth, bickering and joking all night without being able to sleep, and as expected, they were late the next morning. As soon as Mok got up, he saw the time and knew he was going to get scolded by the homeroom teacher again. Mok glanced at the time, then looked at Li Hao, who was fast asleep beside him. All right, Li Hao, we're going to be late again today. Li Hao already knew, and he slowly stood up. So what if I'm late? What can I do? When Mok arrived at school with Li Hao, the homeroom teacher had already been waiting there for a long time. When the homeroom teacher saw that the two of them were late together, he slowly nodded. You two are really remarkably alike. Even your lateness times are the same. Get out here and stand outside right now. Both of them secretly wanted to laugh, because they both knew what the other had been doing the day before. But the two of them kept enduring it, and were scolded by their homeroom teacher. Finally, school was over. As soon as Li Hao got out of school, he wanted to walk with Mok because he wanted to sit in Mok's little courtyard for a while. His little courtyard was indeed exceptionally comfortable, almost irresistible. However, when Mok heard that Li Hao wanted to come with him, he immediately refused. Li Hao, you can't go anymore. Li Hao frowned. What do you mean? It's only been a short time, and you're already complaining about me and won't let me go anymore. Who said yesterday that I could go any time? Mok said that yesterday, but even though he said it yesterday, he has already gone for 2 days in a row today. His family must be very worried, so it's better to go every few days. How can you go every day? That's what Mok actually meant. Mok explained it to Li Hao, and Li Hao said he understood perfectly. Oh, I see. Okay, I'll go home then. I'll come back and bother you later. Mok laughed heartily and nodded. All right, feel free to bother me. With that, Mok turned and left. Mok is going to Ginting, but he didn't go yesterday, so he has to go and see what the situation is like there today. As Mok walked along, he suddenly noticed a stray kitten on the road. Mok felt extremely sorry for the kitten and wondered where it had come from. He couldn't bear it and picked it up. Oh, little kitty, where did you come from? You look so pitiful. Why did your owner abandon you and leave you here? Mok is a person who loves small animals very much. So when Mok saw the kitten lying there motionless, he knew it must have been abandoned by someone. There are so many people abandoning small animals these days, so this kitten must have been abandoned by someone else. Mok couldn't bear to leave the kitten there any longer, because it was just too adorable. I have never seen such an adorable kitten before. Mok let the kitten go. Little kitty, you're so cute. I almost can't bear to leave you here. You're just too adorable. Can you give me a smile? The kitten didn't laugh, because kittens don't laugh, but it did meow at Mok. Looking at the kitten, Mok became even more certain that the kitten was actually quite intelligent, but he didn't know how it had been abandoned here. Mok glanced at the kitten. All right, don't look so pitiful here. I'll take you back. Mok picked up the kitten as he spoke. Anyway, I live in a small courtyard now, and those two women aren't as bothersome as they are. I can do whatever I want now. They can't do anything about it. Mok glanced at the kitten. Chapter 73 Harvesting Little Mimi. That's perfect. Now I'm all alone, and you're unwanted too. In that case, we can support each other, and you can become my pillar of support. Mok was very happy to have this little kitten with him. Mok originally planned to go to Ginting, but he couldn't go because a little kitten had forgotten everything. Mok picked up the kitten and thought that since the kitten had been wandering outside for so long, it must not have eaten anything. Mok thought for a moment, then took the kitten to a pet store. The shop assistant next to us came over very politely. Hello, how can I help you? Mok glanced at the kitten in his arms. It's like this. Could you get him a vaccination? And then, could you get him some cat food or something? Mok first said what he could think of. Because this kitten still needs to be vaccinated. Otherwise, it might contract infectious diseases. I know this is a basic fact. The pretty shop assistant next to him glanced at Mok. Seeing that Mok looked like a student, I was a little curious, especially since Mok, a man, was holding this little kitten and handing it to me. The shop assistant next to me said with a smile, Young man, there aren't many people who like this kitten as much as you do these days, are there? Mok glanced at the shop assistant. I picked this little thing up from the road. I saw that he was very pitiful and had no one to rely on, so I brought him here. What's wrong? Is it not okay? The shop assistant didn't say that. They were just very curious, since a little boy like Mok was a rare sight these days. The shop assistant glanced at Mok. No, I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that the way you look makes it seem like you've never been adopted. I'll give you an adoption guide in a bit, and it will show you how to take care of this kitten. Oh, and his name is Xiaomi, right? Mok nodded. Yes, I just named him. Mok really liked this name, so that's the name he was given. Mok glanced at the shop assistant. Thank you so much. Please get this done for me first. Mok really doesn't know how to raise it right now, so he definitely needs the help of the shop assistant. If the shop assistant doesn't help me, I'll really be at a loss, not knowing how to handle this thing. Luckily, the shop assistant handed this item to me. Otherwise, it would have really been a headache for me. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. Thank you so much. You're such a kind person. The shop assistant next to him glanced at Mok. I've never met anyone who loves cats as much as you, so I'm quite curious. Mok gave a faint smile. I also think that these little animals are actually quite intelligent. I don't know who left this kitten here. If they do something like that now, they will be abandoned by others when they get old. Mok spoke his mind. The shop assistant next to him nodded slowly after hearing this. Yes, who can argue with that? If they can do such things now, they will definitely receive the same treatment in the future, that's for sure. Mok glanced at the shop assistant. Thank you. Mok picked up Xiaomi and took her back immediately. Xiaomi was extremely well behaved the whole way, as if she knew Mok was going to take her back. She didn't utter a sound the entire time, appearing very obedient. Mok liked it very much, and then he looked at Xiaomi. Little Mimi, from now on, the two of us will have to rely on each other for survival, you know? Mok was talking to Xiaomi. Although Mok wasn't sure if Xiaomi could understand what he was saying, he still spoke anyway. Xiaomi nodded. Oh. Just as Mok was having a great time playing with Xiaomi, Yangzi rushed over in a panic. Mok glanced at Yangzi. What's wrong with you? Why are you in such a hurry? Yangzi was getting anxious, but Mok was having a great time here. Thinking of this, the person in front of him quickly spoke up. Don't you know something's happened? Mok genuinely didn't know something had happened. Hearing him say this, Mok was somewhat curious. What do you mean by that? What's going on? Don't talk to me like that. What is it that's making me so worried and scared? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. That's how it is. Now that something has happened to Ginting, and you're not going, we don't know what to do. Mok asked curiously. What does that mean? What do you mean Ginting is in trouble? What happened? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. That's how it is. Someone brought a group of people to cause trouble. We don't know who those people are, but they just came directly to cause trouble. Then, a conflict broke out with them. Brother Dao is dealing with this matter over there now. Mok slowly nodded, indicating that he already knew. Yangzi looked at Xiaomi next to Mok with some curiosity. Where did this little thing come from? No wonder you didn't go today. You were dealing with this little thing. Mok slowly nodded. Yes, I didn't go today because I was dealing with this. I found it on the street. Yangzi immediately gave a thumbs up. You're really amazing. You managed to pick it up from the street. I have to say, you're really impressive. Mok smiled faintly. I saw him on the street and felt he was so pitiful, so I brought him back. What's wrong with that? Any objections? Yangzi had no objection. Yangzi was quite surprised that Mok, who looked like such a big and burly man, would like such a small thing. After thinking about this, Yangzi spoke up. You like these little animals, so I'll get you one sometime. As she spoke, Yoko scratched her head sheepishly, as if she had just discovered a secret. Chapter 74, Too Much Nonsense. Mok felt it was unnecessary. The reason he liked this thing now was because I found this. I didn't buy it on purpose, understand? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. By the way, you said something happened over there. What happened? Can Brother Dao hold off so many people by himself? Yoko herself didn't know this, but she should be able to block it. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. We can't tell what's going on yet, but the situation isn't looking good. Mok just didn't like hearing those words. The situation is not very good. Just how bad was the situation? There had to be a limit, right? Thinking of this, Mok asked curiously. The situation is not good. Do you know just how bad it is? Yangzi was a little nervous because there were a lot of people coming, at least 20 or so. So if Dao Gu were to hold them off alone, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. So the situation doesn't seem to be going so well right now. Nothing is going as smoothly as we had imagined. Mok was curious about where this group of people came from, and why they came straight to Ginting. I wonder where these people came from, Yangzi said, also very puzzled. Yangzi shook her head. Don't ask me about this, I don't know what's going on either. If I had known what was going on, I would have already dealt with this matter. It's because Brother Dao couldn't handle it that he sent me to you. Mok nodded, indicating that he understood. Mok slowly began to speak. Actually, I was planning to go today, but some things came up on the way, so I was delayed, you know. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Oh, I see. No wonder we all thought you weren't coming today. So you ran into this little kitten and it made you late, didn't it? Mok means that he wasted his time because he met Xiaomi today. However, I don't regret it. I just didn't expect such a big problem to occur while I was away. If that's the case, it seems I do bear some responsibility. Mok said slowly after thinking about this. I really didn't expect that such a big problem would occur over there after I've only been here for a short while. I really didn't expect it. Yangzi hadn't expected such a big problem to arise. Yangzi was also confused about what was going on. She had just returned when she saw this group of people barging in. Luckily, she didn't go in, and then came to Mok for help. Now, if she has any grievances, she has to confide in Mok. Mok slowly nodded, indicating that he already knew. Mok thought for a moment. If anything unexpected happens later, you still have to leave first, understand? What do you mean I have to go first? Why is it always me going first? When Mok wanted Yangzi to leave first, Yangzi was a little unhappy. After all, they were meant to share both the hardships and the joys. What if I'm allowed to go first? Upon realizing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, 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 I can't just abandon you like this. I can't just abandon you like this, absolutely not. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. Now is not the time for such sentimental reflections. I told you to go first, so go first. Why are you making so many demands? If you're not going to leave, Then you can stay here by yourself. The two of us can go first. Mok was protecting him, which is why he let him go first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the mood to let him go first. Yoko understood. Yoko nodded. Okay, I understand. If anything happens, I'll leave first, is that right? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. That's exactly what I mean. If anything unexpected happens, you should just leave and stop arguing here, understand? Yoko nodded, indicating that she already knew. When the two arrived, they were met with an astonishing sight. The group of people were already sitting there drinking tea. Mok glanced at the people next to Dao Gu. You mean those guys who came over to cause trouble just now, right? They were the people sitting opposite him. Realizing this, the person in front of him nodded hastily. Yes, I remember these are the same people. But why are they sitting here drinking tea and chatting and acting like nothing's wrong? Mok also wanted to know why this was happening. He'd really pulled a fast one on him. Yangzi, you wouldn't be lying about military intelligence, would you? If you dare to lie about military intelligence, then let me tell you, I won't let you off the hook. Yangzi could only point to herself to show that she had not lied about the military situation at all, and that she was being very serious. Yoko felt somewhat innocent, because she didn't know how this happened either. Just now when I left, these guys were still acting all high and mighty, talking nonstop. What happened? How did it become like this in such a short time? Yangzi shook her head in confusion. Mok didn't care about anything else. He walked straight to Dao Ji's side. Brother Dao, are you alright? Dao Gu shook his head, and after seeing Mok come over, Dao Gu said with a smile. I'm fine. You're overthinking it. It's all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Mok pulled Dao Gu over. What do you mean? What misunderstanding? Wasn't it said that someone was provoking us here? How come it's turned into friendship after the provocation? Dao Gu nodded. Yes, I'll explain this to you later. It can't be explained here right now. Mok felt like he was listening in a daze. What did he mean by can't be explained? How could it be so hard to explain? Mok felt a little dizzy. He looked at the person in front of him. What do you mean by that? What are you trying to do? You were just telling me to hurry up and come here, and now you're pulling this stunt. Chapter 75 explains it clearly. Dao Gu didn't know how to explain this incident. It was just a misunderstanding. Mok glanced at Dao Gu. You're not explaining this to me, which is making me all confused. I don't even know how to talk to people anymore. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, How else can you speak? Just speak as you normally would. Just relax now. There's no use in you being so nervous right now, because the more nervous you are, the more they'll look down on you. Mok was completely confused by what he heard. Dao Gu pulled Mok over and then introduced him to the three people. This is our boss at Ginting. The three of them could hardly believe it after hearing it. What did you say? This is your boss today? I can't believe your boss is so young, is it true? Dao Gu said with a smile. Of course it's true. I have no reason to lie to you here. This really is our boss. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The three of them simply couldn't believe it. This boss was far too young. Where could you find a boss this young? He was like a child. So when people saw it, they found it quite unbelievable. Dao Gu smiled and said, Yes, many people who meet our boss find it incredible and think that our boss is too young to be a boss at all. However, it's worth mentioning that although our boss is quite young, but the way he handles things and what he's doing now is beyond your imagination, you know? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. What you're saying makes sense, haha. Your boss looks quite young, but he must have his own methods of doing things. Otherwise he wouldn't have become a boss. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. That's right, that's exactly how it is. There's a certain way to be a boss. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a bucket, that's what they say. Dao Gu seemed very happy, and was quite polite to them. Mok smiled faintly. Hello, my name is Mok, and I'm the owner here. May I ask who you are? When Dao Gu heard this, he slapped his forehead. Oh dear, look at my head. I've completely forgotten what I should be doing and thinking about. I almost forgot. I need to go and introduce it to you. Mok was speechless. If he could forget this now, what was there to forget about this? Mok looked at the person in front of him. What was going on? After thinking about this, Dao Gu glanced at the people next to him. That's how it is. The people next to me are Qin Tong, Wangda, and Li Zhe. The three men looked to be large and burly, and they looked particularly terrifying. No wonder Yangzi said someone was causing trouble here. So that's what happened. Could it be that all this searching was just a misunderstanding? Mok was startled by his own thoughts. Wasn't Yangzi being a bit too unreliable? But what could be the misunderstanding? When these three people saw Mok, their expressions became extremely respectful, as if they had become completely different people. Mok glanced at the three of them. I just heard that something very unpleasant happened here. Even though I'm here now, I still want to know what unpleasant things happened here. I need to find out what exactly happened. We can't just let it go like this, in a daze. Who wants to go first? At this moment, Daogu stepped forward. Daogu pulled Mok to the other side. Let me explain to you what exactly happened. Actually, it's like this. When they came to provoke us earlier, it was to see you. Mok pointed to himself. Just to see me, huh? If you just want to see me, why don't you just say so? Is it really necessary to do any language adjustment here? Isn't this a bit too much? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately spoke. It's because they know that our boss here isn't someone you can easily meet, so they thought of using this method to force you out. What forced me to come out? Mok pointed to himself. Force me out? That's a bit confusing. Why force me out? The person next to him spoke up. Because I really want to see you. The person next to him walked right up to Mok. I'm so sorry to have given you such a fright. We're not here to cause trouble. We just heard that the owner here seems to have a very powerful background, so we came up with this idea to see you. Mok somewhat disagreed with their approach. They made such a big fuss that I thought my shop had been vandalized. That's why I rushed over in such a panic. I was almost startled. After thinking about this, Mok shook his head helplessly. That really startled me. I thought they were going to smash up my shop. It turns out it was all a misunderstanding. It really gave me a fright. The three people beside him all looked apologetic, and they all glanced at Mok. I'm so sorry. We've frightened you just now. It's our fault. Mok waved his hand. Sigh, it's all that brat Yangzi's fault. When Yangzi was telling me earlier, he kept saying that someone was causing trouble here, and he described it in a very scary way, which is why I rushed over here in such a panic. If he hadn't said that here, I wouldn't have rushed over in such a panic. The three of them looked at each other. Please don't blame us. We really had no other choice but to do this. If there were any other way to see you, we wouldn't have done this. Mok said he could understand it a little better now. No wonder they said someone was provoking them here. When Yangzi heard Mok mention his name repeatedly, he knew he couldn't escape this calamity. Yangzi walked over. Oh dear, it's not really my fault. Chapter 76, Waiting for the Boss. They were all incredibly terrifying, and they just barged in. Who would have thought something would happen inside? If I had known that these things happened here, I wouldn't have panicked like that just now. I was really scared. The people around him looked at him like this, and said with a smile, I'm sorry. We may have been a bit too hasty in coming, and the way we came in was a bit too frightening. That's exactly right. Now it's our turn to apologize to you. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Of course not. Mok looked at them, relieved that they weren't there to cause trouble. Mok glanced at Daogu. What's wrong with you? I thought they were really going to smash this place up. It almost scared me to death, you know. I didn't do this on purpose, did I? Daogu said with a chuckle. Wasn't I here to protect the safety of this place? To be honest, I didn't do it on purpose at all, you know. If I had known what was going on here, I wouldn't have just let things continue like this. Mok suddenly felt a pang of longing for his little Mimi. I wonder what Xiaomi is doing inside the house. However, it's all because of them that we're here now. If it weren't for them, things wouldn't be like this now. Just thinking about it makes me really angry. Do you think it's all your fault, one by one? Daogu didn't know what this little Mimi he was talking about was, but judging from its appearance, it must be something very important. Daogu was a little confused, but putting that aside for now, the most important thing was the three people in front of him. The three of them kept praising and patting him. Okay. Sigh, this is really going to wipe out us younger generation. There's just no way to put it. Mok immediately shook his head upon hearing this. But don't say that. Actually, I'm not like that at all. Everyone has their own decisions and their own thoughts. It makes me feel quite embarrassed when you say things like that. By the way, what brings you here? Mok glanced at the person in front of him. Now that they know that Brother Dao isn't the owner here, they must be asking him what they want to talk to him about, right? I don't have time to play with them right now. I need to find out what they want from me first. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. That's how it is. I'm their leader. Ginting, who was standing to the side, pointed to himself. I'm representing those two people. We'd like to join your Ginting. Is that possible? Mok was somewhat surprised when he heard their request, because normally they wouldn't be willing to join this place. But what's going on? This is about to be added to my team, and it seems rather unlikely. Looking at these three people, who must have someone protecting them, why would they suddenly want to join my group? It doesn't seem that simple, and all three of them are big and burly. If they are so willing to join his team, Mok should really consider this matter. It's impossible to just agree to their request so easily. After all, this place is very important to me. It's not like they imagine, where anyone can just join whenever they want. That's simply impossible. Even Brother Dao was somewhat surprised when he heard the news. No wonder they've been here for so long without saying a word or doing anything. They were just waiting for the boss to come. So that's why? It makes me quite curious. So you met with our boss just to discuss this matter? You want to join Ginting, why? Mok also really wanted to ask this question. Their desire to join this place is definitely not easy, and they seem to be the kind of people who are not to be trifled with. Now that they're suddenly saying they want to join in, Mok really needs to think about it and see what their true intentions are. Perhaps they have ulterior motives and haven't said anything at all, so we should definitely ask them what's going on. Mok glanced at the three people in front of him. To be honest, the three of you all seem quite capable. And someone like you three would be able to make a living no matter where you go. But why do you all suddenly insist on joining me? To be honest, this surprised me quite a bit. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. That's right, because we see that your place is really developing better and better. We definitely want to join a place as promising as yours. Ginting was the one who spoke the whole time. The other two seemed rather silent. Mok smiled faintly, then pulled Daogo over. Daogo didn't know what was going on either. He glanced at Mok. So, should we agree or not? Mok hadn't thought about this matter yet, but he also didn't directly say whether he would agree or disagree. Mok thought for a moment. Don't agree to this so quickly. I don't think these three people are as simple as they seem on the surface. They said they wanted to join, so they just joined us? Who knows what they're hiding from us now? Furthermore, we don't know much about the backgrounds of those three people. Mok glanced at Yangzi. Yangzi, do you know anything about the background of those three people? Yangzi was completely bewildered. Even Mok didn't know how he could possibly know. Yangzi shook her head. I wonder what their backgrounds and origins are. The fact that they're so eager to join in now, could it be that someone is investigating you or trying to frame you? Mok was somewhat uncertain about this, but he didn't deny it either, because it was very, very possible. Who could say for sure? So all of this is very possible. Mok shook his head. I really can't be sure about that. Chapter 77, The Inclusion of Talent. Because this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Besides, do you think they can make me do whatever they want? That's absolutely impossible. If we listened to everything they said, we'd be finished. At this moment, Yangzi spoke up. How about this? Just tell them it won't work, and then kick them out. It's already like this anyway. We have enough staff here, including some odd jobs and such, all of whom are honest and hardworking people. So they have nothing to do here. Let them go. Just find an excuse to send them away. Mok initially thought the same thing, but then he realized it wouldn't work at all. How could we just send him away like that? If we did send him away, what would they think? That's absolutely impossible. And putting that aside, who knows if they have a powerful figure guiding them? What exactly is behind him remains a mystery. Therefore, Mok cannot be dismissed so quickly and directly now. Mok shook his head. This matter is not as simple as you imagine. If we just send him away like this, what if the person behind him comes out to take revenge on us? Upon hearing this, the person in front of them looked completely bewildered, unsure who this person behind them was. Yangzi, in particular, was utterly confused about the meaning of this statement. After thinking about this, Yoko shook her head. These are just things you're thinking in your head. There aren't any people behind him. If such a person existed, he would have already left. Why would he still be staying here? Mok, you're overthinking it. Mok didn't think he was overthinking things. He was simply being cautious in doing these things. After all, things have already come to this. Yangzi shook her head. These are just things you're thinking in your head. There aren't any people behind him. If such a person existed, many things would be unpredictable. Mok turned around and looked at the three people. We would love to welcome the three of you to join our family. It's just that many of our positions are already filled, such as the general manager position. As for the other positions, I don't think they're a good fit for you, so they probably won't be suitable. Since the three of you are willing to join us, we will definitely arrange a better position for you. But what if you come here? I can't just leave you here doing nothing, can I? So now we need to arrange a better position for you. Everyone understood what Mok meant. He was essentially trying to subtly reject them. They laughed after listening. No, that's all. Actually, we don't necessarily have to be a general manager or anything like that. All three of them understood what Mok meant. Although Mok didn't say it explicitly, the implication was very clear. Their expressions turned extremely sad and distressed upon hearing this, because they were deeply hurt by Mok's rejection of them. They didn't know that Mok was a very cautious person, so he might not be so easily recruited. When Ginting heard this, his face was filled with sorrow. Why won't you let us join? We've already said we're willing to do anything here. We're just interested in your development. The three of them spoke very sincerely, hoping that their uncle would accept them. The three people seemed honest, but who knows what kind of people they really are. I wouldn't dare accept such people. Mok said with a smile. Really, I really hope you can join us. But I don't really need any people right now, so why don't you leave me your contact information first? If we are short of staff here, or if we need any talent, I will notify you immediately and then contact you. What do you think of that? Ginting understood. Mok was subtly rejecting him. No matter what, it seems like they just don't want to join in. Ginting understood Mok's worries and glanced at him. You don't need to be so cautious and keep stopping me. Because I already know. You think we might be spies sent by someone else. That's why you've been treating me like this, isn't it? Mok didn't say it directly, but their comprehension is quite strong. After thinking about this, Mok shook his head. I don't think that way. You now think I do, but I can tell you that I absolutely do not think that way. Moreover, I think the three of you are all rare talents. I am very sorry and saddened that we were unable to cooperate successfully. But there are really no people here right now. Seeing that they were reluctant to leave, Mok went to them again and told them that he didn't need any more people. Mok wanted them to find better opportunities elsewhere. After all, in today's society, people as talented and capable as them could easily find any job. So why would they choose to come here? This puzzled Mok, and he shook his head. Since the three of us brothers are going out to find something to do, we need to find something with a promising future. If this job has no future at all, then I don't think there's any point in looking for it anymore, because it's really very frustrating. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. You certainly have a very good eye. This place is indeed very promising. I won't argue with you saying that. At this moment, Ginting suddenly spoke up. Don't worry, we are definitely not spies sent by anyone. If we were spies sent by anyone, we wouldn't be talking to you so openly here. Mok couldn't be sure about this, but he had no intention of accepting them at the moment. Chapter 78, The Intentions of the Three. Mok shook his head. I really can't accept you here for no reason, because I'm not very rich, and I have to pay everyone a salary every day. So, suddenly there are a lot more people here, and these two people have suddenly made such a big expense here. If I could accept such a large expense for just two people, I would let all three of you stay here, but that's really not possible right now. Mok looked at them, and then kindly explained the situation to them again. They were all very upset when they heard this. Mok smiled, then stood up, and Dao Gu immediately followed behind him. Boss, what should we do? Should we just let them leave? Or what? I think the three of them are quite good. Anyway, we're short-staffed right now, so why don't we keep them? Mok immediately objected upon hearing this. Get up, leave him here. What were you thinking? How could you leave him here? What is this now? I don't know how many people are envious, how many people are watching them, and you just let him stay like that. I'm telling you, that's absolutely impossible. You can either leave him here, or you can leave. That's not what Brother Dao meant. He was very upset after hearing this, but he absolutely did not mean it that way. Dao Gu immediately shook his head. No, no, that's absolutely not what I meant. I just think these people have potential, so why not leave them here? That's what I meant. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Regardless of what they are thinking right now, and whatever they are thinking about right now. Mok glanced at Dao Gu. Just do what I tell you to do. Don't ask so many questions, don't inquire so much, and don't say so much after that. Because all you've said so far is useless, you know that now? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, and Dao Gu didn't dare to say anything more. If I had said one more word, I probably would have been scolded by now. I know what is important and what is not. Therefore, I cannot afford to lose more than I gain in this matter. Dao looked at the people in front of him, unsure of how to resolve the situation. Mok, what do you think we should do about these people? Mok thought for a moment. How about this? Let's arrange for them to stay here for now. These guys seem quite interesting, so let them stay here for the time being. Mok was already being kind enough by not letting them leave immediately, so he let them stay here for the time being. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. You go and book a few rooms for him, and let him stay here for now. Observe him first, and then we'll see what happens. Who knows what their intentions are? Mok then walked over to the three people and said with a smile, I don't know where the three of you came from, but judging from your appearance, you must have come from a very far place. In that case, you should all rest here for a while, and then we'll go and take care of the rest of the business. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, What do you mean by that? You're letting us stay here, but on the one hand, you're unwilling to accept us. On the one hand, they made us stay here, which put us in a very awkward and passive position. Mok knew that this might not be a good thing for them. But now that I've already said it, letting them live here means letting them live here. So, if none of them live here, then let's leave. Mok didn't try to stop them or anything like that. The three of them looked at each other, wondering what Mok was up to. He wasn't willing to take them in, yet he was willing to let them stay here. The three of them felt extremely awkward. The three people looked at the person in front of them. You don't want us to work here, but you want us to stay here. I'm a little confused about what's going on. Mok also felt that this was not that difficult to understand. It was just to let them stay here for the time being. If they really were sent by someone, then they would easily understand his intentions by now. Seeing that they seemed genuinely confused, Mok spoke up. It's nothing much, just that you can stay here for a while, and then you can also learn about the hotel's rules and regulations. After all, staying here now isn't so easy anymore. There must be some rules or something, you know. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. So that's how it is. Well then, we'd be very, very willing if we could stay here. Mok hasn't been able to confirm this yet, and when he saw them say that, he smiled and said, Don't rush to make any decisions, because I haven't even confirmed it myself, whether things will really turn out the way you think. Then we'll leave you here. You can stay here for now. After Dao Gu made the arrangements, he took Mok back to the small courtyard. As soon as we got back to the courtyard, Brother Dao spoke up. What should we do with these people? Maybe I should have someone investigate them. This is something that Mok certainly needs to investigate, but he can't do it so directly and openly right now. They were already conducting this investigation in secret, so it wouldn't be good if they found out. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. You can investigate, but make sure they don't find out during the investigation. Also, have Yangzi keep an eye on them every day and pay attention to their movements, understand? Upon hearing this, Kuriko immediately nodded. They suddenly appeared today, which really confused me. I don't know what's going on. Chapter 79, Action Imminent. Mok shook his head. It's alright. This matter doesn't really concern you. If they really have some kind of purpose, then they will definitely take action. Don't rush. Anyway, he's already here with us. Although we don't know who's behind him, we'll find out eventually. Dao Gu glanced at Mok. You live in this little garden? This is my first time here. Mok nodded in agreement. I live in this little courtyard, so what? You think my courtyard is pretty good, right? Dao Gu also really liked this little garden, and nodded silently after looking at it. Not bad at all. I never expected you to be living here now. No wonder you're usually unwilling to deal with things outside. It's because it's so comfortable here. Even I wouldn't want to deal with it, let alone you. That's not the reason. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. How can you say that? It's not because of that. I'm willing to live here because I have no other choice, you know? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him smiled and said, I understand. I know what you mean. Weren't you kicked out by them? MOK couldn't be said to have been kicked out by them. In fact, he was also driven out by his own actions. MOK shook his head. There's a huge difference between being kicked out and being kicked out on your own. Don't say that. It sounds like they really kicked me out. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him smiled and said, Isn't that right? Actually, I understand everything. I've actually wanted to teach that family a lesson for you for a long time. But you insist on not doing it, which I think is completely unnecessary. MOK shook his head and said with a smile, What difference does it make whether we punish them or not? That person and my mother are such good friends. If I were to say something like that to them now, that would be disrespectful to my mother, which is why I don't want to do it now, you understand? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. You're so kind. You even thought of things like this for them. MOK felt a little helpless and slowly nodded. I just feel a bit helpless. This is not what I wanted to do, and I don't want to fall out with them. Daoge felt that whatever MOK did, he must have his own reasons, so he couldn't interfere. After thinking about this, MOK glanced at Hazy. Don't worry. I'm very, very happy here. Much happier than when I lived there. So you don't need to worry so much, okay? Hearing this, the person in front of him was still somewhat worried. Really? Are you really happy living here? But I don't see any happiness on your face. MOK didn't. He had dinner here with Li Hao just a couple of days ago, and found the place very, very comfortable. After thinking about this, MOK said with a smile, I had dinner here with Li Hao just a couple of days ago, and I think this place is pretty nice. I think it's great, don't worry about me. Seeing MOK's state, Daoge really didn't know what else to say. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. Since that's the case, then you should rest here. If anything happens, then you can just call me directly. We're so close, so if anything happens, you can just call me. MOK nodded. I know. Don't worry. Who can do anything to me? Apart from you guys who are always making me angry, I don't think anyone else can make me angry. After MOK spoke his mind, the people around him couldn't help but laugh. It seems that's really the case. Apart from us making you angry, it seems like no one else has made you this angry. Dao checked the time and realized he had to go back to the museum. Besides, he didn't know what was going on with those two, so he decided to leave. Daoge looked at MOK with some reluctance. I'm leaving now, but I still feel a little worried about you. MOK pointed to himself. All right. I've already said I have nothing to worry about. Why are you still worrying about me? Don't worry, I'm fine. After MOK finished speaking, he let Daoge leave on his own. MOK took a hot shower and then prepared to go to sleep. MOK woke up from his nap, and it was the next day, so he could go to school. When MOK went to school, he saw Li Hao. Li Hao was not as lively as usual. He was sitting in the classroom alone, lost in thought. MOK had no idea what was wrong with him. Why was he still spacing out here? MOK then walked straight up to him. Li Hao, what's wrong with you? You look like something happened, didn't you? Li Hao immediately shook his head after hearing this. No, I'm perfectly fine here. What could possibly happen to me? You're definitely overthinking it. MOK firmly believed everything he had just witnessed. Li Hao's expression was clearly not good, and it seemed like he was deliberately hiding something from himself. Thinking about this, MOK became somewhat angry. What's wrong? You're not going to tell me anything anymore? Isn't that a bit too much? What's going on? Just tell me what's wrong, okay? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. I'm fine, I'm really fine. Li Hao kept dodging the question, refusing to answer no matter how MOK asked him. MOK nodded after seeing this. Fine, since you're not going to tell me, then I won't ask. Anyway, you don't want to tell me now, do you? Upon hearing this, Li Hao shook his head repeatedly. Stop asking. Why are you asking so many questions? Even if you knew, what could you do about it? MOK didn't know what had happened, so he was extremely angry after hearing these words. Chapter 80 Bullying Back. What do you mean? You don't consider me a good friend anymore, do you? I've come to consider you a good friend, but you don't even acknowledge me as one. Fine. If you don't care about me at all, then forget it. It's already like this, what else can we do? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. It's not that I don't take you seriously, but even if I did, what could I do? It's just that I really can't say it. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him became somewhat curious. Why can't I say it? Mok was somewhat angry after seeing this scene. What's wrong with you? Are you hiding something from me now? It's one thing if you don't tell others, but now you're hiding it from me. Fine. If you're not going to tell me, then forget it. It's already like this, so I don't think there's anything more to say. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. It's not that I don't want to talk to you right now. It's that I simply can't say it right now. Mok found these words extremely strange. What the hell is going on? Can't you say anything? Is someone bullying Li Hao? After thinking about this, Mok asked, Tell me, has someone bullied you? If so, tell me and I'll go and get revenge for you. Li Hao shook his head. Forget it. I've never liked causing trouble. If you go looking for revenge now, what kind of image would that make you? No, I don't want you to go and seek revenge. You'll just stay here quietly. Upon hearing this, Mok asked curiously, Okay, I understand. So someone is bullying you, isn't that right? If you're not going to tell me, I'll go ask someone else now, since I'm here anyway. I can ask anyone. You think I can only ask you now, don't you? If I hear anything from someone else, you'd better not regret it. Li Hao knew Mok's temperament. He believed whatever Mok said now. Besides, things are already like this, so it won't work if you don't say anything. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. That's exactly right. When I was in school, some people bullied me, which made me feel really, really bad. I don't want to talk to them anymore, but I can't help it. They won't let me go. What should I do? If they are unwilling to let me go, then I have no way to talk to anyone else. And even if I were to talk to you, what good would it do? Even if I tell you, it won't work. I don't want you to seek revenge. This is nothing to Mok. Mok shook his head. This is nothing to me at all. Look at what you're saying. The reason I'm helping you now is because I want to do it myself. But then again, if they really want to do something to you, then I have to stand up for you. I don't want to see anyone treat you like that. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. If he bullies you, then you should fight back. Why are you being so cowardly here? Even if they bully you, then bully them back. Is that so hard? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. I can't retaliate. If I just let them retaliate, that won't work either. Mok didn't think there was anything wrong with him. He was just being bullied by others. If someone bullies you, you have to fight back. Why should you let them bully you here? Isn't this going too far? After thinking about this, Mok spoke up. You can't just let others bully you like this. Stop talking and let's go. As they were talking, they pulled the person in front of them to their feet. He's willing to be bullied, but I'm very unwilling to be. Don't think this matter will just end so easily. Li Hao was struggling to speak from behind. I simply don't want to go. Looking at him like this, Mok was curious as to why he was unwilling to go. He had already brought him here, but he still refused to go. He wondered what was going on in his mind. Only after thinking about this did the person in front of me tell me this. What exactly do you want? It's already like this, and you still don't want to go. I'm a bit lost right now. You're so weak, letting others bully you like this. You're really something else. Do you really want to be bullied like this? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. I don't want to be bullied like this, but there's nothing I can do. After thinking about this, Mok slowly spoke. If that's the case, then I'll go and look for them one by one. It's no big deal. If you don't want to, then go find them one by one. If I find them, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. When Li Hao heard Mok say this, he immediately panicked. Okay, I'll tell you, alright? You don't have to go anymore, I agree now. Now I know you're really looking out for me, so I agree, okay? But let's wait until after school to go. Mok glanced at Li Hao. You weren't like this before, were you? How come you've suddenly become so weak? And I feel like you're not the same person you used to be. After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. It's not that I'm not myself anymore. It's just that I'm having a really, really hard time right now. I don't know what I should do, so I haven't thought about looking for him. If I could find that person now, I wouldn't be in this situation. Upon hearing this, Mok sighed helplessly. Fine, since you're unwilling, then I don't know what to do. Since things have already come to this, if you're unwilling, you'll be the one who gets hurt in the end. Chapter 81, A Big Surprise. Mok was too lazy to talk to him that much. Since he doesn't want to go, I won't force him anymore. It's as if I'm the one forcing him here, and that I absolutely have to make him go. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded hastily. Okay, I understand. Thank you in advance. MOK glanced at Li Hao. I really hate you like this now. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Don't say thank you to me anymore. Li Hao has already revealed who bullied him. MOK thought about it for a moment. Li Hao, were these the two who bullied you? When we get back, we'll give them a good beating. I'm not going to let this go. Li Hao was a little scared. This person is extremely capable. If things really turn out this way, we'll definitely suffer losses. That's why Li Hao is unwilling to go back now. Li Hao felt extremely scared at the thought of them dealing with him. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. If we go there now, he'll definitely come after us. So if he punishes us then, it will definitely be extremely difficult for me. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. What's so difficult about it? We haven't even done anything yet, and you're already scared. You're such a coward. Li Hao slowly lowered his face. I don't know what you're going to say about me now, but whatever you're going to say, I won't let you go, because I know that if you go, they will definitely try to harm you. MOK was unaware of this, nor did he know whether they would make a move against him. Thinking about this, the person in front of me felt a little sad. Sigh, I really don't want to fight them right now. Can't I just go around them? What Li Hao said really made me angrier the more I listened. What does it mean to just go around them? If it were that simple, it wouldn't be so easy. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly began to speak. If you really think that taking a roundabout route is so simple, then everything will be easy, you know? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously. So what should we do now? It's already like this. Yes, they must already know. They'll definitely prepare some people in a while. What will we do then? MOK laughed heartily as he spoke. Why are you so cowardly? Let them prepare people. What's it to us? All you need to do now is do what you want in your heart. You're not really afraid of them, are you? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. There's a little bit of fear in me, because they taught me a lesson this morning, so I'm scared now, you know? MOK laughed heartily as he spoke. Okay, so what's the point of having a friend like me now? Having a friend like me. I'm here to take charge for you. Don't say that. It's already like this. Why say anything more? Li Hao looked at MOK, and now that he wanted to go so badly, he couldn't stop him anymore. Since MOK wants to make his own decisions now, then let him make his own decisions. Although he was feeling extremely upset, he was also quite unwilling to accept it. After thinking about this, Li Hao looked at MOK. If you really want to go find them, then when you fight them, you must be careful, and you must take it easy. You absolutely cannot let them run into you. MOK certainly knew, and he nodded. Don't worry, of course I know. They want to run into me, but that's impossible. Okay. Seeing MOK's certainty, Li Hao had no choice but to nod. Anyway, I've already told you everything, so you need to be careful about all of this. Upon hearing this, MOK patted Li Hao on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. No one will dare to do anything to you. Don't worry, they won't dare to cause trouble with me around. After school, the two of them went to find these people together. There were actually only two of them. MOK had thought there would be many people, but it turned out there were only two. MOK was quite surprised. There were only two people. He had thought there would be several. Li Hao is still so terrified, which really leaves me speechless. Having thought of this, the person in front of him spoke. You mean these are the people you're talking about, right? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, it's these people. I'm very confused right now and don't know what to do. MOK glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao, you're such a coward. I thought it was a dozen people going to beat you up, but it turns out there are only a few people, and you're still so scared? What's there to be afraid of? You're going too far. Upon hearing this, Li Hao asked the person in front of him curiously. What does that mean? What's going on? Why can't I be afraid? It makes me feel like I'm a coward. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. She's just very timid, too timid. MOK glanced at the two men, who had been making sarcastic remarks ever since they saw that Li Hao had brought a thug. I glanced at Li Hao. Hey, Li Hao, you've brought someone with you. Looks like we didn't teach you a lesson enough this morning. Huh? Well, look what you've got. You've brought someone else along. Li Hao stammered, unsure of what to say. However, MOK was somewhat angry when he saw Li Hao's expression. Li Hao and the others are talking about you. Hurry up and shut them up. But Li Hao kept his mouth shut, unable to utter a single coherent sentence despite his anxiety. Mok was furious when he saw it. Li Hao, what's wrong with you right now? You can't even say a word. It's really infuriating. Upon hearing this, the monkey's face fell. I really can't put it into words. I don't know how to describe these people. They are truly despicable. So I want to leave as soon as possible. Chapter 82. Knowing he was wrong. Mok looked at it. Leave? Leaving was impossible. They had already come all this way, and now they were saying they wanted to leave. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. What did you just say? Say it again. Do you think I'm a pushover? Let me tell you. How have you been bullying Li Hao? Today I'll make you pay for it. Mok looked at the person in front of him. The people in front of me looked at each other, completely disbelieving, and burst into laughter. The two men, upon seeing Mok, immediately thought he was the kind of person who was easy to beat up. How could that be? After thinking about this, the person in front of him burst into laughter and said, You're just saying that, nothing more. What's the point of coming here to show off? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. The two were stunned by what they saw. They hadn't expected Mok to be so skilled, and to have taken them down in less than a minute. The two were somewhat surprised, and they glanced at Mok. What are you going to do? Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. What am I supposed to do? Tell me what I'm supposed to do. It's already like this, can't you still tell? Or do you mean you need to do it again before you'll know what I'm going to do to you? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, 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 don't say that. Don't say that. We didn't plan to do anything. What? You don't have any plans to do anything? You seem to be on your way to heaven, don't you? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. We really don't dare to do it again. Otherwise, you can be our big brother. Mok pointed to himself. Me, the eldest brother? What's the point of being your eldest brother? Mok glanced at the two people, and the sight of them made him feel extremely irritated. He told others to take them in and make them his own. Mok had no idea how they had the nerve to say it out loud, and even wanted him to treat them as his underlings. Mok felt extremely uncomfortable as soon as he saw them, and said helplessly, Seeing you all now gives me a terrible headache. You want me to take you away? Do you even deserve it? I'm asking you, do you even deserve it? After Mok said that, the people in front of him looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Mok's words made them hesitant to speak further. Mok asked again, I'm just asking you, are you worthy? If you think you are, then continue. If you think you are not worthy, then what else is there to say? The people in front of them looked at each other, each knowing they had done something wrong. They've never seen anyone as powerful as Mok before, which is why they're regretting it so quickly now. After thinking about this, the person in front of him said, I was really wrong. Mok told them to apologize to Li Hao, since they hadn't wronged themselves, but Li Hao. After thinking about this, Mok pointed at Li Hao. See that? Li Hao is right here. Go apologize to Li Hao, not to me, do you hear me? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Okay, we understand. You're apologizing to Li Hao, right? Li Hao, I'm sorry, we were wrong today. Please don't be angry. We really were wrong today. Li Hao felt a little nervous when he saw the two of them suddenly apologizing to him. They even had to apologize to him. Never mind, it's fine. Mok was furious. He had finally managed to get them to come and apologize, and now they were saying no. Mok glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao, he apologized to you now. Did you hear that? Li Hao had already seen it, and he nodded. I saw that they were apologizing to me, but I think it's unnecessary. Their apology now leaves me unsure of what to say. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke up. What do you mean you don't know how to say it? Li Hao, are you scared by them? Li Hao, you keep an eye on him. He'll know it's all my fault. Mok glanced at Li Hao and was truly dumbfounded. Damn it, this guy's incredibly stupid, Mok thought, glancing at Li Hao. What do you want to do? Mok sent him over to seek revenge, not to sit here and apologize to someone. Mok asked them what their names were, and they told him that one was named Chun Wei and the other was named Zhao Tian. Mok slowly nodded. I already know about how you bullied Li Hao. If it was you who bullied Li Hao, then this matter is definitely not that simple. Chun Wei stood to the side, watching Mok cautiously, wondering what Mok was planning to do. After all, they already knew they were wrong, so they didn't want Mok to lay a hand on them again. Thinking of this, the person in front of him quickly spoke up. My God, we really made a mistake. Please don't make things difficult for us anymore. We really won't do it again. MOK smiled. You just apologized. I don't think Li Hao heard you. Li Hao, did you hear me? Li Hao immediately shook his head. I didn't hear it. Of course I didn't hear it. Li Hao spoke while glancing at Chen Wei and Zhao Tian. Chen Wei and Zhao Tian shouted loudly again. I was wrong, Li Hao. Upon hearing this, Li Hao slowly nodded, realizing that it was about right. That's more like it. You should have apologized to me a long time ago, understand? After hearing this, the two looked at each other and then nodded quickly. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? What do you mean, your fault? You know you're wrong now. If you really know you're wrong, then this matter seems rather simple. Li Hao punched both of them directly, once for each of them. You two should apologize to me now that you know. What were you doing before? You two. Upon hearing this, the two looked at each other and then quickly said some nice things to Li Hao and MOK as well. After thinking about this, the two looked at MOK. Otherwise, why don't you take us both as your underlings? We really want to be your underlings. Chapter 83 Two Troubles. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, does he really want to be my lackey? MOK looked at the two of them. MOK didn't want to take them in, because taking them in would only create more trouble for him. Therefore, MOK didn't want to create this trouble for himself. But they kept pressuring MOK to accept them, and they looked at MOK with a smile as they spoke. You don't have any underlings yet, do you? If you don't, then you should take me in. MOK thought about it and realized that he didn't actually have any underlings. But even though he doesn't have any underlings yet, he doesn't want to recruit anymore. Because when this person saw it, they felt that it was not the same kind of person as themselves at all. They even asked me to take him in. How could I just accept that? Upon hearing this, MOK felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. They're really talking without any sense of the situation, and neither of them is someone you can easily get along with. Li Hao had been bullying these two people the whole time, and MOK glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao, that's enough, and you've had your fun, haven't you? Li Hao nodded slowly. Yes, I've already bullied him, but he really made me angry just now. Thank you. MOK asked curiously. Now you know how to thank me? What were you doing before? Weren't you scared before? Now you're not scared anymore. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. I was indeed a little scared just now because you weren't by my side. MOK pointed to himself. What do you mean by that? I wasn't here with you. But now that I'm here, you're not afraid anymore, right? That's roughly what Li Hao meant. Because MOK wasn't by her side, she was afraid. Now that MOK is here, she's not afraid anymore. After thinking about this, MOK smiled. Li Hao, are you becoming a little dependent on me? Li Hao didn't know if he was somewhat dependent on MO Quebec. After thinking about this, the person in front of him shook his head in confusion. I don't know. I don't know if I'm becoming a little dependent on you now, huh? At this moment, Chen Wei spoke up. By the way, bro, do you have time today? Let's go eat together. MOK glanced at Chen Wei. What? You're taking me out to eat. Are you coming with me? Or do you have to treat me? After listening, Chen Wei quickly spoke up. Of course I treated you to dinner. What else could it be? I was definitely the one who treated you. Since I've been so sincere in saying this, then please do me the honor of accepting my offer. MOK had his own things to do tonight, so he wasn't in the mood to have dinner with him again. After thinking about this, MOK immediately shook his head. Forget it. I'm not in the mood to have dinner with you right now. I have things to do tonight. Li Hao wanted to take advantage of this, and he said with a smile, how about we go eat? They've already invited us so sincerely, it wouldn't be right if we didn't go. MOK didn't feel anything was wrong. He just smiled faintly. What's wrong with it? I'm asking you, what's wrong with it? Don't drag me into it. MOK didn't like being dragged into everything, so he glanced at Li Hao. All right, you've bullied him for so long, stop bullying him now. Li Hao initially felt it wasn't quite enough, but since MOK had already spoken, he decided not to bully him anymore. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. All right, since my older brother has already said he doesn't want me to bully you, I won't bully you anymore. MOK checked the time and realized it was time for him to leave. He had already been here for quite some time. MOK glanced at Li Hao. I'm leaving now. I have something to do. MOK glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao, You better watch yourself. Don't think that just because I've released you, you can bully others. You can't bully others, you know that. After hearing this, Li Hao felt extremely wronged. When did I ever bully others? Upon realizing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. I would never bully anyone, so don't worry. Mok had no idea about this, and he laughed heartily as he spoke. Are you sure you won't bully others? Judging from your expression, you seem quite resentful. Mok glanced at Chen Wei and Zhao Tian. What time is it now? Why aren't you two going back? Aren't your families looking for you? Chen Wei and Zhao Tian didn't want to go back, especially after seeing how powerful Mok was. Chen Wei and Zhao Tian each occupied one of the seats. By the way, how about we take you home? I heard your home is quite far from here. Is that right? Mok had no idea where they had heard that from. How far is my home from here? I clearly live in a small courtyard right next door. Mok frowned. Whose words did you two hear from? What do you mean by saying my home is far away? How is my home far away? My home is right next door, don't you know that? Both of them shook their heads in confusion. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea, and I have no idea what's going on. Just let us take you back, brother. Chen Wei and Zhao Tian had both changed their nicknames, and were even calling him Big Brother, which made Mok feel a little awkward. You two shouldn't call me Big Brother. I haven't agreed to it yet, and it's not appropriate for you two to call me Big Brother like that. But neither of them felt it was a big deal, and they both said it with a smile. Oh, don't say that. Actually, we can still cooperate, right? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. What does it mean to be able to cooperate? Mok glanced at the two of them. I told you, stop calling me Big Brother. I haven't even done anything to you yet, and you're already calling me Big Brother now. If you guys really get into trouble in the future, won't you still have to bear my name? Chapter 84 Inherently Kind. Forget it, forget it. You two absolutely must not call me Big Brother. I can't accept that. Mok knew that the two of them usually liked to cause trouble and were among the top troublemakers in school. If those two really cause trouble, they'll definitely come looking for me. So this older brother himself can't afford to take the blame. Mok glanced at the two of them. Aren't you two leaving yet? The students have almost all left the school. What are you still doing here? Mok tried to shoo them away again, but the two of them stood there as if they had no intention of leaving. Brother, let us take you home first. At this moment, Li Hao came out and said with a loud laugh. My God, did you hear that? They're already calling you Big Brother. Mok didn't want them to call him Big Brother, so he glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Li Hao immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. How could I possibly do that on purpose? Please don't think of me that way. Li Hao, who was standing to the side, said with a chuckle. Actually, I think this is a good thing. If they treat you as their older brother, then they won't bully me anymore. Mok glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao, that's all you've got. Mok looked at Li Hao with annoyance. Did Li Hao think that if he didn't want others to bully him, he would sell him off? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, I was just saying, they were so sincere, they were already thinking of mistaking you for their older brother. If you disagree, that would be quite unreasonable. Chen Wei and Zhao Tian looked at Mok from the left and right, their expressions very sincere, as if they really wanted to take Mok as their elder brother. However, Mok refused again after hearing this. Forget it, there's no need to go through with that now. As Mok spoke, he looked at the two men, who slowly nodded in response. All right, if that's how it is, then let's just leave it at that. We'll take you back. You're already in this state, and we don't want to leave you here. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, we already said we'd take you home. You could consider it. Mok said he wasn't considering it. So why are they still nagging like this? Right? After all, the person in front of him had already spoken, so Mok glanced at the person in front of him. How about this? You take Li Hao back. Aren't you two just sitting here with nothing to do? You take Li Hao back. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean by saying we'll send Li Hao back, and you're the one who's our big brother? Li Hao thought so too, and he was also a little confused after hearing this. You're their eldest brother. It's not right for you to ask me to send him back. Mok didn't immediately sense something was amiss, and he chuckled, saying, "What's wrong? I had someone send you back so no one would bully you, and you're still not happy about it?" Li Hao wasn't unwilling, but rather felt that something was a little strange. "I got into a fight with them this morning, and it was a very unpleasant situation. Now look what's happened. Everything has changed in the short term, and she's back to being with someone else. After thinking about this, I felt like something was off." After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. "Otherwise, let's just forget about it." Mok thought to himself, "Forget it? How can we just let it go?" Mok didn't know why this could be considered settled. He glanced at the person in front of him. "What's going on? How can you just let this go? What are you trying to do, Li Hao?" Li Hao glanced at Mok. "Oh dear, I knew it. It was a gift for you, not for me. And besides, he was very unhappy about it. They don't treat me like an older brother anymore. They treat you like an older brother." Mok understood after hearing this. So that's what it was about. If you care about that, then you're out of options. Mok glanced at Li Hao. "If Li Hao, you care about this, then I'm out of ideas." Upon hearing this, Li Hao chuckled and said, Okay, I don't mind. It's fine as long as I don't mind. Let's go home. They still have things to do here." "What are you all still doing here? Let's go back, okay?" Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, all right, then let's hurry back. We'll take you back, and that will allow us to get even closer to Big Brother, right?" Li Hao was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he absolutely did not mean it that way. Mok glanced at the two people. In fact, they weren't bad people, and neither of them had any ill intentions. He just thought it was really fun to show off at school, so he became a little rascal there. Mok glanced at the group of people. "Let me tell you, don't bully people at school anymore. If you bully others, then this will happen to you someday. So if you can, you all better behave yourselves and stop bullying people, one by one. Do you hear me?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Big Brother." Mok didn't like hearing them call him Big Brother here. "Why are you calling me Big Brother? It just feels a little awkward." Mok glanced at them. "All right, stop calling me Big Brother all you want. You guys should get going now." Mok didn't want to see them stay here any longer, and the way they kept calling him Big Brother made it seem like he really had to protect them. If I don't protect them, then it seems like I'll be the one in the wrong. So when Mok heard them calling him Big Brother repeatedly, he felt very awkward. Chen Wei and Zhao Tian escorted Li Hao home, while Mok returned to his own courtyard. Mok is very, very close to the small courtyard. Mok was walking slowly when he suddenly received a message. Chapter 85 Suspicious People. This message led Mok to a park, where he was told there was a package and he needed to pick it up. Mok was puzzled. Why was he going to get a package? Besides, he didn't know anyone in the park. Mok had no choice but to go into the park to see what was going on. It was very possible that someone was playing tricks here or something. When Mok arrived, he found the park completely deserted. Mok was very curious, so he took out his phone again, wanting to call and ask what was going on. Even if they were to mess with themselves, they wouldn't do it like this. "I originally wanted to go home, but I messed up my plans. Besides, my cat at home needs to eat too." Mok felt extremely angry just thinking about it. They were just too despicable. When Mok turned around to curse, he found the park to be extremely lively. Although it was very lively, no one went to see Mok, and no one came up to talk to him. If they really wanted to do something, then someone would definitely come and give them some guidance, or something like that. But if that's the case, what's going on with them? At this moment, Mok sent a text message to the other party, wanting to ask what was going on and why he wasn't answering his messages. Mok felt a little irritated. He should have asked the two of them to come and see him off earlier. Otherwise, things wouldn't be like this now. Just as Mok was about to leave after thinking about this, he found that another message had been sent. The person above told Mok not to waste his energy waiting for him. Besides, even if he did wait, it wouldn't be for very long. After looking around, Mok didn't find anyone suspicious nearby. What was going on? Mok looked around and around, but there was no one suspicious at all. Moreover, all the elderly people in the circle were dancing and doing their own thing, so no one was watching them. Seeing them like this made Mok very curious. Mok sent a message to the number, but when he dialed it, the number was not in service. However, when Mok replied to his message, He didn't know he couldn't answer. But receiving his own message, just the number itself made MOK feel strange enough. But where exactly is this person? I've been looking around here for ages, but I still can't figure out what's going on. If that's really the case, then they should show themselves. MOK wanted this person to show himself, but he didn't know where the person was, so MOK could only wander around the park. At this moment, the elderly men and women were very interested in MOK. So she grabbed MOK and wouldn't let him leave, and MOK didn't understand what was going on. What's going on? I'm not dancing here, folks. You must have mistaken me for someone else. MOK looked at these elderly men and women with some fear. Did they really think that he was going to come here to dance? MOK found the group of elderly men and women very amusing, and they were quite funny to look at. Hey, grandpas and grandmas, what are you all doing? MOK smiled as he looked at the group of elderly men and women. The elderly men and women took a look at MOK. Hey, young man, there aren't many people your age who still come to our park to dance these days. Come on over. MOK pointed to himself. I wasn't going to dance. MOK now feels like he has a lot of suffering that he can't express. No, grandpas and grandmas, you must have misunderstood. I really didn't mean to dance here. You really have misunderstood. Upon hearing this, the elderly men and women glanced at MOK. Really? I've been watching you here for ages. You're actually better suited to dancing. MOK pointed to himself. I didn't come here to dance. I came here to find someone. An old man standing nearby glanced at MOK. Who are you looking for? We know all the elderly folks here. MOK had no idea whether this person was looking for some old man or woman, because he didn't know what the person looked like or what this person was doing here pretending to be a ghost. So this made him extremely irritable, and MOK glanced at the person in front of him. Grandpas and grandmas, please stop asking me. I'm really not looking for you grandpas and grandmas. You can go ahead and do your own thing. MOK spoke while looking at the person in front of him. The elderly men and women could only nod and then went off to have fun. MOK watched them dance there and felt a little bit of longing in his heart. MOK looked at a group of these elderly men and women. Have you seen anyone suspicious here today? The elderly men and women shook their heads. No, we're here every day, and these are all people we know very well. As for strangers, there's no one else besides you. Apart from you being a relatively unfamiliar person, there's no one else. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded and said, This is really strange. What exactly happened? If there aren't any strangers around, then what exactly is the problem? I have a feeling that something is off, but I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong or what the problem is. There are no strangers here, sir. Of course there are no strangers. If there were any strangers, I would have already told you. Young man, who exactly are you looking for here? MOK pointed to himself. Who am I supposed to look for here? Of course I'm going to look for the person I want to find. Otherwise, what do you think, ha? The elderly folks could only nod in agreement when they saw MOK in this state. All right then, young man, you can search here by yourself. Since things are already like this, and we can't find the person you're looking for here anyway, you should hurry up and look for them. MOK nodded, then stood on this side and looked around again, confirming that they hadn't found the person. Chapter 86, Unfamiliar Information. Just then, a message suddenly came through on MOK's phone. When MOK opened the message, it was indeed that person. This person asked him to go to the artificial hill. MOK was very unhappy when he received this message. Now I'm asking myself to go somewhere else, but I can't just insist on going to the artificial hill. MOK thought of the person in front of him and said, Who knows what might be behind this artificial hill? When MOK arrived behind the artificial hill, there was a box placed there. This wooden thing is for myself, though I don't know what's inside. When MOK considered opening the box, he thought it over and decided not to open it and to check it when he got home. Yes, it feels like this person loves you. Moreover, it always felt very strange that he seemed to know everything I did. And he knew everything perfectly well. It felt like he had installed a camera on me, just watching me like this. Who on earth is this, putting on airs and acting all mysterious here? MOK felt that he was almost losing his patience. Moreover, I've already been wandering around here for half a day, and I still have to do this and that every now and then. MOK was about to try to open the box when he remembered what had just happened. MOK closed the box again. Once you open the box, There's no point in regretting it. You're just here to scare yourself with silly antics. When Mok returned, the group of elderly people were extremely curious when they saw him leaving. What have you been doing? Have you found the person yet? Come on, come dance with us. You guys have really great figures. Mok had no idea why they still remembered him. I didn't say I wanted to see you again, and I didn't say I wanted to dance with you. He looked at the group of elderly men and women and said, these old men were definitely having a blast. And then, what happened to me? I heard this. This surprised me greatly, because I had already said that I didn't want to do this. Mok watched them dancing in the square and couldn't help but laugh and cry. They could dance all they wanted, but they had to go and injure themselves. It feels like I'm facing a lot of helplessness, like I'm already approaching old age. When will I ever do something like this? Just thinking about it makes me laugh. When the elderly people next to him called him again, Mok said helplessly, Grandpas and grandmas, do you know how old I am? You want me to go back to square dancing with you now? I'm in high school. My goodness, you're exaggerating. The elderly people didn't understand at all after hearing this. Moreover, the elderly folks all felt that having Mok come here to dance was an excellent choice. Because Mok has a very good figure and is very tall, he would be quite good at dancing. That's why these elderly folks are holding on to Mok so tightly. When Mok saw this, he was both amused and exasperated. Just because I have a good figure, does that mean I have to stay here and dance with them? Mok glanced at the group of elderly men and women. All right. I'm leaving. I really am leaving. Please stop pressuring me here. If you keep forcing me here, I really can't live now. The elderly men and women laughed heartily as they spoke. Don't say that. Look how handsome you are, and how cute you are. If you go into dancing, you'll not only get a great body, but you'll also gain a lot more, you know? Mok had no idea what he could possibly gain, yet it was all described in such a mysterious way. Mok was perfectly healthy right now. Of course, Mok's good health isn't something that happened overnight. It's because he regularly exercises. So, Mok, who was in very good health, glanced at the group of elderly men and women. Grandpas and grandmas, I have to go now. I don't have time to chat with you here. I'm really busy right now. Mok was still holding the wooden box in his hand, and he was very curious about what was inside. No one knows who put this thing here, but no matter what, Mok is determined to find out the secret inside this box. If Mok doesn't uncover the secrets inside this box, he will definitely remain unsettled for a long time. So now Mok must take a look at what's inside and find out what it is. Mok couldn't help but laugh when he saw these elderly men and women pestering him. Do I really look that much like a dancer now? Moreover, I've already said it countless times, especially this particular issue, which I keep repeating over and over again. Moreover, I've said it several times already, but after seeing it, no one believes me. All right, grandpas and grandmas, I really have to go now. I have to go to school later. After Mok finished speaking, he ran away without caring what they were saying behind him. So he quickly left. Mok glanced at the group of elderly men and women who were still behind him, ready to take him away. Mok couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Sigh. This group of elderly men and women is really funny, and each and every one of them is so cute. However, Mok still needs to hurry home. When Mok got home, he took out the letter from the box. It turned out that the letter was left for him by his mother. The letter said that if Mok saw this letter, it meant that he had already left, so Mok must now find a man named Uncle Yin. After hearing all this, Mok wondered, what kind of Uncle Yin is this? Who is he anyway? Moreover, this person has left me feeling very confused. I don't know what's going on or where to find him. Just as Mok was wondering, his phone suddenly rang again. It says that if you want to find Uncle Yin, then go to the water park in 3 days. Chapter 87. Here comes another free meal. Mok felt as if all of this was arranged by fate, as if it were predetermined. What was going on? Could it be that someone was really spying on him? Just as Mok was wondering what was going on, a voice came from outside the door. Mok, what are you doing? I'm here to freeload again. Mok recognized the voice as Li Hao's. What's Li Hao doing here at this time? Didn't he just go home? Mok went outside and saw that it really was Li Hao outside. Mok asked curiously, Li Hao, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be here? Li Hao shook his head. Who said I wasn't here? What's wrong? You seem very unwelcoming to me. Mok glanced at Li Hao. It's not that I don't welcome you, but I feel that your arrival is very abrupt, and I don't know what you're doing here. Li Hao smiled. I can't come to your house now, is that right? Is it because you're hiding something in your house that prevents me from coming? Mok didn't mean that. Mok glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao, you can't just say things like that. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. What's going on here? You really don't want me to come, do you? Mok shook his head. No, you can come if you want. It's just that you came too abruptly, and weren't you just walking with Chun Wei and Zhao Tian? So I didn't know why you came here. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Li Hao slowly nodded. You won't let me come now, but I bought some things today, and I'd like to come here to cook. I wonder if you'd be willing. For Mok, this was no big deal. He could eat here if he wanted. However, Mok is currently very worried and keeps thinking about that matter. That incident has made me feel extremely uneasy, and I need to find someone named Uncle Yin. The key point is that I've never met this person before, so why do I say that in the letter? My mother did pass away, and after that, my life became extremely difficult. Moreover, I felt very irritated when I stayed at his house before. Now they want me to go find this person again. Could it be that they want me to live under someone else's roof again? I don't want to do that kind of thing anymore. At this moment, Mok is standing here looking very worried. Li Hao had no idea what Mok was doing or what Mok had gone through. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. What's wrong with you? You always look so troubled here. What's going on? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. I'm fine. Why are you so concerned about me? I'm perfectly fine. Why should I care if you're alright? Are you really alright? The way you look on your face makes it seem like something's on your mind. And now you're telling me you're fine? Is that for real? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. I've already told you, I'm really fine. I've already told you I'm fine. Why don't you believe me? Mok glanced at Li Hao. I'm very curious about what delicious food you've made for me here. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, What delicious food can I make? I can make so many delicious foods now, but I don't know which one you like. Mok pointed to himself. Which one do I like to eat? I like so many things, and you even bought me sushi. Yeah, I even bought you sushi. I knew you liked sushi, so I specially prepared it for you. How about that? Surprised? Unexpected? Mok glanced at Li Hao helplessly. By the way, after those two people took you home, how come you were able to come back again? This is really turning my worldview upside down. I thought you would obediently follow along. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. What are you thinking? Those two really did take me back. But I was so bored staying at home all by myself, so I came over. Otherwise, why would I be here now? Don't you think so? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. If you're bored, your house is so much fun, and you have people to keep you company. I'm really bored here by myself. Mok glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao, he's really taking his blessings for granted. Li Hao pointed to himself. How could I be so ungrateful? I feel like you're implying something. If you're going to say something to me, just say it directly. Don't be so cryptic here. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. Who said I have anything to say to you? Li Hao bought a lot of food. Li Hao was clearly a foodie. Seeing Li Hao like this, Mok couldn't help but speak up. You really are a foodie. Besides eating, what else can you do? Li Hao pointed to himself. I don't do anything except eat, but I think it's fine this way. Because all I do now is eat, and you don't know how carefree I am with this kind of life? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. You really are like this, all you do is eat, eat, eat. Okay, after you've finished eating. Go to your tutoring class soon. I know your mom signed you up for one. Li Hao looked very surprised and stared at Mok. Oh, how did you know all this? My mom did enroll me in a tutoring class. But she enrolled me in this tutoring class, which I really dislike. Since I don't like this tutoring class now, I'm not going to go. Upon hearing this, Mok immediately retorted, How can you do that? You don't like this tutoring class, how can you not go? You can't just say it like that. If you say it like that, then if people don't like something, they won't go, right? Chapter 88, A Shocking Secret. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, if I say I don't like it, then I won't go. It's already like this, why bother going? Li Hao looked completely fearless, not taking the matter to heart at all. Mok was just saying that. If he really didn't want to go, then there was nothing he could do about it. If you really don't want to go, then there's nothing I can do about it now. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Mok nodded after seeing Li Hao's expression. If you want to stay here, then stay here. Anyway, I'm not going to feed you. Li Hao smiled. The two of them spent the last 2 days together. On the third day, Mok had something very important to do and couldn't stay with the monkey any longer, so he sent the monkey home first. On this day, Mok took a day off. Because we wanted to go to the water park to see what the situation was like, and also to see what it was all about. Li Hao was somewhat curious when he saw Mok asking for leave. Where are you going? Why did you take leave? Is something wrong? Mok shook his head. What could possibly happen? I have my own things to do. Don't come to my house today. Go to class if you need to. Go home if you should, and don't come to my house again to find my mother. Do you hear me? Upon hearing this, Li Hao obediently agreed and told Mok that he would attend class obediently. Mok nodded in satisfaction. They should be going to class obediently. Why are they playing around here? Mok arrived at the water park as agreed, but he really had no idea what awaited him there. Mok waited here for a long time, and then a middle-aged man came over. Mok looked at the middle-aged man and thought to himself, this is probably the person I've been waiting for. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man walked right over. Young master, you've arrived. Mok was puzzled by this unfamiliar title. What did young master mean? Besides, who was this man? Mok saw this man and felt that he was a complete stranger. Mok glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him. Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Mok felt that this man was a bit strange, and Mok wanted to leave. To be precise, Mok no longer dared to stay here. Mok glanced at the man in front of him. Who are you? Why are you calling me young master? As far back as I can remember, my family seemed to have always been very, very ordinary and unremarkable. So when this man suddenly called me young master, it really surprised me. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. Are you the one who wrote me the letter? The man in front of him slowly nodded. Yes, I am the one who wrote you the letter. I am the one who asked you to come here. I'm sorry I frightened you. Mok wasn't frightened, but he was still surprised. Mok had no idea where this man had come from, and how he knew him so well. So, Mok was somewhat surprised by this. Mok asked curiously, do I know you? I heard you and my mother were good friends, is that right? But my mother has passed away now. Mok had a faint sadness on his face, but the man in front of him seemed to be fully aware of all of this. And now the man in front of him also knew this, and after hearing these words, the man smiled. I know all of this, and I understand it even if you don't tell me. Hearing this, Mok felt relieved. Now that he understood, Mok was curious about what he would say next. Mok slowly nodded. Since you already know about my mother's situation, why did you ask me out? What is it about? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. You really don't know? Mok felt somewhat bewildered by what he was hearing here. What do you mean? What do you mean by don't know? What exactly are you talking about that you don't know? Thinking about this, Mok asked curiously. What do you mean? I'm completely confused by everything you're saying. I don't understand what you mean at all. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him smiled and said, here's the thing. Your mother handed the company over to me to manage before she passed away, and now it's time to return the company to you. Mok frowned upon hearing this. How could this be? How could my own mother possibly own a company? Furthermore, I feel very confused about when this company was established, and it seems like I've never known about it before. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. I'm sorry, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm probably not the Mok you're talking about. These days, there are plenty of people who mistake one person for another, so one more won't make a difference. What's more, it's his own mother. She's so rich and has even started a company. Why didn't she tell him before? I find all of this unbelievable, let alone the fact that there's a company involved. If it were any company, I would have known about it long ago, but how is this possible now? After thinking about this, Mok felt extremely curious about everything. The man in front of them spoke. I am the Uncle Yin you mentioned in the letter. We are good friends with your mother. We have been playing together for a long time. Unfortunately, he has passed away. Now that he is gone, everything you have is in my hands, understand? You were too young back then, which is why your mother is now willing to let me hand over the company to you. If you weren't so young, your mother wouldn't have entrusted the company to me, understand? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke slowly. So that's how it is. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. Since you're saying that, then my mother really does own a company, and now she needs to hand it over to me to manage, right? Mok sorted out what he wanted to say. Chapter 89, Managing the Company. That's roughly how it is. There's a company that you want me to manage, and that's why you decided to come to me. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded. That's what I mean. There's no one left to manage the company, and I can't manage it anymore either. Your time has come. Mok slowly nodded. So that's how it is. Seeing his disbelieving expression, she spoke softly. Actually, it's like this. I've been managing things for you for a while now. However, we have observed that you have a strong ability to adapt, so we can now hand this over to you. Mok realized that they had all been testing him during this period, giving him a chance to adapt. Upon hearing this, Mok slowly nodded, having accepted it all. For him, it was indeed quite unbelievable. If I really wanted to accept all of this, it would be quite difficult, since I'm just an ordinary-looking person from an ordinary family. All of this was based on Mok's own assumptions, and now you're asking him to inherit a company or something, which is indeed quite hard for Mok to believe. Seeing that Mok looked somewhat disbelieving, he smiled and said, Now tell the teacher if there's anything you don't believe. If there's anything you don't believe, just say it directly, and I can answer all your questions. Mok asked curiously, Oh really? Do you know Lin Wenming's family? They're the ones my mother entrusted to when she was in their care. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yin slowly nodded. Actually, I know everything you're saying now. Mok was curious when he heard this. So he knew all of this too. No wonder he seemed so calm when he heard about that day. It turned out he knew everything. Mok said with a smile. Since that's the case, then let me ask you something. Then why didn't you come to save me? Uncle Yin felt there was no need to rescue him, since he thought Mok was doing quite well there. After thinking about this, he continued speaking. Weren't you doing quite well there? And I felt that man treated you really well, didn't I? It's true that the man treated her very well, but the woman might not have been. If it weren't for seeing how pitiful that woman was, Mok could have easily persuaded Lin Wenming to stay and not even want to go back that day. Upon hearing this, Mok smiled and said, You're the last old fox, you know everything. Third sister glanced at Mok. No, you can't say that. I'm not the last old fox. Actually, many things are predestined. Now you have to accept these trials properly, understand? Mok pointed to himself. Do I need to undergo this kind of training again? I've already had enough. I've already had enough. You want me to accept more? Is the test over now? Uncle Yin nodded slowly. Yes, that's roughly the idea. Uncle Yin now believes the test is over, so he's going to bring Mok back now. Mok felt like he was dreaming, just like in a novel, where he suddenly became a rich young master. These are things that only appear in many novels, so now I have to ask myself these questions and admit that I really can't believe it. Uncle Yin thought for a moment. What is it that you still can't believe? I see a lot of disbelief on your face. Mok didn't try to hide anything, and simply nodded. Since that's the case, then I'll be frank with you. I do find it hard to believe. Although I have seen through this world and many things have happened, it is still hard for me to believe that all of this is happening to me now. Uncle Yin smiled. Yes, if this happened to someone else, they definitely wouldn't believe it, but it happened to you, so you have to believe it. Okay, let's go back. I came here today to pick you up. Mok frowned. Take me back? Where am I supposed to go? I'm quite happy with the little courtyard I live in now, so I don't want to go anywhere else. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. What do you mean by that? You've picked me up again. I don't want to go anywhere else. You'd better not bother. Mok was a little afraid to leave with him, not knowing where he would be taken. It's not that I find it very difficult to accept all of this, because it's all too incredible to me. How did a company suddenly appear out of nowhere? Mok stared at Uncle Yin in disbelief. Uncle Yin, I find these things too hard to accept, and to be honest, I'm having a hard time accepting such a big change all of a sudden. Uncle Yin could understand, let alone Mok. Anyone would find it unbearable if they suddenly underwent such a drastic change. I hope you can understand very well, and after thinking about this, I immediately nodded. I know that your status has suddenly changed so much, and you are about to take over the company all of a sudden. You must be having a hard time handling it right now. But I can tell you, MOK, this company was founded by your mother. Now that she has passed away, she has handed it over to me to manage. So, things aren't actually going as you imagine. Although I manage this company, the reason I haven't told you is because you are not yet capable of taking over this company. MOK understood. No wonder he hadn't come to find him or said anything to him before. So that was the reason. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Oh, I see. If you put it that way, then I think I understand now. Chapter 90 has the same plot. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Right, you understand now. So do you still have any questions? MOK asked curiously. So now do you want me to go back and take over this company? MOK slowly voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. Uncle Yin nodded heavily. Yes, the reason I'm telling you this now is so that you can return to the company and oversee all its affairs, because you are now capable of doing so. MOK was constantly calculating in his mind whether he was capable of accepting it. How did he know that he was now capable of accepting it? Thinking of this, the person in front of him asked curiously, How do you know I have the ability to accept this now? What if I don't have the ability? Uncle Yin said it with a smile. All right, stop teasing me. I already know you've recovered your composure, and I've been watching you closely all along. I never imagined you really had such great abilities, even though you look like a child on the surface. But you already have such great power in the mainland. You've even managed to bring Ginting down, so you definitely have that ability. Regardless of what MOK said, he felt quite happy when he heard this, since he had indeed accepted the situation. After thinking about this, MOK nodded heavily. So that's how it is. I thought my life would be like this forever. I never expected that I would suddenly be given such a big company, and that it was founded by my mother. To be honest, this is something that is very, very difficult for me to accept right now. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Young master, this matter is indeed a bit hard for you to accept, but don't worry too much. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Uncle Yin came today to pick up MOK. Uncle Yin glanced at MOK. It seems you're not entirely satisfied with the current outcome. If there's anything you're not happy about, just tell me, and if I can do it for you, I definitely will. MOK wasn't dissatisfied. He simply shook his head. I'm not entirely dissatisfied with all of this right now. It's because I find all of this very difficult to accept. Even now, I still can't accept it and feel that I am now the successor. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, this may be very difficult for you to accept, but now you really have the ability, so come back to the company with me. MOK glanced at Uncle Yin, whose purpose today was to take him back to the company. So no matter what, I guess I'll have to go back to the company with him today. After thinking about this, the person in front of me said, Okay, so you mean I have to go back to the company with you now, and it won't work if I don't go back with you, right? After thinking about this, Uncle Yin pondered for a while. I know you're finding this hard to accept right now. But it's okay. You need to adapt to these things gradually. It's not like you have to adapt to them all at once or accept them all at once. It's all right. If you're really having trouble adjusting right now, you can gradually get used to it. Anyway, it's all your assets now, and besides, you're in a position to take it now. Nobody can do anything to you. Upon hearing this, MOK slowly nodded. That's true. This is his own company. Since it was left to him by his mother, no one can take it away from him. MOK slowly nodded. If that's what you mean, then that makes sense. Uncle Yin smiled. You've really grown into a handsome young man now. You've truly inherited all of your mother's excellent genes. Upon hearing this, MOK smiled faintly. In fact, there was no significant change on MOK's face. It was just that he had been thinking about this matter in his heart. After thinking about this, MOK nodded. At this moment, Uncle Yin spoke up. How about this? Let's go inside the company now and familiarize yourself with the environment. This company will be yours sooner or later, so let's go back and take a look first. MOK glanced at Uncle Yin. Is this okay? Uncle Yin smiled, seeing that Mok still seemed so uncomfortable, and then spoke up. There's nothing wrong with that. This is your company. Mok reluctantly accepted his words. Yes, this is my company. There's nothing I'm not used to. All right, since that's the case, let's go inside the company and take a look. Just as Uncle Yin said, Mok will have to adapt to his new identity sooner or later. Mok never expected that his mother would leave him such a large fortune after she passed away. It was like a dream, just like the plots in novels, where the male protagonist suddenly finds himself transformed into a rich second-generation heir. So what? Aren't I just like those male protagonists in their novels now? Although he didn't know what else he might be waiting for him, Mok decided it would be better to go in and take a look first. Uncle Yin never asked about trivial matters related to daily life, because Uncle Yin knew that Mok had been doing quite well recently, and Uncle Yin had also been secretly observing Mok. Mok was extremely curious and had all sorts of questions. Thinking of this, Mok asked resentfully, "Have you been secretly observing me all this time, and since that I'm ready, so you came to find me now, didn't you?" Uncle Yin thought for a moment. Well, you could say that. Chapter 91, Observing in the Dark. Because they were indeed observing you from the shadows, and only came to find you after they felt you had truly reached the right level. However, it's not like we deliberately left you here. Don't overthink it. It's just a kind of training for you. Uncle Yin was afraid that he was overthinking things, so he said that. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, and Uncle Yin patted Mok on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's not like what you imagine. In fact, everyone in our company is really looking forward to it and wants to see you. Mok pointed to himself. Really? They all want to see me. So you've already told them about me. Uncle Yin was of course going to tell them, and since Mok would be their chairman in the future, he was naturally going to tell them about Mok's existence. The employees were very surprised when they learned that a junior general manager and chairman were also attending. They all desperately wanted to see Mok and see what he looked like. Mok touched his face. Given my current appearance, I'd better not let them have any expectations. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, of course I'm really looking forward to it. You're so good looking, why would you be afraid of people seeing you? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him burst out laughing. This isn't something that can be seen or invisible, you know? It's not like what you imagine at all. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. When the two arrived at the company, the employees were already waiting for Mok and Uncle Yin. When Mok and Uncle Yin returned, the company employees gave them a very warm welcome. When the company employees saw Mok, they stood up excitedly to welcome the young master. Mok found this title rather strange. In this digital age, calling yourself young master feels really strange. It just doesn't feel right. Mok glanced at them and told them they didn't need to be so polite. Uncle Yin had already reserved an office for Quebec. Uncle Yin glanced at Mok and then quickly had him sit down. This is your office. I don't know if you'll like it. I don't know what style you like. If you have any opinions, you can give me some. I'll make it exactly what you like. Mok felt that the current one was fine and there was no need to change it. Mok glanced at the office in front of him. Okay, no need to change anymore. I think this office is fine as it is. Let's leave it like this. After hearing his words, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Okay, if that's how it is, then that's good. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. This company was exceptionally large, and in many ways, it was beyond Mok's imagination. Mok had no idea that a huge corporation was supporting him from behind. Uncle Yin walked in at that moment. How about this? I'll take you inside the company first. Moreover, the furnishings here were arranged according to your mother's preferences, but now you have to accept this company. So I don't know what kind of style you like. If possible, we'll set it up according to your style. Mok pointed to himself. Me? Actually, I feel fine. I'm fine no matter what I look like. Mok looked around the office and the various things happening in the company. Everything seemed fine. I have to say my mother has excellent taste. Mok really likes her. Mok shook his head. All right, that's fine. I think it's good. Nothing needs to be changed. Diamond, standing nearby, asked curiously. Are you sure? You're not going to change anything? If that's the case, then I don't need to hire a renovation company anymore. Mok was absolutely certain, and after thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, I am very, very sure that we don't need to change it anymore, and it's really fine as it is now. My mother likes it this way, so let's keep it for her. When Mok mentioned his mother, it seemed like he had a lot to say, but he threw it all back down. Uncle Yin, who was standing next to him, said with a smile, "You and your mother are really, really alike, and you have inherited a lot of things from her." Mok asked curiously, "Oh, really? Maybe. Maybe it's because he's my mother that I've inherited this trait from him. If it weren't for him being my mother, how could I possibly have so many of his good qualities? I'm also very grateful to him for giving birth to me so well." Mok walked along, looking at the company he liked, but he wasn't ready to accept it yet. After wandering around for a while, Mok returned to the office with Uncle Yin. Uncle Yin had Mok sit in the office, while he himself stood. Mok felt very uncomfortable and awkward about his current rules and behavior. "Uncle Yin, you can sit here and I can stand there." But Uncle Yin said, "No, you are the chairman now, so you must sit there." When Mok heard those 3 words, he realized he had become the chairman of the board. When did he become the chairman of the board? He hadn't accepted the position at all. After thinking about this, Mok immediately shook his head. "I think you've got it wrong. Although this is my mother's company, I have no intention of taking over it right now. I'm extremely busy." Uncle Yin immediately shook his head when he heard this. "No, this company was originally left to you by your mother, and I am just her agent. Now that you have the ability to take over, you must take over the company. My grandfather is old, and I have no children and am in poor health. Anything could happen. You should accept this company." After thinking for a while, Mok looked at the person in front of him. "It's not that I don't accept this. It's because my abilities haven't reached that level yet." Chapter 92, Returning the Company. My abilities are still very, very weak right now, not to mention I'm still in school. Uncle Yin was fully aware of everything Mok had said. However, the fact that Mok managed to bring Ginting over and manage her so well last time is enough to demonstrate his ability. There's nothing else to say now, except that Mok is keeping a very low profile and trying his best to keep his identity a secret. Uncle Yin really likes this, and it's something that not everyone can do. After thinking about this, Uncle Yin glanced at Mok. "You don't need to be so polite or so modest. It's really nothing. Originally, I was just taking over this company on behalf of others. Now that you, chairman, are back, it is only right that this company should be returned to you." Mok felt extremely uncomfortable listening to these words, which kept referring to him as chairman. Especially since someone of his age was standing in front of him, logically speaking, he should be an elder. But here he is calling himself chairman, one sentence at a time. After thinking for a while, Mok spoke. "I simply don't have time to take over the company you're talking about right now, and as you can see, I'm quite busy every day, so I just don't have any time at all." Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Oh, I see. But that's true. You seem to be very busy right now, and you have to go to school and do these things every day. But don't worry, although you are very busy right now, I will take over all of this for you. However, you must now take over my position. Everyone in the company already knows that you are the chairman. If you don't take over as chairman, it will be very difficult for me to be here." Uncle Yin spoke with a very sincere expression as he looked at Mok, as if he wanted Mok to take over the position immediately. "No," Mok said slowly. "Why? Why do I have to accept it right now? It's not okay." After thinking about this, Uncle Yin spoke harshly. "It's because everyone in the company now knows about you, so everyone hopes you can come back to manage the company. But since you're in school now, your studies should come first. You can go to school first, and I'll take care of everything here, big or small. But you have to take over the company first. Otherwise, I'm afraid some people in the company will be unable to shut up again, and I'm not a legitimate heir." Mok listened to these words and thought, that makes sense. After all, this was his mother's company. Now that his mother had passed away, it was only right that she should leave this company to her only son. Although Uncle Yin has been in charge for so many years, he was only temporarily taking care of things. Now I have the ability to take care of things myself. But Mok didn't want to get involved. He had so many things to do right now, and he didn't have the mood to deal with this place. After thinking for a while, Mok still refused. Never mind. Since you're already in charge here and you're very used to it, and you've been working here for so many years already, I think you are very, very clear about all the big and small things here, and you understand them very well. It might not be very good that I came back so rashly, but that's what Uncle Yin said. What's wrong with that? You are the rightful heir apparent. Who would dare to say anything more? Mok was truly in a difficult position after hearing this. Mok doesn't want to go right now, but he always feels that this matter is too big, and he really doesn't have this idea right now. But the fact that he said it so many times clearly means he wants me to take responsibility, and that if I don't take responsibility, it might cause him some harm. Mok now understood what he meant, and after hearing this, he asked curiously, "Isn't there any other way? Or could we find someone else to replace me?" Uncle Yin was stunned for a moment. How could anyone possibly replace you? You are now the rightful heir apparent. Who could possibly take your place? Mok thought about it for a moment and realized that it made sense, so he nodded. Okay, I understand. Let's do it this way for now. Although I'm the chairman now, you'll still be in charge of everything, big and small. Mok thought this was fine. This way, he wouldn't need to manage so many things anymore, and he would just be a figurehead. Uncle Yin breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw that Mok had finally agreed. I always feel like you're different from other people. When others heard this news, they were all very happy, and they were going to become the chairman, but you don't seem very happy. Mok wasn't unhappy, but he felt it was all too ostentatious, and that it had all happened so quickly. After thinking for a while, Mok spoke again. By the way, although that's what I say, I hope no one knows about this. In other words, I don't want anyone to know or hear that I am now the chairman. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. So that's how it is. Okay, don't worry, only the two of us know about this. Although I handle all the matters, if there are any things I can't handle well, or if your signature is required, I will still need to contact you. Mok hadn't expected it to be so troublesome. The reason he didn't want to become the chairman was because he felt it was all too much trouble. But I never expected that I would have to do it again. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Okay, I already know. Mok glanced at the time. It's time to go back. Uncle Yin almost forgot the time. Uncle Yin nodded. You see, once I got busy with this, I completely forgot about your schedule. Chapter 93, No Need to Worry. How about this? I'll take you to get something to eat first, and then I'll take you back. Mok checked the time and touched his stomach. He was indeed starving. So Mok agreed to Uncle Yan's offer to take him to a very high-end restaurant for dinner. It seems that Uncle Yan often frequents such places. However, Mok rarely comes because his identity is unknown to others, and his identity is always hidden away. Even if Mok frequently ate at such places, there must be some things that were not in line with his status, so Mok did not often eat at such places. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. It seems you often eat at places like this? Uncle Yin felt extremely helpless. Actually, after managing the company for so many years, I also get physically and mentally exhausted at times. The reason I'm so eager to bring you back this time is, of course, because I hope you can get up to speed quickly and take over all the work in the company, so that I can retire. Mok glanced at Uncle Yin and realized that this was what Uncle Yin was planning. No wonder he was so eager to bring him back this time. However, he has been managing for so many years, so in every aspect, he is definitely better than I am in managing. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. So that's how it is. Looking at Uncle Yin, Mok didn't see him as having a hard time. In fact, he seemed quite content to be here. After thinking about this, Mok spoke up. You don't seem that sad right now. In fact, you seem quite relaxed and at ease here. Uncle Yin pointed to himself. Are you talking about me? Haha, this is just what you see on the surface. It's not as smooth as you imagine at all. Mok nodded. All right. Mok is too lazy to care about so much now, because he doesn't have much interest in the company right now, so he can manage it however he wants. But isn't eating at this fancy restaurant just another thing? And there aren't that many delicious dishes either. Mok glanced at Uncle Yin. Don't you have children? Uncle Yin shook his head. No, I've been managing the company all these years. I haven't had time to think about that. Right now, I'm focused all my attention on the company, so I simply don't have time to think about those things. Mok listened to what he said with a mixture of belief and doubt. He thought that Mok must love his mother to have foolishly done so many things for so many years. Mok didn't know if his guess was correct, but he felt that this was most likely the case. After thinking about this, Mok glanced at Uncle Yin. After I finish eating, please take me back. Uncle Yin thought so too, and after the meal, he drove Mok away. However, they brought Mok to a villa, and Mok looked at the villa in front of him. Where is this? Uncle Yin wasn't surprised at all. Of course this is your home. This is your mother's villa. This is just a small villa. There is also a larger one. Mok stretched out his hand, immediately telling Uncle Yin to shut up and stop talking, because he didn't want to live in this villa anymore. Mok glanced at Uncle Yin. I never wanted to be so high profile, and I didn't want others to know my identity. Otherwise, you could send me back. I'm not quite used to living here right now. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently, indicating that he understood perfectly. However, I still hope that Mok will agree to let me stay here. Thinking of this, the person in front of him spoke in a flustered manner. I still hope you can stay here, because it's very convenient if you stay here. There are many things I can do by simply going to you. Mok certainly knew. Even if he didn't explain, he would understand, but he didn't want to live here right now. After thinking about this, Mok immediately shook his head. Forget it, I'll just stay in my little house. I think my little house is better. Mok remembered how much Housie loved his house. If he were to suddenly move to a big villa, it would definitely scare Housie to death. After getting that house, Housie already treated him quite differently. If he were to suddenly be moved to a much bigger house this time, he would be so shocked that he would faint. Just thinking about his surprised expression made Mok want to laugh. However, I really can't get used to living here anymore. After thinking about this, Mok took a look at the diamond. Just send me back, okay? Uncle Yin took a look at Mok. Actually, you're very comfortable staying here. There are even nannies and drivers available for your use. You just need to live a good life here, and you don't need to worry about anything. Uncle Yin spoke each word carefully. Mok knew this. He had already noticed it when he came over earlier. He didn't need to worry about anything. It was just that he didn't want to go in and live there. Mok waved his hand. I know. Uncle Yin, this isn't your problem, it's my own. I don't want to live here anymore. So please send me back now, okay? Uncle Yin nodded, and then took Mok back to the small house. Mok didn't say anything. He already knew where his little house was. However, this is not surprising, because he can find himself now, so he must know everything about himself very well. After thinking about this, Mok spoke fiercely. Did you already know I lived here all along? The person next to him nodded. Yes, because we had already investigated before, so we know now. Diamond escorted Mok into the house, and Diamond followed him inside. Mok glanced at Diamond. Now that you know where I live and that I live here, I hope you won't come looking for me unless it's absolutely necessary. Chapter 94 Not Loving Yourself. Mok made his point very clear, and Uncle Yin understood what he meant. Uncle Yin nodded heavily after hearing this. Don't worry, if there's nothing wrong, I definitely won't come looking for you. But I need to know about your safety, so I'll have people watching over you. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean by watching me? No, don't send anyone else to watch me. It feels like I'm being monitored. Uncle Yin understood this feeling. He was so persistent because he was afraid that something might happen to Mok. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. I know you might feel like you're being watched right now, but since things have come to this, someone has to keep an eye on you. You don't have any bodyguards or anything, and you live alone in this courtyard. I'm really a little worried about you. After hearing these words, Mok seemed to have thought of something. By the way, before, did you send some people to watch over me? Was that right? Uncle Yin nodded after hearing this. Yes, since you already know, I'll just tell you directly. Indeed, there were people watching over you back then. But those people are all looking out for your safety, and I have my own reasons for having them watch over you now. Mok felt that every word he said seemed very eloquent and reasonable, and that there was nothing wrong with it. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, and Uncle Yin did not deny it. Uncle Yin glanced at Mok. Yes, in the past, people were indeed watching you, but at that time, it was just to observe and see if you had the ability to accept all of this. However, it turns out that you are very capable of accepting all of this, so there is no need to keep an eye on you anymore. However, you still need to be protected by us. No matter what, Uncle Yin always stuck to his position that it was simply not going to work and that someone had to keep an eye on him. Mok was speechless after hearing this. Did he really have to be watched? Was it not okay if he wasn't being watched? Thinking about this, Mok asked curiously, "Isn't there any other way? Why do you have to keep watching me? If anything happens to me, I will let you know immediately. I can make this guarantee to you now, so you don't need to look after me anymore." But to his surprise, the person in front of him immediately shook his head after hearing this. "This matter is not as simple as you think. It's much more dangerous to live here, so I can't let you stay here alone right now. Please don't even think about it." Upon hearing this, Mok slowly nodded. "All right." Mok glanced at Uncle Yin. "By the way, don't come looking for me unless it's absolutely necessary, because I'm very comfortable living here by myself, and I don't want you to bother me, understand?" Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Don't worry, I will never come to bother you unless there is something wrong. But if there is such a thing, then I will have to come." Mok listened to him say this and thought, "Of course, don't come looking for me when there's nothing wrong, but you can come looking for me when there is something wrong." After thinking about this, Mok slowly spoke. "Come find me when you need something. If you don't need anything, you don't need to come. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Uncle Yin glanced at Mok. "I really don't trust you. Actually, you can stay in that villa. The security measures there are very good. It's the best choice for you to stay there." In Mok's view, this was not the best choice. These were merely his own opinions. Mok became quite impatient upon hearing this. "No, I've already said it, absolutely not. Besides, I'm a student living there, didn't you think that? If I lived there, what would people think of me? I've already said it, I don't want to be so high profile." Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. "Okay, I know what you're thinking now. You can stay here then, but if you need anything, you must let me know in advance." Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Mok was now certain. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. "Don't worry, it definitely will. By the way, Uncle Yin, it's already late. Why don't you go back and rest? There's still a ton of work waiting for you to manage at the company. Thank you so much for your hard work during this time. The company will need you a lot in the future. I am so grateful to you. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't be like this." Mok never expected that his mother would leave him so many things after she passed away. Mok used to always think about his mother, who didn't care about him or love him at all. "But I never expected that it would leave me with so many things. It was something I never anticipated." Mok felt like he was dreaming, as if someone was playing a joke on him. But it was only when Uncle Yin came and talked to him so much today, and led him into the company, that Mok was willing to believe. The next day, Mok went to school very, very happily. When Haozi saw Mok coming to school so happily, he felt that something must have happened to Mok. Mok is usually very serious and doesn't smile much, so his sudden joy must mean something is wrong. Seeing how happy Mok was, Haozi couldn't help but ask, "Mok, what's wrong with you? You seem very happy. Is there something good you want to share with me?" Mok said this with a hearty laugh. Chapter 95, Still Happy. "Yes, there is indeed good news, but I can't tell you." Mok said that on purpose. Sure enough, Haozi was furious when he heard it. "What are you talking about? Since you already have good news, why don't you just tell me whether we're still good buddies?" Mok deliberately spoke up. "Who said we're best buddies? I'm about to become a big shot. How could we possibly be best buddies?" Mok said it on purpose, and sure enough, Haozi was deeply hurt after hearing it. "My God, now that you're so successful, you're not going to acknowledge your brother anymore, are you? Fine, I never thought you were this kind of person. You're really infuriating." Mok said this with a hearty laugh. All right, Brother Hao, don't be so angry. Even without any of that soaring to great heights, don't you know what kind of situation I am now? Too good to be a big star? I'm already doing pretty well just by staying where I am now." After hearing this, Haozi slowly nodded. "I knew it. I always felt like something was off about you. You're like this one minute and that the next. I don't know what you're up to. Upon hearing this, Mok laughed heartily. Okay, I was just kidding. It's nothing. It's not like what you imagine. I had a really funny dream last night about you. So when I saw you, I just wanted to laugh. After listening to the dream, Halsey was curious about what kind of dream it was, especially since it was about himself. How could I possibly dream of myself in the middle of the night? Could it be that something really good has happened to me? Thinking about this, the person in front of him asked curiously. Then tell me, what kind of wonderful dream did you have? You've already dreamed about me. Aren't you going to tell me? Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if you hear this. Halsey doesn't see anything as unbearable as long as he doesn't hurt himself anymore. After thinking about this, Halsey slowly began to speak. As long as you don't insult me, I'm fine with anything. After hearing this, the person in front of me spoke slowly for a while. Last night I dreamt that you were dressed as a woman and dancing in front of me. It was so funny. Halsey never expected that Mok would talk about this after all that. Halsey was furious when he heard this, because there were many classmates listening to Mok speaking. The students around him couldn't help but laugh when they heard this, and Mok couldn't help but laugh too. Mok just casually said it, but he didn't expect that others would overhear it. Upon seeing this scene, Mok couldn't help but laugh and say something. Oh, you can't blame me for this. I already told you that this kind of thing can't be said. Besides, I already said that we should talk about this privately, but you insisted that I say it. So what? Now that I've told you, you still want to beat me up? What are you going to do? Don't blame me for this. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke angrily. If it's not your fault, then who is it? Is it my fault? You're really driving me crazy. Mok pointed to himself. I'm not angry with you, so don't say things like that to me, okay? You insisted on hearing this earlier. How about it? Now that you've heard it, isn't it incredibly exciting? Want some more? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Please don't call me again. I don't know what you'll say if you do. Mok, you're just too infuriating. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. I've already said it, this isn't my fault. You insisted on making me say it, so why don't you keep going? If you let me continue, there will be even more to come. The students around them listened with great interest. Mok, tell me quickly what you dreamed about last night. I think Halsey would look absolutely stunning in women's clothes. Why don't you dress up as a woman and show us? Halsey lost all face instantly after hearing what they said. They even wanted him to dress them in women's clothes. What were they thinking? Halsey glared angrily at these people. Are you all stupid? You're just saying what you want to say, and you're all just blindly following along. But that's what my classmates said. We're not just jumping on the bandwagon. If Mok hadn't said that, how could we have even made that connection? Don't you think so? So you can't blame us for stirring things up here, you understand? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Halsey, standing to the side, was indeed furious. Look, it's all because of you. All because of the things you said. That's why everyone is laughing at me. You're really driving me crazy. Mok said this with a hearty laugh. I didn't make you angry to death. Every word I'm saying now is the truth. I really did dream about it last night. If I hadn't dreamed about it, why would I have said it out loud? However, Mok was still very happy during class, and Halsey was constantly observing him. Seeing how happy Mok was, Halsey felt that this matter was definitely not that simple. Mok is usually serious and doesn't smile much, but he's so happy right now. There must be something he's hiding from me. After thinking about this, Halsey went straight up. Why is that? Why are you so happy? When I see the look on your face, I feel like something must have happened. Otherwise, just tell me about any funny things that have happened to you. Mok glanced at Halsey. You really do want to know, huh? Halsey nodded immediately. Of course I want to know. We're such good friends, but if you don't tell me, who will you tell? Chapter 96 Risking One's Life to Accompany a Gentleman. Mok said this with a hearty laugh. I can tell anyone, but I just don't want to tell you. What am I going to do about that? Halsey immediately became anxious upon hearing this. So you never consider me a good friend at all? You're really making me furious. Mok was just teasing Halsey on purpose. Seeing how anxious and angry Halsey looked, he told him. Okay, I'll tell you. Actually, it's nothing special. I just found some money. Halsey asked in great surprise. What? You found some money? Really? Mok was forced and had no choice, so he came up with this reason. Mok could only nod. It's true. How could I lie to you? Otherwise, why would I be so happy this morning? Howsy thought about it and realized that made sense. Mok was usually very, very serious. Moreover, this kid is extremely greedy for money. What else could make him so happy except finding some money? Howsy immediately became interested upon hearing this. How about you treat me to a meal? Such a good brother of yours has already found money. Why don't you hurry up and share some with me or something? Upon hearing this, Mok glanced at Howsy. Howsy, you really do want money, huh? Howsy nodded eagerly. I want it. I want it so much. I really, really want it. No, you should treat me to a meal right now, so we can have a proper chat. As Howsy spoke, he pulled Mok along, insisting that Mok treat him to a meal. Seeing how eager Howsy was, Mok had no choice but to agree. It was just a meal. After all, he could afford to treat him. Mok nodded. If Howsy treated anyone else this way, or if someone said anything to me in front of me, he would have been finished long ago. Howsy also felt that being with Mok now was the best choice. Howsy glanced at Mok. Judging from the tone of your voice, you really did find some money. Mok just said it, didn't he? What I said is true, so why don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, then forget it. Mok shook his head. Fine, I didn't find any money, okay? As Mok spoke, he looked at Howsy. Howsy didn't mean it that way. When Howsy heard Mok say that, he immediately became anxious. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to double check because I need to choose a suitable place to eat based on your budget. Perfect timing. I haven't eaten breakfast, and I'm starving right now. You taking me to eat is just what I need. Mok spoke, utterly speechless. Are you ever going to stop? You keep going on and on. It's really enough. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, Of course I'm not done yet. What? Can't I even let you have dinner with me now? Or what? You don't recognize me now that you have money, do you? Mok didn't mean that. Mok glanced at Howsy. Whatever, just pick whatever you want. If it's your choice, then we'll go eat, okay? Mok's sudden generosity startled Howsy, who asked curiously, Are you sure? You really want me to pick whatever I want? If that's what you said, then I really will pick whatever I want. Mok has already told us, so how could it be false? Mok nodded heavily. Of course you can choose. Go ahead and choose. Look at you. That's all you'll amount to. Mok couldn't help but shake his head at his appearance. It was just a little food. He could afford to treat him. In the end, Howsy chose a very, very high-end restaurant. When Howsy was choosing this restaurant, he was still thinking to himself whether he had gone too far by choosing such an upscale restaurant. If Mok can't afford to pay, or if something happens, then he's doomed and will be detained here. After thinking about this, Howsy asked very cautiously, What do you think of this restaurant? Mok didn't take it to heart at all. He thought it was okay and nodded. It's all right, I think it's pretty good. What's wrong? Don't you like this place? If you don't like it, then we can go to another one. Howsy didn't mean that. He was worried about the money. Howsy chuckled. I'm not worried about that. I just think this store is too high-end. I'm afraid your little wallet might not be able to handle it later. Mok thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just this. Mok looked at Howsy and said with a big smile, So that's what you were thinking about. It's all right, don't worry about me. I already told you I can afford to treat you. I really can. What's wrong? Did you think I was lying to you? I never lie. Howsy glanced at Mok. You really did find money. Why don't you share some with me? Upon hearing this, Mok's expression turned very unpleasant, and he glared at Howsy. Howsy was now completely obedient and didn't say anything. So what if he found some money? They found money but couldn't even share a little with me. They just let me watch it like this, which really makes me envious. After finishing their meal, Howsy suggested going for coffee, since they had already eaten and should at least have some coffee to go with it. Mok glanced at it. Okay, I think you did it on purpose. You didn't finish what you were saying, and now you want coffee? Fine, I'll keep you company, no matter what. Howsy was overjoyed when he heard Mok say that. I think you've really struck it rich. From now on, I'll be following you around. Mok glanced at Howsy indifferently, and the two of them chose a very high-end coffee shop, where a cup of coffee cost several hundred yuan. When Housie stood at the door, he hesitated for a long time about whether or not to go in. After all, Mok had already spent a lot of money at that high-end restaurant. If he were to go in now, Mok didn't know if he would have enough money on him. Chapter 97, Full of Anger. If Mok has that much money, that's fine. But if he doesn't, wouldn't those two be making a fool of themselves here? Mok glanced at Housie, who stood in front of the coffee shop for a long time without going in. Mok looked at Housie's appearance and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "I've been waiting for you, waiting for you." Looking at his face, Mok realized that he was definitely not waiting for him. Mok glanced at Housie. "Are you afraid I don't have the money to treat you? Hurry up and go inside. It's embarrassing for you to stand here. Take a good look around." Housie then happily ran inside. This upscale coffee shop is really different from ordinary coffee shops. Housie was immediately captivated by the place once he entered, especially since there was a violin performance. Mok shook his head as he looked at Housie. "You really haven't seen anything like this before, have you?" But he couldn't tell Housie about it now. If I told him about this, he would be very shocked. It turns out that I brought him here to do more than just these things. Luckily, I haven't let him know yet. If he knew, he'd be wondering who'd be squandering money now. Mok walked straight over. The two of them were drinking coffee when a young couple next to them started arguing, and the argument got more and more intense. Mok glanced at the young couple next to him. It was obvious that the guy was in the wrong, and he didn't try to make the girl happy, so she suddenly exploded and threw a tantrum. Seeing that the two were about to start fighting, Housie heard the noise and shook his head helplessly. In this day and age, you really can't mess with women. If you do, you're as good as dead. Mok glanced at Housie. "You talk as if you've ever been in a relationship." Housie shook his head. No. I've never been in a relationship, and I'm afraid to in the future." Mok glanced at Housie. "Housie, you're not in a relationship, but you didn't tell me. Housie has never told me." Housie felt very wronged when he heard Mok say that. "I really don't know anything about myself. You know everything about me, but I know nothing about you." Mok pointed to himself. "So you mean you're talking about me? You mean you're blaming me?" Although Housie didn't explicitly say anything about Mok, it was clear what he meant. The gist of it is that he doesn't know anything about his own affairs, but he knows everything about his own. But these are things I don't necessarily have to ask. Housie just told me directly. Even if Mok doesn't want to know, what can he do? Mok remembered this matter, and he felt very wronged by it. He looked at the person in front of him with great helplessness. "These are things I didn't want to know. You insisted on telling me them, okay?" Housie was on the verge of tears and nodded helplessly. Okay, say whatever you want. Say whatever you want. Didn't I already say it? You're the boss now. You treat me to dinner. You buy me coffee. So I'll listen to you now, huh?" The two people here were having a lively conversation, but the couple next to them on Valentine's Day were still arguing. Housie was getting impatient with their noise, and he turned around to say something to them. But unexpectedly, the woman next to him threw the coffee at the man. But as luck would have it, the man was very clever and dodged to the side, and the coffee spilled perfectly all over Housie. Housie was furious when he saw the couple wearing new clothes. "What are you doing? Can't you see us? My brother and I, two grown men, are sitting right here. Can't you see us?" I was so scared I couldn't move and didn't know what to do. But the man walked directly to Mok's side. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare. My girlfriend and I are arguing here. What's it to you? Don't you think you're being a bit nosy by being here?" Mok was completely bewildered. Why was he meddling in their argument? Their argument is their own business, especially since Housie doesn't even know them. Thinking of this, Housie stared at the two people in disbelief. Weren't they just arguing? How could this happen so quickly? They've all started targeting me all at once. Housie could hardly believe his eyes. Weren't you two just arguing? Now you're teaming up against me again, aren't you? The man next to him said angrily. My girlfriend and I are arguing here, and I don't even know what it's about. Housie didn't intend to get involved in their affairs, but the two of them immediately took all the blame upon themselves. This Housie is really something. They're infuriating me. I've been sitting here doing nothing. I haven't touched anything. But you just threw that thing at me. I'm still in this state now. You've really shirked all responsibility for this task. How can you be so shameless? Housie was furious. What was going on? If he had provoked this woman, did it mean that all women were like this? Moreover, I haven't done anything here at all. The key point is that this man was in the same situation. The two of them had just glanced at these two people. What exactly do you want? Are you trying to spill this coffee on me? I haven't said anything yet, and you're already blaming me? Don't you have any sense at all? The two of you looked at each other. Then one of you shook his head and said, "You're trying to reason with me? You just ran into my girlfriend. Do you even know that?" Housie pointed to himself. Housie had no idea when he had met this so-called precious girlfriend. Chapter 98 is all yours. After thinking about this, Housie shook his head. I didn't run into your girlfriend. Please look carefully, okay? I've been sitting here very obediently from the very beginning. MOK was also very angry after seeing this scene. MOK stood up abruptly. Housie looked at MOK, who hadn't said a word, and wondered if he was leaving. Housie was furious when he saw this scene. He never expected that his friend would also be leaving now. The man next to him sneered. See? These are your so-called friends. They've all left you now. Do you still need to talk to me about your friends? Housie glanced at MOK's departing figure, wondering what MOK was going to do, but he figured MOK probably wasn't leaving. Housie thought this to himself, and then looked at the people in front of him. I'm telling you too, if anything happens to me today, neither of you wants to leave. Housie felt like he had been driven away by someone else, and Housie's tone became increasingly assertive. Those around them were almost stunned, but they still refused to admit it. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke angrily. You ran into my girlfriend. You just happened to run into my girlfriend, a woman like her. Aren't you going to do anything about it? At this moment, MOK did not leave, but went to find their store manager. Seeing Housie arguing so fiercely with them, MOK had witnessed the whole thing from the sidelines. It was clearly that couple who spilled coffee on Housie and then bit him. After witnessing this scene, MOK immediately went to find the store manager. Upon seeing MOK, the store manager immediately shouted, "Chairman!" MOK was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at the person in front of him again. What did you call me? The store manager stood to the side and called out again. Hello, Chairman. I am the store manager of this store, which also belongs to the MO group. Upon hearing this, MOK slowly nodded. No wonder he had been calling him chairman earlier, but he couldn't let anyone else hear him now. MOK quickly pulled the store manager aside. How did you know I was the chairman? The store manager said with a smile. That's how it is. It's because Uncle Yen and I are very close. And then, the whole company already knows about this, and everyone in the company knows you, so there's nothing surprising about it. MOK nodded. Didn't I already tell him to stop being so ostentatious and not to reveal his identity to outsiders? But to my surprise, he revealed his identity again. I'm so angry. MOK pulled the store manager in front of him. All right, stop calling me chairman in front of others. Do you hear me? The store manager was a little confused. Why wouldn't the chairman of the board allow others to call him chairman? That's such a high honor. After thinking about this, the store manager asked with great curiosity. You are our chairman, so why can't we call you chairman? MOK pointed to himself. Look at me now. I look like a student, but you're calling me a chairman of the board. What will others think? How will they interpret it? If I tell you not to shout, then you should just not shout. MOK is no good. They're arguing about how they can't do it. If we told them not to shout, they could just do as we say. Why are they asking so many questions? Upon hearing this, the store manager slowly nodded. He hadn't expected to see MOK here. He was simply too handsome, much more so than in the photos. MOK was thinking that when he turned back, he would have to go and find Uncle Yen. Didn't I already tell him that this matter cannot be told to others? No matter what, I have to keep my identity hidden. But that's a good thing, because he was recognized as soon as he stepped out. If things continue as they are, I won't be able to leave the house at all. Because as soon as I go out, everyone from the MO Sure group will try to get to know me, which will be extremely awkward. So now I don't even dare to go out. MOK glanced at the person in front of him. Let me tell you, watch your mouth. You need to remember exactly what you should and shouldn't say, understand? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, Chairman, I have remembered. MOK was puzzled by this. Why was he still being called chairman? Hadn't he already been told not to call him chairman? What was going on? MOK was somewhat angry. What are you saying? Didn't I tell you not to call me chairman? Why are you starting again? The store manager covered his mouth. I'm sorry, Chairman. I just kept calling you Chairman. The store manager glanced at him. Okay. Is there anything I can help you with this time? Or is there anything I can do to help you? Just tell me. MOK glanced at the store manager in front of him. The store manager seemed to be reasonable enough. MOK pointed to Housy's table. That's where the young couple was sitting. A few people were still arguing there. See that? Right there at that table. That couple is being unreasonable. They're the ones who spilled coffee all over another customer. But they're still denying it. You need to go over there and smooth things over. Then give them a free meal, understand? Upon hearing this, the store manager nodded emphatically. So that's how it is. Is that your friend? MOK replied. Yes, that's my friend. So you need to help him out of this situation, understand? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. All right, I understand. Leave everything to me. Housy was still arguing fiercely with the couple when he glanced at them. What exactly do you want? Are you trying to smash this store up or something? Do you think this store is yours now? Chapter 99 is about to explode. The boy next to me is rather manic. No, this shop is of course not ours. If it were, you wouldn't be here now. We would have kicked you out. Housy felt the same way. If this store really belonged to them, they would have kicked them out long ago, let alone in the current situation. Thinking about this made me feel extremely angry. At this moment, the store manager walked over and went straight up to the group of people. Is there anything I can help you with? Is it because the coffee is bad or something? Why are you arguing here? Housy was very angry and recounted the whole story from beginning to end. After hearing this, the store manager slowly nodded. Oh, I see. Actually, this kind of thing is very, very common here. It's unavoidable, since there are a lot of people here. So if you encounter it, please be more understanding. Upon hearing this, Housy chuckled and said, Yes, I'm trying to be understanding of him. But who's going to be understanding of me? I already told him that as long as he apologizes to me, everything will be fine. But he felt incredibly wronged, as if I had done something to offend him. Why was he so angry? That's why I'm so angry, you know? Upon hearing this, the store manager slowly nodded and glanced at Housy. We are so sorry to have given you a bad experience. We sincerely apologize to you. We are really sorry. However, I'll handle the rest. You two shouldn't be so angry. How about this, sir? Your meal is on the house. Housy stared at the store manager in disbelief. Why would you give yourself a free meal? Moreover, this matter has nothing to do with the store manager. I just borrowed their place to have a cup of coffee, and I didn't expect the store manager to give me a free meal. But Housy was very angry. Was it really that simple? This couple's treatment of him meant it wasn't just a matter of getting a free meal. After thinking about this, Housy shook his head. It's not like we can't afford to pay for coffee here. What's wrong with that? Did you think that getting a free coffee would make everything all right? I'll make those two apologize to me. The two lovers looked at each other, neither willing to apologize. Why should we apologize to you? You just ran into my girlfriend. Housy was completely confused. He had no idea when he had touched his girlfriend, and the way she spoke about it seemed very different. After thinking about this, Housy became extremely angry. What are you saying? Let me tell you, you'd better watch your mouth. I've never met your girlfriend. Do you think your girlfriend is very beautiful? Let me tell you, no, your girlfriend is ugly as hell. I wouldn't want someone like that even if you gave her to me. The woman standing to the side was so embarrassed that she could hardly save face. What are you saying? How come I'm not pretty here? Thinking about this made me feel extremely angry. What are you saying? As she spoke, the woman jumped up. Housy had never seen a woman like this before, and she was incredibly rude to just jump up like that. Seeing the person in front of him like this, Housy shook his head helplessly. I'm telling the truth. Even if this woman were to be with me, I wouldn't stay with her. This woman is absolutely despicable. The store manager came to help them out, not to watch them argue. Seeing them about to start arguing again, the manager said, I'm so sorry, sir, for giving you such a terrible experience. This meal will be on the house. But please stop making noise here. After all, we still have business to do. Housy then realized that he might have given others a very bad experience. After all, there are other guests here, so I'm not the only one. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. What you say makes sense. I shouldn't be making such a fuss here. But, manager, I hope you understand this. It's not that I'm being unreasonable here, but that someone else is being unreasonable, You know that. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. I understand. I understand perfectly well who is causing trouble here. Halsey glanced at the store manager, who seemed like a nice person. The manager was even there to help him out of a predicament. He thought the store manager and his colleagues must have it tough. After thinking about this, the person in front of him glanced at the shop manager. Manager, this matter was never your responsibility. Thank you so much for helping me out. The store manager shook his head. No, this is what I should do. I'm so sorry. I hope you can come again next time. Halsey nodded. Of course I'll come back, but this time it brought me such a bad experience that I'll have to talk about it properly when I get back. At this moment, Mock slowly emerged from the restroom, pretending not to know anything about what had happened. But when Halsey saw Mock come out of the toilet, he was about to explode. Do you know that I've already gotten into an argument with someone outside? But you came out from inside, completely carefree and not caring at all. What are you doing? Are we still good friends? Mock asked curiously. Haven't you already resolved all these issues? Since they can all be resolved, what are you still arguing about here? Halsey nodded. Yes, it has indeed been resolved. But this was not resolved by you at all, and it has nothing to do with you. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Why didn't you say goodbye when you left, especially when I was arguing with someone? Chapter 100 next time. Upon hearing this, Mock slowly spoke. Everyone has to go to the toilet sometimes, and at that time my stomach was hurting really badly, so I went to the toilet. What else could I do? Otherwise, would I still be sitting here? Of course not. Of course I have to take care of my immediate discomfort first, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Halsey said, speechless. Do you really want me to say something to you? I was extremely angry at first, but after what you said, I feel like I'm suddenly not angry anymore. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Halsey glanced at Mock. You really had a stomachache and went to the toilet, and it wasn't intentional? The person in front of me said with a smile. I did it on purpose? What reason would I have to do it on purpose? If I really did it on purpose, you wouldn't be here like this now. How could I possibly do it on purpose? Don't worry, I'm out now, aren't I? Oh, by the way, did that couple leave already? Halsey was practically bursting with anger at the mere mention of that person. He said, utterly speechless. I don't know why there are still people like this in this society. It's clearly their fault, yet they manage to shift the blame onto you and say it's your fault. I'm speechless. It's like they're the ones acting like women. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, that's what I think too. Mock laughed heartily as he spoke. It's probably because you didn't check the almanac before you went out, which is why you encountered these problems. But don't worry, this matter has already been resolved, hasn't it? Now that these things are resolved, you shouldn't be so angry anymore. Halsey said helplessly. I was in a good mood when I came out to have coffee with you. I never expected to encounter something like this. It really made me furious, you know? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Who says otherwise? That's exactly what I was thinking back then. But if you're feeling really unhappy, I can buy you another cup of coffee. But upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Still drinking coffee? What's the point of drinking coffee? The traffic is already congested enough. Why would you want to drink coffee on top of that? Look how congested I am right now. And I still want to go get coffee? What kind of coffee am I supposed to drink? I can't take it anymore. I'm not drinking anymore. Let's drink here. Anyway, the manager just said he'd give us a free meal. Mock glanced at Halsey. That's all you've got. Didn't I tell you? I'm buying you coffee, not asking you to come here for free. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded and said, sigh. Mock glanced at Halsey. You must have a lot of influence. The store manager is so nice to you, and you still give him face. It's really not easy. Halsey felt quite proud of himself and laughed heartily as he spoke. Of course, if it weren't for the shop manager being so understanding, I would have made things very difficult for him here. But why? Why give us such a bad experience? He just does whatever he wants, doesn't he? It's really driving me crazy. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. All right, since that's how it is, then don't be angry anymore, okay? Halsey nodded slowly. Don't be angry, don't be angry. What really makes me angry is that you just ran away without saying a word, which made me feel extremely embarrassed. I also said that I came here with my friends to have a meal. But what about you? You just disappeared all of a sudden. I can't even explain it to you. Mok smiled sheepishly. Didn't I tell you? Everyone has to go to the bathroom sometimes. I have a stomachache right now, that's why I left. Otherwise, why do you think I would have left? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately nodded. All right, let's go. Let's take a good look. I'm not really in the mood to add this topic again now, so let's go. Halsey spoke while looking at the object, and Mok glanced at Halsey. Are you sure you want to leave? If you do, you might not get this treatment next time. Anyway, I've already told you. I've already bought you coffee. If we keep doing this, then there won't be any more coffee. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Okay, don't tell me anymore. It's usually a very happy thing for someone to ask you to listen to me, but I never expected to encounter such a bad thing. It made me so angry right here. If you do this again, I will no longer consider you my friend. The two people had just come in from the beauty salon when they hurriedly came out. I'm so sorry, guests. I've given you a very, very bad experience today, so these 2 packets of velvet coffee are a gift for you. The store manager seemed not to recognize Mok at all, which pleased Mok greatly. Then, he brought over 4 rounds of coffee. Looking at the person in front of me like this, I was very worried about that situation. If it weren't for me today, we wouldn't have gotten this free coffee. Mok was speechless after hearing this, but he still nodded. The two of them walked out of the coffee shop together. Mok glanced at Halsey. Where are you going next? Halsey followed Mok. Where could Halsey go? Halsey glanced at Mok. You don't dislike me, do you? I just want to be with you. I want to go play in the alleyway near your house. Mok did not refuse. Sure, but you should tell your family first, otherwise you can go next time. Mok originally wanted to go find Uncle Yin and ask him about these things. However, Mok didn't expect Halsey to want to come to his house, so he wanted Halsey to come another time, but Halsey insisted on going now. After thinking about this, Halsey glanced at Mok. Chapter 101 ends here. What's wrong? Are you starting to dislike me again? Upon hearing this, Mok immediately shook his head. Why would I dislike you? You always act like we have some kind of relationship. I'm not disliking you. I'm just thinking about other things. If you come to my house every day, what will your parents think? You come to my house every day, making it seem like we have some kind of relationship. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him burst into laughter. The two of them were already closely connected. Didn't they know that? Mok had no idea what the relationship was between the two of them, and he immediately shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of relationship could there be between us? If you say that, people will really misunderstand us. Upon hearing this, Halsey burst into laughter. Okay, I was just joking with you. Don't look at me like that. I was just joking with you. But Mok didn't take his words as a joke. Thinking about this, Mok was already angry. I don't even think of this as just a joke anymore. Don't give me that nonsense. We have absolutely no relationship. We're both men, what are you talking about? Hearing this, Halsey had no choice but to nod. Okay, I got it. Just tell me, can I come to your house now? If I can go, then I will go. If you don't let me go, then forget it. Is that all right? Mok slowly nodded. Sure, if you want to come with me, then let's go. Halsey followed Mok quite happily, walking comfortably behind him. As they walked, Halsey suddenly remembered something, grabbed a box, and stood next to Mok. All right, don't leave yet. I suddenly remembered something. Mok frowned. What are you up to now? I'm finding you to have even more to do than women. Besides, you're going to have some kind of ceremony when you come to my house, aren't you? Halsey shook his head. I don't know what kind of ceremony I could possibly perform for you. What's wrong? There are only 2 of us men in your family, so I have to make something nice for you. You didn't even say you'd buy me anything, so I have to complain about it myself. Mok thought it was something serious, but it turned out he just wanted to go shopping. Mok spoke up. Oh, I see. All right. Mok glanced at Halsey. Why do I feel like you're a woman? Upon hearing this, Halsey lowered his face in embarrassment. What does this mean? How come I've become a girl? I can't even eat snacks anymore. Is that it? What? You don't eat anything. If you don't eat, how could you grow so big? Mok didn't mean he didn't eat. Rather, he said that no one else loved to eat as much as he did. Mok said helplessly, I just don't eat as much as you do. Look at the state your house has become. I bet you've gained another 10 pounds or so lately, haven't you? But Housie absolutely refused to admit it. Who gains more than 10 pounds? Another 10 pounds? What do you think it is, gaining more than 10 pounds so easily? Do you think getting fat is a joke? Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. All right, just admit it. Do you think I can't see through your little schemes? Sure enough, Housie bought a lot of snacks and went home with Mok. Mok looked at Housie and was both amused and exasperated. Sigh, this guy is such a hassle. There's just no way to deal with him. He really bought so much stuff. When you came home with me this time, Mok saw what happened behind him and couldn't help but laugh. Housie, do you really need to do this? Can you please stop acting like this? Housie didn't think he had done anything wrong. Housie really liked the things he bought, and he would often offer them to Mok to eat, but Mok refused them all. Mok wasn't a big fan of snacks, so he refused them all. Housie kept talking to Mok, chatting about the girls in his class while eating his food. By the way, Mok, do you know? There's a girl in the class next door who's incredibly beautiful. Those big eyes are so beautiful, and the key is that her figure is simply amazing. Mok glanced at Housie. What are you thinking about? You're thinking about useless things again, aren't you? Can't you think about something normal all day long? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him said with a grin, I was just thinking about some very normal things. What's wrong? Haven't you encountered anything like this before? Mok had never thought about these things, so he had never seen them before. After thinking about this, Mok said helplessly, I've never seen or even visited any of the things you're thinking of, so please stop giving me this nonsense, okay? If you keep saying these useless things to me, I'm telling you, this isn't over between us. Housie was just saying it casually. He didn't expect Mok to get so angry. After thinking about this, Housie spoke again. Don't be so angry, I was just saying that. Besides, didn't you think that girl was really, really beautiful? I've seen her more than once. Mok glanced at Housie. All right, stop with this nonsense. What you saw is what you saw. What does it have to do with me? Let's stop this here. Mok checked the time. How much time had passed already? This person still wasn't sleeping. Mok glanced at Housie with great impatience. Housie, what are you doing? Why don't you go to sleep? What time is it already? If you don't go to sleep soon, you'll be late tomorrow. But Housie didn't take it seriously at all. Ugh, what's with the urgency to get me to bed again? I finally got to come here to play, and now you're urging me to go to sleep. If you keep urging me like this, I'm going to get angry. Mok didn't care whether he was angry or not. Just looking at him made Mok angry. Chapter 102 Wasting Time. Mok spoke angrily. Are you going to sleep or not? If you're not going to sleep, then you can leave. Anyway, you're not welcome here anymore because you're disturbing my rest. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him burst into laughter. Really? I just like bothering you like this, so what? Can't I bother you? Otherwise, why would I bother other people? Why am I bothering you here? It's because we're good friends, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Mok was utterly speechless. What did it mean that just because someone was close to him, they had to bother him? Thinking of this, Mok spoke angrily. If you keep acting like this, I'm really going to kick you out. Don't blame me if you're late tomorrow. Housie planned to finish all the snacks in front of him before resting, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. Seeing how anxious Mok was, Housie couldn't help but speak up. Can you please not be in such a hurry? There's still plenty of time. Why are you in such a rush? No rush, no rush. Let's eat and drink now, and think about tomorrow later. Mok glanced at Housie and said, You've really got a big heart these days. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Mok fell asleep not long after, but Housie continued eating and playing on his phone. Mok ignored him, but the two of them were indeed late again the next day. Mok arrived at 8 o'clock, which was already past 8 o'clock. If he went to class then, he would definitely be late. Housie was extremely anxious. After standing up, he quickly put on his clothes and ran outside. Mok was both amused and exasperated by his appearance. Weren't you just saying you didn't care at all? I don't know who said we should just live one day at a time, but look at you. You've run away so fast. Haha, what were you saying just now, and what are you saying now? This is so unnecessary. Housie rushed out in a hurry, not caring about Mok at all. However, Mok showed no intention of leaving at all. Mok knew that even if he went now, he would definitely be late. so he might as well ask for leave and say that he wouldn't be going today. After asking his teacher for leave, Mok called Uncle Yin and asked him to go to Sinew Coffee Shop, the same coffee shop he had visited last time. Although he didn't know what Mok wanted to see him for, Uncle Yin still agreed. Meanwhile, Mok had already arrived at the coffee shop. Upon seeing that it was Mok, the store manager quickly went up to him and said, "Chairman, you've arrived." Mok glanced at the person in front of him. "What did I tell you? I told you not to call me chairman. I told you not to call me chairman, and now you've forgotten." The store manager covered his mouth. "I'm so sorry, chairman, I forgot about that again. If I don't call you chairman, I don't know how to address you or what to call you." Mok said helplessly, "Just call me whatever you normally would. Pretend you don't know me, or you don't have to call me that, understand?" Only after Mok said that did the store manager understand. The store manager glanced at Mok and asked, "Are you here for a meal today, or what?" Mok thought for a moment. "I didn't come here for a meal. I came to check on things here. By the way, where's the office? Let's go inside." Upon hearing this, the person next to him quickly led Mok into the office. The store manager glanced at Mok. "Then you stay here for now. I need to go check on my situation. Because there are many things in the store that I, as the store manager, need to handle personally now." Mok glanced at the store manager. The store manager looked quite young, but it was quite impressive that he knew how to do these things at such a young age. After thinking about this, Mok slowly spoke. "Being a store manager like you is not easy. Keep up the good work, and I'll give you a promotion and a raise after these 2 years." Upon hearing this, the store manager asked in great surprise, "Really? Is that true? Are you sure you're going to give me a promotion and a raise?" What Mok said was true, and Mok nodded slowly. "What I'm telling you is true. There's no lie about it. What's wrong? Don't you believe me?" The store manager in front of him was simply quite flattered. The store manager looked at Mok with disbelief. "Is this really a good idea, chairman?" Today, he called himself chairman again, which made Mok a little unhappy. "What are you saying? Why are you calling me chairman again? I told you not to call me chairman. Don't call me chairman. Have you forgotten?" The store manager slapped his forehead. He really didn't know what he was thinking. He forgot all about these things in no time. After thinking about this, the store manager said with a smile, "From now on, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. If there's anything, just come to the store." Mok nodded slowly after hearing this. "All right, I understand. Go check on Uncle Yin. If he comes over, tell him to come directly to me, okay?" Although the store manager didn't know what they were doing there, he did as instructed. "Okay, I'll head out now." After saying that, the store manager left. Mok waited inside for Uncle Yin to arrive. Uncle Yin arrived not long after. Upon hearing that Mok was looking for him, Uncle Yin immediately dropped everything he was doing and rushed over. As soon as Uncle Yin walked in, he saw that Mok had been waiting for him for a long time. Uncle Yin hurriedly came in. "I'm sorry, chairman. I had some things to attend to, so I may have been a little late and kept you waiting here." Mok didn't wait there for very long. Mok shook his head. "No need to be so polite. I haven't been waiting here for very long. By the way, please stop calling me chairman. Just call me by my name." But Uncle Yin felt this was not a good idea, and he immediately shook his head. "That won't do. I can't just call you by your name. The chairman is the chairman, and we can't get that order wrong." Chapter 103, Returning to the Company. But when Mok heard this, he felt extremely awkward. Thinking of this, Mok immediately shook his head. Mok glanced at Uncle Yin. "If you still call me chairman, then I won't come to you for anything in the future. I've already told you, don't call me chairman, don't call me chairman." Although Uncle Yin seemed extremely unwilling, he still agreed. "Okay, whatever you say you want to call me, I'll call you by your name, okay?" Mok nodded and glanced at Uncle Yin. "Do you know why I called you here today, Uncle Yin?" Uncle Yin was very confused. He was just wondering why he had been called here. And wasn't this a branch store? How did Mok end up here? After thinking about this, Uncle Yin asked with great curiosity, "So what exactly happened? Why did we end up here?" Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. "Tell me exactly how many people know my identity now, and what I told you before. Have you forgotten all of that?" After hearing this, Uncle Yin slowly nodded. "Oh, is that so? Actually, not many people know this now. It's probably only about 30% of the people in our company who know your identity. MOK was nearly scared to death when he heard this. So many people knew his identity. MOK was a little angry. He glanced at Uncle Yin. I told you back then not to let others know my identity, but why didn't you listen at all? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly lowered his face. It's not that I don't want to listen, but I have my own ideas, and these people are some of the most important internal staff in our company, so they need to know. This will make things easier for you if you go anywhere in the future. MOK nodded slowly after hearing this. He understood perfectly what he meant. Just then, the store manager walked in, bringing some new coffee from the store. The store manager looked somewhat embarrassed as he watched the two of them talking. I'm so sorry. MOK said it was nothing. He glanced at Uncle Yin and then at the shop manager. MOK slowly began to speak. Uncle Yin, this store manager is quite young. How did he get into our store? Uncle Yin glanced at the store manager. Him? He was hired because he performed very well. What happened? Did something go wrong? MOK didn't say what happened and immediately shook his head. It's not what you imagine. It's because I think his current performance is very good. In the future, we can promote him and give him a raise. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Oh, I see. I was worried something was wrong. In that case, when we get back, we'll just do as you say and give him a promotion and a raise. MOK is slowly getting things done over there. That's the idea. We're going to promote him and give him a raise. Okay, store manager, you can go now. After listening to the conversation, the store manager walked out, glancing at the people in front of him as he went. At this moment, MOK was looking at Uncle Yin in front of him. Do you know why I called you here today? Uncle Yin had already roughly guessed it, especially after MOK finished saying that sentence. Uncle Yin glanced at MOK. Actually, you don't need to be so angry. These things can be discussed properly. MOK initially thought that this matter could be discussed properly, but now he feels that it is impossible to discuss it properly at all. Thinking of this, MOK spoke angrily. I've already said I don't want others to know my identity, but why won't you do as I say? Why are you so stubborn? Upon hearing this, Uncle Yin felt very embarrassed and spoke up. I'm sorry, this might be my fault. Perhaps I didn't consider everything completely, which is why I'm doing this now. But now that everyone knows your identity, they will provide you with convenience wherever you are in the future. And you don't need to pay anything when you enter the store, you can just take whatever you want. MOK slowly nodded. Although this kind of benefit was good, he really disliked the feeling of being surrounded by them as soon as he entered the store. MOK glanced at the person in front of him. Tell them to pretend they don't know me even if they see me. Please don't call me chairman whenever we meet. It makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily and said, I understand. Don't worry. Since that's the case, I know what to do. You can rest assured. MOK glanced at the person in front of him and felt that he was still quite uneasy. Although he said he could put my mind at ease, looking at him like this, I couldn't help but feel that he was completely incapable of handling this matter. MOK glanced at Uncle Yin. This is the last time I'm warning you. Don't make me angry again. If I get angry next time, it won't be so simple. Uncle Yin was surprised that MOK was so angry. After hearing this, Uncle Yin immediately nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter well, and I will definitely not make you angry again. Uncle Yin and MOK had completely different ideas. Uncle Yin glanced at MOK. I will do whatever you say, but there are some things at the company that need your attention. Otherwise, you and I can go back to the company. MOK shook his head. Didn't I already say that you were the one who handled everything? Why are you making me do this again? MOK didn't want to deal with these things because he was completely unfamiliar with them. Moreover, MOK found it extremely difficult to handle, which is why he didn't want to deal with it now. Chapter 104 Handle It Yourself. After thinking about this, MOK looked at the person in front of him. You can handle it yourself. Do whatever you think is best for you. However, Uncle Yin wanted MOK to use this as practice material so he could get some experience. After thinking about this, Uncle Yin immediately spoke up. Young master, if this matter is entrusted to you, you can practice your abilities. Besides, it's not that difficult. MOK frowned. Okay, then tell me and come take a look. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly began to speak. That's how it is. These past 2 days, Our group has been competing for a bid, which is against the Qin family. And what about them? They've been competing with us for a project, and our Yin group is considering whether or not to take it over. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. Are you talking about the Qin family, who have always been against us? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, it's the Qin family that has always been against us. So now we don't know whether we should continue or not. Mok thought for a moment. Since they had been the right opponent all along, they certainly couldn't afford to falter at such a crucial moment. Of course, they had to continue. Mok nodded immediately. At such a crucial moment, we definitely have to continue. How could we possibly let things fall apart at such a critical time? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded. What you said is true, but it's not as simple as you imagine. The Qin family is truly despicable. He actually lowered the price secretly, and after he lowered the price, the other company definitely treats them differently. So we are in a very difficult situation, caught between a rock and a hard place. We can't lower our prices too, or we won't be able to cover our costs. Mok nodded. What Uncle Yin said was indeed a problem, and he should consider it. Mok had actually anticipated Qin's actions, but he didn't expect them to come so suddenly. However, Mok wasn't too worried at the moment. At this moment, Mok had already made up his mind, and a smile appeared on his lips. Oh, I see. But Uncle Yin, since this matter is so simple, I'll leave it to you. Uncle Yin glanced at Mok. You can use this to practice. Didn't we already say that this is for you to practice with? What do you think? Mok pointed to himself. What do I think? What do I think? I think either way is fine, but if we give up, will it have any impact on us? Uncle Yin immediately said. Of course it won't have any impact at all, but we can't let this opportunity slip by now. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded. That's true. Mok isn't someone who refuses people so easily. Mok thought for a moment. If that's the case, then if we continue to compete and lower the price, will it have any impact on us? Uncle Yin thought for a moment. It won't have any impact. Whether we continue or pause, it won't make any difference. Mok was curious. If continuing or pausing had no impact, then he would definitely continue. How could such an opportunity be paused here? Of course it can't be paused. If it were, wouldn't we lose face? Upon realizing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head, and Mok glanced at Uncle Yin. Has this always been their practice? They do whatever you do. Isn't that how it is? Upon hearing this, Uncle Yin nodded. Whatever projects we have, they'll have the same projects too. It feels like they're doing the same thing as us, and they even seem to be one step ahead of us. Hearing this, Mok became even angrier. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then I don't think there's any need to show him any mercy. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him looked at Mok curiously. What do you mean? Mok glanced at the person in front of him. You still can't understand something this simple? Then of course we should continue to compete with him, since continuing won't have any impact anyway. Giving up won't have any impact. Since that's the case, we might as well continue to compete with them. Mok was a little confused about just how good the Yin family's assets were, but judging from Uncle Yan's appearance, they must be quite a lot. Therefore, this small bidding process is not something that will fundamentally damage their group. Since that's the case, we might as well continue. After thinking about this, Mok glanced at Uncle Yin. Then let's continue. After Mok informed the group immediately took out their phones and instructed their staff to make sure the competition was won, no matter what. Mok nodded in satisfaction. He was determined to do what he set out to do. He would never fail to do it. Thank you for listening to my opinion. Mok's words startled Uncle Yin. Uncle Yin smiled and said, That's all I should do. I'll listen to whatever you say. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No. I actually know nothing about these things in the company, and these things in the company. There are many things I don't understand, so I'd like to leave them to you to manage from now on. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him said, Please don't be so polite or modest. You actually have a lot of potential to manage the company, don't you? Mok frowned. I have this potential? How come I've never realized it before? Mok spoke while laughing. These are just exaggerated claims. When did I ever have the potential to manage a company? Upon realizing this, Mok immediately shook his head. Now is not the time to manage the company. If I were to suddenly take over the company, there would be extra things to worry about. Even if I were to take over the company, this wouldn't be the time. Don't say that. I don't think I have the potential to manage a company right now, and besides, I feel like I don't understand these things at all. Chapter 105 Study Hard. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yin chuckled and said, "You're still young, and there are many things you really need to study. By the way, why don't you go abroad?" Mok was stunned when he heard this. What? They want him to go abroad? What are they thinking? They want him to go abroad? Mok looked at the person in front of him. What do you mean by that? You want me to go abroad? Uncle Yin nodded. He did indeed have this idea in his mind. Because if you go abroad and then come back, it will be completely different. So going abroad is the best choice. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. If you're not so sure, you should consider it. Going abroad is the best option for you. Mok didn't immediately think this was the best choice. He glanced at Uncle Yin. Are you planning to send me away so you can do something else? Upon hearing this, the person in front of them was terrified. No, no, no. I have never had such thoughts in my mind. And as for what you said, I have even less of those thoughts. I wasn't thinking about anything else. I was just thinking that if you went abroad, you could learn more, which would be good for you. Mok was somewhat skeptical, and he looked at the person in front of him. Are you sure? Are you sure that sending me abroad now is for my own good? Uncle Yin nodded immediately. Yes, I am now absolutely certain that sending you abroad is for your own good. You didn't think about anything else. Only by going abroad can you learn more things, understand? Upon hearing this, Mok nodded, which made sense, since what one learns abroad is definitely different. Otherwise, why would so many people want to go abroad or do something else? That's the reason. They all want to study abroad to get a prestigious education. Moreover, it seems that after they went abroad, they felt that they were completely different, but Mok didn't want to go abroad, and Mok had never even thought about these things. Mok smiled faintly. I've never thought about these things, and don't bring them up in front of me again. I'm not interested in these things. After Mok finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the person in front of him. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yin chuckled and said, perhaps what I brought up was a bit too abrupt, or perhaps what I said earlier surprised you. However, if you can go abroad, it would be best to get some experience and prestige overseas. Mok shook his head. I'm not going. If I wanted to go, I would have told you in advance, but I don't need to now. Mok had made his stance very clear, and Uncle Yin dared not bring it up again. Uncle Yin nodded. Okay, it's your own decision. If you want to go abroad, we can make arrangements for you. If you don't want to go abroad, that's fine too. We have other arrangements for you. Anyway, now that you've inherited our group, you'll definitely have nothing to worry about in the future. What happens next is up to you. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. Don't bring these things up in front of me again. You said it yourself. If you do, don't blame me for getting angry. Uncle Yin said with a smile. I was just saying, don't think about it that way, don't overthink it. Mok nodded. Then let's do it this way. Uncle Yin glanced at Mok. Is there anything else going on? Mok thought for a moment and realized there was nothing else, so he shook his head. Nothing else. Is the company particularly busy? Although Mok said he didn't want to get involved in company affairs, he couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, things are really, really busy at the company, and there are still some things that haven't been dealt with yet, so I probably have to go and take care of things at the company now. Then, I might not be able to handle things for you here anymore. Mok nodded slowly after hearing this. I see. If that's the case, then you should go and take care of things at the company. It's okay, I'm fine here. If anything happens, I'll handle it myself. Mok has never liked to rely on others. He usually handles things on his own. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Okay, I'll be going now. If anything comes up, just let me know. After saying that, Uncle Yin turned and left, and Mok followed behind, preparing to walk out. The store manager followed behind, always keeping up with Mok. Mok glanced at the store manager. What's wrong? Is there something you need from me? You look like you need something. Upon hearing this, the store manager immediately shook his head. I didn't need anything. I just wanted to ask if you liked the coffee last time. If you did, I'll go and make you some more. Mok thought it was something serious. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. It's nothing. I just wanted to bring you some more coffee. Mok nodded and said, Get me some. Anyway, that kid from last time really liked this coffee. Mok remembered that Housie really liked this coffee that time, and even told him that the coffee was indeed quite good. Mok thought for a moment and decided that it would be good to take some for him to drink, although he himself rarely drank coffee. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily and then quickly ran to the side to get the coffee. Looking at the packaged coffee in front of him, Mok was very satisfied. I didn't expect the service here to be so good. I'm very, very satisfied. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. Since that's how it is, then you stay here and do your job well. Don't be half-hearted, understand? The store manager, bowing and scraping, readily agreed to Mok's request. Chapter 106, Sudden Worry. After seeing his appearance, Mok turned around and walked out. After Mok came out, he went to Ginting. Yangzi hadn't seen Mok for the past 2 days and still wanted to see him. When he saw Mok arrive, he quickly went up to him. Why haven't you come over these past 2 days? Did something happen? Mok shook his head, indicating that he was doing very well and hadn't done anything yet. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so worried about me? Yangzi nodded and said, It's not that I'm worried. It's just that I haven't seen you for the past 2 days, so I'm starting to miss you a bit. Mok said with a smile. It's nothing. I just ran into some other things these past 2 days and had to deal with them. Got it. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. So that's how it is. But speaking of which, what have you been dealing with these past few days, boss? Mok glanced at Yangzi. You're asking too many questions. What am I dealing with right now? I'm definitely dealing with my own business. Otherwise, what do you think I'm dealing with? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Oh, so you went to take care of your own things. I was just asking. Mok was extremely annoyed by his question, and he glanced at Yangzi. Is it because I haven't been here for the past 2 days that no one has been able to beat you up? Yangzi lowered her face quickly, feeling embarrassed. I'm not looking for a beating. Why are you saying that? Yangzi glanced at Mok. Are you sure you're really okay? I was just worried about you. Mok had already said he was fine. Mok glanced at Yangzi. Why do I get the feeling that you're hoping something happens to me? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. When have I ever wished for something bad to happen to you? I wish for you to get better. Don't say that. You're really driving me crazy. Besides, things are already like this. Why are you still feeling aggrieved? What's wrong? Have you been having a lot of fun here while I was away? No one will bother you anymore. No one will do anything. You're all alone there. Isn't that incredibly comfortable? Yangzi smiled. It's not as comfortable as you imagined. And don't you feel rather uncomfortable staying here these days? Upon hearing this, Mok asked curiously, Why are you not feeling well? You should have fallen very, very comfortably here. And even in this state, you're still complaining about this and that? What's bothering you? Yangzi shook her head. No, as long as you're all right, isn't that enough? Mok pointed to himself. What did you say? Believe me or not, if you say that again, I'm going to beat you up. Mok's words immediately made the person in front of him behave. I was just saying that, but it seems Mok really does have a girlfriend. After thinking about this, the person in front of him smiled. So, do you really have a girlfriend? If so, bring her to us so we can see her. Mok looked at the person in front of him. Did he really not know whether he had a girlfriend or not? Mok glanced at Yangzi. Yangzi, don't you feel like you're interfering more than before? Don't you? Don't you? Yangzi. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Yangzi said with a smile. Master, you're so handsome. If you were to find a girlfriend, all the girls would be vying to throw themselves at you. If that's the case, you should really think about it. For Mok, there was nothing to consider, he said with a smile. I've noticed that you're really like this now. Do you think I don't know whether you're looking for a girlfriend or not? Mok spoke while looking at the person in front of him. Yangzi immediately became obedient. All right. Let's just pretend I didn't say anything. I won't say anything more, mainly because if I do speak, it will definitely be my fault. Mok nodded. You know it, yet you still keep talking, and you keep going on and on. Yangzi smiled sheepishly. I'm just stating the truth. If you really found a girlfriend, how happy she would be. Mok looked at him, wondering why he was still talking on and on. So Mok turned his face around. Fine, then tell me, what else do you want to do? Or are you asking for a beating? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, 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 I'm not asking for a beating. I'll shut up. Seeing that Yangzi was the only one there, Mok asked, by the way, where's Daoji? Why are you the only one here now? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. Oh, you mean Brother Dao? I don't think he's here. He seems to have gone out. He said he went out to take care of some things, but I don't know what he went to do. After thinking about this, the person in front of him smiled. Oh, so he's here to take care of something. I'll wait for him here for a while. I need to talk to him about something small. Yangzi looked at Mok curiously and asked, is there anything you need? You can come to me. I'm your right-hand man. Otherwise, just come to me. Mok is even less inclined to contact him now. What business would he have with him? Mok glanced at the person in front of him. What did you say? I'm looking for you. What do I need you for? Besides, where did he go? When is he coming back? The person in front of me didn't know much about this, and after hearing this, they shook their head. I don't know. He might be back soon, but it could also be a long time before he comes back. At that moment, a lot of noise came from outside the door. Hello, I'm back. Upon hearing this, Mok looked up and saw that Dao Gu was back. It's true what they say, speak of the devil and he appears. Whoever I'm thinking of just happens to be there. If he had played for a while before coming back, I might have already left. I don't know if he arrived at the exact time, or if he knew I missed him, so he rushed over before I left. It's all very hard to say. That timing was incredibly precise. Chapter 107 Dao Gu is back. Mok turned his head and saw that it really was Dao Gu who had returned. Wasn't this guy back? Mok smiled faintly. You're finally back? I've been waiting for you here for ages. Upon hearing this, Dao Gu, not knowing why Mok wanted to see him, quickly came over. I just went out to take care of something. I didn't keep you waiting long, did I? Mok shook his head. Of course I didn't have to wait long. I'm glad you're back. I have something to discuss with you. Let's go inside. Yoko followed behind the two men, wanting to go inside and listen to what they were saying. After thinking about this, Yoko walked over directly. Seeing that the two of them were angry, Yangzi said very unhappily, I am also your apprentice, so please don't forget that. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, for he had never forgotten this. Mok glanced at Yangzi. Yangzi, what do you want? I just have some things to discuss with Brother Dao. You stay here and keep a close eye on things, do you hear me? After hearing this, Yangzi nodded silently. Okay, I understand. I'll stay here. If you need anything, just call me. Upon hearing Mok's words, Yangzi immediately became obedient and stopped saying anything. They've already said what they wanted to say. If I don't behave myself, then it's definitely my fault. So I'll just sit here and behave myself, and that'll be fine. Mok glanced at Yangzi, then pulled Dao Gu in. Dao Gu said with a smile, when did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me you were here? Mok glanced at Dao Gu. I told you when I arrived, but what did it matter? Aren't you still waiting for me here? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, Me? I've been here the whole time. I went out for a little thing and then came back. Upon hearing this, Mok slowly nodded. I see. Dao Gu in front of me said with a smile. I'm afraid you'll be waiting here for too long. Mok shook his head. We didn't wait here for very long. Here's the thing. We can expand this area now, understand? What? This place can be expanded. Really? Mok was absolutely right, and he nodded. Of course it's true, otherwise what did you think? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. All right. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. If that's the case, then there are many things to be aware of, and we may still need to expand our manpower. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. 2 people alone are definitely not enough. We'll use whoever you think is suitable and whoever you think is unsuitable. What do you think? Mok trusted them completely. If they didn't trust him, then he would be helpless. If you don't believe in yourself, then there's nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him smiled and said, Okay, then I'll take a good look. Mok glanced at Dao Gu. By the way, let me tell you, You must be careful and see if anyone is deliberately causing trouble. You can handle the rest yourself. Seeing how much Mok trusted him, Dao Gu was deeply moved. I never expected you to trust me so much, leaving everything to me. Mok glanced at Dao Gu. Of course, and besides, I'm not here often, so there are many things that I need you to make decisions on your own. Are you capable of making those decisions? Dao Gu thought about it for a moment and thought it should be possible. Dao Gu was just afraid that he wouldn't be able to make a decision, and that Mok didn't quite like it. After thinking about this, Brother Dao said with a smile, I'm afraid that if I make the decision myself, you'll be angry. Mok wasn't angry. He immediately shook his head. I won't be angry. Just be careful and see if anyone comes to cause trouble. If anyone does come to cause trouble, then you must notify me immediately, understand? Dao Gu nodded, indicating that he understood. Mok trusted Dao Gu very much because Dao Ji's abilities were evident to all, so he believed in him completely and that Dao Gu would never let Mok down. Just then, Mok's phone rang. When he opened it, he saw that it was Haozi calling him. Mok thought that Haozi calling him meant nothing was wrong. Upon answering the phone, he told Mok that he was waiting for him there again and asked Mok to hurry over and open the door for him. Mok was extremely helpless. It seemed that Haozi had truly fallen in love with this place. Sigh, there's really nothing I can do. He's actually fallen for me. Mok glanced at his phone, then at Dao Gu. All right, I have to go now. Otherwise, you can stay here by yourself. I'll be leaving first, okay? Dao Gu glanced at Mok. You have guests at your house, don't you? Speaking of this person in my family, it really leaves me speechless. Every few days, they go to my little yard. Although I really like my little yard, I don't need to make it so obvious. It seems that Haozi has really taken to his little courtyard. He'll become a regular here and come here every few days. It's like he thinks this is his home. Mok nodded helplessly. It's Haozi. Haozi is coming to my house for a free meal again. Okay, I'll be going now. You can handle everything else. After Mok finished speaking, he left quickly without delay. Haozi was waiting at the door. We couldn't let him wait there for too long. When Mok arrived, Haozi was indeed waiting for him, looking pitiful. The key point is that Haozi was holding 2 roast chickens in his hand, which looked like they had just been bought. When Mok saw this, he shook his head helplessly. This looks like it was just bought, right? Upon hearing this, the person nodded emphatically. Chapter 108 Finally back. Haozi breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw that Mok had finally returned. If Mok doesn't come back soon, he doesn't know what he should do. My God, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I think I would have frozen to death here today. After listening, Mok said, speechless. What are you doing, taking 2 roast chickens? Are you really planning to stay in my house forever? Haozi had this idea, and he nodded heavily. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. I want to stay here and never leave. I don't know if you'd be willing. Haozi looked at Mok with a pitiful expression. If you don't let me stay here, then I really will have nowhere else to live. Mok was a little curious. Why didn't he have a place to stay? Wasn't he living quite comfortably at home? Is he trying to play the victim here? I can't be bothered with him. After thinking about it, Mok said, I want to taste this roast chicken first. Mok smelled the roast chicken, and it smelled so good that he decided to eat it first, and then worry about it later. Mok ate heartily. It was just too delicious. Haozi said helplessly, look how good I am. No matter what, I always think of you. Even when I buy roast chicken, I still buy one for you. And you don't even think of me. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. How do you know I'm not thinking about you? If I'm not thinking about anything else, how can I possibly be thinking about you? After thinking about this, Mok glanced at Haozi. Haozi, did you have a fight with your family or something? I think you did, right? Haozi shook his head. No, we didn't argue. I have a very, very good relationship with my family. That's why I want to stay here. It's because your courtyard is so beautiful that I like it very much, so I want to live in your courtyard. There's no other reason. So you just like your own yard, so you decided to stay here and not leave? Did they think this was some kind of place where they could just stay whenever they wanted? This really leaves me speechless. After thinking about this, Mok slowly spoke. You're just going to stay here and never leave? Let me tell you, that's absolutely impossible. I'm perfectly fine living here by myself. Moreover, I am very, very content living here. But if you were to live here, the situation would be completely different. Halsey didn't feel that anything was different, and he was a little angry. What's wrong? Why can't I live here? Are you looking down on me? If you look down on me, that's why you wouldn't let me live here. Let me tell you. You won't let me live here, but I'll live here anyway. I'll live here anyway. I'll make you angry. Mok was still furious when he heard this. No matter what, this is my own place. What? He doesn't even tell me he's moving in here. Does he just want to move in without asking? Thinking of this, Mok looked at Halsey with some anger and said, What? Now you don't even need to tell me when you want to stay here anymore. You can just stay here whenever you want. Is that it? Halsey nodded heavily. Of course, and besides, I want to stay here. Can you kick me out? Mok had this idea, and he slowly nodded. Yes, I have that thought, because you've delayed so many things, you know? Halsey was very confused after hearing this. What do you mean by that? How could I possibly hold you back? I won't do anything. Don't worry, I'll behave myself here. If I see anything, I'll pretend I didn't. Halsey's words sounded incredibly pitiful, as if he were claiming to be completely innocent. Mok couldn't help but laugh when he saw him like this. What's going on here? He's very, very upset because you told him not to stay here, right? What's there to feel aggrieved about? Mok glanced at Halsey. Halsey, once you've finished eating, get out of here right now. Don't keep pretending to be pitiful. Do you need to do this? You have a home, and you still want to stay here with me. It's outrageous. Halsey didn't care about all that. It was his own decision, and he couldn't possibly regret it. After thinking about this, Halsey immediately shook his head. No, I really want to stay here with you. I really want to stay here with you. Please take me in, okay? Mok immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. Don't overthink it. If you want to stay here, then stay here. Am I still the owner here? You're acting like you're the owner. After Mok said those words in a very infuriating way, Halsey realized that there might be something wrong with him living here. However, since Mok is the owner of this place, can't he just take me in? After thinking about this, Halsey said pitifully, Even if you are the owner of this place, can't you take me in now? I'll stay here for a while, okay? I'll be very, very obedient. Mok still couldn't see that Halsey was being obedient. Mok glanced at Halsey. You're obedient? You're obedient? I can't see how you're obedient at all. If you could just be obedient, that would be great. After thinking about this, Mok immediately shook his head. Let me tell you, you better take back that idea of you staying here right now, do you hear me? Halsey was very, very pitiful, and he let out a long sigh. I never expected that even you wouldn't let me stay here. Oh my God, what am I going to do? It feels like I've been played by someone all of a sudden. What do you think? My heart is really aching so much. Mok wouldn't agree to that. It was just putting on an act in front of him. Mok glanced at Halsey. You're dressed so thinly in this freezing weather. It's no wonder you're freezing to death. Seeing Halsey dressed so lightly makes one want to laugh. But while I wanted to laugh, I also felt a little sorry for him. Chapter 109 Delivering Clothes. As soon as Halsey stepped out the door, Mok realized something. It seems like Halsey isn't wearing any clothes. He just came like that. I don't know what he was thinking. He came without putting on any clothes, especially in this cold weather. After thinking about this, Mok sighed deeply, then grabbed the clothes in his hand and quickly ran out. Halsey hadn't gone far when he saw Mok chasing after him, and Halsey felt a little bit of secret joy. This Mok is really something. He clearly cares about me so much, but he puts on such an indifferent and apathetic expression. What are they doing? Haha. Halsey was very happy. Hi, Mok, you're here. Mok glanced at Halsey. I really don't want to talk to you, you know that? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him angrily said, You're already here. Why are you still talking so much? Didn't you tell me to go back? Mok glanced at Halsey. Halsey, I think you're overthinking it. I didn't mean for you to go back. I just saw you were dressed too lightly and brought you some clothes. What are you thinking? When Halsey heard this, he was shocked to find out that it was like this, and his face was full of disappointment. My goodness, is that how it is? I thought you wanted me to come home with you because you thought I was dressed too lightly. Mok laughed heartily and said, You're really overthinking it. I can only say that your imagination is too rich. If you lived in my house every day, wouldn't your parents have to come to my house every day too? MOK just wanted some peace and quiet, but if Housie came over, he wouldn't have any peace and quiet. If that's the case, then I might as well just stay here and do nothing. When Housie heard MOK say that, he knew what MOK was thinking, but Housie's face still showed all sorts of disappointment. Sigh. I never expected that it would come to this point, the time to witness the relationship between us. I never expected that you would despise me so much. MOK laughed heartily as he spoke. You're really overthinking it. If it weren't for seeing how pitiful you are here, I wouldn't have thought of it. Why would I possibly bring your clothes? Oh, by the way, see you at school tomorrow, don't thank me too much. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him said angrily, Are you just going to abandon me like this? Let me tell you, if I really freeze to death on the road, it'll really be your problem. MOK laughed heartily as he spoke. Fine, fine, it's related to me, it's related to me. You can say it's related to whoever you want. So what else can I say? Anyway, it's already like this, what else can I say? Upon hearing this, Housie spoke up in great anger. You're really cruel to me. I thought you would be really, really good to me, but you treat me like this. MOK didn't think he had done anything wrong to him. He laughed heartily when he heard this. I don't think I've done anything wrong to you. So why are you complaining about me now? What are you doing? If you keep doing this, I'm going to get angry. Housie glanced at MOK. Why don't we two talk it over again? Anyway, I'm really all alone, and my parents don't care about me. Besides, I'm so bored at home. You have no idea how noisy my neighborhood is every day. I really don't want to live there anymore. Just let me come over, okay? If I stay at your place, we can chat every night. I can also buy you roast chicken or something, don't you think? MOK felt there was absolutely no need for it. What's more, if he were to live here, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night and would be late every day. If that's the case, I'd be very unhappy. In just these 2 days, I've come twice and been late twice. MOK spoke with great sorrow. Hey Housie, you know perfectly well that you've come twice and I've been late twice. How dare you say that now? You know what? If you continue to live here, I'm telling you, I won't survive. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him spoke angrily. How could you treat me like this? You're really making me furious. MOK laughed heartily and said, All right, I'll treat you to something to eat tomorrow, okay? Housie said angrily. You think you can just buy me something to eat and that'll be the end of it? Let me tell you, it's not that simple at all. Do you think this can be resolved with just 1 or 2 meals? I'm not going to consider you my friend anymore. If you ask me to go now, then I might consider whether or not to consider you my friend. MOK laughed heartily and said, Housie, I've discovered that you're really a talent. Listen carefully, no means no. I've already made it very clear to you. If I were to let you come, it would ruin my plans. I'm perfectly comfortable living here on my own right now, if you were to come. So, that's absolutely not going to happen, but I'd be very happy if you came just once in a while. MOK deliberately emphasized the word occasionally very, very much, and Housie nodded reluctantly after hearing this. Fine, if that's how it is, then I'm never coming here again. I'm telling you, you still want roast chicken? You'd better eat chicken butts instead. MOK slowly nodded. Okay, eating chicken butts is pretty good too. When Housie saw how determined MOK was, he decided not to say anything more. Since they've already pushed me so hard, it wouldn't be good if I said anything more. Housie glanced at MOK. I'm telling you, you'll regret this, because you're about to lose a friend who loves you so much. I've been so good to you. You're not only ungrateful, but you're also treating me like this. Let me tell you, if you ever lose me, you'll regret it very much. Chapter 110 Regret will eventually come. MOK laughed heartily as he spoke. Really? Then I want to know if I'll regret it now. Okay, stop it. Look at what you're doing. Housie was very reluctant, but he left anyway. MOK had already said that this place was not suitable for him, and if he were to stay here shamelessly, it would definitely not work. So, very, very reluctantly, I left. The next morning, Housie happily ran off to school. Housie was a very carefree person, so he went to school the next day as usual. They didn't take this matter seriously at all, and they didn't care about it at all. But MOK still didn't want to go to school the next day. So MOK used the excuse that he still had a fever, and then said that he was feeling unwell in various ways and therefore could not go to school. Although the teacher didn't know what was wrong with MOK, seeing that MOK really had a fever, she didn't let MOK come to school and granted him leave. The sun was shining brightly on this new day. MOK was planning to sleep soundly at home, while Yangzi wanted to go find MOK and tidy up his room. But when he went to the school to look for MOK, he found that MOK had taken leave, so he went home instead. When Yangzi saw that MOK was indeed resting at home, he couldn't help but laugh. I'm telling you, you really are being lazy at home. How can you do this? MOK pointed to himself. What do you mean? When did I slack off? How can you say that? I didn't slack off at all. But Yoko said, you still say you haven't been slacking off? Look at you now, sleeping so early here, and you say you haven't been slacking off? What are you talking about? MOK slowly sat up from the bed. Sigh, I'm so tired these past 2 days, and I don't want to go to school, so I'll just lie down in the house for a while and get a good night's sleep. Yangzi smiled faintly. Since you're so tired, why don't you rest here? There's no one to stop you anyway, so why don't you take a couple more days off? MOK laughed heartily as he spoke. You just called me a bad student, and now you're making me ask for leave again so quickly? Upon hearing this, Yangzi said with great heartache, looking at the way you look, I can tell you're really, really tired. I don't want you to get too exhausted. That would be the end of us. MOK didn't feel that way. He thought it was unlikely. After thinking this, MOK immediately shook his head. That shouldn't happen. If I were exhausted, I wouldn't be here now, understand? Upon hearing this, Yoko stood to the side and quietly spoke up. There's not much going on at the shop lately. Otherwise, I'd like to clean it for you. Actually, that's why I came here today. He stated his purpose for coming in a very simple way. MOK smiled. You're so lazy you don't even want to clean your own room, and you expect me to clean it? Seriously? Yangzi looked so sincere, yet MOK was actually doubting her. Thinking of this, Yangzi became very angry. Oh dear, I'm so sincerely trying to clean your room, but I never imagined that you would think of me as this kind of person. Oh, this really disappoints me. My God, if that's how you think of me. My heart is absolutely ice cold. My heart is practically shattered into pieces, you know? MOK was just saying that casually, but when he saw that Yangzi looked just like the real thing, he quickly comforted him. Okay, I won't say any more. And please don't be angry, okay? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Seeing how sincere you are. Fine, master. I won't be angry with you anymore. MOK said irritably. You still remember me as your master? I thought you weren't my apprentice anymore. How could Yangzi dare? Yangzi said with a smile. I really wouldn't dare. By the way, master, please get up quickly. I'll tell you about your room. I think this is a real mess. You probably don't have time to tidy it up normally. MOK nodded. Yeah, I don't usually have time to tidy up, and I'm already swamped with school every day. Since you want to tidy up, then I'll let you have it. After Yangzi finished speaking, he actually helped MOK tidy up. MOK was quite embarrassed after seeing this scene. Haha, it's really not my usual self to be here helping you with all this stuff. I'm a grown man. Yangzi didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and said with a smile. You're my mentor. Others don't even get this treatment when they ask me to help them clean up. Upon hearing this, MOK laughed heartily and said, So, shouldn't I go and thank you now? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Of course not. Master, could you please stop being so polite with me? Yangzi tidied up very quickly, and in no time she had cleaned the room spotless. MOK was very satisfied after seeing this scene, and he nodded in satisfaction. Yangzi touched her stomach. Boss, I've been working so hard here, cleaning for you and doing all this. How about you treat me to a meal? MOK laughed heartily and said, Oh, so that's how it is. You've been helping me all day, but you just wanted me to treat you to a meal, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Yangzi chuckled and said, It's nothing, and besides, things are already like this. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? MOK thought about it for a moment and agreed. Let's eat then. I haven't eaten yet anyway. MOK nodded. Sure, it's just a meal. Do you think I can't afford to treat you to a meal? MOK and Yangzi had just stepped outside when they unexpectedly ran into Lin Wenming. Lin Wenming originally wanted to visit MOK, but instead found MOK and Yangzi together. Chapter 111 Not Like Friends. Because Yangzi had a bit of a thug vibe, Lin Wenming was somewhat bewildered when he saw the person in front of him, thinking that Mok had been bullied by someone. So Lin Wenming quickly went up to her. Who is this? Did he bully you? Mok glanced at Yangzi beside him and knew it was a misunderstanding, so he quickly shook his head. No, 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 he didn't bully me. You're overthinking it. We're friends. Lin Wenming nodded in relief. Oh, so it's your friend. You scared me. I thought you were being bullied. However, Lin Wenming was still a little curious, because Yangzi's attire didn't resemble that of a student at all. Rather, it looked like that of someone from the underworld. Lin Wenming was somewhat surprised when he saw this scene. Is this really your friend? Don't let someone bully you, and then not tell me. He doesn't seem like your friend at all. Mok smiled and said after hearing this. She really is my friend, but we're not classmates, we're friends. We met at the amusement park last time. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Oh, I see. If that's really the case, then I'm relieved. Lin Wenming looked at Mok. How have you been doing here lately? Or is there anything you need? Mok said with a smile. I don't need anything. I'm doing very well here, and you don't need to worry about me at all. I feel great right now, and I'm very comfortable living here. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him seemed somewhat incredulous. Yangzi glanced at Mok. Are you really living here very well? If there's anything wrong, then you should tell me. Don't keep things to yourself here. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. Why wouldn't I tell you? I'm living very well here now. If anything happens or I need anything, you won't be able to escape. Mok didn't tell him that he owned a company, and he guessed that Lin Wenming probably didn't know about it either. After seeing Mok's expression, Lin Wenming slowly nodded. I hope you won't hide it from me. I'm still a little worried about you living here by yourself. Besides, you're so old now. I'm really afraid that you'll end up like other people. Mok knew what he meant. Wasn't he just afraid that he would go astray? When Mok heard this, he smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't be like other people. My goal right now is to be well. I know very well what I should and shouldn't do. Lin Wenming was very pleased to hear this. You are such a source of pride for me. Although your mother entrusted you to me, you really haven't given me much to worry about. You are such a reliable person. Mok smiled sheepishly. Even if I let you manage it, you simply don't have the time to manage it. So now I'm planning to manage myself. By the way, I've been quite busy with my studies lately, so you don't need to come looking for me when you're free. Besides, I know you're quite busy with things at home too. Lin Wenming knew what Mok meant by that. Because of the shrew at home, Lin Wenming said with a smile. It's okay, don't worry about them. Why are you afraid of him? Mok wasn't afraid. He was thinking of Lin Wenming. Mok smiled faintly. You're definitely going to have a hard time explaining this to your aunt, and you should also take better care of your sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenming smiled and said, So that's what you think. Actually, you don't need to worry about me so much. I'm worried about you now, and you're worried about me. You seem to be a very, very big kid, and you've never made me worry. Mok shook his head. I can take care of myself now. I don't need anything. If I need anything, I'll just tell you directly, and you can prepare it for me. Seeing how guilty he looked at him, Mok thought, since that's the case, I'll just ask for whatever I have, even though I'm really not short of money. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenming smiled and said, By the way, since that's the case, I've come all this way. Let's go, I'll take you to eat. Besides, it's been a long time since I've seen you, and I have a lot to tell you. Lin Wenming felt a little embarrassed. Looking at the two of them, especially when he had doubted Yangzi just now. Yangzi was Mok's friend. Unexpectedly, Yangzi said something else. It's okay. How about this? You guys go eat. I won't go, I'll go back first. Mok glanced at Yangzi. Where are you going? Besides, didn't I say I was going to treat you to dinner? What's wrong? You're running away as soon as I mentioned treating you to dinner. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, I still have some things to do. I came out today to find some free time, and now I'm going back to work. Mok nodded slowly after hearing this. He didn't make his point clear because Lin Wenming was there. Seeing that the two people seemed to be having difficulty talking, Lin Wenming smiled and said, Come eat with us, it's already time to eat, and you're his friend. I've never met him either, and I feel really bad for him. Otherwise, let's go out for dinner together. Upon hearing this, Mok smiled and said, It's okay, there will be plenty of time to eat in the future. It's just that he still has to work now, unlike me. If he doesn't work, he won't be able to support himself. He started working quite early. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Oh, I see. Well then, if that's how it is, I won't stop you anymore. Chapter 1:12 No More Obstruction. Seeing that he really didn't want to eat, Lin Wenming decided not to stop him. Lin Wenming smiled as he spoke. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. Yangzi shook her head. Uncle, you're going too far. All right, I'll be going now. Yoko said hello and then left. As soon as Yangzi left, Lin Wenming stood to the side and started muttering to himself. When did you meet this person? You absolutely must avoid contact with this kind of person, do you hear me? You must not have anything to do with him. You're in school right now. If you encounter bullying at school, just tell me and I'll take care of it for you. Mok felt that he had gone a bit too far off track. What kind of school violence is this? Can school violence happen to me? Seeing how I look, no one would dare to bully me anymore. Mok thought he was just overthinking it, and shook his head. Don't worry, who would dare to use school violence against me? I'm such a big, burly guy now. If they dared to bully me at school, they would be dead already. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Judging from your appearance, that makes sense. You don't seem to be being bullied by others. If anything happens, just tell me first. Do you know? I'm not often by your side. Before, I felt better when you were with me. But I'm not in a good mood right now that you're not by my side. Mok said with a smile. It's okay. I already said I'm almost an adult. Although I'm not an adult yet, I'm almost one, so don't worry about me anymore. Lin Wenming glanced at Mok. You've really become more sensible. I like you more and more every time I look at you. Let's go get something to eat. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. In fact, the person felt extremely guilty towards him and was now trying to find a way to make amends. Mok looked at him and nodded. Okay, let's go get something to eat. There's a restaurant I really want to go to lately, but it's a bit pricey, so I'd like you to take me there. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenming was overjoyed. Really? Are there any shops that are that expensive? Besides, if it's a place you want to go, then we'll go. Who cares if it's expensive or not? As long as you like it, we'll go. Mok actually said that on purpose because Lin Wenming felt guilty towards him. If I don't say that to make him feel better, he will always feel very, very indebted to me. Mok pretended to be very excited. Yes, I've wanted to go to that store for a long time, but I haven't been able to because I don't have enough money for living expenses right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenming immediately asked, Are you short of money? If you are, tell me. You can't let yourself suffer. Do you hear me? Mok shook his head. No, I still have enough for living expenses, but it might be a bit difficult to organize a get-together or something like that. Mok smiled as he looked at Lin Wenming, and then said these words. Lin Wenming slowly nodded. Oh, I see. In that case, I'll give you some more living expenses. Lin Wenming took out some money and put it in Mok's hand, telling Mok to eat whatever he wanted and not to skimp on himself. Mok felt quite relieved after seeing this scene. At least he still remembered him and knew not to be frugal. No matter what, she's taking good care of herself. Mok smiled. Thank you. But Lin Wenming said something else. What are you thanking me for? I already feel indebted to you enough, and you still want to thank me? Aren't you just blatantly slapping me in the face? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. The two of them went to a high-end restaurant for dinner. Actually, they didn't need to go to any other restaurant. They just went directly there. The restaurant that Mok had mentioned earlier, which he couldn't afford, simply didn't exist. So, in order to convince Lin Wenming, Mok casually went into any restaurant. However, Lin Wenming cooperated very well. So this is the shop you're talking about. It seems the food here is quite delicious, otherwise you wouldn't like it so much. Mok nodded. Yes, that's why I brought you here, because I really like the things in this store. By the way, come out here, Annie must have told you to come out, right? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, What do you mean he let me out? What can he do if he lets me out? Or if he doesn't? Can he control me? Mok simply didn't want to expose him. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. Yes, whatever you say is right. Let's go in then. While the two were eating, they unexpectedly ran into Uncle Yin. Although Uncle Yin and Mok met, Uncle Yin pretended not to recognize Mok, which Mok had instructed him to do beforehand. Mok was very satisfied with his performance. Otherwise, if he had suddenly come up to greet him, he and Lin Wenming would have had no way to explain it. However, Uncle Yin then sent Mok a message, telling him to come to the coffee shop after school or later, as he had something to discuss with him. Mok glanced at Lin Wenming. I've almost finished eating. I still need to go to school for evening self-study later. Lin Wenming felt sorry for Mok, who hadn't eaten much. You haven't eaten much yet. How come you're full? It's okay. You can leave after you finish eating. As Lin Wenming spoke, he looked at Mok, hoping that Mok could stay here a little longer. Lin Wenming felt a pang of heartache looking at Mok, and felt indebted to him in various ways. But Mok had already eaten almost all of his meal, and he smiled. I'm going to my classmate's house later because there's a book that's out of print and I can't buy it. Then I wanted to read that book at my classmate's house. Chapter 113, No Need to Be Polite. Perfect timing. I'll go get it in a bit, and take a look. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Oh, I see. Okay then. Do you need me to give you a ride? If you do, just say so. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No need. You don't need to take me. Mok was heading to a coffee shop. There was no way he would ask him to take him. Before leaving, Lin Wenming gave Mok a lot of instructions, mainly telling Mok to take good care of his health. He was not by Mok's side and felt indebted to Mok in various ways. He hoped that Mok would take good care of himself. Only when Mok takes good care of himself will Lin Wenming feel less guilty. Seeing his expression, Mok immediately agreed. Don't worry, you don't need to worry so much. If I need anything or if I'm missing anything, I'll just tell you directly. Mok spoke simply and clearly. Since they wanted to give him the gift so much, he wouldn't be polite. Lin Wenming nodded, and Mok turned and went to the coffee shop. Uncle Yin was already waiting for him there. Mok glanced at Uncle Yin. You did a very good job just now. Luckily, you didn't talk to me. That person was my mother's friend. Uncle Yin nodded, indicating that he knew him. Mok had almost forgotten about this. What didn't he know? He knew everything about himself. Mok asked curiously, What were you doing there just now? Uncle Yin said with a smile. I went there to discuss some issues with a client. Oh, and there's something I need to tell you. Mok asked curiously. Are you talking about the bidding you mentioned last time? You've already won it, right? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded, and Uncle Yin said with a smile. Last time we were in a dilemma, unsure whether we should really try to win the bid. And the price was indeed extremely low, but we eventually won it over. Celery has been defeated by us. Upon hearing this, Mok was overjoyed. So we've defeated Celery? That's great. They were trying to go against us, weren't they? They must be really angry this time. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, we really got our revenge this time. I heard they were extremely angry. Moreover, their internal situation is in chaos. All the shareholders are discussing this matter and are even arguing with each other. Upon hearing this, Mok burst into laughter. This is exactly what I wanted. Although this small bidding process didn't reveal much, Mok felt that beating them to this extent was already quite good, he said with a smile. This is indeed good news. Uncle Yin couldn't help but nod. It's fortunate that we listened to you this time. Otherwise we would have been able to win the bid. If we hadn't listened to you, who knows what would have happened next? Mok pointed to himself. Me? It doesn't seem to have much to do with me. It's all thanks to you guys. By the way, those staff members are the ones who work the hardest. When we get back, we need to give them a good reward. You hear me? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, and Uncle Yin said with a smile. Our company has never had a reward system before, but since you've already said so, then let's give it to you. Mok hadn't expected things to go so smoothly this time. The fact that this went so smoothly is thanks to the hard work and dedication of everyone in the company, so they deserve a proper reward. Uncle Yin said with a smile. What exactly is your identity? Mok hasn't thought about this matter yet, but he feels quite comfortable with his current lifestyle. Now I don't want them to know I exist, nor do I want them to come to me with all sorts of things. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. You know everything about the company, and you can get everything done perfectly. So you don't need to contact me about this anymore. If there's anything else, just handle it yourself. Uncle Yin naturally knew, and he said with a smile, "Yes, of course I know that. But no matter what, you are the boss. I can't make all the decisions. In any case, there are some things that I still need you to make the decisions on." Mok glanced at Uncle Yin. "If there's nothing important, you can handle the small projects and other minor matters within the company as you see fit. Right now, I don't really want to get involved in company affairs. When I feel like it, I will naturally do so." Mok spoke while looking at Uncle Yin, who smiled and said, "Right now, this is just a test for you. If you're willing, we'll train you properly. Of course I know this, but I just don't want to care right now." After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. "I know you want to toughen me up, but I don't want to worry about that right now. I just want to focus on my studies." Uncle Yin glanced at Mok in front of him. "You are really a good kid. Your mom said before that your potential is all in the future. At first, you seemed very, very ordinary. It may seem like there's nothing there, but after spending more time with you, you'll discover the differences in you." Mok pointed to himself and then glanced at Uncle Yin. "Did my mom really say that?" Uncle Yin smiled. "When I was with your mother, she said a lot of things about you. She is a very unique person. Otherwise, they wouldn't have secretly set up the company." Upon hearing this, Mok let out a long sigh. "Yes, who can argue with that? If things hadn't turned out this way, I wouldn't know any of these things now, and I wouldn't know what he went through back then. That's how I was able to secretly build this thing all by myself." Upon hearing this, the person in front of him smiled and said, Chapter 114, Too Many Things to Do. "Are you perhaps a little resentful towards your mother?" Mok pointed to himself. "I blame him. Why would I blame him? I think he's great, and I think he's very different from other people. If it weren't for him, now I wouldn't have become a young master out of nowhere, would I? Of course I should thank him properly." Mok spoke while laughing. "If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have so much wealth now. Of course, I wouldn't blame him, right?" Mok checked the time. "All right, I should go now. You won't be staying here for much longer." Uncle Yin wanted to spend more time with Mok. "Why are you in such a hurry? We have a lot to talk about sitting here together." Mok didn't think he had anything to say. After thinking about this, Mok smiled and said, "I'm so busy every day, I don't have time to talk to you here. Just let me go." Hearing this, it felt as if he was forcing Quebec. Uncle Yin glanced at Mok. "Okay, then you can go. I understand that we don't have much affection for each other, and it's perfectly normal that you don't want to be with me right now." Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. "It's not that there are no feelings, it's just that so much has happened so far. When we were little, you were very good to me. Although my memory wasn't as good back then, and it seems like I had no memory at all at that time, I still think you were very good to me." Uncle Yin was very pleased to hear this. Regardless of the circumstances, what Mok said had already made him feel quite comfortable, and the person in front of him said with a smile, "Your memory should be good enough to remember this, because I think you are very smart, and you can't possibly only remember this much." Mok thought about it and decided to give it a shot. After finishing his meal, Mok wanted to go back, but Uncle Yin wanted to take him home. "Let me take you back. It's such a long way, and it's not safe for you to walk alone. Let me take you home." Mok refused. "Forget it, I'll go alone." "But I'm not going alone. Aren't the people you sent secretly watching me?" Uncle Yin felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. "I sent people to observe you simply to ensure your personal safety. If I weren't worried about your safety, I wouldn't have done this." Mok understands. No matter what, they all have their reasons. Mok nodded. "I understand. It's nothing. I just wanted to travel alone. So much has happened lately. I'm feeling extremely confused right now. I want to leave as soon as possible, and I don't want to stay here any longer, you know?" Hearing this, Uncle Yin had no choice but to agree. "All right, since that's how it is, I won't force you anymore. If anything happens, just contact me immediately. I'm ready to risk my life for you." Mok smiled faintly and slowly walked back. "Although it's quite far, it's not too bad. It only takes about half an hour to walk to where I live." As Mok walked along, he encountered a little girl. The little girl was crying and looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. She looked very pitiful, so Mok quickly went over to her. "Little sister, what's wrong with you?" The little girl touched her belly. "I haven't eaten all day. I'm so hungry, brother. Seeing the little girl like this, Mok felt a pang of pity and spoke up. Come on, let's go get something to eat. Tell me, what do you want to eat? The little girl shook her head. I'll eat whatever my brother treats me to. Thank you, brother. You're so kind. Mok brought the little girl to a very ordinary restaurant. Mok ordered a few dishes, but the little girl wolfed them down and ate them very, very quickly. Mok felt a pang of sympathy after seeing this. You don't need to eat so fast. All of this is yours. The little girl ate while looking at Mok. Brother, why aren't you eating? Why are you letting me eat all by myself? Mok touched his stomach, indicating that he had already eaten and that the little girl could eat freely and without worry. Mok never imagined that there would still be such children begging here in this society. The key point is that they look so pitiful that Mok really couldn't bear to see them suffer. The little girl was secretly stuffing food into her pocket while she ate. Mok was playing on his phone, and the little girl thought he hadn't seen her, so she kept stuffing food into her pocket. After witnessing this scene, Mok asked curiously, Aren't you hungry yet? Why are you pretending? The little girl was terrified when she found out that Mok had seen it. Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take it. Mom hasn't eaten yet, so I wanted to give her some to eat. After hearing this, Mok slowly nodded, realizing that's how it is. Mok shook his head. You don't need to do so much. Just get your own things ready first. Fill your stomach first, and I'll pack you some more later, okay? Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately shook her head. No need. I can eat it myself, and there's enough left for my mom. I would feel very, very embarrassed if I asked my brother to spend money again. Upon hearing this, Mok immediately shook his head. Even if your brother spends more money, it's only because he wants to. You don't need to think like that. If you're still hungry, I'll pack some more for you to take home later. Mok was absolutely right. Especially when you see this little kid looking like this, still thinking so much about his parents, it really melts your heart. How is it? Do you think the food is good? Mok asked while eating, afraid that he might not be satisfied with anything. The little girl nodded. It's so delicious, so very delicious. Thank you so much, brother. If it weren't for you, I might never have eaten such delicious food in my whole life. You're so kind, brother. Mok didn't think it was a big deal. Chapter 115, A Wronged Look. On the contrary, this little girl looked so pitiful, and Mok shook his head. Hurry up and eat. Your brother has already eaten. As long as you are full, that's fine. The little girl was eating while laughing, and she looked incredibly cute. This little girl must have been a very good child before. You can tell just by looking at her face. It's such a pity. She's so cute, but the changes in her family are truly heartbreaking. Mok did not continue reading. Mok glanced at the little girl's clothes. The little girl's clothes were very, very worn, and it seemed that she had been wearing them for a very, very long time. Mok glanced at the little girl. How long have you been wearing these clothes? The girl thought for a moment. It won't be much time, maybe 2 months. Mok nearly fainted from fright after hearing this. What? Not long at all. Only 2 months, right? That's not even a long time. If it were any longer, how long would it have been? Mok was somewhat bewildered. You can't wear these clothes for so long, you know? If you wear clothes for too long, they'll get bacteria. The little girl was very embarrassed. Brother, it's not that I want to wear this for so long. It's because this is the only outfit I have. If I don't wear this outfit, then I won't have any clothes to wear. Mok finally understood. No wonder he looked so aggrieved. It turned out he had no clothes to wear. Mok smiled faintly. It's okay. If you don't have any clothes to wear, your brother will buy you some later. The little girl could hardly believe her ears. No, brother, I can't. I've already made you spend so much money, and you're asking me to treat you to food and buy me clothes too? No way. After the little girl finished eating, she quickly stood up, and Mok asked the owner to pack a meal for him. Mok glanced at the little girl. What's wrong? Do you not believe your brother? Or do you think he's lying to you? The little girl, Mr. Liang, felt that both were possible, but she shook her head. Brother, you are such a good person. You have already helped me so much, but I dare not ask you to help me anymore. It would be too much to ask for your help again. Mok didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The little girl was being far too polite. Mok glanced at the little girl. Little sister, it's all right. Big brother has money. Since Big Brother has money, he should help you, shouldn't he? Besides, since God has brought us together so well, I definitely have to help you. To be honest, my brother felt really bad after seeing this. The little girl glanced at him. Okay. Brother, you're so kind. You'll definitely be rewarded in the future. Mok didn't know much about this, and he didn't really care about what he would be like in the future. But he just wanted to live well in the present. Mok shook his head. Don't say that to your brother. You don't know what the future holds, but for now, you should just focus on living your own life well. The little girl said with a smile. Brother, really, it's not necessary. I actually have other clothes at home, but this is the only one that looks good on me. I came out to buy medicine today, so I deliberately wore such pretty clothes. Mok thought for a moment and said, yeah, who can argue with that? Everyone cares a lot about their image. So after the little girl came out, she specially put on her most beautiful clothes. Mok smiled faintly. Is that so? Okay, let's go then. How's it going? Are you full? The little girl nodded. Of course I'm full. Thank you so much, brother. Mok shook his head. Come on, brother will take you somewhere. Since you ate brother's food, you have to listen to brother. The little girl glanced at Mok, wondering where he was taking her. But the little girl knew that Mok was a good person, or at least not a bad one. Otherwise he wouldn't have taken her out to eat and even packed food for her. So the little girl believed Mok's words very, very much. Mok took the little girl to a high-end shopping mall and picked out many beautiful clothes for her. Mok looked at the little girl. Little sister, how are you? Do you like these things? The little girl liked it very much, but she was a little hesitant to believe that Mok wanted to give her all these things. The little girl was somewhat flattered. Brother, did you give me all these things? I don't have any money to give you. Mok never asked for his money. Mok said with a hearty laugh. What are you talking about? I never said I wanted your money. Besides, if I had asked for your money, would you even have any to give me? The little girl slowly lowered her face. Although I don't have any money now, I will give it to my brother when I have it in the future. Don't worry, brother. Mok was just joking with him. He didn't actually say he wanted his money. Seeing how frightened the little girl was, Mok shook his head. Don't worry, I didn't say I wanted your money. Look at what you're doing. Did I say I wanted your money? Why are you so scared? The little girl was so excited that tears were almost falling from her eyes. Thank you, brother. Thank you for buying me such beautiful clothes. I have never worn such beautiful clothes in my life. Mok thought this was a bit too exaggerated. Actually, the clothes I bought weren't from any high-end brands. They were all very ordinary clothes. Mok glanced at the little girl. It's okay, these clothes are just ordinary clothes, and they're not expensive brands. The little girl was watching from the side, so she knows how much it costs. The little girl shook her head. No, brother, you bought me such beautiful clothes. I'll go and thank you properly when I get back. Mok didn't know what this little girl would use to thank him in the future, but he said with a smile. Okay, let's go. I'll take you home. Chapter 116, The Girl's Mother. You've been out for so long, your mother must be worried. The little girl nodded. Yes, my mom must be worried. I need to hurry back. Brother, I'll be going now. Mok shook his head. Come on, brother will take you back. Mok wanted to take the little girl back, but she refused. No need, brother. My mother said she doesn't want strangers in our house. As she spoke, the little girl slowly lowered her face. Mok thought that made sense. Maybe his family didn't like outsiders, or maybe his mother thought the family was too poor, so she didn't want people to come in. Mok glanced at the little girl. Okay, then you can go home by yourself. Be careful on the way. With so many cars on the road, Mok was a little worried about the little girl and gave her a few more instructions. After exchanging a few words with Mok, the little girl ran off happily. Mok followed behind the little girl, wanting to find out where she was going. Only after the little girl entered a very, very dilapidated little courtyard did Mok turn around and leave with peace of mind. Seeing this scene made me feel very uncomfortable. As soon as the little girl went in, she quickly put her things aside and said, Mommy, I'm home. There was a woman inside the house. The woman seemed to be very ill. When she saw her child return, she quickly called the child to her side. You're finally back? Where have you been? Do you know how worried your mother was about you? The little girl nodded. Mom, don't worry about me. I'm already back, aren't I? Today I met a really, really good older brother. He not only bought me so many groceries, but also delicious food and some clothes. Look, this is the floral dress my brother bought for me. Upon hearing this, the woman on the bed seemed somewhat incredulous. Daughter, have you run into bad people? Could it be that you've encountered bad people? The little girl shook her head. No, he was a very, very good older brother. I ran into him in the park today. He saw that I looked very pitiful, so he took me out to eat and bought me lots and lots of beautiful clothes. Mom, look, this is a pretty dress. The woman lying in the hospital bed felt a deep sense of guilt when she saw her daughter so happy. It's all my fault. I have no skills at all, so now that my daughter wants some pretty dresses, I can't even give them to her. Seeing her daughter so happy here, the woman on the bed said with a smile, Since you like it so much, have you thanked them? You can't just take other people's things like that now. Have you forgotten what your mother taught you? The little girl hadn't forgotten, and she said very happily, Mom, of course I haven't forgotten, and I've already thanked that boy. He said it was food he brought for you. The little girl took out the food she had brought from the restaurant and gave it to her mother, who was lying on the table. The woman smiled. Her daughter was just so loving. The little girl felt very sad when she saw her mother so sick. Mom, when will you get better? I really want you to get better soon. The woman herself didn't know when she would recover, but she really wanted to. The woman glanced at her daughter. Daughter, I'm so sorry. I'm so useless. If it weren't for your mother, you would be having a very, very wonderful childhood right now. But because of your mother's illness, you are living like this now. The little girl didn't take it to heart at all. On the contrary, she felt extremely happy. The little girl said with a smile, Mom, please don't say that. I'm very, very happy. Because I have my mother now, I am the happiest when my mother is by my side, and I will never leave my mother no matter what. Hearing this, the woman smiled with great satisfaction, while the little girl kept feeding her mother some food. Tears of happiness streamed down her face. Although she was very, very ill, the fact that her daughter was feeding her made her extremely content. No matter what, I'm already so sick, and there's still someone here taking care of me, which is already comforting enough. The woman suddenly thought of something. By the way, daughter, have you eaten anything? You're just telling me to eat, but have you eaten anything yourself? The little girl nodded immediately. Mom, of course I ate it. That older brother bought me lots and lots of things. That older brother not only treated me to food, but also bought so many things after we ate. That older brother is so kind. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled faintly. It seems there are still many good people in this world. Luckily, my daughter met some good people today, but she shouldn't go out so rashly next time. Do you know? Mom will be very, very worried. The little girl slowly lowered her face. Mom, what will happen to your illness if I don't go out? You are already so sick, but we haven't heard a single word about the medical expenses. If this continues, your body won't be able to hold on for much longer. The little girl said this very sadly, and then repeated the woman's illness. Of course, a woman knows what her illness is like. Day by day, her illness is getting worse, and she can certainly feel it. It's just that the woman doesn't want to see a doctor anymore and wants to leave more money for her daughter. After hearing this, the woman looked at her daughter. It's okay, Mom is fine now. In fact, Mom can feel that her health is getting better day by day. You don't need to worry about so much anymore, okay? Chapter 117 Appearance Without Warning. The little girl was somewhat skeptical. Mom, is your condition really getting better? Please don't lie to me. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. The woman became instantly nervous when she heard that she would be going to the hospital the next day. Oh, we won't go tomorrow. Mom wants to stay in bed and rest now. Besides, it's already a lot better that you're here with Mom now. If a woman has this money, she can save it for her daughter. Why would she need to go to a so-called hospital? Knowing full well that my illness has become so serious, going to the hospital would just be asking for trouble. I should just take this money and throw it all away at the hospital. So the woman was just playing with the little girl. Fortunately, the little girl was quite young and didn't understand these things very well, so she agreed without really knowing what was going on. Mok was outside at that moment, because he hadn't left at all. Hearing all this from outside, Mok felt extremely distressed. Mok used to think that such things could only be discovered on television. While helping the little girl, Mok kept thinking to himself, how can there be such poor people in this world? If Mok hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes today, he would have truly believed he had been deceived. Mok wanted to help the mother and daughter. However, Mok dared not show himself rashly, because he was afraid that if he did, he would frighten the mother and daughter. The little girl just said that her family really doesn't like strangers coming over, probably because this woman is very concerned about saving face. That's why they don't let strangers into their homes now, probably because they're afraid others will laugh at them. Mok was very clear and understood this feeling very well. Mok thought about it for a moment and realized that he still needed to help the woman. However, Mok himself was not comfortable to come forward, so he went to Daogu. Daogu was very surprised to see Mok arrive. What's wrong? Shouldn't you be at school at this time today? Why are you here again? Mok smiled. I should be at school at this time normally, but I took the day off today. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Oh, I think so. Why did you take the day off today? Is something wrong? Upon hearing this, the young man smiled and said, That's how it is. Today I found a very, very pitiful little girl in the park, and then I treated her to a meal and bought her some clothes. Upon hearing this, Brother Dao immediately interrupted and said, All right, you don't need to say anything more. I know you've been fooled, haven't you? Mok hadn't even finished speaking, so how could he know he'd been tricked? Mok immediately shook his head. I haven't been scammed. I've just run into some situations that require your intervention. Daogu had never seen Mok like this before, and he was stammering and embarrassed to answer. Thinking of this, the person in front of him quickly spoke up. Just say it directly, why don't you? Do we need to beat around the bush like this? Mok nodded. I know, but this is a very big deal, and you must help me do it well. Daogu nodded. What's wrong? You only said half of what you were saying about that little girl. Mok continued with a smile. That little girl's family is very, very pitiful. She was only a few years old when she contracted a serious illness, although we don't know what it is. But I just overheard something outside, and I'm certain it's a very, very serious illness, so I hope to step in on your behalf to help him get the little girl into school. Then, once his mother's illness is cured, we'll take the money from Ginting's account. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Oh, so that's what it is. I thought it was something else entirely. In fact, Daogu was very puzzled. Mok's expression had been quite bad ever since he came in. And he started talking about this as soon as he came in. Mok has never done this before. What's going on today? He seems to be in a bad mood. After seeing this, Daogu asked curiously, Is there something you haven't told me? You look like you're not in a good mood. Mok pointed to himself. Me? My feelings. No. I just saw that mother and daughter and realized how happy we are now. So, I do have some insights, but nothing else. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. I hope this incident didn't affect your mood so much. I hope you feel better soon. Mok gave a faint smile. My mood will definitely improve. It's just that I felt so sorry for that mother and daughter. If I hadn't felt sorry for them, things wouldn't be like this now. After listening to what Daogu said, he finally figured out why Daogu was in a bad mood. So that was the reason. After thinking about this, Brother Dao slowly spoke. Many things are like this. Just because you're sad right now doesn't mean it will have any effect, understand? If you ask me to help this mother and daughter, I will, but you should also try to improve your mood. Don't let this incident affect your mood. Mok smiled faintly. Really? I was in a bad mood, but I felt better after coming here. This matter must be handled well. The key is that the little girl is so young, only 7 or 8 years old. She cannot be allowed to miss school. He's of school age now. If he wants to go to school, he can just take whatever money he needs from us. We'll give him whatever he needs. Do you understand? Daogu had never seen Mok like this before. This time, he was incredibly generous, giving him whatever he wanted. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded. Okay, I understand. I'll give you whatever you want. I've never even received this kind of treatment myself. Chapter 118 Sponsorship. However, Mok must have seen something to suddenly have such an insight. Otherwise, he would never have been like this before. At this moment, Yoko walked over. Yoko didn't know what had happened, and she skipped over. Seeing Mok's unhappy expression, I thought someone had come to cause trouble again. Yangzi immediately became alert. What's going on? Has someone come to cause trouble again? Mok glanced at Yangzi. Why are you always idle these days, with nothing to do? It's always others who come looking for trouble. Who's coming to cause trouble? It's so quiet here now. Who would come here to cause trouble? Yangzi covered her mouth, realizing she might have said something wrong, but she was just making a guess. After thinking about this, Yangzi spoke up, feeling very embarrassed. I was just guessing. Of course, it would be even better if no one caused trouble. It's just that the expression on your face, master, doesn't seem quite right. Mok pointed to himself. Me? I'm probably just too tired, so I'll head back now. After speaking with the two of them, Mok went back to rest and instructed Dao Gu to make sure to take care of that matter. But the people around them didn't know what they were supposed to do. Yangzi looked completely bewildered. Why was she acting so mysteriously about what she was going to do? As soon as Mok left, Yangzi felt that something was wrong. No, I mean, what's wrong with the boss today? I've never seen him like this before. What's going on? Dao Gu shook his head. Who knows what he's up to? He suddenly came over today and asked me to sponsor a mother and daughter. Then they take money out of here. I don't know what's going on. Maybe they were provoked by something. Yang shrugged. That's possible. The boss is just too nice, and sometimes too soft-hearted, so that's why he's like this. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded. Yes, who can argue with that? It's just that he's too soft-hearted. Sigh, sometimes being too soft-hearted isn't a good thing. After returning home, Mok couldn't fall asleep no matter what he did. Because I kept thinking about that matter. This mother and daughter were so pitiful, and I knew that simply helping them like this wouldn't be enough. When the little girl called out, "Brother," again and again, Mok felt his heart breaking, as if she were his own child. If that were the case, and that child were my own, seeing my child like that would be worse than death for me. The key thing is that this child is so cute. Oh dear, what am I going to do? Although Dao Gu has already helped this child, there will definitely be many more similar situations in this society. At first, Mok didn't notice it at all, nor did he think about it in this direction. But it seems that there are a lot of people like this in this society now. The current situation is certainly very common. This is just one aspect of the problem. There are undoubtedly many other issues as well. After thinking about this, Mok couldn't fall asleep no matter what he did. He no longer had a mother. How pitiful it would be if that little girl were like me, without a mother. The key point is that this little girl is still so young. If she didn't have a mother, she certainly wouldn't be as lucky as me. Although his mother is gone, she left him so much wealth and a company. The key is that I'm sure I won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. But how can others have the same sense of luck as me? Perhaps there are still many people there who can't even get enough to eat. Mok thought to himself. Mok felt increasingly uncomfortable the more he thought about it. Actually, when Mok went to pick up that little girl for dinner today, he was thinking that it was probably just a scam. After all, there are many people begging on the streets, but behind them is a super rich man. This kind of thing happens often, so if it weren't for the fact that it was a child today, it would be an adult begging there, or someone who had no food to eat. Mok would never have glanced at the child, but the key was that it was a small child, which is why Mok felt a little guilty about bringing the child along to eat. I never expected to actually see this scene. When I saw it, Mok's heart almost couldn't take it. There must still be many such impoverished families. Mok thought about it for a while, and the more he thought about it, the less he could sleep. So Mok simply got up and went to find Dao Gu again. Dao Gu was almost startled when he saw Mok coming to find him in the middle of the night. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you skipping school tomorrow? Mok shook his head. No, I came to see you because I have something to discuss with you. Have you taken care of the task I gave you earlier today? Dao Gu thought for a moment. I haven't had time to get it done yet, but don't worry, I'll get it done as soon as possible. It's quite busy here right now, so I haven't gone over there yet. However, I will definitely get it done as soon as possible, so don't worry. Seeing how nervous Dao Gu was, Mok spoke up. You don't need to be so nervous. I just wanted to ask. Dao Gu didn't know what was wrong with Mo Quebec. Why would he come to see him so late at night? Was it just to ask about what happened today? Besides, why is he not sleeping when he should be? How did this matter get stuck in his mind like this? Thinking of this, the person in front of him asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you sleeping at night? Are you going to go to school tomorrow?" Mok is preoccupied with only one thing right now, so whether or not he goes to school doesn't really matter to him anymore. Mok wanted to resolve this matter before he could sleep, and he nodded. Of course I have to go to school tomorrow, but whether I go to school or not is no longer important. Chapter 119 is not important. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked in great surprise, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by saying that it doesn't matter whether you go to school or not? You just encountered this today, right? You weren't this sad when this happened just now." Mok thought for a moment. You say this mother and daughter are so pitiful, but how many pitiful people like them are there in real life? When Dao saw the sad look on Mok's face, it was as if he himself had experienced such a thing, which almost gave Dao a fright. After thinking about this, Brother Dao spoke up. This is not something we can decide, and everyone has their own destiny. So, let's not think about it too much right now, okay? Seeing his unusual behavior, Dao Gu wanted Mok to rest first, and that he should wait until he was sober before doing anything else. Dao Gu even felt that Mok was completely out of his mind to come looking for him. He must still be sleepwalking at this moment. Thinking about this made Dao Gu curious. Why was such a simple little thing so hard for him to let go of? Thinking of this, the person in front of him quickly spoke up. Go back to sleep already, okay? It's almost midnight. Why aren't you going to sleep? Mok shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't be able to sleep until he resolved this matter. Dao Gu was a little curious. They're just a mother and daughter, aren't they? And are they really that pitiful? They're nothing like what Mok imagined. Dao Gu glanced at Mok. I should say something, but what if this mother and daughter are lying? Mok had considered the possibility, but after much thought, he realized that he wouldn't believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. Dao Gu wanted to tell Mok to go back and rest first, and to discuss this matter again tomorrow. It was too late to talk about this now, and they still had business to do tomorrow. After thinking about this, Brother Dao spoke slowly again. Otherwise, you should go back and rest. It's already this late. Why don't we discuss this matter again tomorrow? You don't seem to be feeling very well right now, so you should go back and rest. Mok understood the implication. The implication was that he was now acting crazy. But Mok was not crazy at all. After thinking about this, Mok spoke up. I'm not like what you think. I'm not crazy anymore. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to take care of this, and it's something I absolutely have to take care of. So how do you plan to handle this? You need to understand that this isn't an isolated incident. Similar things happen all over the world every day. And it's not just one thing, not just one family. If it's a family matter, then it's easier to resolve. But if it's not just one case, then how should this matter be resolved? Upon hearing this, Mok spoke up. How about this? Let's set up a shelter and help those children and families that we can. Like this mother and daughter today, they actually have no source of income. If this woman were to recover from her illness, I believe she would not want her child to live this kind of life. I will definitely put in 100% effort so that her child can have a good life. After hearing this, Dao Gu thought for a while and realized that it made sense. Who could bear to see their child live such a life? The person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, who could bear to see their child living like this here? But do you know what? If you want to open a shelter like you imagine, it's not a simple matter. There's a very, very complicated process involved. So this isn't something you can just do as you please. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. How could Mok not know this? Mok was very clear about this. Mok said with a smile, I am very clear about this, and I know what what's coming next might mean for me, but I'm not afraid. As Mok spoke, he looked at the person in front of him with a determined gaze. When Dao Gu saw that Mok was serious, he was a little surprised. How could he suddenly be so swayed by what he said? And it was this incident that happened today that really hit him hard. After thinking about this, Brother Dao still spoke up. Well, even if you want to do that, we need to have the funds. You can see our current income. Although our business is getting better every day, it hasn't reached the point where we're making a fortune every day. So if you want to do that now, you're still a bit far from your goal. Mok understood what he meant. In short, it meant he had no money. It's okay. If you don't have money, just find someone who does. It's not a big deal. Mok smiled and said after hearing this. It's all right. If we don't have money, we can just find someone with money to help us, right? This left Dao Gu completely bewildered. He sought help from a wealthy person, but which wealthy person would willingly help Mok for no reason? Besides, those rich people are just busy taking care of their own lives. Which wealthy person is truly, as they claim, willing to take out their own money to help others? That's simply impossible. Dao Gu felt it seemed a bit like a fantasy, and he glanced at Mok. Impossible. Those rich people are simply pursuing the kind of life they envision for themselves. They just need to live their own lives well. They don't have the energy to care about other people's lives right now. Mok understood what he meant, and that everything he was saying was for his own good. After thinking about this, Mok slowly spoke. Yes, these days, rich people are more selfish than the last. Chapter 120, An Unexpected Car Accident. They just need to live their own lives now. Who cares about all this? Even if you starve to death over there, no one will care about you. However, since there's no other way, we should try to find a solution. We can't just stay like this forever. I don't like this monotonous life now. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, "So what are you planning to do now?" This is going to be quite tricky. Mok planned to ask Uncle Yin for money. Wasn't Uncle Yin quite wealthy? Moreover, they've already said it's their own money, and they can do whatever they want with it. So if I wanted money, he would probably give it to me. Mok glanced at Dao Gu. You can start with this matter first, and leave the rest to me. It shouldn't be a big deal. After hearing this, Brother Dao nodded. Since Mok wants me to do it, I should just do it directly. There's no need to ask so many other questions. Mok said he had a way to handle it, so he definitely had a way to handle it. I will take care of this matter, but you don't need to worry too much about the money. If we can do it, we will. If we can't, then so be it. Isn't this something you can easily do? You don't need to be so anxious or upset, okay? Mok smiled. Of course, I would never ask you to do anything else for this little bit of money. Seeing how worried he was, Mok smiled and said, Sai, you don't need to worry about so much anymore. I have my own thoughts now, you know. Mok was constantly thinking about how to become rich. Building a shelter would require a considerable expense. Moreover, this kind of expenditure is the kind that can only go out and not come in. If only someone could give me a few million directly. Mok's career hasn't taken off so quickly yet, so it would be a little difficult for him to raise the money on his own. After thinking about this, Mok's head was actually quite big. Mok glanced at the people around him, but there was no one there who could help him. Mok strode forward and saw that two cars had collided beside him. A terrible car accident was right in front of him. Mok was the last person who could bear to see this, so he quickly ran over. There were onlookers nearby, but they dispersed because they dared not approach. There was a lot of blood flowing out of the car. Mok knew there must be someone inside, so he quickly ran over. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be Lin Wanhao, who is extremely famous. Mok didn't have time to think about all that. He glanced at the people in the other car. The people in the other car are in relatively good condition, but if Lin Wanhao doesn't rescue them quickly, they're definitely going to die soon. Without thinking, Mok pulled Lin Wanhao out from under the car. Lin Wanhao was dizzy, but he could still see who had come to rescue him. Mok looked up at Lin Wanhao. Lin Wanhao, don't move now. Let me get you out of here first. Lin Wanhao slowly nodded. He thought he was about to die, and he was bleeding all the time. After pulling Lin Wanhao out, Mok immediately took him to a nearby hospital without saying a word. Fortunately, he was rescued in time, so Lin Wanhao was not in any danger this time. After Lin Wanhao was rescued, he looked at Mok sitting next to his bed. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might be dead today. Mok was just passing by today. He didn't come on purpose. Upon hearing this, Mok chuckled and said, Don't say that about me. I was just passing by. To be honest, I didn't want to see this happen either. Lin Wanhao didn't want this to happen either, because he had just changed drivers. The previous driver had an accident and was no longer with us. I never expected that the person I switched to today would be so bad at the game. It's giving me a terrible headache. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. Let me tell you, this driver is someone I just replaced, and I really didn't expect his skills to be this bad. Upon hearing this, Mok chuckled and said, Yes, if you're going to hire a driver now, you'd better keep your eyes open. You can't just hire anyone. And besides, this driver is your life. This time, Lin Wanhao finally understood, and he nodded heavily. Yes, I do need to hire a good driver this time, but you are also my benefactor. Mok pointed to himself. Am I your benefactor? Haha, don't say that. I'm not your benefactor. I just happened to be passing by, and that's how I saw it. If I hadn't passed through here today, I might really be dead. Lin Wanhao understood that although Mok had put it in a rather unpleasant way, it was the truth. Lin Wanhao closed his eyes, lost in thought. If it were this time, and it really wasn't for you, I might really be dead. That's true. If Mok hadn't been there, he might have died long ago. After thinking about this, Mok quickly shook his head. Anyone would have a very normal reaction to this, so you don't need to take it seriously at all. It's nothing. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Of course not. If others saw this, they would probably have already run away. Right now, everyone is trying to stay away from me, so how could they possibly be around me? You think I didn't see it? I did see it. In fact, I saw it while I was unconscious. They were just standing by. They just laugh at me and don't care about me at all. Mok asked curiously. Chapter 121 Tell the Truth. So you were awake all along, weren't you? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him chuckled and said, So that's how it is. If that's the case, then we really can't blame those people. They're all really despicable, don't you think? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Lin Wanhao has finally seen the faces of those people. Some of them are eager for him to leave. In fact, Lin Wanhao already seriously suspected that the car accident was intentional on those people's part. Because of his extremely high status, there are many people who want him dead, so it is very, very possible. Thinking of this, the person in front of him smiled and spoke. I think it's very likely that the person who killed me is someone I already know. Mok slowly nodded. Oh, I see. Anyway, you do have quite a few enemies. However, now that you've survived this ordeal, you're bound to have good fortune in the future. Since you've already been given a second chance at life, you'll definitely be even more blessed in the future. Lin Wanhao dared not even think about that, and said with a smile, I never dare to think about that. Besides, how could that be possible? Just because you say you've survived a great calamity doesn't mean you'll be blessed with good fortune later on. Mok said with a smile. My mouth is incredibly accurate. If I say something, it's guaranteed to be right. Lin Wanhao asked curiously, Is your mouth really that accurate? If only your mouth were that accurate, that would be great. Unfortunately, your mouth is not that accurate at all. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. Do you think I'm joking with you right now? I'm being very, very serious. So, if you don't believe me, then forget it. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. To be honest, I really don't believe it at all. What you're saying doesn't seem true to me at all. Mok was far more surprised than he was by what happened today. Mok was already extremely troubled by his own affairs, constantly thinking about what to do about it, but he never expected to end up saving someone. To be honest, Mok is really unbelievably bad right now. However, seeing that he was all right now, Mok was much relieved. Anyway, it's good that you're all right. Mok glanced at Lin Wanhao. How are you feeling right now? If you feel like there's anything wrong with your body, I'll have the doctor come over and take another look at you. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanhao immediately shook his head. No, I feel great now, and I feel very comfortable everywhere. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it through today. Upon hearing this, Mok shook his head. Sigh. To be honest, if it weren't for you today, I wouldn't be here at all. You have no idea. Although I have a very, very high status, there are really very few people who truly treat me well. Mok understood his helplessness and immediately nodded. Yes, I know. I really understand the helplessness you feel right now. I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm telling you, from now on you'll need to cultivate a few people around you whom you can trust. If this happens again, I don't know if I'll survive. Mok was serious, and Lin Wanhao chuckled as he heard this. Yes. I'm also thinking about whether I should cultivate a few of my own people around me. And this is indeed if this happens again, I probably won't survive. Young man, would you be the one for me? Mok pointed to himself, somewhat surprised. I was just saying it casually. I didn't mean it that way, nor was I in the mood for it. After thinking about this, Mok immediately shook his head. No, no, that's not what I meant. I don't mean to be your partner. Besides, I have my own things to do. I can't be the person by your side. I think you'd better find someone you can trust. Lin Wanhao sighed deeply. You just don't understand. If I really had someone like that by my side, I wouldn't be so sad right now. Mok couldn't understand what was wrong with these rich people. They seemed to be suffering even more than ordinary people. Haha, maybe this is the helplessness of those so-called rich people. This helplessness is something no one else knows, and even Mok might not understand the helplessness in his heart. Especially when he saw him like this, Mok slowly spoke. Otherwise, I'll go and call your child over now. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Forget it, my daughters and sons are all so busy, they don't have time to take care of me. Upon hearing this, Mok immediately spoke up. That won't do. How can they just ignore you? If they don't care about you, then who will? If none of them are taking care of you, then what else do you want? Do you still want to let him go so easily? If it were me, I would never let him go so easily. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanhao chuckled and said, Do you think this world is so easy? You think you can just let them go as you please, or do whatever you want with them? It's definitely not that simple. Mok glanced at the person in front of him. Maybe so. Maybe I really don't understand what's in your heart and what you're saying right now. I don't know where your helplessness comes from. Haha. But there's a saying that goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings, so you shouldn't put your mind on that now. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I never expected you to say such things at such a young age. Chapter 122, There are still more good people than bad. Why can't I say such things? Thinking of this, the person in front of him said with a smile. Of course I can say such things, and isn't that just how it is? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. To be honest, Lin Wanhao felt that his own children were not as good as Mok in front of him. Lin Wanhao looked at Mok with great joy. Look at you, you saved me. I definitely can't just let you go like this. I need to think of how I should thank you. Mok chuckled upon hearing this. No need to thank me. As I already said, these are things I should do, so it would be too formal for you to thank me now. But for Lin Wanhao, this was something he absolutely had to thank for. Mok is actually lamenting that life is so fleeting these days. Just now, if Lin Wanhao hadn't met me, he might be dead by now. Therefore, I must cherish my life from now on, because one day I might end up like this. Thinking about this made me break out in a cold sweat. What's more, Mok has been here for so long now, and not a single person has come to visit, which greatly surprised him. What's going on? Aren't they going to take care of their own people? And let him just stay in this hospital like that? To be honest, I was very surprised when I saw this. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Mok glanced at Lin Wanhao. It's all right. If your family members aren't coming yet, or if they have something to do, then I'll stay here with you. Lin Wanhao felt that this was a bit too much trouble for Mok, and after thinking about it, Lin Wanhao immediately spoke up. This isn't really a good idea, and it's really too much trouble for you to do it this way. Mok glanced at Lin Wanhao. Even if it's troublesome, what can I do? It's already like this. I can't just leave you here alone and walk away. Don't worry, I wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, you're here, I certainly wouldn't just leave you here and turn around and leave. After listening to this, Lin Wanhao was deeply moved. He broke out in a cold sweat. Was this one of those classic scenes from TV dramas? Suddenly, I rescued a wealthy man, and then he wanted to give me his daughter or something like that. The key thing is that I'm not interested in his daughter anymore, haha. Mok politely declined. Well, I don't want to be in a relationship right now, because I'm still quite young. So, I'd like to wait another 2 years before considering this matter again. Lin Wanhao understood what this meant and smiled faintly. A young man as good as you is rare these days. So many people were watching, but you were the only one who came to my rescue. I remember I was unconscious for a very, very long time before you came. Mok thought for a moment. When I saw you lying there unconscious, I immediately ran over. But before that, I had no idea how long you had been unconscious. Mok explained his time frame, and upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded emphatically. Yes, what you said is indeed true. Mok said with a smile. You successful people are probably different from us, ordinary people. After listening, Lin Wanhao smiled and said, You're just an ordinary person, but I don't see anything ordinary about you. Starting from the moment you went to save me, I knew you weren't an ordinary person. Mok pointed to himself. Am I not? Where did you get the idea that I'm not an ordinary person? I am just an ordinary person. Mok remained very modest as he spoke, and upon hearing this, Lin Wanhao chuckled and replied, Never mind, no need to be modest. By the way, I don't have anything else you're asking for now. The only thing I have is money, and I can give you a lot of money. How much money do you need? I'll write you a check. Lin Wanhao can still move because he was pulled out in time, so his arm can still move easily here. Seeing Lin Wanhao's appearance, Mok seemed to remember something. He didn't need a lot of money right now, so if Lin Wanhao was willing to give him money, so why shouldn't he take it? Mok felt like he was being a bit foolish. Since someone was offering him money, he should just accept it. Thinking of this, Mok asked, Are you sure? Are you sure you want to repay me with money? I'm going to ask for an exorbitant amount. Lin Wanhao smiled. It's okay, just tell me. I'll write down a number for you. Is 5 million enough? Before Mok could even speak, Lin Wanhao announced the next number. Mok thought for a moment. That's more than enough, and Mok immediately nodded. All right, then it's settled on 5 million. But after thinking about this, Lin Wanhao said with a smile, May I ask what you need this money for? Mok asked curiously. What's wrong? Do I need to tell you again before I spend this money? If that's the case, that's a bit too restrictive. I'd rather not have it at all. That's not what Lin Wanhao meant. Lin Wanhao just wanted to know why Mok wanted so much money, and it just so happened that he had given that amount. After thinking about this, Lin Wanhao looked at Mok with curiosity. I just want to know what you're going to do with this money. Mok simply wanted to build a shelter. Mok said, Because there are so many rich people in society now, but there are also a lot of people who can't afford to eat. So, what I want to do now is build a shelter. Only in this way can their lives be improved. If I could achieve this through my own efforts, I would be very willing to do so. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanhao couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Chapter 123 Invitation. Sigh, you were right after all. You really are the young man I've chosen. All right, I'll use this 5 million to build you a shelter. Lin Wanhao signed his name on it very generously, and Mok saw that Lin Wanhao had easily given away 5 million. Mok even felt that God must be helping him. Otherwise, how could he have had 5 million in the past, and then obtained it so easily? While it might seem easy to obtain, it wasn't as easy as it appeared. It took considerable effort. If it weren't for my efforts in pulling him out of there, perhaps they really have disappeared, so it's only right that I get this money now. If it weren't for me, he would indeed be dead. So, it's only right that I'm receiving such a reward now. Mok glanced at Lin Wanhao, lying on the bed. Thank you. With this money, I can start building a shelter right now. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, you shouldn't be thanking me now. You should be thanking yourself. Mok pointed to himself, indicating that he didn't quite understand what the words meant. Lin Wanhao lay in bed, although doctors and nurses would come to check on him from time to time. But Lin Wanhao wasn't really happy. He was already facing a life-or-death situation. But none of the people who are usually good to me came to see me. It would be better if they just stayed by my side to make me feel better. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. Look at these people. Whenever something happens, look at how they behave. They completely ignore you. And they'll all stay away from you. Upon hearing this, Mok chuckled and said, Yes, that's exactly how it is. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Mok understood this feeling very well, and he said with a smile, Actually, I can understand how you feel very, very well now. Besides, I understand everything you're saying now. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanhao said something else. No, you simply don't understand this kind of thing. It represents my deepest, most profound helplessness, so you simply don't understand now. All right, you saved me, that's fate. If you ever need anything in the future, just come find me. Mok nodded. There's no harm in getting to know Lin Wanhao. After settling this matter, Mok returned to Ginting. Dao Gu and all his brothers were sitting there, waiting for Mok. Mok was somewhat surprised to see them waiting for him one by one. What's wrong with them today? Why are they all here waiting for me? After thinking about this, Mok walked over directly. What's wrong? Is something the matter today? Why is everyone here waiting for me? The person in front of him nodded. This is your invitation. Mok pointed to himself. Who gave me the invitation? Mok simply took the invitation, not expecting it to be an invitation from the Qin family. Because the Qin family is celebrating their 100th birthday this year, and there will be a 100th birthday banquet, they specially invited me. Mok was curious when he saw this, because he actually had no connection with this person. Moreover, he is a person of considerable status. But what does it mean to invite me now? I'm a little confused. Mok glanced at Dao Go. They delivered this, right? The person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, they delivered it, but we don't want you to go. Mok glanced at the invitation. It was made entirely of gold, and it looked very elaborate. Moreover, their family must also attach great importance to this 100-year-old banquet, and they have already been invited to it. Since they're the ones asking me to go, it means they value me a lot now. It would be really unreasonable for me not to go. After thinking about this, Mok shook his head. How can we not go? They've already sent the invitation. If we don't go, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to him? No way. I have to go no matter what. But the people around him all tried to dissuade him. You'd better not go. We all think there might be some kind of pit here. Although we still don't know what it is, we all feel that there is danger going back from here. You should just stay here and behave yourself. Mok knew his own body, and although they said they didn't know why they were asking him to do it, Mok was still able to control himself. If I couldn't handle it, I definitely wouldn't have gone. After thinking about this, Mok slowly spoke. You can all rest assured, I know perfectly well what I should and shouldn't do. Besides, he might have invited me for something. Upon hearing this, Brother Dao did not agree and immediately shook his head. I don't think he has anything to ask you about. At this moment, Yangzi also came out and took Mok's hand. Yeah, boss, my good master, you shouldn't go. Even though they want you to go, who knows what kind of things they're hiding behind what they've set up. You know perfectly well that none of the people in their family are easy to mess with, and they are all extremely scoundrels. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. Who told you this? What do you mean by saying that every single member of their family is a bastard? You can't talk about others like that. Yangzi heard others say this, so she felt she was on the same side as them, and that's why she was following them. After thinking about this, Yangzi slowly spoke. That's what everyone outside is saying. I don't know why they say that, but they must have their reasons. Mok shook his head. They said it, and you just believed it? It's already like this, and you still believe them? Don't you have a brain? Chapter 124 Accepting with Gratitude. Yangzi touched her forehead with great curiosity. Of course I have a brain, but isn't what I'm saying now for my master's sake? Why was the master angry? Yangzi glanced at Mok. Master, are you angry? Did I say something unpleasant that made you angry? But I always felt that this time it wasn't that simple, like a trap set by a treacherous banquet. Dao patted Yangzi on the shoulder. All right, now you've said something right. It's like a trap, something I was just about to tell you. Mok and the others probably know something about you now. Otherwise, why would they invite you? Don't you even know who the Qin family is? The Qin family is so famous, and who can just attend their 100th birthday banquet? Mok knew perfectly well that they were saying these things for his own good. Mok smiled faintly as he watched them say this. I have already thought about all the things you are thinking about now, and I have also thought about all the things you are thinking about. Even if they want to do something to me this time, I have to go now. It won't work if I don't go. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. All right, since that's how it is, you'd better be careful. In truth, Mok was also very puzzled, wondering why they had invited him. Mok shook his head. To be honest, I really don't know why they invited me. The fact that they're not inviting me anymore makes me feel like nothing good is going to happen. I'm a little uneasy. I don't know if this is really the case. Upon hearing this, the person next to him quickly spoke up. Never mind, let's not go. Let them do whatever they want, as long as we're not going right. Mok said with a smile. Do you think the world is that simple, where you can just go whenever you want and not go whenever you want? They've already delivered the invitation to your door. If you refuse or don't go at this time, they will come knocking on your door directly. What Mok said was true, and the person in front of him nodded silently after hearing this. What you said is true, but is there any way to avoid it? In Mok's view, this was something that couldn't be avoided. It had already come to this, so what was there to avoid? Mok immediately shook his head. There was nothing that could be avoided now. Since we're here, let's accept it. Mok still took all of this lightly, considering it all a matter of playing a role. Since he was already there, he might as well accept it naturally. Upon hearing this, Dao Ge was very displeased. Sai, you're such a nice person, always agreeing with others and readily accepting whatever they do to you. And then you do this, let me tell you. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't agree. Mok glanced at it and thought, it's already come to this point. What else is there to disagree with? Mok looked at his underlings. Don't worry, your boss is still in good health. Even if they wanted to do something to me, they wouldn't be able to. Mok glanced at the others and knew that they were very worried about him. Mok gave them a reassuring smile, and then went back to his room to rest. Mok was indeed quite tired after running around all day. As soon as Mok left, Dao Ge and Yangzi huddled together. That won't do. If the boss really does that, what if there's any harm later on? Dao Ge thought so too. He was worried about this issue, which is why he kept refusing and didn't want Dao Ge to handle it himself. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, that's what I'm thinking about right now, which is why I've been reluctant to let him go. Their approach to our boss is definitely not a good thing. Dao Ge sighed deeply. It's true what they say. People are afraid of becoming famous, just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. It's because the master is so famous now that they treat him this way. After thinking about this, XX said slowly, no, we can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to think of a way to save him. But since things are already like this, what other better methods are there? After hearing this, the person in front of me asked, looking very confused. What does that mean? You want to go save him again? What's going on? Yangzi thought for a while. How about this? I'll go with my master, and then I can help him deal with any problems that may arise. Actually, this is something I thought of myself. If something really happens, then I can let him handle it. But I just don't know what Mok is thinking. Dao Ge shook his head. Forget it, let's not get involved in all this now. You know Mok doesn't like you following them. Furthermore, Mok has always preferred to come and go as he pleases, so please don't bring up this matter for now. Yangzi is already extremely anxious. Why won't she let me bring it up? Thinking of this, Yangzi quickly spoke up. We're already so anxious, and you won't let me bring it up? How can I not bring it up? No, I have to go. Yangzi is most worried about Mok right now, and can't bear to see anything happen to him. Therefore, when this situation occurs, you must be at the forefront. Seeing Yangzi's impulsive behavior, Dao Ge was a little worried. Even if he were allowed to go, there would be no way to stop him. Dao Ge glanced at Yangzi. You shut your mouth. Now that you've gone, I'm the one who's most worried. Yangzi had no idea what she had done wrong. Had she said something wrong? Yangzi said with a pitiful expression. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Or what's wrong with you? Why won't you let me go? Upon hearing this, Dao Ge spoke up angrily. Chapter 125 Protecting Mok. Look how impulsive you've become. I'm still letting you go, but letting you go will only make things worse, you know that. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him said with great anger. Do you not want me to go now? Or what? Let me tell you, if you don't want me to go, I'll get really worried. Knowing Yangzi's personality, Daoj quickly spoke up after thinking about this. It's not that I'm telling you not to go, but that we haven't figured out everything yet. You're acting so impulsively right now, you won't be able to explain it to Mok. Do you realize that? What else do we need to consider about this matter? The person in front of him quickly asked. These things still need to be considered. Of course, we should wait for Mok to see what happens. Otherwise, what else can we do? Dao Ge was also very worried about Mok, but Mok's current actions were really hard to understand. Dao Ge glanced at Yangzi. What exactly is Mok thinking? His current actions always make it hard to understand what he's thinking. Yes, who can argue with that? After Dao Ji said that, Yangzi also realized that she really didn't understand. Mok is really hard to understand now, and it feels like he has his own things on his mind that he doesn't share with everyone. The key question is, what exactly is on her mind right now? After thinking about this, Yangzi slowly spoke. How about this? I'll go ask my master and see what he really thinks, whatever he says. We have to help him get this done now. Otherwise, how can this possibly work? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, that's what I meant too. We need to ask first and see what's going on. Yangzi's words seemed to make sense, but after thinking for a while, Daoj said, You know him well. How could he possibly tell us everything? He wants to keep everything to himself as soon as possible, and he won't say anything. How could he possibly tell anyone? After hearing this, Yangzi nodded silently. That does seem to be true. That's definitely how it is. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. What can we do? There's nothing we can do now, and we can't ask him okay either. It seems my master has already decided to go. Yangzi felt a little sad. This was how her master was. He couldn't say anything. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded emphatically. Mok had actually already seen it. The two of them had been discussing something nonstop. Mok walked out directly from behind the two of them. What are you two discussing here? I've heard everything. Seeing Mok's sudden appearance, the two of them weren't too surprised. They both glanced at Mok. Are you sure you really want to do this? Mok has already made up his mind, so why keep asking himself? I've already said it myself, and I'm absolutely certain. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. I've already said that I've confirmed this matter. Otherwise, what did you think? I already made up my mind a long time ago. Otherwise, would I have told you this so easily? Daogu and Yangzi exchanged a glance, and Yangzi said, Okay, if that's the case, then let me go with you. Mok glanced at Yangzi. Yangzi, where are you going? You're going? Let me tell you, you'll just cause trouble, you know that? You won't be of any use if you go there now. Yoko didn't think so. She felt that if she went, it might bring her good things. Maybe I can help him keep an eye on things, or something like that. It's all possible. So even if I go there, what can I possibly do? After thinking about this, Mok shook his head. All right, you don't need to go? Yangzi, I know what you're all thinking right now. You're all extremely worried about me, aren't you? Yangzi nodded immediately. Yes, we're just so worried about you. You have no idea how sought after you are, and people just see you. I really want to take you away, so I'm really torn right now. Why are you so likable? Mok glanced at Yangzi. This is a blatant rejection. You're rejecting me right now. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, I really envy Master. Master, why do so many people in your area like you, but no one likes me? Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. Do you know why? Upon hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. How would I know why? I can't figure it out at all. Master, could you please share your experience with me? Mok glanced at Yangzi. What advice do I have for you? First, you have to be as handsome as me, and then you'll be all set. This really stumped Yoko, because for her, this was an even greater challenge. If he were really that handsome, I wouldn't be so worried right now. After thinking about this, Yangzi said helplessly, Aren't you doing this on purpose? And you know perfectly well that I'm not that handsome at all. You're doing this on purpose. Mok laughed heartily as he spoke. All right. There's no need to worry so much anymore. Haven't I already told you? There's absolutely no need to worry. Daogu glanced at Mok. All right, boss. We've been joking around for so long. Shouldn't we get down to business now? Mok felt that he had only talked about serious matters from beginning to end. Mok turned his head and looked at the two people in front of him. I've only talked to you about serious matters from beginning to end, and I haven't said anything else to you. Don't you realize that? Chapter 126 Qin Family Villa. Besides, haven't I already told you all this? I'm fine. Daogu thought for a moment. If that's the case, then we'll go with you. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we'll face them together. Mok really couldn't go against their wishes. All right, since we're going, let's go together. Mok glanced at the two of them. These two were clearly far too distrustful of him. What have I been doing? Why are they both so worried about me? To be honest, seeing the two of them like this actually made me want to laugh a little. I only did some things. I didn't go to fight or do anything. Why are they all so worried? Having thought of this, Mok immediately spoke up. I'm not going to fight anyone right now, so why are you all so worried? Don't worry, I'm definitely not going to fight anyone. Upon hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, We know you're not going to fight anyone. But even if you're not going to fight anyone, you should still be more careful now. Mok pointed to himself. What do you mean? What should I pay attention to? What is there for me to pay attention to? Dao Gu smiled. Stop talking. It's a happy decision then. Let's go together. Mok can't compete with them now. Whatever they say goes, and Mok has to nod in agreement. All right, since you've already said so, what more can I say? In that case, let's go together. Unexpectedly, when the group stood together at the door, they were stopped by the security guards. The security guards glanced at the people next to them. What do you mean? They're all with you, right? Mok nodded. Yes, they are all with me. But the security guard said, no, they can't go in. Mok curiously glanced at the security guard at the entrance. What does this mean? What do you mean he can't come in with me? This is someone who came with me. After hearing this, the security guard spoke up. It's because they weren't on the invitation list, so they're the ones who can't go. You can go in by yourself. Mok nodded, glanced at Dao Gu, told Dao Gu to just wait there obediently, and then went inside himself. Although Dao Gu was somewhat reluctant, since Mok had already spoken, he decided to wait at the door. So Mok went straight in, while Dao Gu and Yang Zi stood at the door, looking after him, their hearts filled with unease. After walking through the long courtyard, Mok entered the Qin family's villa. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by the Qin family's luxurious decorations. Inside the hall, men and women dressed in formal attire moved about, chatting and laughing. Many flamboyant women were searching for targets, hoping to strike up a conversation with a wealthy young man. Some women even surrounded a man, their eyes full of flattery, while the man in the center wore a smug smile. No one noticed Mok's arrival. This was understandable, as Mok was usually low-key, not very famous, and still quite young. Who would notice him? Mok didn't care about peace and quiet. He was originally an enemy of the Qin family, and he didn't have any friends in this high society. There was no one to talk to, so he walked alone to the table in the hall that was covered with a white cloth, picked up his wine glass, poured himself a glass of red wine, and slowly sipped it while looking at the various men and women in the hall. However, after searching around, Mok did not see any members of the Qin family, nor did he see any trace of the Qin family patriarch. There were only Qin family servants moving back and forth in the crowd, serving everyone in the hall. Some came over to get food and pour wine, and they all smiled politely at Mok, who returned the smile. Outside the villa, after seeing Mok enter, Dao Gu and the others returned to their car. Dao Gu leaned against the car, took out a tin of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, opened the lid, took out one, closed it again, tapped the cigarette butt on the tin, put the cigarette in his mouth, took out a lighter, and with a click, opened the cap of the pure gold lighter, lit the cigarette in his mouth, took 2 deep drags, produced a large smoke ring, and then the smoke ring gradually spread out, getting bigger and thinner, and finally disappeared into the air. Dao Gu then took a second drag. Brother Dao, what do you think the Qin family strategy is this time? The Qin family's patriarch is having a big birthday celebration, and they invited Boss Missouri. Isn't this just making trouble for themselves? Said one of the underlings who was leaning against the car next to Brother Dao. Does this Qin family patriarch like being tortured? Another underling chimed in, and everyone burst into laughter, the previously quiet air becoming lively again. After laughing, one of the underlings looked at Brother Dao with a serious expression and said, Brother Dao, do you think this might be some kind of conspiracy? Will Boss Missouri be in any danger if he goes in? As soon as he said this, several people looked at Brother Dao at the same time. How the hell should I know? Who knows what the Qin family is up to? Anyway, no matter what the Qin family does, we'll just remember one thing. They're like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. They're up to no good. At this moment, Dao Gu was also anxious. Originally, Mok didn't want to come, but Mok insisted on coming. Now, all the people he brought were being kept outside. The Qin family was so big that they might not even know what happened inside Mok, even though they were at the door. He had advised Mok not to go in, but Mok wouldn't listen. Now Dao Gu was also a little regretful. He should have dragged Mok away by force earlier. Now it was too late to say anything. However, he was also prepared in case he found anything unusual or wrong. He was willing to risk his life to lead his brothers in and rescue Mo Quebec. The men around him were all elites from Ginting, and their skills were unparalleled. He believed that rushing in to rescue someone should not be a problem. As Dao Ge thought this, he would occasionally glance in the direction of the Qin family's villa, but the villa was still brightly lit and unchanged. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Dao Ji's phone rang. Hello, how is it? Dao Ge picked up the phone, glanced at the number on the screen, and answered. However, he didn't listen to the other end. Instead, he immediately inquired about the situation. Okay, I understand. Continue monitoring. Okay, you've worked hard. Chapter 127, Getting Hit By. After chatting with the person on the other end for a while, Dao Ge hung up the phone. Several of his underlings looked at him, because they couldn't tell what he was talking about. However, based on the situation tonight and Dao Ji's behavior, it should be related to Boss Missouri. These people were the most loyal and diehard supporters in Ginting. No matter what it was, as long as it had any connection with MOK, they would care about it. Brother Dao, what's going on with this phone call? Yeah, Brother Dao. Is it related to Boss Missouri? What's wrong, Brother Dao? Is something wrong with Boss Missouri inside? Should we rush in right away? Several people started chattering and asking what was going on, looking at Brother Dao with puzzled expressions. Nothing's wrong. Nothing seems out of the ordinary so far. Knowing that MOK was coming to attend the 100th birthday banquet of Qin Zhong, the patriarch of the Qin family, Dao Ge sent people to investigate in secret to see if the Qin family was planning anything. Of course, Brother Dao understood that this covert investigation might not yield any results, but he still had to do what he could, just in case there was some unexpected gain. He had seen that the phone call came through without any problems, but the more he saw that, the more uneasy he felt. He had even told people before he came that all the elites in Ginting had been gathered in preparation. If the Qin family made any moves or tried to harm MOK, he would immediately order Ginting to launch a full-scale counterattack and retaliate against the Qin family. Brother Dao, what do you think Boss Missouri is thinking? How could he agree to attend this Qin family patriarch's birthday banquet? He knows we're enemies with the Qin family. He really doesn't think about himself at all. One of the underlings said, his eyes fixed on the brightly lit Qin family villa, never leaving it for a moment. I tried to persuade him at first, but he wouldn't listen and insisted on coming. However, I thought it was the Qin family's ancestors' 100th birthday banquet, a joyous occasion. I don't think the Qin family would do anything to harm Boss Missouri on such a festive day, Dao Ge said, his brows furrowed and his arms crossed. Although he said this, his expression showed that he was still concerned about MOK's situation inside. Or perhaps he was just saying this to himself to comfort himself. Hearing Dao Ji's words, the underlings exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After all, it was just the Qin family patriarch's 100th birthday celebration. Surely the Qin family wouldn't do something rash. If Boss Missouri were to suffer any mishap, they would fight to the death. It would be very unlucky for bloodshed to occur on such a joyous occasion. Outside, Dao Ge and his men were worried sick about MOK's safety, but inside, MOK was incredibly relaxed. Because he was in a good position, he was standing by the table, holding a wine glass in one hand and a dessert in the other. He was enjoying himself immensely, taking a bite of dessert and a sip of red wine. Anyway, since the Qin family invited him, he couldn't treat himself badly. Looking at the various men and women in the hall, MOK almost burst out laughing at times. This centenary banquet of the Qin family patriarch had been turned into a salon gathering. Did the Qin family know that this was intentional or unexpected? If the Qin family patriarch knew, would he be furious? This would only make things more lively. However, the Qin family had not anticipated such a scene, or more accurately, the person in charge of the Qin family had not anticipated it, because it was the Qin family patriarch's 100th birthday celebration, which could be considered a major birthday. So, the Qin family wanted to make a big fuss, and the first thing they needed to do was to attract a large crowd. Therefore, many of the third generation of the Qin family invited these playboy sons of wealthy families, so-called socialites, and some so-called celebrities to increase the crowd. This is how the event was turned into something else entirely. Ring, ring, ring. Just as MOK was looking at the people in the hall as if admiring the scenery, the phone rang. Mok picked up the phone and glanced at the number on the screen. It was Brother Dao. Hey, Brother Dao, what's wrong? Is something the matter? It turned out that Brother Dao was really worried about his safety inside. So he called to ask about the situation and told him that he had secretly investigated but had not found any moves by the Qin family. Oh, okay, Brother Dao, I understand. All right, I'll be careful. Don't worry, Brother Dao, don't you know my abilities? Do you think the Qin family can hurt me? Okay, Brother Dao, I'll be careful. Amidst Dao Ji's repeated instructions, the two ended the call, put the phone back in their pockets, and Mok picked up his wine glass again, swirling the wine in it with his hand. He shook his head helplessly. This Dao Gu. Mok was also quite helpless with this Dao Gu. After all, was he just concerned about him? However, it wasn't that Mok was arrogant. The reason he dared to attend the birthday banquet was that he was certain the Qin family would not do anything to him at the Qin family patriarch's 100th birthday celebration. He, Mok, had the power of the entire Ginting behind him. Although almost no one knew this because Mok deliberately kept a low profile, the Qin family was one of those few people. They knew Mok's true identity and would dare to touch him. They believed that the Qin family's birthday banquet tonight would not go well. Such large families believed in this, so they would avoid any bad luck as much as possible and would never get involved. Another point is that Mok is very confident in himself. With his current cultivation strength, he believes that there are very few people who can harm him without him making a sound. Moreover, there are very few people who can cultivate immortality. It is impossible for the Qin family to do anything to him tonight. However, he is still curious as to why the Qin family sent him an invitation. They want to take this opportunity to reconcile with him. He guesses that is impossible. They just want to increase the popularity. Seeing that there was no shortage of people in the hall, and that he was just an ordinary young man in the eyes of the public, it was impossible for him to bring honor to the Qin family. So, Mok came with this question in mind. He originally wanted to come in and observe the situation to see what the Qin family was up to. But when he came in, all he saw was the magnificent and imposing villa of the Qin family and all sorts of men and women. He didn't see anything else, not even the members of the Qin family. Just then, Mok saw a stunningly beautiful woman walking towards him, holding a wine glass. Her sparkling crystal shoes would surely make any man's heart flutter, and he guessed that the woman thought so too, judging from the confident expression on her face. Seeing someone walking towards him, Mok was very excited, but he still suppressed his expression. In any case, the fact that such a beautiful woman took the initiative to talk to him proved that he still had a certain attraction. Handsome, are you alone? Didn't you find someone to come with you? The beautiful woman stopped in front of Mok. Chapter 128 Loss of Goodwill. With her left arm wrapped around her lower abdomen and her right elbow resting on her left hand, she supported her right hand holding the wine glass, exuding elegance and grace. Before speaking, the beautiful woman even flicked her hair, the series of movements flowing smoothly, as if it were second nature. However, this series of actions is extremely attractive to men. Yeah, I'm alone. Are you alone too? Mo wanted to slap himself as soon as he finished speaking. Wasn't that obvious? Upon hearing Mok's question, the beauty burst out laughing. It seemed that he was still a naive young man, perhaps a spendthrift playboy from some wealthy family. In front of these women, anyone who could attend the Qin family patriarch's 100th birthday banquet was definitely not a simple person. That's why the beautiful woman dared to make such a judgment. The young, naive man drinking red wine alone in the corner must be a rich second generation, or at least the son of a nouveau riche. Handsome, why don't you go over there and have some fun? I've seen you here alone for a long time. Do you not know anyone? Come on, I'll take you there and introduce you to some beautiful girls while I'm at it. As she spoke, the beautiful woman came over and took Mok's left arm. The gesture was very intimate, as if the two were already very familiar with each other. Mok took a step back and kept a certain distance from this woman. As the saying goes, every rose has thorns. Such a beautiful woman coming up to you like that, it can't be anything good. Beautiful lady, what's your name? Upon hearing Mok's words, the beautiful woman smiled faintly, certain that she had succeeded. Ouyang Shuer, the beautiful woman said softly. It must be said that Ouyang Shuer is very good at socializing. The two looked at each other, and saw that Mok had nothing to say. He immediately covered his mouth with his hand and started to speak softly to ease the awkwardness. After all this talk, I still don't know the handsome guy's name. Ouyang Schwerer pouted and looked at Mok, waiting expectantly for him to speak. Mo Quebec. Mok said his name slowly and deliberately, watching Ouyang Schwerer's reaction. However, when Mok revealed his name, Ouyang Schwerer was visibly stunned for a few seconds as she pondered who this Mok was. She searched through her limited knowledge but couldn't find Mok's name in the upper-class circles she knew. Judging from appearances, this Mok must be the son of some nouveau riche. That must be it. Because this is the 100th birthday of the Qin family's ancestor. Those who can come are definitely either rich or noble. Since Mok was able to come, he must not be an ordinary person. If he cannot be found in the upper-class society he knew before, he must be a rising star. That must be it. Mo Quebec. Ouyang Schwerer murmured the name Mok, then pondered for a moment. Mok, this name is so unique. What did your parents mean by giving you this name? What are you lacking? A companion. Mok immediately lost all goodwill towards Ouyang Schwerer for distorting his name. Just as Mok was about to leave, two men shoved and pushed him over. When they reached Mok, one of the men deliberately pushed the other hard, causing the man who was pushed to bump into Mo Quebec. He then deliberately raised his wine glass and spilled the wine at Mok. Mok had already seen through their deliberate act. He dodged the thrown wine and, at the same time, tripped the person who was pretending to lose his balance and splashing wine at him. He looked at them with disdain, thinking, "You think you can pull this little trick in front of me? You really don't know what death means." Ouyang Schwerer, who was next to Mok, could also see that the two of them were doing this on purpose. She knew that if things didn't go well, they would probably cause trouble for them again. So she quickly pulled Mok away and said, "Let's go and take a look over there." But before the two could leave, the person sitting on the ground stood up and said, "Are you blind?" The sound was so loud that almost everyone present could hear it, and everyone looked in this direction. Isn't this blatant provocation? However, he didn't recognize these two people and shouldn't have offended them. Why were they targeting him for no reason? Could it be that the Qin family invited him here to humiliate him? If so, the Qin family's character was too low. Even if things really escalated, it was the Qin family patriarch's birthday, and it wouldn't look good for them. The Qin family would never dare to do something so foolish. Mok was so preoccupied with his thoughts that he forgot to speak. However, Ouyang Schwerer, who was standing next to him, couldn't let Mok remain silent. After all, she was now standing next to Mok, and in everyone's eyes, she was Mok's person. If Mok backed down, she would lose face. "Are you even being reasonable? You were the ones who hit us." To be honest, Mok was overthinking things. They weren't sent by the Qin family. They just came because a beautiful woman had come to Mok's side. They were all alone, and when they asked around, no one recognized Mo Quebec presumably. Mok wasn't a famous person. They felt embarrassed that someone like him could have beautiful women throwing themselves at him. So they took the initiative to pick a fight with Mok. It was clearly him who tripped my friend. I saw it with my own eyes. The other man pointed at Mok and said loudly. He saw that Mok hadn't said anything and assumed that Mok had backed down. In their eyes, Mok was no important person. They knew that Mok was not simple and dared not speak. They never expected that such a beautiful woman would be interested in such a person. The two men became even more unscrupulous in humiliating Mok. Seeing that Mok remained silent, Ouyang Schwerer was also very anxious. She thought that Mok was afraid to provoke these two people and dared not speak. Ouyang Schwerer also felt unlucky. She did not expect to pick a nouveau riche hothead. But judging from the current situation, Mok's family background should not be very good. "What, are you scared? Seeing how sincere you are, let this beautiful lady next to you keep us company, and maybe we can forgive you." The man who got up from the ground said shamelessly, and even reached out to grab Ouyang Schwerer. Mok had already come to his senses by this time. He slapped the man's hand away and glanced at Ouyang Schwerer. "This is where the trouble in my love life is going. Is my luck with women a little strange tonight?" Regardless of whether he has feelings for Ouyang Schwerer or not, everyone sees her as his woman right next to him. If he lets them take her away like this, he will lose face. Moreover, this is in the Qin family, which is currently his enemy. Who knows what kind of bad news might spread against him in the future? Yes, I deliberately tripped you up to embarrass you. So what can you do about it? Mok was too lazy to argue with them and spoke directly to the two of them. Chapter 129 Jiang Tianlong saves the day. Seeing that the two hadn't made a move, Mok was too lazy to argue with them. He wanted to use his internal energy to seal their acupoints so they couldn't speak, but at that moment Jiang Tianlong stepped forward to protect Mok. Upon seeing that it was Jiang Tianlong and his companion, they immediately shut up. The renowned chairman of Tianlong Group was a household name. Few people present could match Jiang Tianlong's power. With just a flick of his finger, Jiang Tianlong could cripple their families. So they slunk away. Ouyang Shuer, who was standing to the side, also recognized Jiang Tianlong. Seeing that Jiang Tianlong was willing to stand up for Mok, she knew that Mok must be no ordinary person. After seeing Mok's straightforward words, Ouyang Shuer was truly impressed with her own judgment. Mok suddenly saw the person appear in front of him, but his expression remained completely calm, as if he had expected this person to appear before him all along. In short, he was not surprised at all by the appearance of this person in front of him. What are you doing here? Mok wasn't curious at all, but out of politeness, he still asked. Jiang Tianlong didn't know why, but he just didn't know how to answer. Although he knew that his appearance wouldn't harm or even shock Mok, his sudden appearance at this moment, without Mok seeing him clearly, still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable for some reason. Perhaps it was Mok's calm demeanor that made people slightly uneasy. However, Jiang Tianlong didn't pay much attention to it. Mok's presence wasn't a bad thing for him. What a coincidence you're here too. Jiang Tianlong asked this question, and Mok nodded non-committally, seemingly not at all curious about Jiang Tianlong's appearance. Why are you so calm? Did you expect me to be here all along? Jiang Tianlong hadn't planned to ask this question, but seeing that Mok really didn't care about him at all, his curiosity finally got the better of him. When Mok heard Jiang Tianlong ask this question, he was subconsciously stunned. He probably didn't expect Jiang Tianlong to ask him such a direct question, but this shock wasn't shown on his face. It was only from the moment he paused in his movements that one could tell. Jiang Tianlong was not someone who particularly enjoyed observing details, so he didn't react much to Mok's subtle action. He simply looked at Mok with interest, waiting for Mok's reply. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered that I actually wanted to ask you how you got here. But since it's not anything particularly strange, I didn't say anything. Mok said this, trying to smooth things over and hoping to move on from the topic as soon as possible. Perhaps Jiang Tianlong also realized that Mok didn't really want to continue the conversation, so he quickly moved on, not wanting to make Mok feel embarrassed in the slightest. Mok was well aware of why Jiang Tianlong was there. After all, the Tianlong group was so powerful that it wouldn't be surprising if the Qin family wanted to curry favor with them. They had only invited Jiang Tianlong to the banquet, so why be so shocked? After the two finished discussing this topic, they gradually fell silent, not saying a word, unsure of how to start a conversation or how to begin the next topic. The two remained silent for a long time, neither of them speaking. After a while, Jiang Tianlong probably felt that the situation was getting a bit too awkward, so he finally spoke up. After all, he originally wanted to see Mok about something, and he probably only remembered it now. Oh right, we were chatting for so long that I forgot about the real reason I came to see you. Saying this at this moment seemed a bit abrupt. After all, they had just gone through that topic, and bringing it up again now sounded strange no matter what, but Mok didn't seem to care. After all, once they'd moved past that incredibly awkward topic, nothing they talked about now would seem excessive. So, what important business do you have with me? It's nothing particularly important, but would you like to come sit in the rest area with me? Jiang Tianlong invited Mok at this moment. Upon hearing this, Mok tilted his head in confusion, perhaps wondering why Jiang Tianlong would invite him at this time. Although he was deeply puzzled, he didn't show any surprise or other emotion on his face. You mean, do you want to come sit with me for a while? Mok asked, still finding the invitation somewhat abrupt. Although he described it that way, he didn't actually question the matter. He was just a little puzzled by the sudden invitation. After all, They came to invite me, and if I showed too much surprise or something, it would be a bit disrespectful. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. Okay, then I'll go with you. Let's go, Mok said, gesturing for him to follow. Although he maintained a polite demeanor, he was actually thinking a lot more than he intended. Besides, the group Jiang Tianlong belongs to is so powerful that he can't afford to offend them no matter what. So when Jiang Tianlong extended an invitation to him at this time, he naturally nodded in agreement, even though he hesitated for a while beforehand. However, Jiang Tianlong was not someone who cared much about such things, so he didn't feel anything amiss about Mok's sudden hesitation or his refusal to buy. In any case, he was just inviting Mok to go with him. All right, since you don't agree, let's go. Hearing Mok's agreement, Jiang Tianlong led him to the rest area. Mok was surprised that Jiang Tianlong had actually come to the VIP rest area. He hesitated for a moment at the entrance. Why did you bring me here? Mok asked, somewhat puzzled. He wanted to say something, but Jiang Tianlong didn't seem to want to answer him, so he didn't ask any further questions. The two walked in side by side. They didn't feel anything when they were standing at the door, but as soon as Mok stepped into the room, he noticed something very strange. At first, he thought he was being too sensitive, but later he realized that it wasn't his own feeling at all, but a real, powerful force coming towards him. Perhaps his reaction was a little too obvious. Jiang Tianlong glanced at Mok, probably asking him what was wrong. Is the information in Chapter 130 accurate? Ouyang Shuer followed Mok into the VIP area. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she was actually very excited. It was the 100th birthday of the Qin family's patriarch, which was an extremely important day for the Qin family. All the people invited were prominent figures. It could be said that those present at the Qin family today were the elites of the upper class. Those who can enter this VIP area are naturally the elite of the elite. Jiang Tianlong goes without saying. It would be an injustice if he couldn't enter this VIP area. Originally, it was already remarkable that Mok knew Jiang Tianlong, and that Jiang Tianlong could stand up for him and protect him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tianlong took the initiative to ask Mok to come to the VIP area. Ouyang Shuer became very curious about this person who had been quietly staying by himself all night. What kind of person was he? Brother, who is this beautiful lady? Why don't you introduce her to me? After leading her to a seat, Jiang Tianlong tried to ease the awkward atmosphere by talking about Ouyang Shuer. He noticed that Ouyang Shuer was well-mannered and didn't seem to be someone Mok had just picked up to fill the occasion. At the very least, this woman should be someone who frequently appeared at such high society gatherings. Yes, Ouyang Shuer, she's my friend. Mok was about to say that he had just met her, but then realized that it wouldn't be appropriate to say that, so he quickly said that she was his friend. Hearing Mok say that, Ouyang Shuer glanced at Mok. She understood that Mok was being considerate of her feelings, but she noticed that Jiang Tianlong's gaze towards Mok was rather strange. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Shuer, Mok also felt uncomfortable under Jiang Tianlong's gaze, which clearly conveyed a sense of understanding, accompanied by a wicked smile. Humph. Mok felt uncomfortable being stared at, so he deliberately humphed twice to remind Jiang Tianlong. At this moment, Jiang Tianlong also withdrew his gaze. At this moment, the people in the VIP area and Jiang Tianlong's table also came to sit down. Some of them brought female companions, while others were alone. However, the female companions of these people were definitely not the kind of women who fawned over these upper-class people in an attempt to win them over. They were surrounded by their wives and daughters, and of course, those women also cast disdainful glances at Ouyang Shuer, as if to say, how could such a woman be allowed to enter this VIP area? Outside the villa, Dao Gu called Mok to check on his situation inside, confirming that Mok was safe and promptly informing him of the information he had gathered. When Dao Ji's men heard that Mok was all right inside, they were relieved. However, this relief was only temporary, as they gradually became worried after not seeing Mok for a long time. Just because he was all right just now didn't mean he would be all right after all this time. But they couldn't keep calling Mok to reassure him that he was safe. Why isn't Boss Missouri coming out yet? One of the underlings stared intently at the Qin family villa. The banquet had been going on for some time, and no one else was coming, so the Qin family had closed their gates, which made everyone worry again. Brother Dao, is the information you found accurate? Is the Qin family really just having a birthday banquet? One of the underlings asked again. How many times the hell have you done this today? When will you ever stop? Dao Ge was also getting annoyed. The information he sent to investigate in secret indicated that the Qin family was only trying to give their ancestor a proper 100th birthday celebration and had no other intentions. However, Dao Ge was still upset, and he got angry when these people kept pressing him for answers. The younger brother who was scolded pouted and didn't say a word, but he wasn't angry because he knew that Brother Dao was worried that Mok was upset. Brother Dao usually didn't get angry with them and treated them very well, so they could understand why Brother Dao was angry at this moment. When do you think this birthday banquet at the Qin family will end? One of the underlings muttered, looking at the brightly lit villa. His question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. However, they didn't know that the main figure of the day, the Qin family's patriarch, had not yet shown up. Ring, ring, ring. Dao Ji's phone rang again. Everyone looked at him, thinking that the people Dao Ge had sent out to investigate had run into some trouble. Everyone's breathing became extremely light, and at this moment, nothing could be heard except for the ringing of the phone. Actually, they didn't know that Dao Ge was the same. When he heard his phone ring suddenly, he even flinched. Hello, who is it? Dao Ge glanced at the screen. He didn't recognize the number. Holy crap, it's you. Boss Mo's alright, we just finished the call. Boss Mo's still safe inside. Okay, keep the phone line open. Dao hung up the phone. This call wasn't made by the people he sent out to investigate secretly, but by the elites who had gathered together to prepare for a counterattack against the Qin family at any time. Seeing that there had been no news for so long, they started to get anxious and wanted to call to confirm whether something had happened to Boss Missouri, and he was unable to pass on the message to them. Everyone heard what Brother Dao said on the phone and knew that it wasn't a call from someone Brother Dao had sent to investigate secretly, so they ignored it. They just kept looking in the direction of the villa, afraid that they might not know what was happening inside. They didn't even think about whether they could see it or not. Turning to Mok's side, Mok felt an inexplicable force assail him when he first entered. He immediately concluded that there was another cultivator here, because that kind of power was unique to cultivators. However, Mok scanned the area but couldn't identify who the cultivator was. Mok didn't dare to release his energy to search for him, because he didn't know whether this cultivator was friend or foe. Besides, he didn't dare to act recklessly in the Qin family. If he really caused unnecessary trouble, it would be a loss. However, while everyone was talking, Mok looked around again, but still couldn't find the cultivator who had just released energy. Mok was very surprised. He did not expect that there was such a profound and unfathomable cultivator here. As a cultivator, it takes a very high level of cultivation to completely conceal and shield one's aura in front of other cultivators. Mok had only just reached this level. Therefore, Mok concluded that this cultivator's level was definitely not lower than his own. What are you looking for? Ouyang Shuer noticed that Mok was looking for something everywhere, which was very strange, because she was sure that he didn't know Jiang Tianlong either. So what was he doing looking around? I wasn't looking for anything. Upon hearing Ouyang Shuer's question, Mok withdrew his gaze, picked up the red wine on the table, and took a small sip, but his face still showed that he was thinking about something. Chapter 131, Deliberately Walking Away. At this moment, Ouyang Shuer told Mok that she needed to go to the restroom and then left under this pretext. She couldn't stand the sharp gazes of the ladies and wives here. However, as she walked out of the VIP area, Ouyang Shuer noticed that many people were looking at her. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were just looking at her out of curiosity. When he came out of the restroom and was about to walk towards the VIP area, several of his close girlfriends came over. Wow, Ouyang Shuer, I'm so envious that you got to go in there. Yeah, tell me what happened between you and that kid. How did you two meet? The sisters chattered around Ouyang Shuer, making her unsure who to answer first. All right, I don't know him. We just met at the banquet. Ouyang Shuer stopped everyone and quickly explained. If they continued to ask like this, who knows what kind of gossip would spread? Huh, who would believe that? He just met you and he could take you there? We all saw him protecting you just now. One of the girls persisted. Tell me, when did you start keeping him as a mistress? Another sister joined in, saying, what are you hiding? Believe it or not, it's up to you. With that, Ouyang Shuer quickly broke free from everyone's grasp and headed towards the VIP area. To be honest, after being teased by her sisters, Ouyang Shuer also had a strange feeling. She felt that Mok was completely different from these rich young men outside. He was more considerate of other people's feelings and knew how to respect others, unlike these spoiled brats who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun and only cared about their own happiness. Jiang Tianlong was busy socializing with other bosses, and since Mok wasn't good at such things, it seemed superfluous for him. So Mok told Jiang Tianlong that he would go for a stroll by himself and left, ostensibly, to take a look around. In reality, Mok wanted to try to find another cultivator. Mok's cultivation had reached a bottleneck, which could not be broken through by simply working hard. It required a kind of enlightenment. He wanted to find another cultivator, because this cultivator could completely conceal his aura so that he wouldn't be able to detect him. This meant that this person was no less powerful than him. Perhaps finding him and exchanging experiences with each other would help him break through his current bottleneck. However, Mok found nothing by simply looking and searching. He hesitated several times before deciding to release his power to search, not caring what kind of trouble it might cause. Regardless, today is the 100th birthday of the Qin family's patriarch. The old man has had a hard life. Although we are now enemies with the Qin family, we should try our best not to make him feel aggrieved. Finally, Mok picked up the phone and dialed Dao Ji's number. Hey, Dao Ge, can you help me check who attended the Qin family patriarch's birthday celebration today, especially those in the VIP area? Check carefully, I need it urgently. Mok wondered if he could ask Dao Ge to investigate their family backgrounds, and then compare them one by one to see if he could find another cultivator. He decided to be as careful as possible. You're here? What are you doing? Who were you calling? Mok hung up the phone just as Ouyang Shuer returned. No, it's nothing. I'll take care of it. Okay, I'll have someone check right away. Are you really alright? Then why are you checking this? Did someone make things difficult for you? Dao Ge hung up the phone. When everyone heard that it was Boss Missouri calling, they all looked at Dao Ge. As soon as Dao Ge put down the phone, they began their verbal assault on him. Brother Dao, is this a call from Boss Missouri? What does Brother Dao and Boss Missouri mean? Brother Dao, what did Boss Missouri ask you to do? What's going on, Brother Dao? Is someone inside giving Boss Missouri a hard time? Hearing that Mok had taken the initiative to make the call, and that Dao Ge had even said that no one was making things difficult for him, everyone started to worry again. It's alright. Boss Missouri said he's perfectly fine inside, but we haven't seen the Qin family's ancestor yet, so he might not be able to come out for a while. Dao Ge couldn't stand the onslaught of these kids, so he quickly stopped them and loudly explained to everyone. Hey, Brother Dao, I heard that Boss Missouri asked you to investigate someone, right? What's going on? One of the underlings asked. Boss Missouri didn't say anything. He told me to carefully investigate the family backgrounds of everyone who came to the banquet today, especially those in the VIP area, to see if anyone seemed different from ordinary people. He also specifically said that he needed it urgently. Dao Ge also frowned, puzzled by Mok's sudden call and request. Why would he need to investigate these people? Could it be that Boss Missouri thinks they are all related to the Qin family and wants to take them all down? Holy crap, could this be the real reason Boss Missouri came here today? He wanted to see who was at the Qin family patriarch's banquet. What does Boss Missouri mean by this? What exactly happened inside? A lot of celebrities have gathered here. The group was also puzzled and had no idea what Boss Missouri was asking. However, the strange and inexplicable price was still a concern. Boss Missouri had instructed that the task be completed quickly, as he was in a hurry. So, Brother Dao picked up the phone and arranged for people to start investigating the family backgrounds, daily habits, and any unusual behaviors of the people who attended the Qin family's ancestral banquet today. After hanging up the phone, silence returned. Dao Ge took out his lighter and fiddled with it in his hand. Two people stretched to relieve their fatigue. Don't you guys think the Qin family's ancestor is acting a bit strange? One of the underlings suddenly said. Mok had called to tell him to keep an eye out for anyone behaving strangely, and he immediately thought of the Qin family's ancestor. Now that you mention it, I think it's true. I heard that the Qin family's ancestor, Qin Zhong, is 100 years old and still very healthy. I've also heard that he can eat 2 or 3 bowls of rice at every meal and can practice Tai Chi and sword dancing. Don't you think that's a bit unusual? After this reminder, another underling immediately spoke up, and everyone nodded in agreement. Dao Gu also put the pure gold lighter into his pocket, stroking his chin with his right hand, seemingly lost in thought. At first, they didn't notice, but after everyone said that, it was true. This ancestor of the Qin family was over 100 years old, and he was nothing like the centenarians they saw on TV. He was agile and quick, and the fact that he ate so much every day proved that his digestive system was normal. With that kind of appetite, not to mention a 100-year-old, some people even in their 70s or 80s couldn't eat as much as him. The more they thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. Chapter 132, Regretful Departure. Mok looked at those prestigious families with a disdainful expression. To him, these people were not even as real as those courtesans. These people wear one mask on the surface and another on the inside. How can he keep up with their duplicity? Moreover, these people love to play word games, which is something he doesn't want to be involved in. Moreover, what these people do has absolutely nothing to do with him. As long as he quietly goes about his business, who would dare to touch him in the slightest? Even if his power isn't great now, he's still a top-tier upstart. To him, these people are nothing more than sycophants, so why should he bother with them? The Qin family's invitation to him this time is definitely not a simple matter. However, it is quite strange that the Qin family's ancestor has not yet appeared. Mok felt that hanging out with these people was beneath him. It wasn't just beneath him, it was, well, he didn't know how to put it. He just didn't want to play with them or chat with them. He didn't want to get himself involved in the conversation, which would be a huge loss. He didn't want all his hard work to go to waste. Moreover, these people not only love playing games with text, but they also particularly like messing around with those things. No matter how they do it, it's never as good as the old things. Noble families value brand names and such. What's the use of these things? It's better to focus on your own things. As for interpersonal relationships, you're trying to build connections with relatives, and I'm trying to build connections with relatives. How can you possibly understand all of this? Who can tell which family is which? Who can tell who is who in which family, and what their relationship is? Is it an aunt and nephew, or an uncle? Is it a maternal uncle, or a paternal uncle? Goodness, I really don't know how they figured it out. Thinking about this, Mok became even more frightened, so he thought he should leave as soon as possible. What Mok regrets is that he didn't find a cultivator like himself. If we can find this cultivator and recruit him as our companion, we can improve each other's cultivation, which would be a good thing for both of us. However, this cultivator seemed to be intentionally suppressing his cultivation power, as if he were avoiding something. He glanced around at the graceful ladies, the socialites sought after by gentlemen, then at the elegant and poised noble women, and finally at the self-proclaimed successful and dignified gentlemen and sons. Finally, I spotted a place where I could quickly slip away, so I hurried over there. He quickly slipped away before these people noticed him, and also called Dao Gu, who was waiting for him at the entrance of the Qin family villa. These guys are much more reliable than those socialites. Those socialites, those successful men's husbands and ladies, don't be fooled by their seemingly righteous and elegant demeanor when they're talking to you. Now is your time to shine. When you go out there, people will take you to eat the most desirable things, offering you a bite here and a bite there. They'll say something here and something there, trying their best to squeeze every last drop of profit out of you. Once you have truly lost all value and become useless, they will discard you without hesitation. It's still considered loyal to those who abandoned you. If it were those who can't stand to see you doing well, they would not only have to say a few words about you, but also belittle you severely until they are satisfied. That's what you call a tiger fallen into the plains being bullied by dogs. Mok felt a chill run down his spine at the thought, and then the group drove back to Ginting. Ginting is much better. He has a bunch of loyal brothers who are willing to share life and death, which is much more satisfying than those socialites. Even if they're not the most straightforward, at least they're direct and don't play word games. They might even lend a hand if you're in trouble, which is much better than these other people. At this moment, Mok seemed to have thought of something. It was that cultivator. He had come here to find out about the power that the cultivator mentioned, but he had been searching for it for a long time without success. After thinking it over carefully, he decided to go back, but he still couldn't find the cultivator. What was going on? Mok was somewhat puzzled. However, he also knew what kind of games to play with these socialites, and he wasn't interested in them at all. Moreover, he clearly couldn't find the cultivator among these people. I feel like something's off with you. Did something happen? Did you run into a girl you like? Seeing Mok's furrowed brows, Dao Gu quickly spoke up, but Mok shook his head and said, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm not thinking about this." Dao Gu looked at Mok with disbelief, but Mok shook his head. He then thought about it carefully, but still couldn't figure out who this person was or where the cultivator was hiding. After confirming that I had not actually seen this person, all I could do was try to recall and recall again. But no matter how much he tried to recall or sense, he still couldn't find the aura of this cultivator. Could it be that he had made a mistake? But at this moment, all he could do was firmly believe that he had not made a mistake and ask, "Oh, no. I should say," he instructed, "Brother Dao, go and find the list that the Qin family wants for me. Remember it as detailed as possible. Don't forget to include even one person. I need the most complete list. Make sure you remember the most complete list. Don't try anything funny." Dao Gu looked at Mok with some confusion, wondering what was wrong. If he continued like this, being so suspicious and even thinking about it for so long, could it be that he really had his eye on some girl? After looking at Mok for a while, he said, "Have you really fallen for some beautiful girl? If you ask me, at your age, you really should have a passionate romance." Mok looked at Dao Gu speechlessly, not even knowing what this man was thinking. The two stared at each other for a full hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, until finally Dao Gu couldn't hold on any longer. He was first defeated, then asked, "Hey, what happened? Did someone from the Qin family make a move?" I looked at Dao Gu speechlessly and said, "I haven't found out the specifics yet, so I really need this list. Get me this list first, and then I'll discuss it with you." Dao Gu wasn't saying he absolutely had to get to the bottom of things. He was just concerned about Mo Quebec. Although he had many questions he wanted to ask, he didn't press the matter further. He immediately got out of the car and left to do what Mok had instructed. Sometimes, all you have to do is get things done, as long as you know Mok won't harm you. Chapter 133, Harboring Hidden Intentions. At this moment, Mok saw that Dao Gu had already gone to take care of his business and nodded in satisfaction. He didn't say anything more, because he knew that it would be pointless for him to say anything more, so he might as well rest early. He also believed that his subordinates could handle the matter well and live up to his hopes and expectations. She's asleep. She's asleep. With this in mind, Mok went to rest happily, not even considering the possibility that Dao Gu might have messed things up. He didn't know the specifics, but he just wanted the result. Ring ring. Who is it? But not long after he rested, he received a call from Lin Wanhao. Mok was a little puzzled when he saw that it was Lin Wanhao's call, but then he seemed to realize that this person was the chairman of Wanhao Group. "It seems there was a car accident before, but I was lucky to run into him on the road." He believed that saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda, so he carried him to the hospital in time. He can also be considered his savior. But what did he want by calling this time? Was he going to repay kindness with enmity? I didn't want that. I'm a perfectly fine person, and if I were to repay kindness with enmity, I wouldn't want to live anymore. He only wanted to save someone, but he never expected that saving him would bring him no good karma, and instead cause him trouble. That would be difficult to handle. At that point, it won't just be difficult to handle, it will be a nightmare. Why would someone do this out of the blue? If they destroy his kind heart, that will be a real problem. With this attitude in mind, the two of them began preparing some things. However, neither of them knew what the other wanted to do. They only knew that they wanted to cooperate. One wanted to cooperate, while the other thought that they would repay kindness with enmity. Their thoughts were actually quite compatible. With this thought in mind, Lin Wanhao was anxious, wondering if this tacit understanding would be broken immediately after receiving the call. Mo Quan was worried that he might get rid of him, and he didn't want to be in such a state. Not only did they repay kindness with enmity, but they also squandered all my hard work. That would be a real problem. After thinking about it, he answered the call anyway. "Chairman Lin, is there anything you need from me? If not, then let's not talk. I'm afraid that Chairman Lin might bring me some bad news and say that he wants to shut down my influence. That would be the end of me. Even though I saved your life, you don't want to be associated with someone who has saved your life, do you? You don't have to treat me like this. After finishing his sentence, Mok waited anxiously for the person on the other end of the phone. The person on the other end of the phone was also surprised, saying that Mo would think he would repay kindness with enmity. After thinking about it, he wondered if his character was really that bad. It seemed not. So he said somewhat nervously, I just want to collaborate with you. It's a two-way collaboration. I'd like to invite you to Marriott Group. What's the point of going to Marriott? Is this a trap? Don't try to fool him like this. He just made it so clear what was going on. He didn't want to die. Thinking of this, Mok looked at Lin Wanhao with some surprise. Lin Wanhao, on the other hand, was somewhat uneasy, wondering if Mok would agree to this. He was genuinely afraid that Mok would disagree. Although it's normal for two groups to cooperate, he was afraid Mok would overthink it, even though he only wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. Honestly, I just wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. I didn't think about anything else. I just wanted to say that although Mok is a rising star, he should also have some resources that are not necessarily good. If there aren't that many good resources, is it possible to give them to him? Moreover, this could also be interpreted as him repaying a debt of gratitude. He didn't want to be seen as ungrateful, and to him, saving his life was more important than anything else. Marriott Group has no shortage of resources, so even if it were to provide some resources that are scarce, it wouldn't have much of an impact. For them, this matter is very necessary. But I'm afraid that Mok might disagree, and I might think that I'm just doing him charity, which would make things difficult. But that's really how it is. Mok was actually a little confused after hearing the news. He never thought that Lin Wanhao would treat him like this. Is this charity? Mok murmured, but isn't such charity a bit too perfunctory? Moreover, for him, making a profit was just a side benefit. Even if he wanted to repay a debt of gratitude, he wouldn't do it so perfunctorily. Does this person really think I'm easy to bully? Or is this a trap, a scheme to catch him off guard, and then annex him completely? But there's no need to do that to him. He's just a rising star. Marriott Group is already a top global corporation. For them, there seems to be no need to do something like this anymore. Moreover, there are many companies that Marriott Group could acquire, so why choose him? Even if it's sincere, there's no way it should be done so perfunctorily. Lin Wanhao still hadn't received a call from his driver saying that Mok had come downstairs. She was anxiously wondering what to do, wondering if Mo was really just giving her a perfunctory handout. But really, I genuinely wanted to repay the kindness, but I just didn't know how to help. Moreover, this is something he is better at, and if he can help Mok here, it would be a way of repaying a debt of gratitude. I really didn't say what I wanted to do. Thinking of this made him even more anxious, fearing that Mok might actually be thinking that way, which would make things difficult. But if things continue like this, things might not be so easy. The two people on either end of the phone were awkwardly thinking about their own things, considering the consequences of agreeing or disagreeing, and guessing what the other was thinking. The phone call went on for over an hour without anyone noticing. Instead, they remained silent. At this moment, Mok finally spoke up, saying, I agree that we should go first. I'll go to Marriott Group and other places to take a look and then think about whether or not to cooperate. I can only make a decision after I see the contract. After Mok happily agreed, he went downstairs and saw a row of luxury cars parked there. Mok was somewhat shocked when he saw this, but Lin Wanhao seemed to have changed his mind at this moment, or perhaps he didn't think that way at all. Chapter 134 Contract. But perhaps the truth is as Mok thought. Lin Wanhao never seemed to have any intention of repaying the debt of gratitude, and it was all just his own conjecture. However, regardless of the circumstances, since Mok had already promised Lin Wanhao to go to the Wanhao Group to discuss cooperation, it certainly couldn't be considered a breach of promise. And if they break their promise under these circumstances, then things will get complicated. Thinking of this, Mok couldn't help but curse himself inwardly, wondering how he could have been so careless as to fall into the other party's trap. You must be Mr. Mo? Hello, Mr. Mo, I'm President Lin's assistant. The assistant was dressed very simply and looked at Mok. He was a little worried that Mok would think he was being too perfunctory, so he respectfully invited him into the car first. You're Chairman Lynn's assistant? Mo looked at him with curiosity, scrutinizing him closely but finding nothing amiss, so he pulled him aside to talk. Then do you know what your Chairman Lynn wants to talk to me about? I want to be prepared. If he listens to you first and agrees to this matter, then your Chairman Lynn will definitely be very happy and promote you. Mok expressed his curiosity about this assistant and thought it would be best to trick him into knowing about this matter. However, the assistant that Lin Wanhao hired couldn't be wasted. After all, the Marriott Group has achieved what it has today. His assistant, though not the best, is still a bit more outstanding than the others. The assistant smiled slightly. Mr. Mo, why do you need to say such things? How would we know what the chairman is doing? Although I am his assistant, I am just an assistant, not a secretary. How could I possibly know so many things? The assistant smiled slightly, subtly trying to deflect the matter. However, Mok expressed his disappointment at this situation and said with a slight smile, what's the point of an assistant coming to receive me if they don't even know these things? Don't they know that your chairman came by himself? Chairman, I hope Mr. Mo will forgive me for many things. If it is Mr. Mo who dislikes me, then I cannot say anything more. However, the secretary has a lot of things to do, so please do not disturb me. How about you look at the scenery outside the window, or have a cup of tea? The assistant expressed his frustration with Mok, but said he still had to be patient and respectfully invite him to Marriott Group. So he suppressed his anger and looked at Mok. Mok looked at him with great disappointment. You seem to want to invite me to Marriott Group with utmost respect, but have you considered that I can't stand seeing you like this? My impression of your company has been greatly diminished. Mr. Mo, if there's anything else you need to tell me, please just let me know, and I'll take care of it immediately, the assistant said, bowing respectfully. Oh, I just can't stand the way you look, so what can you do about it? Mok looked at his assistant helplessly. The assistant simply clenched her fist quietly, then walked out, and came back and heavily made up. He was so flawed that people couldn't even tell he had makeup or powder on his face, and his current appearance was completely unrecognizable, making him seem like a completely different person. Mok secretly admired this assistant, thinking that he was quite good. The assistant continued with a smile. So, is there anything else Mr. Mo would like to instruct you on? Now that we're here, I won't trouble you any further, assistant. Go ahead and get on with your work. I'll go to my office myself. Mok looked at his assistant speechlessly. However, what was not noticed was that he smiled slightly and said, Please take a look at the scenery outside this window. This is a villa. If Mr. Mo wants to get lost, I can't be held responsible. Please come inside with me first. Mok looked out the window at this moment and realized that it really was a villa halfway up the mountain. He didn't want to get lost. Although he could get in, it would be difficult without help. When the assistant led Mok into the villa, Mok realized just how luxurious it was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it magnificent. He couldn't help but have a renewed understanding and appreciation of Lin Wanhao's power. Lin Wanhao hurriedly came out at this moment, and seeing Mok looking at his villa, he couldn't help but smile even more happily. It's been a long time. Mr. Mo, you're still the same as before. Lin Wanhao laughed heartily and walked away, then stepped forward and shook hands with Mok's hand. Mok replied with a forced smile, I dare not accept such praise. I dare not accept such praise. But didn't President Lin invite me to the Marriott Group? Why did I come to the villa? Lin Wanhao could tell that this was just a perfunctory response, but since he had his own requests, he invited Mok in and nodded in satisfaction to his assistant. Mr. Mo, this is one of my villas, and it's my favorite place to come here, which is why I invited you here. Lin Wanhao smiled, then glanced at Mok, but Mok just looked at him casually and didn't say anything. Mr. Mo doesn't seem happy. What's wrong? Is it because my assistant didn't take good care of him? Or is it because I didn't take good care of him? Where is the hospitality lacking? Your assistant is so gentle and considerate, chatting with me about family matters and even describing the scenery. How can you say it's a lack of hospitality? It's even less accurate to say it's Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin has been greeting me warmly ever since I came in. How could it be considered poor hospitality? Maybe it's just my natural expression. Mok snapped out of his daze, glanced at Lin Wanhao, and nodded. Ah, Lin Wanha understood what was going on when he heard this. Then please have a seat, Mr. Mo. I wonder what kind of cooperation Chairman Lin has invited me to this time, that it would be so kind of you to personally invite me. Mok looked at Lin Wanhao with some doubt. As far as he knew, Lin Wanhao didn't lack anything. At this moment, Ning Wanghao smiled and said without speaking, Mr. Mo is right. Let's take a look at this contract first. After you've read it, you can tell me whether you want to cooperate or not. After all, this is a big deal. Lin Wanhao produced a contract from somewhere and handed it to Mok. Mok glanced at Lin Wanhao with a puzzled look, then opened the contract, which clearly stated the words, acquisition of Ginting. These words made Mok's expression stiffen, and even the atmosphere around him seemed to change. Chapter 135, Deep Brotherhood. He was unsure what to say, but his expression was somewhat dangerous as he looked up at Lin Wanhao. Lin Wanhao simply smiled as he looked at Mok. I wonder what Mr. Mo thinks now? If you need to think about it some more, I don't mind. I just don't know how long you need to think about it. Lin Wanhao seemed oblivious to the danger in his expression. At this moment, Mok looked at Lin Wanhao coldly and said, Chairman Lin is overthinking things. Even if you think about it for a long time, you will know how things will turn out. I just really don't understand what Chairman Lin means by this. The meaning is right here. Can't Mr. Mo see it? It's clearly written in this document. Is it that Mr. Mo doesn't understand this principle, or that Mr. Mo doesn't want to see this contract? Lin Wanhao looked at Mok with great confidence, even appearing quite self-assured. At this moment, Mok looked at Lin Wanhao with a somewhat stiff posture. Indeed, I really don't want to see this contract. If Chairman Lin came to me because of this, then I'm very sorry. Because of Ginting, I'm not selling. Mok looked at Lin Wanhao with a very firm expression, which surprised Lin Wanhao. Why not sell? This can bring you such great benefits. Why wouldn't you sell? This is a huge benefit for me, and even if this power is great, it's not as good as you doing it again. Lin Wanhao looked at Mok with some confusion, not even knowing why he would do such a thing. Then why did you acquire Ginting? It seems to offer you no benefit whatsoever, so why did you buy it? Moreover, as far as I know, Marriott Group and this one under my control are completely different concepts. Why bother acquiring it? Not only will it bring you no benefit, but if my men rebel, it will be a huge loss for you. Don't you agree? Mok looked at Lin Wanhao with another question. At this moment, Lin Wanhao stared blankly at Mok. But no matter what, I'm confident I can sort it out. It just depends on whether you agree, Mr. Mo. Besides, this is a win-win situation for you, isn't it? Why wouldn't you do it? It's just a way to get rid of a troublesome matter. And look at the attractive value in this contract. It's no ordinary benefit. I cannot sign this contract. I am very sorry, Chairman Lin. Ginting is my brotherhood, and I will not sell it. Moreover, I have always led Ginting. I have worked so hard and done so much for them, leading my brothers with great effort. I cannot sell it to anyone. If I sell it to anyone, then I am not human. Mok looked at Lin Wanhao with a very firm tone. This document, without saying anything, can earn you far more than just a little bit. Why do you still disagree? Besides, you could lead your brothers to create another glorious era. Why do this? Moreover, your starting point will be much higher than this. The higher the starting point, the higher you can go, right? Lin Wanhao had no idea that Mok would say such a long string of words, so he explained frankly. No one can stop the memories of starting high. It was my brothers who brought me all this glory, and I can't sell it off for anyone now. I'm sorry, Chairman Lin. This cooperation can't continue. I'll take my leave now. Lin Wanhao paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Wait, don't leave yet. Mr. Mo, don't be in such a hurry. Even a young man shouldn't be so impetuous. You look like a spirited young man, though. You don't need to look at me like that. This contract isn't mine. I bought it from Wang Zhong. Mok looked at Lin Wanhao with some confusion. Lin Wanhao said with a smile, Just as you think. I bought it from Wang Zhong of the Wang Group. But I rarely see someone like you who values brotherhood so much. If a person doesn't even value loyalty and brotherhood, then what makes them trustworthy in business? Don't you agree? What you said is indeed very good, but don't you really want to reconsider? Lin Wanhao seemed unwilling to accept Mok's actions, so he said it again. That's impossible. Chairman Lin, Please don't try to fool me with this. Besides, no matter how important glory is to me, even if I could create a country with my own hands, I wouldn't care. Mok seemed to be telling himself and Lin Wanghao this idea with great determination. Why? Why are you so sure you won't care? Aren't these things important to you? Isn't life all about pursuing these things? Lin Wanhao looked at Mok with some confusion, not even knowing why he would say such a thing. Because for me, standing in one place is more lonely and more arrogant, so I might as well die alone. I would rather create a new glory with my brothers. Even if it is a small achievement, I would be much happier than creating a country. Mok smiled slightly as he looked at Lin Wanhao. Lin Wanhao was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, "What a loyal friend. I just don't know if your brothers can live up to your trust in them. I believe they can do it, and I believe they can do it even better than me. I'm just keeping our agreement. But Chairman Lin, are you sure this contract was bought from Wang Zhong of the Wang Group?" Mok seemed incredulous and asked again. Lin Wanhao nodded again, and then said, "I'm sure I bought this from Wang Zhong. If you don't believe me, you can ask me, Lin Wanhao. I have a good reputation in the industry. Otherwise, my business wouldn't be this big. You can rest assured." When Mok heard Wang Zhong's name, he knew that this thing was not as simple as he described. This matter is definitely related to the Wang family, or rather, it is definitely related to the Qin family. After all, the Wang family and the Qin family are one entity. To be more precise, the Wang family is a power that depends on the Qin family for its livelihood, while I am an enemy of the Qin family. Chapter 136. Thanks. Just as Mok was pondering this matter, Lin Wanhao seemed to remember something he wanted to say, but seeing Mok so thoughtful, he didn't know whether to speak or not. At this moment, Mok seemed to realize that someone was watching him, so he looked up at Lin Wanhao. "Chairman Lin, you can just say what you need to say directly. There's no need to beat around the bush like this. After all, you are my elder. I love hearing things like that. Many people don't respect their elders anymore, but you, young man, still know a thing or two. I really don't know whether to call you a young hero or to say you've carried on the fine traditions of China." Lin Wanhao seemed somewhat satisfied. He glanced at Mok, nodded, and praised him again. Mok simply smiled and remained silent. He kept thinking about it. After all, this matter could be a big or small thing, and it was best not to let him know what had happened. Just then, Lin Wanhao finished organizing his thoughts and said, "I heard that Wang Zhong wanted to acquire Ginting, but after learning that it was under your control, I bought the contract. So, I know about this matter, but what exactly happened next? Chairman Lin, could you explain it to me?" Mok said that he had heard what Lin Wanhao had said before, but he wanted to hear something different. However, since he was an elder born into the internet age, he couldn't say anything no matter how arrogant and domineering he was. He could only gently ask Lin Wanhao to explain again. But after thinking about it carefully, Lin Wanhao realized there was nothing wrong with it, so he shook his head at him. Mok simply nodded and gave him a grateful smile. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly looked up at Lin Wanhao and said, "I wonder if there is something I could ask you, Chairman, to enlighten me on. I will do my best to help with anything I can." Lin Wanhao readily agreed and nodded, looking at Mok. "Why did you choose to buy this contract in the first place? Did you really want to acquire Ginting as well?" Mok looked at Lin Wanhao with confusion, wondering why Lin Wanhao would buy the contract if he had nothing better to do. It wouldn't help him at all. Lin Wanhao smiled slightly and said, "I heard that you saved my life, so I wanted to repay your life-saving grace, but I didn't know how, so I simply bought this contract as a way of repaying you." Mok hadn't even considered that this was the reason, but it was precisely because of this that Ginting was currently safe and sound. Otherwise, he would have been devastated. Only then did Mok begin to carefully examine the contract in his hand. He had been casually reading the article with the intention of gathering information, but after reading half of it, he suddenly didn't know what to say. This document describes the various forces and personnel deployments of Ginting in great detail, down to the smallest detail. This puzzled Mok, and even shocked him. Then he suddenly looked up at Lin Wanhao. Lin Wanhao looked at Mok, who was working on a large number of documents, with a puzzled expression. Why was he suddenly looking at him? "I don't know if Chairman Lin has seen this document. But this document is a fatal problem for us today. Mok asked with some doubt. At this moment, Lin Wanhao shook his head and said, No. After I bought this document, I only glanced through it, and then left it here waiting for you to come. Mok asked again, Are you sure this document hasn't been opened? You need to know why he asked that question, so he nodded and said, I just said that I glanced through it, and saw that it seemed to contain most of the division of labor and deployment of your Ginting. I didn't dare to look any further. After all, you are my savior, and I can't possibly do anything to repay kindness with enmity. Mok nodded, then pondered how to handle the events of the day. This matter can be considered a big deal or a small deal, but it cannot be handled lightly. Otherwise, if others find out, who knows how they will deal with them in the future. However, if it blows up, it will not be good for Ginting either. But I didn't want to let them off so easily. The Wang family's actions were indeed a bit suspicious. How could they possibly know the distribution of most of the forces, and even the deployment of personnel in the area? I don't know how much time had passed, but the moon had quietly begun to rise and the sun had quietly begun to set, alternating on the horizon. At this moment, Lin Wanhao suddenly asked, Mr. Mo, what kind of food would you like to eat? I'll have someone prepare it, since it's getting late. It was only then that Mok realized it was getting late, so he smiled apologetically at Lin Wanhao and said, Sorry, I didn't know that before. Lin Wanhao shook his head and said, It's getting late. Why don't you have dinner here, and I'll have someone take you home? No need, there's really no need to do that. I'll leave now. After all, there are some things I need to go back and investigate. Please forgive me. Mok smiled apologetically at Lin Wanhao, then tidied up the document and stood up. No matter what, I have to thank Chairman Lin for saving me. Otherwise, Ginting would have faced even greater danger, even more difficult than this time. I want to thank you for taking out this fuse so that I could clean it up properly. At this moment, Lin Wanhao shook his head and said, I am very happy to be able to help. After all, you were able to save me back then, and now I am very happy that my small act can help you. At this moment, Mok smiled again and remained silent. Lin Wanhao stood up and saw him to the door, saying, I hope we can visit each other more often in the future, as it would benefit both of us, and I also want to repay your kindness properly. No need. You've already done me a great favor by giving me this contract. If it weren't for that, I'm afraid I might have encountered some crisis later. In fact, I should thank you. At this time, Mok politely declined Lin Wanhao's offer to send him back to Ginting and left with the contract. Chapter 137 The Traitor. Mok hurriedly returned to Ginting, which surprised everyone. What's wrong with Mok? He looks like he has a lot of worries on his head. He seems very unhappy, like he's about to explode. I don't know, but we should just focus on doing our own thing. I won't lose out, since we're all brothers to us. But don't you want to know what happened to him? How come he's like this after just coming back from Marriott? Did something serious happen there? Probably not. Even if something serious happened, Mok wouldn't act like this. Besides, he usually doesn't come back here. He always has a cold face. Let alone like this now, radiating a dangerous aura. You know what? I'm actually starting to believe it. Alright, let's all stop arguing. We'll just ask them later, won't we? We'll ask the brothers who are with Mok later. However, Mok did not want to answer them that way, nor did he want to answer any questions. He had just returned to Ginting and was already looking for someone. He hadn't even stopped for a minute to drink some water or rest. Go and call Brother Dao over. Hurry up. Mo hurriedly said this to the person next to him before going inside and carefully flipping through the documents again. Then he anxiously waited for Brother Dao to arrive. The group of brothers who had just been discussing something asked with some confusion when they saw the person who had been called out. What's wrong with Mok? He doesn't seem happy at all. I don't know. All I see right now is that he's holding a document that looks like it's in a lot of pain, and he's very anxious. We keep flipping through it, and he hasn't stopped yet. As soon as we went in, he told us to go and call Brother Dao over. What happened? Usually, when someone calls out Brother Dao, it means there's a big problem with Ginting. What's going on? He said this document is very important and needs to be discussed by two people. Anyway, I don't know either. Does anyone know where Daoji is? I need to go find Daoji right now. Otherwise I'm afraid Mok will really get angry later, and that will be troublesome. You mean Brother Dao? He should still be resting in his office right now, or rather, looking for something. If you go now, you might still be able to find something. Hurry up. After discussing it, the brothers quickly left. Meanwhile, Dao Gu was still busy in his office, working on the tasks Mockery had assigned him. At that moment, his colleague knocked on the door. Come on in, what's the matter? The older brother was dealing with something without looking up, while the younger brother was a little scared. Brother Dao, it seems like Big Brother has something important to discuss with you. He's been incredibly busy since he came in, constantly looking at a contract, and he looks really serious. Be careful when you go over there. Huh, what's going on? Dao Gu looked at his brother with some confusion. He shook his head at the matter concerning his brother, and Dao Gu didn't expect him to come up with anything, so he hurriedly went to Mok's place. But not long after he got there, he saw a group of brothers who had broken up. Then, as soon as he went in, he saw Mo sitting there, looking at a document with a bad expression. Mok, what's wrong? Is there some serious problem? You look so serious. And you just got back to the rest stop and you call me here so urgently. Is there something you need? When Dao Gu walked in, he found Mok looking very serious as he flipped through the documents in his hands. This was a rare occurrence for him, and the atmosphere around him began to feel dangerous, making Dao Ji's hair stand on end. At this moment, Mok dismissed the other brothers with a serious expression. Dao Gu only discovered this matter at this time, which is probably not simple. Mok rarely retires due to illness under such circumstances. The other brothers spoke to him privately. Has something serious happened? Or is Ginting facing some kind of crisis? Dao Gu looked at Mok with some confusion. As for tacit understanding, it's hard to explain. It can only be achieved by constantly adjusting one's emotions. The other brothers, seeing Mok's serious expression, wanted to ask, but dared not. He could only follow Dao Ji's reassuring glances and Mok's words and went out. After all, I don't want to get into trouble. Just after the other brothers left, Mok looked up, closed the document, and handed it to Dao Gu. He didn't say a single word, nor did he utter a single phrase, nor did he make any eye contact. He remained completely silent. Dao Gu, looking bewildered, accepted the document Mok gave him, then looked down at it again with some confusion. Although Dao Gu said he was puzzled, when he flipped to the first page, he saw a single word, or rather, 4 large words, acquisition of Ginting. These 4 words surprised the eldest brother, so he looked up at Mok and said, No way, you really signed it? Are you even human? This Ginting belongs to us. Wait, you don't seem to have seen it. Dao Gu continued flipping through the documents, his expression growing increasingly uneasy, because he discovered that the files clearly recorded the deployment of Ginting's figures and the deployment of most of his forces. Did you write this, or did someone else write it? Or are you planning to have someone else write this document? Although Dao Gu said he didn't believe this reason, he still started to force himself to believe it. But even if Dao Gu wanted to deceive others, Mok wouldn't give him the chance. He said, This document wasn't written by me, nor by anyone in Ginting. It was a document that Chairman Lin acquired from Wang Zhong when I went to Marriott Group to discuss cooperation. What do you mean? This document was written by Wang Zhong and his group. Doesn't that mean the Qin family? Dao Gu suddenly realized the problem. He then had to believe his own initial reaction. The contract was written in such detail that it couldn't have been kept secret unless it was an internal operation, which meant that there was a mole in Ginting. Who on earth would do something so despicable? Are you saying there's a mole within our Ginting? But these brothers are just too inhuman. That's right. I think the same way, but we don't know exactly who it is yet. We can't just suspect people. After all, these are our brothers who have gone through thick and thin with us. Even if Mok wanted to conduct a thorough investigation, he couldn't help but trust his brothers and not let them down. Chapter 138 Shock. Mok went back and looked at the acquisition details again, and once again concluded that there must be a mole within Ginting. The plan to acquire Ginting would not be this detailed, and it is very targeted. Seeing this, Mok felt fortunate that he had inadvertently saved Lin Wanhao, the chairman of the Marriott Group. If Lin Wanhao hadn't bought the information about the acquisition of Ginting, he wouldn't have known what was going on. If this plan were to be followed, Ginting would likely be in danger. But how did Wang Zhong know such detailed information about Ginting's internal affairs? Logically, these should all be confidential. Looking at this acquisition plan that is almost back to Ginting, Mok felt that there must be a problem within Ginting. Otherwise, Wang Zhong wouldn't have known about these things, and the Wang group wouldn't have made such a targeted plan. Therefore, Mok suspected that there might be a traitor within Ginting. Thinking of this, Mok broke out in a cold sweat. If that were the case, Ginting would be in danger. So Mok quickly found Dao Gu and told him about the traitor within Ginting. Mok, what brings you here today? Dao Gu asked, somewhat puzzled that Mok had come to see him directly without prior notice. Brother Dao, take a look at this first. Mok handed Brother Dao the plan that Lin Wanhao had given him regarding Wang Zhong's acquisition of Ginting. Dao Gu took the book and glanced at the title. He frowned and asked, this? Dao Gu saw the 5 big characters on the cover. Plan to acquire Ginting. He looked up at Mok and asked, take a look at the contents first. Mok said, not answering him directly, but instead telling Dao Gu to look at the plan. Hearing this, Dao Gu opened the cover and began reading the plan page by page. Mok remained silent, simply sitting there waiting for Dao Gu to finish reading. As Dao Gu read the plan, his brows furrowed more and more as he flipped through the pages, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Where did you get this? Who wrote it? Dao Gu finished reading the plan, closed it, and looked up to ask Mok, because the plan made him feel a little scared. What do you think of this plan? What are your thoughts after reading it? Mok didn't answer Dao Gu, but asked again, observing Dao Ji's reaction after finishing the question. It's very detailed and shows a deep understanding of our Ginting. If we follow this plan, Ginting will be in great danger. I have to admit that this plan is very targeted. But Mok, how did you get this plan? Who gave it to you and who wrote it? Dao Gu was very confident in the plan and said that it was a very targeted plan that could definitely seize their lifeline. It's quite a coincidence. I saved Lin Wanhao, the chairman of the Marriott Group, and he's a very loyal and grateful person. He secretly bought this acquisition plan for our Ginting and gave it to me. That's how I found out about this plan. Mok told Dao Gu about saving Lin Wanhao and the plan Lin Wanhao gave him. However, Mok didn't say whose plan it was or his guess. He just looked at Dao Gu after he finished speaking to see his reaction. What? You mean this plan was written by someone else to acquire our Ginting? Upon hearing Mok's words, Dao Gu jumped to his feet. This was incredibly shocking news. When Mok first handed him the plan, Dao Gu had assumed Mok had written it himself, deliberately playing mysterious to test Mok's abilities. But after hearing Mok's explanation, Dao Gu couldn't sit still. A large portion of it contained Ginting's core secrets. It was precisely because of these secrets that Dao Gu hadn't suspected someone else had written it, as outsiders rarely had access to such information. Seeing Dao Ji's reaction, Mok just smiled, because when he first saw these things, he had the same thoughts as Dao Gu. Seeing that Mok remained silent and only stared at him, Dao Gu sat down to calm himself down before saying, Mok, since Lin Wanhao was able to give you this plan, he must also know who drafted it, right? Did he tell you who wrote it? It's Wang Zhong from the Wang group. Mok looked at Dao Gu and said who wrote the plan. What? It's actually Wang Zhong. Dao Gu looked at Mok in disbelief. Impossible. How could it be Wang Zhong? He could never have created such a targeted plan. The content of this plan must be something only someone who knows Ginting very well could do. How could Wang Zhong know so much information about Ginting? Dao Gu couldn't believe that Wang Zhong had written the plan, and even thought it was impossible. Brother Dao, are you saying that only someone who understands the inner workings of our Ginting can create this plan? Mok asked Brother Dao tentatively. Yes, because there's a lot of information in this that Wang Zhong simply couldn't possibly know. Not to mention Wang Zhong. Even some of the important people inside Ginting wouldn't know this. Wang Zhong is an outsider, and besides, we've been targeting him so much before. There's no way he could know such detailed information. Dao Gu was quite certain that this plan was not written by Wang Zhong. What if I told you that this plan was written by Wang Zhong? Mok looked at Dao Gu with certainty. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Wang Zhong? Dao Gu suddenly stopped, looking at Mok with disbelief and astonishment. Mok didn't speak, but simply nodded in response to Dao Ji's gaze. Seeing this, Dao Ge stopped talking, looking surprised, even a little frightened, with an expression of disbelief. After a while, Dao Ge finally spoke again. But some of the information here is only known to a few senior executives in the company. After saying that, Dao Ge looked at Mok, waiting for him to speak. Mok understood what Dao Ge meant. This meant that there must be a high-ranking person in the company who had contact with Wang Zhong, which made things complicated. After analysis, Dao Ge concluded that besides himself, only Yang Zi could know such detailed information about Ginting. Dao Ge explicitly stated that he had never told anyone about any of Ginting's internal documents, and he believed Yang Zi wouldn't either. However, Dao Ge added that Yang Zi's silence didn't mean that those around her wouldn't steal the information. Mok fell into deep thought, recalling the petty thief Li Fei he had previously brought with him. Chapter 139 Traitor. When the topic of the mole came up, Dao Ge assured that it wouldn't be Yang Zi, but said it was very likely someone close to Yang Zi. After guessing for a long time, Dao Ge finally suggested that it was very likely Li Fei. When Li Fei was mentioned, Mok paused noticeably. This Li Fei had previously stolen Mok's wallet, then realized his mistake and corrected it. Mok took Li Fei in and arranged work for Yang Zi. He suspected Li Fei. Dao Ge had 3 points in total. First, Li Fei is new, so he is the most likely candidate. Moreover, he was personally introduced by Mok and is working with Yang Zi. Since he was introduced by Mok, it is very likely that Yang Zi is not on guard against Li Fei. Therefore, it is very likely that Li Fei is the most likely candidate. Secondly, Li Fei was a thief in the past and has no principles. He might be tempted by high rewards to take the risk. Third, it is highly likely that Li Fei was also deliberately arranged by Wang Zhong, who used theft to make contact with Mok, ultimately aiming to enter Ginting and steal information. Dao Ji's appeal has several points of suspicion, all of which are quite reasonable. However, neither Dao Ge nor Mok can guess which one it is. Of course, no matter which one it is very possible. Mok nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Dao Ji's point. From the current perspective, Li Fei was a strong possibility, but since it was all speculation and there was no concrete evidence, they couldn't do anything to Li Fei. So what should we do now? We don't know if Wang Zhong knows that his plan has been leaked. If he acts ahead of schedule, we'll be in big trouble. Seeing this plan, Wang Zhong devised many targeted strategies, exploiting many weaknesses within Ginting, which worried Mo greatly. If this plan is followed, even if Ginting is not acquired by Wang Zhong, it will probably be severely damaged, just as the saying goes. If it doesn't die, it will be crippled. Moreover, judging from this plan, Wang Zhong already knows a lot about Ginting's internal affairs. Now it's as if Ginting is a place with no secrets, clearly exposed to Wang Zhong. This feeling made Mok very uncomfortable, because it meant he was at the mercy of others, which put him in a very passive position. However, Mok still took the initiative to ask Dao Ge for his opinion. Although Mok is the actual leader of Ginting, Dao Ge is currently in charge of Ginting. Moreover, Dao Ge has been working diligently and managing Ginting well over the years. And most importantly, Dao Ji's opinion should be respected no matter what. Most importantly, Dao Ge has been in charge of Ginting for years. Although Mok is very familiar with Ginting, he hasn't been involved in its daily operations, so he doesn't know some details and can't be thorough in every aspect. He still has to rely on Dao Ge for many things, so Mok took the initiative to ask Dao Ge for his opinion and see what good ideas he had. In that case, we can make some changes in advance. We can develop a strategy to deal with this plan. If Wang Zhong really intends to act ahead of schedule, we can be prepared. I will also set some traps for Wang Zhong to make a fortune. If Wang Zhong is really reckless and wants to harm us, then don't blame me for being impolite. To be honest, Mok's plan for Wang Zhong to acquire Ginting was incredibly timely. If Ginting hadn't known about this, it would have been too late once Wang Zhong started his plan. Mok, your plan is really timely. If you hadn't sent it in advance, and Wang Zhong had already implemented his plan, we would have been in dire straits. Even if Ginting could withstand Wang Zhong's attack, it would have been severely weakened and might have been reduced to an empty shell. Dao Ge looked at Mok and expressed his inner thoughts, even praising Mok. I only got this unexpected gain by chance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. To be honest, when I saw this plan, I was shocked. If we hadn't known about this plan, Ginting would have been doomed. Maybe it's true that doing good deeds will always bring good results, Mok said with emotion. But Brother Dao, you really need to set up preventative measures as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Wang Zhongzhen acts ahead of time, we'll be in real trouble. Mok also reminded Dao Ge that, to be honest, he wasn't sure if Wang Zhong knew about the leaked plan. He had previously asked Lin Wanhao how he obtained the plan, and Lin Wanhao only said he bought it, without revealing who he bought it from or how. Mok didn't press further, since Lin Wanhao had given him the plan for his own good. If Lin Wanhao had some hidden reasons, it wouldn't be good for Mok to pry. So, seeing that Lin Wanhao didn't want to say more, Mok stopped asking. He didn't know if Wang Zhong knew the plan had been lost and ended up in his hands, so he quickly told Dao Ge to prepare. If Wang Zhong really knew, he would definitely act in advance. If Ginting wasn't prepared then, Lin Wanhao's efforts would be wasted, and Mok would feel sorry for the opportunity given to him. Fortunately, Dao Ge had a solution. However, Dao Ge was about to say something, but immediately shut up and didn't say anything. Mok saw this and said, Brother Dao, just tell us what's on your mind. What else do we have to hide? Hearing Mok say this, Dao Ge spoke up. However, we are not entirely sure whether this Li Fei is real or not. We only have suspicions for now, and we cannot let our guard down with the others. Dao Ji's words startled Mo. Brother Dao, you said there are other people? Mok looked at Brother Dao in horror. Yes, besides Li Fei, I also think Wang De, Chen Tong, and Li Zhe are very likely to be among them, Dao Ge said with certainty. Wang De, Chen Tong, and Li Zhe had previously requested to stay in Ginting. Although Mok had not assigned them any positions, but instead provided them with good food and drink, it was inevitable that these three would steal information. Upon hearing this, Mok nodded in agreement. After all, they were only suspecting Li Fei, and it wasn't necessarily this Li Fei. There was a possibility that it was someone else. So Mok agreed with Dao Ji's statement. Li Fei then suggested that he could test these three people first to see if they were suspicious. Chapter 140 Innocence. Mok invited Chen Tong, Wang De, and Li Zhe to dinner, and he was the first to arrive. After standing in front of the table for a while, the other three gradually arrived. Why are you so late? Sit down quickly, I have something to tell you. Mok raised his wristwatch, carefully checked the time, and realized that it had been quite a while since their agreed time. However, he was too embarrassed to say anything more, so he could only say this one sentence. Sigh, something happened on the way and we were delayed. What's wrong? Why did you have to call all three of us over? Seeing that the situation seemed a bit awkward, Wang De stepped in to smooth things over. However, Mok didn't say much. Although it was indeed a bit late, he was the one who had something to discuss with them, not the other way around. He should try to persuade them to stay, and there was no need to blame them for being late. All right, I didn't mean to blame you. I was just saying. Sit down, everyone. I'll treat you to dinner and tell you something important. But if we were talking about this now, it wouldn't be appropriate. Mok didn't say anything more. He just sat down after saying that. The other three people sat down after seeing Mok sit down as well. After the dishes were served again, Mok still didn't say anything about the particularly important matter he had mentioned. The remaining three people looked at each other, unsure of what to do or what the person in front of them wanted to say. What do you want from us? Just say it. This beating around the bush is making us feel a little embarrassed. Is it really that formal? Chen Tong finally couldn't sit still any longer and spoke up. Mok also realized that he had indeed kept them waiting for too long, since their time was also valuable. So, after they finished speaking, he quickly said what he wanted to say. Here's the thing. The reason I called you all here is to arrange some positions for you. Mok finally revealed his intention to invite the three of them to dinner. However, to his surprise, the three of them didn't seem surprised at all when he said this. In fact, there seemed to be a hint of reluctance in their eyes. Why are you all silent? Don't you want this position? Or what's wrong? Mok was startled by the scene. He didn't know what was going on, nor did he know why the three people in front of him still had such solemn expressions even after hearing that he was going to assign them positions. Why did they only assign us positions now? We were already planning to leave this place. Although she hadn't done anything wrong, she still felt a little guilty saying it out loud, and her voice became softer and softer as she spoke. Mok was puzzled for a long time after hearing this, wondering why they suddenly wanted to leave. He looked at them with some doubt in his eyes. Why would you want to leave at this time? I've assigned you positions, don't you want to accept them? Mok asked, but he didn't seem to be forcing the three of them to stay. Seeing Mok's expression, the three of them didn't seem to care much. Since Mok had already said what they were thinking, they might as well go along with him, and there was no need to pretend to dislike him. After all, they felt that since they had been in this place for so long, Mo Chuejiao should have needed them. So why was he only assigning them positions now? They felt that Mo Chuejiao seemed to have some ill intentions at this time. Mok accepted the three people, but it seemed he had no intention of staying. So, I felt embarrassed to say anything. The others who stayed were treated to a lavish meal, and they were told to order whatever they liked, with me paying for it. The three of them seemed to enjoy their meal quite a bit, even though their conversation before the meal had made the atmosphere less than pleasant. However, since no one paid much attention to the details, after finishing their meal, Mok saw the three people off without intending to keep them. Although the three people were slightly puzzled by Mok's dramatic attitude, they didn't think too much about it. You just let the three of them go like that? After seeing the three leave, Daoge stepped forward and asked Mok this question. Mok's expression changed from enthusiastic to serious, as if he wasn't the one who had just warmly seen the three people off. Otherwise, what else do you want? To keep them here? Mok didn't answer the question directly, but instead asked this question in return. Did they run away after getting the information? You're really that trusting of those three. Daoge looked at Mok's calm demeanor and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. After all, these three could be traitors who took his information and ran away. But if that's the case, why is Mok so calm, and even so hospitable in welcoming them and seeing them off? They can't be the traitors. If they were, they would never have left like this. Don't worry, all three of them are definitely innocent. Mok spoke these words with absolute certainty, and then looked at Daoge. He hadn't originally intended to discern anything, but seeing Daoge's hesitant expression, he frowned and interrupted him before he could finish speaking. What's wrong? Looking at you like this, don't you trust me? He asked. Daoge was too embarrassed to say anything more. After all, he also trusted Mok. So the two of them remained silent, neither of them speaking, unsure of what to do next. Finally, Daoge asked again, so what? If those three aren't the mole, then is Li Fei the only one still a suspect? After saying this, Mok nodded seriously. After all, in his opinion, these three people were no longer his true self, and they left so readily. In the end, there was only one person left, and that was Li Fei. Next, he needed to figure out how to find out whether Li Fei was the mole. Chapter 141 Testing. Mok pondered for a while, then stroked his chin and said softly, Brother Dao. Yes, what's wrong? Find any excuse, and have Yangzi take Li Fei to organize Ginting's files. Keep a close eye on their actions in secret, and report to me immediately if anything happens. Daoge frowned. I'm afraid we can't figure anything out just like this. If Li Fei were really a mole, he would probably already know everything about Ginting's files. It was my oversight, Mok said, arms crossed. Here's what we'll do. Go to my office and get another copy of Ginting's file. Then decorate it a bit and put it in a hidden compartment, preferably in a secluded place, so that he'll mistake it for a place he missed last time, and that's why he didn't find the file. That's a great idea. The boss is truly brilliant, Daoge said to Mok with a smile. Mok kicked him and laughed. Stop flattering me. It's getting late. Hurry up and finish your meal so you can get back to work. You didn't even notice such a big loophole. Once this is over, I'll have to deal with you properly. Daoge sat down in the chair with a wry smile. Indeed, he was in charge of all the big and small matters in Ginting. He considered himself to be careful and cautious in his work and believed that he would not make any mistakes. However, someone was now making trouble right under his nose, which not only made him lose face, but also made him have deep doubts about himself. It seems it's time to teach his men a lesson, otherwise they'll forget who they are. He usually ignores their petty antics as long as they're not serious, but he never expected his carelessness to cause Ginting so much trouble. Mok, watching Dao Gu poking around in his bowl with his chopsticks, unable to get a single bite of rice into his mouth, smiled with relief. Eat up. If you handle this matter well, consider it a chance for you to redeem yourself. This incident wasn't entirely bad. At least it made Dao Gu realize his shortcomings in management. Mok thought to himself. The next day, Dao Gu first hid the files in a very secret place, then deliberately scattered several files in the archives on the ground, and then asked Yang Zi to sort out Ginting's files. Yang Zi agreed. Oh, by the way, Dao Gu said with a smile, looking at Yang Zi. Why don't you take Li Fei with you? The boss said that Li Fei is a meticulous guy, and it will make things much easier for you with him around. Yang Zi sent someone to fetch Li Fei, and the two went to the archives together. Before going in, Yang Zi patted Li Fei on the shoulder and said, "Do a good job. Brother Dao said you're very perceptive, and he might just give you a promotion." Li Fei smiled and said, "How could that be? I probably just want to look at the files. Yang Zi has too many files to manage, so he asked me to come along. Yang Zi thinks too highly of me." Upon hearing this, Yang Zi said nothing more, pushed open the door of the archives room, and went in. Looking at the somewhat messy archives room, she clicked her tongue and said, "They really know how to order people around. How can the two of us possibly finish organizing all this stuff?" Li Fei laughed heartily. "Brother Yang Zi complains too." Yang Zi shrugged. "I was just saying. It's not that much. I'll be done in a bit. Let's get started. I'm waiting to have lunch." "Oh, right. Li Fei, do you want to come along?" "Okay, but Yang Zi, I'm broke. You have to treat me to a meal." All right. You're trying to pin this on me now," Yang Zi said with a laugh. After exchanging a few jokes, the two stopped talking and focused on organizing the documents. With such a large archive room, if there were any errors in the information, they would be the ones responsible. If something really went wrong, they would definitely not be able to escape the consequences. The two worked together seamlessly and finished tidying up in no time. Li Fei wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and smiled. "We're done tidying up. Can we go now?" Just as Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief, his sharp eyes suddenly noticed something protruding from the very back on the other side of the cabinet. Upon closer inspection, I discovered a small hidden compartment. I gently pushed it open and found a dusty file inside, which appeared to have been there for some time. "Brother Yang Zi," Li Fei immediately called out to Yang Zi. "Come and take a look. This file is hidden in a small secret compartment, and it doesn't look like it was just put in. Do you think someone might have put it in there before and forgotten to take it? Or maybe someone deliberately hid it in such a secret place?" Yang Zi nodded solemnly. "That's possible, but no matter what, we should report it to the boss first. This might be related to a major secret of Ginting, and we must not keep it to ourselves." Li Fei and Yang Zi carefully carried the files to Mok's office door. After knocking and receiving instructions, they pushed the door open and went in. They saw Dao Gu there and nodded to him. Yang Zi, holding the file, quickly walked to Mok's desk, placed it on it, and said, "Boss, we found this while organizing the files." Mok glanced at the file, exchanged a look with Dao Gu, and then asked casually, "How did you find out?" Yang Zi told Mok in detail what had happened between him and Li Fei in the archives. During this time, Dao Gu kept an eye on Li Fei, paying attention to the expression on his face. After Yang Zi finished reporting, Mok looked at them approvingly. "You did a great job. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. You deserve praise." Yang Zi and the other person smiled sheepishly, and after completing their report, they returned to their respective workstations. After the two left, Mok's face darkened, and he tapped the table lightly with one finger. "Brother Dao, what do you think?" Dao Gu stroked his chin and said in a deep voice, "Neither Li Fei nor Yang Zi should be the mole. We ruled out Yang Zi a long time ago, and this process is just as we expected." Li Fei saw the file, but he generously told Yang Zi about it. "And just now, I saw that his expression didn't seem wrong. I'm afraid we've found the wrong person. That's troublesome. Who else could it be but him?" Mok's expression was grave. We are clearly at a disadvantage in the current situation. We are in the open, while the enemy is in the shadows. This is extremely disadvantageous for us. Then it seems we'll have to think of another way. Mok propped himself up from the chair, walked slowly to the large French windows, looked at the bustling city, and stretched one hand onto the glass. We have to think of a way to get him out of the darkness on his own. A strange glint flashed in Mok's eyes, then vanished. Chapter 142 Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. Another day passed, and Mok gathered all the company's staff to praise Yang Zi and Li Fei extensively. He only said that they had done something that was very beneficial to the company, but did not mention the specifics, which made some people feel dissatisfied. Boss, what exactly did they do? You've been praising them for almost 15 minutes now. Tell us. If you don't, none of us will know. Aren't you just wasting our working time? Mok was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. Young man, you're right. I should tell you. Otherwise you'll be resentful and deliberately cause trouble for the two of them, which would be a loss. Your praise of them today clearly shows you value them highly. So who would dare to mess with them? One person said sourly. Yang Zi and Li Fei. Yesterday I sent the two of them to the archives to sort out important documents. Who knew that while they were sorting them out, they actually found a document that could be described as ancient. This is an absolutely confidential document for our Ginting. Moreover, instead of trying to keep it to themselves, the two of them reported this to me immediately. Don't you think we should praise them? TCH, I thought it was something serious, boss. If you sent me to sort it out, I'd definitely find it too, and I'd definitely hand it over to you. An employee said with a grin, which made Mok and the other employees burst into laughter again. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, Mok's eyes quickly scanned the crowd, but even he couldn't discern anything amiss among so many people. Mok sighed inwardly with a hint of helplessness. This guy really hit it well. All right, I've finally told you a huge secret, but none of you can betray me. We're all in this together. If I'm in trouble, none of you will escape, Mok said, half jokingly and half threateningly. This was his last chance for the traitor. He was kindly reminding him not to do anything foolish for the sake of a tiny bit of profit. Boss, where is that document? A voice suddenly asked from the crowd. Mok's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes quickly turned cold. Very well, you have no chance. Mok was still smiling, looking rather smug. The documents? Of course, I hid them in my office. How could I feel at ease leaving something so important somewhere else? Wait, which brat is trying to trick me into revealing information? Mok pretended to be stern and said, listen up, all of you. Put away your nonsense. Don't try to steal a chicken and end up losing the rice. Our company has surveillance cameras. You must be blind to see them. Behave yourselves, or I'll make you regret it. Seeing that Mok seemed genuinely angry, everyone held their breath and obediently accepted the scolding with their heads down. But in the crowd, someone's lips curled up in a wild smile. That night, Mok and Dao Gu hid in his office, successfully concealing themselves under the cover of darkness. Boss, do you think he'll come? Keep your voice down. Mok quickly covered Dao Ji's mouth. I put on such a great show today, wasn't it all for him? I acted so well. How could he not come? Just you wait. Dao Gu silently criticized Mok's clumsy acting skills in his heart, hoping that the traitor was a brainless person who couldn't see that Mok was acting for him and to lure him into a trap. The office was so quiet that even the sounds of cars at night were hard to hear. Mok and Dao Gu tried their best to keep their breathing quiet and carefully watched the office door. Both of them were praying silently. They had been waiting since 8 o'clock in the evening, and they didn't know how long they had been waiting. Their legs were about to go numb, and they didn't even dare to raise their hands to check their watches, for fear of making a noise and scaring away some ill-intentioned person outside. Just as the two were about to give up and continue waiting until tomorrow, the office door was slowly pushed open. Mok and Dao Ji's eyes lit up as they stared intently at the exposed hand, seemingly trying to figure out who it was, but to no avail. Then, the two held their breath, waiting for the newcomer to show his face so they could see his appearance clearly, but due to the obstruction of light, they couldn't make out anything at all, which greatly disappointed them. The two of them only saw a figure pacing back and forth in the office, and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, they were well hidden and there were things blocking their view, otherwise they would have been discovered long ago. Finally, the figure groped its way to the location where they had hidden the so-called important documents in the darkness. The figure paused for a moment, then quickly pulled out the documents with light movements, suggesting they were used to this. Thinking of this, Mok's face grew even colder. There was a mole within his company, and it had been going on for more than just a day or two, yet he hadn't suspected a thing. If it weren't for the sudden incident a couple of days ago, he would never have imagined such a huge mess had occurred within his ranks. Whether it was excessive joy or sheer stupidity, the figure looked at the document in his hand, clearly lowering his voice, but still unable to hide the madness in his tone. Finally got it. I didn't know Ginting had such a secret document. Mok is really an idiot, casually revealing such an important matter. However, this has given me the perfect opportunity, and I have to thank you properly. Mok suddenly felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but because the person had lowered their voice, he couldn't remember who it was. However, since the person was someone he could remember, they must have a close relationship with him. Mok's heart sank little by little. The weather isn't cold enough to be freezing yet, but it's not cold enough to make Mok feel like he's in an icebox, numb and indifferent. Mok took a deep breath, and just as the figure was about to leave in the dark, he patted Dao Gu on the shoulder. The two of them quickly ran towards the door. Coincidentally, their hiding place was very close to the door. This was Mok's deliberate arrangement, so that he could catch the traitor as soon as possible. For this purpose, he and Dao Gu even moved the items in the office. In the blink of an eye, the figure realized he wasn't alone in the office and frantically ran towards the door, but he was too late. Brother Dao blocked the doorway, groaning as he was bumped into, but still firmly blocking the way and preventing him from taking advantage of the situation. Just then, Mok turned on the office light with a snap. Chapter 143, Capturing the Undercover Agent. The blinding white light made fear appear in the eyes of the person dressed entirely in black. He was thinking to himself, what happened? How could a mistake have occurred? Mok is no kind person, and he can guess what the consequences would be if he fell into his hands. What to do? What to do? The fear in his heart seemed to be about to overflow, but his body reacted even before his brain did, and he took off running. These legs, which looked quite long, only ran a meter or two before being kicked and forced to their knees. Dao Gu was faster and more agile than him, and in no time he was in front of him, kicking him in the butt. She knelt on the ground, trembling all over, fear building up inside her. Dao Gu immediately removed the mask from his face. In an instant, the bright face under the white light was so familiar, yet so unbelievable. Dao Ji's expression froze, and in an instant, it seemed as if a variety of emotions were shifting across his face: confusion, regret, hatred, disgust, and heartache. Mok quickly stepped forward, his deep, dark eyes fixed on the man forced to kneel on the ground. Dao Gu was still restraining him from behind. Everyone knows this person. He's Dao Ji's underling, Lu Wan. He's worked for Dao Gu for many years, and is one of the few trusted underlings of Dao Gu. Dao Gu suspected everyone in the past, but forgot to suspect his own side. This guy had been his underling for so many years, yet he harbored such wolfish ambitions. Heaven knows how long it would have taken to expose him if this accident hadn't happened. Just thinking about it sends chills down one's spine. He seemed like a loyal young man, but it turned out he was a traitor. Mok's expression remained calm, as if everything before him was entirely expected. Dao looked at him awkwardly, with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry, boss. He was truly cursing himself to death in his heart. You idiot. This is the kind of person you raised. Do you even realize how much we'll lose if this doesn't go well? Do you know that the people you brought along almost ruined the boss's golden court? Looking at Dao Ji's expression, Mok knew what he was thinking. To him, Dao Gu was not just a subordinate, but a brother like a sworn brother. Making a mistake is okay, as long as it didn't involve any significant interests. And thankfully, it was resolved in time. He waved to Dao Gu, indicating that he didn't blame him. Dao Gu then regained his composure. Mok had a cold expression. His face, which was very handsome and masculine to girls and intimidating to boys, looked extremely imposing under the bright lights. His voice was cold and ruthless. Are you going to confess yourself? Or do you want me to help you? Lu Wen was trembling uncontrollably. He was genuinely terrified. This man was like a living devil, and he didn't want to die. But he couldn't reveal who was behind it all. Mok bent down, his long, shapely legs forming two straight lines. Lu Wen's current posture meant that only those two long legs were visible, and even without seeing his face, one could already imagine how sinister his expression was. Lu Wen gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. Mok reached out and lifted his chin, his dark eyes full of amusement. I'm curious, what kind of benefit could make you betray me? I'm even more curious, how much strength can your rather thin body withstand? Lu Wen stammered out a single word through clenched teeth. No. Heh. A cold laugh echoed in the room, making the already gloomy room seem even more somber. Lu Wen seemed to want to struggle, but quickly shut his mouth again. Mok pulled out a knife and slashed it across Mok's face with great force. Blood instantly spurted from Lu Wen's face. The cut was deep, almost penetrating the flesh, but it stopped just at the deepest layer, narrowly missing his face. This only indirectly demonstrated how excellent Mok's swordsmanship was. A scream rang out as blood gushed from Lu Wen's face, dripping onto the ground. The bright red was tinged with black. Mok moved a knife across his body, making a cut with each stroke. Each cut was roughly the same depth, but the pain of each one was excruciating. He knew very well that the wounds inflicted on his skin from years of operating in the black market were painful. Lu Wen was trembling with pain this time. Are you going to tell me or not? Mok was like a demon crawled out of hell, exuding an evil aura. His handsome face was full of violence. Lu Wen was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. You've misunderstood. I just came up to get something. Yes, I just came up to get something. You've really misunderstood something. Dao Gu, who was behind him, couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him in one of his wounds. Did they think they were idiots because of such a clumsy lie? Lu Wen let out a scream that was even more agonizing than before. His eyes rolled back in his head. Brother Mo, this guy? Dao Gu hadn't finished speaking. Mok interrupted. If it's all right, take him away for questioning. We'll eventually find out who's behind this. That's kind of interesting. Who's behind this, trying to mess with him like this? But since we're going to play, let's keep playing and see if Mok wins in the end. Since he initially chose to take this dark path, he certainly didn't expect it to be smooth sailing all the way. Like the teachers in school always say, failure is the mother of success, and he hasn't failed yet. It's really interesting, he thought to himself. With an inside agent arranged like this, things are bound to get a bit more turbulent in the future. Dao Gu stood beside him, his eyes also filled with a hint of admiration. That's how they caught one undercover agent, but nobody knows how many more there are. These people may seem loyal on the surface, but you can't judge a book by its cover, and nobody knows what they're hiding. You never know. A kind-looking person might be a psychopathic killer, a glamorous woman might be kind at heart, and a naive child might be hiding a gun in their school bag, ready to kill you at any moment. The world is in chaos, and it is extremely difficult to live a good life. Brother Dao got the person down there. He's very good at dealing with people and isn't afraid of getting anything out of them. Humph, Dao Gu sneered inwardly. If you have the guts to go undercover, you have to pay the price. Mok has treated them well. Since acquiring Ginting, they have always been treated like his own brothers and have never had any disloyalty. Today was really frustrating. Chapter 144 Change. After Dao Gu got the person downstairs, he went off to do his work. Mok watched their departing figures, his brows furrowing. This undercover incident had fully demonstrated to him that Ginting really needed to make some changes. He walked to the window, the cold night wind making him somewhat awake. It was already very late, 2 a.m. Luckily, he was used to staying up late, but staying up late is ultimately bad for his health. Although he was young, he should take good care of his body and strive to be vigorous in his old age. Normally, he pays great attention to health, but today he wasn't so inclined to. Lu Wen is one person, but there are countless others like him. His forces cannot be destroyed. People are difficult to control because they are complex beings. Ginting is neither small nor large, but if he can't handle Ginting well, then it's really unacceptable. Lu Wen's case weighed heavily on his mind. He had dealt with it this time. But what if another Luan appeared next? If no cleanup is carried out and no changes are made in Ginting, who knows when another bunch of problems will arise? He doesn't always have so much time to manage everything. Since we're talking about change, how should we change? He looked out the window at the dazzling neon lights in the night, a dazzling display of various colors and shapes. A kaleidoscope of colors, a dazzling array of hues. Just as the various colors of light dazzle the eye, so too do the various colors of people. The current Ginting is an organization, and in many ways it's still quite loosely organized. Although Brother Dao is extremely loyal, there aren't many people MOK can truly trust. Brother Dao is one of them, but he's far too few. It takes a lot to wholeheartedly trust someone. It requires not only effort, but also time. Everyone could be an undercover agent. You can't see into someone's heart, so he dared not easily trust anyone. His fingers tapped on the windowsill, his gaze somewhat unfocused. His once handsome face had lost its previous fierceness and now looked somewhat bewildered. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. Never mind, I'll just go home and sleep. Health is the most important thing. Staying up all night might feel good in the moment, but it'll lead to disaster later. He's been spending a lot of time online lately and has seen a lot of new language. MOK walked out of Ginting. Although it was night, there were still many people. All sorts of people wore all sorts of expressions. The beautiful women passing by in crop tops and shorts did not attract his interest. He would merely glance at those who tried to strike up a conversation with him, then ignore them and walk away. MOK walked back to his residence, pondering the questions about Ginting. He still preferred returning to his usual small bed. The warm and soft feeling of the small bed is very comfortable. It doesn't need to be too nice. He just likes it. Ginting is an organization with many shortcomings. People are the primary factor. I can't really trust anyone who's in this line of work, and the organization lacks discipline and is quite loose. Secondly, an organization, to put it bluntly, is just a group of people coming together. It's merely a group, and the power it can represent is far too small. Even if you go out and say you're from Ginting, people will only think of it as a small clique. Third, they are easy targets. As mentioned before, the organization system is rather lax. If someone sends in two people who pretend to be loyal, they will inevitably leak some information. So it's really worrying. What should we do? MOK poured himself a cup of coffee and rubbed his temples as he pondered. He had recently put in a lot of effort to find the undercover agent. Even now that he had, there was still a mountain of things to deal with. What to do? If the organization is disorganized, what won't be disorganized? Not disorganized, organized, disciplined. It's a group. Oh, and let's transform the organization into a group. A corporation is a legally recognized organization. What does legally recognized mean? It means it possesses certain rights. This makes doing anything much easier. A corporation, just hearing the name, makes it sound so much better than two organizations. It sounds more sophisticated and high class, doesn't it? MOK's eyes lit up. He felt he had found the right approach. He immediately slapped his thigh and embarked on this path. Although he is the chairman of the Yin group, this identity is not suitable to be exposed. Moreover, revealing it would cause far too much trouble and create many problems for him. But the title of chairman of Ginting Group is different. It's a group that no one has ever heard of. It can save him a lot of worries. The more MOK thought about it, the clearer his mind became. He also felt more and more that he had found the right method. However, building a group is not so easy. Since it's a legally registered organization, it definitely needs to go through proper procedures. And going through proper procedures always requires finding someone to help you. Who should he turn to? Who has the ability? MOK thought for a while and finally thought of Uncle Yin. But it's already evening, and Uncle Yin is old and in poor health. Even if he was dashing and carefree in his youth, as he gets older, he has to admit that time waits for no one. Arm pain, leg pain, all sorts of ailments appear. Only when you get old do you realize that you should take good care of your body. Therefore, it is unwise to go to someone's place at this time, as waking them up is a serious offense. Having figured out a solution, MOK tidied up a bit and went to bed. Thinking about what he had experienced that day, he felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, they managed to catch the undercover agent in the end. He trusted Brother Dao's methods, so there shouldn't be any major problems. They should be able to find out who was behind it all. Then we can follow the trail and take them down. If it's too difficult, we can just do it a few more times. We'll eventually get it right. The next morning, he figured that Uncle Yin had gotten up, so he quickly made a phone call. Hello. The old man's strong voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Even though time may age a person, their spirit will not diminish much. Uncle Yin, I plan to change Ginting into a group company, Mok said very seriously. Hey, young man, what brings you to this idea all of a sudden? Uncle Yin joked. Mok then told him about what had happened in the past few days, but Uncle Yin didn't seem too surprised. Instead, he said that such things were common and that confidential documents should be properly protected. This kind of thing is really quite common. A person who manages to succeed on this path has experienced countless betrayals. And every time an undercover agent is discovered, it feels either unbelievable or perfectly natural. The two chatted for a bit and agreed to meet at a coffee shop. It's better to discuss such serious matters face to face. Mok quickly tidied up and went out. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the sunlight was just right. A gentle breeze was blowing, and people were walking around bustling about. Chapter 145 Ginting Reform. Inside the coffee shop, Mok met with Uncle Yin in a quiet, secluded corner. Uncle Yin took a sip of black coffee and said, So what grand plan do you have this time? Mok said modestly, Uncle Yin, you think too highly of me. I just have some ideas that I want to try, but I would like to hear your opinion. Uncle Yin smiled, a hint of anticipation in his eyes, and said, Then tell me. I'm very curious about your thoughts. He had always been very satisfied with Mok and had high hopes for this young man. He was young, ambitious, and capable, and his conduct was impeccable, far surpassing those spoiled rich kids in society. Therefore, his ideas are worth taking seriously. Uncle Yin, Ginting currently exists as an organization with many management problems, making it easy for those people to target us, Mok said, frowning. These recent events have made him start to take things seriously. Uncle Yin nodded in agreement, saying, The problem you mentioned does exist, but you've come here to tell me today, so you must have already come up with a solution. Mok smiled and said, Uncle Yin understands me best, but I'm not sure if my ideas are comprehensive enough, so I'm asking you to give me your feedback. Okay, you can continue. Mok continued, I want to reform Ginting, dismantle its organizational structure, and present it to everyone in a more formal form. What do you think about reforming it into a group? Uncle Yin pondered for a moment and said, That's good. I think the idea is feasible. We can also learn from other excellent groups, introduce some rules and regulations, and promote a few outstanding managers. That way, the management problem will be solved. As for those who cause you trouble, they'll have to think twice before they get involved. Mok beamed with joy, pleased that his intellect had been appreciated. Uncle Yin crossed his legs and asked, Why did you stop talking? You invited me here just so I would praise you? Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Mok's smile deepened, and he said, Uncle Yin, you are so clever. I am no match for you. I have come to you today because I need your help. Say it is fine. I will definitely help if I can, Uncle Yin said readily. Sometimes helping a promising person who knows how to be grateful is helping yourself, and he is happy to make this kind of investment. Mok stirred his coffee and said, This reform is for the whole group, and I don't have any talent in this area around me. Uncle Yin has a wide network of connections, so we'll have to rely on you. Uncle Yin nodded and said, I thought it was something serious. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. You don't need to worry about the procedures or funding. Just use your brain to think about what will happen after the group is established. Mok was very happy. He picked up his coffee cup and touched it to Uncle Yan's cup, saying solemnly, Uncle Yin, let me toast you. I'll drink it all. You can drink as you please. Uncle Yin laughed heartily. You little rascal. The two had a pleasant conversation and the matter was settled. However, Uncle Yin, who was busy with important matters, was soon called away by a phone call, and Mok also got up and left. He needed to inform Brother Dao about this matter. Back in Ginting, Mok called Dao Gu into his office. After exchanging a few words, Mok got straight to the point. What do you think about the theft of documents the other day? Dao Gu sat on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and frowned, saying, This is quite annoying. It was fine last time because we caught it in time, but we never know when something like this might happen again. So, Brother Dao, what do you think is the best way to prevent this from happening? Dao Ge frowned even deeper. This question had really stumped him. After thinking for a moment, he said uncertainly, severe punishment? Make an example of them to scare the others. Mockery shook his head and said, this won't work. They are our own people after all. If we go too far, it won't sound good if word gets out. Besides, there are always some people who are willing to risk their lives to cause trouble. Dao Ge thought about it himself and realized it wouldn't work, saying frankly, I really don't know why you suddenly asked me this today. Is something wrong? Seeing that Dao Ge had already discovered the problems with Ginting according to the conversation he had prepared, Mok said directly, it's nothing, Dao Ge. I just wanted to tell you today that I'm planning to reform Ginting. From now on, it won't be some third-rate organization, but a group operating in the light. What do you think? Dao Ge took a couple of puffs of his cigarette, pondered for a moment, and hesitated. This kind of thing has never happened before. Can it really work? I don't doubt your abilities. I'm just a little worried. Dao Ge added an explanation. Mok smiled confidently. Since this is unprecedented, I'll be the first to try it. Dao Ge nodded, his face full of support, and said, since you've thought everything through, of course I'll follow you unconditionally. Starting a group requires a lot of complicated procedures, and I think I have some relatives or friends in that area. I'll contact them later. Since Mok was going to do it, he was determined to follow him to the death. He kept recalling in his mind whether he had a friend's brother's sister's aunt's son who was involved in this kind of work. Mok laughed and said, don't worry, I already spoke with Uncle Yen, and he agreed to help me handle these matters, so you don't need to worry about it. Dao Ge feigned displeasure, saying, you're something else. You only asked for my opinion after we've already discussed it all. Mok quickly said kindly, Brother Dao, don't be angry. I just didn't know how to bring this up with you. Dao Ge was just putting on an act. The thought of Ginting soon becoming a conglomerate made him somewhat excited. At that time, everyone in Ginting would be transformed into a golden entity. After thinking for a moment, she asked, somewhat exasperated, how did you come to this point? It's worth noting that organizations like the Golden Court have existed before, and many have indeed died at the hands of their own people. Other forces have also targeted such organizations, but none of them have considered reform like Mok has. His judgment was indeed correct. He didn't misjudge people. Mok spoke slowly, as if talking to himself. If you want to develop in the long run, this is the only way. Dao Ge didn't quite understand the deeper meaning behind it, but what did it matter? He could pursue it as he pleased. Thinking of something, Dao Ge looked at Mok with a grin and said, then you'll be a chairman or something in the future. Don't forget your brother, okay? How about becoming a general manager or something? Mok nodded and said, it is none other than you. Dao was very satisfied after hearing this, and even couldn't help but want to show off in front of his brothers. However, those who are destined for great things must be able to keep their composure, so he adjusted himself and suppressed his joy. Chapter 146 Invitation. Seeing Lin Wanhao's invitation, Mok couldn't refuse any longer and had no choice but to agree. Thinking it wouldn't be appropriate for him to go with Lin Wanhao alone, he called Dao Ge, who happened to be free. After hanging up, he went to the designated location. Mok looked at his wardrobe and realized he didn't have a suitable suit to wear. Seeing his helpless look, Lin Wanhao said, what's wrong? Don't you have any clothes? Perfect timing. I bought 2 suits today. You can borrow one. Hearing Lin Wanhao say this, he was about to decline when the other party gestured for him to stop talking and called his assistant, who delivered the food shortly afterward. After the two exchanged the food and tidied it up, seeing that there were no problems, they went to the banquet venue. When Lin Wanhao brought Mok to the entrance, Dao Ge was already waiting there. Seeing Mok get out of the car, he walked over and said, you're here. Let's go in together now. Mok nodded and then introduced Lin Wanhao to him. The two nodded to each other, thus becoming acquainted. The 3 of them went inside together. Because of Lin Wanhao's special status, they became the center of attention as soon as they entered, with most eyes fixed on Mok, inevitably leading to some whispers. Dao Ge had already had enough and looked at Mok, but he acted as if it were none of his business, ignoring the gossip. Lin Wanhao had intended to take them along, but they hadn't walked far when someone came looking for him. Lin Wanhao looked at the two of them apologetically, appearing somewhat embarrassed. It's all right. Let's explore on our own. Mok patted his shoulder and led Dao Gu to other places. Seeing them leave, Lin Wanhao didn't say anything more. He picked up his wine glass and transformed into a completely different person, talking eloquently, which made the other party exclaim, "As expected of President Lin, you are so talkative." Mok got tired and sat down on a sofa. Dao Gu saw that he was tired and didn't bother him. He drank his wine little by little a short distance away and played on his phone against the wall. But there are always people who like to stir up trouble. Sure enough, President Wang of Wang's company came over. Seeing Mok alone, his mischievous thoughts resurfaced. He casually picked up a glass of wine, walked over, sat down next to Mok, and greeted him. "Isn't this Mok? What a coincidence. Why are you sitting here alone? Isn't it fun?" Mok glanced at him, knowing full well he was there to cause trouble, crossed his arms, leaned back on the sofa, and leisurely replied, "What? It's you, President Wang? What brings you to my humble abode? I had a good time today and am a little tired, so I'm resting here. What about you?" How could President Wang not understand the sarcasm in Mok's words? Getting angry now wasn't the time. He'd only make a fool of himself. Since he couldn't verbally abuse him, perhaps humiliating him a bit would suffice? Thinking this, President Wang felt somewhat better. But in doing so, he completely forgot what kind of person Mok was. How could he possibly be so easily swayed? How can you call yourself a nobody? You were brought in by President Lin. You've really got a strong and useful connection with him. Brother Mo, you must have put a lot of thought into this, right? This isn't something just anyone can get their hands on. The voice wasn't too loud or too soft, but everyone nearby could hear it. Anyone with common sense could understand the deeper meaning behind it, and they all began to suspect what methods Mok had used to get close to Lin Wanhao. Hearing the whispers around him, President Wang's vanity was truly satisfied. He looked at Mok with disdain, not wanting to miss even the slightest hint of embarrassment on his face. Unfortunately, Mok wasn't buying it. He calmly buttoned his cuffs, his expression unchanged, and didn't respond to Mr. Wang's words. This made Mr. Wang uneasy. Doesn't this kid feel ashamed? Mr. Wang, is this how you judge people? You've been in business for so many years, you really have a deep understanding of people. But there's something you said that's wrong. I don't waste my time trying to curry favor with powerful people. I only think about how to associate with someone as outstanding as Mr. Lin. Why do you have to say something that hurts our brotherhood? Mok's response made President Wang's face darken. He didn't want to lose like this, so he said, "Ha! How can you say that, Brother Mo? Don't misunderstand me. I just admire you." Admire? Your admiration is quite extraordinary. Speaking of this word, I'm reminded of the contract that President Wang signed a few days ago. Mok paused deliberately, noticing the panic in President Wang's eyes, and said with a smile, "That amount is not what you'd expect from an ordinary contract. May I ask, President Wang, how did you manage to get such a powerful patron?" Hearing this, Mr. Wang finally couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to stand up and refute him. Just then, Lin Wanhao walked over. Mr. Wang saw it as a lifeline and hurriedly said to him, "Mr. Lin, look at Mo Quebec. Is this the kind of attitude he should have towards me?" Lin Wanhao glanced at him, put one hand in his pocket, and said indifferently, "Shouldn't he have used this attitude? Or does President Wang want to be more direct?" He had heard the commotion here a while ago, but came over when he saw that President Wang couldn't sit still anymore. The whispers around them quickly turned into snickers, and the topic shifted back to Mr. Wang and his contract. Mr. Wang couldn't take it anymore and stormed off. Before leaving, he glared at Mok as if he'd been wronged, leaving Mok looking completely innocent. He hadn't said anything wrong. Lin Wanhao sat down next to Mok and asked with a hint of concern, "Are you all right?" Mok shook his head, saying nonchalantly, "What could he possibly make me unhappy about? I hadn't even had my fill before he conceded defeat. It's pointless. The opponent was too weak." He even feigned a sigh, which made Lin Wanhao chuckle. "Where's Daoji? I haven't seen him come over." Mok looked around and found him leaning against another wall, looking incredibly relaxed. He then looked at Lin Wanhao and asked, Why are you here? Lin Wanhao waved his hand. Don't say anything. I'm not interested in what they're talking about at all, but I have to pretend to be interested. It's too difficult. Seeing his expression, Mok smiled in a good mood, then thought that sitting here was boring, so he might as well go home. With that thought, he said to him, Brother Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. It's no fun staying here. Lin Wanhao nodded and said, Then I'll take you home. I want to go back too. Mok quickly said, No need. It's not good for you to be absent from your gathering. Dao Gu and I will head back first. You have fun. Seeing that he said this, Lin Wanhao didn't know what else to say, so he nodded and let him go. Watching them chat so happily from the sidelines, Mr. Wang felt genuinely uncomfortable. Coupled with what had just happened, he simply couldn't swallow his anger. Thinking this, he called his assistant. Find a way to cause Ginting some trouble. Yes, Mr. Wang. He put down his phone and thought to himself, Mok, you just wait. Chapter 147 Help. Mok checked the time, and, feeling it was about time, said to Dao Gu, We should go. Okay. Dao Gu straightened his clothes and followed directly behind Mok. After saying that, the two left together, preparing to go back. Mok, you were so cool at the party just now. I was completely mesmerized. I didn't even blink. Dao Gu said, That Wang Zhong, he's got ulterior motives. I feel like he's not as simple as he seems. We need to be careful of him. I don't think he'll let this go. I'm not afraid of him, bring it on. Mok said smugly. Mok, it's getting dark, let's hurry. Dao Gu looked at the sky and said to Mo Quebec. Mok looked up and said, It's getting late, as he quickened his pace. We were almost home when an old man in front of us accidentally fell to the ground. Ouch! The old man cried out, clutching his foot. Mok quickly ran towards the old man, intending to help him up, but Dao Gu grabbed him and whispered in Mok's ear, Be careful, it might be a trap. Let's hurry back. Everyone is waiting for us. Mok hesitated for a moment, then said, The old man fell to the ground. How can we not help him? Mok, be careful, this might be a trap. I have a feeling it's related to Wang Zhong. Be careful. Now that you mention it, we can't rule out the possibility of him retaliating. Exactly. Knowing him as I do, he definitely won't let this go. He might have set a trap on our way back, ready to get revenge on us. Dao Gu said. Mok fell silent for 3 seconds. But look at that old man who fell on the ground, and no one helped him up. If we leave, who will help him? Dao Gu covered Mok's eyes. Let's go around him and hurry up. He just fell down. He'll get up by himself in a bit. Mok suddenly became serious, his face hardening. What if he twists a bone and can't get up? This. Dao Gu didn't expect Mok to be so hard to fool, actually asking him such a serious question. So he simply said, It's not as serious as you think. It might just be a trap. If you go there, you'll fall into their trap. But we can't just stand by and watch him die. If we leave, that old man probably won't get away with it either. If it's a trap, we should at least try to save him. How can we just let him die? Mok, it's not as simple as you think. Besides, he just fell down. I don't think it's a big deal. Dao Gu repeatedly advised Mok. Mok frowned. Let's go help him. It won't take us long. Even if it's a trap, I want to see what they're up to. After saying that, he walked forward, preparing to help the old man up. Dao Gu carefully observed the surroundings to make sure there were no open or hidden dangers. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me help the old man up. Mok looked at Dao Gu, gesturing for him to come and help. Dao Gu glanced around one last time, making sure there was no danger, before stepping forward to help the old man up. Please hurry. My legs are killing me, the old man said to Dao Gu. Don't worry, sir, he'll be here soon, Mok explained. Old man, our family is ready to help you. Don't be in such a hurry, Dao Gu said defiantly. After looking around one last time and hesitating, he still stepped forward and helped him up. Stop dawdling. I'm not going to eat you. Honestly, the old man said impatiently. Old man, I'm so sorry. Mok bowed and apologized to the old man. Please see if you can walk. Let us take you home. My legs are so bad I can't walk anymore. How am I supposed to get home? The old man said impatiently, his voice trembling with pain. Grandpa, let me take you to the hospital. I'm really worried about you like this. It would be better if you went to the hospital to get checked out, Mok said. What? Take him to the hospital? We're already being lenient by just helping him up, let alone taking him to the hospital. Honestly, let's just go home, Dao Gu said impatiently. It's getting late. We should go back soon. Everyone's waiting for us. How can you just stand by and watch him die? You know it's getting late. How can I feel at ease leaving an old man here alone? Mok's expression turned serious. Fine. Let's take him to the hospital then. Dao Gu couldn't persuade Mok otherwise. The hospital is farther from here than home, Dao Gu reminded him. The hospital is very far from here, and he can't walk. How are we going to get him to the hospital? I'll carry him on my back. You come and help, Mok said. What are you two whispering about? The old man said impatiently. Coming. Mok went over and said, It's so late, and there are no cars available. Let me carry you to the hospital. I'll carry him. How can I let Mok carry him? Dao Gu said. I don't want you to carry me. You rascal. How am I supposed to know if you'll abandon me halfway? The old man said to Dao Gu, clearly having noticed his repeated attempts to stop Mok from going to the hospital. It's already good enough that I'm taking you to the hospital. Why are you being so picky? How could I possibly let my Mok carry you? Stop being rude to the old man. Mok glared at Dao Gu, then squatted down to let the old man climb onto his back. Come help. Dao Gu helped the old man up, and Mok carried him on his back. As they were about to leave, Mok stumbled. I didn't expect you to be so strong, old man, Mok teased. Of course, I'm not as strong as I think. I just tripped and fell, and now my old arms and legs are really sore, the old man said. It's all right, we'll get checked out at the hospital soon, Mok replied with concern. Dao Gu followed closely behind, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, not daring to relax for a moment. After walking for about half an hour, Mok was covered in sweat, so Dao Gu quickly took out a small handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Mok, let me carry him. There's still a distance to the hospital. I'm strong enough to walk faster than you. Getting to the hospital sooner will be good for the old man. Okay. Mok agreed to Dao Ji's request. Old man, be careful. The old man turned around and said, Can you be a little steady? You're shaking my old arms and legs until they fall apart. Walk slowly, my body can't take it. Mok said to Dao Gu. Fine, I got it. You're such a pain. I'm already being nice by sending you there, Dao Gu complained. After nearly an hour, the lights of the hospital finally came into view in the distance. We're finally here. I'm exhausted. Dao Gu complained that the two men took the old man to the orthopedics department and sat outside waiting for him to have his examination. Actually, the old man became dizzy later and couldn't remember what they were saying, nor did he know who had saved him. Chapter 148 Harvest. You. Dao Gu looked at him with disbelief. Don't come crying to me when you get scammed. Mok smiled, knowing that Dao Gu meant well, and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Dao Gu. When that happens, I'll eat and drink your food. Go away, Dao Gu said, both amused and exasperated. As the two were chatting, Dao nudged him with his shoulder. Look, isn't that nurse over there pretty? Mok was about to tease him when he looked up and saw the nurse walking towards them. The two froze instantly. The nurse came over, saw their strange behavior, gave them a strange look, and said, Which one of you is Mr. Mok? The old man you brought has woken up and wants to see you to thank the kind people who saved him. So that's what happened. The two thanked the nurse and prepared to go to the ward. In the ward, when the doctor saw them arrive, he glanced at the medical record and said, Don't worry, there's nothing serious. A few more days of rest in the hospital should be enough. But the elderly person is prone to osteoporosis and such, so please be careful after discharge and try to avoid falls. After saying this, the doctor nodded to them and left. Hearing this, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Mok turned to look at the old man on the hospital bed. After all, he still had to care about the person he had saved. Mok looked at the old man carefully, feeling rather doubtful. The old man had already woken up. Mok saw that his face looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness, but his eyes were sharp and restrained. A glance at him gave him a sharp feeling. He was thin and his hands had a thick layer of calluses. Although he was lying there in a hospital gown, he did not give people a feeling of being sick and weak. This energy and spirit didn't seem like something an ordinary old man who had fallen on the street would possess. For a moment, Mok was genuinely worried that Dao Ge might have been right, and that something was amiss. Seeing Mok and the other man looking at him, the old man chuckled and said, "I heard it was you two who saw me fall and brought me to the hospital." Ah, these days, there aren't many young people who aren't afraid of being scammed and still dare to save people. I really want to thank you properly. If you hadn't saved me, I was afraid I would have fallen somewhere and never been able to stand up again. Hearing this, Dao Ge couldn't help but blush. He had been so worried about this and that before, and even tried to persuade Mok, but he hadn't expected that he had overthought things and misjudged the situation. Smiling at them, the old man continued, "Don't worry, although I'm old, my mind is still sharp. I would never do something so shameful as to turn around and bite someone after being saved. I've saved up some money over the years, so repaying you two is definitely not a problem." Upon hearing this, Mok was about to refuse. He hadn't saved the old man for his money. He simply couldn't stand by and watch him die. Even setting aside his own Ginting, he was young and capable. What kind of person would try to take someone else's retirement money? He absolutely had to refuse. One side insisted on refusing, while the other insisted on expressing gratitude, resulting in a stalemate in the room. Mok could only manage a wry smile. What a mess this was. Little did he know, an even bigger surprise awaited him. Suddenly, Dao Ge coughed, winked at him, and said, "Mok, I suddenly have something urgent to attend to. I need to go to the restroom first." As he spoke, he secretly pointed to his phone. After Dao Ge left, Mok's phone rang. He apologized to the old man, opened the message, and sure enough, it was from Dao Ge. "Mok, whatever decision you make, Ginting's brothers will support you. It's true we don't lack the money, but the old man insists on repaying us. It's just a kind gesture, isn't it? Your stubborn refusal to accept it puts both sides in an awkward position. If you ask me, here's what you should do. Pretend to agree first, keep the money, and after the old person is discharged from the hospital, we should visit them more often and help them out discreetly. After they pass away, we won't be greedy for the money. The old person's wishes will have been fulfilled, and it's a win-win situation." Indeed, this stalemate couldn't go on forever. Mok thought about it, and Dao Ge's suggestion seemed like a good idea. He would pretend to accept the old man's reward first, and then find a way to secretly repay him later. Besides, he was worried about what would happen to the old man after he was discharged from the hospital. He could use the excuse of accepting the reward to show more care and concern for the old man. Having made up his mind, Mok quickly walked to the bedside and said to the old man, "Grandpa, we saved you not for any reward. But this stalemate won't get us anywhere. I'm willing to accept your payment, but I can't just accept it for no reason. We haven't been able to contact your family since you were admitted to the hospital. If you accept this money, I'll come to visit you more often after you're discharged." After hearing this, the old man was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Good, really good. At this moment, although he was still wearing a hospital gown on the hospital bed, his aura suddenly changed. The old man stared intently at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Young man, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. If I'm not mistaken, you are also a practitioner." Upon hearing this, Mok was startled again. Only he and the old man were in the ward. If something happened, no one would know immediately. What did the old man mean by that? Regardless of the turmoil in Mok's heart, the old man continued speaking to himself. "No matter what, I am truly grateful to you for saving me this time. I have seen your behavior since you came into the ward. You and your friend are both upright and honest people, neither greedy nor evil. I have not given this gratitude to the wrong people. There's no need to dwell on the past. Now I'm willing to pass on all my inner strength to you. I ask you, are you willing?" The old man stared intently at him, giving him the impression that he had no choice but to agree. That being said, he and the old man were not related. Moreover, they were complete strangers. He had merely rescued the elderly man who had fallen on the road, and the old man would have done the same for anyone else. Why, then, did the old man specifically transfer his internal energy to him? Was it simply because he was a cultivator? This seemingly windfall opportunity made Mok hesitate and be wary. Therefore, he immediately refused. Money was one thing, but when it came to internal energy, he had to be extremely cautious. Unexpectedly, the old man, though old, was not at all old in temper. He was quite stubborn. Seeing that Mok disagreed, he snorted coldly, grabbed Mok's hand, and somehow, Mok's vision blurred, and he was already in a posture to receive the transfer of power. Looking back, he saw the old man with a glaring expression on his face. "Kid, you wouldn't take all my internal energy even if I gave it to you for free? Are you looking down on this old man because of his age? Today, you're taking this internal energy whether you want it or not." This was utterly absurd. Mok was both amused and exasperated. He relaxed a little, however, seeing the old man's childlike attitude and how he had subtly controlled him. Clearly, the old man possessed profound skill. If such a person wanted to harm him, there was no escaping it. Chapter 149, The Mysterious Old Man. "Fine," Mok sighed and said. "In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse." After the old man transferred all his internal energy, Mok felt his cultivation level had increased significantly. Although the old man was tough, he had genuinely given him his life's worth of internal energy. He looked up at the old man, who was still vigorous, but whose aura had visibly diminished. For some reason, Mok felt a lump in his throat. After passing on his skills, the old man was somewhat exhausted. He rested for a while, and then said to Mok, "Now that you have also received all my internal energy, you can barely be considered half of my successor. I haven't lived these years in vain. I still have some savings. Come closer and whisper in Mok's ear." After saying that, he didn't care about Mok's reaction and waved his hand, saying, Let's go. This old man is very tired today. Let me, this old man, rest for a while." Seeing this, Mok knew that the old man had indeed expended a lot of energy, so he didn't linger any longer. After saying goodbye, he left the ward with Dao Go. Mok was quite surprised. He was very interested in the old man's background. At first, Mok did not expect that the old man was a cultivator. It was true that doing good deeds would bring good rewards. Moreover, the old man had passed on his internal energy to him and given him such a large sum of money. This was an unexpected windfall for Quebec. It just so happened that Ginting was reorganizing the Ginting group and needed a lot of funds. Although this was not a lot, it could solve some problems. Mok knew nothing about the old man's background. He had only saved him. The old man, out of gratitude, didn't reveal his origins. Seeing how much the old man had helped him, Mok was also very grateful. To be honest, Mok hadn't expected much in return. He had saved the old man purely out of kindness, not wanting to see him die. Now, however, he had received so many benefits, which made Mok feel somewhat uneasy, as if he had done it all for these things. "I'm telling you, Mok, you're just being hypocritical after getting such a good deal," Dao Ge said helplessly, looking at Mok's expression. He got such a big advantage, but he's still unhappy. Isn't that just making people angry? However, Dao Ge is certain of one thing. When Mok saved the old man, he really didn't expect anything in return. It was just the village chief's kindness. Who would have thought it would be such a coincidence? This Mok really got lucky. Mok, stop gloating. You've gotten such a great deal. You're probably secretly laughing to yourself when no one's around. Yangzi wasn't going to let Mok off the hook at this point. He was also very angry about Mok's behavior. He had already gotten such a big benefit, yet he was still making sarcastic remarks. Mok was also helpless and could only give an awkward laugh. He didn't know what to say. After all, he was the one who benefited now. But speaking of which, Mok, what do you plan to do with this old man? After all, he helped us so much. Dao Ji's face regained its seriousness as he spoke earnestly to Quebec. After all, this old man had been of great help to both Ginting and Mok himself. Although they had saved him first, such a repayment seemed a bit too much and somewhat unexpected. Hearing Dao Ge ask this question, Yangzi also put away his playful expression and looked at Mok with a serious face to see what he planned to do with the old man. This old man has indeed been a great help to us. How about this, Brother Dao? I want him to stay in Ginting. Do you think that's okay? Hearing Brother Dao ask this, Mok also put away his smile, and his face became serious again. After thinking for a while, he said to Brother Dao and Yangzi. After he finished speaking, he looked at Brother Dao and Yangzi to see if they had any different opinions. Upon hearing Mok's words, Dao Gu and Yangzi nodded in agreement, indicating their agreement with Mok's approach. This old man had indeed been of great help to them, and it was just right for him to stay in Ginting. Perhaps this old man would be of some help to them in the future. After all, he was a cultivator. All right, then what position should we give this old man? Yangzi asked them what position they wanted to give the old man since Mok and Dao Gu didn't object. After all, Lu Rin was in Ginting, so they had to give him a position, otherwise what would they do? Well, I haven't thought about that yet. I don't know much about Ginting either. You guys handle it. Hearing this, Mok expressed his helplessness. Although Mok was the founder of Ginting, he didn't participate in the daily management and operation of Ginting. He left it all to Dao Gu and Yangzi. He was just a hands-off manager, so he didn't know much about the internal workings of Ginting. Therefore, he really didn't know what specific positions to assign. So he simply decided not to interfere and just give his thoughts. He left the rest to Dao Gu and Yangzi to do. He didn't care how they did it. In that case, I think I'd like to talk to that old man and see what kind of work is suitable for him and arrange a position that best suits him. That way, he can be more comfortable in Ginting. Yangzi said thoughtfully after hearing Mok's words. He didn't immediately suggest a position for the old man, but first mentioned talking to him before deciding on a position. This suggestion was agreed upon by Dao Gu and Mok, who both thought Yangzi's point was valid. They told Yangzi to go ahead and do it, as long as it was suitable. After finishing his conversation with Mok and Dao Gu, Yangzi hurried off to find the old man. He couldn't be careless about arranging a job for him. He needed to find out the old man's preferences, strengths, and what position he was suited for in the company before making any arrangements. This would be a win-win situation for everyone. However, to Yangzi's surprise, he didn't find the old man when he arrived at the ward. After waiting for a long time without seeing him return, Yangzi went to ask the hospital what was going on and if they knew where the old man had gone. The doctor told him that the old man had been discharged. This left Yangzi somewhat bewildered, so he quickly went to find Mok and Dao Gu to tell them about the old man's discharge. Discharge? When? Mok was a little confused. He hadn't processed the old man's discharge. That was the reason. The doctor at the hospital said he was discharged several days ago without making a fuss. It seems Lao Tu deliberately didn't want me to know, Yangzi analyzed. He had inquired at the hospital in great detail, but he hadn't gotten any information about the old man. It seems this old man is not doing this out of kindness. He doesn't want you to thank him, Dao Gu said with admiration after hearing Yangzi's words. He greatly admired the old man's character. He truly did good deeds without expecting anything in return. Chapter 150, The Establishment of the Ginting Group. Sigh. Hearing this, Mok breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little regretful. After all, this old man had helped him a lot, especially by passing on his internal energy, which saved him a lot of trouble. He had also given him so much wealth and made many contributions to helping him establish the Ginting Group. Now, he had just disappeared. Yangzi, Daoj, you two need to find a way. You absolutely must find this old man. Mok was still unwilling to give up, so he asked Daoj and Yangzi to go out and search to see if they could find the old man. Okay, we'll go look for it now. But even though they said that, Yangzi and Daoj still couldn't find it. Just as he was troubled by the old man's matter, Uncle Yin came and found Quebec. He told him that he had prepared all the procedures for Ginting Group and asked Mok to pick a date to establish Ginting Group. Not long after, Uncle Yin came to see Mok and told him that everything was ready for the Ginting Group. Mok was very happy to hear this. He had previously talked to Uncle Yin about changing Ginting into the Ginting Group. Because the Ginting organization could no longer be exposed in the open, they had been hesitant to do many things and had suffered a lot of losses. So Mok had this idea. After discussing it with Brother Dao, he wanted to turn Ginting into the Ginting Group, so that it would be legalized and they would not have to be hesitant to do anything. However, changing the name to Ginting Group and establishing a group company is not a simple matter. So Mok went to Uncle Yin and hoped that he could help. When Uncle Yin saw that Mok had come to him and talked about changing Ginting to Ginting group, he thought it was a good thing and a good thing, so he agreed immediately. To be honest, no matter what kind of help Mok asked Uncle Yin for, Uncle Yin would agree. Hearing that Uncle Yin had already prepared all the procedures and funds for establishing the Ginting group, Mok was very happy. Uncle Yin, you are so efficient, Mok said to Uncle Yin. Mok was very satisfied with Uncle Yin's efficiency. After all, he had only talked to Uncle Yin for a short time, and Uncle Yin had already prepared everything. This surprised Mok somewhat, and he praised Uncle Yin for his high efficiency. Not at all. It's not difficult at all. Besides, changing Ginting to Ginting group is a good thing. How could I not do my best? Uncle Yin said shyly, his face turning slightly red upon hearing Mok's praise. Uncle Yin, you're too modest. Changing Ginting to Ginting group couldn't have been so easy. You must have put a lot of effort into it to finish it so quickly. Anyway, Uncle Yin, I have to thank you. Mok's words were genuine. He thanked Uncle Yin from the bottom of his heart. He understood very well what changing Ginting to Ginting group meant. It meant that from now on, Ginting's strength would be on the surface, and they wouldn't have to be so hesitant in doing anything. Thinking of this, Mok couldn't be happier. Mok, pick a time. We'll finalize the establishment of the Ginting group. But it's best to choose an auspicious day for good luck. Uncle Yin saw Mok's excitement, but he didn't forget his mission. He suggested that Mok choose a time to establish Ginting, and reminded him that it was very important to choose a lucky day so that the group could have a good start. Yes, I understand, Uncle Yin. I will take a good look at which auspicious days are suitable for the establishment of our group. Mok nodded in agreement with Uncle Yin's statement. After all, a good start is very good. I really didn't expect it to be so fast. Now we can finally relax. Daogu was also very excited when he heard that the Ginting group was about to be established. To be honest, he was the most qualified to speak on this matter because he was the one who led Ginting and Dali before. In the past, Ginting was not a legal organization, so it had to be cautious and hesitant in its actions, which was very uncomfortable. It also required considering all aspects. Even if the things it did were legal, it still had to be cautious and consider all sides because Ginting's power was not legal. This caused Ginting to suffer a lot in the past. Now that the Ginting group has been established, things are different. This proves that Ginting is now legal. No matter what it doesn't have to worry too much or be hesitant. It's good to have a firm grasp on the situation. Daogu can be much more confident and bolder now, without having to worry every day. What's wrong, Brother Dao? Why are you so excited? Seeing Brother Dao's excited expression, Mok joked with him. To be honest, he understood Brother Dao's feelings. Although he didn't participate in the daily management of Ginting, he was one of the founders of Ginting. Mok knew exactly what Ginting was like. Because they were always in the underground, they had to consider many things before doing anything, which made them hesitant and sometimes even gave them headaches. Seeing that they couldn't make money, Mok was sometimes very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. And that's not all. Because the Ginting faction wasn't very respectable in the past, they didn't dare to confront others directly when fighting against them. After all, they were an underground organization, and it would be bad if the authorities found out. So, Mok and Daogu were always very careful when they did things, including fighting against various forces. They had to be extra cautious and worry about being plotted against. This made them very stressed and exhausted, and they had to put in much more energy than normal people to do anything. Mok, stop joking. You know why I'm so excited. Daogu was also helpless after hearing Mok's teasing, but he also understood that Mok knew what he was worried about. Seeing this, Uncle Yin smiled. All right, I won't stay here with you any longer. I came here today to tell you that the documents and funds for changing Ginting into Ginting Group are all ready. We're just waiting for the establishment date. My business is done. You can decide what to do next. Seeing these people chatting and laughing, Uncle Yin didn't linger any longer. After all, his business was finished. He came today to tell Mok that the documents and funds for changing Ginting into Ginting Group were ready, and he could choose a date to establish Ginting Group. Everything was ready except for the final step. Okay, Uncle Yin, thank you. Watching Uncle Yan's disappearing figure, MOK felt a surge of joy. It was truly a stroke of luck that heaven had sent Uncle Yin to his side. Otherwise, he didn't know how much trouble he would have had to go through. To be honest, MOK had been focusing all his energy on cultivation, leaving the daily management of Ginting to Dao Ge. Without Uncle Yan's help, it would probably have taken him forever to establish the Ginting group. MOK, now that everything is ready on the second floor, let's pick a good day and make some plans. Seeing that Uncle Yan had already left, Dao Ge turned to MOK and said, "Of course, that would be great, but which day should we choose?" MOK was now in a bit of a dilemma. He didn't know much about these things, so how was he supposed to choose a day if he had to jump? Finally, after several people discussed it, they chose an auspicious day and established the Ginting group. They also invited Lin Wanhao, who gave MOK a big gift. MOK appointed Dao Ge as the general manager of the Ginting group and Yang Zi as the deputy manager. The Chitan personnel were appointed by Dao Ge and Yang Zi. In this way, the Ginting group got on the right track. When Wang Zhong learned that the Ginting group had been established, he regretted not selling off Ginting earlier. Chapter 151: The Problem. In the early days after Ginting was established, MOK was extremely busy, working day and night. Although MOK had Dao Ge as his assistant and general manager to help manage the business, as well as Yang Zi, a newly trained subordinate, Ginting was like a child who had just started walking in the real estate industry, ignorant and naive, without a solid foundation. The lack of stable partners and the absence of resources have become major challenges. In the office, the reflections of MOK, Dao Ge, and Yang Zi were seen in the transparent glass. "Boss, without a stable partner, there's no stable inflow of resources. Even if we have resources, we have nowhere to use them," Dao Ge said. MOK sat behind his desk, rested his forehead on his hands, and thought for a moment. He looked up at Yang Zi and said, "Go and collect information on influential groups and companies in the real estate industry, and then screen which ones we can cooperate with." The three then discussed solutions in the office for a long time before finally settling on a solution. Dao Ge and Yang Zi walked towards the door. Suddenly, Dao Ge stopped. MOK looked up at him with some confusion and asked, "Is there anything else that hasn't been explained?" After hesitating for a while, Dao Ge said with a hint of concern, "Boss, you've been working nonstop for 3 days and 3 nights. You should take a break. After all, things won't be over in a day, and health is the foundation of everything." In this short period of time, the younger men were busy and tired, but the boss was even busier and more tired. Moreover, he had to bear the pressure and often worked through the night for 3 or 4 days without rest. "I'll rest. Go ahead and get busy," MOK said. Only after the two left did he relax a little, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his temples, using his cultivation to eliminate the fatigue in his body. During this period, he was spinning like a top, rarely closing his eyes to rest. If it were anyone else, they would have been unable to withstand such a difficult task long ago, but fortunately, he had cultivation that could eliminate his fatigue. Before MOK could even rest for a moment, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," MOK said. The door was pushed open by a hot and beautiful secretary. "What can I do for you?" MOK asked. "President, the chairman of Marriott Group, is looking for you." With that, Lin Wanhao walked in, chuckled, and said, "Brother Mo, it's been a long time. How have you been?" MOK quickly stood up and asked Lin Wanhao to sit down. He then called his secretary to make tea. "Brother Lin, your presence here is truly an honor to my humble abode." Lin Wanhao chuckled, then carefully observed MOK for a while before saying, "Brother Mo, you don't look too well. Is it because you've been working too hard lately? You know, no matter how important work is, health is the foundation of everything. Brother Mo, don't ruin your health at such a young age." MOK smiled wryly and said, "Brother, please don't make fun of me anymore. Ginting has just been established in the real estate field and has not yet gained a firm foothold. So naturally, we are busy with work. Our subordinates are all working diligently. How can I, as the boss, dare to be a hands-off manager?" Upon hearing MOK's words, a subtle hint of admiration flashed in Lin Wanhao's eyes. Although Lin Wanhao was interested in cooperating with the Ginting group, capital was capital, and he had to prioritize the company's interests before considering personal feelings. Mok is a capable and wealthy man with good character who is ungrateful. He is only a little bit away from taking off. Lin Wanhao will be his benefactor, and Wanhao Group will be his stepping stone. Cooperating with such a person with unlimited potential may be a trump card for Wanhao Group in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Wanhao took out a black folder from his briefcase and handed it to Mo Quebec. At first, Mok took it with a puzzled look, but the more he flipped through it, the more obvious the change in his expression became. When he got to the last page, Lin Wanhao's name was already signed on it. As long as Mok signed his name, the contract would be effective and protected by law, and could not be changed at will. It's no wonder Mo Chuefeng's facial expressions were a bit off. The document in his hand was a cooperation contract between Marriott Group and Ginting, and almost every clause in it was advantageous to Ginting. Ginting, on the other hand, could acquire many high-quality real estate resources without incurring significant losses. For Ginting, this is a godsend, relieving their immediate crisis. However, for Marriott Group, it is unnecessary, even a losing proposition. Marriott Group's willingness to sign this contract clearly indicates that Lin Wanhao instructed them to do so. Mok looked at Lin Wanhao and saw that the other party was smiling at him. He figured that Lin Wanhao's purpose in coming here was to get this document. With that thought, Mok didn't want to say anything more. Instead, he solemnly said to Lin Wanhao, "Thank you for your help, Brother Lin. I will remember this kindness. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. All right, don't rush to thank me. The fact that I'm willing to sign this contract shows my trust in you. However, while this document can help you gain a foothold in the real estate industry, it's far from enough for Ginting to continue climbing and becoming a major player," Lin Wanhao said. Mok pondered for a moment and asked, "Does brother have any candidates or companies he could recommend?" Now that a contract has been signed with Mok, Marriott Group and Ginting are now in the same boat. Lin Wanhao didn't mince words and went straight to the point, saying, "The leading tycoon in the real estate industry is Bai's Group. Their president, Bai Yu, controls a large amount of high-quality resources, and those that he looks down on are enough for us to fight tooth and nail for." Mok frowned, not because he didn't believe Lin Wanhao's words. Instead, the Bai Group was described as so powerful by him that, according to him, since it was so powerful in the real estate industry, Yangzi's research should have included some information about it. But Yangzi had never heard of it before and didn't even know anything about it. "Brother Lin, I've almost never heard of the Bai Group you mentioned. Please tell me, what kind of powerful entity is this?" Mok asked. "It's nothing," Lin Wanhao said. "It's normal that you haven't heard of the Bai Group since you're new to this industry. Bai Yu never enters the real estate industry under the name of the Bai Group. Instead, he goes through other groups and companies, while he himself manages everything behind the scenes. Most of the real estate groups and companies you found in the information are actually owned by Bai Yu himself." Lin Wanhao's words surprised Mo Quebec. He hadn't expected to miss out on such a person. He looked at Lin Wanhao and said, "I'm shameless, but I would like to ask Brother Lin to introduce me to President Bai Yu." Chapter 152, Introducing Bai Yu. Lin Wanhao pointed to himself with a look of horror and said, "What do you mean? I need to introduce you. Are you kidding me? Bai Yu, the president of Bai Group? He's unpredictable, always happy to see everyone when he's in a good mood, and unwilling to see anyone when he's not. Nobody can figure him out, and he's very difficult to book an appointment with." Mok said with some disappointment. "Then do you have any way to introduce me to someone?" Lin Wanhao pondered for a while, then said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mok. I don't have any solutions either. I hope you can forgive me." It's okay. I'll think of a way." "Thank you, Marriott," Mok said, patting him on the shoulder to comfort him. Lin Wanhao also wanted to help Mok, but unfortunately, the other party was Bai Yu, the president of the Bai Group, and he was willing but unable to help. After thinking for a moment, Lin Wanhao said, "You could ask someone to introduce you or send someone to investigate where the president of the Bai Group frequents, where he works, where he socializes, eats, etc." Mok clapped his hands and said, "How come I didn't think of that?" Mok took his hand and said, "Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal later to thank you properly. Mok fully understood Lin Wanhao's predicament and was extremely grateful to Lin Wanhao for providing information and solutions. Lin Wanhao said, it's all right. I didn't really help you much. I just gave you a suggestion. Mok said, you've helped me the most by coming up with a solution. Are you busy right now? No, what's wrong? Lin Wanhao asked, puzzled. If you're free, let's go to the nearby coffee shop and sit down. I've heard the coffee there is pretty good. We can chat and catch up while we drink. Lin Wanhao said, sure, no problem. I'll buy you coffee. No. I should be the one treating you. You've already helped me think of a solution. No. I should be treating you. I haven't been able to help much. I feel really bad. Mok and Lin Wanhao arrived at the coffee shop. The coffee shop's decor was based on black, white, and blue, giving it a simple and refreshing feel. Upon entering, the first thing they saw were murals hanging on the walls along the long corridor. After walking through the corridor, they saw the entire shop. The shop is divided into 2 floors, with a mezzanine layout. Upstairs, there are private rooms where you won't be disturbed, while downstairs you can enjoy the view from the windows. There are also bookshelves filled with a variety of books, giving it an artistic atmosphere. There's also a separate room with various small animals, which adds vibrancy to the cafe and prevents it from feeling cramped. Mok and Lin Wanhao arrived at the front desk, where a smiling waiter asked, what would you gentlemen like to drink? Mok asked Lin Wanhao, what would you like to drink or eat? Lin Wanhao said, we already agreed that I would treat you to coffee, but you should be asking for something else to drink or eat. We're practically family. Since you've said so, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll have an Americano. Okay. Lin Wanhao turned to the waiter and said, 2 Americanos, please. The waiter said, okay, sir. Gentlemen, please find a seat, and I will bring your coffee shortly. Mok and Lin Wanhao looked around and found a secluded corner to sit down. A moment later, their coffee was brought to them. The waiter said, gentlemen, please enjoy your Americanos. There are also sugar and milk packets on the table. The coffee was served, and Mok and Lin Wanhao started chatting while drinking it. Lin Wanhao spoke first. How have you been lately? What have you been busy with? Nothing much, just eating and drinking as usual. How have you been lately? I'm fine. I'm just busy with work or social engagements every day. How's work going lately? It went quite smoothly, but I was too busy, so busy that I didn't have time to rest properly. As they were chatting, Lin Wanhao's phone suddenly rang. Seeing his assistant's name on the screen, he said to Mok, wait a minute. Excuse me. I'm going out to take this call. I'll be right back. Mok nodded in agreement. After a while, Lin Wanhao returned and said to Mok, my assistant said there's still some work to be done at the company, and I have to go back and take care of it. I'll be leaving now. Excuse me, I'll definitely have a good chat with you next time. Okay, it's all right. Go get back to work. Work is important, don't delay. We can talk properly another time later. Mok and Lin Wanhao chatted for a while. Then Lin Wanhao had to leave. After Lin Wanhao left, Mok also left, making a phone call to have his driver pick him up from the coffee shop and take him back to the company. Back in his office, Mok asked his assistant, what's the matter? Why did you rush me back? The assistant replied, there are a few documents that need your signature. It's quite urgent. Mok said, okay, bring them here. Just as he was about to let the assistant leave after signing, he suddenly remembered what had happened earlier and said, have Uncle Yin come to the office. I need to speak with him. The assistant went to find Uncle Yin, and after a while, returned, saying, Uncle Yin isn't in the company today. I heard he went out on some business. Mok said, oh, I see. Okay, I understand. You can go back to your work. With that, the assistant left the office. Mok thought for a moment. Where else could he be if not in the company? So he called Uncle Yin. Mok, hey, Uncle Yin, are you busy? Why aren't you here when I come to the company to look for you? All I heard was a voice from the other end. Mok, I'm not busy right now. I'm just taking care of some small things outside. What's up? Is there something you need? Uncle Yin, I'd like to ask you to help me investigate something. I wonder if you can help me. What's up? No problem. Okay, help me investigate by you, the president of the buy group. Uncle Yin hesitated for a moment before saying, Why do you want to investigate him? I want to collaborate with him, but he's too difficult to schedule an appointment with, so I have to go see him in person. Uncle Yin shook his head and said, Then you shouldn't hold out any hope. Mok asked, looking completely bewildered. Why? I've already investigated by you, the president of the Bai group, but I found nothing. Mok said disappointedly. All right then, it's nothing. Uncle Yin, sorry to bother you. But to my surprise, Uncle Yin came looking for me very soon. Yaluo Golf Club? Mok kept swirling the wine in his glass, then took a sip. Uncle Yin, who was standing to the side, asked, Young master, what should we do? Right now, we can only find that Bai Yu frequently visits the Yale Golf Club, but we can't find anything else. The amount of information is too little. Isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? Chapter 153. Luckily, I made it in time. Looking for a needle in a haystack? How will you know if you can find it if you don't try? What if you're lucky and find it? But young master, that's too difficult. We can't stay at the Yale Golf Club every day. No need to say anything more, Uncle Yin. Just get me a membership card for the Yale Golf Club. I want to go there myself to find the needle in a haystack. Mok smiled. Bai Yu, we were destined to meet. I don't think I'm unlucky at all. I'm really looking forward to meeting you. Yes, young master. After saying that, Uncle Yin walked out. The following day, at the Yale Golf Club. Young master, this is the Yale Golf Club. Uncle Yin respectfully opened the car door. Mok got out of the car, looked at the huge building in front of him, and thought to himself, it's so big, it seems it really won't be easy to find. Young master, this is a membership card for the Yale Golf Club. Uncle Yin took it out of his pocket and handed it to Mok. Mok immediately took it, looked at the card several times, and then put it into his shirt pocket. Uncle Yin, you can go back first. I can find it myself. After saying that, he went inside. Yes, young master. After saying that, he got into the car and left. As soon as Mok entered the Yale Golf Club, a waiter came over and asked, Hello, are you the Mr. Mo who made the reservation? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. A reservation? Did Uncle Yin make the reservation for you? Yes, I am Mr. Mo. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's all right. I don't mind waiting a little longer. The waiter quickly waved his hand. It's just that if you don't come soon, the private golf course you booked will be taken by someone else. I hope you understand. Huh? What do you mean by taken by someone else? My reservation for the golf course can be taken by someone else. It's like this, Mr. Mo. In order to prevent people from making reservations but not showing up, our club has time limits. If you exceed this time, we will remove this stadium from your reservation list. We hope you understand, Mr. Mo. Oh, okay, I understand. Why didn't Uncle Yin tell me? I almost missed the deadline. Luckily, I made it in time. Then please show your membership certificate, Mr. Mo. Mok took out his membership card from his pocket, handed it to the waiter, and asked, Is this it? Yes, Mr. Mo. The waiter took it and examined it carefully. Then, Mr. Mo, let me take you there. After saying that, he walked ahead and led the way. Mok followed behind, looking to both sides as he walked. The terrain here seems a bit complicated, and it's so huge. After delving deeper, this became Mok's only thought. What is this place? Mok pointed to the large golf course on the left, where many people were standing. Is this also a reserved course? The waiter glanced at it and replied, Mr. Mo, this is not a reserved court. This is a public court, and you can enter without a reservation. Most people choose this type. I see. What about a typical group president, like Bai Yu? Would they use a public sports field like this? The waiter shook his head and said, Mr. Mo, these are things that we waiters cannot understand. Mok sighed and continued. Then tell me about this place and show me around. I'd like to learn more about it. The waiter glanced at Mok strangely, but quickly looked away. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre request. He didn't want to play ball, but said he wanted to learn about the place. But it was better not to guess what the guest was thinking. You could never guess. Okay, Mr. Mo, please come with me. Let me give you a brief overview of our club. The first floor is a public sports field, the second floor is a restaurant, and the third floor and above are sports fields that require reservations. The higher the floor, the more difficult it is to make a reservation. A restaurant? Everyone should go there, so the chances of meeting Bai Yu are probably higher. Does everyone go to the restaurant? No, We can deliver food to the floors above the 4th floor, but most people come to the restaurant. MOK felt a little disappointed. The waiter then gave a detailed introduction to the Yale Golf Club. MOK had a fairly good understanding of the situation. Mr. Namo, can we go to the golf course you booked now? Okay, here's your tip. Thank you for your hard work. MOK said as he took out some money from his pocket and stuffed it into the waiter's shirt pocket. The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw the rather thick little bundle. It was worth all the talk I'd given him. Mr. Mo is so generous. I wish Mr. Mo a pleasant game. Please feel free to call me if you need anything. I'll be there whenever you need me. The waiter's attitude became even more attentive. On the 2nd and 3rd days, MOK still booked the court. His skills had improved a lot, but he didn't even see by you. On the 4th day, MOK decided not to make a reservation and planned to try his luck at the public sports field. Mr. Mo, you've arrived, the waiter said respectfully. Yes, this time it's a public sports field. Yes, Mr. Mo, I'll take you there. The waiter walked ahead. Suddenly, MOK spotted an acquaintance, Wang Zhong. MOK wanted to avoid him, but Wang Zhong saw him too. Oh, I thought it was someone else. It's MOK, really an acquaintance. Wang Zhong said. MOK didn't want to pay any attention to it and planned to walk past it. Seeing this, Wang Zhong was unwilling to let MOK leave. He hurriedly stopped him with his hand and said, "Why are you leaving? You don't even say hello to an old acquaintance like me. Get out of the way." "Oh, taking your anger out on me? Don't you know who you are? Do you have the right to do that? I wonder what tricks you use to get into such a high-class place." Wang Zhong said arrogantly. "Wang Zhong, please watch your words." MOK frowned. "You're still angry? Did I say something wrong? Huh. I'm afraid even if you were in a high-class place like this, you wouldn't know how to play ball, huh?" Wang Zhong laughed loudly. "Hee hee, I'm a member here. What about you? As far as I know, you're not." MOK retorted sarcastically. "What? A member?" Wang Zhong's face immediately turned cold. "But so what if you're a member? If you can't play ball, you just can't play. Hee hee, I think you're the one who doesn't know how. That's not how you hold a cue. Anyone who knows how to play can see that. Even the waiter can see it, right?" MOK looked at the waiter beside him. "Yes, Mr. Mo, this Mr. Wang has indeed taken the wrong one," the waiter said. Wang Zhong really didn't know how to play golf, but being exposed like this made him feel a little embarrassed and ashamed. Chapter 154: The Appearance of White Jade. The exterior of the Yale Golf Club is upscale yet elegant, but a discordant sound broke the tranquility inside. Two men were seen standing opposite each other, seemingly arguing about something, which aroused everyone's curiosity. Soon the area was completely surrounded. MOK and Wang Zhong stood facing each other, each lost in thought. Wang Zhong was still resentful about the embarrassment MOK had just caused him, and his face twisted in anger. MOK, on the other hand, maintained a cold and indifferent expression, which only fueled Wang Zhong's rage. The onlookers started chattering incessantly, with those closer to Wang Zhong whispering amongst themselves, but he still heard everything clearly. "Look at that guy. He looks so poor, yet he dares to come to a high-class place like Yale." A discordant voice emerged from the crowd of onlookers. Wang Zhong sneered inwardly. It turned out that there were still people who thought the same as him. Then a woman said, "You can't say that. Poor people are all potential stocks. Just look at the one opposite him. He's obviously not a good person. He's so old, and he's still making things difficult for people. How can he be like that?" Hearing this, Wang Zhong clenched his fists, veins bulging, and his suppressed anger suddenly surged up. He swung his hand and punched MOK. MOK reacted extremely quickly. He tilted his head, leaned his body, and did a somersault to dodge the attack. The onlookers cheered and applauded MOK. Hearing the applause from the crowd, Wang Zhong was even more enraged. He used half of his attack power to chase after MOK, but MOK dodged everything. Bottles and jars on the coffee table were smashed everywhere, and water was everywhere. MOK retaliated with a palm strike, and Wang Zhong almost failed to dodge it. Then came another palm strike. Before Wang Zhong could recover from the first blow, MOK's second palm strike suddenly attacked. Caught off guard, Wang Zhong was struck by a palm and sent flying several meters away. Everyone sighed in admiration at MOK's extremely high cultivation level and his mastery of the art. Just as Wang Zhong was about to deliver another punch to Mok, he was unexpectedly stopped by a voice. What are you doing here? If you want to fight, go outside and cause trouble here. The deep voice had an innate intimidating power. Wang Zhong's punch stopped in midair. Before anyone knew it, the crowd parted to make way for a tall, middle-aged man with a serious expression as he slowly walked towards the center, followed by a young assistant and a burly bodyguard in black. Everyone exclaimed, "President Bai is here." So this is President Bai. Finally met you in person. You're even more impressive in person than in photos. Yes, President Bai is a very influential figure. The crowd erupted in excitement, the cacophony reaching Mok's ears. This is Bai. It seems to be more difficult to deal with than I imagined, Mok thought to himself, but his expression remained remarkably calm. Wang Zhong withdrew his fawning expression from midair. President Bai, you've arrived. Bai glanced at Wang Zhong and said, if I hadn't come, you would have already dismantled Yilu. Wang Zhong quickly bowed and apologized. President Bai, it was my fault. Please forgive me, President Bai. This is not a place for you to fight and cause trouble. Everyone here is elegant and dignified. If you still want to continue, don't blame me for not warning you. Bai walked to the sofa and sat down, saying, Mr. Bai, you are right. I shouldn't have spoiled your fun. Bai glanced at Wang Zhong disdainfully, saw his pitiful and ingratiating appearance, snorted coldly, and said no more to him. Wang Zhong belatedly realized that Bai actually disliked him and was just being polite on the surface. This Bai was truly capricious. Bai glanced at Mok, who stood there indifferently without saying a word, and became even less interested in him. Mok looked poor and unsophisticated, and it was unclear how someone like him had entered the elegant music hall. Bai looked at Mok and said, it seems that Yilu needs to be rectified. It's too unruly for just anyone to be allowed into Yilu. Mok knew that Bai was talking to him. Mok simply replied, the music definitely needs a serious adjustment. Bai, holding a glass of red wine, looked at Mok with a hint of disdain in his eyes. It's quite an honor for Yilu that people like you can be allowed into Yilu. Mok frowned slightly but quickly regained his composure and said, President Bai, you mean people like us? What's wrong with people like us? What do we lack compared to others? We all have 2 legs and 2 feet. What's wrong with us? Bai frowned, her impression of Mok worsening. She looked at Mok with disdain. Just a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Mok glanced at Bai, who was sitting there looking down on him, thinking that he still needed to cooperate with him and couldn't afford to have a conflict with him. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and stopped answering Bai's question. He quietly watched Bai's next move. Wang Zhong, who was standing to the side, thought that Mok was also intimidated by Bai when he saw that Mok didn't respond. He thought to himself that Mok was nothing special and had never seen the world. He actually dared to talk back to Bai. He would suffer a lot. Bai put down the red wine and said, all right, everyone who needs to leave, leave now. Secretary Zhang, tidy up this place and come back when you're done. Mok got up and headed towards the restroom. He was still thinking about how Bai must have a very bad impression of him after what happened today, and how he should talk to him about cooperation. But when he came to his senses, he saw Bai walking towards the restroom, so he got up and followed him. However, they were stopped by 2 tall and burly men. A tall, slender, young-looking man with glasses and a furrowed brow walked out of the lounge, looking impatient. What are you doing? Why are you at the entrance of President Bai's lounge? Mok glanced at the person standing in front of him, took a step back, and slowly said, his Adam's apple bobbing. Hello. I'm here to discuss cooperation with President Bai. Could you please inform President Bai that I can come in? Zhang Yu glanced at Mok disdainfully and said, You? Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of discussing cooperation with President Bai? A hint of coldness crept onto Mok's sharply defined face, and his voice grew icy. I'm looking for your CEO, Mr. Bai. What are you doing here? Am I not worthy of you? Zhang Yu pushed up her glasses, looked at Mok, and said loudly, looking so poor, you dare to come to this kind of high-class club? I don't know where you got in from. I'm Zhang Yu, the assistant to our CEO Bai. Someone like you dares to dream of negotiating a deal with our CEO Bai? A toad trying to eat swan meat. If you don't leave, I'll have the bodyguards kick you out. Mok glanced at the bodyguards who had suddenly appeared behind Zhang Yu. They were all fat and muscular and looked dull-witted. He sneered inwardly. It was nothing special that the subordinates of such a prominent and influential figure were so stupid. He remained there, staring at Zhang Yu without moving, as if to say, "Come on, if you dare." Zhang Yu thought his threats would work on Mok, and he wouldn't need to pay any more attention to him. But Mok not only didn't respond, he even provoked him with his eyes. This was simply unacceptable. But this was President Bai's lounge, and he couldn't disturb him. So he called over the man in black next to him and said a few words to him, then said to Mok, "What right do you have to talk to President Bai? President Bai is resting now, don't disturb him." After saying that, he went into the lounge without looking back. All the men in black lined up to form a wall in front of the lounge door, guarding Mok. Chapter 155, Financial Deficit. I was rude just now. Could you please be lenient with me again? Mok looked at Bai Yu's secretary in front of him, not intending to confront him head-on. He then smiled, but the sincerity on his face did not change Zhang Yu's mind. Countless people come to our CEO Bai for cooperation every day. Who do you think you are? Why should I make an exception for you? Besides, our CEO Bai just said he doesn't want to see you, so don't linger here any longer. Although Zhang Yu's tone was unfriendly, every word she said was the truth. Mok left a bad impression on Bai Yu, which also led to his secretary Zhang Yu refusing to talk to him. Zhang Yu crossed her arms and looked at Mok's helpless expression, thinking that she had already said so much, and this person should leave now. But then she thought again. She had encountered persistent and stubborn people before, and for a time she was at a stalemate with Quebec. She had to find a way to get Mok to leave. Zhang Yu was plotting a scheme to make Mok give up the idea. Even if she couldn't make him give up, she could at least stop him from bothering her. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu's face also turned cold. She looked at Mok, straightened her voice, and said, "You should go back. Our CEO Bai has a lot of things to do. He came to play golf today, just to relax. You're a businessman too. I think you should be able to understand. Come to our company when you have time later." Zhang Yu was trying to coax Mok in a roundabout way, but even a 3-year-old child would know she was lying, let alone Mok. Mok nodded and opened his palm to Zhang Yu, saying, "How about this? Give me President Bai's business card, and I'll call him personally when he's at the company." Zhang Yu was so angry at his move that she couldn't speak. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "Has this guy lost his mind? I've made it so clear. He still won't give up. I'm sorry, our CEO Bai's business card isn't some cheap flyer." Zhang Yu's words were undoubtedly an accusation that Mok was like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Mok pretended to be stupid and looked at Zhang Yu. He nodded thoughtfully. Just when Zhang Yu thought he was finally leaving and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Mok suddenly looked at her. "At least give me your contact information." Before Zhang Yu could speak, Mok continued, "Maybe in the future I will become partners with your Bai family. Young people, you need to broaden your horizons and not be fooled by these illusions. Come on, you think someone like you can become a partner with our CEO Bai? Let me tell you, I've seen countless people like you. Every single one of them told me there was a chance to become a partner. But what happened? To date, not a single one of them has become a partner." Zhang Yu looked at Mok with impatience. After all, she had seen many people like Mok before, and Mok was worse than any other person who came to ask for cooperation. Because he left a bad impression on President Bai, Mok and President Bai will never have any connection in this lifetime. After all, President Bai has always disliked those who leave a bad impression on him. Go back now. Our CEO, Mr. Bai, will not cooperate with you. You saw what just happened. If you were Mr. Bai, you wouldn't choose to cooperate with someone who doesn't respect himself, would you? Zhang Yu deliberately emphasized the phrase, lacking self-respect, clearly showing her deep contempt for Mok and Wang Zhong. Mok smiled helplessly and decided not to pursue the matter further. After all, a bad impression had already been made, and if he continued to pester him, it might leave more than one bad impression. Seeing that he had given up the idea, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing his slightly dejected expression, she looked at him as if by some strange impulse and said, "President Bai hasn't been in a good mood these past few days. Why don't you come back in a few days?" Mok nodded and didn't press the matter further. After all, Zhang Yu had already been kind enough to him, and he couldn't push his luck any further. Although he was met with a cold shoulder, Mok did not give up. He looked at the people coming and going outside the golf course. Although he did not get to speak with Baiyu today, it was enough that Baiyu remembered him. Moreover, Baiyu's secretary didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards him, which meant that their next meeting would go much more smoothly. Thinking of this, Mok smiled. Although it was a bad impression, it's better than not leaving an impression at all. This matter has finally made some progress. It takes 15 minutes to get back to Ginting Group from Yale Golf Club. During those 15 minutes, Mok kept thinking about how to strike up a conversation with Baiyu. But as soon as Mok got out of the car, and before he even got back to his office, he ran into Dao Gu at the main gate. Upon seeing Mok, Dao Gu, looking worried, rushed towards him as if he had seen his pillar of support. The anger in his eyes puzzled Mok. "What happened? You don't look well." Mok asked, puzzled. Dao Gu sighed heavily, looked into Mok's eyes, and said with great self-reproach, "I just discovered that there is a shortfall in the accounts, and I suspect there is a problem with the finances." "What?" Mok stared in astonishment, thinking that Ginting Group had only been under its control for a short time, and the accounts were already showing a deficit. Anyone would be anxious about this. Mok glanced at the busy employees around him, then leaned closer to Dao Gu and whispered, "Don't alarm anyone for now. Go and get me this quarter's accounts. I'll investigate and see what's going on." "Good." Dao Gu nodded repeatedly and ran towards the finance department, watching Mok see him off. Mok sat in his office, staring blankly at the computer with a gloomy expression. If Brother Dao hadn't discovered the discrepancy in the accounts, Ginting Group might have really been eaten up by some parasites. Thinking of this, Mok's anger surged. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Not a single corrupt official can be let off the hook. Dao Gu quickly took out the ledger. He only nodded slightly when he met him along the way and did not want to talk to him. However, the people in the company were used to it and did not stop him. "Mr. Mo, the ledgers are here." Dao Gu lowered his voice and placed the ledger in front of Mok. Mok didn't shy away and directly pulled out one of the books for him. "Investigate together." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Dao Gu smiled, but seeing Mok's complicated expression, he quickly composed himself and began to search. A moment later, Mok and Dao Gu simultaneously closed the ledger, both of them showing anger on their faces. "The deficit in the ledger is too serious. Brother Dao, go and call Xiao Qian, who is in charge of finances, over to verify it." Mok rubbed his temples. The pile of ledgers in front of him had presented him with a difficult problem. He had thought that the deficit was just some corrupt officials doing something wrong, but he never expected that the deficit would be so serious. Dao Gu quickly brought Xiao Qian over. His expression was not good. Xiao Qian, who was following behind, peeked in. Chapter 156, Catching the Parasites. "Xiao Qian, you've been with the company for a while now. What do you think of the atmosphere in our company?" Xiao Qian, who was peeking around curiously, paused for a moment, then grinned and looked at Mok, saying, "I think the company is excellent. The environment is great, and the colleagues are great too." Xiao Qian was oblivious to the tense atmosphere in the office. He looked at Mok in confusion, not even understanding why Mok had called him over. "By the way, Mr. Mo, is there something you wanted to discuss with me?" Xiao Qian looked at Mok with a grin, as if nothing had happened. When he saw the ledger, he was only slightly taken aback, making it impossible for anyone to imagine that he was related to the deficit ledger. "Xiao Qian, I just checked the company's recent accounts. Can you tell me why these accounts are so badly in deficit?" Mok tried his best to control his emotions. He looked at Xiao Qian with eyes so sharp that it was impossible to look directly at him, but Xiao Qian looked at Mok with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Mo, there's nothing wrong with these ledgers. Where are the deficits?" Xiao Qian looked at Mok with a blank expression, as if she had no idea what was going on. But the more he acted like this, the more Mok and Dao Gu became suspicious of him. "Then come and take a look at this order. Why doesn't it match up?" Mok pointed to one of the pages of accounts and said that he was certain that the company's parasite was Xiao Qian, but he did not show the slightest doubt. This relieved Xiao Qian. He stared at the ledger page. His expression changed, and he kept shaking his head as he looked at Mok and Dao Ge. I don't know what's going on. Mr. Mo, Brother Dao, you have to believe me. I really don't know what's going on. Although I manage the ledgers, a lot of things are reported by my subordinates. Xiao Qian kept shaking his head in denial, even making various excuses for himself. He looked at Mok and Dao Ge with a wronged expression and said, President Mo, Dao Ge, you should have known what kind of person I am from the first day I joined the company. Why don't you believe me? Dao Ge stared at Xiao Qian, wishing he could beat the kid up. He dared to do it, but didn't dare to admit it. He was so angry. Since you're in charge of finances, why don't you have these problems? Explain this to me. Dao Ge rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong and powerful arms, which immediately terrified Xiao Qian. He quickly dodged to the side, saying, Brother Dao, I really don't know what happened. You didn't know? Could it be that someone deliberately altered your ledgers? Even the data on the computer was changed. Mok was furious. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up. His sharp gaze was like a dagger, forcing Xiao Qian to keep retreating. As if realizing something, Xiao Qian suddenly raised her head, looking at Mok with an angry expression, and said, Are you doubting me? President Mo, can't you see everything I, Xiao Qian, have sacrificed for the Ginting group? Are you going to slander me just because of these few discrepancies in the bills? Mr. Mo, to be fair, these few discrepancies are nothing to you. But you actually hurt your employees over this account. Your questioning makes me very upset. I even doubt that I chose the wrong person. Xiao Qian was in tears, but Mok and Dao Ge remained unmoved, only watching him with cold smiles. Xiao Qian, it's not that I don't trust you. But how about this? You take a month off first, and come back after you've figured this out. Mok waved his hand, clearly issuing an order to expel Xiao Qian. Dao Ge stood to the side, his gaze fixed on the direction Xiao Qian had left, and suddenly he didn't know what to say. Good. Until the moment she left, Xiao Qian looked as if she had been slandered. Mok's expression was not good. He stared coldly at the ledger, stood up abruptly, pointed at the ledger, and said to Dao Ge, This matter is ultimately your responsibility. Investigate the truth as soon as possible. Dao Ge took the ledger and nodded repeatedly, but Mok looked at him and suddenly said, If this matter cannot be investigated clearly, your position can be handed over to someone else. The implication was crystal clear, and Dao Ge naturally understood. He nodded repeatedly in agreement, thinking that it was only a matter of time before Mok took over Ginting, and this happened. His anger was understandable. If it were him, he would probably be furious by now and beat Xiao Qian up. He wouldn't be able to calmly order his men to work. Regardless, this deficit is extremely serious. We must get to the bottom of this. Dao Ge held the ledger, his eyes blazing with anger. He was determined to find out who was behind this. Mok in the office was pondering how to handle this matter. Whether someone was deliberately targeting Ginting or there were parasites trying to ruin the company, he would not let them off easily. Thinking of this, Mok quickly picked up the phone and called Yang Zi. Mr. Mo, why are you calling me? Yang Zi on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. He looked at the sunlight outside the window and thought that Mok must have encountered something very serious, otherwise he wouldn't have called him. After all, Mok usually sends him messages and only calls him in emergencies. Yang Zi, do you know about Xiao Qian in the finance department? I know, what's wrong with this kid? Yang Zi sensed something was off about his tone and immediately became wary. Mok sighed and recounted the whole story. When I first got back to the company, Dao Ge stopped me and said he had found a shortfall in the books. Upon hearing Mok mention Dao Ji's name, Yang Zi sensed the hesitation in Mok's tone and quickly said, Mr. Mo, you can rest assured, Dao Ge is not that kind of person, nor would he stoop to such a low level. He has always been loyal and devoted. I know, but when I handed Ginting over to him to manage, I didn't expect him to make Ginting's business thrive. I just hoped that the company's most basic order could be maintained. Mok realized that Yang Zi had misunderstood, so he quickly explained his meaning. Then I went with him to check the ledgers, and we found that several pages of accounts were in shortfall. I called Xiao Qian from the finance department over, but he kept denying it, which made me very suspicious. I suspect he embezzled from the company's books, but I don't have any evidence yet. So I need your help to track him down and find out the evidence. When Yangzi heard Mok mention Xiao Qian's attitude, he immediately became furious. He gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice, "Do you need me to beat him up? No one will find out." "No need. You just need to follow him, find out the suspects around him, and then report back to me." Receive. Yangzi hung up the phone and walked downstairs with a displeased expression. They refused to admit to embezzling funds. These parasites need to be taught a lesson. Chapter 157, The Wang Family's Scheme. Yangzi, who was in charge of monitoring Xiao Qian, quickly found him. He was wearing a baseball cap and dressed simply and plainly, so he wouldn't attract much attention on the street. Xiao Qian, who was looking around, naturally didn't notice Yangzi. Having just been rescued from Mok, Xiao Qian soon received a call from Wang Zhong. His tone was slightly excited, and Yangzi only vaguely heard some of it. "Brother Wang, I've done everything you asked. Mok is probably furious with me right now." Wang Zhong, on the other end of the phone, tugged at his clothes, laughed twice, and said, "Well done. Where are you now? Why aren't you at the company anymore? Why are you calling me?" "Oh dear. Brother Wang, you have no idea. I angered Mok, and he gave me a long vacation. I'm free right now." Xiao Qian stretched and even yawned. Seeing this, Yangzi wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat him up. Yangzi suspected that the embezzlement was most likely related to Xiao Qian, so he deliberately walked over and slowed down, wanting to hear who Xiao Qian was talking to on the phone. But Xiao Qian seemed to sense something, glanced back at Yangzi, and immediately took 2 steps forward. Xiao Qian, preoccupied with collecting money, naturally didn't take this matter to heart. "Not bad, not bad. I'll need your help again next time. Make sure you handle this cleanly and don't find out." Hearing Wang Zhong's satisfied reply, Xiao Qian grinned and said, "When are you free? Shall we go out for a couple of drinks?" "In a bit. You're free anyway." Wang Zhong, having chosen the location, was completely unaware of any danger. He was still full of anticipation, thinking that things were perfectly over. He happily combed his hair and washed his face in front of the mirror, just waiting for the day when Mok would be brought down. But the reality is not like that. On the contrary, reality is full of bloody cruelty. Yangzi silently walked past Xiao Qian and happened to hear Wang Zhong announce the location, which made it easier for him to follow behind in his car without being noticed. At this moment, Xiao Qian was sitting in the coffee shop waiting for Wang Zhong to come over, while Yangzi was sitting at a table not far from him. "Brother Wang, you're here." As soon as Xiao Qian saw Wang Zhong approaching with his wallet, he jumped up and rushed over like a dog. Wang Zhong looked around warily, then patted the back of his hand and said, "Keep your voice down, don't be too conspicuous." Xiao Qian nodded repeatedly, sat down to greet Wang Zhong, and ordered 2 more cups of coffee. "Xiao Qian, how's the matter going?" Wang Zhong took a sip of coffee and looked at Xiao Qian with great interest, smiling. "Everything's taken care of. Don't worry. Let me tell you, Mok is completely fooled by me." Xiao Qian spoke excitedly, his face beaming with joy, making him look like a mouse. "Well done. I appreciate your attitude." Wang Zhong praised him without hesitation. Seeing that he was satisfied, Xiao Qian quickly flattered him a few times and said happily, "Brother Wang, let me tell you, Mok really thought I was loyal to him, and he hesitated until the moment he dealt with me. I don't think Mok can even match you in 10 minutes. We don't need to be afraid of people like that. Only people like Brother Wang are the ones I should be following." Xiao Qian was enthusiastically bidding, and Wang Zhong was also enjoying listening. In addition, Xiao Qian kept exaggerating the facts and telling Mok's embarrassing stories, his face full of contempt and disdain. Wang Zhong, who was pleased with the gesture, took out a bank card and placed it on the table. The greedy Xiao Qian immediately reached out to take it, but Wang Zhong stopped him. "You did a good job. Here's your commission, but you must be careful not to expose me under any circumstances, or I will never let you off the hook." Wang Zhong stared at Xiao Qian with a solemn expression. At first, this trick could scare Xiao Qian, but now Xiao Qian was tired of hearing it and waved his hand impatiently. "Don't worry. You can trust me to do things. I definitely won't expose you. Xiao Qian is the most loyal." Xiao Qian's eyes lit up as he took the bank card. thinking how easy it was to make money. Yangzi, who was sitting not far away, took out her phone and took a picture of the scene, but to outsiders, he was just playing on his phone, and it did not attract anyone's attention. Yangzi quickly sent the photos to Mok, along with the information she had gathered from her investigation. Mok glanced down at the two people in the photo and immediately realized that Wang Zhong was behind the accounting fraud. Since that was the case, there was no need for Yangzi to continue following him. He picked up his phone and called Yangzi. "Mr. Mo, should I go up and beat these two up?" Yangzi was so angry that her teeth itched. Her sharp eyes were fixed on Xiaoqian and Wang Zhong, and she wished she could rush up and beat them up. Mok naturally sensed the anger in his tone and immediately dissuaded him, saying, "No need. We can't expose ourselves at this time. By the way, you don't need to follow Xiaoqian anymore, because the mastermind is Wang Zhong." Good. It was a pity that Yangzi couldn't beat those two bastards, but he knew that as long as Mok was there would definitely be a chance to catch them. Yangzi glanced at Xiaoqian, who was laughing incessantly, and gave him a disdainful snort. Meanwhile, Dao Gu, who was investigating, also discovered that all the money that had been lost had been deposited into Xiaoqian's account. Although the account was not exposed to the public, Dao Ji's underlings quickly discovered that it belonged to Xiaoqian. Dao Gu stared at the report on his phone and quickly took a taxi back to Ginting to report to Mok. Sitting in his office, Mok was looking thoughtfully at the photos of Xiaoqian and Wang Zhong. Dao knocked on the door, suddenly interrupting Mok's thoughts. He put down the photo and said to the door, "Come in. Mr. Mo, all the money that was embezzled went into Xiaoqian's account. Here's the report. That bastard. How could we have trusted him so much?" Mok seemed to have anticipated this. He stared at the report for a long time, already knowing that everyone around him, except himself, had a chance of betraying him. Moreover, it's perfectly normal for someone as timid and cowardly as Xiaoqian to betray someone. Mok placed the report and photos together, his expression somewhat indifferent. Dao Gu was so frightened by his appearance that he didn't know what to say. He wondered if he had said something too harsh, which was why Mok didn't want to talk to him. Upon realizing this, Brother Dao quickly explained, "Mr. Mo, I just can't stand Xiaoqian's behavior. This kind of despicable person is two-faced and really infuriating. Why don't we expose him?" Dao suggested. Mok shook his head, thinking that this matter would only stop when the mastermind behind it was found. He then instructed, "Don't make a fuss for now. We'll discuss this matter in detail later. You continue to hold back and don't let Xiaoqian find out." "Good." Dao Gu nodded repeatedly. Chapter 158, Taking the Bait. Mok slammed the ledger on the table in front of him, his face full of anger. "Get out of here. Our company doesn't need a traitor like you." Yangzi looked at Mok in shock, seemingly not understanding why Mok would say such a thing to him. "If you want to find fault, you can always find a reason. I will not admit to something I didn't do." Mok curled his lips into a cold smile, took out a pile of documents and photos, and threw them at Yangzi. The photos slid to the ground, clearly showing Yangzi's face, as well as various transfer records, all with Yangzi's name written on them. Yangzi stared wide-eyed at the photos on the ground. Why were the faces in the photos his? He had never seen these people before. Why was his name on every transfer document? And why was the signature his own? What else do you have to say? This signature is clearly your handwriting, and the person in the photo is clearly you. Seeing that Yangzi was still trying to argue, Mok didn't want to say anything more to him. The evidence was right in front of him, yet he still wouldn't admit it. "Those photos are clearly photoshopped, can't you tell? And the handwriting on those documents can also be imitated." Yangzi loudly defended himself when he saw that Mok did not believe him. "Do you think I believe that? Security, come to my office and drag him out." Mok pressed the communicator on the table and called the security guards downstairs. In no time, the security guards rushed up and subdued Yangzi. "Let go, I'll walk by myself. You'll regret this, Mo Quebec. You didn't even believe me. I misjudged you." With that, Yangzi broke free from the security guard's grasp and walked out. Mok shrugged. With such solid evidence, he still wouldn't admit it. He's just being stubborn. Yangzi was stunned as he walked out of the company. He didn't know where to go. Then a figure appeared in front of him. Yangzi looked closely and realized that it was Xiao Qian who had left earlier. He strode towards him. Hey, what are you doing here? Yangzi patted the absent-minded Xiao Qian. Startled, Xiao Qian turned around abruptly. Yangzi, it's you. You haven't answered my question yet. Oh, I wanted to come back to see the place where I used to work. I didn't expect to run into you, Xiao Qian said with a wry smile. So that's how it is. Do you still want to come back to work? I think no one is better at finance than you. Now that I've resigned, you can still work in finance as before, Yangzi said with a sad expression. Xiao Qian's eyes lit up with excitement, but he quickly hid it. Huh? Why did you quit? You were doing so well. Upon hearing Xiao Qian's question, Yangzi recounted everything that had just happened to Xiao Qian, who became increasingly excited as she listened. That's so unfair. How could they wrong you like that? Don't worry, I'm on your side. Xiao Qian patted Yangzi's shoulder to comfort him. Yangzi said it was fine and wanted Xiao Qian to continue working as the accountant. Xiao Qian looked embarrassed and said, Thanks, brother. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know, and I'll definitely help you. Yangzi nodded and watched Xiao Qian walk into the Ginting group. Dao Gu, who appeared out of nowhere, grinned at Yangzi and said, You kid, your acting is pretty good. Yangzi humbly scratched his head. It's all right. It's all thanks to President Mo's cooperation, otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Now we're just waiting for the fish to take the bait. After saying that, Yangzi and Daoj exchanged meaningful glances. Xiao Qian went to Mok's office and found him. He adjusted his expression and knocked on the door. Come in. Mok's voice came from inside, and Xiao Qian pushed the door open and went in. Mr. Mok looked up and realized it was Xiao Qian. He smiled and said, You're here. I was just about to contact you. We've caught the traitor in our company, and the finance position is currently vacant. There's no one more suitable than you, so don't refuse. Xiao Qian nodded excitedly. Of course he knew the traitor had been caught. The reason he was there to meet Yangzi was because he knew everything about this office, so he deliberately waited for him downstairs. Yes, Mr. Mo, I will do my best and never hesitate to die for you, Xiao Qian said, glancing at a corner where a pinhole camera was installed, so he knew what was happening there. Go down. Go find your office. Xiao Qian said, yes, and left Mok's office. He didn't expect these people to be so stupid. A forged piece of evidence could cause them to fight among themselves, and they could even mistake the real culprit. He really didn't know what Wang Zhong was worried about. Thinking this through, he still needed to report what had happened here to Wang Zhong. Xiao Qian took out a communicator and contacted Wang Zhong to meet privately. I have something to tell you. Come to the address I'll send you. Okay, let's meet up then. Wang Zhong hung up the call, feeling very happy. He hadn't expected Xiao Qian to be so efficient. When Xiao Qian arrived at their agreed-upon location, a secluded tea house, he suddenly felt as if someone was watching him from the shadows before entering. He immediately stopped and looked around, but found nothing unusual. Thinking it was just his imagination, he didn't pay any attention and went straight into the tea house. A figure in the distance pressed the shutter and then returned to the shadows. Upon seeing Xiao Qian push the door open and enter, Wang Zhong immediately stood up and closed the door. Be careful, don't let anyone see you. Xiao Qian smiled dismissively and gracefully sat down. I'm telling you, you're just too sensitive. Not many people know about this place I chose, so don't worry. That's good, Wang Zhongzai said, feeling a little relieved. They absolutely couldn't be seen by anyone now, or they'd run into a lot of trouble. Why did you come to see me today? If you ask me, you don't need to be afraid of those guys in Ginting at all. I just used a little trick to make them fight. Xiao Qian complained to him as soon as he sat down. Wang Zhong immediately became interested upon hearing this. Oh? What's going on? He was very curious about what Xiao Qian had done to cause them to fight amongst themselves. I've already tampered with some of their finances, but I didn't expect it to be discovered, so I had someone fabricate a lot of false evidence, all of which points to their CFO. Xiao Qian slowly sipped his tea. And then? That's it. Xiao Qian put down his tea and continued. Then Mok directly dismissed the CFO. At that time, I took the opportunity to appear and asked him to appoint me to the position. Fortunately, I had previous experience, and the finance position was vacant. That's how I took over the finance and successfully took control of Ginting's finances. Xiao Qian's face was full of smugness. Wang Zhong was a little incredulous. Was it really that simple? Ginting was too easily fooled. Such a small piece of evidence had directly led to the downfall of their accountant. Chapter 159 reveals the person behind the scenes. We really made the right choice in selecting you. Wang Zhong praised Xiaoqian. He was happy as long as it benefited him. Ginting, their biggest competitor, had his finances controlled by his own people, which was undoubtedly a death knell for them. Mr. Wang, you flatter me. This is all thanks to your promotion. Otherwise, I wouldn't be the treasurer of Ginting. Xiaoqian was being polite to Mr. Wang, but he was unwilling to continue obeying Wang Zhong. Once he had control of Ginting, the insignificant Wang Zhong would be nothing to him. After exchanging pleasantries, the two walked out of the private room together. Just then, a soft shutter sound rang out not far away. After Xiaoqian left, Wang Zhong drove around in another direction, got into his own car, and drove away. A voice slowly emerged from the shadows not far away. It was Dao Gu, who had been talking to Yangzi earlier. He would take pictures every time Xiaoqian and Wang Zhong met, and this time was no exception. Dao Gu took out his phone and called Yangzi. We're out. Get ready. Yangzi said, okay, on the other end of the phone, and then hung up. After leaving, Xiaoqian didn't return to Ginting but instead wandered around the streets, looking extremely arrogant. Yangzi, watching from behind, found his behavior somewhat amusing, thinking he really thought he was someone important. Just as Xiaoqian walked into a small alley, Yangzi took out a bag and put it over Xiaoqian's head from behind. Who is it? Get out of my way. You little brat. Yangzi saw that Xiaoqian was struggling too violently, so he took out a stick and knocked him unconscious. Finally quiet, Yangzi carried Xiaoqian on his shoulder and left. When Xiaoqian woke up, he found that his hands and feet were tied up and his mouth was stuffed with a pair of smelly socks. The strong smell irritated his stomach, and Xiaoqian felt a great discomfort in his throat. He wanted to vomit but couldn't. Wah! Yangzi saw Xiaoqian wake up, stretched, and stood up from the stool. Xiaoqian noticed that Yangzi's feet were empty, so it seemed that the smelly sock in her mouth belonged to Yangzi. Xiaoqian cursed Yangzi in his mind from beginning to end. These socks smelled terrible, and he felt dizzy from the stench. Just as Xiaoqian was about to faint from the smell of Yangzi's socks again, Yangzi pulled the sock out of his mouth. How about it? Do my socks smell good? Xiaoqian greedily inhaled the fresh air. He had never been treated like this before, and his anger flared up instantly. You dare to kidnap me? Do you believe I'll call someone to kill you? Yangzi threw the smelly socks on the ground, disgustedly smelled the odor on her fingers, and sighed with amazement at how pungent her socks really were. Hey, come out first. Do you know why I kidnapped you? Of course it's because I took your position, Xiaoqian said disdainfully to Yangzi. He was telling the truth that he shouldn't let Yangzi escape, or he would have someone kill him. He even stuffed a stinky sock into Yangzi's mouth. Why did you frame me? Yangzi's playful smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. When did I frame you? Xiaoqian hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. The evidence MOK presented was all sent to him by you, wasn't it? It's all to frame me so you can get the finance position. I don't have time to do this. You've got the wrong person. Xiaoqian could tell from Yangzi's expression that he knew everything he had done, but he absolutely couldn't admit it now. Yangzi pulled the chair closer to Xiaoqian and took out some utensils that Xiaoqian had never seen before from a large bag. The dilapidated table was covered with strange tools. Xiaoqian only recognized the hammer and an awl, which seemed to be a matching set. Next to them was a small unfolded sheath, filled with needles of various sizes. Xiaoqian swallowed hard, looking at Yangzi in horror. He tried his best to keep his emotions in check. What do you want to do? If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll make you regret it. Yangzi picked up the stone hammer and awl and pointed them at Xiaoqian's hand. The dead will keep secrets forever. If you disappear, no one will know what happened today. At that time, I will also fabricate evidence that you embezzled Ginting's money and ran away. I believe they will believe that you ran away with the money instead of being killed by me. After saying that, Yangzi pointed the awl at Yangzi's hand, picked up the stone hammer with his right hand, and smashed it into Xiaoqian's hand. No. Xiaoqian closed his eyes in fear, feeling a force brushing against his fingers. Oops, I missed. Do you think I'll miss again next time? Yangzi raised the stone hammer again, this time swinging it very slowly. Xiao Qian could tell from his expression that he wasn't joking. If she didn't tell the truth, her hand would probably be ruined. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Don't smash my hand. Hearing Xiao Qian's words, Yangzi triumphantly put the stone hammer and all back on the table. Speak. I'll give you another chance. I hope it's the answer I want to hear, otherwise I'll. Of course, he wouldn't really smash them. He just wanted to scare him. Wang Zhong instigated me to do all of this. He found me and asked me to infiltrate Ginting, then find an opportunity to get infiltrated into Ginting's upper echelons, and then work with him from the inside. I happened to be in the finance department, so I took advantage of my position to steal money from Ginting. Xiao Qian said fearfully, tears welling up in his eyes. He was afraid that Yangzi would hit him with a hammer if he was unhappy. You still aren't telling the truth. This time, Yangzi used a different tool, a stun gun. He turned it on, and the stun gun crackled with electricity. Xiao Qian was almost in tears. This guy wasn't going to let him off the hook today, was he? I've told you everything I know. It really was Wang Zhong who bribed me with money to do this kind of thing. If you don't believe me, fine. Xiao Qian shrugged and let Yangzi do whatever he wanted with him. Yangzi, seeing his attitude, didn't think he was lying to her. What about framing me? Have you forgotten? Let me help you remember. Xiao Qian was startled, but on the surface she still acted as if she had finished speaking. That was Mok's mistake, and you asked me to take your place. I refused at the time, and when I went to Mok's office, before I could even say anything, he asked me to take your place. I'm innocent. Yangzi looked at Xiao Qian, who had an innocent expression, with amusement. He almost believed him. He probably didn't know that it was all an act between him and Mok from the very beginning. They had been putting on an act from the moment they started arguing in Mok's office until Xiao Qian went upstairs. He thought no one had noticed the hidden camera, but in fact they had discovered it when he installed it. They were just playing along, using the situation to lure out the real culprit. Yangzi didn't want to expose him. He wanted to see what else Xiao Qian had to say. The main thing was that Xiao Qian was too dramatic, and he couldn't bear to interrupt him. Chapter 160 Triumph. Mok suddenly appeared on the scene, a confident yet eerie smile on his face, saying as he walked, I made a mistake? How interesting, how very interesting. Xiao Qian frowned when he saw Mok walking over. Hearing Mok's words, he could feel the disdain in Mok's eyes and the sarcasm in his tone. Xiao Qian wasn't stupid. After all, he was a financial elite. After thinking it over carefully, he figured out the general idea. All of this was likely a prearranged scheme, and he was a key pawn in it. Was all of this a setup by you? I was so stupid. I should have guessed it sooner. I hate myself so much. Xiao Qian angrily and regretfully pointed at Mok and Yangzi and questioned them. Mok stopped 3 meters away from Xiao Qian, looking at the angry Xiao Qian with disdain. Did you see that? Why did you only realize it now? Money is a good tool, but people who are blinded by money will always become stupid. Ha! That's right, money is a good thing. If it weren't for money, I would be in this situation now, Xiao Qian shouted angrily. But you two shouldn't be so smug. You kidnapped me here. That's a crime. That's kidnapping. If I go out and report you, you won't get away with it either. You'll at least be locked up for a few years, won't you? Are you kidding me? Who would know what's going on here? Do you think I'd let you out? Are you scared out of your wits? Mok said with an inscrutable expression. Looking at Mok's enigmatic smile, which seemed like that of a devil, Xiao Qian felt uneasy all over. He trembled with fear at Mok's gaze. What do you mean? What exactly do you want? What do you think I should do about the traitor? Mok asked mockingly, staring at Xiao Qian, who was trembling with fear. Xiao Qian felt a chill run through his body. He hadn't lived enough. He didn't want to die. Please spare me. I really don't want to die. Killing me won't do you any good, will it? Yangzi chimed in. Humph. Xiao Qian, are you scared now? Don't you know how much the company has lost by secretly helping Wang Zhong embezzle company funds? Mok laughed and said, Little Qian, don't overthink it. We are all civilized people. It's definitely not what you think. Really? Xiao Qian asked suspiciously. Of course, we are all civilized people. Then why did you bring me here? This is kidnapping. Xiao Qian stared into Mok's eyes. It's just a setup, nothing serious, right? You're not missing any limbs, are you? Who would believe you? There are only the 3 of us here. MOK said with a blatant laugh. Xiao Qian felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that MOK's seemingly harmless face was actually very annoying, and he really wanted to beat him up. The moment this idea came to him, he felt it was an opportunity. As long as he could control MOK, he could gain the upper hand. Yang Zi was clearly just a pawn arranged by MOK. After subduing MOK, Yang Zi will be hesitant to act against him, fearing that he might harm MOK. Although he was no match for Yang Zi in skill, he believed that his body was slightly stronger than MOK's, and this was his only chance. Taking advantage of Yang Zi's momentary lapse in attention, Xiao Qian suddenly sprang into action, raising his fist and charging towards MOK's head. Yang Zi had been keeping an eye on Xiao Qian the whole time, so the moment Xiao Qian rushed out, he followed closely behind and kicked Xiao Qian in the right side of his waist. Xiao Qian was kicked out of his balance and fell to the ground to the left. He landed right next to MOK in the open space to his right. MOK smiled smugly and stepped on Xiao Qian's back. TSK, it seems you're still very unwilling? Xiao Qian felt a weight on his back and couldn't even turn over to get up. He could only turn his head angrily to look at the person who came. It would have been better if they hadn't looked, because seeing the owner of the foot made him even angrier. He had originally planned to take MOK hostage and then threaten Yang Zi to let him leave this place of trouble. But little did he know that man proposes, God disposes. No matter how well you plan, nothing can keep up with the speed of change. He didn't expect Yang Zi to react so quickly. There was clearly a considerable distance between them, which should have been enough for him to rush over and subdue MOK. But it was all just wishful thinking, all ended by a kick from behind. Your idea is really ridiculous. Do you think I, MOK, am easy to deal with? Are you trying to kidnap me? You are really too naive. Even if Yang Zi doesn't kick you, you'll have wasted your time. Humph. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Stop your damn nonsense. Do whatever you want with me. Xiao Qian roared angrily. Yang Zi then walked over and asked, should I go to the car and get a rope to tie this guy up? MOK waved his hand dismissively and said, it's okay, no need to tie him up. The two of us can't handle him alone. Besides, we're not really kidnapping him. Yang Zi smiled confidently. That's right, this kid is hopeless. He can't come up with anything interesting. Xiao Qian was furious when he heard the two men's conversation, which made them look down on his skills. These two bastards were such scoundrels, and they were so damn contemptuous of him. He had practiced taekwondo for a few days by watching videos, so how could they think he was worse than a little kid? Was he really that bad? What exactly do you want? I only have one life. Take it if you want. I'm a man with dignity. Don't look down on me. If you've got the guts, let me get up and we'll have a fight. You got the guts. Xiao Qian had no choice but to shout defiantly. What arrogance! I could beat you to a pulp with one hand. You still want to practice? You wouldn't even be able to take on 5 of you. Yang Zi replied disdainfully. Yang Zi, don't get excited. If you get excited, you'll fall for it. This is the most basic kind of reverse psychology. MOK patted Yang Zi on the shoulder. Xiao Qian looked disappointed and could only accept his fate. All his scheming was useless, and he didn't want to really die. However, he also believed that these two people would never dare to really take his life. He was just too excited and didn't think too much before falling into their trap. Now that he thought about everything that happened today, he realized that it was all a trap set for him. Yang Zi kidnapped him and threatened to make him disappear. All of this was a conspiracy to extract information from him. Xiao Qian isn't stupid. Now that he's figured everything out, he knows his life isn't in any danger at all. As long as he obeys, he'll be safe. Tell me, what exactly do you want me to do? You brought me here just so you can get me to cooperate with you, right? Xiao Qian said helplessly. That's more like it. What use would we have for your life? You should have done this sooner. Yang Zi quickly helped Xiao Qian up and kindly patted the dust off his clothes, his face full of sincerity, as if his previous ferocity was all fake. Chapter 161 Concern. Looking at the two men's concerned expressions, Xiao Qian was almost moved. These two bastards are such drama queens. They're practically Oscar-worthy actors. They're such amazing actors. I almost got fooled. Xiao Qian thought to himself. MOK patted Xiao Qian on the shoulder with a leader-like air and said meaningfully, isn't this great? It's good for you, for me, and for the company, isn't it? Now you should be able to guess why we invited you here today, right? I can guess what's going on. You want me to be your mole, am I right? Xiao Qian asked, frowning as if suddenly realizing something. Aren't you willing? Do you know that if we take the photos and report you, you'll be in jail for several years? You should know that yourself, right? Yangzi threatened and questioned with a disdainful look. Being an inside agent is dangerous. What if I'm discovered? I'll be in real danger. Xiao Qian looked troubled. Of course, he understood the consequences of being an inside man. Wang Zhong was a ruthless man. If he was discovered to be the inside man, he would definitely not have a good end. He might really disappear mysteriously. He hadn't lived enough yet, and he really didn't want to die. He really didn't want to get involved in this mess. But these two people had something on him, and if he didn't help them, he would definitely be in deep trouble. This situation really put him in a dilemma. Seeing the constant changes in Xiao Qian's expression, Mok could roughly guess what Xiao Qian was thinking. He patted Xiao Qian's shoulder reassuringly and said, "It's difficult, isn't it? I understand. Although it's difficult for you to be an inside man, have you thought about it?" Mok looked mysterious, only saying half a sentence and leaving the rest unsaid, calmly staring at Xiao Qian. Looking at Mok's unfathomable and mysterious act, Xiao Qian really wanted to punch this bastard. Can't you finish what you're saying? What do you mean by only saying half a sentence? Can't we cooperate amicably? Do you really want me to risk my life to work for you for free? I need to make money too. I helped Wang Zhong for money. Do you really want me to help for nothing? I only care about money, not people. Whoever pays me the most is the boss. Haven't you noticed my obvious hint? Do I have to spell it out for you? What exactly do you mean? What do you mean I haven't thought about it? Of course I have. Helping you as an inside agent is very dangerous. Isn't that what you mean? Xiao Qian said indignantly, frowning. Of course there will be some danger, but that's not what I meant. Xiao Qian, you're a smart man. You should think carefully. Even if you don't act as an inside man, do you think Wang Zhong will definitely let you go? Mok stared at Xiao Qian with a mysterious smile. What do you mean? Are you saying that even if I don't act as an inside agent, Wang Zhong won't let me go? Xiao Qian stared wide-eyed. That's right. That's exactly what I mean. For his own safety, Wang Zhong will definitely try to eliminate all destabilizing factors. You are the key to these destabilizing factors. Do you think you'll have a good outcome? A person like Wang Zhong will never allow destabilizing factors to exist. Maybe you'll die in a car accident. Do you believe me? Mok said with a smile. Mok had no idea what Wang Zhong would do. He just wanted to put psychological pressure on Xiao Qian to make him understand that Wang Zhong might harm him or even kill him. He just wanted to use this pressure to make Xiao Qian obey. As long as Xiao Qian had even the slightest suspicion that Wang Zhong had the intention to harm him, that would be enough. Everyone has wild thoughts, and criminals are even more prone to them. The slightest doubt can cause internal turmoil, let alone a life-or-death crisis. Even if there is no doubt, they will act as if there is. This is the selfishness in people's hearts. Most people are like this. Once their suspicions are activated, they can't be turned off. A solid fortress is always easier to break from within. As long as Xiao Qian has even the slightest doubt or worry, he can make him betray Wang Zhong. Plus, with the photos in his possession as leverage, he's not worried that Xiao Qian won't comply. He's confident that Xiao Qian will follow his lead. As long as he applies pressure slowly, he's guaranteed to successfully turn him against his master. Xiao Qian's expression changed several times, and his breathing became heavy. He couldn't help but let his mind wander because what Mok said made so much sense. Wasn't that how it was always portrayed on TV? After gaining benefits, those behind-the-scenes manipulators would eliminate any potential threats to themselves. And he, Xiao Qian, was Wang Zhong's threat. If he died, Wang Zhong would be absolutely safe. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Seeing Xiao Qian's face change several times, Mok knew that the guy had fallen for the trap. Now he only needed to add fuel to the fire to make Xiao Qian give in. It's better to be safe than sorry. There are many people in this world who are blinded by money. Wang Zhong asked you to help him run his company, so he is definitely not a simple person. You can guess what he will do without me saying it. You are his biggest weakness. This is a bit difficult. Xiao Qian was in a dilemma. He didn't want to be an inside man, nor did he want to be killed by Wang Zhong. Was there no better way? Mok was about to add fuel to the fire. Xiao Qian, What do you think Wang Zhong would think if he saw these photos? You're threatening me? You want to show the photos to Wang Zhong? Xiao Qian shouted angrily, her face red and her neck thick with rage, as if she had swallowed a dead rat. That's right, this is a threat. You only have two choices. Either become an inside man and help us catch Wang Zhong and put him in jail, or I send the photos to Wang Zhong, and he will definitely make you disappear immediately. Don't you agree? Mok casually patted Xiao Qian on the shoulder. Startled by the slap, Xiao Qian nearly fell to the ground. After catching his breath, he said, "Looks like I have no choice." "What did you say? Now you should cooperate. Tell me what Wang Zhong's next move is." Mok looked at Xiao Qian's dejected expression with satisfaction and patted him on the shoulder as he asked. Xiao Qian now understands that he has no other choice but to help them bring down Wang Zhong. Otherwise, he will become the first victim. People mysteriously disappear every day in this world, and he doesn't want to be mysteriously disappeared by Wang Zhong. He hasn't lived enough yet. There are many things in this world waiting for him to enjoy, but in order to survive, he has no choice but to betray Wang Zhong. As the saying goes, every man for himself, or the world will destroy him. For my own sake, I can only let Wang Zhong die. Wang Zhong told me that his next step is to have me bribe more people from the Ginting group to prepare for the next move. Xiao Qian replied with a sigh of relief. Mok nodded with satisfaction. It seems Wang Zhong has quite the ambition. He's not afraid of being overly ambitious. I really underestimated him. It seems I need to take him seriously. Chapter 162 Conspiracy. Mok directly instructed Dao Gu to personally oversee this small sum of money, as it was no longer trustworthy. Xiao Qian was shocked by Mok's words. He couldn't understand why Mok would have photos and use them to threaten him. Early in the morning, Dao Gu brought Xiao Qian to Mok's office. "Here's a list." Mok, holding a list clipped with a silver paperclip, said to Xiao Qian in front of him with one hand in his pocket. "Take this and give it to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong has been eyeing my Ginting group for a long time, so let's satisfy him. This is a secret of my Ginting group," Mok said. We've tolerated him for so long. It's time to teach him a lesson," Mok continued. Xiao Qian stared in shock at the list in Mok's hand, clearly somewhat frightened. He then lowered his head, not daring to look up at Mok in front of him. But ever since he heard Mok's words, he has become even more afraid. He could understand the meaning behind Mok's words, which were full of threats, making it impossible for Xiao Qian to refuse. Xiao Qian seemed to be thinking to himself, realizing that Mok was trying to use him to deal with Wang Zhong. At this moment, Xiao Qian felt as if two demons were fighting inside her, leaving her feeling utterly helpless and conflicted. If I don't agree to Mok's request, he will tell Wang Zhong directly. Then I will be unable to defend myself, and I will die even sooner. If Wang Zhong finds out that I am colluding with Mok, then it will really be a dilemma, Xiao Qian muttered to himself. But if I agree to give the fake list to Wang Zhong first, and then negotiate with Mok to sever ties with him, wouldn't that be enough? Xiao Qian thought to himself. Before Xiao Qian could even react, Mok had already handed the list in his hand to Xiao Qian and waved it in front of him, staring straight at Xiao Qian. He gestured for Xiao Qian to take the photo, otherwise he would send it to Wang Zhong. Xiao Qian stared intently at the list before slowly uttering a single word. His hand trembled slightly, clearly showing some hesitation. He knew that doing so would obviously be an act of betrayal. However, Wang Zhong did not completely trust Xiao Qian. If Mok reported him to Wang Zhong and added fuel to the fire, Wang Zhong would definitely be in deep trouble. Xiao Qian silently took the list from Mok's hands. Mok smiled as he watched Xiao Qian take the list from his hand. He walked over to Xiao Qian and gently patted Xiao Qian's shoulder. That's more like it. I'm waiting for your good news. Don't disappoint me, or else, you'll know the result. Mok said with a cold smile. Mok then put his hands back into the pockets of his light blue suit, slowly walked over to Xiao Qian, and left through the door. After Mok left, only Xiao Qian remained standing in the room. Xiao Qian clenched her fists and angrily threw the list in her hands to the ground. But then he remembered that Mok still had something on him, so he could only squat down again to pick up the list from the ground, staring angrily at the list in his hand, before standing up and walking out the door. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qian arrived at Wang Zhong's place. Wang Zhong was sitting on the sofa, looking worriedly at the data reports brought by the company's secretary. When he saw Xiao Qian in front of him, he put down the data in his hand. Wang Zhong stood up and said to Xiao Qian, "Ah, you're here. Have a seat." "Little Qian, how's the thing I asked you to do last time?" Wang Zhong asked. "Yes." Xiao Qian interrupted Wang Zhong somewhat anxiously, then hurriedly took out a document from his briefcase, paused, and then handed it to Wang Zhong. Xiao Qian was clearly panicked, thinking about what would happen if Wang Zhong discovered that he had betrayed Wang Zhong and Su Mo threatened him. Just as his emotions were rising and falling like distant mountains, Wang Zhong paused for a moment and asked, This is a list I got from Mok. Take a look," Xiao Qian said quickly, sounding somewhat apologetic. His words clearly lacked confidence, and he then lowered his head guiltily. Wang Zhong was unaware that the list was fake. When he heard Xiao Qian say that the document in his hand was the Ginting list, he revealed a sinister smile. He quickly flipped through the document and looked at it again and again, quite satisfied. A moment later, Wang Zhong smiled and said to Xiao Qian, "Haha, you're really something. I'm not afraid of failing this time. It seems that Mok's good days are coming to an end. You'll get your share of the benefits after this is done." Unaware that the list was fake, Wang Zhong trusted Xiao Qian implicitly and praised him highly. He kept praising himself, saying that he hadn't misjudged Xiao Qian, that Xiao Qian was indeed a trustworthy person, and that he trusted Xiao Qian even more. Upon hearing Wang Zhong's words, Xiao Qian felt anxious and guilty, fearing that Wang Zhong would discover her. She only wanted to leave the place as soon as possible, afraid that if she stayed too long, Wang Zhong would find out something. After all, Wang Zhong was not someone to be trifled with. Offending Wang Zhong would certainly not end well for Mok, since he had something on Mok's hands. Xiao Qian quickly made up a simple excuse and hurriedly left Wang Zhong. When Xiao Qian returned, he told Mok, "I did everything you said, and everything went according to your plan. Don't look for me anymore. I'm no longer needed." Xiao Qian then left immediately. Wang Zhong happily looked at the list in his hand and began to carefully flip through it page by page. He took out his phone and started contacting the people on the list one by one, using various benefits to bribe them one by one. Little did they know that all of this had been arranged by Mok, and the other side was very cooperative, readily agreeing to cooperate with Wang Zhong. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong said slyly, "These people are nothing special. It seems that Mok's men are not loyal enough. They are so easy to bribe. It seems that Mok is still too young. He is too green to fight me." Several hours later, Wang Zhong acquired all the people on the list and invited them to the group the next day to discuss cooperation. The next day, the people on the list gathered at Wang Zhong's company headquarters, creating a lively atmosphere. Wang Zhong was overjoyed to see so many distinguished guests. "Hello everyone. It's an honor to have you all gathered here. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration going forward. Now, let's discuss our cooperation." Wang Zhong began discussing the plan with everyone. "All right, let's do it this way. The success of this plan will be largely due to everyone's hard work." Everyone clapped enthusiastically. Now everything was ready, and Wang Zhong was increasingly happy. Wang Zhong firmly believed that he had made sufficient preparations and could defeat Mok in one fell swoop. He was overjoyed, thinking that he was about to destroy the Ginting group. Chapter 163 Fake Documents. Wang Zhong began to plot, wanting to seize Ginting. He instructed Xiao Qian to steal Ginting Group's confidential documents while Mok was away. Mok, by looking into Wang Zhong's eyes, understood Wang Zhong's thoughts, and thus learned of Xiao Qian's plan and actions. So he prepared a fake document for Xiao Qian in advance, waiting for Xiao Qian to walk into the trap. Xiao Qian was completely unaware that he had been discovered. He took advantage of the fact that it was Mok's birthday tonight to lighten the guard. He walked to the wall in the shadow of the gate, first covering his mouth and nose with a piece of cloth, then blowing some sleeping pills into the air through a thin straw. After waiting for 5 minutes, he slowly moved and glanced at the wall. Sure enough, the 4 people at the gate had fallen to the ground. He watched for a while and noticed that there were patrols, for people in a team, changing every 5 minutes. He waited for the change of personnel. Then he threw a pebble to attract their attention. While they went to check, he tiptoed and quickly went inside. By then, the person had already arrived. He couldn't care less about anything else. Without thinking twice, he pushed open the door of a dark room and went inside. Unexpectedly, the person was coming towards the room. In a panic, he had no choice but to hide in a nearby cabinet and hold his breath. The room was so quiet that only Xiao Qian's heart pounded. Then, click, the door opened, and the tap, tap, of leather shoes seemed to be pounding on Xiao Qian's heart, each tap heavier and closer, making it hard for him to breathe. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his clothes were soaked through. What if we get found out? What should we do? Xiao Qian's voice trailed off as she panicked. Ring, 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 ring. The phone on her desk rang. Hearing the man walk over, he answered the phone. Hello, it's me, yes. This is Ginting's most important confidential document. You must take good care of it. I put it next door, keep an eye on it. After hanging up, he went out. Hearing the crisp sound of the door closing, Xiao Qian finally felt relieved. He slowly opened the cabinet door, peeked out, and looked around. Great, no one's here. He quietly climbed out, thinking, the confidential documents are next door. I'm so lucky. I was worried I wouldn't be able to find them. It's like heaven is helping me. What he didn't know was that Mok had already sensed his presence and was deliberately putting on a show for him, waiting for him to walk right into the trap. Xiao Qian drew back the curtains and looked out the window. The heavy darkness covered everything, oppressing the hearts of many. He slowly pushed open the door, pressed himself against the wall, and tried to hide his figure in the shadows. He moved slowly and finally found a door. He walked to the window, looked out, and saw that the light was on and there were 2 people watching inside. What should we do? We can't let this all go to waste. He waited quietly, when suddenly he heard a sound from inside. I need to go to the bathroom. Watch over me. No way, I need to go too. But we can't leave this place unattended. This is very important. Fine, let's go together then. It's the boss's birthday today. Our boss is so powerful, who would dare to come? You're overthinking it. We should be able to get back quickly. Okay then. Xiao Qian quickly shrank into a corner, listening to them chatting and laughing as they came out, their voices gradually fading into the distance. Xiao Qian darted inside and closed the door. She looked around at the furnishings, a whole wall of bookshelves, a large wooden desk, and a computer. A scholarly atmosphere wafted over her. Xiao Qian thought, what's with the pretentious artsy stuff? They even have a room like this. Thinking this, she started rummaging through the room. As luck would have it, the first document he found was marked with the words, confidential document, in large letters. He was overjoyed, quickly picked it up to check, and then put it in his pocket. He looked up and saw a folder on the computer called confidential files. Oh no, what am I going to do? It should be the same file, right? It should be. He didn't think about why he had been in the bathroom for so long, then came out, bypassed the patrol team, and easily made his way out the gate. Meanwhile, the 2 guards who had gone to the toilet were reporting to Mok. Report. That person has entered the room, taken the confidential documents you entrusted to him, and has successfully left. He should be on his way back now. Mok gave a wicked smile. Well done, good job. Go and collect your reward. Yes. Mok slowly got up, strolled to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine and a stemmed glass, then went to the bar, elegantly opened the wine, and slowly poured it into the stemmed glass. His slender hand swirled the red liquid in the glass, and Mok watched it flow, feeling extremely excited. Wang Zhong, I wonder how interesting your expression will be when you discover the whole truth. I really can't wait to see. Mok took a sip of red wine and smiled. After Xiao Qian returned safely, he handed the documents to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong glanced at them, put them away, and praised Xiao Qian. Well done. When Ginting comes to us, we'll give you a share. As a reward, you're a great contributor. Wang Zhong and Xiao Qian laughed wildly. After receiving the document, Wang Zhong had no doubts. He took the small amount of money he had laboriously stolen and went to find a buyer, intending to sell Ginting for a high price so he could make more money. So he kept delaying and finally negotiated a price that satisfied him. It was an astronomical price. Wang Zhong was so happy that his mouth stretched to his ears. I never thought Ginting would be so valuable, he dreamed. The next day, he met with the buyer to sign the contract. He handed the documents to the buyer with a smile, and the buyer was quite happy. After all, buying Ginting meant he now had a lot of power. Upon closer inspection, the buyer exclaimed, "Hey, Mr. Wong, this isn't right. This isn't Ginting's standard seal. Look, I even brought samples from previous collaborations with Ginting to compare." "Impossible. This is a document I obtained. I personally retrieved it. Look, it says confidential document on it. No, this isn't right. Mr. Wong, this isn't fair. Are you playing me for a fool?" Wang Zhong also noticed something amiss. Suddenly, some men in black appeared around them. The buyer said, "Mr. Wong, if you don't figure this out, your life will be in danger too." Wang Zhong panicked. He immediately promised to find out the truth and get the real documents for him. The buyer disagreed. He felt Wang Zhong was a swindler, that he was being played, and in a fit of anger, he cut off all contact with him. "Go find another buyer," he said. "Let's see who dares to buy from you again." The buyer left with his men. Wang Zhong sat there alone, stunned. Chapter 164, Believing in Yoko. Wang Zhong held the document in his hand and pondered for a while. This document was clearly handed to him by Xiao Qian himself, so there shouldn't be any mistake, right? How could it be fake? Wang Zhongyo reviewed the document, but couldn't figure out what the problem was. He held the document for a while, then fell into deep thought again. He began to feel that something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint the problem. The document was brought over by Xiao Qian. Logically speaking, the place where Xiao Qian and I met was secluded and no one should have found out. Could it be that someone switched the document? Looking at the fake document in his hand, Wang Zhong decided to contact Xiao Qian. He took out his phone, intending to contact Xiao Qian, but he couldn't get through. Wang Zhong was getting anxious and panicked, afraid that Xiao Qian had been discovered, which would make it even more impossible for him to bring down Ginting. Wang Zhong stood there anxiously, pacing back and forth with the documents in his hand, the matter becoming more and more complicated as he thought about it. After a while, Wang Zhong decided to contact Xiao Qian again, but he still couldn't get through on the phone. Wang Zhong was a little angry. He gripped his phone tightly and almost threw it to the ground. This Xiao Qian is unreachable at crucial moments. If MOK finds out I bribed him, all my efforts will have been for nothing. Wang Zhong waited angrily, already beginning to suspect Xiao Qian. Wang Zhong frowned as he looked at the fake document, then at the drastically different phone number on his phone, and suddenly didn't know what to do. "The number you dialed is currently switched off." After repeated attempts, Wang Zhong began to waver. He needed to find out where Xiao Qian was as soon as possible. He knew that what he had done could not be known by other people. He had put in a lot of effort, energy, and money to do this. Wang Zhong had no patience to wait for Xiao Qian's reply. He needed to know Xiao Qian's current situation immediately, otherwise things would be really difficult to handle later. Soon, Wang Zhong thought about it again and decided to go and ask Xiao Qian himself. Just as he was about to leave, Yangzi rushed over. So you were here all along." Wang Zhong wondered. How did he find his way here? How did you end up here? Is something wrong? Where's Xiao Qian? I can't get in touch with him. Wang Zhong was very anxious, afraid that something had happened to Xiao Qian. Yangzi's eyes darted around, afraid that his lie would be exposed. After composing himself, he said to Wang Zhong, "Hey, Xiao Qian can't come out for the time being. He's been targeted by MO Quebec. He can't think of a way to send you a message, so he asked me to send it to you." Wang Zhong was a little skeptical. Logically speaking, Xiao Qian always kept the information she gave him about Ginting quite secret, so it shouldn't have been discovered by others. Seeing that Wang Zhong didn't seem to believe him, Yangzi thought he should say more to avoid arousing suspicion. "Xiao Qian said that he's been being watched by MOK these past few days, and he can't contact you privately or by phone. He said he can only contact you after this period is over. MOK is keeping a close eye on him, so he said not to contact him. He asked me to bring you a message these days." Wang Zhong was still a little skeptical of Yangzi's explanation. He was afraid that Yangzi wasn't as loyal as Xiao Qian. Really? Was that small amount of money discovered? Yangzi said, "Not yet. It's just that MOK is keeping a close eye on us. Plus, you guys were quite discreet in your previous contacts, so MOK hasn't been able to find anything. Xiao Qian is also very cautious and hasn't said anything, so nothing has happened yet." Wang Zhong felt much relieved after hearing this. Fortunately, Xiao Qian hadn't been discovered. Otherwise, if all his efforts had been in vain, he would have been finished. Seeing that Wang Zhong had calmed down, Yangzi guessed that he had also let down his guard against him. Wang Zhong was unsure whether to trust Yangzi or not, but since Xiao Qian was being targeted, he had no choice but to believe him for the time being. The best course of action at present was to obtain information before taking any further action. Hearing Yangzi say this, Wang Zhong was still somewhat wary of her and asked with some skepticism, "All right, then tell me Mok's next move." Mok had long anticipated that Wang Zhong would return and trust Yangzi. Faced with this situation, Wang Zhong had no choice but to protect his own interests first. Mok said, "Yangzi, go and tell Wang Zhong when you deliver the message that I'm going to find by you." Yangzi felt that Wang Zhong probably wouldn't trust him, since he trusted Xiao Qian more. What if he doesn't trust me? The person he trusts the most is Xiao Qian. Why don't you let Xiao Qian go? Yangzi asked thoughtfully. If you give him too much money, it will easily attract Wang Zhong's attention. While he still trusts you, I'll give it to someone else to make him panic. Once he calms down, you will also gain his trust, and he won't find out that the money has been discovered. Yangzi still didn't quite understand Mok's meaning. But will Wang Zhong trust me? He was a little wary at first, but after a few times he wasn't. I know him. He just wants to bring down Ginting so that he can become famous. Huh. I saw through his little tricks a long time ago. I also saw through the person who bribed me. If he wants to play, then I'll play along. Yangzi felt a bit scared. Mok was not someone to be trifled with. Yangzi asked, "What about Xiao Qian?" "I'm worried about Wang Zhong." "Don't worry. He'll still think about his own interests under the circumstances. Just do as I say. As for the small amount of money, I won't do anything to him. Just do your job." Mok, who was always steady in his work, remained calm as always. Yes. As expected, Mok's guess was correct, and Wang Zhong chose to temporarily believe Yangzi. Yangzi looked around and leaned close to Wang Zhong's ear, saying in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Mok is going to find by you." "Are you sure?" Yangzi answered definitively. "That's right. Xiao Qian heard it with his own ears, and he asked me to tell you." Wang Zhong had no doubts whatsoever. He was very happy because this was another piece of intelligence, bringing them one step closer to their plan. Yangzi could tell from Wang Zhong's joyful expression that Wang Zhong believed her. Wang Zhong praised, "Not bad, not bad. As expected of Xiao Qian, whom I trust the most, this intelligence is quite valuable. It's just that Xiao Qian was sacrificed a bit." Yangzi realized that Wang Zhong had been tricked, and he truly admired Mok's accurate guess. "Yangzi, is Xiao Qian all right now?" Yoko stammered, This. Wang Zhong frowned, thinking something had happened to Xiao Qian. "What's wrong with Xiao Qian?" No, nothing's wrong. You don't need to worry." Wang Zhong didn't say anything. Chapter 165 Mok's acting skills. Mok was naturally going to find by you. He had specifically asked Yangzi to leak this information to Wang Zhong. He had to go himself, of course, to gain Wang Zhong's trust in Yangzi. Wang Zhong wasn't one to easily bribe people. This time, he'll teach old man Wang a lesson in being tricked. Who gave that old geezer the audacity to try and bring down the Ginting group? He built the Ginting group from scratch. It's like his own child. He trusted Yangzi, but he was a little worried that Yangzi might be deceived by the cunning Wang Zhong. With a villain like Wang Zhong around, how could he not be on guard? He will definitely protect the Ginting group. Anyone who is detrimental to Ginting will be eliminated one by one. Mok stuck out his tongue and licked his teeth as he drove to the buy group. He was wearing large sunglasses, and his suit made him look very handsome. He strode up to the front desk and said, "Miss, I need to see your CEO, Mr. Bai." The receptionist looked up at the sound, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, this guy is kind of handsome. But, do you have an appointment?" "No, but your CEO Bai will definitely see me." The receptionist was a little speechless. Even if he was quite handsome, where did he get his confidence from without an appointment? I never expected someone so handsome to be so eccentric. But having worked as a receptionist for so long, she's seen all sorts of weirdos. Maybe this guy in sunglasses is one of them too. Seeing the sunglasses-wearing man still rambling on, the receptionist pursed her lips. "No, Our CEO won't see you without an appointment. Hurry up and leave. She originally wanted to tell him to get lost, but considering that the guy in sunglasses was actually quite good-looking, she didn't say anything. It's not that she has a bad temper or is irritable. It's just that there was a woman before who insisted on seeing the president. She was the one who received the woman, and since she couldn't persuade her otherwise, she had to take her to see the president. The result was quite unexpected. The CEO said he didn't know the woman at all, gave her a lecture, and docked 3 months' salary. He said if it happened again, she'd be fired. It turns out the woman was quite pretty, but her character was terrible. From then on, she was fed up with these people who came to cause trouble for no reason. It seemed like their business was their business, and she was just a small receptionist who deserved to have no rights. Especially since this guy in sunglasses is quite good-looking. Who knows if he's here to cause trouble? It's best to get rid of this troublemaker as soon as possible. Anyway, he didn't have an appointment. Even if this gets to the CEO's ears, he's unlikely to dock her pay. Yes, the receptionist was very resentful about having her salary deducted. 10,000 yuan, just like that, gone. Who wouldn't be upset? She only makes 3,500 a month. Mok looked at the impatient little girl in front of him and snorted. What had he done to offend her? He was only here today to act out a play for Wang Zhong's informant. Mok's attitude was misunderstood by the receptionist. Does this guy in sunglasses not understand human language? She thought. She rolled her eyes. Let's go. It seemed as if she was about to take action if Mok didn't leave soon. Because he wanted to better deceive Wang Zhong, Mok remained unmoved. Seeing Mok's resolute attitude, the receptionist helplessly waved her hand and called a group of security guards to kick him out. Hey brother, please don't. All of this was observed by Wang Zhong's informants. Mok not only received a cold shoulder when he went to see Baiyu, but was also chased out by a group of bodyguards like flies. After being chased out by the bodyguards, Mok, looking utterly pathetic, arrived at his sports car, quickly got in, and couldn't hold back any longer, so he leaned on the steering wheel and laughed maniacally. Mok had to admit that he wasn't cut out to be an actor. His cowardly performance just now almost made him burst out laughing several times. If he had the ability, those bodyguards wouldn't have been a match for him. However, this time he wasn't here to cause trouble at Baiyu's place. He just wanted to use this opportunity to gain Wang Zhong's trust in Yangzi. The receptionist, though, was quite interesting. Listening to his informant's vivid description of the scene, Wang Zhong was secretly overjoyed. However, he always maintained a facade of composure and didn't show it too obviously. Wang Zhong could practically guess how Mok had slunk back. He'd disliked Mok for a long time, and now that Mok had suffered a loss, he was even tempted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Wang Zhong rubbed his chin. It seemed that Yangzi was telling the truth. Yangzi might really be dissatisfied with Mok. However, he was delivering a message for Xiao Qian. Now, Wang Zhong vaguely felt that something was off about Xiao Qian. He couldn't completely trust him. Why would Yangzi tell him all this? Wang Zhong was beginning to believe Yangzi a little. He was just thinking about Yangzi when she showed up. See, brother Wang, I didn't lie to you. Did Mok go to see Baiyu? Because Xiao Qian has been being watched closely lately. That kid Mok has become suspicious of him. Wang Zhong smiled with narrowed eyes, his face full of sinister cunning, but only he thought he was smiling kindly. Xiaoyang, it's not that I don't trust you. I just want to be cautious. After all, that Mok is too cunning. So, if you trust me, you can stay by my side from now on and keep an eye on that Mok for me. Yangzi cursed inwardly. This is a lamb? I think you're more like a pig. And you're trying to smear brother Mok? I think you're the treacherous, cunning old fox. Brother Wang, what are you saying? I don't like Mok either. I'll keep an eye on him for you. Yangzi said this, but inside he was suppressing a feeling of nausea. That old dog Wang Zhong was utterly disgusting. After Yangzi left, he quickly sent a text message to Mo Quebec. He didn't use the phone because he wasn't sure if that old dog Wang Zhong had planted a listening device on him, although that was a bit overly cautious. But since he was working for Mok, he naturally had to be careful not to give himself away. However, if he had seen Mok's brilliant performance today, he wouldn't have had this worry. Brother Mok, it seems that old dog Wang Zhong has trusted me now. What do you think we should do next? When Yangzi's text message arrived, Mok's lips curled into a smile. Although he knew he was only being polite and courteous to Wang Zhong for Mok's sake, he was still disgusted by Wang Zhong's behavior. However, for Mok's sake, for the Ginting group, and for his own sake, he had to endure it. Yangzi, you'd better stay by Wang Zhong's side and see what he's up to. But you must protect yourself and be careful around him. Listen selectively to what he says. Of course, if you don't adapt, you can come back. We don't support his methods. Okay, brother Mok, you can rest assured to leave it to me. Chapter 166, Gaining Trust. Do me a favor. A man's voice came from a small alley. A group of people sat around, looking at a man who looked somewhat ridiculous. He was wearing a black leather jacket with half of his hair dyed orange-yellow like a rooster's comb. He wore ripped jeans and gray sneakers, and looked like a small-time hoodlum. The man who was speaking to him was the one who was standing opposite him. Dressed in an Adidas casual outfit and white shoes, the blonde-haired man said defiantly, "Hey, why should I help you?" The group behind him echoed in unison, "Yeah, why should our boss help you?" Yangzi smiled slightly and said, "With this." He then pulled a bulging envelope from his pocket. "Wow, boss, we're rich," one of the young men exclaimed happily. The others echoed, "Really rich, boss." The blonde-haired man's eyes widened in shock. This money was enough for him and his brothers to live comfortably for years. He didn't even collect this much protection money in a year. It seemed like this job was worth considering. "This is a deposit of 50,000. I'll give you another 100,000 after it's done. Just call me Yangzi then," Yangzi said, tossing the money to the blonde-haired man. The blonde-haired man took the money and tossed it behind him, saying, "Catch it, but don't lose it." The man who caught it replied, "Yes, boss. Mission accomplished. Let's make it clear beforehand that we don't do anything illegal or criminal," the blonde-haired man said righteously. Yangzi thought to himself that he had underestimated these thugs. They actually had a strong sense of professional ethics. Yoko's lips curled into a smile, her voice tinged with pleasure. "Good. You're truly genuine. I want you to help me stage a kidnapping." "That's too dangerous." "Kidnapping is a crime, isn't it?" the blonde-haired man said worriedly. "Trust me, I'll guarantee your safety," Yoko said, raising her voice. "All right then," the blonde-haired man reluctantly agreed. Yangzi continued, "Tomorrow you're going to kidnap a man named Wang Zhong. Here's his picture. Then, just do as I say." Yangzi gave the picture to the blonde-haired man and explained his plan. Everyone gathered around him, listening attentively. The two clapped hands to signify their cooperation, and after finishing, Yoko returned to her apartment to await the arrival of tomorrow. The next day, Wang Zhong got up early as usual to buy breakfast. Because of his previous illness, he usually walked there. The morning road was quiet and peaceful, but the tranquility was broken by a voice. "Don't move. I'll kill you if you move again." A man in black rushed out from behind Wang Zhong and, taking advantage of his inattention, took him hostage with a knife. Soon after, several more men in black appeared and surrounded him. You, what are you doing?" Wang Zhong looked panicked, his face pale with fright. "You said the group's CEO died on the street. Isn't that some kind of sensational news?" the man in black said with a sinister smile. No. Let's talk this out. I can give you as much money as you want," Wang Zhong quickly said. "But we just want to create sensational news, Mr. Wang," the man in black whispered in Wang Zhong's ear. "Goodbye, Mr. Wang." Just as the man in black was about to stab Wang Zhong with a dagger, Yangzi appeared. "Stop!" Yangzi ran over frantically. The thugs didn't intervene, but Yangzi knocked the dagger out of the man in black with a stone, preventing him from succeeding. "Brothers, get him!" the man in black shouted, and all the men in black began to attack Yangzi. Yangzi was unarmed and inevitably got hurt. Wang Zhong was truly moved by what he saw. Someone had actually come to his rescue, and it was even a complete stranger. "Retreat!" the man in black shouted as he ran. "You just wait." Yangzi watched them leave, a smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, "Not bad, they must have succeeded." He turned to Wang Zhong, his face full of worry, and asked, "Mr. Wang, are you all right? Did they do anything to you?" Wang Zhong gradually calmed down and said, I'm fine. How are you?" "I'm glad you're all right, Mr. Wang. I won't die. I'll just bleed a little." Yangzi laughed carelessly, which made Wang Zhong's heart tighten even more. "Yangzi, would you like to stay by my side?" Wang Zhong asked. "Huh? Yoko replied, bewildered. I won't treat you badly. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead long ago. Wang Zhong said sincerely. Mr. Wang, what you say is absolutely right. Of course I'm willing to serve you. Yangzi answered Wang Zhong with a firm look and a resolute tone, which pleased Wang Zhong greatly. He thought that with such a trusted confidant, he wouldn't have to worry about dealing with Mo Quebec. Let's go. I've called someone. Come directly to the company with me and have them bandage you up, Wang Zhong said, looking at the wound on Yangzi's left arm. Okay, Mr. Wang, Yangzi replied with a smile. Yangzi followed Wang Zhong back to the company, and Wang Zhong asked his secretary to find someone to bandage Yangzi's wound. All right, you can rest here for a while. Come find me when you're rested. Wang Zhong pointed to the room, indicating that Yangzi should rest there. Yangzi said awkwardly, Mr. Wang, isn't this a bit inappropriate? I've only been here for 1 day, and you're already resting. Wang Zhong raised his voice. Let's see who dares to disrespect you. If anyone talks nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. All right, you get some rest. It's nothing, Wang Zhong said to Yangzi. Yangzi had indeed lost a lot of blood. His lips were pale, and he said weakly, Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll be there as soon as possible. Wang Zhong looked at him and said, Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. Before closing the door and leaving, Yangzi lay on the sofa, thinking that Wang Zhongxin had done a good job acting, otherwise her hand injury would have been for nothing. As she thought about it, her eyelids gradually drooped and she fell asleep. Yangzi woke up around noon. He had slept so well that he stretched and loosened his muscles. He tidied himself up, opened the door, and headed toward Wang Zhong's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came Wang Zhong's lazy voice from inside the door. Click. Yangzi pushed the door open and said, President Wang. Wang Zhong saw that it was Yangzi and immediately greeted her. Come, sit on the sofa and let's talk. Wang Zhong pointed to the sofa, and Yangzi walked straight over and sat down, saying, Thank you, Mr. Wang, you flatter me. Seeing Yangzi's politeness, Wang Zhong thought he hadn't made a mistake in choosing her and asked, How are you? Yangzi looked at Wang Zhong and said, Nothing serious. I feel much better after a nap. Wang Zhong said with concern. Okay, then remember to change your dressing every day. Chapter 167 Another Attack. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Yangzi nodded in gratitude. Wang Zhong said, It's nothing, it's all because of me. I won't say anything. By the way, what brings you here, Mr. Wang? Yangzi steered Mr. Wang back to the main topic. Wang Zhong said, I want you to help me steal Mok's confidential documents. Yangzi thought for a moment and said, This might take a few days. After Xiao Qian was discovered, Mok is on guard, so it won't be easy to make a move. If there's an ambush, we'll all be wiped out. Wang Zhong considered it for a while and thought Yangzi's words made sense. What you said makes sense. I'll listen to you and give it a few days. Yangzi said, Okay, Mr. Wang. In the office, Mok sat in his chair, lost in thought, not even hearing the knock on the door. Mr. Mo? Are you there? Mr. Mo? The voice from outside the door pulled Mok back to reality. Mok cleared his throat. Come in. The door opened, and a man in black entered. He told Mok about the movements Yangzi had detected with Wang Zhong. Mok thought for a moment and said, Tell Yangzi to keep an eye on Wang Zhong and report to me immediately if anything happens. Is there anything else? Reporting to Mr. Mo, that's all the information we have for now. There are no other urgent matters at the moment. The man in black replied respectfully. Okay, that's settled then. You can go now, and while you're at it, call Xiao Qian over for me. Mok said after a moment's thought. Yes, Mr. Mo, the man in black said, then pushed open the door and walked out. Mok looked out the window. The bright sunshine streamed in, illuminating his flawless skin and making it appear even whiter and brighter. It brought to mind the phrase, a gentleman as jade, unparalleled in the world. Mok thought to himself that Wang Zhong was really dishonest. He had already suffered a loss once, but still refused to give up. He was really going all out. I'll see what kind of trouble you can cause this time. Mok couldn't help but smile as he thought about this. This matter was getting more and more interesting. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Mo, Mr. Mo, Xiao Qian said nervously, knocking on the door. Mok's voice came from inside. Come in. Xiao Qian carefully pushed open the door, and with a creak, she said with a grin, Mr. Mo, I heard from them. You were looking for me. Yes, that's right. I told them to go find you. Mok turned to look at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian asked Yehuadud, Mr. Mo, what do you want with me? Mok stroked his chin and said, I need you to go find Wang Zhong. Xiao Qian looked shocked. Mr. Mo, isn't Yangzi with Wang Zhong? Why do I need to go? He won't trust me. Mok smirked and said, It's all right. Yangzi has already successfully gained Wang Zhong's trust. What I need you to do is, and then remember? Xiao Qian listened attentively, nodding frequently as she listened to Mok's words. She smiled and said, Mr. Mo, I understand. I'll go right away. Mok nodded in satisfaction. Okay, go ahead. Xiao Qian said, Yes, Mr. Mo, and hurriedly left. Watching Xiao Qian leave, Mok thought to himself that the real show was just beginning. Xiao Qian deliberately made his clothes look a little messy, then went downstairs and hailed a taxi on his phone. Hello? Driver, are you downstairs yet? Xiao Qian asked, holding up his phone. Yes, the license plate number is. The driver told Xiao Qian his license plate number in fluent dialect. Xiao Qian saw a taxi as soon as he left Ginting. Driver, this is my order, Xiao Qian said, showing the driver his phone. Come on, young man, get in quickly. The driver warmly greeted Xiao Qian and urged him to get in. Xiao Qian got into the car, and the driver started chatting with him. Xiao Qian responded to the driver, and the two chatted enthusiastically. Before long, they arrived at their destination. After paying the fare and getting out of the car, Xiao Qian didn't forget to thank the driver. The driver replied with a word and drove off. Xiao Qian walked into this place he hadn't been to in a long time, and had to admit he felt quite nostalgic. Composing himself, Xiao Qian strode inside and greeted the receptionist. The receptionist, seeing him, excitedly said, Xiao Qian, it's been so long. Where have you been all this time? Xiao Qian grinned and said, Guess. If you guess right, I'll tell you. After all this time, you're still as annoying as ever, the girl said with a laugh. By the way, is Mr. Wang here? Xiao Qian asked, yawning. Mr. Wang? Mr. Wang doesn't seem to have any scheduled activities today. He should be in his office. Should I ask him for you? The girl said after thinking for a moment. Xiao Qian scratched his head and said, No, it's too much trouble. I'll just go directly. It's not like I don't know the way. That's fine too, the girl agreed. Okay, I'll be going now. Let's have dinner together sometime. Xiao Qian waved to the girl at the front desk and walked towards the elevator. The girl nodded and said, Okay, let's keep in touch on WeChat. Xiao Qian took the elevator to the floor where Wang Zhong's office was located. Seeing Wang Zhong's assistant sitting there, he went over to greet him. What a coincidence. Wang Zhong's assistant looked up, surprised. You're back. Xiao Qian's face lit up with a smile, saying, Of course your brother Qian, can't leave. He continued, Is President Wang in his office? Yes. Are you going to see him? The assistant asked. What am I doing here if I'm not looking for him? Xiao Qian glanced at the assistant. The assistant looked at him and said, Okay, go ahead. We'll talk later. I have to catch up on some work. Xiao Qian tapped him on the head and said, Good luck, I'm off. The assistant covered his head and said, Brother Qian, you're here again. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Qian, who had already walked far away and didn't know if he had heard what he said, and stood up and walked towards the elevator. Knock. The conversation inside suddenly stopped, and only Wang Zhong's voice could be heard. Come in. Xiao Qian pushed open the door and greeted Wang Zhong with a smile. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm back. Wang Zhong was startled, wondering why he had suddenly returned after being missing for so many days. Was he the mole? Isn't this Yangzi? You got promoted while I was gone. Xiao Qian said to Yangzi on the sofa with a look of disgust. Yangzi said modestly, No, Brother Qian, Boss Wang just asked me to come and do something. Is that so? I think you just want to show off and overshadow me, right? Xiao Qian continued to tease Yangzi. Wang Zhong coughed and said, All right, I let Yangzi in here. He's one of my men now. And why are you back? Xiao Qian grinned and said, Mr. Wang, Mok's people weren't watching me, so I sneaked out. Seeing that he said he sneaked out, Wang Zhong wanted to test him and said, Okay, then you go back to Ginting and keep an eye on Mok's every move. Yangzi is here, so just take care of yourself. Xiao Qian replied. Yes, Mr. Wang, at your service. Chapter 168. The ledger is lost. Mok was exhausted from being so busy earlier. Now he wanted to rest for a while, so he put down what he was doing and rested his head on the table. But just a few minutes after he had rested, someone suddenly walked over. Dao Ge kept knocking on the door, as if he had something important to say to Mok. Please come in. Mok suddenly said this, then tidied himself up and looked outside the door. Something bad has happened to Mo Quebec. Dao Ge hurriedly said this to Mok as he walked in. Mok looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, Has something happened? Our Ginting group's ledger has been stolen. Dao Ge said this before he even had a chance to catch his breath. At this moment, Mok looked at Dao Ge with a shocked expression and said, What? What happened? How could our account book be stolen? I don't know what happened either, but that's how it is. Let's go to the finance office and take a look. Although Dao Ge also couldn't believe what he was hearing, the facts were undeniable, and he had no choice but to find Mok and go with him to the finance office to check what he had been preparing to say before leaving. All right, hurry up, otherwise we might not know who took the ledger, and that would be a real problem. Mok suddenly realized the seriousness of this awareness problem, so he stood up, pulled Dao Ge away from there, and went to the finance office. The atmosphere in the finance office was extremely tense. No one knew what to say. They bore the most responsibility for the stolen ledgers, and in the current situation, the ledgers were the core of the company. If the ledgers were stolen, the entire Ginting would be doomed. Mr. Mo, this matter. The people in the finance department knew they couldn't escape this predicament the moment they saw Mok and Brother Dao arrive. We really didn't mean to lose this ledger. It's just that now. The highest-ranking supervisor in the finance department suddenly stood up and said, Didn't I tell you? The reason you're allowed into the finance department is because I trust you even more than his brothers. And now you're telling me the finance books are lost? Don't you know what happened? And now you want to apologize to me? Find out what happened first. Mok didn't say anything, but directly opened the book and started cursing. Meanwhile, the people in the finance department looked at Mok helplessly, but they didn't know why he was so angry. They could only let him take the scolding. Yes, I'm sorry, we really didn't mean to. The person in the finance office stammered. What's the use of sorry? The ledgers have been stolen, and nobody knows how it happened. Tell me what to do now? This is such a big problem for the company. Who can tell me what to do? Can't you be more careful in the meantime? Are you going to wait until something happens before you try to fix it? Mok immediately started cursing. At this point, all the finance department staff were helpless and continued to be scolded because they were the ones who had made a mistake. So what should we do now? We can't just sit here doing nothing. If something really happens, no one will be able to escape. I don't know who had the audacity to say that. At this moment, Mok frowned and thought for a moment. Brother Dao, who do you think it could be? Mok suddenly asked Brother Dao, who was sitting next to him and looked very serious. Dao Ge frowned as he looked at it, as if asking who he suspected. I suspect Xiao Qian, because he himself was bribed by Wang Zhong, and although he has already repented, old habits die hard. How could he not know to do it again? Dao Ge nodded and said, I also suspected Xiao Qian, but I don't have any evidence, and Xiao Qian doesn't seem to be in Ginting recently. But there's no way to prove he's not a fortune teller, and there are only a handful of people who can do that kind of fortune telling these days. Besides, this can't erase the fact that he betrayed Ginting and sided with Wang Zhong. Mok suddenly pointed out the most crucial point, then looked at Dao Ge. Indeed, Xiao Qian was once bribed by Wang Zhong for some small favors and benefits. Although he repented later, it doesn't mean he won't do it again. Moreover, since we know he has repented this time, he may remember this and cause trouble. And the more benefits he gets from being by Wang Zhong's side, the more likely he is to have the ability to betray him. After calmly analyzing this point, Dao Ge looked up at Mok. Indeed, because Xiao Qian spent the most time in front of the net, if Wang Zhong finds out why he is acting strangely, he might be able to bribe him with a large sum of money. Besides, he is also a member of the finance department. Mok nodded and then said these words, at which point Dao Ge asked, So what do you want me to do now? Mok then said, Brother Dao, could you please contact Xiao Qian for me? I need him to return to Ginting. There are some things I'd like to discuss with him privately. It would be best if I could find out that he wasn't the one who did this. Even so, remember to treat Xiao Qian a little better. If Xiao Qian has truly repented, and if he really didn't do it, then it's inevitable that he will feel disheartened. After giving Mok a few more words of advice with some concern, Dao Ge left to contact Xiao Qian. I know about this, but you should know that if this was really done by Xiao Qian or by the previous person in Ginting, I would feel disheartened. Mok suddenly said something that left Dao Ge speechless. Dao Ge then left to contact Xiao Qian. Wang Zhong doesn't plan to continue with that task. Dao Ge seemed to remember something, so he immediately turned back and asked Mok, Stop monitoring Wang Zhong. First, we need to find out who planted the mole in Ginting. Do you think this future threat is important? Besides, getting the account books back is the most important thing. As for Wang Zhong, let him cause some trouble for now. Chapter 169 Injustice. When Dao Ge heard this, he couldn't help but nod and say, All right, I know what to do about this, but if it's really just a small amount of money, you should be prepared. Mok gave a bitter smile and said, Even if I wasn't mentally prepared, this account book has already dealt me a heavy blow. Now I just want to finish this matter properly. Dao Ge was very fast. Xiao Qian had already rushed into Mok's office. Mr. Mo, is there anything I can help you with? I've done what I was supposed to do. As for monitoring Wang Zhong's actions, I've written a report every day and sent it back to Ginting. Xiao Qian knew that Mok must have come to him because of this matter. The first thing he did upon entering was to report to Mok about his recent surveillance of Wang Zhong. The only thing that pleased him was that Dao Ge said that President Mo didn't need him to continue monitoring Wang Zhong, but instead let Wang Zhong fend for himself. What was going on? You should have heard what Brother Dao told you when you came. I told you to stop monitoring Wang Zhong. After slowly recounting this matter, Mok coldly stared at Xiao Qian in front of him. Yes, after I heard about it, I started to wrap things up and then left. Don't worry, I didn't reveal any information, and I absolutely won't reveal any information. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian immediately reacted and reported back. Then you should know something too. Our Ginting's account books have been lost by someone. Tell me, who did it? Actually, I really want to find the person who stole the account books. What did Ginting do to deserve this person going to such lengths to destroy Dragonfly? Mok wasn't in a hurry to get Xiao Qian to admit her guilt. Instead, he asked her questions little by little. He didn't say that Xiao Qian should confess, because he wasn't sure if it was Xiao Qian who made the mistake. It could have been someone else who made the mistake, thus bringing the blame back to Xiao Qian. However, there are some things that make him suspicious. Everything Xiao Qian said back then has made it impossible for him to trust him completely now. It was only then that Xiao Qian realized why Dao Ge had asked him to stop monitoring Wang Zhong, and why Mok had asked him to return to Ginting. I know what you're thinking. I was actually bribed by Wang Zhong. He could bribe me a second time after the first time. And the benefits of doing that thing for him were enough to blind me to the truth. I was going to deal with Ginting's people, right? Xiao Qian looked at Mok with trembling hands. Mok didn't say anything at this moment, but his eyes were filled with an unusual firmness, as if he believed in Xiao Qian. I don't know why you think that way, but I can absolutely guarantee one thing. I knew nothing about this matter. I have no idea why Ginting's account books were lost. I've been outside, monitoring Wang Zhong's various actions, and I haven't had time to deal with what's going on inside Ginting. After saying these words with remarkable rationality, Xiao Qian stubbornly refused to admit that he had taken the ledger. Mr. Mo, I know what you want to say, but you have really wronged me. No matter what, I will never admit to it, because I did not do it. Xiao Qian firmly told the man in front of her that she had never done this, and would never throw away this inexplicable piece of evidence. Whether you believe it or not, I am the one who has been wronged. Even if you want to say something, I will never be forced to confess. I will never admit to something that is not mine. At that moment, Xiao Qian firmly uttered this sentence. At this moment, Mok looked at Xiao Qian in shock. He hadn't expected Xiao Qian to be so stubborn this time. At this moment, Mok was not prepared to doubt Xiao Qian at all. In fact, he vaguely believed what Xiao Qian said and even felt that he did not do this. He didn't know if his inner feelings were right or wrong, but he always wanted to follow them. He felt that only in this way would he avoid any regrets. However, regardless of the circumstances, even though he didn't do it, we can't rule out the possibility that Xiao Qian is a suspect. So you're not going to deny this crime? Mok asked again, and Xiao Qian nodded firmly at this moment. Yes, this matter is a fabrication to me, so I will not acknowledge him, and I will absolutely not be a scapegoat for anyone. Xiao Qian's eyes were very firm as he looked at Mok and insisted that the evidence was not his. At this moment, Mok also chose to believe Xiao Qian, because no matter what, Xiao Qian would not do such a thing. It was just a strange feeling in his heart. But what truly convinced him was the surveillance footage. Even if the surveillance cameras in the finance office were destroyed, the surveillance cameras in Ginting were still there. The footage clearly showed that Xiao Qian hadn't entered Ginting at all during that time. How could she have obtained Ginting's account books? Even if Xiao Qian were to steal the ledgers from the finance office, he would still have to enter Ginting. However, Xiao Qian has been keeping a close watch on things these past few days, and Wang Zhong hasn't done anything else. Moreover, no one has been seen entering or leaving Ginting. Alright, let's leave this matter as it is for now. You stay in Ginting and monitor Wang Zhong for a few days. You can go back after the account book matter is finished. Is there anything you're still hesitating about, Mr. Mo? To be honest, I wouldn't make the same mistake twice. You might think I did it, but I believe the truth will always be on the side of those of us who are innocent. Xiao Qian said this sentence very firmly. At this moment, Mok looked at Xiao Qian in front of him, nodded, and said, "As long as you are innocent, we will never wrong you." After Mok finished speaking, he stood up and left, not wanting to deal with these things anymore. Before leaving, Mok suddenly said, "The innocent are innocent, and the guilty are guilty. No one can say for sure about this matter, but only heaven, earth, you, and I know that he is hiding it. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. If you haven't done something, then I will definitely protect you. But if you have really done it, then I'm sorry, we may have to stand on opposite sides." Chapter 170, Just Outcome. I understand, but I still believe that everyone will give me a fair result. Xiao Qian also believed that Ginting's people would give him a reasonable explanation. That's what they said. Mok, however, left this place. These past few days, because of this traitor, he hasn't been able to eat well or sleep peacefully. So Mok decided to relax and went for a drive. "Where are you going right now? You don't seem to be in a good mood." At this moment, Brother Dao suddenly walked over and asked, "I'm not in a good mood and want to go for a drive. You can take care of the Ginting matter for now." "What's wrong? You seem sad. Is there something you can't tell me?" Seeing Mok looking so preoccupied, Dao Gu immediately spoke up. "Nothing much, just Ginting. These recent events have left me feeling quite helpless and exhausted. I need to rest for a bit. I'm going for a drive and we'll be right back. Don't worry." After saying that, Mok drove away. It was only then that Dao Gu realized he had found something and said, "Hey, wait for me. I have something to tell you." But at this moment, Mok wasn't listening to anything. Instead, he kept driving around the city. He saw many things in the city that he had never seen before, or perhaps because of the different perspectives he was from. So what he saw didn't hurt at all. In the past, when I saw these things, I always thought they were very common, so I couldn't even bring myself to look at this puppet with disdain. Why do I feel like I'm becoming more and more reckless? Why can't I just be a little quieter? At this moment, Mok seemed to be at his weakest, even like a newborn baby, unsure of what to do with his own body. The scenery outside the window was so pleasing to the eye, constantly rushing forward at high speed. The rows of small trees in front of me kept receding, their afterimages flashing by at a speed invisible to the naked eye. However, Mok expressed dissatisfaction with this speed, but this was the only speed he could see in the city. But since he couldn't enjoy a drive around to his heart's content, he decided to go to the suburbs. Mok, having reached this point, was thinking of speeding up his departure. He looked out the window at the shops, even the small general stores and such, and he could see them clearly. Mok was puzzled by what those people were doing, how they were throwing away a few cents, and how happy and cheerful they looked. But before they could even go for a few minutes, they crashed into a luxury car. "Damn it, who is this guy? Is he out of his mind? I'm in a bad mood, and he just has to come and bump into me. MOK became irritable again at this moment. He was already in a bad mood and wanted to go for a drive, but he suddenly encountered this brainless person who came up and rammed the door. What are you trying to do? I felt speechless, but the good thing was that very few people could buy things here, except for that one person. Sigh, what's wrong with this world? It was clearly my car that got hit, but I still have to apologize to the other party. MOK felt helpless at this moment, looking at the person in front of him, but he didn't want to say anything more. All he wanted was the support and the ability his brothers and sisters could give him. MOK was quite helpless and wanted to drive the car away and leave this place. He didn't want to get into any more trouble. Then, when MOK was about to leave, the people in the luxury car got out. A beautiful woman walked over and smiled at MOK. I'm so sorry for wrecking your car. How about I invite you to a coffee shop for a cup of tea, and then we can sit down and talk about compensation. MOK looked at the beautiful woman with a puzzled expression. Only then did the beautiful woman realize that she hadn't greeted him. Yes, my surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Malian. I am a member of the Wang family. He seemed to only recognize one member of the Wang family, Wang Zhong. The rest were unrelated to him, so he could say he didn't know them. He tried his best to search his mind for information about Wang Malian, but his mind was blank. He had no thoughts about her, so he said, Who are you? I don't know you. You can leave now. There's no need for any compensation. Wang Malian's face instantly stiffened as she stared at the man. No, this is absolutely necessary, because I was the one who hit your car, so I should compensate you. Wang Malian stared at the man in front of her with a stubborn expression, expressing her strong opinion on the matter. At this moment, MOK thought to himself, I really don't know what you're thinking. If you live alone outside without a servant, how can you manage to keep up with all these things? But no one answered him. Everyone was busy with their own things. I know I'm really sorry about this. I was in a bad mood, which is why I bumped into you. Please don't take offense. If possible, I would really like to compensate you for some medical expenses and transportation costs. What do you want? I've already told you I don't know you. Can you please stay away from me? Didn't your family tell you to stay as far away from strangers as possible? Wang Malian was somewhat argumentative. She even found it hard to imagine that some men wouldn't fall at her feet. Am I not good-looking enough? Wang Malian suddenly said this, and MOK simply replied, I'll teach you how to handle this. When dealing with these mistresses and the like, we'd better use swift and decisive measures. Aren't you afraid things will get too serious? This rich kid didn't lose much of his temper. He argued, and then glanced at MOK with a questioning look. MOK also possessed this item at this time, but it seemed to hold no importance for him. So when it was his turn to come up and receive the award, he shook his head and said, I was so busy before because of the IPO. Don't worry, I'll take a good rest after these few days. I told you I really want to compensate you, can't you understand that? But no matter how much one says, no matter how cleverly the words are spoken, even if the gods praise them, one still has to say it. No need. I've already said I don't need any apologies. I'm leaving now, thank you. Chapter 171 Compensation. Humph, who said I'd compensate you? I'm asking you to compensate me, Wang Malian said disdainfully. Already overwhelmed with worry, MOK immediately became agitated upon hearing this. Why should I pay you? You're the one who hit me. Why should I pay? Actually, MOK wasn't short of money. It was just that too many things had happened lately, leaving him feeling overwhelmed and distraught. He had simply wanted to drive out for some fresh air, but he never expected to be hit by someone while he was driving peacefully. And, most ridiculously, even though the other person hit him first, they were demanding he take responsibility and pay for the damages. Anyone in MOK's shoes would react similarly. Seeing that MOK was already in a panic, Wang Malian said with a smile, Either you compensate me for my car, or I'll call the police. You decide what to do. MOK was already overwhelmed and clearly didn't want to cause any more trouble. He changed his tone, no longer acting like before. So he said, I'm sorry, I was wrong earlier. I was too hasty. I shouldn't have yelled at you. To express my apology, shall we find a coffee shop to discuss the specifics of the vehicle compensation? The two then went to a high-end coffee shop, the most famous one in the area, with a very nice ambience. It's perfect for couples. Of course, such a famous coffee shop is also quite expensive. Although the price is outrageously high, many people still come here to drink coffee and go on dates. The two arrived at the coffee shop and sat down. Soon, a waiter came to ask them what they would like to drink. A latte, no sugar, MOK said. Wang Melian, however, only ordered a glass of lemonade. Soon, the waiter brought the two drinks to them. MOK and Wang Melian sat down facing each other. Before MOK could speak, Wang Melian spoke first. Tell me, how do you want to settle this matter? MOK took a sip of coffee, then said impatiently, how are you going to compensate me? You're asking me how I'm going to compensate you? You crashed my car, and you're asking me how I want to compensate you. Wang Melian, however, changed the subject, saying, I heard that not long ago, the Ginting group's accounting books were stolen. I wonder if that's true. MOK was immediately stunned. The Ginting group was his own territory, and only a handful of people knew its accounting records. But how could this woman, whom he didn't recognize, know that the Ginting group's accounting records were missing? Moreover, he didn't know her at all. MOK then asked calmly, how did you find out about this? Wang Melian said with a smile, don't worry about how I know. I think some people know better than I do whether this matter is true or false. These some people were, of course, referring to MOK. MOK stared wide-eyed, as if he wanted to devour the person opposite him. Wang Melian didn't seem uncomfortable at all. She continued leisurely. MOK, what you lack right now is your own power. You're weak and alone. You can't stir up any trouble by yourself. After saying this, Wang Melian put down her cup and stared directly at Mo Quebec. The two of them just stared at each other, locked in a standoff. Finally, MOK stopped staring at Wang Melian. He lowered his head, took a sip of coffee, and asked in a questioning tone, who exactly are you? Wang Melian didn't answer. She leaned back in her chair, her hands crossed on her thighs. Seeing that Wang Melian remained silent, MOK grew impatient. He said, since you're so unwilling to reveal who you are, I'll have to use my own methods to investigate you. In that case, I'll find out all your information. Wang Melian laughed at this point, saying, suit yourself, investigate if you want. I don't care. However, I've been in a good mood lately. Let me offer you some friendly advice. You're currently weak and powerless, without any capable assistance. Trying to go against the well-connected Wang family will naturally lead to a lot of trouble. You know that yourself. The trouble involved is unimaginable. From the moment Wang Melian revealed that she knew about the missing ledgers of the Ginting group, he had a vague feeling that this woman was not as simple as he had imagined. Even though he had said he would use his own methods to investigate Wang Melian, it now seemed that even if he did, he wouldn't find any valuable information. MOK wanted to get something out of Wang Melian, as she might be connected to the missing ledgers of the Ginting group. So he said, I've never heard of anyone in the Wang family named Wang Melian. I advise you to tell me honestly who you are. Also, how did you know the Ginting group's ledgers were missing? Wang Melian said nothing, only giving MOK a meaningful look. It seems she's not willing to reveal anything, MOK thought to himself. Just then, Wang Melian took a business card from her bag and placed it in front of MOK, saying, this is my business card. Please have me fix my car properly. Remember to use the best parts. Call me when it's fixed, and I'll come pick it up. Of course, if you want me to deliver it, I don't mind. My company address is on the business card. You can deliver it there if you want. After saying that, Wang Melian stood up and left. When she reached MOK's side, she put a hand on his shoulder and said, think it over carefully. Do you want to deal with the Wang family now because you are outnumbered and weak, or do you want to deal with them slowly later? After saying this, Wang Melian left without looking back, leaving MOK alone sitting quietly at the table. MOK's mind was in complete turmoil, a jumbled mess. He was already troubled by the lost ledgers. He had just wanted to drive out for some fresh air, but then Wang Melian appeared, and with all that, her words. This period of time left MOK extremely irritable. He even had an impulse to overturn the table in front of him and smash something to relax. But in the end, reason prevailed, and he restrained his emotions. MOK sat alone at the table, pondering the events of the past few days. However, he couldn't come to any conclusions. He gave up, paid the bill, picked up the business card Wang Melian had placed in front of him, glanced at it, and then left the coffee shop. Because their car collided with Wang Meilian's car, and neither car could be driven, they had to take a taxi to get away. Chapter 172 Investigation. Inside the taxi, MOK glanced at the business card. The business card didn't have a professional title or detailed work unit, just simple contact information, which made MOK even more puzzled. If it were just an ordinary person, they wouldn't just hand him a business card and trust him to fix cars. He didn't have the mind to think about that anymore. Fixing the car was the most important thing right now. After all, he was the one who caused the trouble, and if he didn't clean it up, he probably wouldn't have a good life in the future. Hey, Daoji, have you been busy lately? Every time something happens, the first person he thinks of is Brother Dao. There's never been a problem that Brother Dao can't solve. He has a wide network of connections, so fixing a car shouldn't be a difficult task for him. You little rascal, you still know how to call me? Tell me, what big thing happened this time? You never call me unless it's something good. Just tell me directly. No need to beat around the bush like a little girl. Dao Gu is a loyal friend, and he has a certain brotherhood with Mo Quebec. Having spent so much time with him, he knows exactly what kind of person MOK is. Brother Dao understands me best. I do have a very tricky problem right now that I can't solve myself. I know you are incredibly capable and can solve anything, so I naturally came to you for help. When asking someone for a favor, one should have the right attitude. MOK does this very well. Even when the two are very close, he knows the proper etiquette. Stop talking nonsense. I have a lot of things to do. Just tell me what it is, and I'll get it done for you. Dao Gu was quite easygoing. After all, he worked under MOK every day, so it was fine to make a few jokes now and then. But if he kept joking with MOK, it would be a bit too much. I went out today and crashed into a woman's car. Judging from her demeanor, she's not an ordinary person, and her car isn't an ordinary car either. I need to investigate her background, so I'm leaving this car to you. Once you've fixed it, let me know and I'll have the woman pick it up. Such a big problem was solved just like that, but he still felt uneasy. The woman's demeanor and behavior seemed familiar. If he had seen her somewhere before, he would definitely remember. After thinking it over, he decided it was necessary to find someone to investigate her thoroughly. There aren't any particularly capable people around me, so investigating a woman whose name I only have would be a difficult task. After searching through my contacts for a while, I remembered a mysterious person. Perhaps going to him could resolve my current doubts and help me find the person I'm looking for. The tea house was as deserted as ever. It seemed as if this place was prepared specifically for him. He had never seen it bustling with customers before. There were only a few people coming to enjoy tea here. Every time I come to the tea house, there is only this one owner, and I never see anyone else patronizing the tea house, which makes him very fond of it. I'd like a pot of tea. I have something I'd like to discuss with this gentleman. He sat in a corner of the tea house, as if he always sat in this spot whenever he came to the tea house. It allowed him to observe the situation outside while also keeping a low profile and avoiding attracting attention. Did you need something from me? The man sitting opposite MOK was wearing a black hat that almost completely covered his eyes. If he didn't take off the hat, no one would know who he was. I know you're good at investigating people's backgrounds. Name your price. I have someone very important who needs your investigation. All he ever talked about was money. In this quiet tea house, this mysterious man looked down on everything. If he really needed money, he wouldn't have arranged to meet MOK in a place like this. I don't need money. I just need to see if this person is really worth investigating. If he's just an ordinary person, then I think you've come to the wrong person. This time, MOK really found the right person. Listening to the calm and collected manner in which this person spoke, MOK knew that he would definitely be able to investigate the secrets behind Wang Meilian. The person I'm looking for must be very important and also very difficult to find. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here to ask for your help. MOK sneered, took out Wang Meilian's business card from his pocket, and placed it in front of the man. The moment the man saw the card, his brows furrowed tightly. MOK noticed this action. This was a clear indication to MOK that this man was no ordinary person. Are you sure you want to find this person? Whether the information I ultimately receive is good or bad for you, are you willing to accept it? The more he said this, the more curious MOK became. Although the car accident was an accident, meeting this woman didn't seem to be an accident. It seemed that someone was really planning all of this behind the scenes. Of course I want to find this person. I finally found you. Do you think I'm joking with you? This person is very important to me. You must help me find him. Now you can name your conditions. As long as it's within my power, I will do my best. Once MOK makes a decision, there's no turning back. To do something well, you need that kind of courage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to manage the Ginting group effectively. Don't worry, I have no conditions. It's not too difficult to investigate this person, but I don't know what the final investigation will reveal. Regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad, he felt it was necessary to understand this woman, as she might actually be beneficial to the development of the Ginting group. Okay, I understand. I have to go now. I have things to do at the company. You can contact me again after you've investigated. Just come to my company. I don't want to come to this shabby tea house. There's no shortage of people who want to meet at the tea house, and there's also no shortage of people who dislike tea houses. I wonder what this so-called genius is thinking about every day. What happened today really gave him a headache. Right now, he just wants to go back to the company and have a good rest and study the work he likes. That would be better than wasting time on this kind of thing. The company's recent developments have differed from MOK's initial plans, and he is now forcing himself to spend 16 out of every 24 hours at the company. When he arrived at the office, his desk was a mess, covered in folders. He asked his assistant to tidy up before leaving the company, but it seemed his assistant hadn't taken his words to heart at all. Chapter 173 Defense. After returning to Ginting Group, MOK opened the door to his office, sat down in his office chair, and started thinking about some things. He looked at the documents scattered on the table and felt a headache coming on. How long had it been since he had tidied up? Maybe I've been too busy lately, or maybe I just forgot. MOK muttered to himself, tapping his head as he tidied up the documents scattered on the floor. Mr. MO, are you there? A deep male voice came from outside the door. The man standing outside politely knocked on the door. Sunlight reflected off the glass of the door and window, revealing that the man was about 1.8 meters tall. Oh, I'm here. The door isn't locked. Come in. M.O. Lee, who was squatting on the ground picking up documents, answered after hearing someone knock on the door. Click. The door opened, and a man walked in. After seeing that MOK was not in the room, he asked, Mr. M.O., where are you? Wait, something's not right. I clearly heard someone reply to me just now. Why is no one here? Did I hear wrong? The man who opened the door and walked in looked around the room in confusion. The large room was empty, with only documents scattered on the floor. He scratched his head in puzzlement. He was even wondering if he was hallucinating when a sound came from behind him, which really frightened him. There's no one here. I'm not human. After hearing what he just said, MOK crawled out from under the table, rolled his eyes at him, stood up while holding a chair next to him, and was holding a stack of documents in his hand. I only said that because I saw no one was in the room. Mr. M.O., why did you crawl under the table? The man asked as he walked over. We were just tidying up some documents, and we accidentally knocked a few pages off with our arm. We were just crawling under the table to pick them up when you showed up. MOK explained to the man in front of him why he had crawled out from under the table. The man nodded after hearing what he said. Then let me help you tidy up. I don't have anything else to do right now anyway, the man in front of him said, rolling up his sleeves to help. After listening to what the man in front of him said, MOK nodded and checked the documents in his hand to see if anything was missing. Why did you suddenly decide to organize these documents? You can leave these things to me, so there's no need for you to do it yourself. The man in front of MOK took the documents, organized them, stapled them together, and set them aside. I just got back and sat down in my office. I saw my desk was covered in files. It's better to tidy up than not, right? Zhang Tianhua, look at my desk now. Isn't it much cleaner than before? MOK said to Zhang Tianhua after tidying up his desk. Zhang Tianhua, whose name was called, almost instinctively wanted to shout out. It's quite clean, much more comfortable than before. At least the table isn't so messy anymore. If you look at the floor now. Zhang Tianhua glanced at the floor, hesitated, and didn't say anything, continuing to tidy up the documents in his hands. Haha, everything has to be organized little by little. You can't expect to get fat in one bite like you're eating, right? Emoli put the organized files together, tapped them on the table a few times, and then put them in the drawer after everything was tidied up. That's true. After listening to what he said, Zhang Tianhua thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right, we're all done cleaning up now. You can sit down and rest for a while, and then give me a report on today's schedule. Molly went to the window, stretched a little, relaxed, and then turned around, telling Zhang Tianhua beside him to stop working and find a place to sit down and rest. Let me show you your schedule for today. After listening to what Molly said, Zhang Tianhua nodded, found a place to sit down, took out his phone from his pocket, found a document, and flipped through it. Would you like some tea? The tea leaves are quite fresh. Mok pulled out a packet of tea leaves from somewhere, opened it, smelled it near his nose to make sure it wasn't spoiled, and then took out a set of teacups from under the table. No, let me show you your afternoon schedule now. If you want tea, you can drink it slowly by yourself. Zhang Tianhua glanced briefly at the tea leaves in Mok's hand. Just what kind of amazing person was his boss? How could he find things from anywhere? He frowned in disbelief and continued looking at the documents on his phone. All right then, I'll make myself a cup of tea. You really don't know how to enjoy life. After hearing what Zhang Tianhua said, Mok shook his head helplessly and complained about him. He then happily carried the tea leaves and teacup towards the bathroom. After Zhang Tianhua found the document, Mok also came over with the brewed tea and sat down in his office chair. Zhang Tianlong has scheduled a meeting for you today at 3 p.m. at the Longyue Grand Hotel, Zhang Tianhua said, looking at his phone as he told Mok about the day's schedule. After listening to Zhang Tianhua's words, Mok nodded, took a sip of his tea, thought for a moment, put down his teacup, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Hey, Brother Dao, I have something to do this afternoon. Do you have time? If you do, could you come to our company and help me out? Molly said to Brother Dao on the other end of the phone. You're acting a bit strange today. Did something happen? Dao Gus said, lighting a cigarette and slowly exhaling a wisp of smoke as he waited for Mok's reply. If you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet. Nothing serious has happened. I just wanted to ask you for help today, Brother Dao. Mok sighed, glanced at the weather outside the window, and said calmly. But, what you're saying, the person on the other end of the phone, whom Mok called Brother Dao, sighed after hearing him say that, and didn't say anything. I've been having a bad feeling lately, so it's good to be prepared, Mok murmured, hoping his premonition was wrong. Chapter 174. Something happened. Sigh. I hope your hunch is wrong, Dao Gus said on the other end of the phone, letting out a heavy sigh and stubbing out his cigarette with some frustration. Mok gave a soft and didn't say anything else. All right, I'll be there in a bit. I'll definitely do what you asked me to do. Don't you trust me with me here? Dao Gus stood up from the sofa, took off his coat, and said to the other end of the phone. Of course, I trust Brother Dao to do things right. I'll thank you here, Brother Dao. I'll treat you to drinks and dinner when I get back. Mok smiled when he heard that Brother Dao had agreed to look after the company for him. Why are you being so polite with me? There's no need for drinks and meals. Just come back safely. If you're trying to treat me to drinks and meals, that's too much of a favor. You're treating me like an outsider, Dao Gus said with some dissatisfaction after hearing what he said. After exchanging a few more polite words, they hung up the phone. Mr. Mo. Zhang Tianhua stood beside Mok, having heard every word of their conversation. His voice was hoarse from not speaking or drinking for a long time. I have to go out for a bit. If anything happens, we'll talk when I get back. Mok looked at Zhang Tianhua, standing beside him. Zhang Tianhua was staring blankly at him, like a doll that had lost its soul and was just an empty shell. Your job is simply to keep an eye on the company and work with Brother Dao. Just do whatever he tells you to do. If anything goes wrong, call me, Mok said as he put on his clothes, and after looking around to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything, he decided to leave. No, Mr. Mo, I haven't finished speaking yet. Before Zhang Tianhua could finish speaking, he saw Mok pick up the suit jacket from the chair, quickly put it on, and straighten his bow tie. Before Zhang Tianhua could finish speaking, all he heard was the heavy sound of the door closing. When the company employees saw their boss leave in such a hurry, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves afterward. What's wrong with the boss? Why did he leave in such a hurry? A female colleague moved her office chair back and stared at the boss's departing figure, still in a daze. She didn't even notice when the pen in her hand fell to the ground. Who says otherwise? Judging from the boss's appearance, something serious must have happened to make him so anxious. He definitely wouldn't be like this before. A female colleague who had just gotten water from the water dispenser looked in the direction her other colleague was looking after hearing what she said and gave her a brief reply. What serious matter could the boss have encountered? He must have gone to see his wife. Otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry. If it's a work-related matter, he could just leave it to his secretary, Zhang Tianhua, said a woman next to another female colleague. She looked at her fingernails, which she had just trimmed with nail clippers, and was very satisfied with her handiwork. What are you saying? How could anyone like a boss like that? Another female colleague, after hearing what the woman said, angrily threw down her pen and stared intently at the woman. Oh, that was just a guess. What did the boss go to do? We employees don't know either. But after hearing what I just said, why are you in such a hurry? Do you like the boss? Another woman sneered, put away her nail clippers, and continued with her work. Who said I like the boss? I was just concerned. He looked so anxious, something must have happened. After hearing what she said, the other woman started to stutter, her eyes darting away. She cleared her throat a few times and continued with her work. A two-faced woman. After hearing her words, the woman snorted coldly, a sneer curling at the corner of her lips, her fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. The other woman, seeing her like this, didn't say anything, just glanced at her indifferently, and continued with her work. I never expected this. I really never expected it. It's strange that someone like the boss would like him. It's really strange. But why doesn't anyone like me? One of their male colleagues, who shared an office with them, finished his work and scratched his hair in frustration, listening intently to their conversation. That's because you're ignorant. Some women like men like the boss, and while there aren't many who like men like you, there are some. It's just a matter of time. After hearing what he said, one of the men sitting next to the male colleague put down his work, stretched, looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them, and then spoke. I'm ignorant and uninformed. I think no one would like someone like you. Let alone me. We're both pretty much the same. After hearing what the man said, the male colleague looked him up and down. He wasn't even as good-looking as himself, so what was he saying? Forget it. If we have time, let's get some work done. If someone sees us and it gets back to the boss, we'll be in real trouble. We'll be labeled as slacking off at work, which isn't worth it. I'm hoping to get a good meal with this paycheck. The male colleague, seeing the man roll up his sleeves, was afraid the man would retaliate, so he made up an excuse and continued with his work. Humph, coward. The man snorted coldly after seeing his reaction, took a sip of his coffee, and continued working. Mok drove to the Manhwa hotel. Looking at the gleaming gold characters outside the door, he could tell that the owner of this hotel must be very wealthy. Under the guidance of the receptionist, he went to the conference room of the Manhwa hotel. When he arrived at the conference room, he saw Jiang Tianlong waiting there. Jiang Tianlong was at a loss, but when he saw Mok arrive, he quickly went to greet him. Brother Mo, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I think I would have been worried to death by this matter. Jiang Longtian quickly pulled Mok down to sit, poured him a cup of tea, and Mok took the tea and nodded, waiting for him to continue. Jiang Tianlong told Mok that there was a problem with his golden horn. Upon hearing this, Mok quickly asked, what happened to Golden Horn? Chapter 175 Trap. Jiang Tianlong and Mok sat in the conference room, which was completely silent. Mok propped his head up, pondering why Jiang Tianlong's golden horn had encountered a crisis. Your golden horn was doing quite well before. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. Mok looked at Jiang Tianlong with doubt. He knew his golden horn was doing very well in the past 2 years and was developing better than others. Jiang Tianlong smiled wryly. You should know that my golden horn is doing very well now. Mok nodded, and Jiang Tianlong continued. There was a real estate business that was very profitable a while ago. So after I investigated it from multiple angles and felt there were no problems, I invested a large sum of money in this real estate business. When Jiang Tianlong first got involved in this real estate business, he found the profits very tempting. However, under the control of reason, he first chose to investigate the background of this real estate business. At that time, the investigation from various sources indicated that this real estate business was quite good. Mok was even more puzzled. If that were the case, he should be able to make a fortune. From what you're saying, This deal is a sure thing. Isn't that great? That's what I thought too, he said. When he saw that there was nothing wrong with the real estate business, he immediately invested a lot of money in it. How much did you invest in it? Don't tell me you invested a lot of money. Mok hoped he hadn't invested too much, otherwise things would really get complicated. However, he would have invested in such a good real estate business himself. I invested 30 million, and everything was fine at first. But then the person I was talking to about real estate business with ran off with all 30 million I invested. Jiang Tianlong became more and more angry as he spoke. He thought it was a sure thing and invested 30 million yuan in one go. Who knew that the person didn't take any action at first, but instead ran away with the 30 million yuan. Now Golden Horn has to compensate for all the losses. You were too careless. You got such a good deal without competing with anyone. You should have realized something was wrong back then. Mok looked at Jiang Tianlong helplessly. He was too careless. Such good things never fall from the sky. Moreover, Jiang Tianlong, who is so meticulous, actually fell into such a simple trap. He wasn't like this before. It seems that he has been living too comfortably, to the point that he has forgotten the strategies of the business world. I was really careless. Jiang Tianlong slammed his fist on the conference table in frustration. He should have been more careful back then. He never expected to fall for such a simple trick. Knowing full well that as Golden Horn gradually developed, it also attracted a lot of hatred, I shouldn't be content with the status quo. Because of this incident, Golden Horn is now being watched by various forces, and they dare not make any mistakes. Now, all the major forces hope to get a share of the pie, and they can't wait for Golden Horn to run into trouble so that they can take advantage of the situation. You mean that a powerful force has already approached you to discuss acquiring Golden Horn? Mok frowned. It was obvious that someone was manipulating the situation behind the scenes in order to dismantle Golden Horn. Yes, but I didn't agree to any of them. How could he possibly agree? He had worked incredibly hard to acquire this golden corner and had painstakingly built it up to where it is today. How could he possibly agree to it? Have you ever wondered why no one is competing with you for this real estate business? Mok stared intently at Jiang Tianlong. He already had the answer in his heart. It seemed that many people had their eyes on the lucrative golden corner and were even willing to set up a real estate business for it. Jiang Tianlong suddenly realized what Mok meant. In other words, he had fallen into someone else's trap from the very beginning. It was possible that various forces had joined forces to set a trap for him, all for the sake of his golden horn. This golden corner was acquired by Mok and Jiang Tianlong together. Although Jiang Tianlong was in power, he had followed him for a period of time. It was reasonable for him to be tricked, which was equivalent to slapping himself in the face. It's too late now, so don't think too much about it. The most important thing now is how to solve the golden horn problem. Mok first calmed Jiang Tianlong down, knowing that he was very angry. However, the golden horn's brilliance was too great, so it was normal for it to be targeted. I know it's too late now, but what I'm most worried about right now is the situation Golden Horn is in. Jiang Tianlong felt that there was no use in getting angry now. He would naturally retaliate against those people for how they treated him. It seems you've been targeted. Mok analyzed the current situation, hoping Jiang Tianlong would understand his intentions. Mok patted Jiang Tianlong on the shoulder. It's all right. I'll find out who's behind this first. Jiang Tianlong came to see Mok partly because he wanted to hand over the management of Golden Horn to Mo Quebec. He didn't want to hand over his Golden Horn to someone else. He was worried that Golden Horn might run into problems again during this time. Jiang Tianlong trusts Mok the most right now. He doesn't trust anyone else. Mok, I actually want to hand over the management of Golden Horn to you. Mok was the most suitable candidate in his mind. If Mok did not take over Golden Horn, then Golden Horn would remain as it was. Only you are suitable to manage Golden Corner. I don't trust anyone else. Mok understood what he meant. He had roughly guessed it from the moment Mok asked to meet him and then explained the reason. Mok frowned deeply. The major powers are now eager to divide up Golden Horn, as any slight relaxation in their grip could lead to its destruction. If he didn't help Jiang Tianlong, Golden Horn would be divided up by various forces. He was a little afraid if he took over Golden Horn. It has to be said that Golden Horn is a hot potato right now, and no one is willing to take it on. So Jiang Tianlong can only come to Mok now. He knows Mok's abilities. After all, he has been by Mok's side for a period of time. However, Mok is now hesitant. Not to mention that he is surrounded by dangers and could be doomed if he is not careful. Jiang Tianlong is, after all, his brother. I feel like I'm not quite up to the task, Mok said, revealing his true feelings. Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Tianlong was a little afraid that Mok would not accept his idea, so he quickly grabbed Mok's hand. Only you can help me solve the situation of Golden Horn now. If you don't help me, Golden Horn will really be destroyed in my hands. Can you agree to my request? Jiang Tianlong was afraid that Mok would refuse, so he hurriedly begged him. Chapter 176, Taking Over Golden Horn. Mok was also helpless. Looking at Jiang Tianlong's expectant expression, Mok thought carefully. To be honest, Mok didn't want to take over Golden Horn from the bottom of his heart. Everyone knew what Golden Horn was like now, but Jiang Tianlong's sincere eyes made it impossible for Mok to refuse. Moreover, after Mok established the Ginting group, Jiang Tianlong's Tianlong group did indeed help a lot. Jiang Tianlong and his Tianlong group contributed a lot to the rapid development of the Ginting group to its current state. Jiang Tianlong handed over many project collaborations to his Ginting group without even blinking an eye. Seeing such a helpful person who had always treated him sincerely, Mok could not refuse. Well, brother Mo, have you made up your mind? Jiang Tianlong saw that Mok hadn't spoken for a while, so he didn't ask and gave him time to consider. After a while, Jiang Tianlong asked Mok. Seeing Jiang Tianlong's expectant and sincere gaze, Mok nodded in agreement. After all, this person who always called him brother Mo really treated him like a younger brother, so he should help his older brother. Seeing Mok nod, Jiang Tianlong breathed a long sigh of relief, and his expression relaxed considerably. To be honest, Jiang Tianlong also had feelings for Golden Horn. After all, he had invested a lot of effort into it, and it would be a real pity to give it up so easily. That's why Golden Horn is now a hot potato, but Jiang Tianlong is still managing it so carefully. Moreover, having invested so many resources, it's hard for Jiang Tianlong to just give up now. It would be a waste of those resources. This is why he entrusted Golden Horn to Mo Quebec. Because of his feelings for him, he didn't want to hand over Golden Horn to someone he didn't trust, someone with ulterior motives, or someone he didn't understand at all. Precisely because he had invested a large amount of money, Jiang Tianlong was even more unwilling to hand Golden Horn over to someone else. He didn't want his investment to be wasted, and he didn't want his previous efforts to vanish in an instant. Giving it to Mok was better than giving it to anyone else. Moreover, it was Mok who helped him bring back Golden Horn. It can be said that without Mok's help, he would not have possessed Golden Horn. In other words, Mok deserves half the credit for the Golden Horn he is currently managing. Mok could have taken over Golden Horn himself back then, but he did not. Instead, after taking over, he gave Golden Horn to Lele. Considering all these factors, Jiang Tianlong felt that Mok taking over Golden Horn was the most suitable option. It was better than giving it to others or letting some people get it. At least Golden Horn was still in the hands of the brothers and had not been taken by outsiders. For these reasons, Jiang Tianlong told Mok that he wanted to hand over the management of Golden Horn to him and hoped that he would agree. So, from the moment Mok nodded, a huge weight was lifted from Jiang Tianlong's heart, and he felt that the depression that had been suppressing him had lessened considerably. Brother Mo, thank you so much. To be able to take on Golden Horn at this time is truly something I really hope you can do. Jiang Tianlong said excitedly, holding Mok's hand repeatedly, his hands even trembling with excitement. After all, no matter how good this Golden Corner is, taking over it now would make one a target of public criticism, because so many eyes are on it. It's a hot potato that many people want to get their hands on, but many others are afraid of. Mok was the one who didn't want to, as he didn't want to cause trouble for no reason. However, Jiang Tianlong had spoken up, and in a pleading tone, Mok couldn't bear to make his older brother lose face, so he had no choice but to agree. Brother Long, there's no need to say that. What kind of relationship do we have? Since I founded Ginting Group, Tianlong Group has been the one that has helped us the most, and has cooperated with us on the most projects. You trust me so much, and now that you're in trouble, how can I, as your younger brother, not help you out? Don't you think so? MOK was telling the truth, and it was his true thoughts and feelings. Regardless, Jiang Tianlong and Tianlong Group had helped him a lot. Even if it was MOK who helped Jiang Tianlong get the golden corner, they didn't have to treat him like this. Even if they were cooperating, it shouldn't have been this much. At most, they could have cooperated on a few projects, or at least a couple of big projects. That would have been perfectly reasonable. But Jiang Tianlong didn't. He almost unconditionally trusted MO Quebec. He turned down many popular projects from others and took the initiative to approach MOK, saying he wanted to cooperate with Ginting Group. This can't be expressed as repaying a debt of gratitude. As the saying goes, a drop of water in need should be repaid with a spring of water. This means that people should be grateful. Otherwise, if you give someone a drop of water and expect them to return a whole spring, that's called taking advantage of them. I believe that good people wouldn't do that, and people with such ulterior motives wouldn't do good deeds in the first place. Why say all this? It's because I trust Brother Mo's character that I feel comfortable cooperating with you. Others are always scheming against each other, and cooperating with them is exhausting. Don't worry, I will definitely protect Golden Horn for you. Hearing MOK's words, Jiang Tianlong also glossed over the fact that MOK had thanked him for cooperating with Ginting Group. Seeing Jiang Tianlong's expression and hearing his words, MOK shook his head. Both of them were the kind of people who didn't expect anything in return, but would remember kindness for a lifetime. They probably understood what it meant to cherish each other. The two looked into each other's eyes and smiled. Oh, right, Brother Mo, I almost forgot to mention, I'm going abroad soon, so I'll have someone contact you about Golden Horn, don't worry. Jiang Tianlong suddenly remembered something and immediately said to MOK, brother, what's the matter? Is it in such a hurry? There's no time for the handover. MOK was puzzled. What could Jiang Tianlong be in such a rush that he wouldn't even wait until the handover of the Golden Horn was complete before leaving? There's no way around it. Things over there are too urgent, and my time is almost up. Jiang Tianlong glanced at his watch and, seeing that his time was approaching, said to MOK, Brother, is something wrong? Please don't be shy to ask, just tell me. I'll help you as much as I can. MOK said to Jiang Tianlong, thinking that Jiang Tianlong had encountered some trouble. Jiang Tianlong denied it, and no matter how MOK asked him, he wouldn't say. In the end, MOK had no choice but to personally see Jiang Tianlong off. When he returned to the company, he called Dao Gu and Yang Zi over. Chapter 177, Unexpected. MOK, what did you call us for? Dao Gu asked first as they arrived at MOK's office. He noticed MOK's furrowed brows and knew it must be something important. Yang Zi also looked anxious. He could tell that MOK probably had something important to tell them, but since Dao Gu asked first, he just watched from the side and had to wait for MOK to speak. MOK had been frowning and thinking, but when he heard Dao Gu ask this, he looked up at the two of them. I called you here today because I have something very important to tell you. Upon hearing MOK's words, Dao Gu and Yang Zi simultaneously straightened their postures while sitting in their chairs. They knew that MOK's expression meant that something important had happened, so they both took it very seriously and listened carefully to what MOK was about to say. MOK noticed that the two people were not speaking, but seeing their upright posture and listening expressions, he knew that they were ready to hear what he had to say. MOK thought for a moment about how to start the conversation. You guys go back and get ready. We're going to take over Golden Horn. MOK didn't know how to start, so he just said it directly. As MOK had predicted, Dao Gu and Yang Zi stared wide-eyed at him, their faces filled with disbelief. Wasn't this Golden Corner always Jiang Tianlong's, belonging to the Tianlong Group? How come MOK is taking it over now? Jiang Tianlong has always had a good relationship with them, and Ginting and Tianlong Group have cooperated quite a bit. They still have many projects in cooperation, and the two sides are discussing some details. Basically, they have decided to cooperate. So why is MOK now saying that he wants to take over Golden Horn? Could it be that MOK and Jiang Tianlong have fallen out and stopped cooperating? That doesn't make sense. Does it happen so quickly? Dao Gu and Yang Zi exchanged glances, each hoping to find the answer in the other's eyes. But their eyes remained unfocused and unchanged. Clearly, the other didn't know either, which only deepened their confusion. Logically, if Mok were to acquire Golden Horn, he should have informed either of them, or at least one of them, long ago. After all, they were the two people Mok trusted most. Yet, they were unaware of this, and Mok suddenly announced it. What happened, Mok? Dao Gu was the first to ask, his face full of questions. He stared intently at Mok, hoping he would say that he had made a mistake before. Dao Gu knew Jiang Tianlong well. He had helped Ginting a lot, and was a good person. To be honest, Dao Gu really hoped to continue to associate with such a person, because being with such a person was not tiring. Yes, Mr. Mo, we have a lot of cooperation with Tianlong Group now, and many large projects are about to be launched. These are all very important projects. You could say that Ginting and Tianlong Group are currently in a honeymoon period. Why would we want to acquire Golden Horn now? Won't Tianlong Group have any thoughts about this? Yangzi couldn't help but speak up, but he was considering things from the company's perspective, hoping that Mok could think things through carefully and not act so impulsively. Of course, there were some things he didn't say, and was too embarrassed to say, because he wanted to say that we shouldn't lose such a good partner just because we only care about immediate interests, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. Seeing Dao Gu and Yangzi's expressions and hearing their words, Mok knew what they were thinking and that they had misunderstood. Thinking of this, Mok blamed himself for being too clumsy with words and unable to express himself clearly, so he could only quickly explain. You two have misunderstood. I didn't acquire Golden Horn, nor did I fall out with Jiang Tianlong. I even took him to the airport just now. Mok quickly explained, trying to stop the two from making wild guesses. Oh. Hearing Mok say this, the two of them relaxed considerably. It turned out that Ginting and Tianlong Group were not in any trouble, which put their minds at ease. It seemed that their worries earlier were unnecessary. Indeed, they should stop overthinking things in the future. Then why did you ask us to prepare to take over Golden Horn? Yangzi asked, her eyes blinking as she looked at Mok, wondering why he had told them to prepare to take over Golden Horn when he said there was something going on with Mok. Upon hearing Yangzi's words, Daoj nodded repeatedly and looked at Mok, wanting to hear Mok's answer. At this moment, he still hoped that Mok would say that he was wrong. Looking at the two of them, Mok smiled and said, It's like this. I just went to Jiang Tianlong's place, and he told me that he hoped I could take over Golden Horn. Then I saw him off on his plane, and he went abroad. Hearing Mok say this, the two were completely relieved. It turned out that Jiang Tianlong was going to hand over Golden Horn to them, not that Mok wanted to acquire it himself. However, another question arose. Why was Jiang Tianlong going to give Golden Horn to them? Wasn't Tianlong Group the one that had been operating Golden Horn all along? What had happened? Mok, what happened? Why did Jiang Tianlong hand over Golden Horn to us to manage? Isn't Tianlong Group the one that's been running it all along? Dao Gu asked Mok, puzzled. Yangzi nodded in confusion, wondering what Jiang Tianlong was up to and why he would suddenly hand over the Golden Horn to them. Oh, it's like this. Jiang Tianlong told me that he had invested in a real estate business before, and it started off very well and smoothly. Jiang Tianlong didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he had many other things to do. But he didn't expect that someone would swindle him out of 30 million. 30 million is a lot of working capital. Now the company is struggling to operate. And just at this time, various powerful forces are eyeing Golden Horn. Hearing that Jiang Tianlong had been swindled out of 30 million, they all started to make their move. Jiang Tianlong has been working hard to maintain the company and is willing to hand it over, but he doesn't trust others with it. So he asked me if I was willing. I thought about it carefully and agreed to take it over. Mok told Dao Gu and Yangzi the whole story of taking over Golden Horn, and then looked at the two of them to see if they had anything else to say. At this moment, Dao Gu frowned, indicating that taking over Golden Horn now would cause a lot of trouble. Yangzi, however, did not have as many worries as Dao Gu. As long as it was Mok's order, he would definitely carry it out. Chapter 178. Should they take over? On the issue of taking over Golden Horn, Dao Gu and Yangzi held differing opinions. Although they disagreed, their initial intentions were both for Mok's good, so they wouldn't argue about it and affect their brotherly relationship. However, this issue needed to be resolved today, and for a moment, the scene became somewhat awkward. I understand your thoughts, and I know that taking over Golden Corner now is a risky decision. But as long as we handle the relationships well, it will be a great help to us and help the Golden Court group develop rapidly. Seeing the situation reach a stalemate, Mok thought for a moment and couldn't help but speak. He expressed his willingness to take over Golden Horn. After all, the benefits it represented were unimaginable to most people. Even he was tempted, because he understood that this was a rare opportunity, one that would be lost forever if missed. Mok, I know what you're thinking, but this matter is too risky, and I'm still worried that it might affect your safety. Dao Gu is a relatively rational person. Behind huge profits are corresponding risks. If you have to risk Mok's safety for that risk, then he feels it's completely unnecessary. In Dao Ji's view, compared to Mok's safety, all other potential benefits are negligible. After all, they aren't exactly short of money right now. If they were to take over Golden Horn under these circumstances, they would face immense pressure. In reality, this deal isn't very worthwhile, and might even be a losing proposition. Yangzi didn't think as much as Daoj did. For him, right and wrong didn't matter. As long as Mok asked him to do something, he would do it. He would support Mok's wishes without reservation. That was Yangzi's style of doing things. I believe in you, and I will follow you even if it means going through fire and water. It's that simple. Although he understood that Dao Gu was saying this for his own good, Mok still couldn't shake his interest in Golden Horn just because of his words. After much deliberation, Mok decided to do something. Brother Dao, take a few brothers and head to Golden Corner immediately to check all the funds there, including fixed assets. Yangzi, compile a list of personnel allocation in Golden Corner. Remember, be quick, and this matter must not be leaked to anyone. Mok calmly gave the instructions. Even if he wanted to take over Golden Horn, he had to figure out what was going on. He could act impulsively without considering the consequences, but he absolutely could not risk his own brothers' lives. Mok, you can rest assured that we can handle things, but what about your safety if we leave? We can't rest easy if you're not alone at a time like this. Since Mok has already made his decision, the two of them won't say anything. They'll just do their part and help their older brother. But if they leave, who will be responsible for Mok's safety? If it involves Mok's safety, the two of them absolutely cannot leave like this. It's been so many years. I've come over whenever you have missions. Don't act like the sky is falling. You don't need to worry so much about my safety. I'll be fine. Mok patted the two on the shoulders, indicating that they didn't need to worry too much. After all, he wasn't as useless as they thought, and he could handle many things on his own. After we leave, you must be careful in everything you do, brother. After all, these are special times, unlike before. You must pay attention to your safety. Dao Gu gave him some instructions with concern. It wasn't that he was being overly worried, but rather that we were in a sensitive period, and any decision they made could have a drastic impact on the future. Therefore, he had to plan ahead and do what needed to be done in advance. All right, you're a grown man. Why are you being so fussy now? Seeing their incredibly tense expressions, Mok couldn't help but laugh, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having these two brothers. Just as there are Boya and Ziqi, having two such brothers today made his life worthwhile. All right, Mok, then this matter should not be delayed. We'll go down and make preparations, and try to come back as soon as possible so we can help you. Seeing that Mok had taken their words to heart, the two breathed a sigh of relief, hoping to end this matter as soon as possible so they could return to Mok's side and help him with some tasks. Go ahead and be careful. After all, Golden Horn is a mixed bag, and there might be people from other forces there. You're not taking many people with you, and I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Golden Corner is a famous money-making area, but it's also notorious for its location. There's no guarantee that there won't be any people with ill intentions there, so Dao Gu and Yangzi's trip this time is quite risky. We'll be careful, big brother. Don't worry, we definitely won't let you down. That would be best. After exchanging farewells, the two bid farewell to Mok and went off to make arrangements for their trip. Just as Mok had said, this mission was arduous. but they had to complete it, so they could only be extra careful. Although he had already explained everything that needed to be explained and made arrangements for their future, Mok still couldn't help but feel a little worried as he watched Dao Gu and Yangzi leave. Although he wanted to take over Golden Horn for the sake of the smoother and faster development of the Golden Court Group in the future, some of the consequences were indeed quite huge. Moreover, all the major powers are eyeing the lucrative Golden Horn. If they were to take over Golden Horn now, they would undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of these powers, who would all want to get rid of them as soon as possible. If not handled properly, taking over Golden Horn would be a heavy blow to the Ginting group, and they would be powerless to recover. Jiang Tianlong's decision to hand over the Golden Horn to him at this crucial moment is tantamount to exposing him to a dangerous situation. Although he knows it's a hot potato, Mok has no choice but to accept it for the sake of Ginting Group's future. He can afford to wait, but Ginting cannot. In today's rapidly evolving business world, if you can't ride the wave of success, you'll only fall to the bottom. Although Mok had many worries, he had no choice. Even knowing that there was an abyss ahead, he had to grit his teeth and go for it. Now, all he could do was hope that they would succeed. Chapter 179, Unknown Call. Just then, Mok's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID on his phone, Mok couldn't help but frown. He didn't recognize the number at all. After thinking it over carefully, Mok realized he had never seen such a number before, and he hesitated, wondering whether he should answer it or not. Just as Mok was about to answer the phone, the other party hung up, which made Mok feel particularly uncomfortable. Just as he was about to call back, the phone rang again. The caller ID showed that the number had just called him, so Mok figured that the other party probably had something very important to say to him, and he quickly answered the phone. Who is it? Since he didn't recognize the number displayed on his phone, Mok felt he should be straightforward and ask who the other person was, to avoid the awkward situation of remembering what they said but not knowing who they were and being unable to complete the task. Your friend. The person on the other end didn't reveal their identity, simply saying this one sentence. The voice was a cool, clear male voice, which puzzled Quebec. He knew a bit about men, but after thinking about it in his mind, it seemed that no man could match the voice of the man on the other end of the phone. I wonder what brings you here. Mok felt that although he couldn't figure out who the other party was, the fact that the other party had made 2 phone calls made him felt that the other party was not a simple person. Since the other party had found him, there must be something he wanted to cooperate with, or the other party had something that interested him, or the other party was in trouble and needed his help. No matter what the reason, it deeply attracted his attention, so no matter who the other party was, he wanted to meet him. I'm calling to discuss something very important with you, but it's not appropriate to talk about it over the phone. So, I'd like to meet with you privately, but I don't know if you'll have the time. The man on the other end of the phone spoke very politely and in a very gentle and pleasant tone, which sounded like heavenly music to Mok's ears. Mok felt that he couldn't refuse such an invitation. Since you've put it that way, let's arrange a place. Because Mok was indeed quite curious about her, he was very interested in the invitation over the phone, so he simply asked the other party to tell him the location and he would definitely go. I will send the location to your phone via text message, so that's all. Room 2, Moonlight Plaza. After saying this, Mok checked his phone again and found that he had indeed received a text message. The call had been disconnected without his knowledge. Looking at the message on his phone, Mok felt that the other party was a mysterious and interesting person, and he couldn't help but want to meet him. The phone showed the meeting time as 10 p.m. Mok checked his phone, and it was already 9:30 p.m. He figured it would only take about 10 minutes to get there, so he quickly tidied himself up and set off. Mok entered the room first, carefully examining its decor. He noticed that although the room wasn't very spacious, the overall style exuded an air of extravagance, with the entire room gleaming in gold, creating a magnificent and opulent atmosphere. In the past, Mok would have thought that this person had no sense of aesthetics when he saw such a golden decoration. He thought that only a particularly tacky person could come up with such decorations. However, this time, Mok felt that this person had considerable wealth and was also a person with a great sense of aesthetics. Although it was a golden and magnificent feeling from the inside out, It did not look too tacky to him. Instead, it was full of high-class style from top to bottom. After carefully looking around the room from the inside out, Mok sat quietly in his seat and waited. He glanced at the time on his phone and realized it was already 10 o'clock. Just then, there was a sound coming from the door. He turned around and found that the door had been opened. The man was a successful man dressed in a suit and tie, with a friendly expression. He was also wearing some very high-end clothes, which were indeed the standard attire of a successful person. A man like this would attract attention wherever he went. Looking at the other man and looking at himself, Mok felt that the other man had probably come prepared for him this time. The men who were slashing at the man's back were the ones he had brought with him, probably his subordinates. I wondered what their purpose was in following him. In any case, it was quite something to have such a person appear in front of me. It was almost blinding. However, I was probably not much different from him. You may leave now. After looking Mok up and down for a while, the other person waved to the people behind her, signaling them to leave. The people didn't give much of a reply, just acknowledged the gesture and hurriedly left behind her. Only after watching the people behind her leave did the other person enter the room. Mok, I have long admired your name. After the man entered the room, he began to shower Mok with extravagant praise about his identity. Mok felt a little elated, thinking that he was indeed as outstanding and perfect as the man described. However, he knew that the other party was just praising him casually and that he didn't need to take it to heart. He then simply smiled faintly and said to the other party, I don't know your identity or your name. I don't know why you call me here today. We are all adults and busy with work. If there is nothing particularly important, I think you should leave me here. If it's just a pointless conversation, I think we don't need to waste time. After all, I'm also in a hurry to get back. Chapter 180 Negotiations. Hearing Mok say such things, the other person felt a little uncomfortable. After all, she had asked him out for something important. But hearing him talk like this, she felt as if she had some ulterior motive. However, she still politely told herself not to get angry and sat down calmly in front of Mok. I know it's a bit impolite to call you out like this, but I really have something very important to discuss with you today. Although you and I may not know each other very well, perhaps it's only me who knows you a little bit, and you don't know me at all, but that doesn't stop us from doing business, does it? The man sat opposite Mok, holding a cup of tea and talking to himself while sipping his tea. He kept glancing at Mok as if observing his intentions. Mok was a little unhappy with the man's behavior, but he had to admit that the man was quite good at negotiating. After all, he hadn't agreed to come here today simply to see the man. He genuinely wanted to know what conditions the man wanted to negotiate with him. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ouyang. Ouyang poured himself a cup of tea after finishing his own, and then poured another cup for Mok as well. After pouring, he continued, I am the chairman of the Ouyang Group. You may not know much about our company, but I don't think I know much about you either. I've only heard a little bit from other people. If I were to investigate someone as mysterious as you, it would be quite difficult. Hearing Ouyang say such things, Mok felt somewhat incredulous. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't have said such a thing. After all, it was clearly a private investigation, and it's not necessarily a good thing for others to know about other people's affairs. Now, this person could say it so openly, which made Mok feel admiration. Since you've investigated me, I won't bother with any further self-introduction. After hearing Ouyang's words, Mok smiled slightly. He felt that the other party must have been well prepared to say such a thing, so he shook Ouyang's hand in a very friendly manner. I wonder what you have asked me to come here for this time. Actually, it's nothing particularly important. Maybe it's not important in your eyes, but I think we should discuss it properly, since only you can make this decision. Ouyang felt that he liked people like Mok the most. They could get straight to the point without him having to argue and say a lot of things, which would make both of them feel very uncomfortable. The most fundamental solution is to be able to directly and face-to-face discuss the key issues. Actually, the reason I asked you out today is just to discuss a business collaboration. There aren't many personal issues involved, so you don't need to worry. When Mok heard Ouyang mention business cooperation, his first thought was that since Ouyang had suddenly and inexplicably invited him to meet, it must be for the Golden Horn project. So, he silently wondered how he should respond if the other party really wanted to meet him for the Golden Horn project. Therefore, although he had some thoughts in his mind, he remained silent and pretended to know nothing, with a smile on his face. There have indeed been many people who want to discuss business cooperation with us lately, so I don't need to hide it from you. After all, I don't have any business experience, and there's no need to hide it. I just don't know what aspect you want to discuss with me. Mok felt that he should say such things himself to show respect to them. He couldn't just say everything about Golden Horn by himself. That would be extremely disadvantageous to him, and it would also show that the other party was not sincere. In that case, he would rather not talk about the cooperation at all than negotiate with such a company. It's really easy to talk to smart people. Hearing Mok say this, Ouyang felt that he had made the right choice this time. He hadn't expected Mok to be so straightforward, not beating around the bush at all. He just asked directly what he wanted to know. He always preferred doing business with people like this because he didn't have to rack his brains to get anything out of them. He was very satisfied with cooperating with such a company in every aspect. You're exaggerating. Mok felt that Ouyang's praise wasn't really praise. Anyone could say something like that when seriously discussing business. So he was particularly curious to know if what Ouyang wanted to talk about was indeed the Golden Horn matter. Therefore, he said to Ouyang, just get to the point. There's no need for us to beat around the bush. To be honest, the company is quite busy, so if we keep beating around the bush, we probably won't be able to finish this today. Upon hearing this, Ouyang stopped chatting with Mok about other things and got up from his seat. He gestured for Mok to follow him to a bookshelf. Looking at the bookshelf in front of him, Mok felt there was nothing particularly special about it. Then, when Ouyang gently pressed a tree nearby, the bookshelf split in two and quietly moved slowly to either side. Mok was momentarily stunned by this sight. Mok never expected that the bookshelf would actually be a hidden compartment, and that there was a secret room behind it. He had been looking around the room for so long, yet he hadn't noticed that there was a hidden room behind the bookshelf. This made him feel quite annoyed. He felt that he was still a bit lacking compared to this kind of man. Chapter 181, let's just forget about it. After Ouyang opened the hidden compartment, he didn't do anything else. He simply entered the electronic password and took out a document. After watching this series of actions, Mok realized that he hadn't observed carefully enough. This compartment was obviously a very conspicuous place. If he had looked at it more closely, this compartment would have come into his view. It seems that his observation skills are still lacking. Here are the documents I have prepared for you to review. Ouyang felt that there shouldn't be any major problems with the document he had prepared. After all, in his eyes, although he might not be as good at managing the company as Mok, he could easily write a document to discuss with them. So he confidently handed his document to Mok. Mok had initially thought the document might be discussing the Golden Horn project, but when he opened it, the document was completely unrelated to the Golden Horn project, leaving him somewhat bewildered. After glancing at the document, Mok looked up with a blank expression. Ouyang gestured for him to continue reading. So Mok reluctantly took the document and looked down, only to find that it was a completely different project and had nothing to do with Golden Corner. Mok looked at the document in his hand with suspicion. It clearly stated that they planned to cooperate with their Ginting group and use the money to monopolize their lowest level market. Are you trying to pay a high price to cooperate with Ginting Group and use money to monopolize our sales market? Mo looked at the document in his hand, with its contents clearly written in black and white. This was completely unexpected. He never imagined that the other party would think of setting a high price to monopolize their sales market. Mok found this hard to accept. As for the sales market, it's the lowest level, that link. I think for a company like yours, you probably don't have time to pay attention to such a low level. Why can't you sell it to us so that we can use it to maximize our profits and bring more benefits to both companies? Wouldn't that be better? Ouyang felt that this was a double-edged sword, where everyone could have gotten better benefits, and they were paying a high price. For Mok, the monopoly didn't cause much loss at all, because they couldn't possibly care about such a low-level place. They have a deep understanding of the sales market, so if they could monopolize the sales market under Mo Company, it would undoubtedly be an even better source of monopoly funds for them. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, a strange glint flashed in Mok's eyes. He had originally thought that someone like Ouyang, who had come to find him and meet him, would be discussing large-scale business collaborations like the Golden Horn project. He hadn't expected that Ouyang would be discussing something that practically no one would even consider, a collaboration with the sales department. For the sales department, it might be the lowest level, but in their eyes, the sales department was no less important than other departments. They treated everyone the same. Moreover, in MOK's eyes, although the sales department was indeed somewhat dispensable to them, for the lowest level sales staff, if they could rely on them to obtain a very large amount of monopoly funds, it wouldn't be a bad thing for them. However, in his eyes, selling off the sales market under his command always felt like selling himself out. So Mok wanted to refuse him without even thinking about it. Seeing Mok frowning as he looked at the document in his hand, Ouyang's mood suddenly plummeted. He felt that the benefits he had offered were already quite good, and the sales department under Mok's control basically had no future. Selling it to him might not be a bad thing. However, Mok's tightly furrowed brows and seemingly deep in thought made Ouyang start to have some calculations in mind. Please don't rush to refuse. Ouyang looked at Mok, who had finished reading the document and closed it, his brows still furrowed, as if he was quite dissatisfied with his idea. So he smiled and said to Mok, I know that my sudden proposal to acquire your sales market may seem a bit inappropriate, but I also know that as the sales market, they are at the bottom. If we just keep them in our hands, it may not bring you any benefits. It would be better for us to monopolize it and earn a large amount of monopoly funds, which would be slightly more worthwhile. I admit what you said makes a lot of sense. Hearing Ouyang's words, Mok still had a professional smile on his face, and then handed the document to Ouyang. What you said is indeed correct. The sales market is indeed the lowest level of the company and the least effective, but giving it to you is indeed possible. You can get a very high amount of monopoly funds, which seems very worthwhile for us. It's not a losing business, and it seems quite good to do. However, it may not be suitable for someone like me. What do you mean? Ouyang found Mok's reasons quite reasonable. He clearly knew what kind of benefits his company would gain from monopolizing the sales market, yet he was still unwilling to negotiate a deal with them. It seemed that he had other plans in mind. So he couldn't help but ask, since you are unwilling to cooperate with us, do you have a better option? There isn't a better option. When Mok heard Ouyang say that he might have a better option, he couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand, trying to refuse him in the most tactful way he could think of. Actually, your idea is quite good. If we could give you a monopoly on the sales market, we could indeed get a pretty good amount of monopoly funds. But for me, this market is one that I have been managing all along, so I can't hand it over to someone else. Chapter 182 Refusal. Ouyang was confident and composed. He wasn't worried at all that the young man in front of him would reject the generous offer he made. However, to his surprise, the young man in front of him actually refused him. We do not accept any form of monopoly. Interesting. Looking at the documents pushed back in front of him, Ouyang's eyes flickered with a mixture of emotions, but ultimately returned to calm. He looked at Mok intently for a moment, then smiled slightly. It's all right. Mr. Mo can think about it some more. This batch of monopoly funds will only benefit Mr. Mo. It's a win-win situation for us, and I'll be waiting for your reply. After saying this, he slightly raised his chin, his calm tone revealing particular certainty. I believe Mr. Mo will eventually agree. Mr. Mo is welcome to make any requests, and we can discuss them slowly. I can afford to wait this long. As he spoke, Ouyang handed the document to Mok once again. Mr. Mo, why don't you keep this document for now? After speaking, Ouyang calmly waited for Mok's reply. He believes that any intelligent person will make the right choice. Mok looked at the documents that were being pushed to him again, a thoughtful expression on his mind. Why is Ouyang so determined to cooperate with him? Unable to think of anything for the moment, Mok shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, Chairman Ouyang. I've already made it very clear that Ginting Group will not accept any form of monopoly. No matter how long Chairman Ouyang asks me to consider it, my final answer will be the same, and I will never change it. Regardless, this is his bottom line and will never change, so there's no need to consider why Ouyang did this. So, Mok paused, then returned the document once more, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Chairman Ouyang, please take this document back. I will not agree to it. All right, it's getting late. Chairman Ouyang, please return as well. You really don't know what's good for you. Ouyang could barely contain his anger. He never expected that even after he had made such a concession, the person in front of him would still be so disrespectful. However, after saying that, Mok stood up, nodded slightly to Ouyang, and said politely yet distantly, Chairman Ouyang, even so, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Until we meet again. Wait a minute. If Mr. Mo has any complaints, we can talk about it. In the business world, we run into each other all the time. Does Mr. Mo not even leave us the slightest bit of leeway? Ouyang looked at the documents that had been pushed back in front of him in disbelief, his tone growing increasingly somber. Mok acted as if he hadn't heard and paid no attention. Upon seeing this, Ouyang's anger surged rapidly. He jumped up from his seat, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was filled with extreme displeasure and warning. Mr. Mo, do you really not give me, Ouyang, any face? Mr. Mo is far too young and arrogant. Mok remained unmoved and coldly refused, saying, I'm sorry, Chairman Ouyang. I have other matters to attend to, so please excuse me. Chairman Ouyang, please reconsider this idea. Hey kid, stop right there. Ouyang's face turned ashen. No one had ever dared to defy him like Mok before. This young man is so arrogant. A sharp glint flashed in Ouyang's eyes, and he suddenly moved. He moved extremely fast, quickly reaching out and grabbing Mok's arm. Wanna leave? You'll have to see if I allow it. Young people should be more humble. Otherwise you never know when you might offend someone and end up with nothing but ashes, not even knowing how you died. Mok's arm was suddenly grabbed, and he couldn't get away. He immediately raised his defense. Fortunately, Ouyang did not make any further moves, otherwise he would have already launched a counterattack. With just that one moment, Mok realized that the person in front of him was no ordinary person either. He turned back, his gaze sweeping over Ouyang, his eyes narrowing slightly, a thoughtful look appearing in his sharp pupils. The person in front of me was definitely not an ordinary person. He had an extremely stable lower body, a strong grip, and the force he was using to hold my arm was extraordinary. When he was sitting still, he didn't show any power, but the moment he moved, all of that power burst out. And this power faintly revealed a feeling that Mok was familiar with, but for the time being, he couldn't remember where this sense of familiarity came from. Putting aside this sense of familiarity for now, even if we take a step back, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to grab him so easily. Could it be that the person in front of me is also a cultivator? Otherwise, this is simply inexplicable. Thinking this to himself, Mok asked, could it be that Chairman Ouyang is also a cultivator? As he spoke, a burst of strength erupted from his hand, and he deftly and nimbly broke free from Ouyang's grasp, regaining his composure. A look of surprise appeared in Ouyang's eyes. He hadn't expected that the young man in front of him could break free from his control so easily. After all, he was a cultivator, and the power of a cultivator was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Hearing Mok ask this question, he understood somewhat. It seems the person in front of me is one of them too. A glint flashed in Ouyang's eyes. He made no attempt to hide anything and readily admitted, that's right, I am a cultivator. It seems that President Mo is also a cultivator. His gaze swept carefully over Mok, with a deeper level of inquiry. The person who could break free from his grasp so easily must be at least as powerful as him. Mok, who is so young, already has such profound cultivation. Could he be a disciple from a powerful family who has come out to gain experience? Faced with Ouyang's question, Mok did not hide anything and nodded directly. Yes, I am also a cultivator. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he remembered something that had happened a few days earlier. Just a few days ago, when he was invited by old Master Qin of the Qin family to attend his birthday banquet, he sensed the power of a cultivator during the banquet. However, when he finally followed that power, the person had already disappeared. Therefore, they ultimately failed to find the person. Thinking of the vaguely familiar power emanating from Ouyang, Mok's gaze swept over Ouyang. As he pondered, his brow furrowed slightly, and a bold suspicion gradually arose in his mind. Could the cultivator he discovered that day have been Ouyang? Chapter 183, Every Word and Action. Ring ring, ring ring, ring ring. As Mok was looking at Ouyang, the phone on the table rang urgently. Mok glanced at the screen and said to Ouyang, "Sorry." He then immediately picked up his phone and answered the call, as if it were a very important call. Mok was about to take his phone outside to answer the call, but he saw that the door was closed. Even if he went outside, there were Ouyang's people outside, which would be very inconvenient. So, there was no difference between answering the call in the room and answering it at the door. Therefore, Mok finally answered the call in front of Ouyang. Seeing that Mok valued the call, Ouyang leisurely took a sip from the teacup on the table, keeping a close eye on Mok's changing expressions out of the corner of his eye. "Hello, Brother Dao? What's up?" Ouyang watched as Mok listened intently to the person on the other end of the phone, his brows furrowed. Although Ouyang could vaguely hear the voice on the other end, he couldn't make out what the person was saying, which annoyed Ouyang greatly. In the end, Ouyang gave up trying to hear what was being said on the other end of the phone. Mok wasn't stupid. If it were truly important intelligence, he certainly wouldn't openly take a call in front of Ouyang. So he ultimately gave up. Otherwise, if he made too much of a move, Mok would find out, which would be embarrassing. "Okay, just a moment. I'm coming right away." It turned out to be Dao Ji's call. Mok hurriedly answered Dao Gu on the other end of the phone, then quickly stood up, looking like he was about to leave. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Ouyang asked casually, seeing that Mok seemed to be in a hurry. He continued to drink his tea, pretending not to care, and remained extremely nonchalant. At this moment, Ouyang desperately wanted to know what the so-called Brother Dao on the other end of the phone had said to Mok, because Ouyang was now eager to know everything about Mok. So he was being a bit too hasty. You could tell from his words and actions that he was overly nervous and concerned about Mok's affairs. Mok wasn't blind, so of course he could see it too, but he just didn't say it. To avoid an awkward situation between the two of them, Mok wanted to leave as soon as possible. "It's Brother Dao. He wants me to go to Golden Corner." Mok packed up his phone, put it in his pocket, and prepared to leave. Ouyang touched his brow. He hadn't finished discussing his business yet, so why was he in such a hurry to leave? Ouyang originally wanted to ask indirectly, but in the end she chose to give up. "So eager? We were just getting into a good chat. Sit down and chat a little longer. It won't make a difference." Ouyang clearly didn't want Mok to leave in such a hurry, so he tried to persuade him to stay. "I'm so sorry I have to leave in such a hurry. We'll definitely get together properly another day." Mok spoke with great remorse and acted with impeccable manners, making Ouyang feel too embarrassed to force him any further. "All right, that's the only way. What can I do? You're President Mo, a very busy man." Ouyang said a few sarcastic remarks. Otherwise it would be difficult to quell the anger in his heart. "What are you saying? I'm really sorry. I can't keep you company any longer. I'll definitely pay you a visit another day." Mok was really in a hurry and couldn't keep arguing. He had to leave as soon as possible, but he couldn't lose his composure either, so the two of them naturally started exchanging pleasantries. "Then you should go ahead and do your thing. We can talk about it another day. Joking aside, I can't delay your business." Seeing that he couldn't keep Mok, Ouyang started making polite remarks again, leaving Mok somewhat at a loss. Mok thought for a moment and thought, "If you keep asking me to say these things, it's better not to say anything at all." So Mok didn't continue to argue with Ouyang, called a car, and hurriedly left. After watching Mok's hurried departure, Ouyang's expression immediately turned very serious. "Lu Bing, come in here for a moment." Ouyang stroked his eyebrows and beard, a ruthless glint in his eyes, and called his men in. "Yes, what are your orders?" Upon hearing Ouyang's call, Lu Bing immediately appeared in front of Ouyang, quietly waiting for the task Ouyang would assign him. "Did you see the person who just left clearly?" Ouyang wanted to test Lu Bing to see how quick-witted he was and whether he could handle this important task so that he wouldn't mess it up. "I saw it clearly." Lu Bing's answer was very simple, just responding to Ouyang's question without adding anything else. Ouyang shook his head helplessly, but finally asked again. "Now that you've seen it clearly, Please tell me. Who is he? Ouyang Yu stared intently at Lu Bing, hoping that Lu Bing's answer would satisfy him this time. I know him. MOK. Lu Bing stood upright, looking straight ahead, exuding the air of a secret agent. All right, now that you know, then make sure he's accountable. Every word and action of his must be reported to me clearly, and without the slightest error. Ouyang Yu just wanted to know what MOK was doing. He wanted to know everything MOK did, and he couldn't let go of even the smallest clue. Okay, I'll follow up and investigate now, but Lu Bing hesitated, as if she had something to say. Just say what you have to say, don't beat around the bush. Can't you have a little bit of manly spirit? Ouyang Yu's sudden outburst of anger was likely due to him venting his frustration with MOK on Lu Bing. But what else could Lu Bing do? He could only endure it. Lu Bing was just a man of few words, but he didn't think he had said or done anything wrong. Did Ouyang Yu really need to yell like that? Unable to find any fault with MOK and thus unable to do anything to him, Ouyang Yu vented all his anger on Lu Bing, yelling and shouting. What I mean is, I've been secretly following MOK these past 2 days, but he's extremely cautious and vigilant. There's simply no chance to find out what he's doing. It's very difficult. Besides, MOK has already taken precautions at the Ginting group. After hearing Lu Bing's words, a strange look flashed across Ouyang Yu's eyes. It seems that MOK is not so easy to deal with. He will need to put some thought into it. Chapter 184 Demand List. The news that Ginting Group had been targeted by Ouyang Yu Group was quickly spread by some people with ulterior motives. Many people in the industry were quite surprised when they heard about it. Neither of the two groups was easy to mess with, and there had been no news of any conflicts between them on any projects recently. Amidst the rumors circulating outside, Wang Zhong was quite gleeful. Just as he was overjoyed, he suddenly received a call from Ouyang Yu and quickly and respectfully answered the phone. Wang Zhong was completely taken aback by this phone call. It seemed rather unusual that the chairman of the prestigious Ouyang Yu Group would personally call him. Wang Zhong was also a businessman, and from a profit-oriented perspective, he couldn't figure out why Ouyang Yu had called him. Chairman Ouyang, what brings you to call me today? I'm truly flattered. I'm so flattered. Although Wang Zhong didn't know why Ouyang Yu was making this call, the other party was, after all, the chairman of Ouyang Yu Group, so some polite words were unavoidable, even though he found it annoying. Wang Zhong, you're a smart man, so I don't need to say much. The reason I'm calling you this time is definitely because I have something to ask you. Ouyang Yu got straight to the point, admitting he did indeed have something to discuss with Wang Zhong. Given Wang Zhong's status, if he claimed he was merely calling to offer a greeting, not only would Wang Zhong not believe him, but even Ouyang Yu himself wouldn't. Therefore, it was better to be direct and straightforward, saving everyone trouble. How could I possibly be of any help to you, Chairman Ouyang? Please feel free to ask me anything. As long as it's something I can do, I, Wang Zhong, will absolutely do my duty without hesitation. Although Wang Zhong was not clear about Ouyang Yu's true purpose in contacting him, for him, taking this opportunity to get in touch with Ouyang Yu's group would be entirely beneficial, since Ouyang Yu's group was an industry giant and a large conglomerate that led the industry in the region. I've never liked beating around the bush. Since you've brought it up, I'll be frank. Did you get a list of Ginting Group's personnel before? Ouyang Yu hated delays. He wanted to get the list from Wang Zhong as quickly as possible. Since MOK didn't understand the rules, he wouldn't blame him for using other means. In fact, Wang Zhong had already become wary when he heard the name Ginting Group. He hadn't expected that Ouyang Yu would call him about this matter today. Could it be that Ouyang Yu Group and Ginting Group were really as rumored? Although Wang Zhong was interested in establishing a connection with the Ouyang Yu Group, he felt he needed to seriously consider whether it was worthwhile if it required exchanging a list for it. If the Ginting Group was to be destroyed, it had to be destroyed in his own hands, not handed over to someone else. Chairman Ouyang, what are you talking about? Everyone knows that I've always been at odds with the Ginting Group. How could I possibly have something like that? Although I've thought about it, I've never succeeded. Those rumors are just that, rumors. Chairman Ouyang, you can't believe them all. After thinking it over, Wang Zhong decided to lie and not give the list to Ouyang Yu. This was something he had worked so hard to obtain, so why should he just give it to Ouyang Yu like this? He was unwilling to do so. What do you mean? Upon hearing Wang Zhong's words, Ouyang Yu's anger flared up. He was already grateful that Wang Zhong was willing to accept his things, but not only did he refuse, he was also trying to deceive him with these words. Chairman Ouyang, didn't I make myself perfectly clear? I really don't have that list you're talking about. Given my relationship with Ginting Group, do you think they would give me a list of personnel? Wang Zhong spoke without batting an eye, saying there was no evidence to support his claim. He insisted he didn't have it. So who could say he did? He shouldn't just talk. He should produce evidence. Without evidence, he would never admit it. Wang Zhong, I thought you were a smart man, but I never expected you to be so stupid. Do you think I called you today? Ouyang Yu's anger had reached a breaking point. He had no patience to argue with Wang Zhong. He was now eager to get his hands on the list. As for the rest, he didn't want to care, nor did he have the energy to concern himself with it. I really don't have any, Chairman Ouyang. There's nothing you can do even if you yell at me. I heard you've been getting quite close to MOK, the president of Ginting Group, lately. Why don't you just ask him directly? When he said this, Wang Zhong was clearly not confident. Even over the phone, Wang Zhong could feel Ouyang Yu's anger. He didn't want to offend Ouyang Yu, nor did he want to give him the list. I don't want to hear any more of your excuses. I'm giving you 2 hours. Come to the top floor of Ouyang Yu Group at 3 p.m. with a list of Ginting Group personnel. Wang Zhong, I hope you come voluntarily, rather than me having someone invite you. After speaking, Ouyang Yu didn't give Wang Zhong a chance to refute, but hung up the phone directly. Dealing with someone like Wang Zhong, saying another word to him would be a waste of his time. He had already given him a final deadline. If Wang Zhong was unwilling to cooperate, he wouldn't mind finding another way to obtain the list. Looking at the phone that had been hung up, Wang Zhong felt a little flustered. It seemed that Ouyang Yu had investigated him long ago and knew about the existence of this list. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken like that just now. Wang Zhong was caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Ouyang Yu had given him a deadline. If he didn't go that afternoon, he would inevitably offend the Ouyang Yu Group. But if he went, it would mean the list was indeed in his hands, forcing him to hand it over. Neither option was desirable for Wang Zhong, but he had no other choice but to select one. However, he had obtained the list of Ginting Group personnel with great difficulty, hoping to take down Ginting in one fell swoop. If he gave this list to Ouyang Yu might act before him, and Ginting might be taken over by Ouyang Yu. However, Wang Zhong was also curious as to why Ouyang Yu would suddenly target Ginting Group. The two groups had different main businesses and basically had no business dealings. Why did this suddenly escalate to such a serious point, even alarming Ouyang Yu to personally intervene? What exactly happened? Could it be that he had missed something these past few days? Wang Zhong regretted answering the call. Now he was in a dilemma. Chapter 185, There's a Plan. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong was somewhat absent-minded and didn't know what to do. He couldn't think of a solution, so he asked someone to call his assistant, Yang Shund. Mr. Wang, you wanted to see me? Yang Shund rushed over as soon as he heard that it was Wang Zhong who wanted to see him. He didn't dare to delay at all and asked as soon as he entered Wang Zhong's office. At this moment, Wang Zhong was sitting in the boss's chair, leaning back with his head up, his eyes closed as if he was thinking about something, his brows furrowed, and his face looking very unwell. He was also pinching his forehead with his right hand, as if he had a headache. As soon as Yang Shund entered the room, he saw Wang Zhong's appearance and frowned. He knew that things were not good. There must be something difficult that had stumped Wang Zhong. Since he couldn't come up with any ideas himself and wanted to ask Yang Shund for advice, Yang Shund couldn't help but feel a little happy. If he could come up with a good idea, Wang Zhong would trust him more, and his future would be bright. However, Yang Shund's eyes darted around, and he felt a little annoyed. Was this idea really that good? Judging from Wang Zhong's appearance, he must have encountered some difficulties, and they must be very difficult ones. Otherwise, would Wang Zhong be in such a predicament? He would have already come up with a solution himself. Would it still be up to him? It seems this isn't a good opportunity. If I don't come up with something today, Wang Zhong will probably see right through me, and I won't be valued in the future. Sigh, it's really hard to get a chance these days. Thinking of this, Yang Shund sighed softly. Upon hearing that Yang Shund had arrived, Wang Zhong opened his eyes, quickly sat up straight, and then rocked his office chair from side to side. Yang Shund is here. Come and sit down. I have something to discuss with you. As he spoke, Wang Zhong, who had sat up straight, pointed to the chair in front of his solid wood desk, and his expression was very kind. Seeing Wang Zhong's expression, Yang Shun's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Wang Zhong's kind face, he knew how much Wang Zhong hoped to get a solution from him. But could he really find a solution? At this moment, Yang Shun was also full of questions, but there was nothing he could do. Wang Zhong had asked him to come, so he had no choice but to come. Now he had to bite the bullet and go for it. So Yang Shun took a step and walked towards the chair that Wang Zhong pointed to. He sat down, and his expression became much calmer. Whether he lived or died, it was up to him. It wasn't up to him to decide now. Seeing Yang Shun sit down, Wang Zhong sized him up, then slightly raised his chin and looked at Yang Shun with an arrogant gaze befitting someone in a high position. Yang Shun felt very uncomfortable being looked at like that by Wang Zhong, but there was nothing he could do but endure the uncomfortable gaze. After all, Wang Zhong was the boss, and he was just an assistant. Why was Wang Zhong so lucky? Mr. Wang, did you call me for something? Although he didn't like Wang Zhong looking at him like that, he couldn't let the situation become too awkward. If they remained silent for too long, they would naturally run out of things to say. So Yang Shun took the initiative to speak and asked Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong was pleased to hear Yang Shun ask him the question. He had been waiting for Yang Shun to speak before he spoke himself, as he felt this would make him appear authoritative. Shun, there's something I can't figure out no matter how I think about it, and I don't know what to do. That's why I came to you, thinking you have a lot of ideas. Please give me some advice. Although Wang Zhong maintained a dignified demeanor, his tone was still quite amiable, which eased Yang Shun's slightly unpleasant feelings considerably. At least he wasn't being too harsh on him verbally. Oh well, what more could he ask for? Mr. Wang, please speak freely. I will tell you everything I can think of, but, at this point, Yang Shun paused deliberately, looked up at Wang Zhong, and glared at him as he spoke. Seeing Yang Shun's eyes, Wang Zhong, a veteran of many battles, naturally knew what Yang Shun was thinking. This little trick was no match for him. So he said to Yang Shun, Shun, just say what you have to say. Why are you hesitating in front of me? It's okay, just say it. Even if you say something wrong, I won't blame you. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he looked at Yang Shun, staring at his expression to see what changes there were, so he could guess what he was thinking. Yes, Mr. Wang. I can tell you everything I know and can think of. I won't hide anything from you. But I see that if you're having trouble with this, I, a lowly employee, might not be able to solve it either. So please forgive me if I say anything wrong. Upon hearing Wang Zhong's words, Yang Shun quickly seized the opportunity and voiced his concerns. In short, it means that if you don't even know how to solve it, how could I possibly solve it? If I can't solve it later, you can't blame me. Because if you, a big boss, don't know how to solve it, it's understandable that I, a lowly employee, don't know either. To put it bluntly, it's a way of shirking responsibility. Anyway, I've already said it. My inability doesn't prove that I'm incompetent. If anyone is incompetent, it's you, because you're a big boss and I'm just a lowly employee. The difference is like heaven and earth. It's understandable that we junior staff members can't solve the problems you can't solve, not because you're incompetent as you say. Calling me incompetent is just calling yourselves incompetent. Hearing Yang Shun's words, Wang Zhong smiled. He had seen all sorts of situations and experienced all sorts of scenarios. He could tell the difference from this small dose. He cursed Yang Shun in his heart for being a little fox who didn't take any responsibility at all. However, he didn't say that out loud. Shun, look at what you're saying. How could I blame you? I just couldn't figure it out for a moment. So I asked you to help me think of something and come up with some ideas. After all, the more people there are, the more hope there is. Just tell me. It doesn't matter if you don't know. I just asked you to see if you could help me think of something. I won't blame you. Wang Zhong reassured Yang Shun. So Wang Zhong told Yang Shun about it. After listening, Wang Zhong said that the matter was simple and that he should give Ouyang Yu a fake list, which would solve everything. After listening to Yang Shun's suggestion, Wang Zhong made a fake list and took it to Ouyang Yu group. As a result, the receptionist told him to wait in the lobby. Chapter 186: The True and False Lists. At this moment, Ouyang Yu was sitting in his office, leaning back in his boss's chair, looking up at the sky, with his eyes closed, his elbows resting on the armrests of the chair, his hands clasped together, as if he were resting with his eyes closed. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, Ouyang Yu was awakened by a knocking sound. He opened his eyes, looked at the door, and calmed himself down. Come in, he said, addressing the doorway. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and Lu Bing came in. Lu Bing, what's up? Why are you looking for me at this hour? Upon seeing Lu Bing, Ouyang Yu subconsciously glanced at his watch, realizing that Lu Bing usually wouldn't come looking for him at this time. Oh, Mr. O Wang Zhong is here. He's holding a document and waiting for you in the lobby. I think it's what you wanted. Lu Bing spoke to Ouyang Yu, specifically mentioning the document Wang Zhong was holding. He knew that Ouyang Yu had asked Wang Zhong for the list of Ginting personnel, so he guessed that Wang Zhong had come to deliver the list, and the document in his hand must be the list. Oh, so fast. Ouyang Yu was still a little incredulous. He remembered that when he called Wang Zhong was hesitant and stammered. In the end, Wang Zhong lied to him and said that he didn't have it. It was Ouyang Yu who pretended to be angry and forced Wang Zhong to give it to him. Wang Zhong thought he would drag things out for a few days and that he could hold out, but he didn't expect the list to be sent so quickly. However, upon further reflection, Wang Zhong knew he couldn't keep it. He knew he couldn't afford to offend Ouyang Yu. Even if he didn't give it to him now, the list would be given to him sooner or later. It was better to give it to him now and get a good deal in return. If we had given it to him then, not only would we have lost the item, but we would have also left a bad impression on Ouyang Yu. What's his expression like? At this moment, Ouyang Yu suddenly wanted to know what Wang Zhong was thinking. If it were him, Ouyang Yu, he would never hand over something so important, no matter what. Now that Wang Zhong had no choice but to give him something so important, he really wanted to see what he was thinking, so he asked about Wang Zhong's expression. Expressions? Lu Bingzhou frowned, looking at Ouyang Yu. Why was President O asking about Wang Zhong's expressions? What did the list have to do with expressions? Or did President O value Wang Zhong's expressions? Then he thought about it and realized that President O probably wanted to ask Wang Zhong if he was impatient. Would he dare to do that? So he replied, Mr. O, Wang Zhong is sitting there normally, without any expression. No expression? It was supposed to be a casual remark, but Ouyang Yu found it hard to believe. No expression at all. Was Wang Zhong really that carefree? He handed over something so important to him without any reluctance? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that Wang Zhong was really that carefree? Really no expression at all? Ouyang Yu frowned as he looked at Lu Bing. No, he's just sitting there normally. Lu Bing was puzzled by Ouyang Yu's expression. Doesn't the lack of expression prove that he's not impatient? Is that so important? What's wrong with President Ouyang right now? What is he worried about? Lu Bing never understood that what Ouyang Yu wanted to focus on was Wang Zhong's true feelings about handing over the list, rather than whether he was impatient or not. If that were what he cared about. All right then, if Wang Zhong really gets impatient, let him wait a little longer. Never mind, just have Wang Zhong bring the documents up here. We can talk in my office. Seeing Lu Bing's bewildered expression, Ouyang Yu knew that Lu Bing was ignoring him, but he also knew that Wang Zhong was expressionless, so he didn't ask any more questions. He told Lu Bing to tell Wang Zhong to come to his office and give him the documents. In truth, Wang Zhong was also feeling uneasy sitting in the hall, but he dared not show it on his face. Having weathered so many storms, how could he let his expression betray his true feelings? What troubled him was that the list he held in his hand was fake, and he was worried that Ouyang Yu would find out, which would put him in serious trouble. But he really didn't want to hand over the real list, so he had no choice but to take the risk. As he was doing this, a woman from the front desk came over and said, Hello, Mr. Wang. Our general manager wants you to come to his office on the top floor to talk. Hearing this, Wang Zhong snapped out of his reverie, glanced at the beautiful woman who had interrupted his train of thought, and said, Oh, okay, I understand. Upon hearing Wang Zhong say he understood, the woman smiled politely and walked away. Wang Zhong stood up and walked to the elevator. Ouyang Yu's office was on the top floor, so Mr. Wang would take the elevator up. Ding-gling. Wang Zhong pressed the elevator button, the elevator opened, and Wang Zhong stepped into the elevator. Ding-gling. The elevator doors closed, and Wang Zhong pressed the button for the top floor, and the elevator slowly ascended. At this moment, Wang Zhong, who was in the elevator, was filled with mixed feelings. He didn't know what would happen next. What if Ouyang found out that the list was fake? Wang Zhong thought of 1,000 solutions, but in that short time, none of them worked. Even as the elevator was about to arrive, Wang Zhong still couldn't come up with a good reason. What if Ouyang discovered that the list was fake? Ding-ling. The elevator doors opened. The moment Wang Zhong saw them open, his heart skipped a beat. What's meant to happen will happen. I tried to cheer myself up, but it was too late to go back now. I had to grit my teeth and keep going. It was up to me whether the industry was good or bad. My fate depended on this one shot. I painstakingly compiled this list. Why should I give it to him as soon as he asks for it? He doesn't put in any effort, yet he just sits there and reaps the benefits. Why should he? With that thought in mind, Wang Zhong stepped out of the elevator and into Ouyang office. Lu Bing was also in Ouyang office. Wang Zhong was stunned when he saw Lu Bing. He thought it would be Ouyang alone, but he didn't expect Lu Bing to be there. But then again, it made sense. Lu Bing had always been close to Ouyang, so he must know about this matter. Mr. O. Oh, Assistant Lu is here too. Wang Zhong greeted him with a grin as he walked inside. Mr. Wang, have you brought everything? Seeing the grinning Wang Zhong, Ouyang didn't waste any words and asked where the list was. Wang Zhong knew, of course, that Ouyang was referring to the list, which meant that everything had been brought and was even being waved in front of him. Oh, that's good. Mr. Wang is very trustworthy, delivering it so quickly. Ouyang took the list, glanced at it, and handed it to Lu Bing. Ouyang also threatened Wang Zhong, saying that if he dared to lie to him, he would definitely pay the price. Wang Zhong was afraid, but still told Ouyang that the list was real. Chapter 187 Scheme. Ouyang received a phone call, and when she opened it, she found it was from someone in the company. He frowned, but still answered the call. Hello, what's up? Ouyang said somewhat displeased. Although he was displeased, he knew that the salary was still important, so he had to answer the call no matter how bad his mood was. Chairman, there's been a problem with this project proposal. Would you like to come and take a look? The person on the other end of the phone immediately said this, and at this moment Ouyang frowned. Is there something important? If this proposal isn't anything important, please let the planning department handle it. Since it's their responsibility, don't make any more trouble by talking about it. After Ouyang finished speaking, he waited for a reply from the other end of the phone. At that moment, the person on the phone spoke again. This proposal is a very important matter, and it seems to involve a 9-figure sum. Our people here really can't make the decision, so we can only say that we would like to ask Chairman to come and take a look. Ouyang didn't know what to say, but after thinking for a moment, she looked at the person next to her. Wang Zhong, you should go back first. I have some things to take care of at the company. You stay here. Oh no, go back first. After Ouyang finished speaking, he left. At this moment, Wang Zhong looked at his chairman with a blank expression, but still went back without saying anything. At this moment, Wang Zhong couldn't help but feel relieved. He couldn't wait to walk out, and the door of Ouyang Group finally felt safe. Staying inside the Ouyang Group was really too dangerous. He always felt like something was watching him, making his hair stand on end, but he didn't dare to say anything. He couldn't help but smile with a hint of happiness, but no matter what, he still had to finish his own business first. Moreover, once the danger is over, everything will be much easier to handle. After all, nothing is easier to talk about than these things. Without hesitation, he got into the car and told the driver, to the Qin family's old residence. Now that things were settled, he decided to go to the Qin family first. After all, he still thought the Ouyang Group was too dangerous. Cooperating with them was like asking a tiger for its skin, and he didn't want to do it himself. He would rather find a good support for himself, such as the Qin family. After hearing this, the driver looked at Zhong with some confusion, but still didn't say anything and started driving to the Qin residence. Looking at the scenery along the way, Wang Zhong couldn't help but feel even more excited. He thought that this matter seemed to have some things that made him very happy, but no matter what, he still needed to have some good ideas about it. After arriving at the impressive Qin residence, Wang Zhong couldn't help but smile and nod before going inside. However, he was stopped by a servant of the Qin residence. Although the servant was very polite, there was still some arrogance in his expression. Sir, is there anything I can do for you here? If not, please return here. But the Qin residence is not a place where just anyone can come and go as they please. After the maid finished speaking, she immediately looked at the man in front of her. Wang Zhong glanced at him with disdain, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said, "I'm a regular here. Are you sure you want to stop me from going in? I don't care what the master says to you later." Only then did the servant take a closer look at the person in front of her and realize that he was indeed Wang Zhong, a frequent visitor to the Qin residence. "I'm sorry, I misjudged you before. Please forgive me, Mr. Wang. This way, please." The maid, her arrogance shattered, led the man inside with a helpless expression. "Are you old Master Qin?" Only after Wang Zhong entered did he realize that the person sitting in the main hall was actually Qin Shangliu, the old master of the Qin family. "Are you Wang Zhong? What brings you to my Qin family?" Qin Shangliu opened his eyes, glanced at him, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance and disdain, and then looked at Wang Zhong as if he were watching an actor. Wang Zhong felt like a monkey in a zoo, being watched, but at this moment he had to admit that the old master of the Qin family was indeed capable. "I've come here to show you a list, but I don't know if the old master would be willing to see it. Also, I'd like to make a deal with the old master. What do you think, old master?" After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he looked up at the person who had gone back, and the old man in front of him looked at the man with a cold glint in his eyes. "I need to see what kind of deal it is that would make you come all this way here. But I don't do just any business. You need to understand that. Our Qin family doesn't do small-time deals." After Qin Shangliu finished speaking, he took a sip of fragrant tea. At this moment, Wang Zhong cursed the old fox in his heart, but after thinking about it, he realized that he had come here to ask for a favor, so he could only smile. After all, he needed someone's help, so he couldn't very well say anything in front of him. Besides, the old man in front of him was a cunning old fox, and trying to outsmart him would only lead him to his doom. So it's better for him to behave himself and stay quiet, lest something else goes wrong and things get complicated. And God knew this too, so he didn't say anything more, but just watched what he would do. Wang Zhong brought over a list, and then gave it to the old man of the Qin family. "This is Ginting's list. I wonder if the old master is willing to accept this deal." After Wang Zhong finished speaking with a smile, she looked up at the man in front of her. He didn't directly say what kind of deal he wanted to make, but instead handed over the list first. He just wanted the Qin family's protection. "What use is this to you? I seem to remember that you gave the chairman of Ouyangyu Group an exactly the same one." Qin Shangliu was not someone who could be easily fooled. He directly and decisively said the wrong thing, and then smiled smugly. "Grandpa, although I do want to cooperate with the Ouyangyu Group, I know that the Ouyangyu Group is too dangerous. Cooperating with them is like asking a tiger for its skin. I would rather cooperate with them here. Moreover, all I hope to get is the protection of the Qin family. As for the list being fake, you don't need to worry about it at all. If anything really happens, I will come and apologize." After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he smiled smugly. Chapter 188 Refusal. Qin Shangliu looked at Wang Zhong and said, "How did you get this list of personnel from Ginting Group?" "I certainly have ways to get this list. I wonder if old Master Qin would be interested?" Wang Zhong shook the list of people in his hand. Qin Shangliu thought, "It can't be that easy for me to get it. He must have another purpose. I can't let Wang Zhong lead me by the nose." Qin Shangliu said, "I am interested, but you didn't come to me just to give me a list of personnel, did you? I'm afraid it's not that simple." Wang Zhong snapped his fingers and said, "Old Master Qin is indeed wise and a sensible man. I would like to cooperate with you to ruin Mok's reputation." "Then why don't you find someone else to go with?" "Because old Master Qin's enemy is also Mok, isn't that right?" Qin Shangliu said. "Aren't you afraid I'll tell Mok if you tell me these things?" Wang Zhong said, "Old Master Qin wouldn't do that, because our enemy is Mok, so you probably wouldn't." Qin Shangliu took a sip of tea and said, "Yes, I have a blood feud with the Mok family, but why should I cooperate with you?" Wang Zhong stroked his chin and said, "I can help you. I know Mok's Ginting Group inside and out." After saying that, Wang Zhong shook the list of personnel in his hand. "Anyone else would do. Why should I choose you?" "Because I can help you wholeheartedly." After thinking hard for a while, Qin Shangliu said, "I see. I'll send someone to find you again once I've thought it through." Qin Shangliu was fully aware of Wang Zhong's desire to rely on the Qin family. Qin Shangliu thought, I am still in the observation phase and have not yet decided to openly oppose Mok's Ginting group. Qin Shangliu said to Wang Zhong, may I take this list with me first? Wang Zhong looked at the list in his hand and said, of course, you can take a look first. Qin Shangliu had his secretary take away the list that Wang Zhong had sent. Qin Shangliu looked at the sky outside and said, it's already dark, why don't you stay and have dinner with us? Wang Zhong thought for a moment. If you invite me to stay for dinner, then the possibility of cooperation is very high, right? I'll put in a little more effort later, and maybe we can succeed in cooperating. Wang Zhong said, very well, then I will respectfully accept your offer. Thank you, old Master Qin. Qin Shangliu said, secretary, come here for a moment and tell the kitchen to prepare some extra delicious food today, and also to add an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks. The secretary said, okay, I understand. After saying that, he went to give instructions to the kitchen. Qin Shangliu said, I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare. Why don't you give me a tour of my home? Wang Zhong had nothing better to do, so he agreed. Qin Shangliu said, this villa of mine has quite a history. I spent several million yuan to buy it. The market competition was fierce at the time. Wang Zhong asked in confusion, why? Because this villa has excellent feng shui. Of course, many people are vying for it. Let's go take a look at my garden first. I put a lot of effort into building my garden. Really? Then let's go take a look. Come on, this way please. Please, Mr. Qin. Qin Shangliu walked ahead, and the two of them walked through the corridor to the backyard. They pushed open the door and were greeted by all kinds of flowers. Wang Zhong asked, how much did these flowers cost? How much time do they need to take care of? Qin Shangliu walked towards the garden, and Wang Zhong followed, saying, it's not expensive. Money doesn't matter. As long as I'm happy growing flowers, I'm happy. I usually take care of these flowers myself. I'm afraid the servants will be clumsy and ruin them, so I don't dare let them touch them. I have to take care of them myself. Oh, I see. Wang Zhong walked up to a flower, pointed at it, and asked, what kind of flower is this? It's so special. Qin Shangliu turned around, looked back, and said, this flower is called baby's breath. Its flower language is romance, purity, and supreme, true love. Isn't it wonderful? Yes, yes, yes. There's a story behind this baby's breath. I'll tell you about it next time I have the chance. Okay, you must tell me next time. I can't wait. Okay, let's go take a look at the study then. All right, please go first, old Master Qin. With that, he bowed and gestured for him to proceed, a comical smile spreading across his face. Qin Shangliu chuckled at this amusing smile and cheerfully led the way. Grandpa Qin, your house is really big. With so many rooms, how come you live alone? Qin Shangliu suppressed his grief and said, my son and daughter-in-law are abroad. I don't want to go abroad. It's better to stay in China, so I didn't go. Oh, I see. Upon entering the study, you are greeted by a wall of books, with densely packed bookshelves filled with books. Wang Zhong asked, some of these books are so tall. How do you carry them? There are stairs, so there's no danger. Otherwise, I'll call a servant to come and help me get it. Wang Zhong nodded and asked, have all these books been read by old Master Qin? Of course, when I have nothing to do every day, I will listen to music and read books in my study. Wang Zhong glanced at the radio in the study and said, do radios like this still exist? I don't think so. This is an antique by today's standards. Yes, you have good taste. I bought this at a high price. Just as Qin Shangliu was speaking eloquently, his secretary came over and interrupted him, saying, dinner can be served now. Qin Shangliu said, okay, let's eat first. After we finish eating, I'll introduce myself to you slowly. Wang Zhong said, okay. The two arrived at the restaurant, where the table was laden with a dazzling array of dishes. Qin Shangliu and Wang Zhong sat down, and Qin Shangliu said, all the dishes are here, quickly try them and see if they're good. Wang Zhong picked up his chopsticks and said, then I won't stand on ceremony with old Master Qin. After saying that, he started eating. After dinner, Qin Shangliu and Wang Zhong sat on the sofa and chatted. What has old Master Qin been busy with lately? It's nothing. What can I be busy with? I'm just an old man. I can't do as much as you young people. I'd rather just enjoy my retirement in peace. Oh, have you thought about that matter yet? I'm getting old now, and I'm feeling a bit tired. Why don't you go back first, and we can discuss it another day? Wang Zhong's flattery was cut short after only a few words, when Qin Shangliu declined, citing exhaustion. Wang Zhong said, "No, Grandpa Qin, let's discuss it again. This is such a great opportunity for cooperation, and I am the perfect candidate." Qin Shangliu said, "Yes, but I need to think about it some more. It's not that you're not good enough." After talking for a while, Qin Shangliu still did not agree to Wang Zhong's request. Feeling awkward, Wang Zhong bid farewell to Qin Shangliu and left the Qin family. Chapter 189 Interesting People. Dao Ge led him to the opposite side of Mok's building, where Mok was currently in his office at the Ginting Group building. Mok was wearing a pure black suit and a dark brown tie, looking mature and charming. His eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the computer screen, then glanced at the documents in his hand. His right hand, holding an expensive pen, rested on his chin, while his left hand tapped rhythmically on the smooth, custom-made sandalwood table. He was silently contemplating. This plan won't work. How about we change it to this? To Mok's right lay a black ceramic cup with a gold rim. Inside was pure Kopi Luwak coffee. Mok put down his pen, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and slowly picked up the black ceramic coffee cup with his well-defined right hand. He brought it to his lips, took a small sip, closed his eyes, and savored the coffee on his tongue with a blissful expression before swallowing. Just then, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Mok glanced at the doorway, parted his thin lips, and said, "Wait a moment." Then he put down his coffee cup, moved the mouse, clicked a few times, and quickly typed on the keyboard with his left hand. The file page on the computer disappeared, leaving only a seaside landscape screensaver. At this moment, Mok sat with his legs crossed, hands clasped on his thighs, leaning back in the luxurious chair. His head was lowered, his long bangs obscuring his eyes, making it impossible to discern his emotions. Only then did he speak. "Come in." The frosted glass door to the office was pushed open, revealing a sharp face. It was Brother Dao. Brother Dao was also dressed in a formal suit, trousers, and bow tie. Nothing was missing, and he was even wearing an expensive brand-name watch. Dao Ge led the way in, followed by a young man dressed casually in a sweatshirt and sweatpants. It was precisely because Mok and Dao Ge were both dressed formally that Sun Yang seemed so out of place. She sat him down first, then poured him a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. She then smiled and said to him, "Please wait a moment while I go and talk to Mr. Mo about your situation." The young man nodded in agreement and calmly began to look around Mok's office and Mok himself. Sun Yang silently observed the office, noticing the sandalwood table, the ceramic coffee cup, and the overall decor. A thought involuntarily surfaced in her mind. That must be Mo Quebec. He really knows how to enjoy life. Everything here is high quality. Even the filing cabinets are locked, encrypted, and have fingerprint access. Impressive taste, I like it. Thinking this to himself, Sun Yang felt a bit thirsty, so he picked up the teacup in front of him and drank half of it in one gulp. He then felt a little better. After that, Sun Yang started to wonder if there would be an assessment waiting for him later, and what kind of assessment it would be. At most, he'll be tasked with solving computer problems. It's impossible for him to negotiate. That would take too much time. Judging from Mok's personality, he doesn't seem like the type to dawdle. He'll probably just give us a test on the spot. Or, why not just bring it up yourself? That sounds like a good idea too. Since his Ginting group is the biggest, it must be his life's work, so he should definitely have the strictest security measures. Or, you could tell him you can get inside information about his group in just 3 steps. Sun Yang believed that he was capable of doing it. After all, with today's computer technology, there are very few things that can stump Sun Yang. It's not that he can't solve it, it's just that it takes a bit longer. Dao Ge walked to Mok's side, bent down, and whispered respectfully in Mok's ear, "Mok, this young man's name is Sun Yang. I discovered him by chance during a mission. Sun Yang has unparalleled talent in computers and business negotiation. He's a computer genius and a business negotiation genius. In other words, there's nothing that can stump him in these 2 major areas." After listening, Mok raised his head and sized up Sun Yang with his eagle-like eyes. Looking at his casual attire, he felt Sun Yang looked unprofessional. However, remembering that appearances can be deceiving, he remained skeptical. Mok looked at Dao Gu with a questioning gaze. Are you sure? He's such a talented genius. Dao Gu nodded confidently at Mok. Trust me, he can do it. Mok made a decision in his mind, thinking, how trustworthy is this young man? Sun Yang doesn't seem like someone who's never seen the world. He must have some confidence to be so calm. Otherwise, most people would feel uneasy or break out in a cold sweat under my scrutiny. Mok nodded slightly. Just as Dao Gu was exchanging ideas with Mok, Sun Yang suddenly stood up from his seat, looked directly at Mok, and said, I only need 3 steps to obtain the internal information of the Ginting group. After saying that, Sun Yang's lips curled into a confident smile. She thought to herself, it seems that only by actively showcasing myself can I let him know my abilities. Upon hearing his words, Mok turned to look at Sun Yang, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, this ignorant brat probably doesn't know that my Mok Ginting group has 6 layers of security, right? Yet he dares to spout nonsense to me. He really thinks too highly of himself. Mok felt that with the current security measures of his Ginting group, it was impossible for them to be so easily breached by Sun Yang, especially since there were only 3 steps. Mok thought for a moment, then put his legs down, got out of the chair, leaned forward, crossed his long hands on the desk, looked up at Sun Yang, and said, Sun Yang, right? Sun Yang nodded and said, yes, that's me. Mod nodded slightly, then stared directly into Sun Yang's eyes with his sharp gaze, and said, all right, Sun Yang, as long as you can open my computer in just 3 steps, without pressing a single key, and obtain all the internal information of my Ginting group, I will allow you to stay by my side and be my assistant. Upon hearing Mok's words, Sun Yang was overjoyed, and a smile appeared on her lips. Chapter 190, Recruiting Talent. That's great. This is exactly what he wanted. He had been thinking about it himself, and now he can put it into practice. So Sun Yang agreed without the slightest hesitation. Sun Yang strode towards Mok, his eyes gleaming with confidence and excitement. He thought to himself, it's been a long time since I've encountered a truly challenging problem. I wonder how strong the Ginting group's security is. It'll probably be very difficult. Watch me show off my skills. Then he stood next to Mok's desk. Mok quickly typed on the keyboard with his left hand and controlled the mouse with his right hand. His skillful movements showed that he knew something about the subject. Then Mok turned the computer towards Sun Yang, crossed his legs, and leaned back in his office chair. He rested his right hand on the armrest, propped up his head, and casually placed his left hand on his thigh. Mok raised his left hand and glanced at the watch on his wrist, silently noting down the time. Mok tilted his head, his bangs swaying to the side, revealing one eye. The eye was unfathomable, like gazing into an abyss where nothing could be seen. It was terrifyingly deep. Mok watched Sun Yang's skillful movements. A hint of interest curved his lips. Mok looked at Sun Yang, who was already lost in his own world, and couldn't help but admire him in his heart. It's really rare to be able to enter a state of selflessness so quickly. Nowadays, people have ability and confidence, but they lack focus and are easily distracted by others. Mok narrowed his eyes upon thinking this, and coughed lightly twice. He then looked at Sun Yang, but Sun Yang showed no reaction. Very good, focused enough. Sun Yang was completely oblivious to Mok's expression and his deliberate cough. From the moment Mok turned the computer towards him, his mind was entirely focused on it. Countless lines of code flew across the screen as slender fingers danced across the keyboard. Dao Gu, watching Sun Yang's skillful operation, was utterly astonished. He thought, I never expected Sun Yang's typing speed to be so fast. Dao Gu knew Sun Yang was a genius in computers and business negotiations, but he had never actually witnessed him operate a computer properly. Today was the first time he had seen what cracking a computer password looked like. It was truly an eye-opener. After taking the first step, Sun Yang watched as colorful codes scrolled incessantly on the screen, with windows appearing and overlapping one after another. Every time Sun Yang pressed a key, countless new windows popped up. Dao Gu, watching this dazzling display, felt his mind go blank. Sun Yang was seriously thinking. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't thinking about how to crack the code, but rather how to crack it fastest out of the many possible methods. He wanted to present his best self to MOK, so he used the fastest method to crack the code. In less than 10 minutes, Sun Yang cracked all the passwords on the computer in just 3 steps and obtained all the internal information of the Ginting group. MOK glanced down at the watch on his left wrist. It had only taken less than 10 minutes. MOK sat up straight and clapped his hands 3 times lightly. He smiled at Sun Yang and said, "Good, very good. It seems you are a talented person." MOK thought to himself, "I didn't expect Sun Yang to be so capable. Among all the talents I've met, I have to admire him. To have such abilities at his age is truly remarkable. Just from his computer skills, I can imagine how strong his negotiation skills are. From the assessment conditions he proposed from the beginning, I can see that he is a very confident person who is willing to go all out to achieve his goals." MOK had a very good impression of him. He put away his computer, asked Sun Yang to sit down opposite him, and then asked, "Coffee or tea?" Sun Yang said calmly, "Of course, it's coffee." The two then exchanged a smile. MOK turned to Dao Gu and said, "Dao Gu, could you please get our genius Sun Yang a cup of coffee?" Dao Gu watched and listened from the side, sensing something was off about the two, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. So he went to do what MOK had told him to do. Dao Gu turned and walked out of the office, still thinking about what was wrong. After Dao Gu left, MOK said to Sun Yang, "Sun Yang, I have high hopes for you. I admire your abilities and character. Through this short time we've spent together, I've also found that our personalities are very compatible. So from now on, you, Sun Yang, will be my assistant, MOK's assistant." After hearing this, Sun Yang nodded slightly to MOK, a faint smile involuntarily playing on his lips. He offered a calm thank you. Sun Yang already knew that MOK would definitely take him in. This stemmed from Sun Yang's confidence in his own abilities. He believed that MOK's assessment of his character wasn't based on appearance or other superficial factors, but rather on his genuine skill and integrity. Sun Yang greatly admires people like MOK because people are often misled by what they see in front of them. There are very few people like him who can look at people with their hearts. Others are older and have experienced many things in life. It takes a long time for them to understand such truths. MOK is so young, yet he already understands such truths, which shows that his mind works very fast and his thinking is very profound. Sun Yang smiled wickedly, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. He said to MOK, "I've heard of you for a long time, and the Ginting group you founded. I have high hopes for your Ginting group. I feel it's a place where I can truly showcase my abilities, unlike other places where ability is measured by the amount of money one has. I think this is a great platform that can help me reach higher levels, so I've come." Sun Yang wasn't the kind of person who flattered others indiscriminately, nor was he the type to fawn over them or just say nice things. Therefore, the fact that he gave MOK such a high evaluation was truly remarkable. Sun Yang's words pleased MOK greatly. MOK felt incredibly lucky to have met such a person, so he gave Dao Gu a raise. Dao Gu was overjoyed. MOK offered Sun Yang an annual salary of 10 million, and Sun Yang thanked him with a smile and neither arrogance nor servility. Chapter 191 Mission completed perfectly. After MOK and Sun Yang had settled everything, MOK said to Sun Yang, "Yang, you can start work tomorrow. You can go home now. Oh, by the way, leave me your contact information so I can contact you." Sun Yang gave MOK her contact information, said "see you tomorrow," then put her hands in her pockets and swayed home with light steps. Sun Yang thought to herself, "I can start work tomorrow. Finally, I'll have a place to showcase my abilities. I'll call up my friends and go out for a meal to celebrate." The next morning, Sun Yang went to MOK's office, only to find MOK already there. Sun Yang glanced at his watch. It was only 7 o'clock. He stared at MOK in surprise. In his memory, CEOs didn't do much besides signing their names. Planning was handled by the planning department, and if it wasn't done well, it could be sent back for revisions. Why is MOK here so early? At this moment, MOK was focused on revising the document. He held a pen in his right hand, pausing from time to time to write something on a blank sheet of paper, then crossing it out. He didn't notice that Sun Yang had already pushed open the door and come in, and had been standing at the door watching him for a while. MOK took a break, freeing his right hand to pick up his coffee and take a sip, but his eyes never left the paper or the computer. When Sun Yang saw this, she couldn't bear to bother him. She thought to herself, President Mo is really too responsible. He even wants to revise it himself. At this moment, Dao Gu also arrived at the door. Seeing Sun Yang standing there without going in, Dao Gu was puzzled and walked over. Just as he was about to ask him what was wrong, he saw MOK stayed in the office. Dao Gu sighed softly, quietly pulled Sun Yang aside, and then gently closed the door, saying to Sun Yang, "That's just how Mr. Mo is. Once he gets focused, no one dares to disturb him, because if you interrupt his train of thought, he'll fly into a rage. Luckily, you didn't make a sound and disturb him, or he would have been furious." Sun Yang was suddenly glad she hadn't said anything, and then asked her brother, "Brother Dao, what do you think I should do now?" Dao Ge glanced at Sun Yang's attire, nodded, and thought to himself, at least she's dressed a bit more formally, but something still feels off. Oh well, it's not a big deal. Then he said to Sun Yang, "Your desk is over here. I'll take you there. Come with me." Dao Ge led Sun Yang to a room not far from MOK's office. The furnishings here were only slightly inferior to those in MOK's office. Dao Ge said, "Sun Yang, this will be your office from now on. Here, this is the key." Sun Yang walked slowly into his office, looking around at the furnishings. There was a huge floor-to-ceiling window, and the place was fully equipped. Dao Ge said to him, "The phone on your desk, the red one, is only connected to President Mo's office. The white one is for other parts of the company. If you need to contact President Mo, call the red one. Oh, and next time, knock before you go in, otherwise President Mo will be angry." After explaining everything that needed to be explained, Dao Gu patted Sun Yang on the shoulder and turned to leave. Sun Yang walked around the office, thinking, this MOK is indeed capable. He provides the right work environment for each person's abilities, and he treats his employees quite well. Sun Yang looked around and felt satisfied, and she also made up her mind. Since MOK treats me well, and isn't the kind of person who just exploits me, I will also do my best to help him. I definitely won't betray him. Sun Yang had just walked to his office chair and was about to sit down when the phone on his desk rang. He looked up at the phone. It was the same red one. Sun Yang thought, "So soon something needs my help? I'm just bored." Thinking this, he quickly went to answer the phone. Before he could even say a word, he heard MOK's deep, magnetic voice say on the other end, "Come to my office, quickly." Then the call ended. Sun Yang was stunned, a little dazed. She hadn't expected MOK to speak so decisively. Sun Yang shrugged and turned to walk towards MOK's office. Sun Yang remembered Dao Ji's words. Before entering, she knocked on the door and waited quietly. When she heard MOK say, "Come in," Sun Yang gently pushed open the frosted door and said, "Mr. Mo, did you call me?" MOK looked up at Sun Yang and said, "Please sit down." Sun Yang turned and closed the door. After sitting down, MOK put down the documents he was working on, grabbed the armrest of the chair, stood up, rolled up his shirt sleeves, put his left hand in his pocket, loosened his tie with his right hand, and looked at Sun Yang with his head slightly lowered. He said, "Sun Yang, I'm going to give you your first task now. I need you to help me track down the financial loopholes of Ouyang in the Ouyang group. Can you do it?" After hearing this, Sun Yang thought it was too simple, but he didn't say it out loud. He simply said, "No problem, watch me. We'll use this computer, right?" Sun Yang looked at MOK to confirm, and MOK nodded. Then, using the computer that was specially prepared for him on the table, Sun Yang started operating it directly. After checking, he found that the financial management of Ouyang Group was extremely negligent, and there was practically nothing at all. Sun Yang investigated for a while, then suddenly chuckled. MOK looked up at him curiously and asked, "What's wrong? Did you find anything? What are you laughing at?" Sun Yang's expression was full of disdain, his lips curling into a wide grin. He said, I really don't know what Ouyang Yu of the Ouyang Group is thinking. Has he lost his mind? He's so lax in managing the finances. Does he think he's too capable, or that his reputation is so great that no one dares to investigate him? The most ridiculous thing is that even though he has 10 bodyguards in the finance office and 100 people standing in front of his computer, there isn't even a basic layer of security on the computer. Isn't he just waiting for others to thoroughly investigate his financial loopholes? Mok was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this, inwardly sighing. This isn't about whether they build a protective barrier or have bodyguards, okay? With your abilities, even if they did, you'd still break through. Sun Yang quickly and efficiently accessed the Ouyang Group's internal website and found a huge loophole in the Ouyang Group's production chain. Chapter 192, The Disaster Begins. Sun Yang compiled all the huge loopholes in the production chain that he had discovered and then printed them out. Then Sun Yang handed the printed materials to Mo Quebec. Mok had one hand in his pants pocket and reached out with the other hand to take the information on the vulnerabilities of the Ouyang Group from Sun Yang. Mok took the documents and returned to his desk. He began to carefully study how to exploit the loopholes in the Ouyang Group to maximize their potential. He then said to Sun Yang, you can go back now. I'll call you if I find anything later. Don't go too far, and remember to be available whenever I call you. Sun Yang replied with an okay, and stood up. Afraid of disturbing Mok's thoughts, Sun Yang quickly walked out of Mok's office, and then turned around to gently close the door for Mok. On her way back to her office, Sun Yang walked and looked around and noticed that the people hired by Mok Company were all hard-working and had good character. She saw that when new employees didn't know something, they would ask senior employees again and again, and the senior employees would patiently teach them without getting impatient, all in order to make the best plans possible. Moreover, there's no backstabbing or intrigue here. Anyone who wants to get rid of someone does so based solely on ability. The more capable you are, the closer you get to Mok's office. There's no resentment. It's all about competence, and there are no unspoken rules. That's great. This way, you can work with peace of mind. Sun Yang also discovered that at Mok's company, all employees had only one goal: to do their jobs to the best of their ability and maximize their contributions. They were all striving for the company's benefit. Sun Yang became curious about Mok's methods, wondering what methods he used to make them so united, selfless, and focused solely on the company's interests. Although everyone knew that only when the company was strong could they earn more money, who could completely set aside their own selfish desires. That was the most difficult thing. Sun Yang thought to himself, it seems that coming to Mok was really the right choice. The more I understand him, the more I understand his way of handling things, as well as his personality and way of doing things, the more I am surprised and impressed. My judgment was right. Since he hadn't eaten yet, Sun Yang decided to go eat first. He went to the company cafeteria, which was on the first floor. He took the elevator down, but it was empty because everyone was working. Once inside, he found that food was available at all times, 12 hours a day. After inquiring, he learned that this was because Mok, the company, was worried about people working overtime going hungry or losing track of time, ensuring that meals were always available. As Sun Yang walked around, he noticed that the cafeteria food was really good. It was mostly meat, and the dishes were all elaborate, comparable to hotel food. He thought to himself, Mok's strategy is great. They provide meals anytime, ensuring everyone is well fed, and the work environment is good. This will definitely retain staff. Then, Sun Yang went to get his food. When he sat down at the table, he noticed a piece of plastic paper with several lines on it, which he found quite amusing. For example, one policy states that 2 hours after get off work, there will be a dedicated car to pick up employees who work overtime and take them home. Upon seeing this, Sun Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. He truly admired Mok's brain. It was simply amazing. This is just enticing employees to work overtime, earning more money, and even getting a chauffeur-driven car. What a brilliant idea. After finishing his meal, Sun Yang returned to his office while touring around. He examined his office and discovered that it actually had a bedroom. However, it was a secret room, so he didn't see it at first glance. He pushed the door open and found that it was a small bedroom, complete with a bed, toilet, bathroom, and other amenities. Sun Yang sighed inwardly. This Mok is really good at winning people over. With such a great environment, who would want to leave? Just then, Sun Yang heard the phone ringing on his desk outside, so he quickly came out. He knew that Mok must have made a discovery. After answering the phone, he heard Mok calling out, "Come to my office quickly. I've made a major discovery." After hanging up the phone, Sun Yang quickly walked to Mok's office door, knocked, and then pushed the door open to go inside. Mok looked at him and said, "Sun Yang, come here quickly. I have something to tell you." Seeing Mok's anxious look, Sun Yang quickly walked over. Mok told Sun Yang, "I have a point of exploitation for the Ouyang group. If we seize this opportunity and make good use of it, we can directly, quickly, and completely take control of the entire Ouyang group." Upon hearing this, Sun Yang was also a little excited, so he asked Mok, "Really? Mr. Mo, what do I need to do?" Mok told Sun Yang to lean down, and Sun Yang lowered his head. Mok whispered his thoughts, plans, and methods in Sun Yang's ear. Sun Yang nodded repeatedly, then turned and walked to the computer where he had previously been tracking information about the Ouyang group, a cold smile playing on his lips. Sun Yang's fingers began to move again. However, at this moment, in the conference room of the Ouyang group building, executives from all floors and departments were rushing to the conference room with documents tucked under their arms. Just now, Ouyang Yu suddenly issued an emergency notice, summoning all senior executives to the conference room. Inside the conference room, Ouyang Yu was furious. The usually calm man was now enraged. He reached out, forcefully yanked his tie, and slammed the documents in his hand onto the conference room table. Ouyang Yu's expression was extremely ferocious. The executives sitting below all lowered their heads, trying to minimize their presence, wishing they could crawl under the table. After Ouyang Yu slammed the documents down, there was complete silence below. Ouyang Yu roared, "Why aren't you saying anything? Huh? Are you all mute? Why did this happen? Why did the stock suddenly plummet so much? Has one of you betrayed the Ouyang group?" The sudden and bizarre plunge in Ouyang group's stock price overnight is highly suspicious. The executives all say it's indeed quite suspicious, but no one seems to know the root cause of the problem. Some executives believe that this may be a deliberate act by someone trying to bring down the Ouyang group. Ouyang Yu angrily retorted, "Of course I know someone did this on purpose. I'm not stupid. What's the use of all this nonsense you're spouting? It doesn't solve anything. I want a solution. Understand?" The executives looked at each other, bewildered. "We really did investigate, but we just can't find out who did it. We've done everything we could." Chapter 193 Meeting. Inside the Ginting Group building, in a lavishly furnished office on the 12th floor, sat a man none other than Mo Quebec. Mo K silently examined the documents his assistant, Sun Yang, and his secretary, Zhang Tianhua, had spent a considerable amount of time compiling for him. Just now, when Sun Yang and Zhang Tianhua came over, Zhang Tianhua said to Sun Yang, "After spending so much time organizing this data, it suddenly feels like I didn't organize it myself." Sun Yang said, "Yes, we've spent so much time compiling this information, and now it's all being given to the boss all at once. It's a bit hard to let go of it." Yeah, me too. Seeing all the information I've worked so hard to collect suddenly given to the boss, and he's such a cold person, he definitely won't praise us. All this hard work. Zhang Tianhua joked, "Me too. Our boss is always better than other bosses. By the way, wasn't there someone trying to steal our guy? Why don't we all go together?" Sun Yang laughed and said it was just a joke. He laughed loudly without making a sound, and his expression looked a little creepy. All right, let's stop joking. If the boss hears this and takes it seriously, we're both finished. We won't be able to stand on our own 2 feet anymore." Zhang Tianhua pursed his lips, putting away his joke. "Yeah, that's true." At that moment, Mok was behind the curtain, staring at the two of them, a slight smile playing on his lips. Zhang Tianhua said, "All right, let's stop joking around and hurry up and give the information to the boss right away, in case he gets anxious." Okay. Seeing Zhang Tianhua urging him, Sun Yang did not hesitate. Hearing this, Mok smiled, But when Zhang Tianhua and Sunny Yang arrived in front of him, he forced a serious expression. Boss, this is the information we've compiled. Please take a look. As Sun Yang spoke, she placed the USB drive on her desk, and MOK picked it up and glanced at it. All right, go down now. I heard everything you two just said. MOK smiled slightly, which made Zhang Tianhua and Sunny Yang quite embarrassed. This, boss. Zhang Tianhua smiled. If there's nothing else, we'll go back to our own business. Sun Yang chimed in. All right, go on downstairs. Do you still have work to do? MOK said. After Sunny Yang and Zhang Tianhua left, they muttered to themselves, sigh, the boss is too fierce. He doesn't even praise us. We're so miserable. MOK looked at the data, which clearly showed the shareholding of each person in the Ouyang group. When he saw his shareholding, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled. Then he secretly laughed out loud. After all, he was the chairman of a company and could not ignore his image, so he did not laugh loudly like an ordinary person. His laughter was also very soft. Now, MOK has acted like a villain, taking advantage of the fact that Ouyang Group's stock price was plummeting while Ouyang was building it. He has been aggressively acquiring shares of Ouyang Group. He has acquired quite a lot of shares and is now the mastermind behind Ouyang Group, the most powerful controlling shareholder. However, Ouyang is completely unaware of all this and is still enjoying his freedom outside. MOK had originally intended to maliciously acquire Ouyang company, but the strength of the Ouyang Group in City A was not to be underestimated. He could only take advantage of the sharp drop in Ouyang Group's stock price to acquire most of the shares. If he held another shareholders meeting, MOK would become the chairman, thus kicking Ouyang out of the game and directly acquiring the company he had built. After a while, MOK secretly laughed out loud again, which was heard by Zhang Tianhua, who had been listening outside. I wonder what Ouyang reaction will be when he finds out I'm about to take over his company, MOK thought. Why don't I ask him out for a meeting? MOK thought for a while about whether to ask him out, and finally made an appointment to meet Ouyang and tell him this shocking news in front of him. He called his secretary, Zhang Tianhua. MOK heard Zhang Tianhua's commotion outside the door. He needed Zhang Tianhua's help anyway, so he spoke up. Secretary Zhang, MOK said. Boss, I'm here, Zhang Tianhua said. Is there anything important or not that you need me to do? Of course, otherwise why would I call you? MOK said, somewhat exasperated by Zhang Tianhua's fussiness and meddling. Okay, boss, what is it? I'll take care of it right away. Zhang Tianhua said excitedly, as he was currently quite bored. Invite Ouyang to meet me. A strange glint flashed in MOK's eyes, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Boss, why did you invite him? Did he do something to you? Tell me, or I'll beat him up. This person is too cunning. If you make an appointment with him. As Zhang Tianhua spoke, he gestured with what he claimed to be pirated martial arts that he had learned from who knows where. Nothing happened to me. MOK looked at Zhang Tianhua and smiled helplessly, then stopped smiling. Then why did you call him boss? Zhang Tianhua's doubts were written all over his face. Just go when I tell you to, stop with all the nonsense. MOK was a little angry and helpless. He had to put up with the secretary he had chosen, no matter how difficult she was. Okay, I'm going right now. Zhang Tianhua excitedly ran off. At this moment, Ouyang was sitting in his office, leisurely sipping tea, muttering, good tea, good tea. He was quite relaxed. Ring, 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 his cell phone rang. It was an unknown number, one of the calls from MOK's company. Seeing that it was a completely unfamiliar number, Ouyang hesitated for a moment, perhaps afraid that something bad had happened, or perhaps afraid that there would be bad news, but he answered it anyway. Hello, who is this? Ouyang said, his mind filled with doubt, which was practically written all over his face. He had no idea who the other person was or what they wanted to do by calling him. I am Zhang Tianhua, secretary to MOK, chairman of Ginting Group. Our chairman invites you to meet with him to discuss some matters. Zhang Tianhua then became serious and solemn, no longer acting like a rascal. Oh, it's Secretary Zhang. I wonder what your chairman wants to see me about. Ouyang was still full of doubts, his expression almost distorted with confusion, completely unaware of what he was about to face. I don't know the specifics of the matter either. I would appreciate it if you could agree to meet with our chairman in person to discuss it, Zhang Tianhua said, his expression and demeanor very serious. Okay, then I agree to meet. Ouyang finally agreed to the meeting. After hanging up the phone, Ouyang kept thinking about what exactly they would do at the meeting and what MOK wanted to talk about. These thoughts lingered in his mind for a while before he came to his senses. Chapter 194 The Scam. Not long after accepting MOK's invitation, Ouyang headed toward the tea house at the appointed time, the roar of cars faintly ringing in his ears. On the way to the tea house, Ouyang dared not relax easily. He thought of several reasons why MOK had invited him out, but he still couldn't figure out what MOK was up to. Amidst this uncertainty and unease, the car soon came to a smooth stop beside the tea house. Ouyang slowly stepped out and looked up to find himself at the tea house where he had arranged to meet Mo Quebec. Ouyang thought to himself, the real show is about to begin. I'm curious to see what tricks MOK will pull. It didn't take too long, so I guess I arrived pretty early, not too late either. But as soon as the door opened, Ouyang first scanned the tea house, and then saw MOK, who had arrived at some unknown time, along with his two capable henchmen, Zhang Tianhua and Sun Yang, who were also there. The three of them seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Oh dear, Mr. Mo, you've arrived really early. I'm so sorry I'm late. There was a traffic jam on the way. It really wasn't on purpose that I was late. Ouyang quickly stepped forward and shook Missouri K's hand in a faintly friendly manner, making up a reason to make everyone overlook this detail. The tea house was very quiet and peaceful, with the aroma of freshly brewed tea of various varieties constantly wafting into everyone's nostrils. It's nothing, MOK replied to Ouyang, while simultaneously giving Zhang Tianhua a meaningful look, signaling him to hand the document to Ouyang. Zhang Tianhua, receiving the signal, opened the document, strode forward, handed it to Ouyang, and gave her a perfunctory bow. Mr. Mo, what are you trying to do? Ouyang had just sat down on the sofa, not even leaning back or taking a sip of tea, when MOK had Zhang Tianhua hand him a document. Ouyang, who had intended to rest, quickly took it. He wondered why they were getting so close to the point right away, but seeing the document already handed to him, he couldn't refuse, so he accepted it. President Ouyang, please take a good look. The moment Zhang Tianhua handed the document to Ouyang on orders, he whispered something to her. At the same time, the mysterious smile Zhang Tianhua gave as he spoke made Ouyang uneasy. Although Ouyang initially dismissed it, she felt compelled to take a look since she was being pushed along like this. So, Ouyang quietly opened the document and began to examine it carefully. What? What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Ouyang was initially calm when she saw the document, but she was extremely surprised when she saw the information about MOK's shareholding. This content shocked Ouyang, and she couldn't believe that what she was seeing was real. Something she herself didn't know was actually happening in the real world. What's wrong? MOK sat opposite Ouyang, his eyes wide, feigning ignorance of the situation, and spoke to Ouyang, who was frozen in shock while holding the document. Holding a cup of freshly brewed tea to his lips, he inhaled its delicate aroma, as if these matters were irrelevant to him. For him, leisurely sipping tea was the most important thing. Tea was more sobering than alcohol. Discussing business over alcohol only leads to a hazy state, while discussing matters over tea yields a more realistic outcome. MOK, this is all a scam. Ouyang's hands, holding the documents, began to tremble uncontrollably. His lips, already parched from the journey and without a sip of tea since arriving, grew even drier. Perhaps it was the urgency and anxiety that made him increasingly agitated. Even now, Ouyang's eyes were constantly darting around, scanning the documents. He read them over and over, meticulously verifying their contents. Ouyang felt that some things were happening in a way that was simply unbelievable. What exactly is going on? MOK, when did you become the largest shareholder of our Ouyang group? This is impossible. How could this be? Ouyang excitedly approached MOK with the documents in hand. At the same time, Zhang Tianhua and Sun Yang stepped forward to block Ouyang, ensuring she wouldn't do anything to harm Mo Quebec. As MOK's assistants and secretaries, Zhang Tianhua and Sun Yang had always diligently performed their duties. After all, business issues can be resolved through business means, instead of resorting to extreme measures, right? Zhang Tianhua stood in front of Mok and said to Ouyang, who had come to confront him, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." This was Mok's bottom line. "The Ouyang group belongs to me, Ouyang. How could there be some opportunity, unknown to me as the president, to have it attributed to your name? Mok, that's absolutely impossible. You must be talking nonsense. This is absolutely impossible." Although Zhang Tianhua and Sun Yiyang blocked Ouyang from Mok's path, Ouyang still felt insulted by the whole affair, regardless of its truth. He then roared at Mok, no longer caring about appearances and hurling many hurtful words at him. "President Ouyang, please calm down and watch your words. Our CEO, Mr. Mo, now owns 60% of the shares in Ouyang Group. Please be more polite in your speech. Otherwise, as the largest shareholder, he has the right to dismiss President Ouyang directly." Sun Yiyang then added that she hoped Ouyang could show more respect to Mok Fong. "You guys, Ouyang is speechless now. What are you two doing? You can't talk to President Ouyang like that. Look, President Ouyang, my secretary and assistant are both so impolite. No matter what position you hold, you shouldn't speak to me like that." Mok remained silent for a long time. After Sun Yiyang finished speaking to Ouyang, he slowly stood up from his seat, walked behind Zhang Tianhua and Sun Yiyang, patted Zhang Tianhua's shoulder with one hand and Sun Yiyang's shoulder with the other. He seemed to be apologizing to Ouyang, but in reality, he was provoking her. "Mok, you really are?" After listening to the three people's string of words, Ouyang was furious and finally tore the contract to shreds in a fit of rage. Chapter 195 Renaming. Mok gradually relaxed his tense hands, leaned back gently on the recliner, and casually raised his two sword-like eyebrows, which looked like they were written with a calligraphy brush. He looked at President Ouyang with a half-smile in his eyes. When Ouyang saw this expression, he was so angry that he jumped 3 feet high. Although he tore the contract to shreds, he was still not satisfied. When Mok saw Ouyang tear up the contract, he wasn't in a hurry or questioned why he did it. He knew and understood what was going on. It was because he had acquired Ouyang's hard-earned company. Ouyang couldn't compete with him, so he did this. Serves him right. Who told him to treat me like that back then? This is the revenge he deserves. Mok's eyes held a hint of a smile as he slowly opened his thin lips and said, "President Ouyang, oh no, you're no longer the president of Ouyang Group. Serves you right. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. I actually have many more of the contracts you just tore up. We're not in a hurry. Come, please, let's sit down and have a good talk." "Talk? Let me tell you, no way. This company originally belonged to me. I advise you to return it to me quickly, or else. I'll make you regret it." Ouyang said with a sly smile, brimming with confidence. Ouyang seemed like a completely different person. His tone was no longer urgent, as if nothing had happened, as if the acquired company had always been his, and whoever wanted it back had to return it. Ouyang thought to himself, is my company so easy to acquire? Is it really this poor and pathetic? Since he wants to put on an act, I'll play along. Mok thought to himself, so confident. I really don't know where you get the courage. Your company has been acquired, yet you still speak to the recipient like this. I truly admire you. Well then, let's see just how confident you really are. A glint of cunning flashed in Mok's eyes, and a slight, wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips as he said unhurriedly, "Ouyang, your company has already been acquired. Are you still going to be so stubborn?" Ouyang chuckled softly twice, a half-smile on his face, and said, "Mok, tell me, my company was acquired? Or was it acquired by you? Such a big thing. Why didn't my lawyer tell me? Keep making things up, I'll play along and see if you have any talent for acting." Ha. Mok looked at Ouyang as if he were a fool and said softly, Ouyang, today I'll tell you, there's nothing I, Mok, can't get if I want it. It seems your lawyer really didn't tell you. I'll tell you on his behalf. Your company has been acquired by me, acquired by Mok whom you look down on. Let me tell you, anything I can't have, I'll destroy. If anyone dares to oppose me like this, I'll eliminate them without hesitation, one by one, two by two. Ouyang Yu was completely stunned. Why? Why? My company is so powerful. How could it have been acquired? There must be something wrong. There must be. At this moment, Ouyang Yu still couldn't believe that his Ouyang group would fall into the hands of Mok so easily. With trembling hands, Ouyang Yu slowly pulled his phone from his pocket, opened his contacts, and called his lawyer. After a few rings, seeing that his manager still hadn't answered, Ouyang Yu's heart leaped into his throat, and his whole body trembled. Soon, to Ouyang Yu's surprise, the phone went dead, clearly saying, "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later, sorry." But Ouyang Yu continued dialing, one after another, as if he couldn't believe it. Originally, Mok was already quite impatient while Ouyang Yu was making the first call. Mok simply took out another brand new contract from his briefcase, with some slight modifications to the previous one. Mok frowned slightly, a hint of impatience in his eyes. He slammed the contract onto Ouyang Yu with a loud thud, drawing the attention of passers-by in the tea house. But we only glanced at it briefly before turning back to our tea. Mok forced himself not to get angry or impatient, lest he fall ill and Ouyang Yu take advantage of the situation. Mok, though slightly angry, said calmly, "President Ouyang, Mr. Ouyang Yu, please sign the contract quickly. I have many things waiting for me to do. Please don't delay any longer. My time is very valuable. With your current status, you can't afford this. Please hurry." Mok then raised his left hand to check the time. With no other choice, Ouyang Yu signed his name on the contract. His hands trembled as he signed. His face was sallow, his lips were pale, and his eyes were empty. He had lost the heroic demeanor he had just displayed. A few strands of white hair fell from his head, making him look as if he had aged decades in an instant, as if he had suddenly reached the autumn of his life. Seeing Ouyang Yu sign the contract, Mok's anger vanished instantly. A slight smile played on his lips, revealing a hint of pride and satisfaction. He slowly rose from his chair, took a couple of steps, then stopped, turned back, and sat down in his previous seat. Smiling broadly, he said to Ouyang Yu, "Ouyang Yu, you didn't expect this, did you? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you some more good news. Tomorrow I'll hold a press conference to officially announce that the Ouyang Group has severed ties with you, and that it will be officially renamed the Ginting Group. Pretty explosive news, right? You're the first to know." Mok's eyes shone with pride and joy as he happily got up and left with Misu. Upon hearing this news, Ouyang Yu's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the sofa, his eyes vacant, his hair disheveled, the suit he had changed into upon arrival torn, and he kept muttering to himself, but it was impossible to understand what he was saying. Mok smiled faintly. It seemed this blow to Ouyang Yu had been too great. Chapter 196 Celebration. Mok was in a wonderful mood. The thought that the Ouyang Group would become his Ginting Group, and the thought of Ouyang Yu's ashen face filled him with energy. He felt that the weather was exceptionally sunny and the wind was gentle on his face. Mok went from having nothing to successfully acquiring the Ouyang Group. Although he experienced many things along the way, he persevered. Mok felt that he had grown and could stand on his own. Mok walked and pondered, and before he knew it, he had returned to the Ginting Group. "Mok, you're amazing." Dao Gu was overjoyed to see Mok return and rushed forward to hug him tightly, praising him excitedly with eyes full of admiration for him. "Big brother, I really admire you so much. Mi is truly my idol, and I will definitely try my best to learn from you." Yangzi was also very excited. He originally wanted to rush up to Mok and hug him to express his admiration, but he didn't expect Dao Gu to beat him to it. He could only stand aside and excitedly say to Mok. Mok was somewhat bewildered by Dao Gu and Yangzi's actions, not understanding what was wrong with the two of them today. He quickly pushed away Dao Ji's enthusiastic hug and asked, "Dao Gu, what's wrong with you and Yangzi? Did something happen?" Mok was unaware that Dao Gu and Yangzi already knew about his acquisition of the Ouyang Group, so he was completely baffled and looked utterly confused. Dao Gu and Yangzi looked at Mok with a puzzled expression, exchanged a glance, and then burst into laughter. Mok was even more confused by the two people who suddenly burst into laughter in front of him. Brother Dao, did you and Yangzi win the lottery? Why are you so happy? Mok was full of questions and began to ask wildly. Ha ha ha, how can we be sure we won the lottery? Even winning the lottery wouldn't make us this happy. We're happy because you did something big. Yangzi, tell me, am I right? Dao laughed even harder when he heard Mok's wild guess. Brother Dao, I think we should tell Big Brother what happened quickly, otherwise he might make wild guesses about something else, Yangzi said with a smile when he heard Brother Dao's question. What are you hiding from me? Mok heard Yangzi's words and didn't know what Dao Gu and Yangzi were talking about. He thought that the two of them had done something behind his back. Mok, what could we possibly be hiding from you? But you acquired the Ouyang group, such a great piece of news, and you didn't tell us beforehand. Isn't that a bit wrong? Seeing that Mok was starting to suspect that he and Yangzi had been secretly plotting something, Dao Gu stopped beating around the bush and revealed the reason why he and Yangzi were so excited and happy. You already know? Mok was somewhat surprised to see that Dao Gu and Yangzi already knew that he had acquired the Ouyang group. While surprised, he was also pleased by the speed at which the news spread. Thinking that the Ouyang group was about to disappear, he felt very happy. Of course, we need to find out more about such a big event, and we've already booked a place to celebrate. Dao Gu had already booked a place to celebrate Mok's acquisition of the Ouyang group and planned to invite Mok to have some fun together. Dao Gu felt that the acquisition of Ouyang group was the most exciting thing recently, and it was worth celebrating, especially for Mok. Yes, brother, Dao Gu and I have booked a place. Tonight, the entire Ginting group is going to drink until we drop and have a proper celebration. Yangzi chimed in, wanting Mok to join them in the celebration. Although we have acquired the Ouyang group, there are still many things to deal with, so it's not the time to celebrate. Mok wasn't interested in celebrating, and since the acquisition of the Ouyang group had just been completed, there were still details to be handled, so he didn't plan to celebrate. Although there are other things to take care of, there's no rush to finish them tonight. Yangzi and I will help with them after tonight, Dao Gu suggested, feeling there was no need to rush. Big brother, I think Dao Ji is right. Let's celebrate first, and then we can focus on the follow-up matters of the acquisition of Ouyang group without any problems. Yangzi also really wanted Mok to celebrate, so he echoed Dao Ji's suggestion. I understand your good intentions, and I really want to celebrate with you. However, the acquisition of the Ouyang group has only just begun, and it's a crucial moment. If something goes wrong at this critical juncture, all our efforts will be wasted, and I don't think you would want to see that outcome. Mok, after all, had more to consider than Dao Gu and Yangzi, so he quickly declined. Mok certainly wanted to celebrate. After all, acquiring the Ouyang group was no easy task, but he couldn't go, because if he relaxed and problems arose, everything would be for nothing. You're right, then we won't celebrate. We'll help you. Dao Gu thought Mok's words made a lot of sense, and decided not to celebrate either. Yes, brother, just tell me what you need, and I'll do my best to help. Yangzi quickly added that he would skip the celebration to help Mok. You guys celebrate. Don't let my situation affect everyone's mood. Besides, you've already booked the venue, so why not go? You organize your celebrations according to your plans. I have things to take care of. Mok immediately urged Dao Gu and Yangzi to go celebrate when he heard they weren't going. Mok planned to go home alone, not wanting to ruin Dao Gu and Yangzi's good mood for celebrating. But Yangzi was reluctant when Mok told them to continue celebrating, but before he could finish speaking, Dao Gu interrupted him. I understand. Yangzi and I will organize a celebration. Be careful on your own. Dao Gu felt that Mok must have a reason for not going, and he also believed that Mok must have his own plans. So he interrupted Yangzi and prepared to go with Yangzi and his men to celebrate, leaving Mok to do his own thing. Upon hearing Dao Ji's words, Yangzi understood that Mok must have his own reasons, so he said no more. Go ahead, but be careful. Seeing that Dao Gu and Yangzi had agreed to continue the celebration, Mok reminded them to be safe. We understand. Dao Gu and Yangzi agreed in unison after hearing Mok's instructions, and then left with their underlings. Chapter 197 An Encounter. Mok was driving home alone. The scenery along the way made him marvel at the prosperity of the world. Now that the Ouyang group had become his own, he felt no joy at all. He didn't know why, but he just felt that everything had gone too smoothly. There were still many things waiting for him. What should he do next? The man drove for a long time, lost in thought, and before he knew it, he had driven off the road home and turned in another direction. He didn't want to go home now, because once he got home, he would be alone again, not knowing what to do or who would talk to him. Since he has nothing to do now, he might as well go for a walk around, which could perhaps ease his mood. Mok drove for a long time until he arrived at a park. He parked his car in the park's parking lot and got out. He then saw many people strolling on the street. Then he looked at the relaxed people here and thought, how wonderful it would be if he could be like these ordinary people. Perhaps this way he can live a happier life? With 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind, the man walked straight down the park street with his hands in his pockets, feeling the warmth of the breeze. He walked peacefully and quietly, just like any other person taking a stroll, which looked quite beautiful. Halfway there, a little boy suddenly bumped into him. Mok came to his senses and looked down at the little boy who was clinging to him. The little boy covered his head, got up from the ground, and started crying. His mother quickly ran over, brushed the dust off him, and then said to Mok, "I'm sorry, sir, my child didn't know any better and bumped into you." "It's all right." Mok chuckled. Looking at the little boy in front of him, he suddenly thought of himself. When he was a child, he would often fall down, but because he lacked his parents by his side, he always got up on his own. This boy really looked just like him. "The pretty big sister is going crazy over there." The little boy muttered something while crying. Mok looked puzzled. "Pretty big sister going crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" "It's just a child talking nonsense. Don't mind her. There was a beautiful woman drinking by the river just now. I was worried something might happen to her, so I went over to comfort her, but she ignored me, so we walked away." The child's mother immediately explained that it wasn't that she was crazy, but that a woman was sitting by the river drinking alone. The man nodded slightly, then said, "It's all right, I understand. Be careful when you walk next time, little one." Mok gave the little boy a few instructions and was about to leave when the little boy suddenly shouted, "I'm not a little kid. I'm a man. That little man should be careful next time." Mok found the little boy quite interesting, nodded, and left quickly. Next to the park was a riverbank. When he walked over, he saw a woman sitting by the river drinking, looking very melancholy. The woman was wearing a black halter-neck dress, her hair tied in a neat ponytail. She had fair skin and a very delicate profile. She was a stunningly beautiful woman. Mok didn't immediately go up to strike up a conversation. He had come here to enjoy the scenery anyway, and while looking at the distant landscape, he felt the gaze of the beautiful woman next to him. The woman who was drinking suddenly stopped what she was doing. She had just randomly picked a place to drink, and she never expected to run into such a good-looking person. Suddenly, the beautiful woman felt that the wine in her hand didn't taste good anymore. She put down the half-empty bottle of red wine and decided to go over and start a conversation. The man seemed completely oblivious to her. Didn't he notice the beautiful woman drinking there when he came over? Don't most people usually come over to chat? The beautiful woman was puzzled, but she also began to become interested in him. She leaned closer and asked casually, "Handsome, are you alone?" Mok smiled when he heard the beautiful woman's melodious voice. She had indeed spoken to him. He didn't respond, but simply nodded and continued to look at the scenery in front of him. The beautiful woman thought he was being aloof, so she moved closer to him and continued, "How about we chat? I'm all alone, and it's really boring. Don't you have wine with you?" The man suddenly laughed, glancing at the half-empty bottle of red wine beside her. The woman laughed, then said, "The wine doesn't taste good. Do you think I really like drinking? Actually, I don't like the taste of the wine at all. It's too bitter, just like life, without a trace of sweetness." "What have you been through?" Mok asked, noticing that she was reflecting on life and seemed more interested. The woman curled her lips into a smile and shifted her gaze to him, continuing, "When I'm in a bad mood, I want to have a drink. You should understand that. My name is Sunidwa. What's yours?" When Mok saw that she had introduced herself, he stopped being aloof and began to respond politely. "My name is Mok. It's nice to meet you." "It's a pleasure to meet you too. I never expected to run into such a handsome guy like you while I was drinking alone here. It's a rare treat." The beautiful woman was clearly a bit drunk, and her words were somewhat slurred. Mok frowned slightly. Was he drunk? Seeing her drinking alone here, he thought she must have a high alcohol tolerance, but it turned out she was just SOSO. What makes you want to drink here? Mok was still a little curious about her, and finally asked the question that was on his mind. Sunidwa then began to talk about her own story. I am the daughter of the Sun Group. You know that? I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, but I am not happy at all because there are many rules and I have to learn a lot. In fact, I am under a lot of pressure, and I feel like I can hardly breathe. The Sun Group? Isn't that the group that's almost bankrupt? He seemed to understand why she was sitting here drinking. It was probably about family matters. I heard that the Sun Group seems to be on the verge of collapse. Actually, you should try to think more positively. Some things aren't the only way. If you look at things in a positive light, the outcome might be different, the man began to persuade her. Sun Idwa nodded slightly, but didn't listen. How could she not have heard these words before? But she couldn't do it because these things had happened to her. The two chatted for a while longer. Mok did not tell her his true identity, but instead said that he was an ordinary office worker. I really envy someone like you, the woman said, taking another sip of her drink. The man suddenly laughed when he heard this, which piqued Sun Idwa's curiosity. Chapter 198 Relentless Pursuit. How could an ordinary office worker so easily acquire the Ouyang group? And no matter how Sun Idwa looked at it, she felt that Mok was definitely not an ordinary office worker. Are you really just an ordinary office worker? Sun Idwa asked Mok curiously. Mok shrugged and smiled helplessly. He could only tell Sun Idwa that he was just an ordinary office worker. Seeing that Sun Idwa didn't believe him, Mok quickly explained, I really am just an ordinary office worker. Why don't you believe me? Look at you. You don't look like an ordinary office worker at all. Sun Idwa pointed at Mok's attire. Ordinary people couldn't afford clothes like that. So Sun Idwa thought Mok was lying. Mok coughed awkwardly. Ahem, this was bought for me by our company's boss. How could an ordinary office worker like me afford clothes like this? I don't believe you. Sun Idwa would never believe Mok's nonsense. The driver who came with Sun Idwa looked at Mok with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why his young lady kept chasing after this person. This person didn't seem to be anything special. He had never seen any important figures like Mo when he went out to social events with his grandfather before, so he thought Mo was just an ordinary person. Perhaps the young lady was under too much pressure lately, which is why she did such a thing, relentlessly pursuing an ordinary person just to find a lifeline. What does it matter whether I'm an ordinary office worker or not? Even if I say I'm not an ordinary office worker, what difference does it make? Mok explained. If he were just an ordinary office worker, Sun Idwa probably wouldn't even bother talking to him. But since he kept claiming to be an ordinary office worker, Sun Idwa kept pressing him. Sun Idwa actually thought that if Mok wasn't an ordinary office worker, perhaps he could help the Sun Group get out of its current predicament. Otherwise, Sun Idwa wouldn't have kept asking Mok if he was an ordinary office worker. In fact, when she mentioned that the Sun Group was facing bankruptcy, Mok had a rough idea that he might ask her if she was just an ordinary office worker and try to get help from her. Of course it's meaningful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you if you're a regular office worker, Sun Idwa said, frowning. What if I weren't a regular office worker? What would you do? Mok asked Sun Idwa with a puzzled look. He was curious about Sun Idwa's reaction when she found out he wasn't an ordinary office worker. Would she be angry, or would she feel that her plan had failed? Either way, Mok wouldn't suffer any loss. No, you're definitely not an ordinary office worker. Otherwise you wouldn't have come here with them, Sun Idwa said firmly. She didn't believe Mok. She was naturally pleased that Mok wasn't an ordinary office worker, because that way, the Sun Group could rely on Mok to get out of its current predicament. If Mok really was an ordinary office worker, then Sun Idwa would look for her next target. If you don't believe me, and I'm just an ordinary office worker, then there's nothing I can do. Really? But where are there ordinary office workers like that? Sun Idwa said with a hint of disbelief. From the moment she first saw Mok, she knew he was no ordinary person. Ordinary people simply didn't have his kind of aura. It was the kind of majesty that only those in a high position possessed. Sun Idwa had only ever seen this feeling in her own father. That's why she's so determined to get rid of Mok. His aura doesn't lie. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't believe that Mockery is just an ordinary office worker. Sun Idwa didn't see the typical office worker vibe in Quebec. Most of the office workers she usually met seemed listless, with only a few appearing very diligent in their pursuit of advancement. Look, even after he said that, you still don't believe I'm just an ordinary office worker? Mok looked at Sun Idwa helplessly. Does he look like a conman? He's told her several times that he's just an ordinary office worker, but she still doesn't seem to believe him. Does he not have a talent for lying? Mok wondered. Okay, I still don't quite believe you're just an ordinary office worker. No one else would believe you're just an ordinary office worker either, Sun Idwa said coldly. How am I not like an ordinary office worker? Mok was really helpless with this woman. Ever since he came to the riverbank and heard her say that their group was about to go bankrupt, she had been asking him if he was an ordinary office worker. Mok knew exactly what she was up to. She just wanted to find someone to help the Sun group out of its predicament. Even knowing this, Mok still didn't intend to help her. He didn't really want to get involved in this mess. You have a certain presence, and the authority that comes with being in a position of power. You all suggest that you are not an ordinary person, but possibly the CEO of a company. How about this? Let's exchange contact information. If anything really happens, we can talk about it later. Mok was getting impatient with Sun Idwa's persistent questioning. No matter what he said, she wouldn't believe him, so there was no point in continuing. Continuing to say this will only result in whether I believe it or not, and I don't have the energy to do these pointless things with her. Sure, Sun Idwa said happily. She could contact him if she needed anything, regardless of whether he was an ordinary office worker or not. If he's not just an ordinary office worker, then I can ask him for help, and I can also use this phone number to find out his identity. That's all for now. Miss Sun, we'll say goodbye here. I hope you can find a way to prevent the Zhang group from going bankrupt. Mok bid farewell to Sun Idwa, taking the opportunity to end their boring conversation from the start. Alright, that's all for today. See you next time. I'm leaving now. I have a lot of things to take care of at home. Sun Idwa waved goodbye to Mok, turned around, got into her car, and drove away. Finally gone. Seeing Sun Idwa leave, Mok sighed softly. He had finally shaken off her relentless pursuit. If they continued chatting like this, Mok couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't just turn around and leave. After all, he didn't like this kind of pointless conversation at all, especially with someone he didn't know well. If they were familiar, they might have been able to continue the conversation. Even with people he knows well, he doesn't like chatting like that. It's pointless and just keeps agonizing over one issue. Seeing that Sun Idwa had already walked away, Mok stood by the river for a while longer. When he felt that he had enough time, he got into his car and left to go home. Chapter 199 Tracking. Mok drove leisurely the whole way, slowing down to enjoy the river breeze on his face. Such leisurely time is rare, and Mok cherishes it. Sometimes, when he gets busy at the company, he doesn't even have time to come out and enjoy the breeze. Mok drove home slowly, and just as he parked the car and was about to open the door, he arrived home. Mok. A voice suddenly rang out, calling out Mok. Mok turned around in confusion. He thought he had just heard someone call his name, but after looking around, he didn't see anyone. Mok thought he must have misheard. The key in his hand started turning again, and Mok was about to close the door. Mok. The voice appeared again, and this time Mok heard it clearly. Someone was indeed calling him. Mok looked around at the empty space, somewhat annoyed. Who is it? Come out now. Who on earth is playing tricks on him like this? A slender figure slowly appeared in Mok's eyes not far away. Mok looked closely and found that Sun Idwa, who should have already gone back, was there. How did you end up here? Did you follow me here from the beginning? Mok looked at the smiling Sun Idwa with some doubt. When Sun Idwa was exposed, she looked at Mok somewhat embarrassedly, but then she remembered the purpose of her visit and shamelessly continued. It wasn't exactly stalking. I figured if I asked you, you definitely wouldn't tell me your address, so I chose to follow you, Sun Idwa said with a smile. She had already left, but after thinking about it, she felt it would be better to come with Quebec. She wanted to see if Mok was really just an ordinary office worker. Moreover, if he had made this request from the beginning, Mok would definitely not have agreed to let him come along. So Sun Idwa chose to pretend to leave, and then secretly follow Mok after he left to see where he lived. Isn't this stalking? I didn't ask you to come to my house with me, and this is stalking. Mok looked at Sun Idwa angrily. This woman never left from the beginning. She was waiting for him to leave so she could catch up. To be honest, Mok was a little angry. He had only met this young lady from the Sun family for the first time, and she had already followed him home. It's really annoying. If it were someone else being followed like this by a woman they don't know, they would definitely be angry too. How can you say I'm following you? Do you own this road? Can I walk on it? It's just on my way, so it doesn't count as stalking, Sun Idwa said playfully, seemingly unaware that what she was doing was wrong. Mok sneered. He wondered if this woman was brainless for choosing to stalk someone. If she were stalking thugs instead of him, she wouldn't be talking to him so politely. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? Sun Idwa shook her head. She never thought he was a bad person from the first glance, which is why she dared to follow him. Even if something happened, her driver would be outside to protect her. I don't think you're a bad person. If you were really a bad person, you wouldn't have talked to me so much by the river, Sun Idwa said, expressing her thoughts. Mok felt that this woman wasn't brainless, but rather somewhat immoral. She had only met him once, and yet she thought he wasn't a bad person. This kind of peculiar thought process was truly something else. You've only met me once. Don't you know that you can't judge a book by its cover? Mok suddenly moved closer to Sun Idwa, startling her so much that she took several steps back. Why are you so close to me? You scared me. Sun Idwa patted her chest to calm herself down. It's nothing. If you find it scary, you still have a chance to leave now. Mok was very satisfied with Sun Idwa's current reaction. He wanted to scare her like this so she wouldn't follow others recklessly. No, I'm not scared. I just don't like people getting close to me like this. Sun Idwa quickly explained that she wasn't afraid of Mok's behavior when she heard him shoo her away. Mok's sudden approach made her heart race. She wondered what he was up to. I admit she was a little scared for a moment about what he might do. Since you're not afraid, then leave right now, and I won't hold you responsible for following me. I've already come all this way. Why are you still trying to kick me out? Besides, I'm just passing by, Sun Idwa said indignantly. As the eldest daughter of the Sun family, when had she ever been treated like this? Before the Sun group encountered this difficulty, everyone would come to her with their mouths licked. Let me tell you, I'm the eldest daughter of the Sun family. I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Afraid that Mok would kick her out again, Sun Idwa quickly brought up her identity. Mok looked at him with displeasure. This woman really had a serious princess complex. In this situation, who would care whether she was the eldest daughter of the Sun family? I'll say it again, get out of here. Mok felt he had been too gentle before, and this woman was taking advantage of him. I'm not leaving. I'm going to your house. Sun Idwa started acting like a rogue, and she had already made up her mind that if Mok wouldn't let her in, she would stay at the door and not leave. Come in. Mok was helpless with this young lady, so he had no choice but to let her into the house. What are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to come in? I'm closing the door. Mok turned around and saw Sun Idwa standing blankly at the door, so he had no choice but to call out to let her in. Sun Idwa snapped out of her daze and hurriedly pushed open the door to follow Mok inside. She had thought that Mok didn't intend to let her in, so she didn't quite react when she heard Mok invite her. Mok felt somewhat embarrassed when he realized that his home contained little more than furniture, and even that furniture was incomplete. Sun Idwa followed Mok into the house and saw that it was rather empty. She didn't expect that there were people who were so poor. The main problem was that there was not even a place to sit. If they really wanted to sit, they could only sit on the ground. Is this your home? Sun Idwa pointed in front of Mok, looking at him with doubt, somewhat unable to believe that this was his home. I'm sorry. I really don't have the money to buy those furniture. How about we go to a coffee shop outside and chat? Mok's face was a little hot. He hadn't felt this empty when he was alone. Suddenly, someone came to visit him, and only then did the house seem empty. He had been too lazy to buy furniture for his home, so the house looked quite empty, and he never expected anyone to come to visit. Chapter 200 Proposal. Why is your home like this? Sun Idwa asked Mok curiously. She had seen poor people before, but she had never seen one this poor. I really didn't expect anyone to come to my house as a guest. I'm quite happy being at home by myself. Mok spread his hands helplessly, wondering why she had suddenly followed him to his house. I originally thought it would be quite relaxing with less furniture, Mok said meaningfully. If Sun Idwa wasn't stupid, she should have been able to understand the meaning behind his words. Sun Idwa understood Mok's meaning and said with some dissatisfaction, "So you mean it's all my fault for suddenly appearing and disturbing your peaceful days? You know you're bothering me." Mok thought she didn't know she was bothering others, but it seems she does have some self-awareness. Upon hearing his words, Sun Idwa's face instantly turned bright red. She regretted not following him, so he wouldn't keep nagging her. But if she hadn't followed him, she probably wouldn't have been able to find his house. "I'm already here. You can't possibly kick me out, can you?" Sun Idwa crossed her arms and tilted her head back arrogantly. Mok smiled nonchalantly, went into the room, grabbed the only stool in the house, and plopped down on it. "Sorry, this is the only stool in the house, so please make do with it." Seeing this, Sun Idwa could only stand there awkwardly. How could she know that Mok only had one stool in his house, and that he was sitting on it himself? She thought he would give it to her. "I'm a guest. Shouldn't you give me the only chair to sit on?" Sun Idwa had never met anyone like Mok before. Even if she had followed him here, she was still a guest, and she was a girl. Most people would have offered her a seat, but he was the only one who sat down. "Sorry, I didn't invite you to my house. You're blaming me for coming." Mok leaned back. Sure enough, it was more comfortable to talk while sitting down. Sun Idwa angrily pointed at Mok, wondering how such a shameless person could survive. She thought that someone as ungentlemanly as him should be beaten to death. "Does your house really only have one stool?" Sun Idwa asked him, feeling a little uncomfortable in her high heels. "Yeah, I don't have money to buy one, and nobody comes to my house anyway, so a stool is fine, don't you think?" Mok glanced at Sun Idwa's slightly wobbly feet, knowing that her high heels were hurting her feet. At this moment, Sun Idwa began to believe that Mo Shui was indeed an ordinary office worker. Since his living quarters were so simple, nothing could better prove that he was just an ordinary office worker. No one would have money and not furnish their house, especially one with only a few chairs. This doesn't seem like something a low-key tycoon would do. "It seems you really are an office worker." Sun Idwa stared at Mok and voiced her thoughts. "Of course, I've said it from the beginning. I'm just an ordinary office worker." Mok's eyes darted around, knowing that she had said that because she saw how simple the house was. But his own house was certainly not as simple as it looked. Sun Idwa naturally saw his evasive gaze. She wasn't stupid. She had already guessed that Mok definitely had a secret here. The two were speechless for a moment and fell silent. Mok felt that letting her stay there any longer was not a solution. "Ahem, let's find a coffee shop to sit in. As you can see, there's nothing here to serve you," Mok suggested. Sun Idwa nodded and agreed to his suggestion. Since there were no chairs here, she might as well go to the coffee shop to sit for a while. "Then you can choose a coffee shop yourself. I haven't been to any of the coffee shops around here, so I'm not familiar with them." He had never been around this area, so he didn't know where the coffee shops were or which ones were good. Sun Idwa is the eldest daughter of the Sun Group. She has been pampered since childhood and her tastes are definitely more discerning than mine, so it's perfect for her to choose a coffee shop. Sun Idwa was speechless. What kind of life did Mok live? He didn't even know which coffee shop was good and had to choose for himself. "I never go to coffee shops. I never like going to those kinds of places. How about you take me somewhere fun?" Sun Idwa looked at Mok expectantly. Coffee shops are so boring. There's nothing to do except drink coffee. Since she's already out, she might as well go somewhere fun, since she has nothing else to do anyway. Looking at Sun Idwa now, Mok realized that this young lady appeared very elegant on the surface, but actually had a wild and playful side. It really proved what he had just said: don't judge a book by its cover. When he first met Sun Idwa, he thought she looked quiet and gentle, but he didn't expect her to dislike quiet coffee shops and prefer more adventurous places. With that in mind, Mok already had a place in mind, and it seemed that place was the most suitable. "Come on, I thought of a really fun place. You've definitely never been there before." Sun Idwa was very excited. She didn't know where the fun place he mentioned was, but she was happy as long as there was something fun to do. Moreover, she had a blind faith in Mok, believing that he would not harm her. Mok drove Sun Idwa to the entrance of a nightclub. Mok gentlemanly opened the car door for Sun Idwa and protected her head. Wow, I didn't expect you to have such a gentlemanly side. Sun Idwa teased Mok after getting out of the car, as he was still opening the car door for her. It's always been there. Mok gave Sun Idwa a fake smile, too lazy to say anything more to her. After getting off the bus, Sun Idwa looked around at the nightclub in front of her. She hadn't expected that the place they had come to was a nightclub. She works at the Sun Group every day, dealing with all sorts of miscellaneous things, and simply doesn't have time to play in places like this. Her parents have also been telling her that she shouldn't come to these kinds of places. So Sun Idwa was a little surprised that Mok would think of this place, and her impression of Mok improved a lot. You're amazing, bringing me to a place like this. Sun Idwa said excitedly. Mok smiled casually, and sure enough, this kind of place was extremely attractive to a pampered young lady like her. Sun Idwa clearly had never been to a place like this before. Mo Juha chose this place because he thought Sun Idwa had never been before. Since she doesn't like coffee shops or artsy places, I might as well take her to a nightclub. If she wants to have fun, then a nightclub can satisfy all her needs.